The girlfriend broke up with you for an 800-pound fat man and even mocked you as a poor waste. Instead of getting angry, you were very happy because you unexpectedly bound the godly return system. As long as you spend money on the goddess, you can get a 100-fold return, and you can also make the goddess your pursuer. At this moment, you watched your girlfriend turn and leave, and Xia Yanqi's face was full of astonishment at this scene. When you heard about the breakup, you should have been in tears, so why did you turn and leave? However, when you arrived at the cafeteria, you found that the school beauty Lin Xinran was worried about losing her meal card. At this time, the system's voice sounded, detected a goddess with a beauty score of 96 points, named Lin Xinran. The host can get a 100-fold cashback by spending money on her. Upon hearing this voice, you immediately stepped forward to try out this cashback system, so you took the initiative to pay for the school beauty. Lin Xinran was slightly stunned, then curiously looked at you, and at the same time, you also took the opportunity to size up Lin Xinran. Compared to the beauty of the girl in front of Xia Yanqi's eyes, it is more charming, as if she came from a scholarly family, giving people a sense of a noble lady. Lin Xinran looked at you somewhat dazed, but soon this daze was replaced by a faint smile. Su Bai, thank you. Detected that the host spent 15 yuan pursuing the target, rewarded with 1,500 yuan. Lin Xinran looked at the food in front of her and you sitting across from her, hesitating whether to eat or not. She has never had a meal with a boy of the same age before, but this time she has no reason to refuse. You notice Lin Xinyan's distant gaze, so you tell her to eat quickly. No need to wait for you. Who are you waiting for? How can I eat freely when you are here? Lin Xinran blinked her eyes, suddenly feeling unfamiliar with the person in front of her. In her impression, you were the pursuer who always surrounded Xia Yanqi, but now, what's going on? Thank you, Su Bai, for helping just now. I'll pay you back for the meal tomorrow. At this time, you are eating with great relish, not paying much attention to your image. When hearing the school flower across the street speak, you mumbled incoherently, you don't need to pay it back. This meal is on me. If I have to pay it back, my conscience will feel a little guilty. Lin Xinran immediately refused. How can that be? I'm not someone who likes to take advantage of others. You did not expect her attitude to be so resolute, but thinking about it, it is also reasonable. After all, this Lin University beauty always gives people a cold feeling. It is normal not to want to eat someone else's lunch for free. Since that's the case, why don't you treat me to a meal as well? At the hot pot place outside the school? I've been wanting to eat there for a while. After saying this, the next second you met Lin Xinran's meaningful gaze. Do I look like a fool to you? It takes at least 200 to 300 yuan for two people to eat hot pot, and you want to exchange that for 15 yuan. What are you up to? This is easy. I'll just treat you to a few more meals, and when I've spent 300 bucks, you can treat me to hot pot. When Lin Xinran heard this, she was stunned. It seemed fine at first, but upon closer inspection, something seemed off. Why was she inexplicably treating this guy to over 10 meals? At the same time outside the cafeteria, Xia Yanqi and her best friend Li Xiaolin walked hand in hand into the cafeteria gate, but Xia Yanqi didn't look very happy on her face. Cici, what's wrong with you? You shouldn't be sad for that poor man. The poor man mentioned by Li Xiaolin naturally refers to you. Xiaolin, what are you talking about? I was the one who initiated the breakup. How could I be sad for such a trivial matter? I don't really like him anyway. She never really saw you as a real boyfriend, even though you are indeed a bit handsome. But unfortunately your family background is just too ordinary. She can't even admit that you are her boyfriend, making Xia Yanqi unable to hold her head up in front of many of her girlfriends. In her eyes, you are just a humble tool. You understand it's good, but you can't be blinded just because he's a little nice to you. Su Bai and Li Ziming are not comparable at all. You should have distanced yourself from him long ago. Li Ziming is a second-generation rich person she recently met, with a company worth tens of millions in the family, and he's already driving a BMW at a young age. Xia Yanqi had only known him for less than a week when she offered up her precious first time and decisively kicked you out. Cici, haven't you figured it out yet? He left in the morning. How could he willingly break up with you? The reason for this is entirely to save face, pretending not to care at all, making himself look so carefree. Just wait, in a few days he will be back to his old self, kneeling in front of you like a dog, crying and begging you to get back together. Cici, you must not be soft-hearted. Being poor is just being poor. Li Xiaolin scolded while looking disdainful. Lin, you're right. What is Su Bai? I only belong to Brother Ziming now. No matter how Su Bai kneels down and begs me, I will ruthlessly kick him away. Xia Yanqi said, waving her fist as if she really had some deep-seated grudge against you. Thinking of Su Bai's indifferent look this morning, Xia Yanqi sneered contemptuously. He must be forcing himself not to cry, just for the sake of that worthless face, probably crying alone somewhere right now. Thinking about it, they had already entered the cafeteria. Looking at the long line in front of Xia Yanzhi's brows furrowed. She'd never stood in line to buy her own food before. It was Subai who did it for her every day. She also often complained about Subai. It takes so long to buy a meal. The two of them had to stand in line in boredom, while Xia Yanzhi's gaze unintentionally swept to a certain place. In the next moment, the entire person directly froze in place, because she saw Subai. Not only that, there was a girl sitting opposite Subai. At the moment, that girl was turning her back to herself, but just by looking at the back, one could tell that it was a great beauty with an uncommon temperament, even surpassing her. At the moment, the two people over there were eating and chatting away, and Subai was saying something with his eyebrows raised. The girls across the room were drawn to hold their tongues. At that moment, a nameless rage surged through his heart. Xia Yanzhi completely forgot that she and Subai had already broken up, and walked up with great strides. Slapping his palm on the table, he looked angrily at Subai. Subai, who is she? Why are you eating with her? Chapter 4. My youth was fed to the dogs. The surrounding cacophony instantly returned to calm, and all eyes fell on Xia Yanzhi. The pair of Subai and Xia Yanzhi were famous in the school. Many people recognized them and murmurs arose. Subai and Lin Zanara also looked up at this moment, inexplicably looking at the fuming Xia Yanzhi. Xia Yanzhi, it seems like we've already broken up, right? Does it have anything to do with you who I dine with? Subai's words were like a pot of cold water poured on Xia Yanzhi's head, doused that nameless anger that had just risen in her heart. Yeah, she and Subai had broken up. Why had she reacted so strongly just now? Xia Yanzhi's gaze subconsciously fell on Lin Xinla. She and Subai weren't in the same class, plus Lin Xinla was usually too low-key. So much so that she didn't even know there were such good-looking girls in the school. Just by looking at the back, she knew it was a big beauty, and now that she saw the front, Xia Yanzhi was even more certain that there was no comparison between herself and her. Looks better than herself, sounds better than herself, has bigger boobs than herself. Most importantly, Lin Xinla had an innate aura that seems like a big girl. In contrast, he or she is like a rebellious adolescent little sister. It was the first time she felt inferior in front of other girls, but on second thought, she seemed suddenly clear again. Subai, it's okay for you to lie to yourself. Finding such a pretty girl to act with you, it cost you a lot of money just to piss me off, didn't it? Joking aside, how could a poor seer like Subai pick up a girl like that? Lin Xinla listened to the conversation between the two, and was not annoyed, not even much of an expression. In fact, she was secretly eating a melon, just wondered what was going on with these two, and therefore, the always high and mighty schoolgirl Lin was listening quietly with her ears perked up. As for Subai, he looked at Xia Yanzhi with an expression as if he was looking at an idiot. Xia Yanzhi, I hope you're not mistaken. First of all, I'm not in the mood for any drama, and secondly, I didn't let you see it either. You're the one who came over to interrupt my dinner, and in the end, even if I was acting, it's out of your hands. The series of words disliked Xia Yanzhi to the point that she was instantly speechless. She looked angrily at Subai and, half the time he didn't utter a word. His face was turning red. Well, Subai, you're doing very well. I hope that sometime in the future, don't regret today when you're on your knees in front of me crying and begging to get back together. Dropping these words, Xia Yanzhi left in a huff. This time she simply didn't even eat her meal, straight out of the cafeteria in stride. Later, Li Xiaolin glared fiercely at Subai. Then he quickly chased after Xia Yanzhi in the direction she had left. After the two women left, the onlookers at the scene immediately started talking loudly. Who is this dude? There's such a beautiful girl sitting across the street. There's actually a beautiful schoolgirl running over to fight over her jealousy. Didn't you hear what he just said? That he has broken up with that girl? I testify that I saw them break up this morning. Turns out the dude got another big schoolgirl to have lunch with him at noon. It's seamless. Some of the chatter wasn't too loud, and it went straight to the two men's ears. Subai did his best to pretend that he didn't hear, and lowered his head to mud dip style sub rice. Lin Xinla still ate with her head, only her ears were a little reddened. Subai students. Lin Xinla suddenly spoke, and Subai raised his head to look at her. Did you deliberately invite me to dinner just to piss off Xia Yanzhi? Only to see that at this moment, Lin Xinla was staring at him with a face full of suspicion. Many of the things that happened today were too coincidental for Lin Xinla, a girl who wasn't too smart in some ways, to notice the abnormality. Although she and Subai were in the same class, they didn't know each other well at all and almost never spoke a word. But today, first he took the initiative to beckon in the morning, then he met by chance at dinner, and made such a scene just now. Plus the fact that Subai and Xia Yanzhi happened to break up today made it hard for her to not be suspicious. Ha? You found out even though I hid it so well? Subai was surprised. Lin Shinla? I thought the guy would have a few words of sophistry, but I didn't expect a direct and bold admission that was a bit of a no-brainer for her. Su-bai, you don't really want to pick me up, do you? Lin Shinla moved backward intentionally, keeping a certain distance from Su-bai. May I? The corner of Su-bai's mouth raised in a bad smile. If it were the old him, he would never have dared to talk to a girl like that, but now he has long been not the 18-year-old boy in the beginning of love, but an old hand in the love field of a million flowers over. A leaf does not touch the body. Sure enough, Lin Shinla's neck reddened imperceptibly. No, she refused without mercy. I had no intention of getting into a relationship before high school or even in college. It's a learning age, and I'll exclude anything that interferes with my learning. If you're really thinking that way, you might as well die while you're ahead. Unless you're not afraid of getting your legs broken by my dad. Mind you, my dad is no ordinary man. After the words were said, Su-bai didn't reply and just stared at her. Lin Shinla also seemed to have realized that what she had said to Su-bai today, it seemed to be more than what he had said to the other boys before combined. Well then, I'll wait until you graduate from college to pick you up. This statement almost made Lin Shinla spray rice. What is this? Was it not obvious enough that I had just refused? Shyly glaring at Su-bai, Lin Shinla directly picked up the rice bowl and ran off to eat elsewhere. Looking at her back as she left, Su-bai leisurely sighed. It's good to be young. Don't howl here. Make it sound like you're not a young man. Bai Yuntao's voice rang abruptly in his ears, and the next moment a fat ass squeezed on Su-bai's side. Then his chopsticks directly picked away a large piece of pot roast from Su-bai's plate and barfed on it. Of course I'm not a young man, because I fed my youth to the dogs. Su-bai made a double entendre, then quickly reached under Hua Yuntao with his left hand. Ah, I cowboy. Bai Yuntao directly howled out, sort of Su-bai's punishment for his inappropriate behavior and words. It drew many students around the room to stop their chopsticks and cast glances. Say, are you really planning on chasing after senior schoolgirl Lin? Not that I'm discouraging you. Your odds of success are genuinely low. Bai Yuntao ate, glancing from time to time at Lin Shinla, who was not far away and eating with her head down. Whispering, he shook his head and sighed. You think it's bad to chase because you don't have the guts. As the saying goes, if you have the guts, the schoolgirl is on maternity leave. If you dare to take that step, you'll realize that schoolgirls aren't that hard to chase. Maybe it's even a better chase than a normal girl. Su-bai's voice was not small, and many people around him heard that vulgarity were laughing and spraying on the spot. Lin Shinla, who was eating not far away, also heard it and instantly blushed, but still pretended not to hear it, her head almost buried in her rice. Come on, I see you have more than just guts. Bai Yuntao, if there is a point. After all, Su-bai's is indeed the class recognized as a big bull brother. Between the two conversations, Su-bai turned his head again, but the figure of Lin Dashua's schoolgirl was long gone there. Chapter 5. You're going to be a big scumbag later. Lunch is over. Afternoon classes don't start until 13:30. Students had a rare moment of leisure, but there were no shortage of curly dogs struggling to write in their seats. At this moment, in the classroom of senior class 9, Lin Shinla was rummaging through something in the belly of her desk. However, even after she emptied her desk belly, she still hadn't found her meal card. Just then, a cup of milk tea was placed on her table. When she looked up, she saw Su-bai with a grin on his face and, not at all politely, he sat down next to her and thoughtfully offered her a straw. Looking at the large cup of milk tea that was spiked to the point of piling up, Lin Shinla frowned slightly, twisted his head to look at him. My mama told me, nothing ventured, nothing gained. As she said this, on the contrary, Su-bai's side was still not blushing. Don't worry, I was just kidding about hitting on you and all that. Came to see you about something real. Hope you can help. Even though Su-bai looked like a harmless person, Lin Shinla was still wary. How can I help you? You got good grades. It's less than a month before the college entrance exam. I hope you can draw to help me make up for it and bring up my marks. I'm not asking for much. Just have a 985? Su-bai said in a serious manner, and Lin Shinla looked at him as if she was looking at a fool. What are you thinking about? If I remember correctly, you only just passed the second grade line on your last practice test, right? I can't help with this favor, she said, raising her hand and pushing the milk tea back in front of Su-bai. If 985 doesn't work, then 211 always works, right? Su-bai put on a deadpan demeanor and pushed the milk tea back again. If you're here to make fun of me, then please go back. In Lin Shinla's opinion, in less than a month's time, to improve 100 points, that's just a fool's errand. What? Did you think I was joking? Su-bai was still very confident in his grades, although it was said that how the original grades were. Nah, he'd done that college entrance exam paper all over again in his previous life, and he'd realized that after being reborn, his memory was stronger by more than a little bit. not an GCSE paper, or even, in later years, the score of every World Cup match. He remembered the ups and downs of every stock, and he also remembered that in his previous life, Lin Shinla had become the provincial top scorer with 702 points, got into the top 5 ranked JLU. Aren't you kidding? Lin Shinla asked rhetorically. In that case, why don't we just bet on which one of us has a higher score in the college entrance exam? If my score is higher than yours, you promise to be my girlfriend. Subai raised his eyebrows and smiled badly. And you say you're not trying to pick me up? Lin Shinla blanched at him in shame. Why? You wouldn't dare. Would you? Are you kidding? How could I not pass you? I'll bet. But first things first. What if you get a lower score than me? Subai secretly laughed in his heart. This niece really took the bait. To be fair, since you're my girlfriend if I win, if I lose, just let me be your boyfriend. Lin Shinla? She realized that she had still underestimated the thickness of the man's cheek in front of her. Get the hell out of here. Okay, I was just kidding. If I lose, how about taking you to the most upscale restaurant in Sioux City for a big meal? Lin Shinla didn't answer this time, just looked at him deeply. After a long time, she took a sip of her milk tea from the table and, that's the default, detected that the host spent $38 for the dog-licking object, rewarded with $3,800. Seeing this scene, Subai had already shaken his flowery hand in his heart with joy. Is this the joy of making money? No, there must be a way to spend more money for this ninny. Hundredfold returned to reality in Too Flavorful. And how do you want me to help you? Lin Zenara asked. Simple. I have questions I don't know, so just help me out. I don't want you to lecture for nothing, either. I'll take care of your 3 meals a day before the college entrance exams. And there's also this kind of milk tea. I'll send you a cup every day. The flavors don't change, Subai promised. And Lin Shinla nodded. It also saves you from having to get yourself another meal card. And there's free milk tea. Lin Shinla could only convince herself of this. After all, if she lost she would have to be this bad guy's girlfriend, while she had to make up for his mistakes. The mind is really a bit conflicted. By the way Subai, let me ask you a question. Seemingly hesitating for a moment, Lin Shinla opened her mouth. You ask. Subai agreed without thinking. What's a bull? Why do they all call you Big Bull? At this remark, the 2 boys in the front row, who were drinking water, sprayed each other's faces in unison. A few of the surrounding girls also forced their mouths to look over, their gazes all falling on Subai's face. Cough. To say that the most shocked in the scene is undoubtedly Subai. He did not expect that this niece in front of him would be so pure that he would not want to contaminate. But on the contrary, so many people were watching. If he lied to her, it's probably going to be demolished on the spot. The oxen are the ones that plow the fields. Is that alright? So Bai Yuntao raised a cow. No wonder I heard him shouting at noon. Lin Xinmia nodded thoughtfully, which was believing. After all, it is indeed rare and unusual to have a cow in the house. No, then why do they call you Brother Big Bull? You raise cows too? Lin Xinla's question once again made Subai's face full of black lines. How the hell am I supposed to answer that? Yeah, I've got a cow too. And a big cow. If you're interested, I'll take you to see it when the entrance exams are over, Subai said in a serious manner. The few girls around me who heard this were even more forceful in covering their mouths and it was like something extraordinary had happened. Observing this scene, Lin Shinla became more and more skeptical in her heart. Really? You didn't lie to me? Just then, one of the boys in front of us also turned around and said in all seriousness, Big schoolgirl Lin, Subai, he really didn't lie to you. I've seen his big bull, or a black owl. The boy was trying to be more descriptive. Instead, Subai hammered his bull's head hard in the dark and managed to interrupt the spell casting. Nei. It's almost time for your lunch break, so I'll leave you to rest. Looking at Subai's retreating back, Lin Shinla still felt that he wasn't telling the truth. After all, judging from the reactions of the people around him, this bull was decidedly not simple. Since none of them want to talk about it, I'll go back and Google it myself. On Subai's side, just as he returned to his seat, he saw Bai Yuntao's meaningful look. Subai, you honestly tell me, when did you become so good at lying to girls? When did I lie to her? Subai said somewhat sheepishly. Isn't it true what I said? She might know what I mean sometime in the future. Hey, what do you mean you're looking at me like that? Bai Yuntao's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed Subai, the meaning all written on his face. Subai, I have a feeling that you will be a big scum in the future. Chapter 6 Classmate. Are you knocking on the wrong door? The afternoon went by in a flash. As we approached the entrance exams, evening study has been cancelled in favor of independent review. Subai forcefully dragged big schoolgirl Lin to the cafeteria for another meal, before riding off on his electric donkey in contentment. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a barbershop. I didn't care too much when I was first reborn, but then I looked in the mirror in the bathroom and Subai was directly speechless by his big bangs. It's greasy, a big lump on top of your head, and it seriously affects your face. Mr. Tony, please cut my hair this way, Subai said, handing the cell phone to the barber lady. It's just that the other guy accidentally scratched his cell phone when he answered it, and the man's silhouette instantly appeared on the screen. Classmate, are you sure? Should I set you up with another pair of backpacking pants? Subai frowned at it. Done. Little Blackie is showing his chicken feet. Ahem. Not this. Subai hastily scratched the photo back again, only to see that the picture is a handsome and sunny male model, with a fresh short hair, giving people a feeling of brightness. The barber lady then smiled and nodded, placing her cell phone on a shelf to the side. 20 minutes later, the great work was done. Looking at the sunny, handsome big boy in the mirror, not only Subai himself, even the barber lady looked stunned. At 6'5" and even-keeled and toned in his own right, he's very eye-catching. Now there was another handsome face comparable to that of a male star, and even though she had seen many handsome men, she almost drooled. If this is released, I don't know how many innocent girls will be fooled. Walking out of the barber store, Subai turned his head and entered the mall. Anymore, he's the one with over 30,000 on his card, and he made 30,000 in one day. There will be more and more in the future. Money is something that should be spent without commiserating. Bought a tie pink sweatshirt, a new white athletic short sleeve that, turning his head and walking into the Li Ning store again, he bought a pair of Wade 10 low basketball shoes, which he had always wanted to buy before but couldn't afford to do so. A size 45 cost a little over $2,000. Throw away all your groundlings and put on new clothes and shoes, but then you turn your head and think that when you get home, scene where mom and dad call themselves losers. Hello, please help me wrap this men's belt. Wrap this women's necklace for me, please. After a trip to the mall, he spent $8,000, but Subai didn't feel any heartache at all. Blowing a little tune along the way, Subai rode the electric donkey back to his neighborhood and parked the car downstairs. He climbed up the stairs in 3 strides. At this moment, Subai couldn't wait to see what his parents looked like when they were young. In my previous life, I was so unlucky that the moment the results of the college entrance exams came out, there is nothing more disappointing than mom and dad. Later on, I started my own business and didn't stay home for many years. When I thought of letting my mom and dad enjoy the happiness when I succeeded in my business, I was so disappointed. Only then did I realize that they had become spotty white men in their 60s. In his heart, he owes his parents a great deal, and Subai swears that he will make up for it in this life. Well, let them have grandchildren sooner. Knock knock. With an excited mood, Subai knocked on the door of the room. Only a creak was heard. Opened the door was the old mom Chu Chunmei. She poked her head, her expression a little surprised at the boy in front of her. In the kitchen, Dad Su Daxiang also poked his head out to look. The air was suddenly quiet, and the three of them stared wide-eyed. This student, are you knocking on the wrong door? Only after a long time did Chu Chunmei hold back a sentence. Su Daxiang also looked on in disbelief and, not the slightest hint of recognizing him. This scene caused Subai to be filled with black lines. Am I the only one wasting my feelings here? Mom, how come you don't recognize me? Hearing this cry of mom, Chu Chunmei froze again, then glanced at Su Daxiang, and in the next moment, both of them were wide-eyed and exclaimed under their breath ****. Subai, where did you get this outfit? Good man, the brat is dressed like a man. I didn't even recognize your father. In fact, it wasn't their fault for having such a reaction. After Subai was reborn, it wasn't only the quality of his heart that had changed. The whole look is a big step up, coupled with a change of hairstyle and a change of clothes. Spare your own father and mother from recognizing them at the first moment. After all, it's just too much of a change. Inside, back to the bedroom to drop off his book bag and wash his hands again for dinner. Sitting together as a family. There was no scene of tears as Subai had imagined just now. With his family, there's just relaxation and enjoyment. He's all grown up, and mom and dad aren't old yet. And what in the world could be happier than that? A meal was quickly finished, but putting down the chopsticks, none of the three men left the room. Brat, this outfit, and those shoes, they're not cheap, are they? Su Daxiang opened his mouth and asked, winking while signaling Subai to be careful what he said, because on the other side, mom had been glaring at him for a long time, just waiting for him to explain himself that it wasn't a good habit to spend a lot of money. It's okay, it adds up to 2,000 or 3,000. Subai replied with a breezy face, and the moment his old man heard it, he knew it was going to be bad. As expected, the next second, Chu Chunmei's voice rang out. Yo, just 2,000 or 3,000? Are you rich? The words had already revealed a dangerous implication. If Subai couldn't give a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this education today. However, Subai was not the least bit flustered. Without haste, he took out 2 bags from under the table and handed them to Mom and Dad. Not only did I buy it for myself, but I brought you 2 a gift. Open it. Hearing his words, Su Daqiang and Chu Chunmei exchanged a look and then they all opened the bags in their hands and took out the contents, but their brows frowned deeper. Looking at the belt and necklace in their hands that were worth a lot of money, they all looked at Subai, waiting for his explanation. It's like this. A while ago I was working on an online game with some of my classmates. I was just doing it for fun, but I didn't expect it to really catch fire. And all this money is my rightful share of the profits, totaling $30,000. And that's just the very beginning. When the game gets bigger and better, there's more money to be made in the future. Subai said in a serious manner, not like he was joking. It's a disguise the system provided for him. The source of those transfers in the account was none other than a gaming company that was said to have a high level of secrecy. But in reality, the company didn't even exist. What? Why didn't you tell us beforehand about such a big deal? You shouldn't lose money doing this, should you? Chu Chunmei's concern was not unreasonable. After all, Subai had earned more than $30,000 in a short period of time, which was much higher than their salaries. As a parent, it's hard not to worry. You 2 banknote factory workers, you don't understand even if I tell you this. It's a waste of time to make you guys worry. Don't worry, I only care about research and development, not operation. At most, I won't make money, I won't lose money. Having heard his son's words, and looking at his calm and collected appearance, it took 2 people to suddenly realize that their son was an adult and no longer that silly little kid. He has been able to earn his own money, buy them gifts, and is much better than they were when they were younger. Worthy of being my Su Daqiang's son? Enlightenment is early. This is indeed a good thing. But mommy can remind you that even with grades you should not neglect your studies. The college entrance exam is in less than a month, so make sure you prepare well, okay? While saying that, looking at her son's rather handsome side face, Chu Chunmei thought for a moment and, still, I opened my mouth and warned. And boys must keep their eyes peeled out there and keep a good distance from the opposite sex. And no hooking up with unsavory girls, okay? Hearing this, Subai nodded. And on the other side, he and his old man looked at each other in silent agreement. Subai revealed to his father that he was looking for a girlfriend. It's just that Su Daqiang didn't know that the girl was Xia Yanshi, didn't know that his son had been a dog licker for more than a year, and didn't know that the 2 had broken up. Mom, in that case, isn't it true that I can hook up with proper and decent girls? Subai laughed cheaply, receiving a blank stare from Chu Chunmei. I advise you to be honest and get down on your feet until the college entrance exams. Don't make a mess. Don't worry, Mom. I'll try my best. Saying that, Subai smoothly removed the panties and bath towel hanging on the balcony and lifted his steps towards the bathroom. Chu Chunmei was just about to say that her son had grown up when she heard him add, "We'll definitely work hard to make you a grandma as soon as possible." As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a slipper flying towards him. Chapter 7 Music Hostess? Crazy gift swiping. After a nice shower, Mom and Dad happened to be out walking with the next door neighbor. So Subai was relieved and bold enough to make a date with the 5-fingered girl, and then lay naked on the bed and swiped his cell phone. Right now he is not good to affect his classmates to review. Only one person can go on the internet. Honestly, as a senior about to take his senior year of high school, so mindlessly swinging for the fences, it's hard not to feel a little guilty. But then again, he's even got the high school entrance exam questions in his head, so to speak, studying properly, simply for the chance to get close to Lin Xinla. Aha! Primary and secondary should be separated. Forest Entertainment is now the most popular entertainment app for sharing life that. You can also swipe small videos, watch live streams and more. It's hard to be idle, so go watch a horseshoe repair live to decompress. How come I clicked on the beauty queen section? The 5-fingered girl has been naughty again. Never mind. I'm here now, so let's watch everything for a while. The first live feed that came into view was a singing beauty. It looks unbelievably polished, and with a low collar and 2 long legs. To Subai eyes are looking straight. This is completely not inferior to Lin Xinla. However, the system worked, and when he saw the 63 on the anchor's head, he instantly understood. This damn beauty filter. I was originally thinking of finding a beautiful anchor woman with a score of 90 or more to swipe a gift and make a fortune. As a result, Subai swiped 6 anchors in a row, and none of them exceeded 70 points. Pure tech and hard work. The internet has done a lot of harm. Undeterred, Subai swiped the next anchor. Still a picture of a beautiful woman, chatting with the old iron people in the live broadcast room. The number of people online is more than 100,000. There are constantly gifs brushing the screen, and a bunch of people in the pop-up screen are calling for their wives. Subai looked at this anchor, indeed much better looking than the previous few, but after waiting for half a day, still haven't seen the numbers pop up on her head. System, why don't you rate her? Reporting to the host, this system can only score girls. Hiss. When Subai heard this, he directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Meets the ladies man. That's bad luck. After brushing another dozen people in a row, Subai completely gave up. These beauties on the internet are all lies. But in real life, where there is a little bit of beauty, on the live studio can become a million people sought after school beauty. Originally thought that there would be an opportunity to make a big profit, but now Subai can only exit the live broadcast with disappointment. Go ahead and brush up on your little videos. You can swipe a couple 80s or higher. Once in a while. There are even some actresses who are in the 90s and above. Now people don't broadcast live either. Suddenly, Subai swiped a video of a music blogger. The melody of The Wind Is Gone drifted into his ears, and the familiar lyrics. Slightly raspy voice. Sentimental atmosphere. The song moves like heaven. The blogger's nickname is Green Grapefruit Lemon, and she's a 20-year-old college girl. Started self-publishing 2 years ago, except it's always just one shoulder showing, never a face to be seen. Her voice is very temperamental. Imperial style with a bit of smoke voice. Subai paid attention to her a long time ago, but in Subai's subconscious mind, not showing his face is the same as not having a high face value, and he raised his hand and wanted to scratch away. However, in the next second, he saw an 89 flash on the screen. Subai's eyes suddenly widened, hurriedly scratched back, rubbed his eyes, and, confirming that the number on it was undoubtedly 89, the number appeared directly on the chest, unmistakable because of the lack of face showing. At that moment, the avatar of Green Grapefruit Lemon suddenly lit up. Display is live. Subai clicked in without thinking. The broadcast has just begun, and Lemon is tuning her guitar at the moment. With her head down, half of her face is in the frame. There's a slight delay in the smart effects that cover her face, but unfortunately she's also wearing a mask so she can't see her face at all. Subai secretly said it was a pity in his heart, but he also became more curious about this sister. Obviously have 89 points of high face value. Vegetarian can hang a lot of beauty hostesses. Why don't you show your face? Name, Jiang Yuzu Lemon. Stage name, Green Yuzu Lemon. Age, 20. Height, 170 cm. Weight 57 kilograms. Current rating 89. Please ask if you are bound to a dog licker? Ding. Binding successful. Now the Jiang Yuzu Lemon has become dog licker number 3. The host can get 10 times cashback for spending money for her. It worked. Sure enough, you can bind across the screen. Subai's heart is excited at the moment, and he should know that there is no upper limit to the live bounty. He can keep brushing as long as time permits. So Subai directly charged $10,000 and backhandedly sent 10 super rockets out. It's the most expensive of the regular gifts. $100 around. What makes people a little bit painful is that the special effects after each hair point have to take up 2 seconds of the screen, greatly affecting the speed of Subai's brush gifts. It took almost half a minute to send 10 rockets. Detected the host spending $100 for the dog licking object. Rewarded with $100. Subai nodded in satisfaction. I have to say, that's a quick gift swipe on this live stream. During the day it was hard to spend a few dozen dollars on Lin Xinla herself to get to less than $100. But now, $100 came in at the flick of a finger. Simply awesome. As for the live feed at this point, the 1,000 or so audience members who had just come in, as well as Sister Lemon herself, were all in a daze. This hasn't even started singing yet. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Street Full of Rogues on the Biggest Bull, for sending 10 super rockets. Sister Lemon was obviously thunderstruck by Subai's name. This big bull brother. Please spend wisely. Is there any song you want to listen to? Sister Lemon spoke, and the pop-ups instantly exploded. Asterisk. Are all the bigots so hoity-toity nowadays? Coming up here and giving away 10 super rockets. Is this an attempt to bag Sister Lemon? Oh, Lemon's sister is going to be carried away by a rich man. Is his cow really that big? Sister Lemon is blessed now. Subai doesn't care about the group of old colorful batches in the live broadcast room. Could it be that there was a chance for Lemon's sister to sing for herself? And that was definitely something she couldn't pass up. After sending 10 rounds of super rockets and slamming down $100, Subai's account was automatically upgraded. The pop-ups were all edged in gold, and stood out conspicuously from the pack. Then let's do Old Boy by the Chopstick Brothers. I've been wanting to hear it for a long time. Lemon made a 0k gesture, but she didn't lose her head. After all, it was a fairly popular anchor with more than 2 million followers who had seen big waves. The delicate hands strummed the guitar, slightly muffled smoke voice made a beautiful song. That's the one I've been thinking about day and night, and I'm deeply in love with. Will she accept me? May never utter the words to her that are destined for me to wander the world. How can there be attachment? I have to admit that Lemon's vocals are really very good, and she has a very good grasp of the emotions. In just 2 verses, the song's otherworldly sadness is portrayed in a way that touches the heart. Time is like a merciless carving knife, changing our shape. Will we wither before we bloom? I've had dreams. The song pushed the atmosphere of the live broadcast room to a climax, and the total number of people had exceeded 50,000 in the blink of an eye. Just then, a super rocket appeared on the public screen, followed by it's the second round, third round. For a few minutes, Street Full of Rogues I'm the Biggest Bull has sent 100 super rockets. Chapter 8 Peak Showdown. 200 rocket shots scare Lemon Sisters to tears. Asterisk asterisk. 100,000 gifts for one song brush? Poverty limits my imagination. Sister Lemon, please stop singing and hurry up and wash your hands and wait for Brother Dinyo to come and carry you away. Explosive nicknames, plus even more explosive operations. Big Bull Brother Ching accept my knees. What is this Dinyo brother thinking? With so much money he doesn't go for a face anchor. You're here to pick up Sister Lemon? Lemon never shows her face. What if she doesn't look good? Upstairs you know nothing. Even if Lemon's sister doesn't look good, her voice and body are there. Wouldn't it be great if the lights were off? Lemon had just finished singing the whole song at this point, because she had just gotten so into it that she hadn't been paying attention to the screen, but now she was looking at it, and it was Super Rocket X99. This time it was a real shock, and his mouth fell slightly open and even the ones in the pop-ups that opened up yellow were ignored by her. Seeing this scene, Full of Hooligans I'm the Biggest Bull sent another pop-up. Lemon's sister you keep it. This is just the right size. When Lemon saw this pop-up, she thought of something and hurriedly closed her mouth. The large group of old colorful grunts in the live room instantly got it. Crap Lua Beaner. Cow brother you really have so big? What's so big? What are you talking about upstairs? Once you're in the throat it's like the sea. Big Bull meets smoking voice. TSK TSK. Bullhead smoking. Lemon sister obviously also realized that she had just lost her temper a bit, and her ears instantly turned red with shame. But you can't even see her face in the live feed is all. This Big Bull brother. Please pin it sensibly. I can only accept a la carte service on my side. If you have any excessive demands, it's better not to brush them off quickly. I won't oblige. Sister Lemon said in a rush, sounding visibly panicked. Doing live streaming for more than 2 years, this is the first time she's seen someone who swiped 100 super rockets in a row. And it goes on. She is now really afraid of that Big Bull brother crawling along the net. Subai on this side was happy to watch Rotten Sister look like she was in a state of panic. Immediately, another bullet was struck. Sister Lemon, your singing voice is so good, I just can't rationalize. How about being my wife? 2 golden pop-ups instantly ignited the atmosphere in the live room. Shocker. Mysterious Tycoon's deep confession after angrily swiping 100 super rockets. Brother Dinyo's fierce attack has made Sister Lemon's heart flutter. The domineering president parachuted into the live broadcasting room. Little Lemon come to my arms. Lemon's sister was instantly shocked when she saw Subai's pop-up. This Big Bull brother, please watch what you say. If you ever post something like that again, I am going to kick you off the air. When Subai heard her words, he immediately raised an eyebrow. A cold, smoky-voiced royal lady with a mean streak in her voice? Sister Lemon you misunderstood me. I mean the song I ordered was Will You Be My Wife? If you don't like it, I can change the song to something else. Lemon's sister? Could it really be that I'm getting the wrong idea? Ahem. Big Brother Bull is sorry. I misunderstood you. Lemon's voice was rather embarrassed as she said, the song is fine. I'll sing it for you. This scene made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room rise a few points higher, and the total number of people had already broken 100,000. Lemon adjusted herself and was just about to start playing when a pop-up window suddenly appeared and the display is clearly up. Tiny Fish invites you to PK. Lin Entertainment's live broadcast often has this PK, which is actually more popular than the promote viewers to swipe more gifts. There's not much of a penalty for losing. It's just a show. For these music broadcasters, singing a song or something is no big deal. Lemon didn't hesitate and directly chose to accept the PK match. Up Little Fish is a music star with 3 million followers. Lemon and her work together a lot and often interact on air. As soon as the 2 broadcasting rooms were connected, we heard Tiny Fish's side speak. Little Lemon, we've agreed in advance that whoever loses this time, we're going to wear black silk on the live broadcast tomorrow. Don't be sorry then. Little Fish's side of the live broadcast is showing her face. Subai looked at her live room screen. It was a white-haired girl in her 20s. And the first time the system scored it, it actually had 78. Lemon Sister's side cried a little when she heard her words. Little Fish Sister, aren't you taking this personally? What day are you not wearing black silk on your own livestream? Then I don't care. I want to see you in black silk anyway, Tiny Fish said savagely. Lemon stopped paying attention to her as well, shaking her head with a smile and shutting off the other side. Now the number of people in the two people's live room is more than 100,000. As for the PK's comprehensive score is with reference to the total number of viewers and the amount of bounties. Little friend small gift brush wave. Inside A. Oxen brother you take it easy. I'm afraid my little heart can't take it. Next, a song called Will You Be My Wife? For everyone. Lemon has a great sense of rhythm, strumming her guitar and getting into the groove quickly. And on Subai's side, he just swiped 100 rounds of Super Rocket, costing $100. He backhandedly charged the entire $100 returned directly into the Lin Entertainment account. Tonight Little Lemon's live room is destined for a bloodbath. If tomorrow's road you don't know where to go, just stay with me and be my wife. Okay, my arms that aren't wide enough will be yours, too, in a warm embrace. The deep, soulful vocals, the delicate hands strumming the guitar in the picture. There was also the soft body that swayed slightly with the melody of the music, which instantly sang into Subai's heart. In the pop-ups, no one is calling Lemon sister anymore, much less wife. Now that Mrs. Cow is awesome. Great job, Mrs. Nyo. But in spite of this, the popularity of the two live streams was not equal to each other. Even Lemon Sister's side showed signs of being suppressed. Seeing this scene, where could Subai sit still? Rocket Rain goes up. A street full of hooligans I'm the biggest bull, sends out Super Rocket X11. A street full of rogue folk I'm the biggest bull, sends a Super Rocket X112. A street full of rogues I'm the biggest bull, sends out Super Rockets X1314. After a song, Lemon goes back to the screen and, realizing that the popularity of his own live room has already completely crushed the little fish. The little fish over there at this time the song is also not sung. It is full of stagnant face looking at the screen eye. One more look. On your own live feed, a certain big cowboy zigzag has already swiped a dry run of over 500 super rockets. And it's still swiping. Then you see a golden pop-up appear on the fair. The Lemon. I'd like to see you alone in black silk. Is it okay if you wear only the black kind? Lemon's sister over there saw this and quickly shook her hand in rejection. Big bully, please be sensible about pinning. Thank you very much for the rocket, but I only accept a la carte services on my side. I really can't fulfill your request. Brother Big Bull, I'll keep swiping rockets if Sister Lemon doesn't say yes. Super Rocket X1877. I only sell art here. Nothing else. I'll have to have the administrator kick you out if you keep this up. Lemon threatened. A hint of crying already in her words. The administrator has been invited out of the live room by, full of rogues I'm the biggest cow. A street full of rogues I'm the biggest bull, sends Super Rocket X200. Chapter 9 successful wants to Microsoft. A hit. Kicked the admin out? How did he do this? At this moment, both sides were not singing, and the viewers of Little Fish Live saw the scene just now. Little Fish was really shocked today. At first she was very popular in her live room. I thought this one was a winner, and I was sure to see Lemon in black silk. Result. Who would have thought that a super rich man would come out halfway? I didn't think anything of it when I swiped the first rocket. At the 10th rocket she realized something was wrong. By the time the number came to 100, she looked dumbfounded in person. After so many years of live broadcasting, she had also seen many magnificent big brothers, but there was no such brush. Then she saw the number of rockets come to 100, and then it wasn't long before that number goes straight to 200. You know, a rocket is 100 soft dollars, so 200 rounds is exactly 200. Who wouldn't be tempted to reward so much money at once? Little Lemon. Are you stupid? You still won't say yes to him? Little Fish directly linked up with Sister Lemon and startled Sister Lemon. Looking at the two live streams again, the total number of viewers at this moment had already exceeded 500,000. Of course, most people came to see the big man swipe his gifts and just listen to the beautiful girl sing alone. I can't wait to crawl along the netting myself. Will you ask that big cowboy for me if he wants one like me? I can sing too. And I can wear black silk. Two statements by Little Fish immediately silenced Lemon's sister. Subai's side saw that the atmosphere was almost the same. If he teased her again, maybe Lemon will just go off the air. So he started typing again. Alright Sister Lemon. I was just joking around. Hearing you sing to me today. Really happy. Let's just say we can't wear black silk. But can we add a tweet? Seeing these two pop-ups, Lemon's sister again kind of won't. You came to my booth and swiped 200 gifts. You opened your mouth and flirted with me, kicked the admins out, and then you say you just want to add a tweet? On second thought, Sister Lemon seemed to understand. The so-called ad microblogging is only the starting point, never the end. Presumably, she wanted to start taking it slow with herself from this step. She's a 20-year-old, after all. Naturally, I don't believe anyone would send themselves $2 million for nothing. It's a sum of money, so if you're out there dating a young lady, you can get a yearly package, right? That, plus tweets is fine. I'll send you a private message later. Sister Lemon hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. This is the first time she has agreed to give out her Microsoft. After receiving so much money, she would have been uneasy with herself if she hadn't given anything. Brother Dinyo, do you have any more songs you want to hear? No, I have to get up early tomorrow, so I'll get off first. After sending this sentence, Subai went offline. Even though Sister Lemon's face is so high and her songs are so good, conscience is still so big, but one still has to get up at 6 tomorrow to go to school, so one really can't stay up too late. This wave today made $20 million directly, and at this rate, a small goal is fast approaching. Subai was quite satisfied and slept more peacefully. As for Sister Lemon in the live broadcast room, the person was a bit confused at the moment. How did this suddenly go offline? Tiny fish, a whole bunch of viewers, including herself. They all think it's that brother Nyozi who's angry. Think about it, angrily dropping $2 million just to pick up an anchor, and it hasn't even happened yet. Can people not be angry? Little fish sister, did I make Dinyo angry? Lemon asked weakly. Little Lemon, you just refused to directly. Don't people big brothers want to lose face? So, what am I supposed to do? Can't really say yes to him, can I? Sister Lemon commiserated. She had just been really scared silly by that big bull brother. It's not like you don't have a chance now. Hurry up and tweet with that big bull. Be sure to make a good relationship if you can. What if he's a young, rich and handsome rich kid? It's always good for you to get to know him. Although that's what Tiny Fish said, Lemon's sister didn't seem to think so. In her notion of being so rich, and so in love with wanting rascals, the other guy must be a fat, lewd uncle. Nonetheless, she went off the air early and find the private message of, full of rogues on the biggest cowboy, and send your micro signal over. As a result, the message just sank into the sea, never to be answered again. The night was silent, and early the next morning, Subai got up early, a quick wash, then he got on his little electric donkey and left the neighborhood. Today, he woke up half an hour early on purpose and, in order to buy breakfast for the two dog-licking objects, mainly for Lin Shinla. Not to mention that 100 times cashback, cultivating a good relationship between the two is the most important thing. For this reason, he made a special trip to Jingshanlu, the most expensive breakfast restaurant in Suzhou City. The ambience and the taste of the food here is excellent. All the food is handmade by decades of masters, and a cage of soup dumplings will go for 899 yuan. It's no exaggeration to say that anyone who can have breakfast here is a person of honor in Sioux City. They are all either rich or noble, and there are also some first-tier big-name celebrities, as well as netizen bloggers who come specifically to visit the store and so on. Subai came alone and rode an electric donkey, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Who is this young man? A student by the looks of it? This look, this temperament. It can't be the young master of some big family, right? Who's the young master riding this? My bowl of noodles costs more than his car. You guys don't get it. These young rich kids nowadays may not have a personality. Didn't you see the hot search this morning? A rich guy dropped $2 million on a little blogger. I guess it's another one of those big young men who did it. Isn't it normal for rich kids to spend $2 million to pick up girls these days? The point is he didn't soak it. Ignoring the not-so-polite jeers of a couple of bosses over there, Subai found a seat by the window, took the menu handed by the beautiful waitress, and ordered breakfast for 3. With nothing else to do, I finally took out my cell phone and opened Lin Entertainment. It doesn't matter what you see. He or she actually gained 800,000 followers overnight for no apparent reason. Not only that, private messages are blowing up. As far as the eye can see, they're all about my brother, with a photo or two of black silk legs. These Subai naturally ignored all of them. Maybe the opposite side is a stingy man who engaged in fraud. I found Lemon's private message from a bunch of private messages, turned around and added WeChat. She was mostly still asleep and didn't come through first, just as he wanted to go out. Another private message caught Subai's attention. The other party said he was the top one big brother of the Small Fish live broadcasting room. Wanted to invite Subai to join the WeChat chat group formed by a few of their rich men who often watched live broadcasts at Lin Entertainment. Subai glanced at his 100+ level Lin Entertainment account and official certification, but did not suspect, by the way, to add his WeChat. As a result, the next second, the other party passed his friend request. He also dragged him into a chat group called Forest Entertainment Small Landlord. At this moment, Subai didn't know to what extent his heat in Lin Entertainment had terrorized him. ***. Old fish really invited Big Bull over. This is really bullish. $2 million is enough for me to reward for half a year. $2 million isn't the best part. The best part is that he hasn't ruffled it yet. Subai? Chapter 10. I don't need you to mind my business. Packing 3 breakfasts. Subai rode his electric donkey to school as usual. Xia Yancher's home was on his way, just in time to see a BMW parked on the side of the road. A straggling young man was leaning against the side of the car smoking a cigarette. The two of them merely glanced at each other, and Subai could already tell the depths of the other party. Oh, Xia Yancher, really stupid enough. This is a ing rich second generation? In front of that man, Subai put Xia Yancher's share of breakfast in front of her house. I know the odds are that it will be thrown away, but it doesn't matter. As long as it's given away, the money will be returned. And that's going to be a little over $20,000. Don't want it for nothing. At this time, the youth also recognized Subai and gave a hello. Then he patted the BMW behind him as if he was showing off. As if the successful were mocking the losers. Subai only smiled without saying anything and got on the car by himself and rode towards the school. Lin Xinla is a residential student. Every day, they left the dormitory between 6:20 and 6:30 to go to the cafeteria. So Subai was waiting well over here early. Big schoolgirl Lin, I bought you breakfast. Why don't we go to the cafeteria together? Lin Xinla walked out of the dormitory building, still tying her hair while doing so, when she was called by a person. Subai changed his hairstyle. She almost didn't recognize him at first glance and was a little surprised inside. Looking at the lunchbox in his hand, she frowned. Did you get this especially for me? She asked a little suspiciously. The implication is that you're sure it wasn't bought for Xia Yancher. But she didn't ask for it? Don't worry. I've already delivered Xia Yancher's share. This is specially for you. Where could Subai not see what was going on in that little brain of hers? Buying breakfast for 2 girls at the same time. You're not just a hooligan. You're a scumbag. Speaking here, she gave Subai another sly look. Yesterday, he lied to me and said that brother Daniel was a cattle breeder, when he was clearly an internet tycoon. It was on the hot seat last night. Hearing the first sentence, Subai was still a little nervous in his heart. Thought his big black cow's secret was exposed. Heard the latter sentence, the whole person directly speechless live. Although she said that on her lips, Lin Xinla still took the lunchbox in his hand. Then without looking back, he walked toward the cafeteria. Detected the host spending $4.180 for the dog-licking object. Rewarded $41.800. $400,000 in hand. Subai laughed and hurriedly chased after Lin Xinla's back. What a cash cow. If I wasn't worried about being kicked out of school as a pervert. Subai definitely wanted to give a hard kiss on the little cheeks of the big schoolgirl Lin. The scene also drew the attention of many students. Isn't that the big licking dog Subai? You couldn't lick senior schoolgirl Xia, so now you've come to lick senior schoolgirl Lin? Damn it! What's up with those two looking a little sweet at first glance? On the other hand, Xia Yancher put on light makeup and walked out of the house, when she saw a breakfast box at the door, and Li Ziming was waiting for himself not far away. Brother Ziming, did you buy this breakfast? She opened her mouth to ask. No, this is that ex-boyfriend of yours. Before Li Ziming could finish his words, he saw Xia Yancher throw her breakfast into the trash can. Seeing this scene, Li Ziming only laughed. Don't worry brother Ziming, I no longer have any relationship with that poor seer at all. Xia Yancher hurriedly explained. Well, I know it, you only love me, right? Xia Yancher nodded her head obediently and even walked up and kissed him on the lips. Like a tame kitten, the two of them cuddled for a while sitting in the car. Brother Ziming, I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's go find a place to eat together. How about going to Jingchunlu? Xia Yancher had long wanted to eat breakfast at Jingchunlu, and she knew that Li Ziming had the financial strength to do so. He himself said that he often ate at Jingchunlu and knew the owners there very well. Sure Ori, not today. My dad's company has a meeting at 7. Li Ziming was visibly dumbfounded for a moment, then filled with apologies. What if I'm late? It's a critical time for my dad to test me. I must not make such a mistake. A flash of disappointment flashed through Xia Yancher's eyes, but she didn't half blame him. Okay then, you drop me off at school and I'll just eat in the cafeteria by myself. Not long after, the BMW pulled up in front of the school. It drew a lot of attention. Xia Yancher's vanity was greatly satisfied as she noticed these gazes. At this moment, he only felt that Li Ziming was too much stronger than that poor seer Subai. Saying goodbye to Li Ziming, she lifted her steps toward the school cafeteria. Her footsteps light all the way. However, this good mood didn't last long. When she walked into the cafeteria, she caught a glimpse of the girl who was a little too beautiful for her own good. Next to her sits a big handsome guy. Aha! Why does this look familiar? Su White? The moment this thought flashed through Xia Yancher's mind, her eyes widened. This big handsome guy can't be Subai. No, he is Subai. But why? Why has Subai changed so much overnight? Wearing designer clothes. Changed to a sunny and confident short hair. This is simply more like a rich kid than Lee Zimming. Not true. Fake. It's all fake. He came to bring me my food in the morning. And now he's dressed up and eating with a beautiful woman. To get my attention. He's still the same poor Silky. That lowly lickspittle. Yes, it must be. But when she saw the breakfast the two were eating, she was completely frozen. 8 seafood congee? Specialty beef pancake? Crystal shrimp and crab meat dumpling? The table was scattered with a dozen or so breakfast items, the shape of which was incredibly exquisite and the aroma was incredibly tantalizing. Most importantly, she had seen all these breakfasts on the internet. Those were all the signature specialties of Jing Chanlu's breakfast. Xia Yanshi could no longer control her emotions and took big steps towards him. Subai, you've had enough. Are you still a man? Xia Yanshi yelled. You're really giving it up for a play on? You're willing to buy such an expensive breakfast at Jing Chanlu? Why didn't I see you buying it for me when I wanted it in the past? Don't you think you're being childish when you irritate me with such despicable tactics? Xia Yan yelled for this yell and spit sprayed Subai's face. Subai reached out and wiped it off, looking at her with a look of idiocy. Honestly, I really wanted to rush up and slap her twice, but in the end, I forced myself to hold back. It's your own little cash cow. No need to mess with money. Xia Yanshi, I'll say it again. I'm not acting, believe it or not. Now that I'm rich, I'll eat whatever I like, with whomever I like. It's none of your business. Many people on the scene were watching and were surprised to see Subai's tough attitude. A change of hair and a change of clothes is like a whole new person. Xia Yanshi was furious, and for a while she was so disliked that she couldn't speak. And didn't I prepare it for you too? The exact same breakfast. It cost a little over $3,000. You're not going to throw it away, are you? When these words came out, Xia Yanshi's entire body froze. The box of breakfast that was thrown away by himself was actually the breakfast of Jing Chanlu? Feelings of heartache and regret arose from the bottom of his heart. Not for Subai. It's for the $3,000 for breakfast. Subai is clearly asking for himself. It's all his fault. Subai gave her one last deep look and tugged at his clothes. Look at me. I change my hair. I wear designer labels. And if I go rent a limo, get some webcams and send them to your friends. Do you look like a rich kid? Xia Yanshi's heart sank. But on the surface she still forced herself to be calm. I don't need you to mind my business. After saying that, she didn't eat her breakfast and walked out of the cafeteria with big strides, only leaving Subai with a haughty back. Chapter 11 Classmate. Are you in the wrong classroom? Xia Yanshi left. Subai sat back in his seat like nothing. However, he saw that the opposite side of the table, big schoolgirl Lin, had put down her chopsticks and was staring at herself without blinking. What are you looking at me like that for? It couldn't be a crush on me, could it? He asked as if nothing had happened, while grabbing a beef sashimi bun and stuffing it into his mouth. Eat with your mouth full. How did you manage to get such thick skin? Lin Xinla gave him a breathless blank look, and her gaze fell back on these breakfast items. All of these? You went to Jingchun House to buy them? It cost over $3,000? She asked in a somewhat complicated tone. Subai looked at her and nodded. These would have been the facts. Nothing to hide. Subai, I'll tell you once more. I won't fall in love before the end of the college entrance exams. If you still have that kind of mind, I advise you to give it up before it's too late. Lin Xinla said fiercely, grabbing another xiaolong bao and stuffing it into her mouth. I know you don't want a relationship, but that doesn't stop me from chasing you. Worthy of being a veteran of love affairs in his previous life, he doesn't even bring a blush to his face when he talks about love to a girl. On the contrary, it was Lin Xinla, whose ears were a little hot by his teasing, but she still forced herself to calm down and said, if you think you can spend money to get after me, you're overthinking it. I'm not afraid to tell you that my family is very, very rich, and no amount you spend can match my monthly allowance. Lin Xinla said with a face full of arrogance, and also of raising her small fists. That is, she was telling your big pervert, don't think ill of yourself. Subai looked at her and only felt that this niece was just too cute. Dare I ask how many small goals you have for your monthly allowance? It's okay, I'm happy to spend money for you. Anyway, even if I can't catch you, once the college entrance exam results come out, you still have to be my girlfriend. You rascal. Lin Xinla felt that she couldn't stay here any longer, and with a red face she cursed and was about to leave, not forgetting to take a cage of soup dumplings on the way out. Subai smiled cheaply. He was liking this ninny more and more now. At this moment, in the classroom of the senior class, 9, TSK, have you all heard? Subai broke up with the Xia University schoolgirl he's been licking for over a year. In the past 2 days, he even had dinner with our class big schoolgirl Lin, *** worthy of Danielle bro. Two schoolgirls seamlessly. Why did I hear that it was Subai who started the whole thing and abandoned Xia Yanshi for Lin Zinara? I also heard that he was the one who slagged Xia Yanshi and had her aborted? Good lord, is it that powerful? Pass it on. Subai started a mess, slagged off Xia Yanshi, and made Lin Xinla give him an abortion. 2 feet in 2 boats now. Lin Xinla who just walked into the classroom? There was one thing to say. Lin Xinla was indeed recognized as the best-looking girl in the class, and it was no exaggeration to say that, compared to many female celebrities, are not bad at all. Even if she's beautiful, she's still so low-key. The key is that the academic performance is still so good. Every time there are top 3 in the grade, countless boys regarded her as a goddess, and even felt inferior at one time because of her high spirits and excellence, not daring to speak to her. The girls in her class were jealous of her, too. They thought she was too good for her. This led to the girls not speaking to her either. Jealousy makes a man look bad. Being alone all year round made Lin Xin more and more high-strung and lonely again. In fact, the schoolgirl is not so difficult to chase, but rather very good to approach. This is something that someone named Sue can relate to. Just as the class was talking, a teenager suddenly walked into the classroom. A head of dark, thick, crushed hair, fair, smooth skin, delicate, 3-dimensional features, 6'5", well-built and muscular, all dressed in designer clothes. Even without dressing up, he gave off a feeling of grandiosity and temperament. He strides in and takes a seat. The noisy classroom quieted down instantly. ***, where is this big handsome guy from? Why is he sitting on Subai's seat? It couldn't be that Subai was expelled for having too much of a private life, could it? This is the new interloper? But what's with this interloper looking a little familiar? So it was that a few of the boys walked over to Subai's side. This student, you are in the wrong class, right? Subai looked at the reaction of the two people and couldn't help but feel amused, and was just about to open his mouth to speak. A black silhouette rushed in and sat on his butt next to Subai. I only saw Bai Yuntao fumblingly digging out a crumpled newspaper from his school bag. Quickly, lend me the English newspaper to copy. It's too late. Subai, you changed your hairstyle? I almost didn't recognize it. Saying that, he drew over the English newspaper on Subai's desk and began to write furiously. The class was dead silent at the moment. This big handsome guy is Subai. How is that possible? In his impression, Subai was indeed a little bit handsome, but it was far too different from the man in front of him. The difference is more in temperament than in face value. The former Subai was Xia Yanshi's #1 big licking dog with an introverted personality, always permeated with a sense of inferiority. But this teenager in front of me, handsome, confident, sparkling, where's the shadow of the old Subai? But as the teenager's face gradually overlapped with the remembered Subai, everyone's mouths were wide open, and there was no lack of surprise in their eyes. Who is this guy if not Subai? How did he manage to become a different person in one night? The other person who had the same question was Lin Xinla. She didn't recognize Subai this morning, either. Does it mean it's because of a breakup? Do breakups really improve guys? Facing the curious gazes of his classmates, Subai completely ignored them. What intrigued him more now was something else. Set, what's gotten into you today? Actually started your homework? Subai came over to Hua Yuntao's side and said. Then he saw the fat man turn his head in a mysterious and dirty manner and, in a small voice and in a serious manner, he said, "Hush, tipster, I'm only telling you this to one person." This had aroused Subai's curiosity, and he signaled the other party to continue. Our English teacher is sick. The school has arranged a new teacher for us. Her name is Liang Yu, a freshly graduated college student, the kind with great abilities. Most importantly, this Ms. Liang is a super beautiful woman. It's totally not inferior to your Linda schoolgirl. I'm going to make sure I do well in front of her this time, so she'll be impressed with me, Bai Yuntao said with a face full of an S. After he reminded him of this, Subai also remembered. In his previous life, he had a mental breakdown after being dumped by Xia Yanshi, and didn't go to school until the college entrance exams, as if he had heard that a beautiful teacher had come to his class. However, without waiting for Subai to speak, a cold voice appeared behind the two of them. Congratulations, you've managed to get my attention. The two men jerked their heads around to see a stunningly beautiful young woman standing behind them. The class was also instantly quiet. The woman in front of her was wearing a loose white shirt and slim jeans underneath, outlined the tantalizing curve of the buttocks. The eyes were clear and cold, not angry and dangerous. Bai Yuntao was immediately scared and pale. The system's voice sounded in Subai's head. Name, Liang Yu. Age, 24. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 59 kg. The current rating is 95. Please ask if you want to bind the dog-licking object. Chapter 12 The Blushing MS. Liang. Ding. Binding successful. Liang Yu has now become the object of dog licking number 4. Hosts can get 100x cashback for spending for her. Liang Yu took away the 2 English newspapers in Hua Yuntao's hand with one hand. One grabbed him by the collar and picked him up. Bai Yuntao, who weighed more than 200 pounds, didn't have the power to fight back in the hands of the beautiful teacher. Pitiful as a child. You're going to stand in the back for this class, and if you dare to copy your homework next time, you just stand outside the classroom. Mr. Liang's voice wasn't very loud. However, it made every student in the classroom's heart shake dramatically. This beautiful teacher's aura was just too strong. Bai Yuntao slipped away in a sorry state, and Mr. Liang's gaze fell on Su Bai. There was something peculiar about the older boy that struck her as seeming to grow on her aesthetics. If she had to rate it, it would be 3 parts handsome, 3 parts sunny, 4 points of confidence, and 90 points of dishonesty. Mr. Su Bai, have you seen enough? Hearing Mr. Liang's cold and icy tone, only then did Su Bai reluctantly move his gaze away from her chest. Liang Yu naturally didn't recognize Su Bai. She only saw his name written in the newspaper. I'll let you off the hook for today, but if you ever lend your homework to a classmate again, you get in the back too. Su Bai wanted to say that she still copied Lin Xinla's homework, but fearing that this beautiful teacher would get mad on the spot, he still swallowed his words back and only nodded his head obediently. But inexplicably, Liang Yu felt that this boy was quite dangerous. Returning the newspaper to Su Bai, Liang Yu raised her steps and walked up to the podium. After a brief introduction of herself, and some words of cheer, just start lecturing. With the entrance exams coming up in 10 days or so, there was no time to waste. What I have to admit is that Liang Yu's teaching ability is indeed very good. It stands to reason that she's only just graduated, and it's also her first time in this unfamiliar class. But it's a matter of getting into the swing of things, being efficient, getting to the point, and all that complicated grammar sounded as simple as putting together blocks in her mouth. At the same time, she would carefully try to memorize the names of some of her classmates. This made the students much less nervous and stressed, and they listened with extra dedication. Except for one. When Su Bai started his business in his previous life, he studied in Europe and the United States for more than 3 years. His command of the English language is already comparable to that of Europeans and Americans, and he is even a little more sensitive to words. The knowledge of English in high school as well as college was no difficulty for him. So it was that, listening to Ms. Liang's cool yet pleasant lecturing voice, Su Bai felt sleepy like a tidal wave in no time and fell into a deep sleep without noticing. In a daze, he had a dream. In the dream, there was Lin Xinla, and Mr. Liang, and himself turned into a big black cow, with 2 big beautiful women a piece of joyful plowing. The 2 women were having a great time. With the sound of laughter and the panting of the big black bull, Lin Xinla rode on the big black bull, and when she got tired of riding, she let Mr. Liang ride next, and later on, the 2 women directly rode on the bull's back together. This field was plowed for more than an hour, and the big black cow was so tired that she foamed at the mouth. The bull's eyes opened and he saw Mr. Liang sticking up. Su Bai, Su Bai, Su Bai. In his sleep, Su Bai only felt a fragrant breeze drilling into his nostrils. A white, soft, delicate hand rested on his shoulder and wiggled. Su Bai opened his eyes in a daze and saw Mr. Liang standing next to his seat, looking down at him. Mr. Liang, you're so soft. Su Bai slurred his words, and in the next moment, an iron claw directly clasped Destiny's throat. Su Bai's 2 eyes glazed over, instantly sobering up and getting up from his seat, only to see that Mr. Liang was looking at him angrily in shame. Liang Yu at this time in the heart is also quite some speechless. Sleeping in class she has seen. She'd seen sleeping and dreaming and talking in her sleep, but to have shy dreams like this, where the object of the dream was her, the ones that still have the audacity to open their mouths are outrageous. Su Bai, I just entered your class. I don't know how your grades are, but no matter what your grades are, what time is it now? The college entrance exam is right around the corner. I really can't figure out how you sleep at a time like this. I don't care if I sleep. I can't believe you're still talking nonsense. I'm really convinced of you. You. Liang Yu's voice suddenly came to a screeching halt as she spoke, only because her eyesight saw somewhere in Su Bai. Su Bai also realized that something was wrong, and looked down. What's wrong with this big black cow? This shock doesn't matter. The big black bull instead became more spirited. The bull's head was violently raised. The momentum of the mighty and shocking in all directions. Liang Yu exclaimed in shock and took a step backward. The eyes of all the people in the class at the moment happened to be focused on Su Bai, and all the ones that should be looked at have also been seen. The boys exclaimed in awe at the mouthful of nationalism, and the girls inclined their heads in shame. Lin Xinla's 2 small hands were currently covering her small face, but she was still red and hot. and her earlobes seemed to be dripping blood. This stinking hooligan, dead pervert, how can he? Finished, completely forgettable. Subai smiled awkwardly and looked at Mr. Liang with a face full of apologies. Mr. Liang, I'm sorry I didn't mean it. Really, stop. You stop it now. Where did Liang Yu hear such words? She quickly called him off. The situation at hand. Definitely a teaching accident. There's nothing in the teacher's manual about what to do in this situation. You sit down. Liang Yu was incoherent at the moment and her ears were red. No more sleeping, do you hear me? Originally, she was going to say that she'd ask Subai to find herself in the office after class, but for some reason, the words were swallowed. Subai just nodded his head obediently with a harmless look. At that exact moment, the bell rang. Liang Yu hugged her own books and walked out of the classroom with big strides, shouting the end of class on her way out. In an instant, the 4 seats clamored. Bai Yuntao made a sprint to Subai's side and reached out to hug his neck. ***. Subai, you're so good at this. Mr. Liang won't be able to forget you now. I can only describe this wave of operation as hanging. A large number of boys' gazes fell on Subai, treating him like a god, and not the least bit stingy with the compliments. What with the slurs, the girls in the class all fled the scene. Only Lin Xinla remained cowering in her seat, red-faced and pretending to be reading a book. The scene just now had struck her tender little heart with a strong shock of, it hasn't slowed down until now. The morning session proceeds as normal. Subai was also still sleeping on his back. This time, for whatever reason, when Subai slept in class again there was no teacher to wake him up, and he slept extraordinarily well. Soon it was time to eat. The class bell rang, and Subai walked over to Lin Xinlan at the first opportunity, seeing that she was still there reading a book in a serious manner, pretending not to see herself. Hey, Kara, why don't we go to lunch together? No, I kind of need to go to the bathroom, so I won't go to the cafeteria for now. You're on your own. Lin Xinla hastily refused, and then without waiting for Subai to reply, then he fled the classroom like a frightened white rabbit. Chapter 13. I'm happy with this big G. The swing day did go by fast. Except for gym class. Subai spent the rest of the time lying on the table. His classmates were working their asses off to learn, and he was working his ass off to sleep. And I have to say, this depravity. It's so exciting. School's out. As a born-again and owner of more than $20 million in assets, Subai, naturally, I will not go home. The behavior of spending time is indeed depraved, but cannot resist is really cool. The matter that he had so much money Subai did not intend to tell mom and dad for the time being, mainly because I was afraid of scaring them. So first transferred 200,000 over, and after that made a phone call to Lao Su. It rang for a few seconds and was answered. Dad, are you off work yet? Off work, just got home. You'll have to wait if you need anything. I don't know which size is cute just now. Transferred the wrong money. Transferred 200,000 to my account. Your mom and I are discussing how to give it back to someone. Hearing Su Daqiang's words, the corners of Subai's mouth twitched. Dad, is there a possibility that that size cutie is me? Upon hearing this, the opposite party visibly froze. What did you just say, brat? Let's see. Crouching drop, good boy. It's really you, Dad. I've noticed that you're losing your mind lately. Bull ********. Your father is the one with a bad brain. Tell me the truth. Where did you get so much money? You kid wouldn't have robbed a bank, would you? The more Su Daqiang's words were heard, the more speechless Subai became. Don't worry about it. All this money is from that game company of mine. There's more than $300,000. You guys can keep that $200,000 for me for now. Also, happy with the money. I won't go home for dinner today. What? That brat said he's not coming back for the night? He's going to fool around somewhere. The voice of Chu Chuanmei's violent anger came from the other side of the phone, but fortunately Subai was quick and hung up in time. A few minutes later, the WeChat interface dad sent a message. I'll take care of your mom's side. Don't worry about playing outside. Be sure to stay safe, old Su said in a double entendre. On this side, Chu Chunmei and Su Daxian looked at each other, both seeing a touch of joy in each other's eyes. They didn't doubt what their son said. After all, Subai had never been able to lie since he was a child, and their family is well off. Both husband and wife are senior workers, with a combined salary of $300,000 a year, not to the point of using illegal means to get money. Gee, I made $30,000 yesterday, and $300,000 today. Is that going to make $3 million tomorrow? This kid is too scary even after he gets the hang of it. Old Su, why don't we take some time to go back to our hometown and take a look? To see what? Let's see if there's smoke coming out of your family's ancestral grave. Subai's side had just put down his cell phone when a roar came from behind him. Just see a red Farah and speeding away. Blinking his eyes, Subai was puzzled. A boy is a boy until he dies. And what boy wouldn't love a car? So, Subai directly turned the car around and drove towards the nearest Mercedes-Benz specialty store. Subai turned 18 years old back in October last year, and during his winter vacation in order to serve as a driver for Xia Yanshi, also went to learn to drive specifically for my license, which just saves me time now. He didn't really like those low-slung sports cars. He was a bit tall. After all, driving that thing is too stifling. On the contrary, Subai was enamored with the Mercedes-Benz Big G, the wide space that, the surging pushback is what he likes. Entering the front door, a glance down the hall reveals a car, of every style, at every price point. Naturally, there is no shortage of high-end and atmospheric models. The attendant who showed him around was a young lady in her 70s. Or maybe it's because he's more handsome, even knowing full well that the odds are that a young guy of that age is just here to see. She also remains serious and enthusiastic about introducing him. This is this year's newest model, currently on the market for $2.68 million. Definitely one of the brightest within all the Mercedes ranges in the last 3 years. This one was one of the most popular models last year. Perfect for a tall guy like you to drive. Want to get in and experience it? I have to say, this young lady's service attitude far exceeded Subai's expectations. He was ready to be snubbed and then buy a luxury car to punch him in the face, but he didn't think it would go so well. It seems that some people really are rewarded by God. I'm happy with this big Mercedes G. Is there a red one? I want to buy one. Subai pointed to the big G at the side that was taller than others and said. The young lady heard his words and the whole thing froze outright. First, Mr. Did I hear you right? This big G is priced at a whopping $600. I wasn't mistaken about wanting this. I'll buy it on the spot for full price. Please do the paperwork for me. I'd like to be able to drive away straight away. Subai's tone was quite serious and did not seem to be joking. Confirming this, the sales lady took a deep breath and calmed her inner excitement. Okay, no problem. Please wait over here for a moment and I'll get you checked in right away. With that, she scurried away, clutching her folder. Subai sat on the sofa with his coffee in his hand, and at the same time noticed many gazes cast around him, staring straight at him. Subai could actually feel that when he first came in. There were many sales that cast disdainful glances, and even, when the young lady had just received herself, there were quite a few people whose gazes took on mockery, and that's exactly why he was so loud when he just said he'd buy it at full price. Once a person has money, no matter how bad you look, people will look up to you. There will be many people around you. On the contrary, once you run out of money, no matter how polished you are, it will only be a poor hanger-on in the eyes of others. Subai knew this deep down, but it didn't stop him from enjoying the feeling of being licked. After all, only reality is real. He was going to wait quietly, yet just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. Brother Zimming, I like this car so much, why don't we choose this one? Xia Yanshi said with a face full of good manners. This morning in the cafeteria, some of Subai's words woke her up. As much as she hated to believe it, the fact was that, after knowing each other for so long, Li Zimming didn't spend more than $200 on her. It was she, on the contrary, who, in order to enrich her image and make a good impression on this rich kid, thousands of dollars have been spent on him. And as for whatever family or company behind Li Zimming, she had never seen it before. Once she suggested that she wanted to see it, Li Zimming would shrug it off with various excuses. At the thought that Li Zimming might be a fake rich kid, a complete fraud, and she was still foolish enough to give him her first time, Xia Yanshi's heart burst with a vicious chill. That's why she purposely dragged him to the largest Mercedes-Benz store in Jiangxing today, wanting to try the authenticity of this rich second generation. Just a quick glance and she saw a familiar figure. Subai, why are you here? Great, you actually followed me. Chapter 14 Fake Rich Second Generation Identity Exposed. Xia Yanshi collapses. Gee, what a pretty little girl. It's a shame she has a long mouth. I'm not stalking you, and I don't even have time to mess around with you here. I'm here to buy a car today. You guys should leave me alone if it's okay. Subai spread his two hands and told the truth. Hearing this, Xia Yanwei and Li Zimming both froze, and in the next second, deep contempt and disdain appeared on both of their faces in unison. Since the beginning, Xia Yanshi didn't believe that Subai would be a rich second generation. After all, after a year together, he was at best a boy from a good family, and had never refused to ask for money from his family. You have to work for yourself to buy her gifts. Compared to Subai being a rich second generation, it was more likely that Li Zimming was a fake rich second generation. But Xia Yanshi believed that most likely it was just her own imagination. How could Ziming's brother's identity be fake? he would immediately buy a luxury car at full price and ruthlessly hit Subai in the face. Subai, are you funny? Is it childish or not? In order to build up the persona of a rich second generation, you really think you're a rich kid? Oh, I'm so ashamed to know a poor hanger-on like you. Xia Yanshi was filled with disappointment and contempt. In her opinion, the way Subai was pretending to have money was really stupid. It's very pale. Buddy, it's not that I look down on you. People value self-knowledge and what they are capable of doing. Our sure can be with you for more than a year. Don't you know enough? Is it fun to be chasing after a deadbeat? Li Ziming said in a condescending tone as he glared at Subai with a face full of sarcasm. I can't figure out why there are always toads trying to eat swans. A toad should go to a female toad. Understand? Facing Li Ziming's naked contempt, Subai smiled instead of being angry. Fine, one mouthful of toad. I'd like to see how capable you are as a four-eyed field hen. Here, that Mercedes too. $68 million. I heard your family lives in an $80 million mansion. The red wine you drink is hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle. So you won't feel bad about this money, right? Subai pointed at the differently styled Mercedes-Benz Big G and said, without waiting for Li Ziming to reply. Xia Yanshi then posted up. Yeah, brother Ziming, buy that car and hit this poor silk hard in the face. Xia Yanshi pouted. The corner of Li Ziming's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Sure Ori, of course you can buy it. That amount of money is nothing to me at all. But, when she heard the word but, Xia Yanshi's face became a bit ugly. But you don't want to be just a woman who gets bagged by a rich kid, do you? I do want to be with you for a long time. So as our first car, shouldn't it make more sense for us to buy it together? What do you say? Li Ziming naturally couldn't shell out that much money, and even if he did, and he definitely wouldn't spend it. After all, it was just for fun with this silly woman in front of him. No, I'd be willing to be adopted by a rich kid, and I'm okay with you having another woman on the side. All you have to do is buy this car for me, and I'm yours as a person. Xia Yanshi was obviously flustered at the moment, as Li Ziming once again refused to pay the bill, finding reasons to dong it. She didn't want to believe it, but the truth was right in front of her. At the moment, a number of people around her looked over and there was a lot of talk in all directions. Li Ziming's face was very unpleasant at the moment. He was thinking of how to find an excuse to muddle through, when just then a shrill voice rushed into his head. Li Ziming, you scumbag, what the are you doing? The eyes of the crowd turned toward the source of the voice and, only to see a very obese and shrewish woman striding up, with a pair of eyes glaring at Li Ziming as if she wanted to eat him alive. Dong, little Fei? Why are you here? Li Ziming stammered. His face went a large portion white, and he hastily shook off Xia Yanshi at his side. What's going on here? I should be the one asking you that. Who's this next to you? Ha, and you're a shameless mistress. Have your hands grown? You come out to seduce men. Don't you know he has a girlfriend? At the end of her sentence, Dong Xiufei swung back and viciously slapped Xia Yanshi's face. Then he kicked Li Ziming angrily again. Li Ziming, you're really not a thing. Haven't I treated you well enough? I bought you a watch, buying you clothes, satisfying you in any position, even lending you my BMW to drive. And you actually went behind my back to find a mistress. Dong Xiufei roared, and Li Ziming shrank his head, trembling, not daring to say a word. Subai in the dark only quietly watched this powerful and good show and shook his head in wonder. He had to admire this Li Ziming. So fat actually can get down to it. And ing asking for poses. Vomit. Let's just say that the power of money is just too strong. At this moment, Xia Yanshi's entire body was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe the scene in front of her. But again, the fiery pain in her face told her it wasn't a dream. Equally difficult was Li Ziming, whose current expression was as ugly as if he had eaten. As good-looking as a schoolgirl is, she doesn't smell as good as a little rich girl. I should have known that I shouldn't have accompanied Xia Yanshi over today, killed by this woman. Thus, under the gaze of everyone's shocked eyes, Li Ziming knelt directly in front of Dong Xiufei, hugging her thighs like a dog. Little Fifi. I was wrong, little Fifi. It's all because of this. She seduced me. I agreed to her in a moment of lard. Actually, I don't like her at all. You're the only one in my heart. Fifi, you have to trust me. Li Ziming said in tears, his face full of remorse. Watching this scene, the surrounding onlookers of sales and guests shook their heads, and murmurs resounded in all directions. TSK, TSK, originally I thought he was a rich kid when I saw his manly appearance. I didn't realize it was a softie, and that girl isn't any good either. Thought she was an innocent schoolgirl. So it's a Thai fox who seduces men. This dude is really a tough guy. 2. A heavy tank of this tonnage? It seems like you need some strength to eat soft food. Listening to his defense, Dong Xiufei looked at Li Ziming on the ground and another look at Xia Yanshi who was standing there frozen. You say she seduced you? Well then, I'll give you a chance. Now go over there and slap her hard twice, then strip her naked and throw her outside. Hearing these words, Li Ziming's face was delighted and he immediately stood up and walked over to Xia Yanshi. The backhand was a slap in the face. Pow! Xia Yanshi covered her face and looked at him in disbelief. Li Ziming. You what you? Stinking. Junior. You did this to yourself. At the word, he slapped him hard again. Xia Yanshi stumbled and was directly jerked over onto the ground, feeling the gazes of the people around her, all treating her as a mistress, and the gentle and golden brother Ziming. I can't believe I gave her 2 big slaps in the face with my own hands. Since childhood, when had Xia Yanshi ever been subjected to this kind of aggravation? She couldn't hold back any longer and emotions broke down and he sat on the floor and cried out in pain. Li Ziming, you're an A****. Chapter 15. I'm sorry you're dirty. Right. I'm such an A*** that I can't believe I ghosted on your F***. If it wasn't for you, how could I have done something to wrong little Fifi? Ha? Why don't you go die? Li Ziming's face was hideous, a far cry from the gentle warm man he used to be. He said, reaching out to tug on Xia Yanshi's clothes. The scene stunned a crowd of eaters. A schoolgirl-level beauty was about to be stripped naked, so they took out their cell phones and started recording. Just then, however, a tall boy sitting on the couch with a clean-cut brow stood up. He drank the last sip of coffee from his cup, then picked up a thermos of water, unscrewed the lid and the pot was all piping hot. His eyes were cold as he walked forward in large strides, grabbing Li Ziming by the back of his collar. Li Ziming only felt a huge force, and then his whole body was ripped through, separated from Xia Yanshi. Before I could react to what was going on, the next second, whoa dash, hot coffee poured down over his head, and for a moment white steam. Li Ziming covered his face with both hands and let out a pig-killing scream. His body was convulsing uncontrollably. Su Bai, however, did not stop the action in his hand, and the stainless steel thermos was smashed hard toward the back of his head. A strapping young man who's 185 and can pull 30 pull-ups in one breath. What a mighty blow at full strength. Only a crisp clang was heard from the metal impact, and the thermos was dented in a large piece of. As for Li Ziming, he directly collapsed on the ground, his mouth screaming abruptly and fainted. After doing this, Su Bai threw away the thermos and took out a napkin from his pocket to wipe his hands. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone looked at Su Bai with the eyes of a monster. This appearance of sunny and cheerful big boy, but in fact 3 seconds to put down a big man's ruthless. Xia Yanshi and Dong Xiaofei also looked at him with surprised faces. It was Dong Xiaofei who was the first to react. You, who are you? Do you know it's against the law to hit someone? Dong Xiaofei wanted to put in a hard word, but she couldn't get hard enough. Su Bai turned his head and looked at her with the gaze of an idiot. This man, who just slapped my girlfriend in public and attempted to assault her on the spot. In order to protect my girlfriend's personal safety, I launched a counterattack on the spot, striking until the other party was incapable of continuing the violence. Is there a problem with that, please? After saying that, Su Bai even took out his cell phone and waved it in front of Dong Xiaofei. The truth is, as he just said, that everyone in the room, including himself, the whole process of Li Ziming's beating and violating Xia Yanshi was recorded, and the store's cameras also captured it. It didn't help that the other party called the police. Dong Xiaofei's mouth moved, but he didn't utter a single word for half a day. Su Bai, thank you. I'm sorry I spoke to you like that before. Xia Yanwei also stood up at this time and came to Su Bai's side. Just now, Su Ri stepped forward. Especially the scene where a kettle smashes Li Ziming unconscious was awesome. Su Bai glanced at her and didn't say anything. He felt like a cheap bastard himself now. After Xia Yanshi had scolded him like that before, he himself is still dead set on calling her his girlfriend. Su Bai wanted to give himself 2 slaps. At this exact moment, the salesgirl who just came over with the paperwork in her hand, seeing the scene in the field, he was startled, but still walked over under Su Bai's eye gesture. First, Mr. You see, this is our contract, the relevant documents and notes. This Mercedes Big G is $5.88 million in total. You see, just swipe your card. Su Bai didn't even think about it and handed up a card, then raised his hand and pointed to the one on the side. Xia Yanshi had just taken a fancy to the Mercedes-Benz Big G. I'll buy this one too. I'll pay for it, and the purchaser will be counted as her. When these words came out, the sales lady froze, and Xia Yanshi also froze. Dong Xiaofei and the crowd of onlookers were dumbfounded, their mouths wide open in an O shape. A $2 million plus Big G that you don't even think about buying for a girl? Brother, do you still need a woman? I seem to think I can do it. It was the sales lady who was the first to react. Oh, yes sir. I'll get right on that for you. The bank card is swiped through the POS machine and a voice prompt for successful payment is issued. While the young sister breathed a sigh of relief, Xia Yinshi's eyes widened, her gaze filled with complexity. The way she looked at Subai was as if she was looking at a stranger. Detected the host spending $26,800 for the dog-licking object. Rewarded $26,800. In his brain, the system's voice rang out at the right time, and more than $20 million arrived instantly. Finished all the formalities, made an appointment with Xia Yinshi that a car to pick up some other day. Subai then drove Xia Yinshi away. For him, buying a car is now as easy as buying a toy. Paying for it, then take it away. If you can't take it away, then the money isn't there. Subai drove the car. Xia Yinshi sat quietly in the passenger side, and since the beginning of neither said a word. Not long after, coming near her house, Xia Yinshi suddenly turned her head and the eyes stared at Subai's side face without blinking. Subai, where did you get so much money? She finally managed to ask. Subai turned his head to look at her with a few playful smiles on his face. That's how rich I've always been. I was pretending to be poor and ugly before. It's so I can meet a girl who really gets me. Subai's tone was so relaxed that it was impossible to hear if he was serious or joking. But when she heard this, Xia Yinshi's heart felt as if it had been pricked by needles in a hard way. Subai, I'm sorry for you. Can we go back to the old days like that? Xia Yinshi softly said. For once, I'm sure I'll be a passable girlfriend. I'll make sure I don't lose you again. Will you give me another chance? Subai looked at her in this pathetic manner and only felt disgusted. When I didn't have any money, you called me a poor bastard. Now that I'm rich, just become a reformed good girl? If it wasn't for the fact that she still had a tenfold cashback, Subai would have kicked her down. But it's better to do the whole show. Whether or not you can go back in time depends on your sincerity. At least for now. I'm not happy with you. Okay, that's enough for today. So hurry up and go home. Subai's words fell, and Xia Yinshi still didn't move in place. She was still trying to understand the meaning of the phrase depending on your sincerity. Subai, you don't leave in such a hurry, okay? I don't have anyone at home. Want to go up and sit down? Going for a ride? Or go in and do it? Subai laughed coldly in his heart. He was not willing to kiss a mouth before. Now that I'm rich, you're so open-minded? Oh, I hope you don't misunderstand me. I mean back to the way things were before. It's just that, and I don't want to go any further than that. What? For? Why? Xia Yinshi froze. I know you're coming around now, but I'm sorry, you're dirty. You've already slept with Li Ziming, right? As soon as these words came out, Xia Yinshi stood still and her face instantly turned pale, because she knew in her heart that what Subai said was the truth. I don't like things used by other people. After saying that, Subai didn't wait for her to reply and left directly with a kick of the gas. Every word he said was like a needle in Xia Yinshi's heart, and without realizing it, tears fell. Xia Yinshi realized that this time, she seemed to have really messed up. Chapter 16 Drunken Teacher Liang. At this moment Xia Yinshi's position in Subai's heart was already clear. He only sees her as a tool person to make money and will not invest any feelings in her. She's just an arrogant, stupid woman. She ignores me when I'm nice to her. As a result, he met a fake rich second generation and handed over his precious first time. Especially when she turned her head and let Subai go up and sit down. That's disgusting. If it was just gold worship, Subai could still accept it. After all, the situation was special now. Even if the girl doesn't want his money, he'll still force it out. But if it's gold digging and brainless, then I'm sorry, there's no choice. Up front, that's why I'm giving you a chance. In the future, brother will be surrounded by more girls with higher scores than you. If you don't make changes, you'll end up with elimination. The time had come to 7 o'clock in the evening. Subai hadn't eaten dinner yet, and his belly was rumbling with hunger, so drove straight to a specialty restaurant near the school. Sitting down with nothing to do, he then opened his cell phone WeChat. It was not allowed in school as a matter of principle, and he was afraid of being taken away, so he didn't look at it all day. Dropped $2 million on the air yesterday. Now that Lemon's side had approved his friend request, a few messages were sent at 10 a.m. I'm sorry brother Big Bull. I just woke up and didn't see the message this morning. I'm really sorry about yesterday on the air, but I really can't take that kind of request and I don't want to meet fans offline. Other than that, I'll agree to anything else you ask. Seeing these messages, Subai nodded his head. Seriously, if the other party really agreed to her request easily, Subai would instead look down on her. After thinking about it, he typed a message back. Okay then, don't meet up. Forget it, I was just kidding about that. Really, my mom could beat me to death if I asked out a black silk beauty. Ding dong. Some room. Jiang Yuelui Lemon, who was sitting in front of the computer with a bowl of tomato and egg noodles to catch up on the drama. heard the beep from her cell phone and pulled it out to look at it. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight of brother Dinyo's message. Beaten to death by his mom? This tone is not like the kind of 40 or 50 years old greasy Uncle Ah, rather like a teenager in his late teens or early 20s. She was thinking about how to open her mouth to ask when she saw another message from the other side. Want to see a perverted big bull brother in black silk? Lemon's sister made up her own note. Then you'll be responsible for chatting with me when I need it from now on. It's almost senior year and I'm stressed out. Friends are preparing for exams too, and it's weirdly boring sometimes. If I can't find you directly, then online dating will work, right? We've talked a lot. We're familiar with each other. There will naturally be more opportunities to give her money yourself in the future. Anyway, that's what Subai thought. Only he didn't know that at the moment. Jiang Yuzu Ning on the other side of the screen stared in shock. Hi, high school? Doesn't that mean that this guy is only 18? I thought it was a perverted uncle, but I didn't realize it was a smelly brother. Calming down, she quickly returned the message. That's no problem, and let me know if there's a song you'd like to hear. I can record it for you. After all, it's the gold master who dropped $2 million, and all those money and color concerns aside, Jiang Yuzu Ning was still very grateful to this Dinyo brother in her heart. Now, Subai had become such an image in Lemon's sister's head. Gangly 18-year-olds from well-off families casually can take out a few $1 million to reward female hosts. And learning is not progressive. Almost high school, there are still so much time to play. Anyway, the initial feeling of nervousness and fear disappeared, and Jiang Yueli naturally thought that a brother 2 years younger than himself should be very nice to hold, completely forgetting that I was scared to tears on the air last night. After chatting with Sister Lemon, Subai opened the Lin Entertainment Little Landlord chat group. It looks like these tycoons are busy during the day. Not a single message. It's not active until the evening. Su White looked at the chat for a moment. It's a message from someone named an old fish. An old fish? Is there anyone in the group who is local to Sioux City? There's been a little problem with funds lately. There's a villa in Sioux City that I want to sell. I don't know which boss is interested. An old fish at all the members, but the clear replies below all said they were not from Sioux City. Subai saw this message but his eyes lit up, because he, as a reborn person but knew that when the Sioux City subway was completed 2 years later, the prices of almost all the houses went up a lot. There is no investment more stable than investing in real estate at this point in time. Full of hooligans, I have the biggest cow at an old fish. I'm from Sioux City, and I just happen to have plans to buy a house recently, so let's talk privately. After sending the message, Subai directly sent out a friend request. It didn't take long for the other party to pass, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Subai went straight to the point. Old fish, tell me briefly about your house. The message was sent and soon the other party sent a location. Subai opened to take a look. Actually is the waterfront garden villa area of the senior villa. The price of this place has almost doubled 2 years later, and it's so sought after that you can't even buy it with money. An old fish, this set was intended for my wife and I to use in our retirement. After we retired, I bought it just over a year ago and it hasn't been lived in yet. An old fish, the villa is 3-story, with 500 square meters on a single floor. There is a loft and a very large open terrace. The yard is over 3 acres with a private pool of. I was buying it for over $40 million. The other party has stated the price. The meaning is clear. The buyer already knew that he was in desperate need of money and would definitely press the price. So the final negotiated price was definitely not that much. After roughly estimating the price, Subai sent out another message. My budget is no more than $37 million. And if you're comfortable with that, we'll talk in depth. Honestly, I'm interested in your room. Generally speaking, very few people will state their offer before seeing the house. Either you have too much money to spend, or you're 100% sure you won't lose money by buying a house, like Subai. And according to his prediction, this price should be the lowest offer that the other party could accept. Brother Dinyo is really quick. This just happens to be the lowest trade price I can accept. I don't know if Mr. Nyo is free tomorrow night. Why don't you come and take a look at the house and we'll talk about it face to face. Seeing these two messages, the corner of Subai's mouth slowly curved up in an arc. Could be. I'll be there at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and I look forward to meeting Mr. C. After sending the message, Subai put down his cell phone. Seeing that the 2 dishes and 1 soup were served, he immediately ate them beautifully. Pick up a piece of flavorful eel meat and take a big bite, and with the rice, it's just too good to eat. Subai couldn't help but sigh once again. Young is good. Thinking back to himself in his previous life, after the success of the business has been 40 years old, fell sick, cannot eat or sleep well, bedtime skills also greatly regressed, surrender in less than 10 minutes and have a sore back for the rest of the day. Well, now that the body is so well capitalized, what should we play later? Well, let's go have a good game. Then find a place to get a shower and a massage all in one. After that, find a bar, find a random lucky lady, take her to an internet cafe and get a room. By the way, discuss the true meaning of life. Just as Subai was fantasizing beautifully, a familiar figure walking out of the bathroom caught his attention. White shirt and slim jeans. That outfit looked very familiar, wasn't it the class teacher? Mr. Leon? She was seen to be so drunk that she could barely walk. It was only then that Subai noticed a table behind him, with only 2 dishes ordered, but 5 or 6 empty bottles of wine were put there. Who would have thought that a decent young girl like Miss Liang would also get drunk alone? Seeing that Mr. Liang was going to be unsteady on the road, and was about to fall headfirst to the ground, Subai hurriedly put down his chopsticks and quickly stepped forward to support her. Mr. Leon, are you okay? Mr. Leon? Liang Yu opened her eyes. She was already so confused that she couldn't see who was in front of her. Only the next second. She spoke in a surprisingly pouty tone. Hubby, I love you so much. You must stay with me. Oh. Chapter 17. Mr. Liang, don't you look at me like that. Crap, you're testing the cadres with this? Who can stand up to this? Subai took a deep breath and did his best to suppress the restless flame in his heart. Ms. Liang, you're drunk. Let me send you home. Where is your home? When Liang Yu heard Subai's voice, she frowned lightly and pouted. Stinky brother. Burp, what are you doing prying into where your sister's house is? Ms. Liang, don't misunderstand. You're drunk. I just want to send you home. Subai hurriedly explained. Liang Yu looked at him with a suspicious gaze in her daze, while still dropping her defenses. My home is in Linxing Bay neighborhood, building 4, 304. You cannot fool around. Come, to vomit. Before the words were finished, Liang Yu's stomach suddenly churned and she sat down on the ground. Picking up a trash can and wailing and puking drew a lot of attention. After vomiting, perhaps because her mind was not clear, Liang Yu directly leaned headfirst on his chest and passed out. Lam Hing 1 subdivision, block 4, 304. Subai immediately called the waiter to settle the bill for both tables, and then intercepted Mr. Liang and picked him up. Sends his big Mercedes G. Linxing 1 neighborhood. Subai naturally no. Is not far. Sit on the Mercedes-Benz Big G. It's only a 5-minute drive. 1 foot on the gas and you're there. Subai found the 4th building, carried Liang Yu up, and fished out the key from her bag. Successfully opened the door. The room was dimly lit and unoccupied, so it was assumed that she should be the only one living there. Odds are it's a rental. Subai carried Liang Yu to the bedroom, took off her shoes and placed them on the bed. At the moment, she was in a half-asleep state. As long as Subai wants to, he can totally take this opportunity to do something bad. Gee, Mr. Liang is so careless. He actually got himself drunk out there all alone. It's a good thing I met a decent guy like me, or else I would have been eaten without any crumbs left. Subai took the opportunity to pull out his cell phone and took a few ugly pictures of the drunken teacher Liang. I'll threaten her with this if she tries to give me a hard time in class later. Yeah. With this in mind, Subai came to his desk and drew out a piece of paper on which he left a message. The intention was to make things clear to her about today so that there would be no misunderstanding. Dear Liang. Well no, the Honorable Mr. Liang. Subai was concentrating on writing, when suddenly, a white hand reached out from behind and it was Liang Yu who got off the bed again, both hands propped up on Subai's back, staggering unsteadily. I can't find my pants. Can you look for them? Hearing Liang Yu's words, Subai subconsciously looked down into the eyes of a large area of snow white. The afterglow also caught a glimpse of jeans on the ground not far away. Hiss! Subai was shocked. The genius did not expect the drunken Liang Yu to be so scary. However, in the next second, Liang Yu seemed to have lost her center of gravity again. Staggering eyes are about to fall to the ground. Subai's quick eyes and hands hurriedly held her up. Looking at him like this, Subai became more and more curious in his heart. He wanted to know why Ms. Liang came out alone to get drunk, and what kind of difficult situation had she encountered. Can you take me away? I don't want to marry that asshole. Liang Yu's voice sounded again, and then her hands and feet began to be unruly again. Subai couldn't stand it anymore. He was a bloodthirsty young man anyhow. How can he be rational when the other guy has turned him on like this? With a clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, Subai still forced himself to hold back the flames in his heart and intercepted Liang Yu and picked her up. Stride toward the bathroom. There is something strange about Mr. Liang's current situation. It is possible that he has just been moved in the restaurant. After all, it was a good-looking young woman, alone, getting drunk, and it wasn't at all surprising that someone was staring. Turning on the shower and letting the cold water wash over Liang Yu, she calmed down significantly and the consciousness has also cleared up a bit, and his mouth is no longer speaking nonsense. It was just the dampened shirt, plastered to the body, with the delicate silhouette of the inside hidden. Subai sucked in a mouthful of cold air while telling himself in his heart that he must not be a jerk at a time like this. Simply turned his head and stopped looking at her. Seeing that it was about time, Su White turned off the shower and found a towel to dry her off, then changed her into the loose clothes she wore to bed and carried her out. Liang Yu was hanging between Subai's arms at this time, and at some point she had fallen into a deep sleep. Came the sound of soft and regular breathing. Carefully placing her on the bed and covering her up, Subai breathed a long sigh of relief and, sitting on his butt on the bunk, he finally calmed down. That was close. Almost turned into a punchmaster rebel. Thinking back to the ridiculous things that had just happened, he remembered the words Liang Yu had said, "Don't want to marry that asshole?" Subai wasn't sure of the inner workings, but he guessed that that would be why Mr. Liang is getting drunk alone. Who is that asshole she's talking about? Driven by curiosity, he used Liang Yu's fingerprint to unlock the phone and opened WeChat. Starting to rummage around, it didn't take long for Subai to find the answer he was looking for in Liang Yu's chat with her father Liang Feng. Liang Feng is a gambler and has lost over $700,000 outside. Liang's mother divorced him a long time ago. Now there is only one daughter around, Liang Yu, who has just started working and can't get so much money. Now there's nothing left in the house. And the other guy threatened to chop off his hand if he didn't pay it off in a month. Liang Feng had to beg his daughter to marry the debtor's son. It was an uneducated stream, proper social youth. Gee, what a great dad, even selling his daughter. Subai backhandedly added Liang Yu's WeChat and transferred $1 million to Liang Feng through Liang Yu. Then another photo of Liang Yu lying on the bed asleep was taken over. After thinking about it, he sent 3 more thumbs up. How can you kill a man without executing his heart? Pops like that deserve to be taught a lesson. After a few seconds of silence, the opposite side collected the money and the system voice sounded. Detected the host spending $100 for the dog-licking object. Rewarded with $100. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 100 million mini goal. Reward of physical quality greatly enhanced. Small goal reached. It comes with a little surprise. In the next moment, Subai only felt a rolling heat inside his body and there seemed to be a flame burning in the small of his back. An hour later, Subai walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe in a refreshed manner. Looked at the time as not early, perhaps just within the reason. Subai inexplicably feel a little tired. Cannot move step. Liang Yu lived alone, and there were no beds in any of the other rooms. As for the sofa, it was narrow and hard. Subai does not want to suffer this crime. So, simply lie down next to Liang Yu, pulling some quilt to cover the sweet sleepover. It wasn't until 10 a.m. the next morning that he was awakened by his cell phone. Hey, Mom. No, I'm at Bai Yintao's house. Don't worry, I won't let you become a grandmother so early. Well, okay, I'll hang up then. Putting down his cell phone, Subai let out a long sigh of relief. Once he lowered his head again, he met a pair of large eyes. Liang Yu in her own arms had also woken up and, at the moment, he was staring at him without blinking, his eyes full of complexity. Mr. Liang, don't look at me like that. Chapter 18 Subai, where did you get so much money? At this moment, Liang Yu's drunkenness from last night had completely woken up. All she felt now was endless shock and confusion and shame. Liang Yu, look at what you've done. I can't believe I got drunk in front of my own students, lost my temper like that, and somehow slept through the night. Mr. Liang, you don't look at me like that. Ahem. Greeting Liang Yu's incomparably complicated gaze, Subai was made a little weak by the look. He wasn't worried about Liang Yu calling the police to send him in or anything. After all, he didn't do anything last night. And as a teacher, once word gets out about something like this, it will certainly not reflect well on her either. And it is highly likely that she will lose her job as a result. You were the one who drove me home yesterday? Liang Yu forced down the raging emotions in her heart and asked in a calm tone. In fact, her brain still vaguely remembers yesterday's events. Only for the sake of face, she still has to pretend that she doesn't remember. Aha! Subai nodded his head in a hurry. Liang Yu looked at the nightgown she was wearing again. Did you change my clothes? For me too? You helped me shower? Upon hearing this series of questioning, the corners of Subai's mouth twitched. If you don't admit it, he's done it, but if you do, it's misleading. Any explanation pales in comparison. In all honesty, he really didn't look at it much yesterday. With a crossed heart, Subai opened his mouth with a serious expression. Don't worry, Ms. Liang, I will definitely be responsible for you to the end. Liang Yu? Subai, please forget what you just said and what happened last night. And, You're supposed to be 18 years old? What she's worried about at the moment is whether or not this kid Subai has reached adulthood. Don't send her in for molesting a minor or something when the time comes. Looking at her like this, Subai was a little heartbroken. A girl living alone, paying off such a huge loan for her father. You have to worry about molesting an underage person when you accidentally get drunk and sleep. Mr. Liang, don't worry about it. I turned 18 in October last year, and surely no third person will know about this, Subai assured. After hearing his words, Liang Yu looked at Subai with more complicated eyes. This boy was so much more mature than he thought he was, obviously 5 years younger than her, going through something like this yet not looking flustered, instead comforting her from the moment she woke up until now. But she's so messed up right now, she doesn't know how to deal with Subai and her relationship, not to mention that she didn't know how to deal with the big hole on her father's side of the family, and she suddenly felt like a failure at living. Subai, I want to be alone now, Liang Yu spoke in a faint voice. Subai nodded and got off the bed, grabbing the clothes on the rack next to him and dressing up. I'll go get your breakfast ready, he said as he headed for the door. Liang Yu's eyes followed Subai to the door, and when he gently closed the door to the room, the eyes went back to the window and began to grow hollow. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she'd been cared for and looked after. For over 10 years. Still the first time someone has offered to help her make breakfast, and this person is still her student. Sighing softly, she reached for her bedside cell phone. A quick glance at the time shows that it's after 9 a.m. Luckily it's the weekend and I don't have to work. Just then, a message on her cell phone's WeChat caught her attention and Liang Yu frowned slightly, then opened it to check. However, with just this one glance his whole being seemed to be fixed, and his eyes slowly widened. The disheveled and confused look on his face earlier were all replaced by shock at the moment. After leaving the bedroom, Subai briefly washed up and then went to the kitchen, rummaged through the fridge and found toast, eggs, ham, lettuce, tomatoes and milk. Planned to make Mr. Liang a nutritious sandwich with milk. Just at this time, Subai's cell phone rang, and at a glance, it was Bai Yuntao calling. Hey, Set, what can I do for your dad? Subai directly connected. Subai, where are you? Your mom just called and asked if you were at my house. I covered you over. Why didn't you come home last night? On Bai Yuntao's side, the cell phone was placed on the table and put on speakerphone. On both sides of the table sat Bai's father and mother, as well as Chu Chunmei and Su Daxiang. Just now when Chu Chunmei made that call to Subai, the person was over here. At this moment, the four adults were all staring at Bai Yuntao dead in the face, and Bai Yuntao was screaming in his heart. Good brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's that this game can't be turned around. And what the is it to me? Who the hell am I messing with? Hey, in case you don't believe me, I'm making breakfast for your sister-in-law right now. After saying that, the sound of eggs hitting the frying pan did come from Subai's side. Sister-in-law? You're not at the home of big schoolgirl Lin, are you? Bai Yuntao secretly took a look at Chu Chunmei, whose face was suddenly gloomy. The heart was mourning for Subai, not her. Subai didn't intend to reveal the name. After all, he had promised Mr. Liang that. And Hua Yuntao is a big mouth. Don't go all over the world then. Subai, you wouldn't go looking for that kind of unsavory woman, would you? Bai Yuntao asked, while secretly praying in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Your father? I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm looking for a civil servant, 5 years older than me, gentle and sensible, beautiful and generous. Most importantly, she's got a great body. You know, last night we, okay, I know you're good. No need to say anymore. Noticing Chu Chunmei's gaze that wanted to choose someone to devour, Bai Yuntao hurriedly interrupted him. This guy is really bold. Che, virtue. I won't talk to you. Breakfast is ready. I'll bring it to your sister-in-law. Okay, you go. Remember to go home early. Don't let uncle and auntie worry. No. Got it. Hang up. Subai hung up the phone and picked up the dinner plate with breakfast for two toward the bedroom. Gee, what's up with the right eyelid jumping all the time? Pushing open the bedroom door, he saw that Liang Yu was holding her cell phone at that moment, her eyes somewhat lost in thought. Subai knew that she must have seen the message he sent with Liang's father yesterday. After all, he hadn't even intended to keep it from her. Seeing Subai come in, Liang Yu's gaze turned to fall on him. Let's have breakfast first. You must be hungry, Subai said, sitting down beside her. Liang Yu turned her head to look at him, still having some difficulty accepting it until now. Subai, where did you get so much money? Do your parents know about this? Naturally, she's talking about the $1 million. Liang Yu grew up with a habit of not liking to hide any problems in her heart. Ask for it on the spot. She never dreamed that Subai would shell out $1 million, mending such a heavenly hole for himself. It was indeed a boulder that weighed him down, and she dreamed that one day she would be able to fill it. But despite that, she wouldn't accept unwarranted help, especially if the other person was still her student. Subai didn't rush to answer her, but took out his cell phone and showed her the account balance. When Liang Yu saw the balance of more than $140 million, spare me the mental preparation. She still sucked in a cold breath. She had thought that Subai would be rich, but she hadn't expected to be this rich. A balance of over $100 million. She thought it was only in novels and TV. $1 million for a guy like him. It really doesn't seem like much, with over $100 million at his disposal in a single account. And he's still just an 18-year-old kid. The real assets are immeasurable. At this moment, Liang Yu had already treated Subai as a super-rich second generation. Chapter 19 Live at Lin Entertainment with Lemon. For Liang Yu's surprised little expression, Subai's heart was satisfied with the thought. Mr. Liang, congratulations, you slept with a little rich man last night. Subai raised his head rather proudly. Liang Yu, however, looked at him with a bitter little face. Can you stop calling me Mr. Liang? It'll make it a bit impossible for me to face this profession. Liang Yu couldn't tell if her current mood was happy or apprehensive. Inexplicably, she slept with her own student all night, only to wake up and have her biggest obsession just disappear. I kind of know why you dare to sleep in class. Together you have a hard enough capital. Liang Yu sighed rather helplessly, hinged on getting out of school and into life. She was also more or less able to let go of some of the barriers in her mind and spend time with the guy as a friend. Mr. Liang, are you complimenting me? Subai laughed cheaply. Naturally, he was referring to that bit in class yesterday. It was just that for some reason. His badness was hard to make Liang Yu feel half revolted. Liang Yu was really a bit unable to stand his blunt words. After all, yesterday she was just a girl who would have freaked out at the sight of a big black bull getting up. So there was a deliberate change of subject. Aren't you afraid I won't be able to pay back the $1 million you transferred to my dad? She actually knew herself that this question was somewhat redundant. When Subai heard this, pretend to look puzzled. When did you owe me money? Mr. Liang, wasn't that 10,000 yesterday the money you made from sleeping with me? There was a distinctly bad tone in his words. Liang Yu didn't expect him to say that and immediately threw him a nice blank stare. Don't you pour me here. What do you take me for? Besides, have you ever seen anyone pay $1 million for a night's sleep? Am I an international supermodel? That's not true. In my heart, Mr. Liang, you are 1,000 times better than those supermodels. Liang Yu glared at him without a good look. This guy's got such a mouth on him. And he's so handsome and rich. I wonder how many girls I've cheated on out there. I'll find a way to pay you back that $1 million as soon as I can. It could be years. You can ask for interest. Liang Yu had always been very principled, which was within Subai's expectations. If she did accept the $1 million gladly, he would look down on her instead. There's no need for interest. I don't have a problem if you're willing to pay it back. But actually, it's okay if you can't pay it back. It's okay if you just pay me in flesh. It'll cost you 10,000 a time. Before Subai finished his words, a pillow flew over. After spending the morning at Liang Yu's house, Subai left at 1 in the afternoon. I drove the big G back to the house, but it turned out that mom and dad were not there. And when I called, I found out that they had gone shopping. With nothing else to do, he called again to try to get a date to go out and play ball and go shopping. As a result, I just picked up my cell phone and he gave up on the idea. Now that the entrance exams are approaching and everyone is busy studying, not everyone is like him, keeping high school answers in your head. For a moment, endless loneliness and boredom flooded the mind. I really can't get a date, and it's no fun to go out alone. Playing games and whatnot is even less interesting. In short, it's just a word, idle. Just then he saw the guitar case under his bedroom bed. In that instant, countless memories flooded into his mind, and Subai's eyes brightened a few points. As a kid he learned to play guitar and voice, and in his previous life, during the toughest years of his entrepreneurial career, he even went to a bar every night to sing and work for money. His skills in singing are considered to be medium to high, but sang all of other people's songs and never warmed up, but not in this life. As a born-again, he had the melody of those songs that blew up in the years afterward in his head, like Charlotte from Charlotte's Angels. Thinking about this, Subai was a bit impatient to play and sing a song. A person suddenly came to mind. Subai directly opened WeChat and found Lemon's sister. The other guy is only 20 years old, a college student. Surely it's logical that he's much more idle than a high school student, and he doesn't have anything to do on the weekends by 80%, right? So, a direct voice call was made. A few seconds later the other party picked up the phone, and Lemon's nice voice came from the other end. Hello, brother bully? There seemed to be a few small moments of anticipation in the other's words. Jang Yuzue Lemon was at the moment practicing playing and singing alone in the school song and dance room. It was a bit of a surprise to get a voice call from Big Bull. Then again, she'd never heard the other woman's voice before, so the heart is nervous and curious at the moment. Sister Lemon. I was so bored at home alone on the weekend that I suddenly got interested in playing and singing a couple of songs. I wonder if you're free to listen along? A nice big boy's voice came on the phone, giving the impression of sunshine and cheerfulness, and a bit of humor. Hearing this voice, Jang Yueli's eyes lit up. This is what her fantasy 18-year-old should sound like, with a voice all that good. Guess he can't be bad looking. You turned out to be able to sing. No problem. Just so happens I'm practicing in the cabaret. By the way, have you ever sung before? Of course I did. I did a residency at a bar. Hearing Su Bai's reply, Jiang Yuzuning was obviously a bit surprised. A super rich second generation who could casually reward $2 million actually had to go to a bar to reside and sing? Despite the doubts in her mind, she did not inquire. So why don't we go on live now and link up and sing along? That way I can still coach you in person and rub your nose in it. You don't even know how hot you are in Lin Entertainment right now. She actually had another idea when she said that, and that was to see what this Daniel brother looked like. I was curious before, but even more so now that I heard the sound. Su Bai had no objections and agreed immediately. 10 minutes later, LAM Entertainment app. The accounts of Green Grapefruit Lemon and Street Full of Hooligans Ibulzi is the biggest, opened their live streams at the same time and finished connecting. It's worth noting that, after the last binge of 200 Super Rockets, Su Bai's account had also inexplicably gained over 1 million more followers. The two had just been live streaming for 10 minutes, and there were over 2,000 people in the live room. Only, what darkened Lemon's sister's eyes was that brother Daniel, the old six, actually didn't follow the rules of the game, wearing sunglasses, mask, stuck tongue hat, but also said what Lemon's sister does not show face. I do not show. In the live broadcast room, those people who recognized the account of Big Bull brother had blown up. Asterisk. Up fierce. I can't believe I'm seeing brother Daniel live streaming with sister Lemon. What's with the Big Bull brother looking so young? You can't see the face, but this body is already very beatable. I used to think that brother Daniel was a middle-aged man in his 40s. But I didn't realize that he was actually such a big sunny boy. You can't keep a good thing to yourself. I'll go get my sisters over here right away to watch it together. Jiang Yuzue Lemon was also surprised at Daniel's body, and there were no traces of photoshopping in the picture. The boy looked to be at least 6'8", with smooth and aesthetically pleasing muscular lines all over his body, and was wearing a short-sleeved, white. You can also see the body that doesn't lose out to male models. Ahem, brother Daniel. Let's just start with 7 miles. Can you play it? Chapter 20 Original song Snow Distance. As soon as Lemon's voice dropped, I saw brother Daniel start strumming his guitar and the melodious and light-hearted melody soon rang out, and he played it very skillfully, not an amateur at first sight. Lemon froze for a moment, then popped right back up to match him. After the intro, both voices sounded at the same time, blending perfectly inside the melody. Sparrows outside the window, talkative on the poles. Just the moment they opened their mouths, the combination of the two stunned countless viewers. Lemon's voice was a little smoky, low in maturity and steadiness. And brother Daniel's voice is likewise of the very steady type, but with a lot of sunshine and warmth and a hint of inexplicable gaiety. The two voices can work well together and complement each other well. Oh my god, is this really Daniel himself? The vocals are not at all inferior to those of some internet singers. You're telling me he's a rich guy who swipes gifts for anchors? This one sang right into the jaws of my heart. Brother, my sister has been suffering from a bit of insomnia lately. Will you come and sing her a lullaby? Has the rich woman finally made her move? Upstairs you're crashing your abacus beads in my face. No. Would brother Daniel lack this $1 million from you? What's wrong with you? Brother Big Bull, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. It's just the simple fact that I like to sing lullabies. Between the countless pop-up screens, the number of people in the live broadcast room had come to 200,000 people. There's no way around it. Jiang Yuzuning's own popularity is out there. And she was just on the hot search yesterday. Add to that the fact that brother Daniel himself sings, and you can imagine the traffic. It's hard not to be hot. Soon, the song entered the climactic part, and the gift brush on the public screen was non-stop. It's been raining all night. My love overflows like rain. Leaves fall from the windowsill, like a thick stack of my thoughts. Putting love for you at the end of the poem. You appear on every page of my poem. When the song ended, Lemon was quite surprised and enjoyed herself. The two are obviously working together for the first time, but they work so well together. It was a kind of heart-to-heart, as if both could predict what the other would sing next, and then go along with it. Make it sound better. Invisibly, the two already have an inexplicable sense of CP. Your voice is just amazing. And your breath is so well controlled. You can sing most of the songs currently on the market. A treasure of a singer. John Louis Lemon did not spare Chi his own praise. Not because of the other party's identity. Just simply being bowled over by the other's voice and letting out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. At this moment, the pop-ups were also filled with words of praise, all of them being amazed by Subai's voice. Subai felt some irony in his heart at the moment. However, in the end it's because he smashed the heat with his previous 2 million and managed to create a rich man's persona. Otherwise, why did he sing so hard in his previous life, but never got any takers? You flatter me. Lemon's sister. You sing very well too. You don't know. I've been listening to you sing since I was in middle school, and it's an honor to sing with you. Subai didn't lie. John Yuzue Lemon was an art student, and was doing live music in high school. Subai was only in his 3rd year at the time. That said, Su White really is a cherished fan. You were following me 3 years ago? Why am I not impressed at all? John Yueli was surprised to hear his words. Having come up through the ranks myself, little by little, as a small anchor, the initial batch of old fans she more or less remembered. It's normal to be unimpressed. After all, I wasn't 18 at the time. There's no way to give you a reward, either. Subai said in a joking tone. He knew in his heart that if there was no money, no matter how much you loved it, how much you courted it, all these celebrities and internet celebrities and stuff won't even notice you. That's the reality. Yet no one heard that layer of meaning in his words. Everyone assumed that he was a rich kid, the kind that never lacked money growing up, and the topic was quickly brushed off. Why don't you sing a song alone? I'd like to hear your voice properly, and I'll accompany you. What song would you like to sing? Sister Lemon said with a hinged quality. No, I'm going to sing an original song of my own. How about you listen to it, Sister Lemon? And you can write songs, Lemon said incredulously. That's for sure. I specialized in music too. I'll show you in a minute. Not only am I a big cow, but I'm a musical ghostwriter, Subai said with a bad smile, and the corner of Lemon's sister's mouth under her mask twitched slightly. The audience exploded when they heard the bombshell news. Asterisk, that's an absolutely famous scene from Brother Cowboy. No. Does that mean Lemon's sister has already met? Then have they not already? Stop the car quickly. Don't block the live broadcast in a while. I still want to listen to Brother Dinyo's original. And no more grumbling. Subai's fingers strummed the guitar strings. The brainwashing melody drifted into the ears of the audience in front of the screen, who kept quiet and turned up the volume. A snow distance song for everyone. Supo's voice fell, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room suddenly subsided. Everyone held their breath and, waiting for his song. You say I'm smug and pathetic like a moth to a flame. Ouya so cold Tiang, don't leave me so Yuang, come closer to me a Diang, but the snow drifted into the double Yang, can't see your bridge Lai Yang. All the listeners, including Lemon Woman, lit up as they heard the song reach its climax. As regular music watchers, they've heard a lot of songs written by Netflixes, but none of them are that stunning. I can't say they're poorly written, but they're just not very distinctive. Not easily remembered. It's only going to be hot for a while, and it will fade over time. Most of the ones that will be remembered are brainwashing jingles. And at the moment the song they were hearing was one of those extremely brainwashing ones. That quacky sadness, the slurred enunciation that. There is also a melody that can never be forgotten once it enters the mind. If Subai pads his shoulders a little bit higher, I am afraid that he can directly make the listener cry with pleasure. It's too good. Too damn catchy. 100%. 100%. I feel like I'm going to be brainwashed by this song all day. Can't stop at all. You can't help but sing along on the second chorus. And you can't forget the intro at all. Brother Dinyo, please accept my knees. Even if he is handsome and rich, he is also a music genius. You're so good. How do you let other men live? It was Subai's first time doing a live broadcast inside Lin Entertainment, and he didn't expect it to work so well. I thought I was just eating a wave of traffic. The real situation turned out to be no worse than the millions of internet celebrities who specialize in live streaming, and both have grown many fans as a result. Meanwhile, inside an office building, a man dressed in professional attire, the stunningly beautiful woman with a high and cold temperament, was watching the live broadcast. This is the founder of Little Bear Music, Qin Yao, and the woman who now runs this music and entertainment company. Recently, the company has encountered a bottleneck in its development, and has been overtaken by other software one after another. There is an urgent need for a breakthrough to improve the overall strength of the company. In this rich kid, she saw a huge business opportunity. Putting aside his status and hotness, just this one song he just sang on his live stream, it would be enough to save Cub Music right now. Qin Yao has always been able to do things in the wind. Decisive. Immediately shot the board. Looking to the small assistant. At all costs, we must take this song from him. Chapter 21. When a son grows up, He should learn to be independent. The broadcast went on until 5 p.m., during which time there was singing and chatting at times. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Subai realized that the relationship between Zhang Yuzue Lemon and him had drawn closer not just a little bit. Already can talk like a good friend. According to this progress, Subai believes that it won't take long to run present. He had always wondered what this sister he had loved for 3 years looked like. Turning off the live broadcast, Subai walked out of the room and immediately smelled the aroma of the meal. The sound of stir-frying was heard coming from the kitchen. He'd been a little too involved in his strumming earlier to realize mom and dad had returned. Su Daxiang sat on the sofa, desperately winking at Subai, who frowned, somewhat uncertain. The next moment, I saw my mom fried the last dish and brought it out. You still have time to play the guitar when you're about to take the entrance exam. You seem to have a lot of confidence. Subai naturally heard out the mom. This is not in the compliment, only a sarcastic smile. Did not answer. A family of 3 sitting down to dinner. Su Daxiang habitually picked up the white wine bottle and wanted to take a sip, but was immediately glared back by Chu Chunmei. He then ate quietly by himself, acting as a transparent person. Watching this scene, feeling the imposing aura of my mom, Subai suddenly felt that the chrysanthemum was cold, so he also ate without a word and joined the ranks of the transparent people. The hard about his guest she is in for their own night yesterday and angry. Is the previous in Huawei room overnight world did not see her so angry. The condom sure as hell wouldn't rat me out. Probably because it's almost senior year. Mom blamed me for having too much fun? Subai thought this in his heart, and Chu Chunmei had already spoken. Mom knows you can earn money now, but mom doesn't want you to give up your studies. The path you're on now won't necessarily feed you for the rest of your life. If you go to college, you'll be able to find a job with a degree, and it'll give you a chance to get a job. Left yourself a way out, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I'll do my best and try to come back as a top student, Subai said in a serious manner. He wasn't lying. To the current him, with the original GCSE papers in your head, it's not at all difficult to take the top spot, but it doesn't really matter, either, because he already has enough money in his account to support him and his family for several lifetimes. 140 million. What's the concept? If a person makes $200,000 a year, then it would take 700 years of not eating or drinking to make that much money. And this sum of money from Subai will grow geometrically in the future. Don't give me that smirk here. If you're a son of A, you'll be the top student in the exams. From now on, don't call me mom. I'll offer you up as an ancestor. Chu Chunmei didn't have the good sense to say, don't worry mom, I'm not a kid anymore. I can take care of myself. Subai is serious this time, in order not to let mom worry again. Well, you're kind of right about that one. A cold light flashed in Chu Chunmei's eyes, and when Subai saw this, there was a bad feeling in his heart. When a son grows up, he should learn to be independent. Your father and I have discussed this. It wasn't easy for the two of us to raise you this way, so from now on we're going to relax for a while and enjoy the world for two. So from today on, you move out of this house. Subai's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. Mom, where do you want me to move to? Doesn't our family just have a suite in Sioux City? We don't care about that. Don't you make a lot of money? Aren't you already 18 and an adult? It's always okay to take care of your own food and shelter, right? Chu Chunmei was actually speaking in anger. And at this time if Subai took the initiative to admit his mistake, she would forgive him and let him continue to live at home. Who knows that Subai actually did not think in that direction at all, but instead squinted his old eyes full of suspicion, looking at Chu Chun, and then at Cheng Daqiang over there, who was frantically making eyes at him. You guys shouldn't want a second child, right? Chu Chunmei, Su Tai Kung. Seeing this expression on their faces, Subai had a look of I'm sure it's like that. Another bad grin at mom and dad. I guessed it. Oh, come on, you guys should just say it. It's not like I'm some little kid who doesn't know anything about anything. It's totally fine for me to make room. After saying that, Subai finished his bowl of rice in 3 bites, wiped his mouth, and then returned to the bedroom. 10 minutes later, with his backpack on and a large bag for 2 more outfits, he walked to the door. Opening the door, he twisted his head again, and his gaze fell on his dad. Su Daqiang. Again. Dad. Go for it. I'll be waiting for your good news. When he finished, he pushed the door and walked out, then closed it dryly, and, only leaving the house dead silent. Chu Chunmei and Su Daqiang were petrified on the spot the whole time. After a long time, Chu Chunmei suddenly shot up. This brat. Who did you learn that from? Aang. I'd like to see. He'll be out there alone for days. Let's see what kind of care his some civil servant girlfriend can give him. Seeing this scene, Su Daqiang rushed up to comfort him. Okay, you've got to calm down. In fact, I think you've gone too far in this matter. Isn't it normal for kids to get to that age and not be able to resist the urge to fall in love or something? Normal my ass. Normal. I don't want to be a grandmother that early. This kid is stupid. Those unsavory women out there trying to trick this kind of thing. That's a trick. Chu Chunmei was really pissed off by her son. She had seen that kind of news before about older boys being raped by female hooligans, and wanted to warn her son but didn't know how to say it. This is great. It's gotten so bad that the son thinks mom and dad want a second child, straight away from home to make room for them. Did she, as a mom, call him back or not? No. It's too dangerous out there at night. I'll go get him back. Chu Chunmei said that she was about to get up and chase out, but was pulled back by Su Daxiang. Come on. Don't chase after him. He's an adult. What danger can he be in out there? Look how capable our son is now. It's only been 2 years and he's made as much money as the two of us in a year. So capable. Can't you let another girl fool you? As soon as the words fell, Su Daxiang's cell phone came back with an arrival message. Su Bai sent him another message. Dad cheer, you can do it. No need to stress. I've got tens of thousands of dollars here. You guys just go about your business in peace for the next 2 days. Don't worry about me. Seeing this scene, Su Daxiang's heart was so cool that he showed the cell phone screen to Chu Chunmei. See? I told you my son was growing up. A flash of movement flashed in Chu Chunmei's eyes. Yeah, well, my son's all grown up now. Not the little kid who nestled in her arms and wailed. After a long time, she sighed like a sigh of relief. You're right. The kids are getting older. So let's keep our nose out of it, lest the child's mental state be affected again before the entrance exam. It would be a loss. Chu Chunmei nodded. The room was quiet once again. Su Daxiang, however, quietly looked at Chu Chunmei. That, Sister Chunmei. Aha. You see the child is gone. Or we. Chapter 22. Going to see the villa with Liang Yu. Leaving the house. Su Bai sat down on the seat of his Mercedes-Benz Big G. Looking ahead at the streets where people were coming and going, he fell into a deep thought. Mom and Dad see that they've raised this big one and want to raise a second child. Had to make room for them myself. So where to go next? The first thing that came to mind was buying a house for himself. After all, he's holding over $100 million in savings right now. It's still very easy to buy a house in the capital. After waiting for careful consideration, Su Bai still gave up on this idea. He'd made an appointment earlier with that old fish to look at the house. To buy that villa, not to live in it. And it's sort of used for investment. And really, if you're talking about living, it's too cold for one person to live in a house. He didn't go to night study now, and he didn't have to go out every day to fool around. So if he was alone tonight, he would probably die of boredom. Plus, he's going to take the college entrance exams before long, and he's going away to college at the end of the summer. This house won't last long. Where should we go? Is it hard to stay in a hotel for the past 2 days? Just as his thoughts were burning, a silhouette suddenly popped up in Su Bai's mind, causing him to light up. How could I forget Mr. Liang? I just paid off $1 million loan to her yesterday. Then you can't say you've asked for anything too much. Ahem. Certainly didn't mean that. When he felt the nasty things he was thinking in his head, Su Bai couldn't help but blush his old face. Guilty. Sin. How can you be a punching bag and a rebel? Well, Mr. Liang must be lonely and bored living alone. And it just so happens that we all have empty rooms. I don't suppose you'd mind if I came over for a couple of nights? Having made up his mind, Su Bai kicked the gas and once again went to the Lin Xingwan neighborhood. Lightly, he went up the stairs, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Within moments, a sound of footsteps in the room came from far and near. It was Liang Yu who came and opened the door in her slippers. Su Bai, what are you doing here? Seeing the visitor, Liang Yu was obviously startled and asked in a somewhat unnatural tone. The other guy was her student, but she now has some difficulty in maintaining the position of a teacher. After all, after growing up so big, this is also considered the first boy who sleeps on a pillow with himself. While facing Liang Yu, Su Bai scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. Ha ha. Within what? Mr. Liang, my parents recently wanted a second child, kicked me out of my house, and now I don't have a place to stay. So look at it or. He didn't speak the latter words, but gave Liang Yu a you-know-what look. Liang Yu frowned slightly and sized him up with a strange gaze. Are you trying to live in my house? Nah. Su Bai was busy nodding his head. When Liang Yu heard this news, she took a deep breath and showed a difficult look on her face. I'm your homeroom teacher and you're my student. It wouldn't be good if we lived together, would it? Unexpectedly, in the next second, Su Bai slapped his forehead and actually revealed a few points of disappointment in gloom. Alas, I am so kind-hearted that I see the difficulty of your. Without saying a word, I paid off $1 million in debt for you. Now I have no place to stay, and as a result, I won't even take me in. Seeing this dark expression on his face, Liang Yu's eyes widened and her mouth moved as she, but no words came out, and for a moment it was a bit of a whole won't. Forget it, it's fine. I can understand your difficulties. I'd better find a place to live by myself. Thank you, teacher, for disturbing you. Subai exasperatingly smiled and turned his head to leave, as if he was bearing a great deal of aggravation. A heavy feeling of guilt surged through Liang Yu when he said that. Wait, you can stay with me for a while. She finally gave in. Okay, thank you teacher. Subai laughed, picked up his luggage and quickly entered the door. Liang Yu saw this scene and, eyes wide open, feeling like I've been duped. He had just put something down, and just then, Subai's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at it. It's from the old fish who's getting ready to sell his house. Mr. Nyo, we're already at the house. When do you think you'll come over? We are waiting any time. Subai looked up and it was about time. No problem, Mr. Fish, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Subai turned his head to look at Liang Yu next to him, and the other party was also looking at him without blinking. Who are you talking to on the phone? What Mr. Fish? Liang Yu was asking this from the standpoint of the class teacher. She didn't want her student to have contact with a member of the community, even if it was a rich kid. Oh, that's for business. I'm going to buy a suite from him, but I haven't had much experience in. Why don't you accompany me, Mr. Liang? Subai asked. Liang Yu was visibly stunned when she heard his words. A high school student buying his own house was unheard of. It's still a real possibility to be scammed. On balance, it wasn't impossible to accompany him to see if he was doing anything right now anyway. Okay then, but when the time comes, you can't say I'm your homeroom teacher, and if they ask, just say it's your cousin. Okay cousin-sama. Let's get going then. The two men gathered their things and went downstairs. Upon seeing Subai's Mercedes-Benz Big G, Liang Yu was obviously stunned, but it's not much of a surprise when you think about the fact that this guy is a super rich kid. Yesterday Subai and the old fish had an appointment at 7 o'clock in the evening, and the old fish was early. Good thing, the waterfront gardens neighborhood isn't that far away. It's less than 7 o'clock. Subai then drove the Mercedes Big G and drove Liang Yu to the agreed place. Before entering waterfront gardens, Big G passes a barbecue stand. At one table, 4 or 5 young 20-somethings were eating barbecue and drinking beer together. One of them was conspicuous by the gauze wrapped around his head. Li Ziming, you're also too unlucky. Asking a chick out only to be discovered by the rightful owner. As a result, you lose the little one and are disliked by the big one. And in the end, you lose both your money and your money. And that's even if you get beaten up like this by that chick's ex-boyfriend. At the end of the day, they get the girl, and you become the biggest jocker of them all. And you can't even fart when you get beat up. The two losers are also a bit drunk. Which pot is not boiling which pot? He also sat on both sides of Li Ziming, left and right, causing him to almost break his defense. All of you shut up. It was that second pen that sneaked up on me from behind. Try a pot of boiling water on your head. Li Ziming really did break his defense after all, and cursed at those two men. Spit was sprayed all over their faces. The movement involved the skin on his face that had been burned by the boiling water again, and he bared his teeth in pain. That grandson only dares to play a little dirty, sneak attacking from behind and not speaking martial arts. Li Ziming used the strength of the wine, and that anger in his heart was rising up. It was under surveillance or I would have found a chance to beat the out of him. Don't let me touch him again, or else I'll break all 3 of his legs and then sleep with his woman in front of him. Li Ziming's gaze was grim. He definitely wasn't just saying those words just now. Give him the chance, he is really daring to do so. He dropped out of school at 16 and went around hugging rich women and eating their hearts out on the strength of his good looks. In private, they have their own cliques, and they fight and bully people on a regular basis. The bureau has been in there several times. Just at that moment, however, his eyes caught a glimpse of a car driving by outside. A red-bodied. It was still $1 million luxury car like the Mercedes-Benz Big G. It was hard not to pay attention to it. The moment he saw the car, Li Ziming's face changed significantly. Very familiar. The inside of the waterfront garden didn't allow outside vehicles to go in, so Subai parked his car outside. Then he helped Liang Yu out of the car and walked towards the gate of the villa area. Li Ziming got a good look at Subai's face, and then saw the one beside him with a marvelous figure. The eyes of the somewhat overly beautiful woman were glazed over, especially when his eyes swept over the pair of proud peaks on the woman's chest. The greed in his eyes was about to overflow, and he could barely stop drooling. It's him. It's this bastard boy. He actually changed another woman. Li Ziming's voice was almost a hiss, and the bottles on the table were knocked over by him. Call the Shakers now and get the boss over here too. I'm going to smash his car today, break his legs, sleep with his girl, Chapter 23 Lin Dongnan's Shock. Waterfront Gardens is one of the most upscale residential neighborhoods in Sioux City, backed by a large lake, next to a large urban ecological park, close to the city's first middle school, and to the south, the Sioux City Experimental Elementary School, as well as Sioux City's largest shopping center and sports stadium, a proper prime location. Subai and Liang Yu walked into the neighborhood. The northern half of the neighborhood was a villa area with a total of 48 buildings. Walking between these villas, the courtyards were planted with all kinds of flowers and trees, and by means of the dim street lamps, it's like being in a fairy tale town. Every short walk can also see a group of 2 security guards patrolling. A sense of security. Not long after, the two came to Villa 7 where Subai had made an appointment with an old fish yesterday. There were 2 business sedans and a seemingly valuable Cayenne parked in the yard. The door of the villa was open. 4 bodyguards in suits and pens stood at the entrance, and inside the villa a few people were sitting around a table and talking to. Seeing Subai and his duo walk in, several people rose to greet them. From the moment she entered the waterfront garden, Liang Yu's mood became excited and nervous, because this was the first time she had seen such a rich neighborhood. Now that I saw these few people who looked like they had extraordinary status and position, treating Subai with such respect, she was even more curious about Subai's background. Mr. Bull, is that you? At the head of the group was a man dressed in a luxurious trench coat, with a big back haircut and a mustache. That handsome man in his late 40s. When he got a good look at the face of the visitor, he couldn't help but be shocked, and he couldn't believe that the legendary Daniel brother could be so young. Uncle Old Fish, that's me. My real name is Subai. Subai smiled politely and took the initiative to walk forward to shake hands, not the least bit inhibited by the age difference between the two and the other's air of a successful man. Realizing the extraordinary temperament and lightspit of the little young man in front of him, and the fact that the other person called out his online name, the middle-aged man was sure that the other person was the real brother Daniel. While pondering in his head which big tycoon in Sioux City had the surname Sue and a 20-year-old looking son, he shook his hand with a smile on his face. Ha ha, it's really the later generation. I really didn't expect Mr. Sue to be so young. The middle-aged man laughed aloud. My name is Lin Dongnan. I'm the owner of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce in Suzhou City, and this beauty is my secretary, Chen Jing. This is Li, in charge of helping us draw up contracts and formalities. Lin Dongnan introduced the 2 young women behind him again. The secretary called Chen Jing was a beauty with a score of about 80, and with Subai's eyesight, he could immediately see that her relationship with the old fish was not ordinary. But what really surprised Subai wasn't this, but the old fish's name. Lin Dongnan. Subai, who had the memories of his previous life, knew that in a few more years, this name will be known to no one in Sioux City. The Southeastern Chamber of Commerce, under him, did not develop well in the first few years. However, it later merged with another business tycoon named Chen Tianyu to form the Tiantong Group. In just 3 years, the Tiantong Group has become the leading company in the city of Suzhou. Both Chen Tianyu and Lin Dongnan have also become superstars worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Counting the time, now is the most difficult time for his Southeast Chamber of Commerce to develop. No wonder they are even selling the house they used for retirement. Subai had already decided that he would befriend this big brother. Hello Sister Chen Jing. Hello little brother Li. With a businesslike smile on his face, Subai shook hands with the 2 men. Then he looked at Liang Yu beside himself. Let me introduce. This is my English teacher and high school homeroom teacher. Well, Liang Yu just wanted to say hello. When she heard Subai say so, she was immediately shocked. A hand covered the guy's mouth and he looked over at a few people with some embarrassment. I am his cousin. My name is Liang Yu. Nice to meet you all. Seeing this scene, all 3 of them couldn't help but laugh a little. Subai's humor left a good impression on Lin Dongnan. Mind you, there weren't many late bloomers who dared to joke around in front of him. Ms. Liang doesn't need to be formal. I'm not hiding anything from you two. My wife is also a biology teacher in my university. Lin Dongnan's words made the crowd laugh, and Liang Yu's face immediately turned red. Alright, don't stand outside. Mr. Sue, let's go check out the house. Uncle Lin, just call me Little Sue. Subai's words both showed his humility as a junior and brought the two closer together. Lin Dongnan was looking at Subai at the moment. The more he looked at him, the more he felt like him. He directly hooked Subai's shoulder. The crowd joked and laughed as they walked into the villa. Little Sue, you've gotten a bargain this time. I bought this villa single-handedly. So far I haven't lived a day. The first floor has 2 large living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and this is the kitchen. Walk through this door. This is one of my tea rooms, where I bought the tea set and have used it once so far. After that, here are 2 very large storage rooms, but it's all empty inside. And this is the auntie's room and laundry room here on the side. Lin Dongnan was personally introducing Subai, and Liang Yu was being held by Chen Cheng. The more she looked at this house, the more she was alarmed. But she didn't ask about it. Like a bumpkin. At least he is a highly talented student who graduated from a prestigious 985 school, with eyesight beyond ordinary people, and only occasionally says his own evaluation when looking at houses. Naturally, you can't pick and choose. No kidding, such a luxurious villa. $37 million to take Subai really earn a lot of money. In less than 3 years, the value of this villa will break $100 million. Upstairs, too, we looked at a total of 8 bedrooms. The smallest one of them is more than 70 square meters, and all of them have their own separate bathroom and check room, in addition to a gaming room. 10 private theaters and even a room dedicated to collectibles. Lin Dongnan is a #1 fan. Fanatical about soccer, basketball, signed shoes in the room, autographed jerseys and whatnot on a shelf full of them. Hey, little Sue, I can't sell these to you. My life's love is all here. Subai is also a basketball fan, and his favorite players are LeBron and Wade. Both hecklers appeared on the shelf, and it looked like the two had one more thing in common. The house is rather large and it took over an hour to see it all. How's it going, Sue? You're happy with this house, aren't you? I'm selling you for what I paid for the house when I bought it, and you'll never find it cheaper. And with the way things are going, it's sure to go crazy again in the next few years. You can't lose money. Lin Dongnan wasn't lying. If he didn't have to, he absolutely couldn't afford to sell the villa. But there was no way out. More than $1 billion of the Chamber of Commerce. And now there was a big problem with the funding of those bottoms can't be moved. And the rest of the money in hand has to be used to open the way for the Chamber of Commerce. And if we don't sell the house, he can't even afford to pay his employees. You're right, Uncle Lin, but I've changed my mind now. After all, I didn't know beforehand that you were the owner of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Subai speak like this, the crowd was a bit confused, not knowing what he wanted to say. I'm offering $4 million for this house, and I'm going to take an equity stake in the Southeast Chamber of Commerce, out of $100 million to invest. Chapter 24 Investing $140 million and worshipping on the spot. Wanted to take a stake in the Southeast Chamber of Commerce, and to come up with $100 million. Subai's words came out, and everyone present showed a look of surprise. Even Liang Yu wondered if her ears had misheard. Such words seemed so unreal coming from an 18-year-old. The one who was most surprised amongst everyone at the moment was none other than Lin Dongnan. Sue, are you serious? Could it be that you've learned about my chamber before? It's not supposed to be a joke, is it? In his first impression, Subai should be the child of some big rich man. After all, he had such strong financial resources at a young age, and his temperament, mannerisms, and etiquette did not resemble that of an ordinary person. But now he can't see through this scion a bit, opening his mouth for $100 million. If the other person is joking, then one's good impression of him will definitely be greatly reduced. Uncle Lin, do you hear me sounding like I'm joking? I've known the Southeast Chamber of Commerce before, and having really given serious thought to the fact that the Chamber's current predicament is entirely due to bad timing and the impact of the epidemic, the overseas market can't be opened. The domestic market is not enough. Such a situation, no one can turn the tide when they come. Subai began to analyze, and everyone listened quietly. This is indeed what the chamber is facing today, with the onslaught of the epidemic affecting the global economy. Now that the country is out of the crisis, but the epidemic is still raging abroad, logistics are greatly affected. To put it bluntly, as long as we wait for the wind to blow over, the Southeast Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly become a dark horse that, if you can cooperate with some logistics groups and trading companies with enough strength, it is not impossible to become a leading enterprise in Sioux City. At least it will not lose money. In that case, why don't you try it? These words made Lin Linan's heart even more shocked because Subai's thoughts were exactly the same as his. The only thing one can do now, and indeed is doing now, is to prepare oneself for the future. Once the storm has passed, his time is coming, assuming he can make it through this phase. Preserve the current lineup and strength of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce without turning a profit, and only if the storm really passes. He tried to pull investment, but no one looked favorably on it. All his friends advised him to call it quits and find another way out. Only the teenager in front of him had ideas that didn't match his and offered to invest. Little Sue, this is a project of more than $100 million. Are you sure you don't need to discuss it with your family? Lin Dongnan was excited in his heart, but he still opened his mouth to remind. No need, Uncle Lin. I've already turned 18. Besides, this money is intended for me to start my own business, so go ahead and do it. If I'm not willing to take that risk, so what makes you rich with you in the future? With words having been said to this point, Lin Dongnan no longer had any scruples in his heart. At the same time, his heart also admired Subai's decisiveness and vision even more. He knew that this was not the young man. You kid, what can I say? Ha ha. Lin Dongnan sighed in his heart and once again hooked Subai's shoulders with one hand. I thought selling the house was the next best thing. I didn't think that it would actually let me. Old Lin, meet a nobleman. What was thought to be a momentary act of recklessness was likely to be analyzed more deeply by the other party than by himself. Uncle Lin, I wouldn't dare to be an honored person. We are all businessmen. It's just for the sake of profit. Subai laughed. No, you're not like them. You're better than any young man I've ever met. Lin Dongnan did not mince his words of praise at the moment. At this moment, Lin Dongnan, looking at the imposing, and ingenious mind in front of him, the young men of courage and resourcefulness only feel better the more they look at them. Little Su. No, old brother Su. I suddenly feel that we are very much destined for each other. Forget about buying a house and investing in all that. I'm going to worship you. Subai? This 180-degree turn almost flashed Subai's waist, not waiting for him to answer. Someone had already sent the pad over, and Chen Jing directly took out the tablet and opened the Guanggong statue. Then under Liang Yu's dumbfounded gaze, Subai and Lin Dongnan knelt down in unison. The yellow sky is above. The thick earth is below. Lin Dongnan, second brother. It's your turn. Ooh-hoo. Me, Su White. Subai had no choice but to shout stiffly. Today, the two of us are here to become brothers with different surnames. We don't want to be born in the same year, on the same day, on the same month, on the same day, but for the same year and the same. No, wait a minute, big brother. Subai shuddered in fear and stopped in time. Big brother, you look like you're in your 40s, right? I'm only 18. I feel like I'm losing money by dying together. Oh well then, let's just each die. Yeah, let's each die our own way. Crowd. The slightly scribbled ceremony of worship was soon over, and the two chatted again about business. 37,000 houses. Subai himself increased to 40 million. That naturally is not in the bulking to please him. Rather, he was making a statement, and even more so, he was asking him, Lin Dongnan, to make a statement. Let's not get into all that useless stuff. After investing $140 million in the Southeast Group today, I will prepare a 9% share for you, and this house will be yours from now on. 9% is significantly more. Don't underestimate the number. In a few years, it could be worth $30 billion or more. Other people don't know, but Su White knows that in October of this year, overseas logistics would return to normal, and with this $140 million as preparation, Lin Dongnan would be able to make at least tens of billions more than in his previous life. It may seem like Lin Dongnan is giving away shares in houses, but in reality he's making a fortune. Thank you, big brother, for taking care of me. Subai was not half polite and agreed to take it. The time was already 9 o'clock in the evening, so Subai had to refuse Lin Dongnan's offer to treat him to a drink. Made a date to have a good meal some other time. The deal is done. And it's going to take 2 days for Lin Dongnan to get some of his stuff moved out of there. 2 days later Subai could just live in. Refusing Lin Dongnan's escort, the two of them walked down the path of the villa area. Mr. Liang, I can only have $200,000 left in my card now, so I'll need you to support me in the future. Subai looked at Liang Yu's absolutely beautiful side face and couldn't help but tease. Don't you cry poor at me. I'm poorer than you. Right now all I have is $32,000, so if you want it all, just take it all. Even me. Liang Yu didn't have a good mood. What we've really seen today is Subai's ability and handiwork. The more she felt the gap between the two was too great. He also didn't expect that he had just come to teach at Sioux City No. 1 middle school and met such a student. Let's just say it's destiny, and the creation of the world. At the moment, she was a little confused about where she stood, as a teacher, as a friend, as a, or sister, or something else. As they spoke, the two had arrived outside the neighborhood. Walking around a corner, he came to the place where he had parked his car, and in the next second, he froze on the spot, only to see Subai's originally brand new Mercedes-Benz Big G. At this moment the car glass has been broken all over the place. The car was warped in many places. The hood had been lifted off, and the parts inside were even more messed up, completely scrapped. Subai looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something and he was just about to check his surroundings when he heard a somewhat familiar voice not far from him. That's them. Brothers copy. I'm going to make this brat learn a lesson. Chapter 25. Tell me, how do you want to pay for it? A dozen men suddenly rushed out from an alleyway behind They were all straggling youths, some with dyed yellow hair, some with tattooed flowery arms, tall, short, fat, thin, and uneven. They had sticks and knives in their hands and surrounded Subai and Liang Yu in the center. Liang Yu was alarmed. Yet, perhaps out of a teacher's sense of duty, Instead, she was the first to block in front of Su-bai. Li Ziming walked out from the pile of people at this moment and came straight to them. Surname Su, you're changing from woman to woman pretty fast, aren't you? Aang, look at me. Do you remember who I am? Li Ziming's words were full of teasing and sarcasm. Wind and water rotate today planted in his hands. This brat do not want to have good fruit to eat. On the contrary, on Su-bai's side, he was not the least bit flustered. He only saw him gently patting Liang Yu's shoulder and told her to take it easy, then reached out and gathered her up behind him. How am I supposed to recognize you when you're wrapped up like a ing mummy? Su-bai's words seemed like a handful of salt sprinkled on Li Ziming's wounds. His expression under the gauze was hard to read. Fine, like to scream huh? I'll make you scream later. Li Ziming roared angrily, but he didn't feel relieved. He only wanted to make Su-bai lose face now. Tortured. I'm giving you one last chance now. He spoke in a grim tone. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You kid has ing messed with the wrong people. Now, get down on your knees and kowtow to me 100 times and slap yourself 100 times in the face. Then break your right leg yourself. Leave that woman behind you. And then you can off. Speaking here, a cold aura flashed in Li Ziming's eyes. Otherwise, I'll break both your legs. And then I'll cut off your children and grandchildren. And then play your woman to death in front of you. Take your pick. Speaking of which, the gazes of the dozen or so punks around them looking at Liang Yu were already full of greed and desire. They've never played with such a beautiful woman before. Where had Liang Yu experienced this kind of battle? Su-bai could feel her body trembling. But Su-bai looked at them as if a wolf was looking at a group of small chicken cubs. It was a long time before he slowly spat out the words, "My car. You guys smashed it, right?" The group of punks froze, and in the next moment, all of them laughed, full of disdain and mockery. This two strokes thinks he's so, and he dares to pretend. You guys, look at that awesome boom boom look on his face. Just wait till you get on his woman. Can this littler still be this good? Li Ziming was also infuriated and laughed when he heard his words. He knew that Su-bai was unable to let go of face in front of his girlfriend, and was holding on to his pretense of being a pussy, calling the shots with a couple of them punks, not seeing the coffin, looking for death. Ha! A cold laugh escaped his mouth, and his gaze grew more and more teasing. Yeah, you're right. It was the old man who smashed it. Ing hit me. At the end of his words, he ruthlessly swung the iron rod in his hand and smashed it towards Su-bai's head. Liang Yu shrieked in fear, but the next moment, Su-bai's slap took the lead on Li Ziming's face. Physicality has increased dramatically, and that speed and strength is not something to brag about. Only a loud pop was heard, and Li Ziming felt as if half of his face had been hit by a car. The jaw was tilted and dislocated on the spot. Teeth pierced the inside of his face, splattering a bead of blood, and his whole body momentarily lost its center of gravity. It fell hard to the ground, and the iron rod in his hand flew out. Liang Yu froze, and so did the group of punks. The arena was silent for a moment. Only Li Ziming was on the ground, writhing in pain. His burned skin hadn't healed yet, and the forceful slap almost made him pass out from the pain. Su-bai's afterglow swept. Just saw a Porsche Cayenne and two black business sedans drove out from the waterfront garden. Both had hit the turn signal to the left, but suddenly drove toward them here. Almost at the same moment, the door to the barbecue next door was pushed open and a yellow-haired young man in his mid-20s walked out. All the punks' eyes fell on him. Obviously, this one was their boss. Liang Yu suddenly had a look of fear in her eyes when she saw the visitor. Su-bai. He is the son of that debtor of my father. His name is Song Jincheng. His old man, Song Biao, is the biggest triad leader in Sioux City. Liang Yu said in a trembling voice. Su-bai raised an eyebrow, and in his previous life's memory, Sioux City had a large-scale anti-triad operation 6 months later, and the Song father and son duo were clearly on the arrest list. Song Jincheng also recognized Liang Yu at this time. Yoo-hoo, a narrow escape. Isn't this the dead old man's daughter? Song Jincheng's eyes showed a flash of fervor. He had wanted to sleep with Liang Yu for a long time, made a point of having Pop's layout to pit her dad for that reason, and somehow ended up paying him back yesterday. Good thing Liang Feng had a few $100,000 left in his hand, turned his head and went back to gambling. This is probably going to be a complete export of my daughter before I give up. Nonetheless, seeing Liang Yu on the side of another man still upset Song Jincheng. I thought you were a serious chick. I didn't realize your dad just paid back the money. You just couldn't wait to get it on with another man. TSK, just a shame you found someone who was dying. Saying that, Song Jincheng looked at the dozen or so people around him again. Are you all ing stupid? Li Ziming was beaten up by this. That's a ing slap in the face. Take his head off for me. At Song Jincheng's command, a dozen or so punks no longer hesitated and raised their weapons to charge up. Also at almost the same moment, four tall silhouettes in suits darted towards the group of punks, and in the next second, loud screams and the crunching sound of bones being broken resounded continuously from the crowd. Half a minute passed, and all the punks were lying on the ground wailing and screaming under their breath. When Song Jinchang saw this scene, his smile gradually froze on his face. The four bodyguards are all veterans of the special forces, so they're terrifyingly strong, and they can deal with this kind of gangster. One can beat 10 with no problem. Those people didn't even touch Subai's clothes. At this time, Lin Nan and Chen Jing walked over, escorted by two other bodyguards. Big brother, I've made you laugh. Subai gave a polite smile, and Lin Dongnan nodded his head to indicate that it was small. Then, he saw Subai stride towards the fallen Li Ziming. On the other side, Song Jinchang had been surrounded by four bodyguards with a very ugly expression. Li Ziming had long been scared out of his wits, and after being picked up by Subai, he frantically begged for mercy. Subai, Master Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I will never bother you again, and I promise I will never come near Xia Yanshi again. You just spare me. At this moment, Li Ziming was in tears. If he had known that Subai was such a ruthless character, he wouldn't have dared to mess with him even if he had 100 guts. Subai, however, was unmoved, striding toward his car and throwing him against the warped shell. This car cost me $6. 28 million, plus my girlfriend's emotional distress. I don't want much. I want you to be good for $1 million. Tell me, how do you want to pay for it? Chapter 26 Song Biao, do you need me to help you control your son? Hearing Subai's words, Li Ziming's face became even more ugly. $1 million. Not to mention him, even the rich woman he hugged before. Tung Shufei. You can't get that kind of money anytime soon. In desperation, he had to turn to his boss, Song Jinchang, for help. Boss, you save me. I don't have that much money nah. Li Ziming cried. Shut the up. What happened today was because of you. Song Jinchang also had fire in his stomach, and immediately roared back, then looked viciously at the few people in front of him. He is the son of Song Biao. When has he ever been in such a sorry state? I'm warning you guys, don't give me an inch. I'm Song Biao's son. Don't dare mess with me, or my dad will kill your whole family. Song Jinchang roared out angrily, and Subai and Lin Dongnan both looked at him with the gaze of looking at an idiot. It's not even half touched. I'll give you 10 minutes to get your dad here or you don't have to leave today. Lin Dongnan looked at him and coldly said, good, that's what you said. Don't regret it. Wash your necks and die. After letting out his harsh words, Song Jinchang directly called and shook people to go. Subai no longer bothered about Li Ziming, leaving him standing alone in front of the car, not daring to move. He himself and Lin Dongnan each lit up a cigarette. Big brother, you know the one called Song Biao? Subai asked. If you mess with a triad like Song Biao, it'll be quite a headache. You might get your family involved. Recognize, my little brother, Lin Dongnan said without a care in the world, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Subai and Lian Yu were both shocked, blinking their eyes at him. Don't make a fuss. Your big brother, I used to be a gangster. Then I had a daughter. I've just changed my career to business, but now I'm also a black and white man. When things go wrong in the future, as long as you're in Sioux City, just give my name. Lin Lunan said triumphantly. This wave had made him pretend to be there, but on second thought there was no need. Subai's family background was perhaps even more profound than his. There's absolutely no need to worry about these things. That said, that slap you just delivered was really handsome. Your big brother. I've been around for so many years. I've never even seen anyone who can give a slap that dislocates their jaw. And you've practiced? Yeah. I took 2.5 years of karate when I was in elementary school. Ha ha. Subai did not expect Lin Dongnan to have such a layer of background. It seemed like those rumors from his previous life that said Chen Tianyu had a gangster background had a high probability of being true as well. No wonder they could grow so fast. Now with this relationship, it would also be much easier for Subai to do many things in the future. Within minutes, a 6-seat black Jeep pulled up to the curb. Who dares to bully my Song Biao's son? Are you tired of living? A middle-aged man stepped out of the car surrounded by a few big men, coming on strong. Yet in the next second a voice reached his ears. Song Biao, I've closed my hands and quit for years. Do you want my old man to take you on? Lin Dongnan's voice was incomparably thick, and Song Biao immediately froze on the spot. At this time, he saw Song Jinchang running over in large strides, raising his hand and pointing at the Subai duo over there. Dad, it's that little, and that old, you son of a, shut the up, pow. Song Biao immediately gave Song Jinchang a resounding slap, and Song Jinchang was dumbfounded in place. Song Piao, do you need me to help you control your son? Lin Dongnan's voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in Song Biao's ears. Only those who had followed Nan knew how terrifying the man really was. The recollection of those bygone years gradually brought before him the elegant-looking middle-aged man. Overlapping with the figure of that great and powerful man back then, Song Biao only felt his heart and soul shaking, and his lips couldn't help trembling. Without even any hesitation, Song Biao knelt straight down. Boss Lin. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to talk like I just did if I had 100 guts. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Song Biao flustered mid-eyes, constantly smacking himself, his face immediately red and swollen in the middle. It's my fault for not teaching my son well. I don't know what my son just did. I'll make it up to him. As Song Jinchang watched this scene, he only felt his brain buzzing and he also realized at this moment that he seemed to have made a big mistake. Seeing my father, who has always been a powerful man in Sioux City, at this moment, he was actually humble as a dog kneeling in front of someone else, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Not caring about the fiery pain on his face, he also plopped down on his knees. Lin Dongnan, however, didn't seem to see it. Your son's men smashed my second brother's car and tried to break his legs, even threatened to bang my sibling. Song Biao, this is not a small matter. You haven't forgotten the rules of the road, have you? Lin Dongnan said in a cold voice. Song Biao was so shocked that he even started kowtowing on the spot. Boss Lin, I'm sorry, please let me make amends. Spend as much money as you want. Boss Lin, I deserve to die. For the sake of all the years I've been with you, please don't move my family. Song Biao was in tears, and even Su Bai was a little chilled when he saw this scene. How ruthless a character was this big brother of his in the past. I can't believe I scared a gangster like that. You don't talk to me, talk to my second brother. If my second brother forgives you, I can pretend that I didn't see this matter. Lin Dong confirmed his voice. A flash of surprise flashed across Song Biao's face as he hurriedly knelt in front of Su Mu. Without waiting for him to speak, Su Bai spoke first. You don't have to say anything, and I won't give you a hard time. This whole thing happened because of that man. What compensation should be made was just told to him. If you want any details, just ask him. Su Bai said and pointed at Li Ziming over there. The latter's heart shook so violently that he almost fainted with both eyes rolled back in his head. He knew that he was dead this time. At this time, there was only endless remorse in his heart. Why did he mess with him? Why can't you see that this little white boy has such a big background? My cousin is a little tired today and I just want to get her home quickly now. I'll be staying at the waterfront garden Villa 7 in 2 days. So I hope I can see your sincerity by then. Su Bai said, living in a very calm tone. If any other young man had been confronted by a mobster who knelt to his knees, I'm afraid I'm already in a state of disarray and incoherent. No, if it were anyone else, they'd be on the floor by now. Lin Dongnan understood what he meant, which was that he didn't want to trouble him as his big brother and wanted to handle it himself. It didn't help that he looked more highly upon him, with such thick thighs on the side of the, and yet you still have to be hands-on and feet-on. If he didn't actually have a daughter, he would have said something like, if I had a daughter, I would marry her to you. Your car broke down. It just so happens that I have 2 empty seats in my car, so I'll have someone take you guys back later? Lin Dongnan then stopped interfering and directly ignored the 2 fathers and sons who were still kneeling on the ground, hooking Su Bai's shoulders. Su Bai nodded, and the group of people then finally left. Don't worry, Boss Lin, I'll definitely get it done. Song Biao shouted into their background until the 3 cars drove away and the Song father and son duo got up and the murderous gaze looked to Li Ziming, who was trembling at the side. Chapter 27. Who is this Xia Yanshi they're talking about? The white Porsche Cayenne stopped downstairs at Liang Yu's house. Su Bai helped Liang Yu out of the car, bid farewell to the big brother and the little secretary and went upstairs. I'm also tired of sitting on the shift, going to houses and dealing with punks, and now my mouth is dry. Grabbing the bare teacup on the coffee table, and not caring whose it was, Tun Tun drank it all. Then take a long, cozy breath, cross your legs, and start swiping Lin Entertainment to see if there are any new updates on rubbing beauties. Yet only a few swipes later, he felt a baleful gaze beside him that, a chill ran down his spine. Turning his head to look, he only saw Liang Yu's eyes wide open, staring straight at him. Look at him with a little heart. Mr. Liang, what are you doing looking at me like that? He asked while having the feeling that the long legs twisting around on his cell phone screen were a bit conspicuous. So without moving, he turned off his phone and shoved it under his butt. Su Bai, why did that man just now say that your women change very often? And, who is this Xia Yanshi he's talking about? Could it be from our school? Did you fall in love early? If we just stand from a passerby's point of view, Su Bai is young, handsome, and tall, good figure and mainly rich. Boys like that are very popular with girls wherever they go. It's not unusual to have a girlfriend. However, if one were to stand in the shoes of a classroom teacher, Learning that her soon-to-be senior student is suspected of having an early love affair. She has to step in and take care of it, even if the other person is a rich kid. It was out of a sense of duty as a classroom teacher, never because of anything else. No, Mr. Liang, you've misunderstood. Although Xia Yanshi is indeed a student of our school, but I've broken up with her in order to prepare for my college entrance exams. Besides, she's only been talking to me for over a year and hasn't even kissed me on the mouth. I promise. Subai reached out his hand and made an oath. For what this man said, Liang Yu didn't believe half of the punctuation marks. An average high school student who had the audacity to carry his drunken self home all by himself, and stayed behind and slept on the same pillow for a night. How can a boy like that be honest? I look like a cutie to you, do I? It's only my first day as your homeroom teacher, and you have the nerve to get under my covers while I'm drunk. Now say a girlfriend you've been talking to for a year hasn't even kissed you on the mouth. You think I'll believe that? Subai slapped his head. Rashly. Even though I don't believe it myself, I'm really telling the truth. So then, he told those things about him and Xia Yanshi in detail again, then told the story of what happened that day at the Mercedes-Benz boutique. Liang Yu could hear that he wasn't lying. It's all broken up and you're still striking out over her. You must still have feelings for her, Liang Yu said very seriously. As your homeroom teacher, and now half a guardian, it's only reasonable to. I should even manage this. I can't let you get distracted during revision. You're going to call that girl right now and make it clear to her that you're going to prepare for the college entrance exams, and tell her not to talk to you about anything that isn't related to studying from this day forward. Seeing him in this manner, Subai was frowning, and a few flashes of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Teacher Liang, you are so concerned about my early love problem. It can't be that you have designs on me, right? He asked in a joking tone. Why? The words were like a sudden rise of some switch, and Liang Yu's face suddenly flushed. What are you talking about? I'm your homeroom teacher. How dare you speak so lightly? Believe it or not, I'll go to the D.E.A.'s office tomorrow and have you receive a disciplinary action before you graduate. When Subai heard him say that, he immediately raised his hands and surrendered without a second thought. Straight away, he pulled out his cell phone and punched a number out. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello? Sue. White. On the phone was a nice girl's voice, giddy with excitement. In the past, she had always been indifferent, even bored, with the number of this cell phone. Unfortunately, now, when he received another call from the man, it was hard to contain the elation in his heart. Have you figured it out? Subai. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been mesmerized by that Li Ziming. I really regret it. I know you mind that I'm no longer clean, but I'm willing to spend the rest of my life making it up to you. Subai. Let's make up. I'll listen to you in everything from now on. Xia Yanshi's words had already taken on a sobbing tone. I could imagine her pitiful, pearly face through the cell phone, meeting Liang Yu's morose gaze. The corners of Subai's mouth twitched. It's a sin. Xia Yanshi, do you know that I just almost had my legs broken by Li Ziming with a group of people? Do you realize that there are triads behind him? Subai's words reached Xia Yanshi's ears, and her mind went blank. What? Subai, you alright? He didn't do anything to you, right? I can't call here if I need something. Subai's voice instantly turned cold. Xia Yanshi, I don't even know whether to say you're stupid or you're a little bit of small tactics made you give up your bottom line, being tricked out of your body and leading to a bunch of trouble. I'm really disappointed in you. Subai's words seemed like a steel needle sticking into her heart. Xia Yanshi could no longer collapse. Tears of remorse couldn't be stopped from welling up in his eyes. Subai. Me. You stop. I take back what I said before. From now on, we're done. Don't you ever come back to me again, especially before the entrance exams. I need to study and prepare for the entrance exams. After saying that, Subai hung up the phone unceremoniously. He looked at Liang Yu invitingly. The latter's eyes were impenetrable, seemingly half convinced. And, haven't quite made up my mind yet. You don't have to put on a show for me. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. For the next few moments, I will focus on you. I advise you to focus your mind on your studies. Subi. Meanwhile, west of Sioux City, a white Porsche Cayenne slowly drove into the gate of the Forest Villa neighborhood, parked in the courtyard of a 3-story villa. The villas in this neighborhood are nothing less than waterfront gardens and the location is excellent. Lin Dongnan got off the car, and there were $3 or $4 million luxury cars parked in the garage on the side. If we're talking about real estate and luxury cars, Lin Dongnan's assets in Sioux City exceed $2 billion. 3 suites and 4 cars have been sold as of today. The Southeast Chamber of Commerce may fall, but he, Lin Dongnan, will never fall. Walking into the villa, the lights were all still on, and the nanny was in the kitchen preparing a late-night snack, and coming up to greet him was his wife, Willow Hope. How's it going? did you have a good talk today? Willow Hope was concerned. It kind of went well. Except the house was given away to me. Lin Dongnan smiled and sold his words. Ha? Gave it away? Who has such great face? Yuan wondered. Lin Dongnan lightly smiled and scratched her nose. It's not about giving face. It's that the other party has invested $140 million in our Chamber of Commerce. Now we won't have to worry about money for 2 years. So much money? This is really a big favor for you. Be sure to thank them. You're right. And this nobleman is only 18. Just like Rara. Still in my senior year of high school. What a fearful young man. When I have time, I'll definitely invite him over for dinner. Geez, so young? Maybe he's the young master of some big consortium. We have to grasp this favor. It will be very beneficial to the Chamber's future development. Lu Yuan was worthy of being Mrs. Lin, thinking comprehensively, and Lin Dongnan immediately nodded his head in recognition. By the way, Lara suddenly told me that she wanted to walk out of school for the remaining 10 days or so. I even asked my aunt to prepare 2 breakfasts tomorrow, and I always felt something was wrong. Willow Hope suddenly said, "What's wrong with that? It's almost senior year. It's about eating and sleeping well and. Are you worried about her falling in love early? Let her go. The child is older." Chapter 28 Cub Music wants to sign my songs? The next morning, a touch of sunlight sprinkled on Subai's face, and in a daze, he opened his eyes and, just look at the bedroom ceiling. He didn't get to squeeze into a bed with Mr. Liang last night like he wanted to, because Liang specially prepared sheets and bedding and made a crib out for him to sleep in the storage room next door. Joking aside, a young female teacher in her early 20s, and an older boy of 17 or 18, it's sleeping in the same bed every day. It'd be strange if something didn't happen. Hearing the sound of breakfast being made from the kitchen outside, Subai secretly sighed. Mr. Liang got up so early. This is not give a chance. It looked like the plan to raid this goddess still had a long way to go. Sighing lightly, Subai got up and went to wash up, then walked out onto the balcony with a teacup. Opening his cell phone, he saw several missed calls. One of them is the mom hit Subai the first time to give her words. Sort of reported peace to the family, and incidentally, asked the old mom and dad to step up and try to make a brother or sister out of him as soon as possible. Naturally, the result was a hanging up of the phone after a cordial greeting from his own mother. Subai backhandedly sent a message over to his old man, asking him to take his mom out for a while. Take it easy and relax. You can take care of yourself on your side. Then he noticed another missed call. It was a strange phone call from Hangzhou. Subai called back, and it didn't ring for a few moments before being picked up from there. At this moment, in the conference room of an office building in Hangzhou, Xin Yao interrupted the meeting and picked up the phone. Yes, it was she who contacted Subai personally. The dozen or so people at the conference table looked at each other in disbelief at the sight, and the air was terribly still. Hello, are you Lin Entertainment Street full of hooligans? Is that Brother Dinyo? Xin Yao coughed lightly, although she had long been mentally prepared for it. But he still couldn't bring himself to read the thing out, making her look like a female hooligan. That's right, it's me. May I ask who you are? Oh, yeah, well, we're from Cub Music. Yesterday, we heard your original song Snow Prstnce in the livestream of Lin Entertainment, and we would like to cooperate with you in depth. I wonder if you have any plans to sell the song? Hearing Xin Yao's words, Subai was somewhat surprised. As far as he can remember, Cub Music didn't become popular until 3 or 5 years later. Right? Although it could not be called the most top-notch, it was at least first class, and Subai in his previous life had been using it. It looks like it's been around for a long time. It just didn't catch fire in the first few years. Good lord, another business opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Subai cleared his throat and replied, I wouldn't think of selling the rights for a while, because I've been a little busy lately, but now that you've both found me, it's not impossible to talk. Tell you what, I've got some free time in the last week. So if you're really sincere, you can come over to Sioux City and see me in person. The other party, as a rich man whose reward is millions of dollars, it is normal that he is usually busy. But Xin Yao didn't expect the other party to agree to an interview so easily. Okay, that's certainly no problem. We can come to Sioux City anytime. Finally the two of them added WeChat, and an appointment was made to meet at a cafe near the school at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Hanging up the phone, Xin Yao was a little excited in her heart. Cub Music really needs a heavy hitter so bad right now. Trying to get out of the warm rut that. How easy is it to compete with those top music platforms? The segment of Subai's live broadcast last night has exploded on the internet, with the background of a mysterious tycoon coupled with excellent original songs and good enough vocals. I wonder how many platforms would like to work with Brother Dinyo. His private messages are bursting at the seams. As for why Cub Music can steal the show and get Sue White's number. Hey, Lemon, did you sell my number to Cub Music? Hanging up the phone call from Little Bear Music side, Subai backhandedly dialed Jiang Yuzu Ning. Needless to think, the only person who was out in the open and had her contact information was this ninny. On the other side of the phone, Jiang Yuzu Lemon, who hadn't yet woken up and was in a daze, sobered instantly upon hearing the words. Ah, you mean that? I'm not doing you a favor. Cub Music has a lot of potential, and you'll have a better future with them, Jiang Yueliang said in a serious manner. Not bad, not bad. I'm really impressed. So now can you tell the truth? Brother Din Yo, I can't blame your sister for this. They're just giving too much, Jiang Yuelui Lemon said pitifully. Bear Music agreed to sign her up and guaranteed an annual salary of more than $3 million and platform vigorously support, which is too much more than what Lin Entertainment gives. How can she not be moved? Anyway, Bear paid good money to get Sue's cell phone number, so surely it won't be out in the open. If Sue doesn't want to cooperate, just refuse. Lemon's sister, you disappoint me so much, Subai painfully said. Okay, I'm wrong, okay, big deal. I'll make it up to you. Jiang Yuelui Lemon knew that she was in the wrong, so she offered to make amends. Okay, I'll give you that. I want to see a picture of your black silk legs in an hour. Or I'll buy out Cub Music and find out what you're up to and kill myself to get to you in the night. Jiang Yuzue Lemon? Subai wasn't joking, he was really planning to buy the bear. Otherwise you wouldn't have called someone in for an interview. Cub has a market capitalization of 300 or 400 million now, but in a few years it'll be tens or hundreds of billions of dollars. And if he becomes the boss, he can also take in those new stars who will be hot in the future at low prices in advance. And then he will really get rich. But right now, there's only 200,000 in hand, so it looks like we're going to have to find a way to get some money. Just at this time, the glass of the balcony was pulled open, and Liang Yu took off her apron and walked over to Subai. Go eat breakfast. I made egg and shrimp chow mein. Why are you looking at me like that? Liang Yu subconsciously covered her chest and sized up the guy in front of her with a wary and odd gaze. Mr. Liang, I think it's a nice day today. Why don't we go to the mall to buy clothes later? You've got such long legs. You'd look great in Parisienne, Subai said with a bad smile on his face. Liang Yu heard him being light-hearted like that, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she deliberately avoided the point. And, look at him with interest. Oh, you're buying me clothes? We've only been here a few days. Do you have something to ask of me if you're so close? Subai felt the strong teasing meaning in these words, and immediately felt a joy in his heart, secretly saying that there is a game. Let the next second, only to hear Liang Yu lower her voice. Just a reminder that disrespecting a teacher in or out of school is grounds for a demerit. Molesting a teacher is a major offense. With the sound of something breaking in his heart, Subai revealed an awkward yet unobtrusive smile. Ha ha, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. Chapter 29 Schoolgirls' big meat buns are just delicious. The weekend went by quickly, and the students had a weekend of frantic studying that. All of them looked sucked dry when they walked into the classroom early Monday morning. Unlike Subai, who was light on his feet, glowing, and humming a little tune in his mouth. Yesterday, after all his insistence as well as his toughness, he managed to take Mr. Liang to the mall, bought a trench coat, a pair of off-white co-branded board shorts in the same style as my own, a necklace in 3 different styles of Parisienne cost him more than $40,000, and the system returned more than $4 million directly. Alas, one can only say that Mr. Liang's spending power is still too weak. When I walked into the classroom, there were only about 10 people in the class in total. Most of them were lying on their backs, catching up on their sleep. Only Lin Xinla was reading a book. Well, and sneak a peek at Subai. The other day, I accidentally bumped into the big black bull, Yuki, in class. Lin Xinla was shocked at least 10,000 times as much as Liang Yu, and hadn't slowed down until now. What she didn't know was that Liang Yu had now become good friends with the big black cow, but she never really met the big black cow. At home for 2 days over the weekend, it was as if Lin Xinla had been under a magic spell. It was as if that damned big black cow had lived in her head, and she couldn't get rid of it. And even when she was taking a shower, she would think of those shameful images. And she was so ashamed that she cursed how she had become a female rascal as well. Ghostly, she asked her family to walk out of school, and made up his mind to bring breakfast to Subai. Well, it's simply just a matter of courtesy, and in no way does it mean anything to Subai. The action of stealing a glance just now was seen by Subai, and he directly walked over with big strides. Lin Xinla's deskmate was called Wang Xiaoyu, a girl who was only 1.5 meters or so and was resting on her back. In her sleep, she was suddenly grabbed by a big, merciless hand by the collar and lifted up alive. Put it aside on an empty seat. She looked up with a confused look on her face. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on here? Only to see that Subai had already sat down next to Lin Xinla, and shamelessly squeezed towards her. Big schoolgirl Lin, bringing such a big lunchbox. You're not eating by yourself, are you? Did you bring it just for me? He purposely leaned his face very close, and Lin Xinla blushed and gave him a blank look without a good reason. Not at all. Don't flatter yourself. It's just that I accidentally brought more than I could eat, said with a face full of little pride. Lin Xinla took out two big, white and round large meat buns from the lunchbox and placed them in front of Subai along with the tray. Subai's eyes lit up. He could immediately tell that this was a handmade large meat bun with a high level of production. I can't imagine that I'll be able to eat the schoolgirl's big meat buns in my lifetime. I'll definitely savor it. Lin Xinla didn't expect that two meat buns could excite Subai like this. This bun she's been eating since she was a kid. It's not worth much, is it? You be careful. There's still juice in there. She was afraid that Subai would spill the juice and warned. Ooh, then I'll just suck the juice out of it before I eat it, Subai said, hissing and inhaling. Wow, this is just delicious. Can you give it to me every day from now on? Humph. You wish. You can't have my big meat buns just because you want them. The two boys in the front row frowned deeper and deeper as they heard the conversation between the two. I wanted to remind you out of kindness, but I was afraid that Subai would settle scores in autumn, in laying hands on their bullheads, so both men silently shut their mouths. Just at this time, Subai took out a small box from his pocket. Inside is a women's wristwatch. He'd noticed a long time ago that Lin Xinla's wrists were always empty. It seemed to need a watch to set off the beauty of that white, plain hand. With such a good opportunity, where would he be willing to miss it? Giving away a watch, both in terms of getting a rebate from the system. It can also harvest the favor of Linda's schoolgirl. Two birds with one stone. Why not? So, after shopping at the mall yesterday, he snuck back to the watch boutique and bought this watch. Crichton Martin. International brand. Handmade. Plain as day. The main one is simple, but it actually cost Subai a whole 1.68 million. This is a little present for you. I noticed you don't seem to have a watch, Subai said casually, in order to just make Lin Xinla believe that this watch was ordinary. Who knew that Lin Xinla didn't do anything when she saw the watch? Instead, he looked at Subai with a strange gaze. You bought it just for me? It cost a lot of money, didn't it? She asked tentatively with a slightly odd expression. Yeah, this watch cost me over $2,000. Subai told a lie without blushing or jumping. If Lin Xinla hadn't already recognized the watch, she might have believed it. Her heart had already quietly changed a note to Subai. Cheeky and super good at lying, big-time hooligans. If she hadn't known what a cow was until now, the words bull will definitely appear in this note. Come on you. You don't even blink when you tell a lie. You're just going to lie to other people. I've seen this watch abroad. I saw it for $270. $000. It's impossible to take it without $1.5 million in the country now. Such an expensive watch. You're willing to give it to me? Subai's mouth twitched when he heard her words. This is great. Meet someone who knows what he's doing. It's impossible to muddle through. You'd better take it, or I'll whore out such a pretty girlfriend for nothing in the future. The heart will be too much. Subai leisurely sighed. Oh well, this is all seen by you, helpless posture. How could Lin Xinla withstand such blunt teasing? A small face turned red at that time. Do you really think you can pass me? Bragging is not afraid of flashing your tongue. By then, when you lose the bet, you can't hold your girlfriend. And you have to treat me to a big meal and take a watch. Let's see where you can cry. Then won't I just ask for the watch back when the time comes? Subai is still trying to struggle. You're thinking pretty well. I can't have this watch. If you really want to give it to me, then wait until you actually beat me, Lin Zanara said with a red face. Just as Subai was having a headache, a voice came from the classroom door. Subai. Looking at the sound, she saw Xia Yanshi standing playfully at the door of the classroom. There was also an insulated lunchbox in his hand. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and spoke languidly. Ugh, since you don't want it, I'll just have to give it to another girl. After all, people bring me breakfast too. Before the words were out of his mouth, the little box in front of him had been snatched away by a small hand that, just to see Lin Zanara huffing and puffing, she shoved it into the belly of the table. It's mine. You'll never want it back. Detected that the host spent $16.800 for the dog-licking object, rewarded with $16.800. TSK. It's so cute when big schoolgirl Lin is jealous. Chapter 30 Meeting with the female president of Cub Music. Subai gave Lin Xinla a meaningful smile before walking towards the classroom door. A smile appeared on Xia Yanshi's face when she saw Subai walk out. But from Subai's point of view, that smile was so humble, so familiar, like the way he used to be a lickspittle. Subai, this is what I went to buy for you specially. Your favorite xiaolong bao, she said, offering the insulated lunchbox with both hands, her eyes full of hope. Subai frowned at her. I told you yesterday. Let's not get involved again. Why are you even doing this? After Subai's call ended yesterday, Xia Yanshi lost her voice and cried for a long time. She just couldn't accept that big of a drop. So it turned out that the best had been right next to her all along, and she was too stupid to see how good he was to her. A kick in the pants. She thought about it for a long time, and finally decided that she was going to chase Suzy back. She had to find a way to return to Subai's side, even if she went to be his licking dog. This scene made Subai feel ironic in the past, when he had no money. He took great pains to spend money for her and was still disliked, but now that he has money, she has turned herself upside down and is taking the initiative to spend money for him. No wonder Li Ziming could trick her by casually pretending to be a rich kid. It's such a useful trick for this kind of bonehead gold digger that you don't even have to spend a dime yourself, the richer you are. The more she's willing to spend on you. Subai, why did you hide it from me before? You're obviously a rich man, but you pretended to be a poor boy. If I had known earlier, I certainly wouldn't have disregarded you, much less gone after Li Ziming. Subai laughed coldly in his heart. There is no one else who can talk about gold worship in such a bright and honorable way. That's not what you used to call a poor boy. It's a poor ***T. Hearing these words, Xia Yanshi's heart tingled again. Subai, you have to understand me too. I know you've been very kind to me, and I'm touched, but I have to think about being a little more realistic too. What's the point of talking about the future if you don't have the money? Okay, good point. Then let me tell you, my identity as a rich kid is fake, too. Actually, I'm still the same poor I used to be, and everything in the Mercedes store before was an act I got the staff to do. I'm up to just $200 on my whole body right now, and my family's still carrying a mortgage, Subai said with an indifferent face, looking not like he was joking at all. Xia Yanshi, we've been talking for at least a year. You said you'd give you another chance, and now I'm giving it to you. It's up to you to take advantage of it, Subai secretly said in his heart, and the scene became quiet all of a sudden. His words were like a pot of cold water poured on Xia Yanshi's head. She didn't expect Subai to be a fake rich kid. She was self-conscious that she was overwhelmed by the powerful contrast, just because Subai stood up for her and beat Li Ziming, and then turned around and bought himself a car. Nope, that big Mercedes G was indeed delivered to her house. It is also indeed worth $68 million. All documents are in order. Subai said that to test me. He must have pretended to be poor before to test me, and I didn't take advantage of it. Now this is another chance for me. Xia Yanshi, Xia Yanshi, you're such a sizable cutie. Almost wasted another chance. Thinking about this, Xia Yanshi's expression returned as before. Subai, I don't care if you have money or not, and I don't care if you're a good mixer. If there's no you. That day in the Mercedes-Benz store I was really stripped naked in public by Li Ziming. You saved me and gave so much for me. I must return the favor and love you. Xia Yanshi's tone was so sincere that even Subai almost believed it. So, even if you don't have any money, I'm going to stay with you. I know you're the one who really loves me. Big deal. I'll just make money to support you from now on. People can't fall in the same place twice. Xia Yanshi is not hopeless. In the face of her hypocrisy, Subai returned a hypocritical smile. I'm really glad you said that. At that, he bent down and took the lunchbox from her, removing the bag of Xiaolongbao inside. The two of them smiled at each other again, and Subai turned around and went back to the classroom. Over there, holding his English book, Lin Xinla, who had been looking at the same word for 10 minutes, glanced at him quietly. Subai pretended not to see it and returned to his seat. Then he patted Bai Yuntao who was sleeping on the table. The latter jolted up and saw a bag of Xiaolongbao placed in front of him. Eat, reward you. Subai's voice rang out. ***. Honorable righteous father, please accept my son's obeisance. The same cage of buns. He used to lick the goddess with it. In exchange for Xia Yanshi's I don't like it. Don't bring it next time. But now it was used to give it to his brother. But he gained a good big son. In the front row, Lin Xinla, who was concentrating on memorizing her English words. The corner of his mouth curved up in an imperceptible arc. The day at school passed quickly. Today happens to be an English double class, and lunch study is also English. Thus always seeing Mr. Liang. Originally, Subai wanted to be a little transparent, touch the fish and pass. However, Liang Yu always deliberately called Suzy up to answer questions and even made some excessive demands. It's like mimeographing on the board or something. Subai naturally didn't carry a fart. I have to admit, senior year English is so sharp. Although Subai has excellent English background, and do not need to bring an interpreter to talk business with foreigners, but these written things still cannot get, well, it just won't. Definitely not threatened by Mr. Liang or anything. Subai's heart was so bitter, Obviously he knew all the answers. Spelling and grammar and all that is easy to write with ease and confidence. But every time I get several right in a row by myself, it would have drawn a pang of sorrowful eye gaze from Liang Yu, as if to say, I only called you up when you deserted class. Where do you do the opposite? If you get it all right, won't you make me lose face? Subai had no choice but to desperately try to come up with a reasonable, yet wrong, answer. Writing on the blackboard ended up drawing a burst of criticism from Mr. Liang, who said he wasn't paying enough attention in class and wasn't memorizing enough. So during the lunch break, he was unsurprisingly called to preach again. The good thing is that he can touch the fish in other classes. Liang Yu can't care. He can sleep if he wants to. The day passes quickly when you want to herd the cows, and before you know it, school is over. Walk-in students don't have to go to night study, and it was already after 6 in the evening when Subai left the school. Today Subai made an appointment with someone from Little Bear Music to talk about cooperation in person. Considering that he was going to acquire a portion of Cub Music's shares, Subai was worried that he didn't have enough money in hand. So again, Lemon's sister opened the live broadcast, and then wildly swiped a few thousand rockets to earn a large wave of cashback before giving up. He now has $230 million at his disposal, which is perfectly adequate. It's not like he's going to swallow Cub Music whole, and even if he had the money, they still wouldn't sell it. We're still staying at Mr. Liang's house tonight. It's just that Mr. Liang has to watch the evening study for the residential students today, and he won't be home until 10 o'clock. Subai then didn't even eat dinner, directly left the house and went to the appointment. When he arrived at the cafe, he caught a glimpse of the woman sitting by the window. The other woman was wearing a professional wraparound dress, as had been agreed upon beforehand, with a white lady's wristwatch on her left hand, sitting in an elegant and dignified manner, with a superb figure, and, as you can tell by looking at her side profile, what a beauty she must have been. And there's an air of grandeur about it. Name, Qin Yao. Height 166 cm. Weight 54 kg. Age, 27. The current rating is 91. Do you want to bind a dog-licking object? Chapter 31 Capitalizing 200 million. Qin Yao scared dumbfounded. Qin Yao. This name made Subai's heart flutter. He remembered it. The big boss of Little Bear Music is named Qin Yao, and her identity is far from simple. She is also the youngest daughter of the Qin family in Yanjing. Remembering that Cub Music didn't start out well, and even suffered a crackdown on the. It was only later that Qin Yao got on the right track after her marriage to the youngest member of the Feng family. What kind of secret there is in it is obvious to anyone with eyes to see. Feng Shiji, the youngest member of the Feng family, he's no good. A business that actually made Qin Rouge, the female president, come to talk about it personally. Seeing that, Cub Music is really kinda in need of this song right now, needing the market and the heat. With all this sorted out in his mind, the corners of Subai's mouth rose slightly. Walking over in large strides, he sat down in front of Qin Yao. Sorry I'm late, he said, throwing a smile at the other man that didn't seem out of place at all. Qin Yao's face showed shock when she saw the visitor. She knew that the big cowboy on the internet was young, but he didn't think he'd grow up to be so handsome that, those handsome and confident brows, as well as an air unique to young masters of big families, made Qin Yao's first impression of Subai very good. Hello Mr. Qin, my name is Subai. I'm Lin Entertainment's Denyo brother. Subai took the initiative to reach out his hand and said very politely. Qin Yao did not expect the other party to know her identity. Out of politeness, she reached out and shook his hand anyway. Hello Mr. Su, do you know me? Ha, I've had the honor of meeting you once, except that you probably don't have much of an impression of me. Sister Qin, actually, I heard something like you when I called this morning, but I didn't dare to recognize it. I never thought that Sister Qin would personally come out to talk about cooperation. It's really giving me face. As a veteran of them all, making up blind lies to get close to people is the basic operation. For the young masters and young ladies of these big families, they attend too many dinners and whatnot. Big or small, there's one or two almost every week, and as far as who you've seen, it's impossible to remember them all. Oh, so that's how it is. But, why are you still letting me wear this outfit? That was the first thing that came to Qin Yao's mind. In fact, she'd realized something was wrong yesterday when the other woman had suggested the idea, and she'd always been a very conservative dresser. A professional wraparound skirt with black silk was such a great outfit that she had never tried before. Subai was asked the key question, not only not embarrassed, but calmly sip a mouthful of coffee, in a tone of I'm laying it on the line. I'm a dirty old man. Actually, that was just me simply wanting to see how you look in black silk. Sister Qin, I've been having trouble with my eyes lately, and my doctor told me to look at more beautiful women. Put. Qin Yao was on the spot by this stinky brother whole broken defense. Such a joke not only will not make her angry. Instead, she found some humor in the boy in front of her. The distance between the two men diminished a lot, as opposed to the hypocrites who say they don't want to see it, but in reality are always sneaking a peek. She still prefers guys who are a little more straightforward. Wanting to see it is wanting to see it, and there's no shame in saying it. Since Mr. Sue that wants to see it, why don't we talk about the matter of the work first? We can find a place to study it later. Don't you think so, Mr. Sue? Chinyao's expression was a bit unnatural as she said this. Obviously never done anything like this before. As a well-deserved businesswoman, she's made it to the heights she's reached today, all by their own efforts and talents. But now, the company has suffered a crisis, and his own family has been targeted, and at such a time of crisis, she had to resort to extraordinary means. The meaning of this statement is clear. She has made up her mind to do whatever it takes to get this song, because she trusts her vision and recognizes it as a breakthrough, to capture this wave of traffic that Cub Music has every chance to turn the tide against the wind. It's too good an opportunity to pass up. Since you've already said so, Sister Chin, I certainly have nothing to say. Subai laughed. To be honest, he didn't expect Chinyao to take such initiative, but he didn't show too much surprise. Then let's hear your sincerity first. Chinyao nodded, then also put away her smile. From a file bag to the side, she pulled out a tablet containing the electronic draft she had prepared. This song, Snow-Eyed Astaruth, that you have composed is very much in line with our company's growth strategy, and our initial offer is $14 million for the rights to the song that. After that the song is exclusively owned by us, Bear Music, and we will top your song on the homepage of the app, and we are promoting it with full force in conjunction with the Forest Entertainment app. These conditions were pretty much what Subai had expected. Okay, Sister Chin, there's no need to talk about the bylaws. I accept this proposal. Snow-Eye Disdain is sold to you for $12 million, and it doesn't matter how you guys want to use it. Subai was blunt and it was supposed to be a song he brought over from the afterlife, and he wasn't running to make money. No, Mr. Sue, you don't have to decide so quickly. There's a lot of detail parts one haven't gotten to yet. Chinyao was really confused. She had thought that this cooperation conversation would be very difficult. After all, the entire market is now eyeing this piece of meat and potatoes. It's definitely not that easy for Bear Music to try and eat alone. She's all ready to hemorrhage. Even Subai raised the price to 20 million can be accepted. After the request is even more casually he raised, more exaggeratedly speaking, she was ready to sacrifice the most precious thing like that just so Subai could say yes. It turned out that people said they only wanted $12 million and they didn't have to worry about the follow-up. She wondered if this was Subai making fun of her. Sister Chin, it's really nothing. It's just a song. I have a dozen other songs in my possession that are not in the least inferior. And, perhaps, Cub Music can have them all without spending a penny. At this moment Subai does not know at this moment the appearance of this cold as iceberg beautiful president brain in the mind, or he high and low to do something before continuing to talk. So Sister Chin, the cooperation you wanted to talk to me about is already done. Next it's my turn to talk to you about my partnership program. I'm a man who doesn't like to talk nonsense, and I know that Cub can't develop because of the family crackdown. I can't find the right investor and partner, so I'm going to invest in the shares and be the owner of Cub Music. And naturally, all my songs go to support my own company. These words were like a muffled thunderbolt exploding in Chinyao's head. She hadn't expected such a result even with all her calculations, and at the same time she was more curious about Subai's background. So how much do you want to vote for? Strongly suppressing the excitement in her heart, Chinyao asked. Subai slowly stretched out two fingers, and Chinyao breathed a sigh of relief. It's only $20 million. The total market value of her company is around $240 million. It wouldn't hurt to give him an 8% share in exchange for that much. After all, this is a special time for the company and it does need an investment to get over the hump. Plus, if he's that good on every song, the value is immeasurable. However, in the next second, Subai's words caused her eyes to widen in shock. I'll put in 200 million. Chapter 32. I know of a foot washing town nearby. 200 million. Subai, he's going to throw in 200 million. You know, her Chinyao's share in Little Bear Music is only 200 million. If Subai invested $20 million, it was because he wanted to share some benefits in the future. But if it's a $200 million investment, that's trying to be the second big boss, tied to Cub Music. Mr. Sue, I shouldn't have heard you right, should I? Chinyao ruthlessly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even if she was a famous girl who had experienced a big scene, it still makes my heart race. You heard right. I'm going to put in $200 million. As far as I know, there's only 2 shareholders in Cubs now. You're holding 200 million, 80%, and the other one's your BFF, Su Yameng. the third miss of the Su family. She has $50 million in her hands, accounting for 20%. It's still mainly up to you. I'm investing $200 million, and all your shares will shrink, and I will be on the same level as you, but I won't be involved in the decision making. I'll only be working on the music. You can count on that. Hearing the words spoken by Su Bai, Qinyao's gaze was still a bit dull. Some can't believe what's happening in front of them. Was all ready to hemorrhage money today to save cub music by listening to this next song. As a result, inexplicably pulling in $200 million in investment, bringing my little bear music straight back from the dead. But, why did you vote for us? Liang Yu was surprised and at the same time, her heart was very puzzled. She and the boy in front of her were meeting for the first time, never having known each other before. Standing from an objective point of view, the future of Cubby's music was bleak. If he were an investor, he would certainly not consider it. There's no reason why. I simply look favorably on you guys. For me, it's just simply an investment. It's certainly better to make a profit, but I have no regrets if I lose money, Su Bai said in a flat tone. Of course, it's impossible to lose money. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. Anyway, when the time comes, I can start a new music company on my own, and you'll be better off after marrying Feng Shiji, Cubby, and the power will be completely in your hands by then. This analysis by Su Bai made Qingyao more and more frightened. It turned out that the other party had already found out her details, and she was always the one who was kept in the dark. This gave Qingyao a sense of panic that she was being looked at by Su Bai, the harmless-looking brother in front of me. The feeling she brought to her was yet more terrifying than the old men at home who had been in the shopping mall for a long time. General, this matter is too big. Can you give me some time to think about it? Qingyao still didn't dare to make a decision too quickly. Of course there's no problem, but you shouldn't put it off for too long. Sister Qin, I'm going to start my own company in July, and by then if there's never an answer from Bear's side, I might change my mind. Su Bai shrugged and said, in fact, it's good to have such an investment. You know, the Qin family's industry has a total of 2 companies. The entire family had a 700 million or so, while the Feng family had at least 23 billion, overwhelming them at every turn. Thus, just because Feng Shiji had taken a liking to Qingyao, Feng's group froze Qin to the point of selling her daughter. Strongly suppressed, Pops Qin Dashan's side of the family is in a worse position than Cub music is today. I'm afraid it won't last long. At this time, someone dares to ignore the Feng family and sends out a $200 million investment is naturally a blessing in disguise. But, it was because the help to the Qin family was too great, and Su Bai's conditions were just too simple. This made Qingyao suspect that he had other intentions. It's not that he's not afraid of him craving his body, but he's afraid that he's harboring ill intentions towards the Qin family. It is highly likely that Su Bai is another Feng Shiji. Only, this Feng Shiji is younger, more handsome, more generous, more pleasing to girls. There's also the 185 height and the male model body that makes you go weak in the knees, as well as the talent that has made countless musical geniuses TSK. The two ended up signing a transfer agreement for only the song Snowdress, and made a date to go to the studio sometime over the weekend to record the song. Walking out of the cafe, the time was just shy of 8 o'clock in the evening. Knowing full well that today's events were not yet over, Qingyao pretended to know nothing about it, deliberately avoiding Su Bai's gaze. He lowered his head and walked forward, secretly praying in his heart that he would forget about that. However, Su Bai but remember, just now a certain female president but said to let him play legs. Sister Qin, I know there's a foot washing city nearby. Why don't we go for a stroll? Su Bai half flirted. In fact, he didn't expect Qingyao to definitely agree. Where Qingyao did not know the meaning of his words, her face burned a little. Yeah, take your car? She forced herself to calm down. Su Bai raised his hand and pointed to the small electric donkey next to him. This is my car. Qingyao, count on. Forget it, or take my car. Hangzhou is not too far away from Su City. Qingyao has a driver. This time she came in her own car, so the two arrived at the foot wash in her Maserati. This is supposed to be the most upscale foot washing town in Su City. It's got a lot of complicated ingredients. There were all kinds of people, and both decent and immodest services. Su Bai directly chartered a room with a small bath. All the drinks and fruits and stuff were asked for the highest grade. After all, there is a system to give 100 times the cashback. Well, not gripping, white not gripping. It was the first time that Qingyao had come to such a place, and she had been so proud of herself before she arrived. She'd do anything to take the song, but when it came down to it, she was still nervous as hell. All wrapped up in just a towel, he cowered in the corner. Flushed, Su Bai came and sat down beside her, and after getting into the water, he obviously felt her body tremble a little. Sister Qin, if you don't want to, let's forget about it today. There's no need to force it. Our cooperation remains valid. Subai softly said. He wasn't willing to force someone to do that either. But, you don't want it? Xinyao's face was a bit complicated. She vaguely felt a bit overjoyed in her heart. Of course I want it, but I don't want to force you, because I want you because I like your body, not as an add-on to signing an agreement. As I said earlier, even without that, I would have signed it. It was just a song. Subai said calmly. He is not the kind of man who is heartless, even if there are many women, nor will they do anything irresponsible. Xinyao didn't dare to look into his eyes, only looking down at the water, silent. After a long time, she quietly removed her towel, and large snowy whites suddenly appeared under the water. I'm not reluctant. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but Subai still heard her clearly. In the next second, Subai's big hand gently gripped her hand, and that face had slowly approached. One could almost feel the other's hot breath. The water in the bath washed everything away as if nothing had happened. Xinyao's gaze fell on Subai's face. I'll have it drawn up in the next couple of days. If you want to invest in the stock, I'll come back to Sioux City to find you then. When the time comes, you'll be the biggest boss of cub music. Chapter 33 Feng Xiao. Your fiancé is really nice. Sister Qin, you've decided so quickly? You won't think about it any longer? Subai laughed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had heard that Qin Yao was a great beauty in his previous life. It does seem so today. The face value is not much worse than that of Mr. Liang and Lin Xinla. And most importantly, her two long legs really made Subai horny. It's okay, I trust you, Qin Yao faintly voiced. You're really not worried that I've got it in for you? After you have done everything you should have done, do I still need to be skeptical? Shinro did not have the good sense to give him a blank look, though in his heart he knew he didn't mean it. Subai, you should have another woman, right? Xinyao's mind had long had a guess. After all, like this young, handsome, but also many gold boys, definitely the most popular with the girls, but she still wanted to make sure. That's not true, you're the first. Subai secretly added inwardly, it's the first one in this life. Well, I didn't lie. Xinyao was a bit surprised when she heard his words, but she quickly reacted and frowned, sizing him up with a suspicious look, mostly because the others haven't gotten off the ground yet. Subai had weakly added a sentence, drawing a blank stare from Xinyao. This guy is really something. 2. There were clearly girls she was dating and she couldn't believe that someone with so much experience would be doing this for the first time. At the same time, however, an inexplicable joy grew in her heart that, for no reason at all, she had a crush on the older boy she had just met in front of her. I don't care how many women you have, make sure you save me a spot here. Speaking softly, Xinyao leaned her head on Subai's shoulder. A finger gently nudged at his heart. There's no one to help me now. In case I marry Feng Shiji, not only will I myself suffer humiliation and domestic violence, but most importantly, the Feng family will ride over the Qin family. Subai nodded in understanding. The Feng family and the Qin family weren't originally on the same level, but in recent years the Qin family had risen to prominence. Gradually, it threatened the status of the Feng family. In fact, the marriage was just an excuse to cover up the Feng family's ugly eating. Even without this marriage, the Feng family would still go after the Qin family. That's why Xinyao would rather have a relationship with Subai, whom she just met. Nor would she marry Feng Shiji. A stranger is better than an enemy. Moreover, now that she had a relationship with Subai, it was like pulling him into the Qin family's camp. At least it's the antithesis of the Feng family. Feng Shiji would be infuriated if he knew that someone had messed with the woman he had his eye on. See the other side as an absolute enemy. Only then did Xinyao dare to really let Subai take a stake in the Qin family's industry. Don't worry, even without your interference, I will still deal with the Feng family one, Subai faintly voiced. What Xinyao did not realize was that in his previous life, Subai and Feng Shiji had a deep hatred. At the time, the two entered the apparel industry at the same time. In order to compete for the market has reached the degree of incompatibility. Feng Shiji is not only openly suppressed, behind the scenes is even more shameless. He actually slept with Subai's girlfriend that he just talked to for 3 months. In a fit of anger, Subai slept with his sister Fenglin as well. Subai, I still don't know which family is behind you. Could it be that you and the Qin family are also in a hostile relationship? Xinyao frowned slightly, suddenly thinking of something. You wouldn't be approaching me just to get back at Feng Shiji, right? Wow, you saw that coming? Not bad, not bad. Bonus kiss. After saying that, Subai booped another kiss on her delicate red lips. Xinyao, don't worry. I don't need my family to deal with the Feng family yet. Having myself is enough. Oh yes, I heard that Feng Shiji happens to be in Sioux City tonight for a dinner party. So call him over. Would you like to meet him with me? Subai could remember Feng Shiji's phone number. So Feng Shiji, who was attending a dinner party, received an unfamiliar phone call. The other guy said his fiancée was playing rice cakes with another man in foot wash. Feng Shiji, who was informed of this news, was furious, and immediately greeted his bodyguards and drive straight to the city of Shuffleboard. As soon as he entered the front door, he saw that Qinyao was walking out with the support of another man. This was the first time Subai in this world had met up with Feng Shiji. Qinyao, aren't you going to explain? Feng Shiji spoke in a cold voice. Explain what? Who are you? Qinyao eyes were full of teasing. Subai had asked her to go all out to provoke Feng Shiji. Originally she didn't dare, afraid of that going crazy and hitting someone on the spot, but at the moment Subai was beside her, she felt inexplicably safe in her heart. Feng Shiji's face sank. He always regarded Qinyao as his woman, the lady of a big family. It was more enjoyable to fight. Qinyao's melon must also be broken by him. No one can stop it. But now, someone actually dared to ride on his head and on him. How could he tolerate it? Waste the male, break his arms and legs. With a loud roar, the 6 bodyguards behind Feng Shiji aggressively walked towards Subai. In his hand was a meter-long steel pipe. The people in the hall were in a state of shock and shied away. Subai, however, smiled faintly. He didn't put these few people in his eyes at all. The next second, Feng Shiji, stop it. From out of nowhere came a bellowing cry, and the next moment he saw a dozen tall and strong yellow-haired young men sprinting forward and blocking Subai's body. Song Jincheng, who had arrived a step late, directly crossed over those 6 bodyguards and arrived in front of Feng Shiji. Slap him hard across the face. The Song and Feng families are both big families with over $1 billion. But the Song family's mob power far exceeded the intimidation brought about by that $1 billion. If it really came down to a fight, 10 Feng families wouldn't be enough. Not to mention Lin Dongnan, who even Song Biao had to kneel and kowtow when he met him. Messing with that kind of big shot. Maybe he doesn't even know how he's going to die. Song Jincheng had just wondered why he was made to wait here until he saw the scene. Almost scared him to death. What's your little family from Yanjing doing in Suzhou? In case I touch Subai under my nose, won't I be buried with her? Song, lass, how are you? Feng Shiji was also dumbfounded by the scene just now. He didn't expect Song Jincheng to appear here, and defending the man. Feng Shiji, if you don't want you and your Feng family to be finished, you'd better leave right now. Right now. This one is not for you to mess with. The other party's tone was serious, not like he was joking. A character that could make even the Song family so afraid. He actually tried to make a move on someone just now. Thinking of this, Feng Shiji obviously panicked. Young Song, who exactly is he? Feng Shiji asked in a low voice. Song Jincheng lowered his voice. My dad even knelt for him. Rumble. A muffled thunderclap exploded in Feng Shiji's head, and his legs trembled. Subai smiled lightly as he encircled Qinyao's waist and walked straight to Feng Shiji. The corners of his mouth simply couldn't be pressed. Feng Xiao, your fiancé is really nice. Chapter 34. Didn't I already eat you once? Feng Xiao, your fiancé is really nice. Subai's words were full of teasing, just nakedly provoking. This big brother of his has found the right one. A son under his command has such a great deterrent power. It looked like he would be able to walk sideways everywhere from now on. Does Feng Shiji dare to be angry? He hasn't lived long enough. Only a smile that was worse than tears was pulled from his face. Big brother, just now that was all a misunderstanding. Actually, I don't know her well. Feng Shiji was a bit confused as to what the identity of this person in front of him was. At one point, he even suspected that this was a prank that Song Jincheng had played on him. But as a scion of a big family, he was arrogant, but not brainless. What if it's true? He still knew which was more important, the woman or the family, and he'd rather believe it than not. If Qinyao got involved with that horrible existence, the Feng family was probably going to give up on suppressing them, and instead, they had to worry about whether the Qin family would come after them to settle old scores after their rise to power. However, at this moment, the most shocked and delighted in the field had to be Qinyao. She also knew Song Jincheng, a young master who was even worse than Feng Shiji. Bullying men and women did not do a lot of things. Usually talk and do things arrogant to no one, as if no one in this world cannot help him. It was such a person who was so humble in front of Subai. Then, how powerful should Subai's background be? It was the right move for her. Feng Shiji, I can pretend that I didn't see this matter, provided that your apology is sincere enough. Oh, by the way, I just invested $200 million in Cub Music. From now on, Cub Music, and the Qin family. I'm all covered. Subai's words were not just for Feng Shiji to hear. It was also said to Song Jincheng as well as his father Song Biao. Where Qinyao didn't know what he meant, warmth immediately surged in her heart. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Feng Shiji was incomparably respectful at the moment. a far cry from his former self. Subai nodded with a faint smile and gave Song Jincheng another look. The latter immediately said respectfully, "Brother Su, my father has prepared a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom for you as an apology gift. I drove it over for you today. All the paperwork is done." After saying that, Song Jincheng handed over a car key with both hands, smashed a $6.28 million Mercedes-Benz Big G and a $20 million Rolls-Royce Phantom. Song Biao is really quite good at what he does. "I'll take the car, and I'll be free after 7 p.m. tomorrow if I have to log on. By the way, my little electric donkey's still there in front of that coffee shop on Shade Tree Street. Please drive and park in front of the First City High School for me." Subai threw the battery car key to Song Jincheng, then left with Qinyao without looking back. Only a group of people were left staring wide-eyed at the small electric donkey keys. Subai, leaving Footwash City and coming to the parking lot, Qinyao called out to Subai. After all, both of them have been in deep communication with. Her address to him also changed from Mr. Su to Subai. Subai stopped and looked back at her. "What exactly is your status? We're like this now. I'm a little scared." Subai felt a little cute when he saw her like this. "Little fool, what are you afraid of? What's done is done. Do you want me to pull back? That's not what I meant." Xinyao gave him an annoyed look. "Looking at Song Jincheng's attitude towards you, your background seems to be even more terrifying than Song Biao's. Can you at least give me some insight? Does the family know about what you did?" Xinyao's worry wasn't superfluous. The two were now equated to having established a lover's relationship. In case there is a small conflict in the future, or cause dissatisfaction of the other family, the Qin family cannot afford the anger. If she knows Subai's identity, she will be able to do things in the future. Not to that point of embarrassment. "Ha ha, you're all overthinking it. I don't have any background. My mom and dad are workers. I started my business all by myself from nothing. And it's not me they're afraid of. It's my big brother." Subai didn't mind revealing his bottom line to Qinyao. After all, both of them have been honest with each other for a long time. They've done what they had to do. They're their own people. He was still counting on Qinyao to lead Little Bear Music to make a fortune in the future, and then he would make money lying down. Hearing everything that Subai had told, Qinyao was still a bit unconvinced in her heart, but she realized she shouldn't ask any more questions. "Alright Sister Qin, let's stop here today, and wait for you to come back to Sioux City to find me to record a song." Looking at the taillights of the gradually fading Rolls-Royce Phantom, Qinyao eyes were filled with complexity. Taking a look at the time, it was already 9:50 p.m. Subai drove directly to the entrance of the school. The road in front of City No. 1 middle school is so narrow that it's almost always crowded with cars next to each other. However, when the Rolls-Royce appeared, a large distance was vacated in front and behind. Who can afford to pay for a touch like that? Students leave school at the south gate, while faculty and staff use the north gate. So Subai parked his car in front of the north gate. Many off-duty teachers silently took out their cell phones to take pictures to remember the event. This kind of multi-million-dollar luxury car is just to see in the movie. It is really hard to see in the realization. Not long after, Subai saw Liang Yu walk out of the school gate. She lives in a neighborhood just a little over a mile from the school. Usually walk to and from work. Subai lowered the window and was just about to call out to her when he saw a BMW drive out of the school gate. Slowly lowering the window, the car was driven by a male teacher in his 26 or 27 years of age. This person Subai knew, called Wang Peng, a teacher in the math group. This teacher doesn't have a very good reputation, though. Rumor has it that he became this high school teacher through family connections, and it is also true that his teaching grades are at the bottom of the grade. He is still single today. Ms. Liang, it's so late. It's not safe for you to walk alone at night. Why don't I give you a ride for a while? It's just a matter of kicking the gas. Come on, get in. Wang Peng's face was full of smiles, and his eyes, which were originally not big, narrowed into a slit at this moment. Inexplicably lewd. "No, thank you Mr. Wang. It's not much farther. I happen to be taking a walk." Liang Yu knew that Wang Peng was kind, but she still had some resistance in her heart to getting into other men's cars, so politely declined. You don't have to be polite with me. We are all co-workers." Before Wang Peng could finish his words, he was interrupted by a honking horn. Both of them looked over at the same time and a Rolls-Royce was seen slowly approaching and pulling up behind the BMW. A comparison of the two cars is like Pan Changjiang meeting Yao Ming, and the BMW instantly loses its color. It's Subai who just can't stand to watch. "Mr. Liang said no, and you're still bleeping about it. Really don't want that pussy face." Liang Yu was secretly taken aback when she recognized Subai, and after a moment of freezing, she looked at Wang Peng again. "I'm sorry Mr. Wang, it looks like someone has come to pick me up. I won't trouble you to make a detour. Thanks." At the word, The passenger door of the Rolls-Royce slowly opened, and Liang Yu bent down and sat in. Because it was dark, and because Wang Peng was in the car, he couldn't see what the driver looked like. I can just tell it's a big handsome guy. And then, only to see the limousine behind it turn the wheel and make a magnificent U-turn that drive off into the distance. Looking at the distant taillights of the luxury car, Wang Peng fell into a deep thought. Chapter 35. Then quit your job and I'll support you from now on. Sitting on the passenger side of a Rolls-Royce, feeling the visual shock and top quality of a luxury car, Liang Yu was still in a bit of a trance. Did you buy this car new? She turned her head to Su Bai and asked. Su Bai said she only had 200,000 left on her card, but Liang Yu wouldn't really think he only had $200,000. A villa of $40 million is bought at the drop of a hat, and an investment of $100 million is invested at the drop of a hat. How much money does the power behind Su Bai have? Liang Yu didn't dare to think about it. The car wasn't bought. It was Song Biao who compensated me. Su Bai told the truth. Compensate you? Liang Yu's eyes widened. Your big Mercedes-Benz G is about $5 or $6 million. This one's going straight for 20 million. Just how much face does your big brother have? Not as big as yours. Anyway, Su Bai smiled badly and took advantage of the gap between waiting for the red light to give her a flirty little expression. Liang Yu blushed and instantly glared and punched him on the shoulder. Drive your car properly. Liang Yu didn't have a good mood. And don't drive this kind of car to pick me up in the future. It's not a good influence if people see it. Regarding what Liang Yu said about this, Su Bai wasn't worried. Don't worry, Mr. Liang. No one will suspect that we're in a teacher-student relationship. Su Bai smiled lightly, and when Liang Yu heard those 3 words, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. If anyone asks, tell them you're my cousin. That way I can drive you to and from work with honor. Su Bai laughed badly, and Liang Yu didn't retort. However, it was this careless sentence that seemed to have touched a certain switch in Liang Yu's heart. It made her reminisce about the past. Su Bai, to tell you the truth, I don't like the profession of teacher that much. In fact, I wouldn't have chosen to become a teacher in the first place if it weren't for my family. The odds are that it will go into entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship? Mr. Liang, which field are you trying to enter? Su Bai wondered. In fact, he had also discovered in the past 2 days that there were many things about Liang Yu that were different from an ordinary teacher. Especially for a young teacher at the age of 23, that wave of seriousness and majesty was unseen. Instead, it's more like a female president of a publicly traded company. If Liang Yu really wants to start her own business, she'll give her another company with hundreds of millions of dollars. Wouldn't that just turn you into a 10 billionaire? Clothing field. I didn't major in teaching as a field in college. Rather, it's costume design and operations management, both of which are much better. Liang Yu Dao. If her family had the money to support her at that time, she definitely wouldn't have come to City No. 1 middle school as a teacher. I wanted to create a domestic apparel brand for women, catering to all age groups. What women at all spending levels want from their clothing. Hearing this, Su Bai's eyes lit up. The 2 areas in which I started my own successful business in my previous life were clothing and electronic software development. Very experienced with these. He also understands the difficulty of getting a job in this field. As good as your grades were in college, it's also hard to commit to the industry without a background in the family. That's why Liang Yu later became an English teacher. However, this was nothing to Su Bai. As long as the Almighty solves the problem, it's not a problem. I'm sure it won't take long. Liang Yu would be free from being a teacher. Well, then it wouldn't be a teacher-student relationship. Coincidentally, I've wanted to create a clothing brand since I went to college. When the time comes, we can dedicate a branch to you to manage. Su Bai immediately made a decision to directly send her a company worth hundreds of millions of dollars. She must not want it. But if the money was lent to her for equity, she would take it. Su Bai, are you serious? Liang Yu hadn't expected that her casual mention would cause Su Bai to make such a decision. Of course it's serious. After I graduate, Mr. Liang, you'll just resign. Go into business with me. I'll provide you with the platform and resources, and you'll be in charge of flinging yourself into it. But, what if I don't do a good job and lose money for you? Liang Yu was a little worried. She already owed Su Bai $1 million. She was afraid of owing too much to end up numbing herself. Then quit your job and I'll support you from now on. Actually, what Su Bai thought in his heart was, I can't wait for you to lose more money. $1 billion or so would be nice. When the time comes and I wipe your ass, doesn't 100 times cash back from the system smell better than starting a business and making money? These words were heard in Liang Yu's ears, but they caused a flutter in her heart. Liang Yu thought she had no family now, and shortly after the divorce, Mom then started a family with someone else, lived happily ever after, and rarely contacted herself. Only on his own birthday would he send a red envelope over. Not to mention Dad Liang Feng, who called himself today, said he won over $100,000 in gambling last night and will continue every day. To this father, Liang Yu was already disappointed. He hasn't controlled her since she was a child. If she hadn't been worried about herself, Mom would have divorced him. The Rolls-Royce drove to the downstairs of Liang Yu's house, and the two of them went upstairs. Liang Yu went to take a shower, and Subai cooked in the kitchen. Renting this house, Liang Yu didn't live for a few days in total, and will be living in the big villa with Subai tomorrow. When Subai gets into college, one would still go to another city with him. This night, Liang Yu always had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, in the Forest Villa neighborhood, in a certain villa, Lin Xinla was sitting in front of her writing desk, working on a chemistry topic. Yet every few words she wrote, she stopped for a moment, thoughts drifting through her head. Will he think more of it if he brought breakfast to Sue White this morning? He seems to like my big meat buns. Should I bring them to him again tomorrow? Will he think I like him if I bring him breakfast every day? Humph. I don't like him. Who'd like a big rascal like that? In case you become his girlfriend, you must be bullied by him every day. Come to think of it, Lin Xinla's mind again couldn't help but show a scene from that day when Subai slept and was called up by Mr. Liang. Lin Xinla usually doesn't watch those kind of small movies, but once I overheard my own Wankai and my next-door neighbor Xiaohua in the grove Biology books say that a sperm and an egg combine to make a fertilized egg, but it didn't say how to combine them, so Lin Xinla guessed that it should require artificial intervention, a minor surgery or something like that, like a stamen pollinating a pistil in a flower. It wasn't until she saw the dog exercising in the grove that she accidentally opened the door to a new world, so that Subai thing should be used to. Fizzle. But he's a little too big for that one, isn't he? Then what is it my business if I am not right or wrong later? Why would I think myself into it? Lin Xinla, study hard. You must study hard and prepare for the college entrance exam. In case you really can't pass that big rascal, you'll have to. Yes, serious study. Lin Xinla knocked herself on the head with the butt of a ballpoint pen. Get rid of all that mess and get serious about the questions. After reaching equilibrium of the reaction, the concentration of CH3OCH3 becomes larger with increasing temperature. Then this reaction should be not right. Xia Yanwei also sent breakfast to Subai today. He must be because he ate mine first. You can't eat it before giving it to Bai Yuntao, right? If I don't bring him breakfast, will he have to eat the breakfast Xia Yanshi sends? No way. Can't have him eating breakfast from another girl. And no, why are you thinking about him again? Lin Xinla, will you fight for it? Stop thinking about that guy. Stinking hooligans. Big pervert. Get out of my head. Chapter 36 Rara. Where did you get this watch? Just as Lin Xinla was sitting in front of her desk, writhing around in agony, the knock on the door suddenly rang out. Then I heard my mom's voice. Lara, Mom cut up some fruit for you. Have some? Lin Xinla was startled by the sudden voice and hurriedly straightened her sitting position, resumed a well-behaved look. Well, Mom, you come on in, she whispered. Willow Hope gently pushed open the door to her room and walked in. Everything in her bedroom was normal. Still, she sensed a hint of something wrong. She really knew her daughter too well, and clearly sensed that Lin Xinla was a little nervous. Neither dared to turn his head to look at her. She didn't act too counterintuitively, though, just going over to her desk, as usual, and pull up another chair and sit down. With kiwi and papaya on the plate in her hand, Lin Xinla put down the pen in her hand and, taking the fruit plate from his mom, he began to take small bites. Lu Yuan wasn't as slow as Lin Dongnan. Being a woman and a teacher at a university, she knows quite a bit about what goes on between students and is much more sensitive. If it was just a change from boarding to walking, she didn't really see the point, but having to prepare 2 meals that still have to take it to school to eat, plus the changes in my daughter that I've noticed from observing her in recent days. Willow Hope was 80% sure that her daughter was in love. She had no objection in principle to her daughter falling in love. After all, she was a big girl of 18, and it's normal to think that way, but as a mother, she needs to know what kind of person the other lad is, and whether this incident will affect my daughter's studies. Lara, how's school these days? Is it hard? Is it stressful? Lu Yuan gently stroked her daughter's hair and softly voiced her concern, her eyes filled with caresses. Lin Xinla also didn't notice anything unusual about her mom today, because eating fruit and talking about it is what mom usually does all the time when she's at home. The pressure's off. I'm in about as good a shape as I've ever been. No problem keeping it up until the end of high school. Lin Zenara replied with a faint smile, and Lu Yuan didn't even expect to ask something so easily. Just cutting to the chase. You have to be serious about your studies in general, but you can't be sloppy elsewhere. You have to eat your meals on time. You don't have to look too good in your clothes, but you have to be clean and student-like to look good. Willow Hope's eyes moved quietly as she mumbled something irrelevant under her breath. Hey, why is your book bag a little dirty again? The hygiene inside the school is just not good. Tomorrow Mom will help you to change your school bag. Let's not go light-colored this time, said Yuwon, naturally picking up her book bag from a side shelf, and not bothering to pull it open. Ostensibly just looking at the dust on it, but in reality, he was quietly pawing at it. No need for that. There's still 10 days to go before the college entrance exams. I'll be fine with this book bag. At this moment, Lin Shinla hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Shoving a piece of kiwi into your mouth, as if nothing had happened. You replied. Willow Hope's gaze shifted slightly, intentionally touching over one of the compartments in the middle of her book bag. Sure enough, a small box was soon found in the middle compartment of the book bag. What's this? After thinking in her head for a while, Ryuheim quickly had an answer. She knows exactly what's in her daughter's book bag. That little box wasn't something she had prepared for her herself. She hadn't had the chance to go out and buy it herself. So there was only one possibility. Saying that, she unzipped her school bag. Lin Shinla snapped out of it and his face instantly went white, and he barely held the plate in his hand. However, Yuwon had already taken the box out, and the moment she laid eyes on it she judged that it's a box for a watch, and it's a high-end watch, and I know it's real by the feel of it. Lin Shinla's heart is in turmoil at the moment. More than $1 million for a watch. She didn't feel comfortable leaving it in her classroom desk, so she packed it in her book bag. She didn't even recognize it, and Mom obviously couldn't be mistaken. So how should she explain it then? Sure enough, Yuwon then opened the box, and when she saw the watch, her eyes suddenly widened. This is Crichton Martin. There are only 200 of these watches in the world, and each one is worth over $200. 000 US dollars. Particularly famous for its understated appearance and a price tag that doesn't match its looks. No one who can afford this watch is simple. Lara, where did you get this watch? Willow Hope asked, opening her mouth. There was no emotion to be heard from the words, but it made Lin Shinla feel a chill under her ass. This was given to me by a good friend of mine. Lin Zanara stammered. A look of suspicion appeared on Ryuheim's face. A friend? Is it a boy or a girl? Lin Shinla do not know what is the meaning of the mom so asked. The small face then shy red. There was no need for her to open her mouth to explain anything, as Willow Hope could tell at a glance that the daughter-in-love thing is solid. Although she had been mentally prepared for this, when she actually confirmed it, Yuwon still felt incredulous in her heart. His own good girl, actually so early. Mom, you've got to stop asking. Me and him are just normal friends. With that, Lin Shinla got up and grabbed her mom's shoulders and even pushed and spooned her out of her room. That's it. I'm going to study. The door closed at the end of the sentence. Willow Hope stood outside the door, rather helpless, and was just about to leave when the door was opened again. A small hand reached out from inside and snatched the watch box from her hand. Willow Hope. At exactly this time, the door to the first floor opened, and Lin Dongnan walked in and saw this scene. Lu Yuan walked down from the second floor and came to Lin Dongnan's side, taking his bag and jacket and putting them on the shelf. He brought his slippers from the shoe rack and helped him put them on. What's wrong with Lara? Lin Dongnan said curiously. Your daughter must have fallen in love early. She walks in and has to have breakfast for two just to give people breakfast. And I just found the watch her boyfriend gave her, and then she kicked me out. Willow Hope said somewhat helplessly. Lin Dongnan frowned when he heard this news. I don't think so, right? This child, Lara, has been obedient and sensible since she was a child. It's impossible for her to fall in love at an early age. Besides, a watch is just a watch. In case it's from your best friend. To add to that, it's not just any watch that people give away. It's Crichton Martin. Hearing these words, Lin Dongnan stood up from his chair in a huff. Crichton Martin. Millions of dollars in watches. You can buy a suite in some small cities. How can someone who sends something like this be an ordinary friend? Congratulations, Lin Dongnan. Your family's little cabbage has let the little boar outside. Yuan doesn't forget to throw in another pinch of salt. Nonsense. This is just nonsense. To be able to afford to give away a watch like that asshole must be a rich kid. What good can come from these rich kids? Lin Dongnan was so angry that he jumped to his feet. No, I'll talk to this girl. With that he was about to head upstairs when Yuan pulled him back just in time. But don't, it's the first time for our Lara. You'll leave a shadow on her. Lin Dongnan's feet lurched as he thought to himself that this was indeed the case. His baby girl was as simple as a blank sheet of paper, and she might react as much as she wanted to when she heard his words. Then I'll pick up Rara from school myself tomorrow. When I catch that brat, take him directly. If he still dares to pester my daughter, I'll go straight to his house and make him a brother. Lin Dongnan made his decision. And next to him, Lu Yuan listened with a black face. Don't you dare. Chapter 37 Bastard. There's nothing for you today. The day dawned especially early in June, and in the morning glow, Subai strided into the classroom. Hey, have you guys heard? A Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared at the entrance of our school yesterday. Of course I heard about it. It's true. My mom even filmed it. Handsome as hell. If I could ride in a top-of-the-line limo like that once in my life, I'd be willing to let me live in Townsend's. Not. Do you still want that pussy face? Why are you even taking it? In the midst of a crowd of murmurs, Subai walked to sit next to Lin Xinla as if nothing had happened. At this moment, he wanted to say that the car was mine, and ruthlessly show off a wave of wealth in front of Lin Dashue, but I guess no one would believe me if I said it and I'd be treated like a douchebag, so I'd better forget it. What's better than whoring yourself out for breakfast with a Lamu college girl? At this moment, Lin Xinla pretended not to see Subai, while looking at the wrong math problems. While taking small sips of sweet porridge through a straw, Subai took a look into her lunchbox. There were only 3 or 2 pan-fried buns left inside, obviously without him. Little Lara, where's mine? Subai asked with a wink. Lin Xinla gave him a blank look without any good reason. What? Give you a bun once and you still rely on me? Stinking rascal, there's no portion for you today. She had originally planned to bring breakfast to Subai, but yesterday, her mom found out about the watch that Subai gave her, and she was afraid that bringing breakfast for 2 again today would arouse her mom's suspicion, so she had to stop. Who knew that Subai instantly revealed a look of disappointment after hearing her words? I just gave you the watch yesterday. Do you know how much thought I put into picking that watch? As a result, you are so cold to me today. Why are you so cold-blooded? Subai had originally just simply complained about one sentence, and he hadn't taken it to heart at all, but the words were like a little needle in her heart, stinging inwardly while a heavy feeling of guilt also spread from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, over $1 million worth of expensive watches, and Subai says he's giving them away. Even if he was the young master of some big family, it was probably not an easy task. He's so devoted to himself, he doesn't even bring her breakfast. I can't believe I said something like that. For a while, Lin Xinla had a bad taste in her heart. She wanted to let Subai have a few of the remaining pan-fried buns, but it didn't feel right to feel like she was asking someone to fix leftovers. She tried to open her mouth again to explain a couple of things about what happened yesterday and why she couldn't bring him breakfast today, but didn't know how to talk about it for a while. Himself and Subai. It seems like they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend in the first place. Subai. Actually Subai. Lin Xinla's words were suddenly interrupted by a voice from the doorway, and the two of them turned their heads to look. He saw Xia Yanshi standing in the doorway, carrying a lunchbox in her hand. Lin Xinla's heart thumped. The most unwanted scene still happened. For Xia Yanshi, Subai's attitude was rather special. Having decided that she's a realistic gold digger, Subai of course couldn't possibly invest any real feelings in her right now, but he wouldn't kick her out of the way either. Having been her licking dog for a year himself, then just let her return it, and swipe some money on the side. 10 times cashback is quite a lot, and it's a cutie to have money to spare. It just so happens that yesterday, I also prepared a necklace of several $100,000 for big schoolgirl Lin. Now there was no reason to give it to Lin Xinla for nothing, so it would have to be cheap for the Xia big schoolgirl. Well, maybe it'll even irritate the big schoolgirl, Lin. That way she might bring me breakfast tomorrow, and it could be easier to try to get her something later. With his mind made up, Subai got up and walked towards Xia Yanshi at the classroom door. Lin Xinla's lips moved, but she didn't cry out, and when Xia Yanshi saw Subai walking towards her, a smile bloomed on her face. Subai, this is the shrimp chow mein I learned with my mom, and I added onions. Xia Yanshi didn't control her voice, and many people in the classroom noticed the scene. While his eyes widened, he returned his gaze to a silhouette in the classroom. Lin Xinla didn't move, only her small hands squeezed the sleeves of her clothes. Seeing the shrimp chow mein that people gave Subai, she instantly felt that your own big meatloaf from yesterday was as mediocre as that. He thought that it was right. Xia Yanshi had at least been with Subai for more than a year, knowing of course that shrimp and onions are Subai's favorite, and having dated Subai for only a few days herself, she had no idea what he loved to eat or play. Know nothing about yourself. Unable to help it, Lin Xinran's gaze dimmed. At the same time, Xia Yanshi's words reached Subai's ears, which also made him a bit surprised. The other party's simple words both indicated that she had made this breakfast herself, and that, another reflection of her heart for Subai. I have to say, this ninny segment is really high. If he were his former self, he would have been touched to the core when he saw the scene. Xia Yanshi served the lunchbox with both hands. Subai didn't eat it right away, but just sniffed it. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I can't imagine that I'll ever get to eat breakfast made by you yourself. This sentence was actually sarcastic to Xia Yanshi. In the past, Subai had personally made her a loving breakfast, but she disliked Subai for making it too ugly. Without even taking a bite, he threw it inside the garbage in front of him. Xia Yanshi thought of that scene. Her face was a bit unsightly. She couldn't wait to slap her past self twice now. Subai, in the past I did wrong. I apologize to you. Looking at her in this pathetic manner, Subai inexplicably also had a bit of a soft heart. The past doesn't seem unforgivable now. Ugh, I'm such a ing. You can't be cruel when you see a pretty little girl. While his heart cursed himself like this, his body was very honest and reached out to take the other's lunchbox. Thanks for the chow mein. I enjoyed it. Subai smiled lightly and closed the lid, intending to eat inside later. At the same time, he also noticed the chow mein inside that looked and tasted very good, and secretly said in his heart that this niece's cooking skills were quite good. Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief for her heart, her gaze unintentionally looking inside the classroom. Then she met Lin Xinla's gaze, and the latter was startled and hastily withdrew her gaze, continuing to look at her own wrong questions. When Xia Yanshi turned her head again, she developed an additional small box in front of her. This is for you, take it, Subai softly said. With that, he turned around and headed back to the classroom. Xia Yanshi froze in place for a while, before opening the box only to see that inside was a necklace. Just staring blankly for 2 seconds, she seemed to think of something and her eyes widened abruptly. This necklace she'd seen in a jewelry store at the mall. The selling price at that time was a whopping 288,000 soft dollars. Looking again at the label in the box, it's that store without a doubt. At that moment, she had mixed feelings in her heart, and for a moment she actually reddened her eyes. She used to treat Subai like that, and was even tricked into getting her first time and dirtying her body. But Subai is still so good to her. Moving and happy emotions instantly filled her brain and she smiled and laughed. Just at this time, the system's voice suddenly rang in Subai's head. Ding! Detected a +1 rating for the number 1 dog-licking object Xia Yanshi. Currently at 89 points. Ratings can actually be increased? Subai couldn't help but look at Xia Yanshi one more time. The face and figure haven't changed much. The only thing that's changed, to say the least, is the temperament. What used to be a brash and venomous arrogant little princess has now turned into a sensible and gentle girl next door. It seems that the ratings are a combination of face, body, personality, and temperament. Subai couldn't help but think of Jiang Yuzue Lemon. If she improved to 90 points, wouldn't the efficiency one earns from swiping gifts multiply another 10 times? Chapter 38 No breakfast in the classroom. Well, when the share contract from Sister Chin's side comes over, I'll really be Lime's big boss. By then every day let her run and work out and practice yoga. Well, and do a few sets of breast enhancement exercises. It can definitely be mentioned 90 points. No one knew what Subai was thinking at the moment. Xia Yanshi at the doorway was just about to leave when she felt Lin Xinla's gaze look over once more. As a woman, her sixth sense is quite keen, and, immediately, he noticed the jealousy in the other's gaze. She remembered that the 2 times she had come to deliver breakfast, Subai had always sat on the side of Lin Xinla. Originally, she thought that Subai had asked Lin Xinla to accompany him in his act, but now it seemed likely that they were really having an affair. Who exactly is Subai in love with? Subai wants to step on more than one boat? Should we ask him sometime? However, after only a few steps, Xia Yanshi quickly gave up on this idea. Xia Yanwei, Xia Yanxie, you're no longer clean. By what right do you demand to have Subai all to yourself? If you talk to him about this, you'll only end up with a kick in the pants. Right, that's right, pretend I don't see it. Just think of myself as a mistress. As long as Subai is happy, the future benefits will certainly not be less than her share. With that in mind, Xia Yanshi had already walked to the stairway. At this time, her bosom-friendly Xiaolin came up from the bottom of the stairs, and Xia Yanshi didn't notice that walking behind himself was Liang Yu, who had returned from receiving water. She naturally didn't know Liang Yu, let alone her relationship with Subai. Shirori, you went to deliver food to Subai again? Did he take it? Li Xiaolin opened her mouth and asked. When Liang Yu heard Subai's name, she frowned and couldn't help but slow down her pace. She quietly eyed the girl known as Xiao. Xiao, could it be that ex-girlfriend of Subai's? Didn't Subai say he broke up? Why is she still bringing breakfast? I saw Xia Yanshi pull out a small box from his shirt pocket. He took it and said he liked it and gave me this necklace. Li Xiaolin saw the necklace and couldn't help but gasp out in shock. Smiley face. Isn't this necklace the Ocean Love from the Peaksid collection? It's going to be a little over $300,000. Subai can really spend money on you. Liang Yu, what the hell? The corners of her mouth twitched, and she didn't even want her glass of water to. Directly striding towards the senior 9 classroom. Entering through the back door, he immediately saw Subai sitting on the seat. At this moment, Subai did not realize the danger at all. He was really a little hungry. Moreover, the fried noodles made by that niece Xia Yanshi was really fragrant. One bite after another, completely unable to stop, not only eating with a face full of enjoyment, but also protect food. The sight of the Hua Yuntao are almost greedy into a dog. He doesn't care about it either. Subai, father, I beg you, just one bite. Bai Yuntao begged bitterly. Get out of here. You've had breakfast and you're still grabbing with me. Subai didn't have the good sense to say. It's not exactly obvious what's going on in the back of the classroom with this scene, but those who were paying attention could indeed hear their conversation clearly. Lin Xinla in the front row clenched her small fists, but didn't show anything. Right about this time, Subai felt that the back of his head was sandwiched between two soft things, and at the same time, a familiar scent drilled into his nostrils. Subai's body stiffened. Bai Yuntao also realized that the atmosphere was not right, stopped his movements. The two just froze there, not daring to turn around. Son, what morning reading is this morning? Like, it's English morning reading, right? Subai secretly said bad in his heart. The knot in his throat rolled, and when he turned his head, he met Liang Yu's cold gaze. Although he was not sure what Mr. Liang had come to find him for, he still had a vague bad feeling. Subai student, do you know that breakfast is not allowed in the classroom? Mr. Liang's voice rang out, and the class quieted down and a few who were still resting on their backs were immediately called up by the classmates next to them. Their eyes squinted into slits, their English books held upside down. Barden, he said, thinking that it's not good. Mr. Liang must know something. Subai pulled out an ugly smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Liang, I got up late this morning, and I haven't had time to eat breakfast yet. I was so hungry I had to eat in class. Subai woke up late or not? This Liang Yu naturally knew today Subai woke up at 5:30. But the big black cow was not honest, and did not leave the covers until 6:30, so no breakfast was eaten. But did Liang Yu really come to him because he was eating in the classroom? Only to see a white, plain hand snatch the lunchbox in front of him. I'm confiscating breakfast. Now come with me to the office while the rest of you continue your morning reading, Liang Yu said, as she grabbed Subai's ear. A big boy of 5'8" was then dragged away by the female teacher who was half a head shorter than him. A dozen students in the classroom with breakfast still wrapped in their mouths were too scared to move. Lin Xinla looked at the back of Subai and Mr. Liang's departure, and her frown deepened. Xia Yanshi's breakfast that she had given to Subai was taken away, so she should feel better. But a girl's intuition tells her that things don't seem to be that simple. Subai was brought to the office of the English group by Liang Yu. At this moment most of the English teachers were watching their classes. The ones who didn't have to watch the class didn't come to work until the first class started at 8 o'clock. So it was just the two of them in the office. Liang Yu sat him on the side of the interrogation chair, his eyes burning. Honestly, is this breakfast from your ex-girlfriend named Xia Yanshi? At this moment, facing Liang Yu's forced questioning, Subai didn't dare to lie. It is her, but don't worry, Mr. Liang, I won't have anything with her. I simply took it because I was so hungry and had the attitude that it was for nothing. You have to believe me, Subai said seriously. And what do you mean you gave her a $300,000 necklace? Liang Yu's tone, a few points colder. Subai heart exclaimed. How does Mr. Liang know everything? But as a veteran of love affairs, a super king of the sea who in his previous life had had his foot in 26 boats at the same time, Subai's face wasn't panicked at all, and his brain was thinking rapidly. It wasn't from me, it belonged to her originally. I hadn't broken up with her yet when I bought that necklace, and I wanted to give it to her as a birthday present, but I ended up breaking up with her before her birthday even came around. I can't very well give you that necklace again, can I? That would be on my conscience. Subai spoke seriously and did not seem to be lying. Liang Yu looked at him with a suspicious gaze for a while and, the heart does feel better, but it's still a little upsetting. It's almost time for the college entrance exams, so I advise you to focus your mind on your studies, Liang Yu said seriously, then took out breakfast from the bag under the table and gave it to him. It's her own breakfast. Subai looked down for a long time, then looked up again with a somewhat puzzled expression. Mr. Liang, I ate your breakfast. So what are you eating? I saw Liang Yu holding over the lunchbox that she had just confiscated. I'm eating chow mein from your ex-girlfriend. Chapter 39 Subai he must have cheated. After breakfast, Subai was released back to the classroom. As for Liang Yu's side, Mr. Liang, I'm going to have my teeth pulled this morning, so I'm going to have to ask you to help me with class 12. My English class rep is Xia Yanshi. Just go see her later. She'll let you know how you're progressing and how you've been doing with your studies lately. A middle-aged female teacher came to Liang Yu and said, "She's been plagued by toothaches lately and it was hard to get an appointment with a specialist and now I have to make a trip to the hospital." And Liang Yu was obviously stunned when she heard the other party's class representative called Xia Yanshi. "Oh, okay, no problem. I'll be sure to take care of class 12 today." She then agreed. Su Bai's little ex-girlfriend? Let me see how good she is. The day passes quickly. The college entrance exams are approaching, and the oppressive feeling of studying is almost suffocating. This was something Xia Yanshi could relate to. Their English teacher was out today and found another teacher to fill in. But for some reason, it was as if this teacher was targeting her, or as if he was testing her. In short, the class kept getting her to answer questions. Because of Su Bai giving herself the necklace in the morning, she had wandered off a few times but they were all keenly captured by the other side, called up and criticized. For this reason, she can be quite depressed. Senior 9. Last class before dinner was English. And yesterday there was a weekly test. The grades were approved at noon today. This is our last weekly test before the entrance exam. The remaining days are an opportunity for the students to make final additions. I hope you will focus on the questions for this exam and come and ask me anything you don't understand. Liang Yu stood in front of the podium, and in her cell phone was the file that was loading. Inside were the results and details of this weekly exam for class 9, which she had just gotten her hands on. It's only been 2 or 3 days since Liang Yu took over class 9. Don't know much about any of the students in the class, except for someone in Su, much less how well they do in English. She visibly froze as the file finished loading. The weekly tests have the same specifications as the GCSEs, with 6 subjects in total. The full marks for each of the languages, mathematics and English, are 150, and the 3 optional subjects are out of 100. Normally, a score of 450 is required for undergraduate studies. The first book line is about 500 points. There are 580 points can be on the 211, 640 points on the 985. The top school's admission line is usually close to 700. That kind of people all over the city of Suzhou are not a few. To Liang Yu's surprise, the first place in class 9 was also the first in the grade. The score was as high as 696 points. Such a student can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire scope of Su City. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's a gifted learner. Let me announce the names of the top 3. First place, Lin Xinla. The grade level ranking is also number 1, with a score of 696 on this weekly test. As soon as the words fell, all the students in the arena sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. There were no surprises about Lin Xinla's first in her grade. Everyone knew about Linda's schoolgirl's grades. She hadn't fallen out of the top 10 in her grade inside high school, but no one expected her scores to be that high. 696 points. What's the concept? On average that equates to only 9 points per deduction. In an instant, the classroom applauded, and everyone threw glances of admiration at Lin Xinla. Lin Xinla also stood up and thanked her classmates for the applause, but she wasn't in a very happy mood. In the event that she herself played exceedingly well when it came to the college entrance exams as well, Su Bai would definitely have no chance of winning over her. Mr. Lin Xinla, I hope you can keep up your good form and try to go further. Whether our school can produce a top student depends on you. Liang Yu smiled faintly. Okay, teacher. I'll try my best. Lin Xinla replied, but her gaze quietly glanced in Su Bai's direction. Wanted to see what kind of expression he had on his face right now. But when she met Su Bai's gaze, she realized that the other party had a meaningful smile on his face and Lin Xinla suddenly had the feeling of being held. Second place, Mr. Xia Rui, 611 points. Third place, Mr. Kai Cohen, 598 points. Reporting here, Liang Yu's face suddenly changed. Fourth place, Su Bai student, 588 points. After reporting Su Bai's results, all the students in the class sucked in a breath of cool air. Many people directly exclaimed in shock ***. The reaction was even greater than just now when they reported Lin Xinla's results. Su Bai's previous exams were all at the bottom of the class. The last time he scored 461 points, barely reached the undergraduate line, and now the score is a direct improvement of more than 100 points to 211. Lin Xinla's expression also changed. Su Bai's progress was too scary. At this rate, is the next one going to be on 700? For a moment, she was nonplussed, but inexplicably, there was some joy in her heart. Liang Yu put down her cell phone, but her eyes were a little complicated when she looked at Su Bai. Su Bai, can you explain to me why your English score is 0? Boom! Mr. Liang's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in everyone's head. Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths were open in the shape of an 0. So Bai turned in a blank answer sheet on his English exam? That means he only scored 600 points out of a possible 600. 588 out of 600? Is he a monster? Liang Yu was also genuinely surprised by Subai's grades. She thought Subai was just a sleeper in class. Sloppy homework, swinging rich kids who only think about snapping after class. No eyes on any of the subjects except for good English skills, should have lived abroad for a while. But today, she realized she was wrong. Where is this posing for suck? It was clearly learning to suck already. Right about now. Quin Choi taps out. Absolutely impossible. This must be a fake. Subai doesn't have such good grades. Mr. Liang. Subai, he must have cheated. The eyes of everyone in the class fell on him. Something was obviously wrong with this guy, that it was being intentionally directed at Subai. Subai also looked somewhat puzzled at this somewhat familiar face, and suddenly remembered. I think this guy confessed to Xia Yanshi in his previous life at graduation, right? Yes, that's him. Then he got his leg broken by Li Ziming. Gee, so it's a little love interest. Subai didn't say anything and just quietly watched him perform. I suggest that we transfer the surveillance to conduct a rigorous investigation and give Subai's classmates a strict disciplinary action. Jealousy makes a man look bad. At this moment, Kai Koen completely did not realize how ugly his face, but also did not notice the surrounding students cast some contemptuous gaze. Liang Yu also frowned when she saw this scene. She glanced at Subai. The latter nodded calmly. Mr. Quin Choi, I hope you'll take responsibility for what you've said. The standard of invigilation for every test in our school is based on the standard of the entrance examination. And if someone does cheat, not only will he be disciplined, but the teacher invigilating the test will also be criticized. But if there is no cheating, then you will be disciplined for slandering others. Are you sure you want to report it? If you win, you will be offended. And if you lose, you will be punished and become a big jocker. I'm sure. This must not be Subai's real score. It must be investigated closely. Chapter 40. 10,000 people scorned. Kai Koen breaks great defense. What Quin Kai did made many people in the class face frown. Senior class 9 was a very united group, plus Subai was quite well liked. Many people were outraged by Kai Koen's move to report Subai for cheating on the exam for no reason. Regardless of whether or not Subai had cheated, Kai Koen had broken some sort of rule, and there was no doubt that that's going to draw a lot of ire from a lot of people. It's no secret that this guy likes Xia Yanshi. Everyone also knows that he and Subai have always been at odds. However, it is preferred to use such an excuse to take blatant revenge on this kind of occasion. Even if Subai did cheat, and because his report was discovered, and no one would think to praise him. Kun Choi, you know, City 1 has almost zero tolerance for cheating on exams, and once you're found out, the consequences are still serious, especially as we approach the entrance exams. This is no respect for your classmates? Under Kai Koen's strong request, Liang Yu's side reported the matter, and in just 10 minutes, then a school leader and the director of the Moral Education Department came with a USB flash drive loaded with surveillance footage. In accordance with the provisions of, they will publicly play the surveillance video on the all-in-one computer in the classroom of the reported student. If you find out, you'll be on probation at the very least, irrevocable for a year. It has no small impact on the future. The video began to play and the picture was very clear. 2 vice principals, 2 directors of moral education. There was also the homeroom teacher sitting in the front row, and the classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The screen was clearly the exam room where Subai was last Friday, and Subai just happened to be sitting in the first row, right in front of the security camera. The nose hairs could be seen clearly. Coincidentally, not far behind him was Xia Yanshi. And the one sitting to the left of Xia Yanshi was none other than Kai Koen. Exams in 5 subjects, language, math, physics, chemistry, and biology, were quickly watched at double speed. Everything is normal. And Subai spent only half an hour answering almost every door. Spend the rest of the time lying down and sleeping. It's true that sleeping in the exam room is not advocated, but it's true that he didn't cheat in any way. Cannot constitute a disposition. Such a discovery not only didn't affect Subai, but on the contrary, it made him look even more magnificent. The people present were all aware of how scary Subai's results were this time around. Seeing him again during the exam, all of them had only one thought in their heads. It's genius. On the contrary, Kai Koen's face became increasingly ugly. How is that possible? Subai, how could he be so powerful? Did he used to act? At this moment, his heart had a deep sense of powerlessness. Subai was better than him in every way, and taller than himself, handsomer than himself, better liked than himself, surrounded by either Xia Yanshi or Lin Xinla. On the contrary, left and right for men, all around. I don't care if I've suddenly become rich. I've also gotten entangled with 2 big schoolgirls at the same time. Now even the grades are easily crushing themselves. And yourself. Usually, they just sing, dance and play ball games. academically good but not top-notch, and never popular and still single. Compared to Subai, he was nothing. The video soon came to the last examination of the English language. Kai Koen still holds a ray of hope in his heart. Even if Subai glanced to the side during the exam, he could bite him to death. Unfortunately, Subai still let him down. Having filled in his personal information on the test paper, Subai did not answer the questions this time. Plus I've been sleeping during the day, and now I can't really sleep, so I'm just going to turn to the essay and take out a 2B pencil and start sketching drawings. A crowd of people in the classroom looked at each other in disbelief, and a few school leaders were left speechless. Not long after, an inspecting invigilator noticed Subai's behavior and walked over to pat him. The two men talked in whispers. I don't know what Subai spoke about, but the invigilator even gave him a thumbs up. After that, he just walked away and left him alone. A vice principal zoomed in on something Su White drew in the picture, and then the whole class saw it. Sketch portrait of Liang Yu. The painting was so exquisite that it was almost indistinguishable from the real person. And in the painting Liang Yu stood in front of the railing and, holding 2 books in her hands. The sunlight poured down and the smile on her face was unbelievably beautiful. Everyone was stunned by this scene, especially Liang Yu herself. Heart-touched at the same time, also a little embarrassed. In front of so many people several school leaders looked at each other and laughed, while still shaking their heads. What they cared about now wasn't whether Subai had cheated on this last exam, or whether he answered seriously. But, the city's first high school has another top student. You can get to the 211 line with a 0 on the English test. And looking at the scores of the 5 subjects combined alone, it's about 20 points higher than Lin Xinla. If you can play like this on the entrance exams, that would be an early lock on the province's top science student. Wait, please pause. The one who suddenly opened his mouth was Subai, and everyone looked at him. Director Gu froze, but shone in his hands. The surveillance was fixed and the image zoomed in. Inside was Kai Koen and Xia Yanshi. Xia Yanshi frowned and, it seems to get stuck at the last reading question there. Director Gu, please rewind the video by 10 seconds and zoom in on Kai Koen in the back row. Then the crowd saw. Kai Koen glanced her way, then took the initiative to cough twice to get her attention. Show her your answer. Xia Yanwei directly turned his head away, not giving a damn about him. Seeing the scene, everyone's eyes fell on Kai Koen's body, and he himself looked as bad as he ate. He'd forgotten there was such a thing, and hadn't even expected to be found out. And that person is still Subai. Director Gu's face became grim as he looked towards Kai Koen who stayed on the spot. Slandering a classmate. Deliberately showing a classmate the answers on a test. A classmate that, your behavior has seriously violated the school rules and regulations and the code of conventional norms for middle school students. It's almost time for the college entrance exams, and we don't want any student to have a dishonorable record on their record. But now that we've seen it, the school can't turn a blind eye. You're going to walk with us to the D.E.A. office right now. The words exploded like a thunderbolt. At this moment, Kai Koen has been as if his heart is dead, and has become a sentence of the Walking Dead. No, how could this be? I heard my classmates' comments in my ears, all words of contempt and scorn. There are also many people think that such a result of the great happiness, originally as is Kai Koen himself want to be unfavorable to the people, lead to fire cannot blame others. Kai Koen's heart was 10,000 regrets. Why the hell would I do that? If you don't say anything, nothing happens. A group of school leaders led him away, and at the same time, the bell rang for the end of the class session. Students are rushing out of class in droves to dry out in the cafeteria, while walk-ins are organizing their backpacks. Prepare to leave school. Liang Yu quietly glanced at Subai and, then she walked out of the classroom. She was going to find Subai's English answer card, the sketch she liked. In a classroom of more than 50 people, there were only a few people left at once. Lin Xinla organized her book bag and quietly looked at Subai. In a sense, Subai had already surpassed her in this exam. If she scores higher than her on the college entrance exam, she'll have to honor the bet. At this moment, Lin Xinla felt that she should say something. Just then, Xia Yanshi's figure appeared at the door of Class 9's classroom. Subai Xing did not notice Lin Xinla, but smiled at the man outside the door. Reaching down, he took the washed and empty lunchbox from the table and walked out, the two of them just walking side by side. Left the classroom. Chapter 41. What a coincidence, big brother. Why did you come to school? Lin Xinla stared blankly in the direction Subai had left for a long time. Unconsciously had reddened his eyes. She didn't know why she reacted this way. Obviously she wasn't Subai's girlfriend either. Obviously that guy is a big hooligan. But, he saw the big rascal walking with another girl and it made him feel bad. She seemed to have a real crush on him. On the other side, Subai and Xia Yanshi walked to the school entrance. Xia Yanshi was very sensible and got on her own little electric donkey. Subai did not take the initiative to say send her home. She would not open her mouth. Eyes on her departure. Subai but suddenly looked at a white Porsche on the side of the road. Lin Dongnan was leaning against the car, his eyes looking at the school entrance. Su strides up and fishes the cigarette case out of her pocket. What a coincidence, big brother. What brings you to school? Subai said, handing over a cigarette. Lin Dongnan did not expect to meet Subai here. Taking the cigarette and lighting it, he looked at him again. You study here too, second brother? He asked in surprise while reaching out to take the cigarette Subai handed him. The heart is still more or less a bit shocked. Before listening to Subai said he was still in school, his heart is actually a bit unbelievable. After all, this kid is really demonic and tired. Where does he look like a high school student? What a coincidence. My daughter goes to school here too. Learning that Subai and his daughter were in the same high school, and the odds were that they were still in the same class, he was really a bit surprised. I didn't realize that a man like you, big brother, would personally come to pick up your daughter from school. You really spoil your daughter. Subai sighed. In his conception, a figure like Lin Dongnan should be a day-to-day person. The ones who can care for their families are very few. Big brother must love his daughter very much, right? However, after hearing his words, Lin Dongnan scratched his head in some embarrassment. Then again, he was usually so busy earning money that he didn't even pick up his daughter a couple times. If he hadn't asked Yuan, he wouldn't have even known which class his daughter was in. Actually, I don't come here very often. Speaking here, Lin Dongnan suddenly lowered his voice. I'm here today because of something. I've noticed that my daughter seems to be in love lately, so I've come specifically to see which bastard it is. When Subai heard his words, he was sweating. Big brother, I'm afraid you're not as simple as looking. While talking, Subai saw a few people nearby who weren't quite right. The ones pretending to make phone calls in all kinds of clothes are burly men who are 1 meter 9 and whose arms are as thick as an ordinary man's calves. A couple of them were the same people we saw the other night. Good man, good man. This is the rhythm of kidnapping people and destroying their bodies. I'm telling you, that kid is no good. He wants $1 million for a gift. That's obviously an impure motive. How can I, as a father, watch my family's little cabbages being arched by wild boars from outside? $1 million? That is indeed an impure motive. Subai slapped his thigh and said decisively, this kind of person he knows too well. You have to be careful. Big brother, I know this kind of person the best. I'm sure he's craving your daughter's body, trying to cheat on her feelings, or maybe a big sea king with multiple feet. You've got to be careful. Big brother, high school girls can be so easy to fool these days. Subai did not mince words as he shared his experience, and he did have a say in this regard, because that's what he is himself. You are so right. Second brother, sure enough, big brother and this handle of yours have not made a mistake in worshipping. You do understand, big brother. Lin Dongnan had an expression of hating each other, hugging Subai and laughing, attracting many strange looks from passers-by. Just at this time, Lian Yu walked out from the school entrance across a canvas backpack. Second brother, how are you going to get back later? Do you want me to give you a ride? Lin Dongnan enthusiastically said. No, big brother, I drove here. The corners of Subai's mouth rose slightly, and he raised his hand to point at the energy Rolls-Royce on the side of the road. Lin Dongnan looked over and, slightly surprised, then nodded. This kid Song Biao is quite good at his job. By the way, the inside of the house has been packed up. You guys can stay in tonight. Lin Dongnan also had something to do when he came over today and didn't chat much with Subai. Soon, Subai and Liang Yu got into the Rolls-Royce and drove away from the school. Lin Dongnan waited for another full 20 minutes before he saw Lin Xinla walk out of the school gates, his brow furrowed. According to the driver, old Lu, she should have walked out of the school 10 minutes ago. There was no one else around Lin Xinla at the moment. She was alone, with her little head hung low, and the mood seemed rather low. Lin Dongnan didn't know what had happened, but seeing his daughter like this was hard for him, so immediately extinguished the cigarette in his hand and walked quickly towards his daughter. Lin Xian then seemed to sense something and looked up to see her dad walking over. Dad, why are you picking me up today? She hadn't expected Lin Lonan to personally come to pick herself up from school, and was under the impression that it seems like the only day mom and dad come together is the day school starts. Look at you, how come I, a father, can't come pick up my daughter from school? Saying that, Lin Dongnan reached out and took the school bag on Lin Xinla's back. Together, father and daughter walked toward Cayenne. You don't seem too happy. Is it because you don't like daddy picking you up? Lin Dongnan took the initiative to break the silence. Lin Xinla also came back to her senses. She couldn't stay like this. If dad really knew about Subai, Subai's legs would definitely be broken. No, dad, you can come to pick me up really happy. I just got upset just because. Because I didn't do well on this simulation. Lin Shinla immediately made an excuse. Didn't do well on the test. That's fine. You take the exams as you like. And talk to Dad about which college you want to go to in the future. No matter if it's at home or abroad. Daddy promises to get it done for you. Lin Dongnan comforted. And as he said that, he also patted his chest. This is something that has no difficulty for him. Rara, nothing has happened at school lately, has it? If anyone dares to bully you, be sure to talk to Daddy and he'll help you deal with people. The corner of Lin Shinla's mouth twitched when she heard her dad's words. She had also heard about her own dad's former war record, and was afraid that the negotiation in Lin Dongnan's mouth was not that simple. In her mind, she thought this, but on the surface she nodded her head obediently. Don't worry, Dad. The teachers and classmates are great to work with. Except for a smelly rascal named Subai, no one will bully me. The father and daughter were already in the Kayan and headed for home as they spoke. In one of the detached houses of the forest villa, Ryawan and the house sitter had already prepared dinner. The white Porsche Cayenne slowly drove into the courtyard, and Lin Dongnan's father and daughter got down from the car. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle as the family sat down at the table and ate their dinner. Lim Dongnam and Yuan chatted with her intentionally or unintentionally, asking questions. But Lin Shinla looked distracted, always answered casually, ate only a little and said she was full, then picked up her school bag and went upstairs. The two people left at the table. Lu Yuan and Lin Dongnan looked at each other in disbelief. I don't believe you when you say there's nothing wrong with your daughter. Go ahead and get busy with the Chamber of Commerce. I'll take care of the Rara side. Lu Yuan still intends to sidetrack Lin Dongnan and talk to her daughter alone by herself. He ordered the table to be cleared and went up to the second floor himself. Before I could push open the door to the room, I heard a sob coming from inside. Chapter 42 Mom, teach me to cook. Yuan didn't knock this time and just pushed the door open and walked in. In the room, Lin Shinla, who was lying on the bed and secretly shedding tears alone, was startled. Hastily, he sat up and drew out a tissue to dry the corners of his eyes. Willow Hope sat down on the edge of the bed and just looked at her, not saying anything. Mom, did you come to find me for something? Lin Shinla's voice was still a little broken, and she didn't dare to look her mom in the eye. Rara, things are as they are. Is there any point in hiding it from Mom? What happened? Tell Mom. We're family. There's nothing we can't communicate. Willow Hope said seriously. She's got to get her daughter's problems out of the way today. Otherwise, it will definitely affect your daughter's performance in the college entrance exam. Lin Shinla also knew that things could not be hidden. Involuntarily lowered her head. Grew up so big. It was the first time she had ever been faced with something like this, and she was a little overwhelmed for a moment, not to mention wondering if she should talk to her mom or not. After a long hesitation, she stammered, So, then you're not allowed to talk to Daddy, okay? She looked at Willow Hope, or nodded. Lin Shinla felt that the probability was that her mother would still speak, so she didn't say Subai's name, just replace it with that boy in my class. She started from that day in the cafeteria, when her meal card was accidentally lost, and talked about the bet between the two of them and that morning Subai specially bought Jing Chunlu's breakfast for her to eat, as well as Subai and Xia Yanshi. Two people broke up, and now resumed not far from the relationship. All these things were told to Mom. I brought him buns that morning. He didn't eat the xiaolong bao from his ex-girlfriend after he finished it and gave it to his table-mate to eat. But this morning, for fear of being suspected by you of early love, I did not bring him his breakfast. He looked disappointed. And then his ex-girlfriend brought him fried noodles she'd made herself, and this time he ate them and they both still go together at night. I don't know what my relationship with him is right now, but seeing him so close to his ex-girlfriend makes me feel bad. Oh, Mom, what should I do? Lin Shinla couldn't help but cry again when she spoke of her sadness. She felt more helpless than ever. Silly girl, you're falling for that boy in your class, Willow Hope said helplessly. Lin Shinla blushed after hearing this, but didn't retort. You're not in a committed relationship with him right now, and he doesn't think of you as his girlfriend, so it might not take care of your feelings too much. Then again, you're a little too sensitive. According to you, he and his ex-girlfriend are probably just normal friends. It's not like they're kissing and cuddling and holding hands. Why are you jealous of that? Lu Yuan's words seemed to have suddenly awakened Lin Shinla, and she nodded. If you're sure you like him, go to him tomorrow and confess your love for him, and establish a relationship that way if you see him hanging out with his ex-girlfriend again, you can justifiably rush up and put a stop to it. While Mom doesn't want you to fall in love early, she'd prefer not to have you wimp out on something like this. Lose to someone else. Do you understand? If you like it in your heart, then speak it out loud. There's no shame in that. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Shinla's face swished red to the roots of her ears. This is too shy. Is there any other way? Willow Hope had expected her daughter to speak this way, so she smiled lightly again. Not for nothing. You've brought him breakfast every day from today until the entrance exams, and then the one you own you don't bring. These words filled Lin Shinla's head with questions. Why? So you can ask his ex-girlfriend to bring over his breakfast for dinner. This trick is called killing the heart. When the college entrance exams are over, in case his score is really higher than yours, you'll agree to be his girlfriend. In case he's not as tall as you are, you could totally take the initiative and pursue him, if you had the guts to do so, because by that time you've also been eating each other's breakfasts for 10 days or so, and there's a certain emotional foundation that makes it a lot easier to ask, doesn't it? Listening to Lu Yuan's words, Lin Shinla couldn't help but nod her head. While she's a little less than smart when it comes to relationships, it's clear to see that. Mom, this is indeed out of the blue. Lara, be brave and pursue your love, but keep your eyes peeled too, you know? Nowadays, all the rich young men are so philandering, and he claimed to like you. Maybe there's another woman out there, so don't get too smitten and protect yourself. Understand? As she said these words, Willow Hope herself was somewhat helpless. How could she not know that? Lin Dongnan also has women everywhere outside? Especially that secretary called Chen Jing. How dare she come straight to the house? It would be hard on her heart, but she could only endure it. Lin Dongnan couldn't do it exclusively, but at least they can do a good job of treating her well. And on the other hand, because their daughter is so old and still living happily, so she would turn a blind eye to those peach blossoms of Lin Dongnan. Lin Zanara nodded once again when she heard her mom's words. Mother and daughter have sort of unraveled their respective knots. After this chat, Lin Shinla's heart was no longer so confused and helpless. It's just that Willow Hope isn't quite sure if it's a good thing that her daughter has a favorite or not. Seemingly thinking of something else, Lin Shinla suddenly grabbed Lu Yuan's hand. Mom, you teach me to cook. Lin Shinla made up her mind that she would also make breakfast for Subai with her own hands for once. Willow Hope looked at her and smiled back, nodding. So the two, mother and daughter, walked together into the kitchen on the first floor. Willow Hope was verbalizing instructions from the sidelines that Lin Shin then does it herself. Willow Hope took a phone call midway through and left for 3 minutes, leaving her to watch her own fire. And then there was a roll of black smoke coming out of the kitchen, and Lin Shinla ran out of it. Dusty. 2 or 3 nannies immediately rushed in with fire extinguishers. Li Yuan looked at Lin Shinla with wide eyes. Lin Zanara was also looking at her with a dark face, in the physical sense. Mother and daughter were both wide-eyed, and the atmosphere was that billion points of awkwardness for a while. Mom, I suddenly feel like it would be nice to have a babysitter prepare breakfast. I'm sorry, Lin Shinla said, speaking weakly. She suddenly felt that if she personally made breakfast for Subai, it could also backfire. Willow Hope nodded in deep agreement. Meanwhile, in Villa 7 of the waterfront garden district. Aha! Yes, Mr. Liang, you have to push harder. This is really comfortable. Subai lay down on the large soft bed, and a gust of sour moans came out of his mouth. I can't imagine that you still have such a good craft. Mr. Liang, I'm going to experience it once a day from now on. You wish. Don't I ever get tired? And you stink so bad there, and I have to keep my hands on it. Saying that, Liang Yu stood up, glared at him in an ungraceful manner, and wiped her hands with a wet paper towel. Really? Squeezing a foot gives you a good time like this. Chapter 43. Am I already on fire online? Lin Dongnan's villa had been vacated, and Subai could move there at any time, but at this time, when faced with a place to live, he was a bit of a dilemma. That house was supposed to be bought as an investment. He wasn't going to live in it, mostly because it's so boring, as opposed to living alone in a big, empty villa. He preferred to stay at Liang Yu's house instead. After all, he had paid off a huge gambling debt of $1 million to her father and was now nominally the debtor. Sometimes, he can even make excessive requests, such as pinching his feet and pounding his back. So then he came up with a great way to get the best of both worlds, pulling Liang Yu into the villa with him. Liang Yu originally didn't really want to live in the villa. She wanted too many things from Subai. Inexplicably, there was a feeling of being adopted by a rich kid, but Subai threatened her that if she didn't come to stay, he would buy the house where she lives now, and then not rent to her. In the face of such old six behavior, Liang Yu had no choice but to compromise. It sounds so ridiculous and unimaginable that they are still classroom teachers and students. They don't have much to bring. They just buy new clothes and stuff. Just bring some belongings with you. And it only took 2 hours to complete the move. The two chose the largest bedroom on the 3rd floor, counting the bathroom and check room. With an area of over 90 square meters, it is quite spacious. It's a bit of a waste for us to live in such a big house, isn't it? There are at least 10 other empty rooms in the villa. What are they used for? After helping Subai press his feet, Liang Yu laid down beside him and opened her mouth to talk about this matter. Use it to hide the golden house, Subai casually replied. The next moment the soft flesh of his waist was pinched by a hand, and twisted viciously. "The!" Subai wailed out, baring his teeth in pain. The time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. Subai and Liang Yu had already showered and changed their clothes. Sitting in the living room, with a ding-dong sound, the doorbell was rung, and Subai personally walked to open the door. The two standing outside the door were clearly Song Biao, Song Jincheng's father and son. There was also a 30-something-year-old looking beautiful woman who should be Song Jincheng's old mom. Behind the family stood an entourage of 4, all without empty hands. Subai noticed 3 cars parked in the yard, a black Jeep Vat, a regular business sedan, and a heck of a Mercedes Big G of his own. The license plate is still the same. The whole car has new glass. The shape was also restored perfectly as it was, and from a distance it looked no different than if it had been purchased new. It must have taken a lot to fix it to this extent in 2 days. "Uncle Song, you're too polite, please come in." Subai laughed. He had no grudge against the Songs, father and son. In the first place, the only thing was that Song Jincheng had once spared a few harsh words at him, but that didn't work out either, and now he didn't have the guts to measure him. No matter what, it is also a mobster worth more than $1 billion. Can make friends of course. Mr. Su, you must not call me Uncle Song. You and Boss Lin are brothers. Just call me by my first name, Song Biao hurriedly said. Subai hadn't thought of this layer either. After all, Song Biao was even older than Su Daxiang. It's still a little weird to call it by its direct name. "I'll call you Old Song. Your son will be Little Song," Subai said, leading a few people into the parlor. The 4 attendants released their hands and went to wait outside the door, with a cup of tea and a few pleasantries. The conversation quickly cut to the chase. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, it's my son's men who don't know what they're doing, and they've bumped into you, and smashed your favorite car. This matter I have dealt with. I do not know if you are satisfied?" Song Biao meant it and reached out to deliver an envelope. Subai reached out and took it. One squeeze and you know it's filled with photos. He didn't need to open it to see what the content of the photo was. Afraid of scaring Liang Yu, also afraid of leaving evidence or something to implicate himself, he lit it directly with a lighter and threw it into the ashtray. "Ha ha, Mr. Su, you are also too cautious. Don't worry, we handled it very cleanly. No one can find out." This was not Song Biao bragging, and Subai believed what he said. Liang Yu had just been curious about what was in the envelope, thinking to ask Subai when the people had left. But when she heard Song Biao's words, she instantly understood what was inside, and a vicious chill grew in her heart. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, the Feng family, Feng Shiji and Qin Yao's side are competing for the market in Hangzhou. The Yanjing side was the real battlefield between their two families, a group of old men fighting. Just yesterday, news came from Feng Shiji's side. Qin Yao had already given herself to a young man, the superb man who made even Song Biao kneel. Learning of this news, the Feng family immediately changed color and had people investigate. This check does not matter. The other party is actually Lin Dongnan worship brother-in-law. Upon learning that the matter involved the ruthless one from the Lin family, the Feng family members all sucked in a breath of cool air, while Feng Shiji himself was nearly fainted in shock after learning of this news. "I can't believe I said something like breaking someone's arms and legs myself." Feng Shichang, the head of the Feng family, immediately convened a family meeting to discuss a plan. "That young man surnamed Su. I wonder which family's young master he is. I can't believe I'm able to get into this relationship with Lin Dongnan. Our family Shiji bumped into someone, so we must make a trip to Sioux City and apologize at the door. And you have to release your goodwill towards the Qin Yao girl and dump some of your resources." Feng Shichang made this decision. Everyone agreed. No matter what, must not be an enemy. But that was not the point of greatest concern to the crowd. If the Qin family takes this line, they will definitely retaliate against our Feng family when they develop in the future. We must find a way to stop the Qin family from rising to power. Otherwise our old Feng family's century-old foundation will be ruined. A few old men immediately became anxious. They had initially targeted the Qin family because they were afraid of their rise. It's impossible to stop that Qin Yao girl from soaring to the top. One word from the other side could bring cub music back from the dead. What we need to do is not make enemies of the Lin family, and we won't let those old guys from the Qin family have a chance to. If only we could get Qin Yao to break with the family. When these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Qin Yao has never had a good relationship with her parents and family. The Qin family even really wanted to marry Qin Yao to Feng Shiji for the sake of the family this time, and Qin Yao's parents desperately opposed it before temporarily stopping to dig a hole for the Qin family, so that they'll object to Qin Yao and the young man surnamed Su being together. This will inevitably lead to fire and direct destruction. No, you're all missing the point. What if the one who holds a grudge against us is that Qin Yao girl? A voice rang out and the crowd immediately fell silent. What they didn't know was that Subai didn't know that Lin Dongnan had such a big background, and Xinyao didn't know that the big brother in Subai's mouth was Lin Dongnan. So the Feng family's worries were somewhat superfluous. Sure Chang. Your big girl Feng Lin hasn't gotten a date yet, right? Why don't you let her get acquainted with that young man surnamed Su? At this moment, Subai was still completely unaware that there was a large family sitting around the table discussing how to pull themselves together. After sending off Song Gao's family, the time had come to 9 o'clock in the evening. I had wanted to take a double bath with Mr. Liang, but Liang Yu refused to say anything. Afraid he'd make a bad move in the shower, he ran off to the guest bathroom to wash himself. Bored, he took out his cell phone and opened the long and used Lin Entertainment app. This look directly startled Subai. The last time I looked I had less than 1 million followers. This time I actually went straight up to 8.72 million. I obviously haven't posted a single video myself. Just merely swiped a few million gifs in Lemon's live room and then opened a live stream to sing. One look at the private messages, almost bursting at the seams, all from various music and entertainment companies. Hopefully, we can reach a cooperation with him. Even the Lin Entertainment platform also sent a message, wanting to deepen cooperation with him, and then a dozen. The Lord, his name appeared many times on the hot search. Everywhere you see the word bull. Subai was dumbfounded. Am I already this hot on the internet? Chapter 44, 18 can give you full happiness too. Well, it's my favorite thing to watch diving for fish. It's such a relief. It's the wilderness survival of the deity. 3 days of starvation, 9 meals, and no pants at all. It's not easy to earn this kind of money. It must be praised and supported. Well, Master De has a nice round butt. How come it's my least favorite sidestepping video? It's really cheesy. Must report. Yikes. How did you click it as a little heart? Point all the way. Then by the way collect it. Subai was enjoying the small video, while looking for any beautiful hostesses with more than 80 points. After all, money comes too fast with online bounties. But to his dismay, after half an hour of swiping he couldn't find a score of 75 or more. Let's just say that there's too much of a shortage of beautiful women on the internet these days. Just at this time, a pop-up window suddenly popped up on Subai's cell phone screen. My butt is the reddest of all monkeys invites you to chat. Who's this? Named after me? You can take the initiative to send out a chat as an invitation. So you must be someone inside Lin Entertainment? Why does this name still look more and more familiar? Oh, come to think of it. Jurin, the founder of Forest Entertainment. The username is I'm the reddest monkey on the hill. That is a real super rich That year that series of operations to see Subai people are stupid. From an ordinary high school student to 100 billionaire in just 1 year. Subai even suspected that he was a reborn like himself. The face of a big brother still had to be given. And Subai agreed to the chat invitation. Rogue, good evening, Mr. Zhu. Monkey, good evening Mr. Su. I shouldn't be interrupting anything by looking for you now, should I? Subai was not surprised that Zhu Lin knew his name. That was Zhu Lin. Rogue, of course I'm not disturbing. Mr. Zhu, you're joking. If there's anything you want to do, just say it. Monkey, here's the thing. We here at Forest Entertainment are planning to have an anniversary celebration on July 1st. The venue was in Jinling, and all netizens with over 1 million followers were invited. I hope Mr. Su can appear as a special guest then, and we can pay for the appearance. Forest Entertainment anniversary? Subai recalled the creation of Lin Entertainment, which was only 7 years ago. Zhu Lin, also a high school student at the time, created Lin Entertainment shortly after his senior year, which was officially launched on July 1st, calculating that there are still about 20 days to go, by which time his own college entrance exams will have ended. Taking the time to attend a party will not be anything. Originally Jinling is not far from Sioux City. So is Little Lemon going to be there? We'll see what she looks like then. Rogue, Mr. Zhu has personally invited me, so of course there's no problem on my side. But I have a request. Can you make sure Lemon was there? Monkey, I can go deal with her and get back to you as soon as possible. That's where the conversation ends. A mountain full of monkeys. My butt is the reddest then sent an electronic invitation. Labeled a street full of hooligans. I'm the biggest cow is the special guest. Subai didn't bother to look at it much more and turned to continue brushing up the small video. Suddenly, a lilting melody appeared. But I'm still not very good at making turns. Though lonely people want company once in a while. Weak cold winds blowing again want to say. This life will not be a little difficult. Smooth vibes, deep emotions, moving lyrics, and every line is overwhelming. The profound. Subai naturally knew that this was the ravings of the latter-day superstar Maui. Only the video has only a few hundred likes, and the text reads, new song out, welcome to comment. Nowadays, Maui is in a state of unhealthiness, not because he can't sing well, but because he can't sing well. Just because he's got less of a platform, less of a background. Plain looks and a mediocre acting style are keeping him from getting traffic in this internet age. From what I remember, he only started to catch fire a few years later when he appeared in a variety show that. I'm sure there was no shortage of work behind the scenes when I went on that variety show. It's definitely a weighty enough investment. Subai directly called Qin Yao. The phone was quickly connected, and at this moment Qin Rouge was still working overtime in front of the computer in the office. Subai invested $200 million, and not only did Fang's side stop suppressing Little Bear music, it also tilted some of the resources over, which she needed to handle. Hello, this is Qin Yao. Qin Yao went into work without even looking at who the caller was. Sister Qin, don't make yourself too busy. Take care of your rest. Hearing Subai's voice, a flash of brilliance suddenly flashed in Sister Qin's tired eyes. She knew that it was all because of Subai that she could develop so well. Hearing Subai's voice at this moment warmed her heart. Got it. I'll take care of my rest. What did you want to see me about? Yes. I just found a potential star on entertainment. Nicknamed Superstar Not Easy. Arrange for someone to sign him and his songs as soon as possible, with a better deal. No problem. As for Subai's decision, Qin Yao wouldn't ask too many questions and just did as she was told. Also, I'll be compiling a list of people with really good potentials on it. Lately, take as much as you can and it will pay off big time later. Subai was going to make a list of singers he could think of who would be on fire in the next 2 or 3 years. Leave it to Qin Yao to find it. And save yourself from missing anyone, and forget about finding it all at once. So many potential singers waiting to be discovered. So many people's futures waiting to be paved by him. So much money waiting for them to make. He wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. By the way, Subai, the recording may have to be postponed. I need to go back to Beijing at the weekend. The family has something big to discuss. The incident was sudden, and Qin Yao hadn't yet spoken to Subai. Hearing her words, Subai's brows furrowed slightly. In his previous life, he had more or less some understanding of the Qin family in Yanjing, and Qin Yao didn't seem to be very well received in that family. Why would a family meeting specifically notify her to return? But it was just a thought. He didn't say. Even though he had a relationship with himself, he shouldn't meddle in the affairs of other people's homes. Yes, and how long will that be postponed? Subai asked. Let's say the 24th of this month. Do you have time? Not that day. I'm taking the entrance exam. Oh, well then, what did you just say? The high school entrance exam? Qin Yao on the other end of the phone heard these 2 words and her eyes widened. Subai. How old are you? I'll be 19 in 4 months. Subai inexplicably replied. 19? I thought you were at least 25. Speaking of which, Qin Yao could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. I can't believe I did that with a high school student in a foot wash. The other person was 9 years younger than himself. Isn't this just a case of the old cow eating the young grass? If this gets out, how can I see people again? Don't worry, Sister Qin. Brother, I can give you full love even at 18. Subai said in a serious manner, but Qin Yao's side had already hung up the phone, blushing in shame. Chapter 45. You may not believe me if I tell you, but I'm a little afraid of the dark. Hanging up the phone, Subai wrapped a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom. At a glance, he saw Liang Yu sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a book. Only the angle was a little tricky at the moment, as she was still wearing her bathrobe because she had just taken a shower. Looking from Subai's viewpoint, her neckline was wide open, and the beauty inside was unobstructed. Subai's eyes went straight as he looked at the scene in front of him, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He's only tied up a total of 5 dog lickers. So far, Xia Yanshi and Jiang Yuzuning's side had already ruthlessly wool-gathered themselves once. As for Lin Xinla, she seemed to be still in the stage of cultivating her feelings. You can't give expensive gifts too often, and besides, he hadn't spent a lot of money on each other in the meantime. As for Qin Yao, not to mention, that's herself. That's the first one that. It was also the only woman so far, and down the road he thought he'd be able to make a hard buck on her as well. The only one is Liang Yu. To be honest, among the current dancers, Liang Yu was the one he liked the most. I don't know if it's the teacher's identity comes with an aura. In short, Subai see her as the more he sees the more eyes, every time since the pestering to ask him to give himself a massage. And that's why. It would be great if we could take Liang Yu. Well, choose your day. All have been tricked into coming to their own home, and as a young man of their own age, they, in the case of a rich man with hundreds of millions of dollars in his hand, and a mature and sophisticated soul living in his body, it's hard to get your hands on a 23-year-old girl? Say it and do it. On the sofa, Liang Yu was looking earnestly at the contents of the book. His mind was thinking about the last stage of revision and he looked inexplicably a little tired. It's gotten to the point where it's time to review the. She had taken over the class at the last minute, both for the subject of English and as a classroom teacher. And in the last few days she had done all she could to do all you can. What the future holds is up to these kids. When I think about it, I can't help but think of a certain rich kid. If only every student was like the big guy. Who would worry about their promotion that way? Even if you do nothing for the rest of your life, you'll be rich and famous. Honestly, if everyone went into the test with that kind of mindset, you might even be able to play better than you are now in a state of mental strain. God just doesn't treat everyone fairly. Some people can't go to Rome for the rest of their lives, but some are born in Rome. And of course, some are born mules. On the contrary, Su Bai, the rich second generation who could live a fast life without any effort, had such good grades. She sighed softly at the thought. Mr. Liang, you're sighing so much in the middle of the night? What's bothering you? A boy's voice came from behind coldly. Liang Yu was startled, turned her head and almost bumped into Su Bai's face. What are you doing so close to me? She moved back half a length in a hurry, her ears inexplicably flushing a little, the moment she looked down. But then I realized that my neckline was open a little too wide, revealing a large piece of snow white seemed to be seen by that guy. Her face flushed a few shades redder, and she unconsciously reached up and tightened her robe. Su Bai, however, acted like a rogue. Not only did he not respond to his words, instead, he moved forward as well, and the two leaned in again. I was afraid you'd be too stressed. Su Bai sighed. Liang Yu's gaze stopped on this guy, and she didn't know what to think. Anyway, without backing away again as he had done earlier, he let him sit on his side. Think outside the box. Mr. Liang, how long has it been since you took over this class? How much of a difference can you make in this class if you try harder? Just do your best. What's more, don't you still have to quit your job and start a business with me when your senior year is over? While listening to his words, Liang Yu smiled. What you say has some truth to it, but as a teacher, I can't help but do my duty, can I? I'm not the one going to the exam room for the entrance exam in a few days, but I still have to stay tight at all times. I have to be responsible for every student. Saying that, as if he felt that talking about this topic with the relationship between the two of them was a bit serious. Between Liang Yu's flowing eyes, she landed on Su Bai again. That said, you were so generous in paying off my debts and promising to take me into business. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were going to adopt me. In the face of her words, Su Bai only spread his two hands. What can I do about this? When I first saw how miserable you were, I had a soft heart and then I'll pay your debt for you. Now you're talking about paying me back. How long will it take to rely on you as a teacher? That's why I asked you to accompany me in my business, so that I can also earn money to pay me back sooner, or really cannot. Money also do not need to pay back. Mr. Liang Yu simply with your body. Before the words were finished, Liang Yu had already stuck on his waist, hurting Su Bai who bared his teeth. You little immodest. How dare you think of it when I say underwriting? Liang Yu drank with a red face. Sugo, however, was all aggravated. Look at you. You're in a hurry again. Don't think I can't see that you're definitely interested in me. Why else would you care so much about my ex-girlfriend? Mr. Liang, love should be said out loud. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Su Bai's passage made Liang Yu shy and annoyed, as if she was a cat whose tail had been stepped on. There was a violent rise and fall of her breasts, and Su put her eyes straight as she watched. You, forget it, I don't want to be angry with you. Go to bed. It's almost 12. Don't you want to go to school tomorrow? With that, she stood up and turned her head into her room, and regardless of the fact that, to put it bluntly, still sitting in the living room, he turned off the living room light with a backhand, and darkness fell around him. Su Bai just looked at her with a smile on his face and didn't speak. Liang Yu went back to her room, turned on the air conditioner and got under the covers, her heart still thumping. Her face was vaguely hot, as much as I hate to admit it, but she found out for herself that she seemed to really like Su Bai. Moreover, one's liking was actually seen by the other party. It's ridiculous. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it gets. You must never do anything out of the ordinary at a time like this. Even if you do have something in mind, it will also have to wait until a few days later. Looking at the present, the high school entrance exams are the priority and everything else should take a back seat. At the same time, she asked herself in her mind why she had a good feeling about Su Bai. Perhaps, as she told herself, she could be said to have little family left now, graduated from college and lives alone. Mom got married for the second time and already has a new family. There is also simply no energy now to care for her as an adult daughter. Not to mention the father. Ever since the last time Su Bai took out $1 million to gamble on his debts, he got good at it again and ran to the casino one at a time. Perhaps the youth and beauty of what Su White said, or the care and help that Su White gave her. It really planted that seed of tenderness in her heart. By the time we graduate, By the time all that needs to be done in the moment is done, perhaps they could really try to start a new life like that. After all, he's only 5 years older than him, and others are 6, 7, even a dozen years older. Not surprising at all. Hiss, Liang Yu, how can you have such an idea? Gee, he didn't even realize that all these thoughts of his were guided by Su Bai's words. The conversation Su Bai had with himself just now seemed to be some sort of padding. Just when Liang Yu was secretly spitting in her heart criticizing herself, the door of the room was suddenly opened. A ray of light shone in. Liang Yu turned her head somewhat woodenly to check. Here, the door had already closed. And the next second, there was an extra person under his own covers. What are you doing? Liang Yu was taken aback by him and opened her mouth a little stutteringly to ask. Because the room was dark, Su Bai couldn't see her reddened face. In the darkness, came Su Bai's serious voice. You may not believe me when I tell you, I'm a little afraid of the dark. Chapter 46 Stealing a Kiss from Lin Xinla. Shy to explosion. The next morning, Su Bai woke up early, looking at the colorful teacher Liang in his arms. He then got his blood pumping and wanted to get up and do his morning exercises. He ended up being kicked off the bed by Liang Yu 10 minutes later. Even if you toss me around in the middle of the night, you still want it in the morning? Do you really think I'm a cow? Liang Yu didn't have a good mood. This night, the resentment in her heart was not good. Naturally, she wouldn't believe Su Bai's bull **** about being afraid of the dark. After sleeping inside that house he rented so many nights before, I didn't hear him say he was afraid of the dark. Nah, this guy is just dead set on not leaving, so he'll just have to do it himself. It's not like it's the first time I've slept on the same pillow with him anyway. But what Liang Yu didn't expect was that this guy was still not honest when he slept on the bed. I am almost sleepy. As a result, he couldn't sleep when he tossed and turned, and was even more shameless behind the scenes, saying that the air conditioning was too cold and that he wanted to cuddle up with her. Well, that's one hug away from a complete sleepless night. When she thought that she still had to get up early today to go to school, the way she looked at this guy, Su Bai, just a little more sultry. Mr. Liang refused to do the morning exercises, so Su Bai had no choice but to do it, and after a simple wash, it was getting late, so he picked up Liang Yu and drove his Mercedes Big G straight to the school. It's a beautiful day, cloudless, and the air is unbelievably fresh. Every bite is refreshing. Su Bai walked into the classroom with his school bag in his hand, just in time to meet Lin Xinla's open gaze. The latter hastily turned his head back sideways, his ears flushed. Su White saw the lunchbox on her table that was obviously for herself. Where in his heart did he not know what this little nymph was playing? Immediately the corner of his mouth hooked up a light smile. It's obvious that you like me, and you pretend you don't care. Well, it's necessary to cultivate this ninny's initiative. Having made up his mind in his mind, Su Bai then didn't sit beside her as he usually did. Instead, she walked past him as if nothing had happened and returned to her seat. Lin Xinla looked back at him with some surprise and, just see that Su Bai has already turned on his sleep. How does this work? If Xia Yinshi's breakfast arrives later, won't her preparations be in vain? With a clench of her teeth and a stamp of her foot, Lin Xinla actually took the initiative to get up and walk towards Su Bai. Bai Yuntao, who was just about to take a nap, sensed that the atmosphere wasn't quite right and hurriedly gave up his position. Looking at Su Bai, who was sleeping on the table, Lin Xinla hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and patted him. Gee, stop it. Condom. I'm sleepy. Su Bai didn't even lift his head and reached out to slap her on the ass. Lin Xinla's delicate body trembled and her ears turned red all of a sudden. She pushed Su Bai in shame. Su Bai. It's me. Get up quickly. Lin Xinla didn't have the good sense to say. Only then did Su Bai leisurely wake up, sighing in his heart that the ass of Lin Big School Flower was really soft. Lin Xinla saw him wake up and pushed the lunchbox in her hand forward. Here, this is for you. Don't ever say I'm that cold to you again. Su Bai looked at the breakfast that had obviously taken a lot of effort, and a bad smile appeared on his face once again. Little Lara, bringing me breakfast just for me? You don't think you like me, do you? Lin Xinla's face turned even redder. Blind, you stinking rascal bad. Who will like you? She said, obviously a little vainly. I just feel a little bad seeing you waste a watch for nothing. Well then, it seems I was overthinking it. Su Bai shook his head in mock pity. Since you're making me breakfast, I'll give you another present. Saying that, he pulled out a small box from inside his pocket. Lin Xinla looked over curiously. There's nothing in here. Looking at the empty little box, Lin Xinla's face was full of questions. It's a little small. You're looking at it closer. Su Bai did not move and said. Lin Xinla, unguarded, put her little head over and got close enough to look at the little box and still nothing inside. Just at this time, Su Bai suddenly launched a sneak attack. In a swift motion, he booped her on the right side of her face. Lin Shinran's body stiffened. Her brain went blank inside. And after a few seconds she reacted and his face instantly reddened to the base of his neck. She buried her head into the collar of her clothes, not daring to look at Subai at all. Panic inside like a deer in headlights. Streaming. Hooligans. She cursed in a small voice and reached out to punch Subai in the chest. Then he ran away as if he were running away. Bai Yuntao on the side looked dumbfounded. It's the Lin University schoolgirl. The one who's beautiful, has a great body, and has the best grades in the world. Let people only dare to look up and dare not go up to talk to the iceberg goddess. Is how many male comrades in the heart? For the big girl. The spokesperson for words like perfect goddess. Subai, he said, kissed ah? Subai, damn you to hell. Just at this time, Subai saw a familiar figure at the classroom door, only to see Xia Yanwei standing there playfully at the moment. Her face had a few moments of bewilderment. Subai's face, however, did not see any unusual expression as he got up and walked over. Su White. Xia Yanshi eased her mind a little, but it was still a bit unpleasant. She lowered her head and, not daring to look directly at Subai. Are you and Lin Xinla in a relationship? In fact, Xia Yanshi herself felt that it was a bit redundant to ask this. People had just kissed each other. Not yet. To be precise, a relationship has not been finalized. Subai confessed. So besides Lin Zanara, do you have any other girlfriends? Subai didn't hide it and gave her an affirmative answer with a nod. So what's our relationship now? Do you ever think of me as a girlfriend? As she asked these words, Xia Yanshi's eyes shone with anticipation. I don't think of you as my girlfriend for a while. It's barely between a best friend and a girlfriend. If you mind my philandering, then forget I said anything and we'll be normal friends from now on. Subai was sober. Surely he wouldn't lose his principles because of a girl's aggrieved tears. I actually don't mind, Xia Yanshi said with a voice like a mosquito. Subai, I want to really be your girlfriend, can you kiss me too? At some point, her eyes had gotten a little moist. If it was the Subai of the past, he would have been so excited that he would have jumped 3 feet high, but now it was different. In the face of such an 89-point school beauty, Subai was unable to raise his interest. Xia Yanshi, a week ago, you were still in Li Ziming's bed, right? Subai's words made Xia Yanshi feel as cold as falling into an ice cave in an instant. Subai still cares about her first time, and that's a past she can't change. It was as painful as a knife cutting in her heart. Wanting to say something, she couldn't open her mouth at all. One wrong step and it can never be undone. If you're short of money and want to buy something, just come and ask me for it. But if you want to go further with me, forgive me for not being able to accept you as you are now. This is also true in Subai's mind. Can't accept me as I am now for a while? Is it possible to accept me as I am? Subai is expecting me to behave. Xia Yanshi thought that she only wanted Subai's money right now. But when Subai really said the words he just said, she was still very upset. She wants to be Subai's woman. She wants to sleep under Subai's blanket, because that's the only way to put his mind at ease. And if it's just one girlfriend alone, he might get tired of playing with her one day. A kick in the pants. With that in mind, her eyes steeled themselves and she presented the lunchbox with both hands. Subai, I'm sure I'll show you the changes I've made for you. Chapter 47 Mr. Liang, I want to change my seat. Xia Yanshi turned around and walked away, while everything that had just happened was seen by Lin Xinla. She saw Xia Yanshi stand on her tiptoes to ask Subai for a kiss, and then was rejected by Subai. There was both some anger at Xia Yanshi's somewhat out-of-bounds behavior, and some secret happiness that Subai did not meet her demands. Then, remembering the scene that just happened, Subai just now but took the initiative to kiss himself. Inexplicably, Lin Xinla had a cool feeling of declaring sovereignty in her heart. Mom was right. The current Subai and Xia Yanshi should just be friends. Maybe Xia Yanshi still liked Subai, but she was no longer the little princess Subai used to be. Now that Subai and I have kissed, we should be considered boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Does that mean I don't have to confess to him anymore? No. He kissed me and it was on the face. You're not supposed to be a couple until after you kiss on the mouth, right? Should I kiss him, too, or just kiss? Well, it's so humiliating. Lin Xinla, what are you thinking? You really have been brought down by that big rascal Subai and turned into a little rascal. Just as Lin Xinla was red-faced and imagining things, Subai had already returned to his seat holding the lunchbox that Xia Yanshi had delivered. Today Xia Yanshi prepared handmade dumplings, and very thoughtfully prepared vinegar and chili oil. On the contrary, the breakfast that Lin Xinla had sent. Inside, there were big fragrant meat buns, as well as fresh and delicious seafood porridge. Gee, the breakfasts prepared by the two schoolgirls both look great. Who should I eat? Forget it. Kids make the choices. I want it all. With this thought in his mind, Subai first drank a mouthful of kanji, then used his chopsticks to pick up a dumpling. When Bai Yuntao saw this scene, his stomach couldn't help but rumble again. Just when he wanted to go up and beg for a bite of food, he saw Lin Xinla once again shoot up and quickly walk towards Subai's place. Seeing this scene, 10,000 grass mud horses raced through Hua Yuntao's heart, in the guise of an American brother. A strange cry of Dame came out of his mouth and he gave way again. When Subai froze, Lin Xinla had already arrived in front of him. A pair of chopsticks appeared in his hand at an unknown time, and he snatched the dumplings that Subai had sent to his mouth. Under Subai's astonished gaze, she ate the dumplings in one bite, and then snatched the lunchbox containing the dumplings. Sitting on his ass. It's charging you interest, Lin Xinla said fiercely. Subai people are a little bit blinded. This is your interest in sending me breakfast? Or interest on my kiss? If a box of dumplings gets me a kiss, what are you gonna do when I give you abalone and lobster and king crab? Are you gonna buy me an abalone or something? It's okay for you to eat them, but can you at least let me try one? I want to eat dumplings too, Subai said, about to extend his chopsticks to clip. Lin Xinla immediately pressed down on the lunchbox like a food-protective kitten, refusing to give it to him. Aren't my 2 big meat buns enough for you? This sentence at once to Subai whole will not be. Well, if you say so, I'm going to have to eat your big buns from now on. Don't you cry for mercy when the time comes. It's strange, to say the least. Why did both the Lin schoolmarm and Mr. Liang like Xia Yancher's breakfast so much? The two were eating this breakfast together, and at first Lin Xinla had the intention to eat very slowly. I wanted to eat for a longer time, but Subai was too dishonest. And that one big bad hand that, eating and running where you shouldn't. Where has Lin Xinla ever experienced this kind of scene? She was soon so aroused that she didn't dare to stay any longer, hugged the lunchbox and ran off. Only then did Bai Yuntao sit back with a grumpy face. Subai, how come I didn't realize you were so good before? 2 major school beauties are surrounding you. You saved the galaxy in a previous life, didn't you? This fat man was filled with envy. Oh, there's a lot you don't know about me. You still don't know that your online girlfriend of 3 years is actually a 300-pound heavy tank. The latter half of Subai's voice was small. Ha? Subai, what did you just say? Nothing, it's not important. Subai casually made a perfunctory remark, and without waiting for Hua Yuntao to reply, he suddenly hooked his shoulder again. I need you to do me a favor. It's about my happiness for the remaining 10 days. Bai Yuntao saw that he looked solemn, so he also became serious. Subai, we 302 have been friends for so many years. If there's anything you need, just say it. But if I blink I'm your grandson? Good son. Hey no, good brother. I really didn't misjudge you. Subai was very touched and patted Bai Yuntao's shoulder. His eyes were already filled with tears, and at the critical moment, it's still a brother who can be counted on. So then, he pulled Bai Yuntao to his side as soon as he could, and his mouth came up to his ear and began to conspire in whispers. Lin Xinla in the front unconsciously craned her head to look at them, and lately, these 2 brothers were discussing something with a lewd face, occasionally letting out bursts of bad laughter. Inexplicably, a chill surges through. So that morning, after English class was over, Bai Yuntao found Liang Yu. Mr. Liang, I want to change my seat, Bai Yuntao solemnly said. Liang Yu looked up at him, a little surprised in her gaze. She remembered that this chubby boy was sitting with Subai and seemed to be on good terms. Why is this suddenly being traded away? Is it possible that the two had some kind of conflict? Student Bai Yuntao, it's fine to change seats, but I need to understand your thoughts clearly first. Why do you want to change seats? Is someone interfering with your studies? Liang Yu still wants to mediate. Yeah, sitting with Subai affects my studies too much. Teacher, you don't know. Subai sleeps in class every day, grinds his teeth and snores and ing drools, and plays with his oxen under his desk when he has nothing else to do. I can't stand it for a day. Bai Yuntao's flurry of complaints gave Liang Yu a blackened face as she listened. Teeth grinding, snoring, drooling and all that she hadn't seen, but she knew the last one. She didn't sleep with Subai without him on top of her. Okay, well, I can understand what you're asking for. So who do you want to switch seats with? People have to agree to that too. Liang Yu said. I want to switch with Lin Xinla's classmate. Bai Yuntao replied without thinking. Lin Xinla was sitting on the edge, and had just heard Bai Yuntao say that Subai was still playing that in class. It made her blush for a moment, only to hear her name in the next breath. What the hell? Eating my own melon? Liang Yu frowned slightly when she heard Bai Yuntao's words. She knew how good-looking Lin Xinla was. Send such a big beauty to Subai's side. Only afraid that he will not be honest. What do you mean, Mr. Lin Xinla? Liang Yu looked at Lin Xinla, and in her mind she silently thought about quickly making her refuse. Lin Xinla's eyes widened, and for a moment she was a bit at a loss for words. Chapter 48 Running off to the night market with Lin School flower. At this moment, Lin Xinla's heart was 10,000 times more hesitant. Should we agree to sit with Su White? No way. Absolutely not. What's the difference between sitting next to him and washing and stripping yourself naked and getting under Su Bai's covers? Just sitting around eating breakfast this morning and he's groping his ass. Wouldn't you have to be coated by that rascal for 10 days? Lin Xinla. It's times like these that you have to be awake. Be stern in your refusal. Mr. Liang. I can switch seats with student Hua Yuntao. Bai Yunto. Liang Yu? Not. That's a yes? Are all school girls so proactive these days? Now that the matter has come to a head, and both students have agreed, it is not easy to say anything even if one's heart is reluctant. He had to let Bai Yuntao and Lin Xinla switch seats. Lin Xinla sat playfully on the side of Su Bai and met Su Bai's colorful gaze. She mentally cursed herself for not being competitive. Little Lara. You'll have to take care of her from now on. Su Bai laughed cheaply. Bah! Hooligans! Lin Xinla cursed, then looked down and went to do her homework. No longer looking at him, Liang Yu over there gave Su Bai a warning look before leaving the classroom. Conspiracy to succeed. Su Bai did not move on the surface, but in fact, his heart had already issued a Jia bad smile. In the days to come, one can do whatever one wants again. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Bai Yuntao in front of him. Bai Yuntao looked back and saw the pair of tablemates. One was full of bad jokes, like a big bad wolf. One was pouting like a lamb. Look at that. What a match. His own sacrifice was worth it. For the sake of my brother's happiness, this is a trivial price to pay. I've been single for over a decade anyway, and I'm afraid there's no hope of getting a girlfriend during high school. Just as Bai Yuntao was moving himself, a small hand tugged at the corner of Bai Yuntao's coat. He turned his head to look at He saw a skinny girl who was only 1 meter 5, the one who was picked up by Su Bai with one hand last time, with a pair of big eyes staring at him without blinking. This girl is called Wang Xiaoyu. She's been Lin Xinla's deskmate for more than 2 years, and she's quite good looking. Good grades too, just too introverted to have much of a presence in class usually. Classmate Bai Yuntao. Do you want chips? Wang Xiaoyu said with a red face. Bai Yuntao helped small female students carry their books at the beginning of every semester. Maybe he didn't even take it seriously himself, but Wang Xiaoyu took it to heart. She decided to take advantage of the opportunity, and to that end she offered to share her little snack. Su Bai quietly looked over there and the corner of his mouth lifted. In his previous life, these two were really together, and it was Wang Xiaoyu who took the initiative. As a brother, he naturally wanted to help. Well, yes, the main reason for switching seats was to help this guy find happiness, that definitely not craving the body of a Lin University schoolgirl or anything. For the next few days, Su Bai had a very comfortable time. Go to sleep in class, wake up and play a little la la la, and then go back to sleep when you're tired. Only this little ninny won't let him touch the key places. Yet, once his own hand crosses the red line it will be slapped away. And Su Bai, who has nothing to do, has to let the cows go. Time turned to Friday. The college entrance exams are coming up next week, and that's pretty much the end of the student sprint. The next few days will be spent getting in shape for the entrance exam. Mr. Liang had to stay at the school tonight for a meeting, which just gave Su Bai the opportunity to do so. I'm worried that I don't have anything to do in the evening. Even Bai Yuntao and Wang Xiaoyu have an appointment to go to a movie. How can you not have a girl with you? Lara, tomorrow is the weekend. Do you have plans to go out tonight? Su Bai opened his mouth and asked. Lin Xinla blinked her big eyes at him, a bit unsure. The word hang out was a little too foreign to her. I've never gone out by myself in my life, and when I do, it's always with my family and bodyguards. The entourage went on vacation together to some lodge or estate or something like that, and shopping was too new for her. I don't usually go out alone because my dad won't let me. Lin Xin answered truthfully again. What? Your dad is too much of a jerk to actually restrict your freedom like that. Hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Xinla's mouth couldn't help but twitch. If dad heard Su Bai's words to his face, then Su Bai would in all probability be wasted. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but worry about it. Again, what if I really get together with Su Bai in the future? How should I explain on dad's side? Dad seems to be very much against being in a relationship. Su Bai, don't say that. My dad is only looking out for my safety. It's really too dangerous out there and not much fun. How do you know it's not fun when you haven't even been there? Let me tell you, the night market isn't the same as the mall. There are all kinds of snacks there. Pancake fruits, kebabs, kanban, takoyaki, octopus dumplings, whatever. They're cheap and delicious. And a lot of fun stuff. Target shooting, trap shooting, goldfish fishing, stuff like that. You don't even know how good it is until you've been there. Subai talked the night market up and also managed to pique Lin Xinla's interest. Is the night market really that much fun? Much more fun than I made it sound. How about, why don't I take you to the night market tonight? I'll pay for all the spending. Subai patted his chest. But my family will be worried and my dad won't approve. 400. Subai, she said so, and concluded in her heart that this niece was said by herself. As for her dad, Subai wasn't actually worried. I recognized Lin Dongnam as my big brother. Her dad's no better than Lin Dongnam. Don't worry about that. You're old enough to learn to be independent, and you're going to college later. They can't possibly go to college with you, can they? Your father doesn't agree. Then don't tell him we're sneaking off to the night market. Under Subai's good persuasion, Lin Xinla finally couldn't stop her heart, nodding her head in agreement. Afraid that her family would worry, she ended up sending a message to her mom that said he'd be back late tonight. The two quietly slipped out of the school gates. From a distance, Lin Xinla saw her big brother driver, who was currently leaning against the side of the car, smoking a cigarette, looking down at his cell phone. Usually Lin Xinla would go over there by herself. With so many people at the school gate, just look down at your cell phone. Subai pulled Lin Xinla's small hand, and the two of them walked together in the opposite direction. It wasn't long before we were on the big Mercedes G. It was a tense and exciting ride with people hunched over and pulling hands. Until she got into the car, the ninny's heart was still pounding. Unsurprisingly, that big brother driver is out of luck. Smiling at each other, Subai then drove away from the school with a kick of the gas pedal and headed straight for the biggest night market in Sioux City. It was the first time that Lin Xinla had ever had such an experience that a sense of guilt for rebelling against her parents as well as a sense of freedom for breaking free hit her whole body. And she never seemed happier than she was right now. Let's just say that sneaking away is really exciting and fun. Chapter 49. Here come two feeding frenzies. The time was just past 6 o'clock, and the setting sun hung obliquely in the sky, its golden afterglow bouncing on the lake. On the reeds along the shore and the pedestrians coming and going were a living picture of quiet beauty. Shantang Street, the largest local night market street in Sioux City, right next to Shantang Lake. Scenic pleasant night market street is dotted with all kinds of stores, stalls, carts, and a variety of performances. In the street set up a cell phone on the live broadcast, singing and dancing. In the center of the night market is the Jushing Mall, and it is this large mall that drives the entire night market economy. The red Mercedes-Benz Big G was parked in the street parking lot, and Subai and Lin Xinla walked down from the car. Lin Xinla surveyed everything around her like a curious baby. The bustling scene of the night market opened the door to a new world for her. Subai held her hand. She didn't even notice it and just let him hold it like that. Are you hungry? Why don't I take you to dinner first? Subai asked with a smile. I'm not too hungry yet. Why don't you take me for a round first? Actually, Lin Xinla was already a little hungry, but more than the little void in her belly. She wanted to go ahead and play the little games that looked like fun. Subai naturally had no problem leading her to a sandbag throwing stall. The rules here are simple. Hit a doll on a shelf 5 meters away with a sandbag. Smash it down and take it away. A small sign on the side said $10 to play. 5 sandbags at a time. It works out to only $2 to smash a sandbag, but those dolls, the wholesale price is only 1 yuan a piece. Even if every time you hit the doll, the boss can tearfully earn half of the money in anger. But Subai doesn't care about this small amount of money, and small la happy compared to simply not worth mentioning. He also cannot wait for the boss pit himself more money. After all, there is a system of 100 times the cashback. The boss pitted. The more he has, the more he returns. Boss, let's start with 10 sandbags, Subai said, and had already transferred $20 over. The owner of the stall, a Mediterranean uncle, immediately greeted him with a smile when he saw that business was coming. Boy, come to play with your girlfriend. Can 10 sandbags do it? When Lin Xinla heard this, her face flushed, but she didn't retort anything. Not enough to add more later. Try your hand first. Subai revealed a harmless smile, but he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This boss doesn't seem to have realized the gravity of the situation. I don't know if he'll still be able to laugh when Subai finishes his fight and wants to renew it in a while. Boss, you're sure you'll pay if you shoot them down, right? Will you pay if I knock down several at once? Subai was afraid that he would renege and asked again. No problem. Don't say 2. If you're really good at it, smash down 10 and I'll let you take them all. The owner nodded his head in agreement without even thinking about it. You want to hit 2 at once? In all the years he's been doing this, he's never seen anything like it. Each doll is spaced 20 centimeters apart and can only be smashed one at a time. That's what you said. Don't regret it later. Subai raised his eyebrows meaningfully. Boss Chen Haidong. He is blowing powerful in front of his girlfriend. Just a dismissive grin. Subai, let me see you smash one first. Lin Zanara was already a little impatient, but she was still a little nervous about playing this for the first time. Wanted to see how Su Bai played first. No problem. I'll show you what I'm made of, Su Bai said, grabbing his sandbag and weighing it in his hand, then smashed it against a small turtle-shaped doll. As the starting point guard for City 1, Su Bai's accuracy had reached a rather terrifying level. With a deliberate effort on his part, the sandbag hit the turtle at a tricky angle. The little turtle flew straight to the side, hitting the white rabbit on the side, and the two dolls landed together. Wow! Su Bai, you're awesome, the always high and mighty schoolgirl Mrs. Lin was like a little kid at the moment, hugging Su Bai's arm and cheering. Su Bai only felt that his arm was sandwiched between two large meat bags, and the corners of his mouth could not be pressed at all. Another sandbag was handed to Lin Zanara. You try it too. The boss saw that the crowd was dumbfounded by that scene just now. Isn't still true that you can smash two at once? Luck. It must be luck. He had to stiffly pick over the two dolls that had fallen to the ground. Little brother, your skills are really... Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Xinla throw a sandbag as well. She's a very strong learner. Observing that Suzy had intentionally looked for an angle earlier, he followed his example and smashed the other turtle doll's ass himself. Then, saw the little turtle fly sideways, and this one knocked three little dolls right off. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Lin Xinla threw again, this time with more force and a more corrected trajectory. Drawing down 7 or 8 dolls straight away almost emptied the first shelf. Su Bai, boss. 5 minutes later, looking at a basket full of little dolls. Another look at the extra $20 in WeChat. The boss's heart is dripping blood. Boss, can I get another $20 refill? Su Bai said with a bad smile. The boss pulled out an ugly smile on his face, probably having greeted him 1,000 times in his heart. No problem. Can continue. So Su Bai paid again while the owner handed him the sandbags with a trembling hand. What followed was a frenzy of two people throwing sandbags into the stock, constantly emptying the shelves. The boss was watching from the sidelines, his heart dripping blood. Sinning. A little boy next to me saw how easy it was for this big sister, so he bought $20. 2. The defense completely broke down after going 0-4-10 from the field with a sharp pop. 10 minutes went by and the owner's stock was almost at the bottom. The boss really didn't dare to let them play again, or else he would have worked for nothing for 10 days. So he directly held out a large doll half a person tall and shoved it into Su Bai's hand. This little man, just do me a favor and take your girlfriend and leave. It's not easy for us to run a small business. You go to the one across the street. That old man Deng is very bad. Go and screw him. At this time Lin Xinla also spoke. Yeah, Su Bai, let's go play something more difficult. This is just too easy. No problem. All at your disposal. So the two men turned their heads and went across the street to the target shooting booth. Leaving the Mediterranean boss alone in the wind. After that, Su Bai took Lin Xinla to play a lot of programs, target shooting, fishing, and ring traps. Lin Xinla was worthy of being a school bully. Her learning ability had terrorized Su Bai to the extent that she was dumbfounded. Whatever it is, once you learn it, you learn it. Of course, Su Bai wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. There were also a bunch of stall owners. That night, a story circulated among the night market stalls. 2 feeding frenzies have come to the night market. Close your stalls when you see them. It was a good thing that Lin Xinla was also a bit tired after strolling all the way, and both of their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. Su Bai brought Lin Xinla into a barbecue restaurant with a nice atmosphere. The two of them ordered a large table of barbecue. Lin Xinla ate small bites of this junk food that she had never eaten before. She just felt it was so much better than those mountainous foods. The night market is such a great place. In the future, you have to ask Su Bai to bring himself every week. Chapter 50 Lin Xinla offers to give a kiss. A nice greasy grilled pancetta with an ice-cold Coke. Lin Xinla only felt that this meal surpassed the luxurious dishes of the Michelin restaurant. Most importantly, with Su Bai by his side, teasing himself from time to time, and then making bad. There's something unspokenly beautiful about an atmosphere like that. His own previous life wasn't even a life. It was only a life. Like this is the real life. The two were eating a barbecue when Su Bai's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was Lin Dongnan calling. He then connected. What are you up to, second brother? Lin Dongnan's voice came from the phone, because it was really noisy in the barbecue restaurant. Lin Xinla didn't hear it. Not busy with anything. Just got out of school. Playing outside now. Ha ha, it's good to be young. You youngsters are just playful. Just now my driver called and said he didn't get my daughter. I called her mom to find out she snuck out with her girlfriends. Ugh, my so well-behaved daughter has now learned to run and bugger off. On the phone, Lin Dongnan said rather helplessly. What? How can my great niece be like this? Isn't that worrying her parents? When she goes back, big brother, you have to discipline her well. Maybe one day she'll run into a little rascal outside and just abduct her. Suzy solemnly said. If I didn't say that you know what you're doing, second brother. This mindset is just completely beyond your peers by a large margin. Don't worry. Whoever dares to touch my Lin Dongnan's daughter, I'll make sure he remembers it for the rest of his life. I'm with you. Make sure you break his legs so he'll remember it for the rest of his life. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Our Chamber of Commerce is having a general meeting tomorrow. Make plans for the next few years. I've got news here. As early as December of this year, foreign logistics will be restored. You kind of gave the right advice before. You're at least the second largest shareholder of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce now. You need to be there for tomorrow's meeting. Subai raised his eyebrows when he heard his words. In a previous life, foreign logistics didn't resume in December. Big brother, I have no problem being there. I have nothing to do tomorrow anyway. Also, Erdi, I have to remind you that overseas logistics will resume sooner. Maybe in August or September. If you trust me, get ready early. Subai's tone was serious and did not seem to be joking. So early? Good. Big brother, I trust you. I will definitely make preparations early. Lin Dongnan's side directly agreed. I didn't think about it before. After all, he felt that it was a bit early to say that he would recover in 12 months. And now that he heard Subai say this, he immediately came to his senses. Why wouldn't overseas want to resume logistics sooner? The odds are that if you dare to put out a soundbite now, you've already got the beginnings of it. There are undoubtedly risks involved in preparing early, but that loss is not worth mentioning in the face of the huge gains. In case the bet is right, the proceeds could be tens of billions more. By the way, if you're not doing anything tomorrow at noon, come to Big Brother's house for a meal. That $100 million or so will be of heavenly help to the Chamber of Commerce. Solving an urgent problem. Big Brother hasn't thanked you properly yet. Just in time. And by the way, I'd like you to meet your sister-in-law and your niece. Okay, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Subai agreed with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Subai realized that Lin Xinla was staring at him without blinking. Subai was a bit puzzled, but he saw her small hand pointing in one direction. Subai looked in the direction of her finger, and saw that a cabaret stage over there was doing an activity. You can go up there and sing and then let the guests score, and the top 10 scores will be rewarded. The reward for first place was a giant panda doll as tall as a human. Subai, that panda is so cute. Can you sing? Looking at Lin Xinla's gaze that was full of hope, Subai did not say anything. Straight away he got up and took a big step. Lin Xinla was so happy that she took out her cell phone and opened the video directly, intending to record Subai singing for her. After all, I've never seen him sing before. Subai still has a great voice, so I'm sure the singing won't be bad either, right? Subai over there had already stepped onto the singing stage by now. He got the crew in the back to borrow an electric piano and set up a microphone. The following song is for my sweetest, most beautiful girlfriend. Subai's words fell, and his eyes looked at Lin Xinla under the field. There was a loud uproar. Lin Xinla blushed. Obviously, we haven't finalized our relationship with him yet. As Subai's fingers touched, the elegant sound of the piano rang out, and the scene fell silent. Many people in the arena were looking puzzled. How come this song seemed like they had never heard of it before? But listening to the prelude seemed very unusual. The next moment, Subai's voice rang out. Coffee on the left bank of the Sana River. I hand a cup to savor your beauty and leave a lip print on my mouth. Flower store rose name written wrong who. Confession balloon. Wind blowing across the street. Smile flying on the face. With just a few lines of lyrics, everyone in the room was wowed that. Lin Xinla even opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect Subai to sing so well. You say you're a little hard to get after, and you want me to know that I'm going to pick the most expensive gift I can find. Don't fall leaves in the fall. If you have the world. Darling, meeting you. From that day on, sweet and cozy. Darling, don't be capricious. Your eyes, they're saying I do. Darling, falling in love with you. Love diary. Memories of gossamer water. A whole bottle of dreams. All with you. Stirred in. The song ended, and the crowd was silent for a good 10 seconds. It was only barely able to find itself in that sweet mood of love, and the melody still echoed and lingered in everyone's mind. Lin Xinla had also been immersed in that wave of sweetness and was unable to extricate herself. Her mind recalled the bits and pieces between herself and Subai in recent times, although Subai was old and unorthodox, and also very horny, trying to take advantage of herself from time to time. But he's really taking care of himself. Let yourself experience a different kind of warmth at the end of high school and feel in love for the first time in your life. At some point, Subai had sat back down beside her. At this moment, Subai had a large panda doll in his arms, because the boss thought that there was no longer any need to compare the level of singing that Subai had displayed. They are not at all inferior to professional singers. Plus the boss didn't find the song on the internet, and after asking about it, he realized it was Subai's original. Gave him the panda straight away. How'd it go? I got it back for you. How are you going to thank me? Subai only said that to tease her, not really wanting to do anything. Lin Zanara did have a pouty look on her face, just making up some sort of mind. The next moment, she even directly red face came up. Lips fell on Subai's face. Chapter 51 The strawberry on his daughter's neck. Lin Dongnan was not calm. Originally, Lin Xinla only wanted to kiss and end it. Who knew that just as she wanted to escape, a large hand then swept her into an embrace. Lin Xinla let out an exclamation of surprise, but the next moment her lips were then blocked by another pair of warm lips. It was rare for the little ninny to take the initiative. How could Subai let go of such a good opportunity? The long kiss slid from her lips to the nape of her neck. In the beginning Lin Xinla would still symbolically resist a little, but in the back she also moved, and just went limp in Subai's arms, letting him run amok. Half an hour later, the two were back on the big Mercedes G. There's just too many of those little dolls harvested today, and they don't do much good, so Subai and Lin Xinla simply gave them all to the owner of the barbecue restaurant. Only the giant panda doll, which was about the same size as Subai's, was left behind, and Lin Xinla treasured it very much. Sitting on the passenger side of the big Mercedes-Benz G, her face still flushed from what had been, up to now, didn't dare to look at Subai. She's feeling like boys do when they smoke for the first time, behind their parents' backs, excited and nervous at the same time. My little heart was pounding. It's getting late, why don't I take you home? Subai asked with a smile. No need. My mom just messaged me and said to have the driver meet me at the school gate, or you might get caught by my dad if you send me back. Lin Zanara replied in a small voice. Despite not spending much time with his old man, but she was well aware of Lin Dongnan's temper. She could let her mom know about her love affair, but she must not tell her dad. Naturally, Willow Hope had already thought of this, and since she had chosen to cover for her daughter, then cover it to the end. Otherwise, with Lin Dongnan's temper, he would have driven out after him and dragged the lad out of the car. Subai also sighed in his heart. Mother-in-law is really attentive. In the big G, it took just 10 minutes to get to the front of the school. Sure enough, I saw a white BMW, and the driver was a woman who looked about 40 years old with a kind face. Lin Xinla said goodbye to Subai and then ran out of the car. The time was now 9:30 p.m., and it was only half an hour before Mr. Liang got off work. There were still traces of Lin Xinla in the car, and Subai didn't want to be discovered by Liang Yu later. Taking the electrostatic stick from his pocket, he swept it over the spot where Lin Xinla had been sitting and cleaned off a few fallen hairs, followed by cleaning the cushions underneath. Then opened the windows to ventilate the car and drove it to the north entrance of the school. 10 minutes later, Liang Yu walked out of the school gate. Subai was at the moment leaning leisurely against the car smoking a cigarette, and just wanted to give him a greeting, but coldly, she tapped her head, and the cigarette in her mouth disappeared, falling to the ground and being stomped out. And smoking, high school student, what's it like? Liang Yu gave him a blank look without any good humor. Subai could only smile awkwardly. In his previous life, he was addicted to cigarettes as if his life depended on it. It's hard not to have a dozen or so a day. Now that I've traveled back, even this 18-year-old body is addicted to cigarettes. Can't quit a bit at all. But he also understood that Liang Yu was doing this for her own good. Not to mention the bad influence caused by a school student smoking in front of the door himself. But the smoking itself is also very bad for your health. Sorry, I'll start quitting today. Subai immediately threw the soft Chinese that he had only smoked 2 or 3 into the trash can. Zheng Zheng promised Liang Yu to quit smoking. That's more like it. Liang Yu reached out and scratched his nose, turning around and getting into the passenger side of the Mercedes Big G. With what happened yesterday, the relationship between the two has gone a step further. Finally a legitimate reason to get mushy all day and night. I'm hungry. Let's go get a snack. Liang Yu shouted. Subai smiled faintly, then also got on the car, started the car, and drove to the food street near the school. Forest Villa, Lin Dongnan's house. The door to the villa slowly pushed open and a head quietly poked in. Looking around for a moment, there was no one in the living room, and Lin Xinla secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She walked boldly into the living room, walking cautiously with her backpack on her back and a panda doll taller than her own person in her arms. It's the first time in her life she's been home this late. Despite her mom's tacit approval, she was still a little worried that her dad would be upset. Luckily the living room was empty. Dad, he's probably busy working, right? With that in mind, she picked up her pace even more toward the stairway. Lara, you're back? The sudden appearance of the voice startled Lin Xinla with a huge jump. She turned her head to look over and she saw that her dad was coming out of the kitchen with a plate of cut fruit, then walked right past her to the couch and sat down. Come sit with Daddy on the couch for a while. Daddy has something he wants to say to you. After returning from the Chamber of Commerce, Li Yuan and Lin Dongnan spoke a lot. In the past, Lin Xinla always grew up under the protection of her parents. Since childhood, she was taken care of like a little princess, not for any other reason, just because she was Lin Dongnan's only child and the good daughter he loved. But kids always grow up, even little princesses. Lin Xinla always had to grow up, go out to college, and learn to be on her own. And she has never even traveled alone in her life. How can she be independent in the future? How can she adapt to college life? For this reason Lin Dongnan was also deeply touched. Lin Xinla sat down on the sofa a little nervously, and didn't know what she should say. The demeanor was unnatural. This scene strengthened Lin Dongnan's resolve. Lara, Daddy has decided that he won't restrict your freedom as much as he did before. From now on, you can choose not to go home after school and have the driver take you somewhere else to play. But you have to be safe. You have to tell your family where you're going first, too, okay? What are you always doing with your head buried inside this panda? Lin Diaonan suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right and reached out to pull her daughter. When Lin Xinla's head left the giant panda, he was surprised to see 3 small strawberries appear on his daughter's neck. At first glance, I could tell it had just appeared. Lin Dongnan stood up from the sofa with an ooh and ah, looking at his daughter with a face full of horror. A look of disbelief. Again, he couldn't help but remember what Su Bai had said to him not long ago. It's amazing that your own daughter was actually arched by a boar outside, and even planted little strawberries. How does this make him take it? Is it possible that you're going to be a grandfather in 2 years? Lin Dongnan's heart was in waves, but he forced himself to suppress it. What's going on? Rara, didn't your mom say you were hanging out with your girlfriends? How come? You're in love? Things had already reached this point. Lin Xinla knew that things could not be hidden any longer, but she also knew she could never give Su Bai up, and she understood that her father would not be so gentle in front of outsiders. Hiss. Mom said I was hanging out with my girlfriends then. Suddenly, Lin Xinla's mind came up with a good coping strategy, but under careful deliberation, she hesitated again, wondering if she should say that. Is that really good? Will Dad not be able to handle it? Dad, I'm sorry. I did fall in love. Me and my best friend. Actually, we are in that kind of relationship. Lin Dongnan, Chapter 52 Randomly. Confession balloon is on fire all over the internet. Inside waterfront garden. Villa No. 7. Su Bai finished his bath. One ran off to the top floor balcony to catch the evening breeze. It's quite pleasant to move a recliner and cut a plate of cantaloupe while you swipe your phone. I opened my WeChat and realized that I had just received a few messages while I was in the shower. Mom made 3 more video calls to him, but didn't get them just now, so she sent another message asking him how he's been doing, if he's taking care of himself and all that, and saying he's coming back from the Maldives tomorrow. Accompany Su Bai to prepare for the exam. It's been a great time for Mom and Dad on their vacation island in the Maldives. I also wonder if I've made myself a brother. Su Bai reported peace to his mom's place, and after that, he saw a video sent by Lin Xinla. It was a video of herself singing Confession Balloon, and she posted another line about how she had arrived home safely, which was Su Bai's way of instructing her to speak up when she arrived home. After thinking about it, Su Bai directly opened the clipping software and cut out the chorus part of the video. Then again, he blocked his face with special effects and sent it directly to Lin Entertainment. With original song Confession Balloon, as shameless as it may seem to do so, it does actually look really shameless. Len is sorry. The video was uploaded successfully. Su Bai didn't bother much more and opened WeChat again. He frowned when he saw the message Xia Yanshi sent to him. Su Bai, can you accompany me to a classmate's birthday party? Xia Yanshi's this one classmate is in junior high school. Originally thought it was just a simple party, so I agreed. Only to learn this afternoon that the other 3 sisters at the party were all bringing boyfriends. She was afraid that going alone would be awkward, so she had to come to Su Bai. Why do you want me to come alone to your classmate's birthday party? Su Bai asked. They were all planning to bring boyfriends, and I didn't know that beforehand. So Bai, I thought you said we were still good friends now? What time exactly? I'm going to see if there's time. Seeing Su Bai's reply, Xia Yanshi's heart rejoiced. This was tantamount to a promise. The time is tomorrow night, at the Imperial Roland Hotel. Seeing this message, Su Bai was a little surprised in his heart. Shidu Roland Hotel. That's one of the few 5-star hotels in Sioux City. It's not uncommon for birthdays here to run into tens of thousands of dollars. What did your friend say? Is it AA or is she buying? Su Bai had already sensed that things were a little off. Normal high school students having a birthday get-together. Who goes to a 5-star hotel? She didn't say, just that she had a birthday and asked us to get together. Okay, I promise. I'll pick you up at your house tomorrow night. Seeing the message sent by Suri, Xia Yan over there for Hai Long great. After replying to Subai's message, another adorable heart-to-heart emoji was sent, and she put her phone down, hugging a pillow to the side in excitement, the smile at the corners of her mouth not even being able to hide it. She hadn't even realized it herself, but she was actually trapped. She didn't have much hope when she first messaged Subai. She knew she had done something wrong and it chilled Subai's heart and was ready to be decisively rejected by Subai. However, the truth was out of her expectation. Subai did not push back half a sentence, asking her directly when it was, and caring about the details of the party. It was clear at first glance that it wasn't a perfunctory effort. Xia Yanshi couldn't help but remember her previous attitude towards Subai again, and she felt more and more guilty in her heart. If fate can really bring her back to Subai, she would do her best to make up for the mistake she had made. As for Subai's side, he didn't know how touched Xia Yanshi was. I had just finished sending a message when a phone call came in, and as soon as I looked at it, it was actually Qinyao who called, and Subai immediately connected. Hello? Subai, you wrote a new song? That confession balloon must fall into the hands of Cub Music. Just now, Mr. Joe from Tidal Wave Music called and offered to buy the song for $50 million. I didn't agree for the time being. Qinyao was very excited now. She didn't expect Subai to post another new song online so soon. And it's a song that's a couple notches above snow distance. She knew that Subai hadn't officially become a Bear music person. She was afraid that someone would offer a high price to cut off halfway. So she called the first time. This news came so suddenly that Subai was dumbfounded. What the hell? I just sent it out for 10 minutes and offered $50 million to buy it. This Mr. Joe is too decisive, right? But on second thought, Subai again had to give a thumbs up for General Manager Joe's decisiveness. He doesn't know exactly how much revenue Confession Balloon brought in its previous life, but it's definitely more than 50 million. Mr. Joe can judge it in the first place and put it into action to seize the first opportunity. How much confidence and compulsion does that take? Sister Chin, if I give this song to Cubby, what can you give me for it? Subai was full of bad jokes, intending to tease her properly. Qinyao froze. Yeah, what did the bear give him? If Sue White sells it herself, she's making her own money. If she gives it to Cub Music, that's splitting the money together. And on top of that, the value of the song is not well estimated right now. How to sell more profitable depends entirely on Subai's own choice. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a long time before Qinyao's voice finally came back. I'm going back home to Yanjing tomorrow, and when I'm done with the family business, just go to Sioux City and look for you. Speaking here, Qinyao's voice lowered a few points, and Subai could clearly feel her shyness. Qinyao was a little afraid to face Subai, especially knowing that Subai was actually 9 years younger than herself. When it was currently a little brother who was under 19 and preparing for high school, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. However, when she remembered Subai's big investment of $200 million, as well as suppressing Feng Shiji with strong-arm tactics, coupled with his extraordinary temperament and conversation, she just felt that this brother was just too mature, too good and too handsome. The only thing is that it's a bit horny, but as a super-rich second-generation guy with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, it's nothing to be slightly that billion% horny. As expected, Subai's next words confirmed Qinyao's thoughts. Oh, what do you want to do when you come to see me, Sister Qin? Subai knowingly said. That tone of, do not know also thought it was the street hooligans. Bad brother, can you not know what I want with you? Qinyao said in shame. Go to, when the time comes, you can make me whatever you want. Qinyao's voice had been as thin as a mosquito. Not waiting for Subai to answer, she directly hung up the phone. Subai laughed out loud and smoothly inserted a large piece of cantaloupe into his mouth. Then he opened the Lin Entertainment app. He was a little curious about how horrifyingly influential the video was. Opening it up, it directly startled Subai. The time at the bottom of the video reads 15 minutes ago, and the number of likes has reached a horrifying 237,000. The comments, favorites, and retweets have also reached about 100,000. And in the comments section, the Lemon Sister, Monkey, and other netizens, Big Brother is listed. Looking at this scene, Subai was dumbfounded. I don't think the song was this hot in a previous life, was it? Chapter 53 Family Meeting, Old Lady's Decision. Yanjing Qin family, inside the family council hall. A group of elders from the Qin family sat around the long table, and the atmosphere was slightly gloomy. The Qin family was once just a third-rate family in Yanjing, and only in recent years has it gradually risen to prominence. Not only did he take the family business to the next level, but he also utilized his family's heritage to start up new businesses such as Little Bear Music. The business is booming and has jumped to become a second-rate family. But the good times didn't last long. The Qin family's fast-paced development soon caused some second-rate families to become wary. The Feng family, who had a direct career conflict with the Qin family, was the first to strike, and they seized on the Qin family's soft underbelly. There were only two of their late generations, an uneducated Qin fan, and a daughter, Qin Yao. The Feng family intends to let Qin Yao marry in, so that she can naturally take control of the Qin family. However, the Qin family was extremely uncooperative, so the Feng family pressured the Qin family at every turn, forcing them to give in. Now that the Feng family has stopped suppressing us, I'm only afraid that nothing good will come of it. That's just it. I feel like there's a ghost in this whole thing too. It's been 3 years now, and the Feng family has been targeting the Qin family at all times, stopping the Qin family's industries in their tracks. Every year there are losses, and now they are somehow releasing goodwill, which is guaranteed to have no good intentions. The Qin family naturally would not believe that the Feng family had any good intentions, although a newcomer to the second-rate family, but they are at least old foxes who have been in the mall for many years, and they can always see things more deeply. The Feng family and their Qin family have always had a hostile relationship. The other day, they even tried to suppress their industry at all costs, and they could not wait for them to hurry up and go bankrupt. As a result, now that they say they've stopped suppressing them, and have even released goodwill, it's so counterintuitive. You know it's not right when you think about it. At this moment, the elders of the Qin family sitting at the table were speculating on what sinister move the Feng family was after. 9 times out of 10, it's a smile. Just then, the door to the second floor was slowly pushed open and a middle-aged man assisted an old lady down the stairs. The council chamber was instantly quiet, and all eyes fell on the old lady. This was the person who had the greatest say in the Qin family today, Qin Yao's own grandmother. After Qin Yao's grandfather died, his grandmother has been in power for 5 years now. Although old Mrs. Qin was already in her 70s, her mind was still clear and she could always make the right decisions at critical moments. And beside her, the middle-aged man holding her up was the current head of the Qin family, her eldest son, Qin Yao's father, Qin Dashan. Old Mrs. Qin quickly sat down on the main seat, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Tell me all about it. How did the discussion go with your brothers and uncles? Qin old lady asked, seemingly careless, savor but deep and long. Old madam, we can't take the Feng family's favors. There's no such thing as pie in the sky. This could very well be a trap. That's right, old madam, the Feng family is no longer targeting us now. We can get up a little bit on our own, too. The crowd has made their opinions known. None of them agreed to accept the so-called goodwill of the Qin family. Old Mrs. Qin shook her head. You guys have backbone, but you're just reckless. These words made the crowd in the arena a bit puzzled. It's hard to believe that the old lady still really thinks that those people from the Feng family are doing this because they want to befriend them? If the Feng family wants to deal with our Qin family, using the previous set of plans will undoubtedly be the most useful. Is it necessary for them to go through all the trouble of stretching themselves to please us again? Hearing the old lady's voice ringing out, as if a word had broken through to the heavens, the gods were instantly enlightened. There was silence in the hall. That's a good point. With the kind of attack they had before, they wouldn't last long at all before collapsing. If they were in their place at the helm of the Feng family, they would definitely continue to suppress the Qin family until they were crushed. In that case, the Feng family must have other plans when they unleashed their goodwill towards the Qin family. Seeing that her words had shaken the crowd, old Mrs. Qin spoke again. I've sent someone to check it out. And there are rumors that it's Chen Tianqi, the second youngest master of the Chen family, who wants to pursue our Qin Yao. If that's the case, you guys think the Feng family will still dare to ride over us? Still dare to have crooked thoughts about our Qin Rouge? Hiss. The moment these words came out, the crowd of Qin family members in the arena all sucked in a breath of cool air. Old lady, are you telling the truth? There are still people who can't believe it. What? You still suspect I'm senile? When that person heard old Mrs. Qin's reply, he immediately shook his head into a rattle and said he didn't dare. The previous tension was instantly swept away, and learning of the great good news of the crowd in the council chamber was all smiles. What kind of existence is the Chen family? A superfamily with nearly $100 billion in assets. No one would be foolish enough to think that the Chen family had the same impure intentions towards the Qin family as the Feng family that was the Chen family, second only to the Lin family in Yanjing. How can their little Qin family be so virtuous? Old Mrs. Qin raised her hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. If the Chen family can really let Qin Yao in, it is undoubtedly a heavenly opportunity for our entire Qin family. We must firmly grasp it. It was at this time that a voice sounded weakly. Mrs. Lao, the Chen family's second young master is said to be very foppish. Once upon a time, there were also 2 women who married into the family. One was beaten and miscarried, and one was directly cut off. Do we really want to let the young lady marry over? Chen Tianqi's reputation wasn't generally bad in the circle of Yanjing's gentry. Having an in-marriage aside, it's just too common in the hoi polloi. Natch. He also likes to beat up women. The slightest thing that gets under his skin and he beats him to death. Even when he's pregnant. The one rumored to have been beaten to death is 80% also true. With the power of the Chen family, it's not hard to try to squash that kind of thing. If Qin Yao had married into the Chen family, 9 times out of 10, she would have ended up in the same situation. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Dashan. After all, that was his own daughter. Old Mrs. Qin also turned her head to look at him. Dashan, the little girl will have to marry eventually. Something unimportant that, compared to the interests of our entire family, which is more important? I hope you can understand. Her tone was flat, as if it wasn't her own granddaughter. Also with a flat face was Qin Dashan. Don't worry, Mom. I won't listen to those rumors out there. Like third brother did. The second young master of the Chun family can look at Yao Yao. It's that girl's good fortune. Hearing that Qin Dashan himself had said so, the Qin family members were relieved. What they were worried about wasn't whether Qin Yao would be subjected to inhuman abuse after she married into the Qin family. They were only worried that Qin Dashan, the eldest son in the family, would object. Qin Yao has never been popular in this family. She is the best of the younger generation. All of them were afraid that the Qin family's estate would end up in her hands. Luckily, Mrs. Qin favors sons over daughters and always favors her cousin Qin Fan. Just the fact that she has grown Cub Music from a small U company to 200 million still doesn't change it just the same. Good. Then the matter is settled. Old Mrs. Qin clapped her hands and decided that Qin Yao girl will be coming back later. Find a way to make her obey then. However, as soon as old Mrs. Qin's words fell, the door to the council chamber was violently pushed open from the outside. A 40-year-old looking middle-aged beautiful woman walked in with large strides, glaring angrily at Qin Dashan and old Mrs. Qin. You bastards! Whoever wants to harm my daughter will first step over my dead body. Chapter 54. Qin Yao must marry into the Chen family. No one can say that. The harmony in the council chamber was broken as everyone looked at the visitor with a look of contempt. This person was none other than Qin Yao's mom, Fong Minro. She came from a very ordinary background, but because of her overwhelming beauty she was spotted by Qin Dashan, almost forcibly married into the family, and for so many years, the Qin family has treated her completely like a lout. Qin Dashan has also had a lot of flirtatious affairs outside over the years, and has never taken her as his wife seriously. Qin Dashan, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Qin Yao is your own daughter. What do you take her for? A toy that you say you'll sell. Fong Minro came before Qin Dashan, hissing and roaring, her eyes bloodshot. In front of us was Feng Shiji. Now it's Chen Tianqi. Which one of them is good? You won't stop until your daughter is played to death. Will you? Menu, how can you talk? Don't even look at what this place is. Qin Dashan was a little hard of hearing and snapped. I don't care what this place is. I'm getting my daughter out of here. I carried her to term and raised her in my arms until she was this big, not to be used as a commodity for your Qin family, sold to be played with and abused. Fong Minro, however, did not have the slightest intention to retreat, but instead, her footsteps became even more determined. Old Mrs. Qin's brows furrowed slightly. Boss daughter-in-law, I don't like what you're saying. The Qin family has supported you and your daughter for so many years. What's wrong with asking you to make a contribution when the time comes? Or are you saying that the Qin family, after all these years, raised 2 white wolves? Her voice had taken on an angry tone. It was as if it was really Qin Yao's mother and daughter who had done something to wrong the Qin family. When Fong Minru heard this, she had a cold smile on her face. Don't you feel shame in your heart when you say that, old lady? Let me ask you, when have you spent a penny on our pregnant daughter in these 30 years? Even the New Year's money for New Year's Eve went back into Qin Dashan's pocket. Now that Elder Qin is gone, you guys aren't even going to act anymore, are you? Fong Minro's words for a time endured old Mrs. Qin dumbfounded. Qin Dashan's face also became increasingly ugly. Qin Yao has grown up so much that every dollar spent on her was earned by me. If you want to count the water, electricity, and gas we've used over the years, I don't know if the $150 million Qin Yao earned from managing her own company is enough. She's already done so much for the Qin family. Why are you still pushing her into the fire? Ha! Fong Minro had sobbed uncontrollably as she spoke. That's when a few people down there spoke up. Sister-in-law, why do you think so? We're all family. How could we harm Yao Yao? That's right. A powerful family like the Chun family. How many people would dream of marrying into it? Yo-Yo should feel lucky. Anyway, it's not their own daughter, so they just close their eyes and say something nice about it. You don't feel guilty in your heart anyway. The more miserable Qin Yao's end would be, the better it would be for their children. Even Qin Dashan spoke with a displeased expression. Minro, You're almost done. I'm Yao Yao's father. I'm the one who makes the decisions about her. This is no place for you. Get back. His voice was cold, and Fong Minru's eyes were filled with despair. Qin dashing you are a. All of you Qin family members are all cannibalistic demons. It's not like it's their own kid anyway. They can say whatever they want. But you are Yao Yao's own father. Even you're going to stand by and watch him jump into the fire? Isn't it enough that you clearly already have more money than anyone else could spend in several lifetimes? You have to drive Yao Yao to death for you guys to be satisfied. Right. Fong Minru, you shut up. As his words fell, Qin Dashan backhanded a hard slap on her face. The resounding slap spread throughout the chamber, and the air seemed to grow quiet in that instant. Fong Minru felt the fiery pain on her cheeks, and an endless wave of sadness and despair surged through her heart, turning into a miserable, bitter smile on her face. Qin Dashan is really angry. This woman dared to open her mouth openly in the family's council chamber to insult the Qin family. Where does this make him? The son of the Qin family? Lose face? Old Mrs. Qin was also furious and her face swelled red. Reverse. It's reversed. Qin Dashan, look for yourself. Is this the good daughter-in-law you married? Great ungratefulness. A great unfiliality. Surname Fong, listen carefully. Qin Yao must marry into the Chen family. No one can say it. Everyone was raging against Fong Minru, and no one noticed that the open doorway of the council chamber. At the moment there was one more playful figure. Qin Yao had just rushed home when she saw the scene of her father slapping her mother's face. The eyes were already moist between them. Fong Minru, why don't you apologize to our mother? Do you believe I'll kick you out of the Qin family? Qin Dashan roared in anger. Very different from the weakness he had shown outside. Only in front of his own wife and children could he put on some manly airs. Good. I can't wait to never set foot in the Qin family's door in my life. You throw us mother and daughter out. We don't want a penny. We only wish to have nothing more to do with your Qin island from now on. Fong Minru covered her face and her gaze was like a torch. Qin Dashan's face was trembling with anxiety, and he raised his palm to smack her again. Stop! Qin Yao hissed angrily and quickly stepped forward to push the frozen Qin Dashan away. Fong Minru turned her head to look at her daughter. The emotions in her heart could no longer be held back. A sob was stifled as he took her into his arms. Silly girl. Mom! Didn't Mom tell you not to come back? Mom! I can't watch you be bullied. Talking further, with the strength of the Qin family. Where can I hide that they can't find me? Qin Yao said, her gaze coldly sweeping over the crowd. At this moment, the faces of Qin Dashan, old Mrs. Qin, and the rest of the Qin family were all a bit ugly. I originally thought that I could have a good talk with Qin Yao, but I didn't expect this girl to come back all of a sudden, and crashed into this scene, which is probably just going to tear it up. Old Mrs. Qin was worthy of being a person who had lived for more than 70 years and quickly recovered the expression on her face. Qin Yao girl, you can't blame your father. It's your mom herself who spoke the wrong words. I don't think my mom said anything wrong. Qin Yao coldly interrupted old Mrs. Qin's words. The old lady was upset in her heart but the expression on his face remained mild. Isn't the Qin family a vicious ghost that eats people without spitting out bones? Qin Yao continued. You guys called me back this time. Wasn't it just to discuss how to eat me down to the dregs? When Qin Yao's words fell, the crowd was dumbfounded because she was half right. Girl, you may not know that the one who wants you to marry this time is the second young master of the Chen family. The Chen family, you know. The big family of $100 billion. Old Mrs. Qin added. But Qin Yao laughed out coldly. Sorry, I can't marry. Hearing him say that, not only the old lady, everyone in the council chamber frowned deeply. Why? Old Mrs. Qin seemed to have heard something wrong, and frowned slightly. He asked in a somewhat gruff tone. In the next second, she only saw Qin Yao calmly raise her head to meet her eyes, a few points of determination in her gaze. Because I already have a man. Chapter 55. Send someone to do that kid in. Qin Yao's voice was not loud, but it seemed like a muffled thunderclap exploding in everyone's ears. Old Mrs. Qin and Qin Dashan froze on the spot, and Fong Minru both looked surprised. Yao Yao, you shouldn't have. Already. Qin Dashan's voice was trembling. At this moment, his heart was so tense that he couldn't believe his ears. If their daughter had really lost her body already, in case the Chen family's young master didn't buy it, wouldn't they have to miss out on this heavenly opportunity? It might even make the other party angry and bring a heavenly blow to their Qin family. Facing the gazes of her father and the crowd of family members present, Qin Yao nodded her head. Yes, my body is broken. When these words came out, the whole room sighed. The eyes of the crowd were filled with disappointment and anger. Confused. How could you lose your virginity so early? Truly a daughter raised by a hick who doesn't know how to respect herself. Bastard. Why don't you understand anything at all? Has the Qin family raised a white-eyed wolf for so many years? No way. There has to be a way. Get her to have an operation that Ji must satisfy the Chen family's second young master. The Qin family's group was also anxious, so they simply didn't even perform anymore. An ugly face is showing. Xin Yao looked at the scene in front of her, and in her heart, she only felt endless sadness. That's her family, relatives. Qin Dashan slammed the table, pointing straight at Xin Yao. His eyes glazed over. Xin Yao, how can you be like this? You're too unintelligent. Do you realize that there is a Qin family behind you? Do you realize how much value your body represents to the family? In the face of her father's violent anger, Xin Yao's eyes were floating with a layer of frost. Dad, my body is my own. It's not something any outsider can control. I made almost $200 million for the entire Qin family. It's much better than you people who only know how to sell your daughters to pull up the rear. Why shouldn't I pursue my own happiness? What Xin Yao said was not wrong at all. Not to mention the younger generations of the Qin family. Even her father. Qin Dashan's area there are not many promising. On the basis of the family's big business, there is endless money. So all day long greedy for enjoyment, never caring about the serious ways of making money, but the crooked ways are more tightly watched than one another, especially those of slightly older generations. This flailing in the family, like the oldest man, but once outside, when they encountered clans whose strength exceeded theirs, they all became wimps. Only licking his face and pleasing others like a dog. Only she, the late bloomer, who hadn't been treated well by her family since she was a child, taking over the family business in Hangzhou. He created Little Bear Music and more than doubled its market capitalization in just a few years. It was because of his efforts that the Qin family was able to stand as a second-rate family. In terms of contribution, there was no one who had more than her. Xin Yao, listening to Qin Yao's words, old Mrs. Qin couldn't sit still at the moment. You heartless girl, if you make more money, that's still the platform the Qin family provided you with. You were born a member of the Qin family, and you will die a ghost of the Qin family. Understand? The old lady's words fell, but she met Xin Yao's mocking gaze. Grandma, you don't say I'm unfilial. It's your demands that are too much. If we talk about the platform provided by the Qin family, the one with the biggest platform is you. Grandma, dare I ask Grandma, after so many years, is it more money spent or more money earned? The old woman was speechless for a moment, her face reddening. You asshole. When your father first gave birth to you, I should have strangled you. Xin Yao, however, refused to eat her up at all. We don't need to flatter the Chen family at all. The man I found on my own was not an ordinary man in the first place. He's made hundreds of millions of dollars in his own business at a young age, and his background isn't the least bit flimsy. That mob boss of the Song family, Song Biao, has something to fear. If he develops in the future, he definitely won't be worse than the Chen family. Her words were filled with confidence, and the Qin family was surprised to hear this news. Who is Song Biao? Not to mention the Qin family. Even the Feng family has to be respectful when they see him. Old Mrs. Qin was the first to wake up. Blow. You just talk up that wild man of yours. Even if he's really that good and offends the Chen family, he'll die young without having to wait for him to grow up. Our Qin clan's head was kicked by a donkey before we would join forces with him. When these words came out, Xin Yao's brows furrowed. She had thought that moving Subai would be enough to satisfy the appetites of these family members. Nay. The Qin family had identified the Chen family as the big tree, and actually didn't want this genius young master, but instead pushed him into the Chen family's gun sights, going to the opposite side of the Qin family. Once a man has greed, that appetite can never be filled. Having made up her mind, old Mrs. Qin clapped her hands and stood up, pointing her finger at Xin Yao's nose. The matter is settled. We're not asking your opinion. We're informing you. If you forcefully defy the family's decision, then we'll have to resort to extraordinary means. At this moment, old Mrs. Qin had already thrown away the dignified elegance of an aristocratic old woman. That ugly face is like a country shrew, but she herself was unaware of it. She told herself over and over in her mind that she wasn't doing anything against her conscience, that one is only acting in the interest of the family. Things were out of control, and Xin Yao's face was a bit gloomy. What do you want? She mouthed the words as if they were threats and subconsciously shielded herself from her mom. Fang Minro also grabbed Xin Yao's hand, but she could not see any fear on her face. Old Mrs. Qin's expression became a bit grim. If you must resist, not only will your mother suffer inhuman torture, and that wild boy you got yourself out there, we'll make sure he doesn't see the next day's sun. This has become a naked threat. Xin Yao girl, you'd better not doubt the Qin family's methods. The depth of the Qin families. It's still easy to kill two people. The bottom line is so deep that they actually have to rely on selling their granddaughters to flatter the gentry. A bitter smile spread across Xin Yao's face. He's someone that even the Song family doesn't dare to touch. Aren't you guys afraid of drawing fire? Joke. The Song family is not even a piece of in front of the Chun family. Is the power of the family behind your man more powerful than the Chun family? If that's the case, I can't wait to marry you off right away. Listening to old Mrs. Chin's words and feeling the coldness of this home, Chinyao was considered to have truly experienced what it meant to have no family in the mansion. Profit is everything, and having value to squeeze is an original sin. Stinky brother, it seems that sister and you really don't have any destiny. Luckily, my sister gave you her first time. I'm not too sorry in this life. Chinyao, who was filled with bitterness, shed a tear from the corner of her eye. You promise me that as long as I marry into the Chun family, you won't touch my mom or my man. This was Chinyao's bottom line, because those were the two people most important to her. Of course, and no self-harm or suicide for you, otherwise their lives will still be lost. Old Mrs. Chin warned, and Chinyao nodded bitterly. Okay, I promise. The council chamber remained silent until the two of them, mother and daughter, were taken away. Old Mrs. Chin suddenly turned her head to look at Chin Dashin. The girl must be cut off. This man is yours to check out, and by tomorrow, send someone to do the boy in. Chapter 56 First visit to the Southeast Chamber of Commerce. Shocked shareholders. Su Bai, this car, you really want to give me? Looking at this pink Ferrari worth more than $10 million in front of her, Liang Yurun was a bit dumbfounded. With such an expensive, high-profile supercar, she didn't really know what she was supposed to do with it. Probably only parked in the villa for decoration. Of course, Mr. Liang, you're the mistress of the villa, and the future Mrs. Su. How can you do that without a fancier ride? Su Bai pushed and coaxed, desperately trying to get the car out. All that money previously invested in cub music doesn't count as dog-licking expenses. That could only be considered as his own investment, and the system would not give a cashback. So right now, he doesn't have much money left in his hand. It's only tens of millions of dollars to hold out. The money, obviously, was not enough to satisfy Su Bai's ambitions. In order to have money to spend all the time, also for the sake of his own clothing brand in his previous life to be listed early in this life, he must make these money come back 100-fold. And Liang Yu, undoubtedly, is the best candidate. After all, she had plowed the most land with her, and she had spent the least amount of money on her. Su Bai's heart would be more or less overjoyed. Su White, this really isn't appropriate. I've already taken too much from you. I can't. What's the point of talking about it? Without waiting for Liang Yu to finish her speech, Su Bai interrupted her in a domineering manner and stroked her shoulders with both hands. We'll always be family from now on. What's mine is yours. Besides, even if this car is nominally bought for you, can't I drive it myself? Are you resisting so much because you don't want to be with me? Hearing Su Bai say this, Liang Yu shook her head repeatedly. Of course not. Then, you can drive this one as much as you want from now on. 2. It's property we both own together. Liang Yu had to agree. Detected the host spending $118. 800 for dog-licking docking. Reward $118. 800. The system's voice rang out, and that wasn't all. Detected that the host's assets exceed $500 million. Rewarded skill, 1,000 glasses of wine. Detected host assets in excess of $1 billion. Bonus body recovery speed is greatly enhanced. Illnesses, injuries, etc. can be recovered in a very short period of time. When he heard the first system reward, Su Bai's eyes lit up, and when he heard the second reward, he was outright shocked. System, can you also recover immediately if you contract AIDS? Get cancer, break an arm or a leg, get poisoned or something like that? To this the system gave an affirmative answer. As long as the body tissue is still there, even if the head falls off, you can live by fighting your way back. Su Bai straightly exclaimed, good guy, this is like getting a body that is immortal and invulnerable to all poisons. Looks like there's more to this godly dog-licking system than just being godly. You have money. You also have to have a life to spend. You have a woman and, all in all, it's a fantastic system. Must give a nod of approval. Su Bai, what are you giggling about? Liang Yu looked at Su Bai's face full of excitement and obscene look, reached out and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Oh, it's fine. By the way, I'm going to a meeting at the Southeast Chamber of Commerce today. I have dinner parties at noon and in the evening, so I can't be at home with you. If you're bored, ask some of your girlfriends to go out with you. Liang Yu was a little disappointed in her heart when she heard his words. It was hard to wait until the weekend. She still thought she could enjoy the two-person world with Su Bai. This is going to be on my own again. It was a good thing she wasn't the kind of woman who didn't know any better. And the two of them were mushy for a while longer. And Su Bai got into the Rolls-Royce and went straight to the Southeast Chamber of Commerce building. When Su Bai arrived at the Chamber of Commerce, it was already 9 in the morning. Lin Dongnan brought all the shareholders, a dozen people in total, and waited at the entrance early. When people learned that someone had the audacity to invest $140 million in the Southeast Chamber of Commerce at this time, all of them were shocked and more curious about this new shareholder. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped, and Lin Dongnan faintly said that the new shareholders had arrived. When the crowd saw that what came down from the car was a 20-year-old young man, they were all dumbfounded. This brat is the mysterious big shot who overpowered them to become the second largest shareholder of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce? Without waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses, Su Bai was already striding towards them. Lin Dongnan smiled and walked up to greet him. "Big brother, why do I still need you to personally wait for me here?" Su Bai asked with a smile. "Ha ha, second brother, you're out of line, aren't you? You're not only the second largest shareholder of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce, you're also the benefactor who lent a helping hand to the chamber at the most critical time. Without you, it's long overdue for us oldies." Lin Dongnan spoke these words in public not only to express his gratitude for Su Bai, more so, to make the crowd understand how high Su Bai's position was in this Chamber of Commerce. Let a group of shareholders not go to the respect that is due just because they are 2 years older. The group of shareholders of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce, as bigwigs who could get a piece of Lin Dongnan here. Which one is not a human being? Immediately, he understood what Lin Dongnan meant. Originally, they didn't think much of the Chamber of Commerce, thinking that unless the Lin family behind Lin Lunan intervened, the Chamber of Commerce would inevitably not be able to hold out. And some even advised Lin Dongnan to give up the Chamber of Commerce, switch to another industry and don't hang on to one tree. Yet it was at this point that the investment came in, and the winds changed. Reality slapped each of them hard in their old faces. They were all worried that Lin Dongnan would kick them off the boat. Who dares to put on airs in front of the second shareholder? What's more, this person is also Lin Dongnan's righteous brother. Surrounded by a group of shareholders, Su Bai walked into the building like a star-crossed moon. Many of the employees passing by gave sideways glances, and it didn't take much to figure out that surrounded by the crowd of the extraordinary temperament of the teenager must be a big shot. Many think that the posture of the female employees are not bad, and even moved to a crooked heart. For all of this, Su Bai just pretended not to see it. The crowd soon arrived at the core conference room on the top floor of the building. "Second brother, you said on the phone yesterday that overseas logistics will resume in September of this year. Don't worry, big brother. I've made all the preparations, and I absolutely trust you, but we all want to hear the details." When Lin Dongnan asked this, he actually wanted Su Bai to give him, as well as all the shareholders here to take a peace of mind. After all, it is not a small price to pay for making early preparations if they are not useful. Su Bai sat beside him but was quite calm. "If I wasn't sure of that, I wouldn't have invested the $140 million in our chamber. Truth be told, I have special sources that are never wrong." The special channel in Su Bai's mouth is actually his role as a heavy but not needing to be treated like a psychopath. "Actually, I'm being a little conservative when I say September. Around the end of July. By the beginning of August, the Sakura Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom will acquiesce to the export of our Great Xia Kingdom's goods, and the country will support it as well." Su Bai was afraid that they still had doubts, and directly tributed the information in the bottom of the box. "Brother, you'll find something if you pay a little attention. It won't take long. Just wait a month. We'll see if my news is true or not." When the crowd heard these words, they were all shocked beyond measure. Not only were they shocked at how explosive the news itself was, it was even more shocking that Su Bai actually had such a channel. What's this teenager's background? Is it bigger than the Lin family? Snap! Lin Dongnan directly laughed and applauded. "Ha ha, this second brother of yours, Lin Dongnan, really wasn't wrong." Chapter 57 Lin Xinla's identity exposed. Su Bai Runma. The meeting was soon over, and at the strong request of Su White, as well as the vouching of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce is more than a full month ahead of schedule for the export of goods. A group of shareholders are worried and looking forward to the consequences of this move. We'll see in a month whether it continues to shrink or take off. They could do nothing but pray silently. Naturally, after all, such a big move was decided by Lin Dongnan's clap, and no one could change it. Walking out of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce building, Lin Dongnan suddenly and mysteriously pulled Su Bai to a corner. "Big brother, what are you?" Su Bai said with a face full of doubts. "Shoo." Lin Dongnan hastily put up a finger against the front of his lips, and looked around for a while longer. Confirming that no one was around, he then dropped his gaze on Su Bai. "Second brother, this time I invited you to dinner at my home, in addition to thanking you for your investment. In fact, I need you to do me one more favor." When Lin Dongnan said this, his face suddenly became a bit ugly, because he was a little at a loss for words for what to say next. "Big brother, you're still being polite to me. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask." I'm a bit curious as to what kind of thing could actually make it difficult for you. Big brother. In Subai's impression, Lin Dongnan, this number of people with a heavenly background, means more than you can think of. You cannot think of. When was the last time you asked for a favor? As if he had made some sort of determination, he looked squarely at Subai. Second brother. I need you to sell out a little bit of your color to seduce my daughter. Boom! These words were like a thunderbolt exploding in Subai's mind, and he thought that he had misheard them. Wide-eyed and full of incredulity, he looked at this big brother of his. Not, big brother, what do you think, letting a philandering and foppish young man like me seduce your daughter, who has a fatherly vendetta against you? Lin Dongnan was also rendered speechless by Subai's bizarre set of thoughts. Do you have to emphasize that you're a womanizer and a dude? Avenging your father's death? If it wasn't for the fact that you're better and still have some good looks, I wouldn't want to find you. Second brother, you are not aware. In fact, right, this niece of yours, her situation is a bit special. So Lin Dongnan told a series of things that happened last night, after his daughter came home. Subai was shocked to hear this. Big brother's daughter is actually bent? Big brother, I did not want my homegrown cabbages to be stolen so early in life. But more than anything else, big brother doesn't want to be unable to hold a grandchild in his lifetime. Lin Dongnan shook his head inside. Subai patted his shoulder to show comfort. That's why this matter has to be entrusted to you. Second brother. Even if you just slag her off a bit, just break her straight. Hearing Lin Dongbei's words, Subai was inexplicably a little excited in his heart. But suddenly he thought of something else, and his face became a little strange. But big brother, in case I really get on with your daughter this time, what if she sticks to me and won't let go? Can you really promise your daughter to me? Don't you dare. The moment Lin Dongnan heard the other party say that he wanted to abduct his precious daughter, he was instantly displeased. He has only one daughter, and has loved her since she was a child. So how could he possibly be willing to marry her off so casually? What's more, with his knowledge of this second brother of his, he was basically certain that he was a long-time veteran of the flower world. I don't know how many girls I've slept with. Hearing him speak like this, Subai was not happy. No, big brother, how can you do this? Making me contribute and restricting my hands and feet again. This is making it hard for me. Didn't make it hard for you. Didn't limit your hand either. I mean, whatever you have to do, just get my daughter interested in men. When she does have feelings for you, you'll disappear on your own, and I'll take care of the rest. Understand? Listening to Lin Dongnan's words, Subai could not help but be filled with black lines. This is not forcing himself to be a scum. Big brother, is this really your own daughter? Subai was rather speechless. What words? What kind of words are you calling this? Come on, just say if you can do this for me. Well, it's just a matter of selling sex. Don't worry, big brother, this matter will be wrapped up in me seducing innocent girls and all that. I'm the best at it. Subai patted his chest and assured. But these words heard Lin Dongnan's mouth twitch. You mean, I've got the right guy? The agreement was reached. Lin Dongnan drove a Porsche Cayenne, and Subai drove his own Rolls-Royce Phantom. The two cars drove one after the other through the parking lot of the East Point Chamber of Commerce building, heading straight for Forest Villa. It was the first time Subai had come to the Forest Villa, which was undoubtedly the rich area of Sioux City. In terms of class, it is one level higher than Waterfront Garden, and the selling price of a single house can reach $50 million. Came to the yard of Lin Dongnan's house. Subai thought he was in the garden of a Nordic aristocrat's home. The appearance of the villa, the yard tending, everything was very high-end. Atmosphere. Beautiful. Can't fault it. Lin Dongnan and Subai exchanged a look before the two of them walked into the villa together. Just as soon as he entered the door, Subai smelled the aroma of the meal, only to see that dishes had already been prepared on the dining table. Our door employs a 5-star chef. Your big brother, I spent a big price to poach it from a 5-star hotel. Second brother, you're in for a treat today. As soon as Lin Dongnan's words fell, he saw a middle-aged, beautiful woman walking down the stairs followed by the two nannies. When the other parties saw Subai, a trace of surprise clearly flashed in his eyes. Lu Yuan had heard Lin Dongnan talk about this new second brother of his who was very young and good-looking. The temperament was extraordinary, but now that she had actually seen it in person, it still greatly exceeded her expectations. This is your sister-in-law. She's a teacher inside the university. Stayed home all these years to take care of your great niece. Lin Dongnan introduced himself, and Subai greeted Lu Yuan rather politely. For some reason, Lu Yuan always had an indescribable feeling when she looked at Subai. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense. She felt that this teenager called Subai was far more than what Lin Dongnan said. By the way, where's our daughter? Lin Dongnan looked at Lu Yuan and asked, also interrupting her thoughts. Oh, Rara, she's still upstairs reviewing her homework. I'll go get her to come down. Willow Hope said. Turning around and heading for the second floor again, Lin Dongnan then led Su-bai towards the dining table. You probably don't know, second brother, that your great niece is still a schoolteacher. She topped the school again on her last practice test and lied to me that she didn't do well this time. Su-bai's brows, however, had furrowed. My sister-in-law just said Lara, and my big brother's daughter went to the same school as myself. So the last time I was first in my grade was not. Hiss. Suddenly thinking of something, Su-bai's face changed dramatically. Lin Xinla's last name is Lin, and so is her elder brother's. No way. No way. No way. It can't really be that coincidental, can it? The next moment, however, Ryawan was already descending the stairs with a young girl in tow. Hello Uncle too. Before Lin Xinla finished her words, her entire body froze in place, staring with wide eyes. And raised his hand to rub it, looking incredulously at the man at the table. Su-bai was also dumbfounded. It's really this niece. It turns out that I have been picking up my big brother's daughter. He couldn't help but think of the day he encountered Lin Dongnan at the school gate again and couldn't help but pinch himself in a cold sweat. If he had caught me in the act, I would have lost all 3 of my legs. Swallowing his saliva, Su-bai pulled an ugly smile on his face. Hello great niece. Chapter 58 will follow Uncle 2 from now on. The atmosphere in the villa suddenly gets a little spooky, and Yuan realizes that something isn't quite right. A couple of nannies in the living room realized something wasn't quite right. The 5-star chef in the kitchen realizes something is not quite right. Even Lin Dongnan realized that things seemed a little off. Second brother, you and our family Lara know each other? Lin Dongnan frowned and asked. A look of suspicion seemed to flash across his eyes but when you think about it, it feels like it makes sense. After all, the two were in the same high school, or in the same grade, and her own daughter was so good at what she did. The students should recognize it. Su-bai exchanged a very stealthy glance to Lin Xinla, who quickly understood and the two then returned to the beginning of their relationship as a harmonious second uncle and niece. This scene, however, was keenly captured by Lu Yuan, which further validated the suspicion in her mind. But she didn't show it, just acted as if she hadn't seen anything and remained in the same attitude she had at the beginning. Big brother, it's like this. Your eldest daughter and I, the two of us are actually in the same class, knew each other a long time ago. Su-bai smiled faintly. These words took Lin Dongnan by surprise. In the same class? Ha! That's too much of a coincidence. An investor in his own chamber of commerce is actually in his daughter's class. That's a little too shocking to say, but it also gave Lin Dongnan a glimmer of hope in his heart, since the two men knew each other. Then it should be easier to cultivate a relationship, right? After half a day, it turns out that we are all acquaintances. This place in Sioux City is really too small. Lu Yuan also broke the originally somewhat awkward atmosphere in time. Pulling Lin Xinla, she walked to the dining table and sat down. Under Lin Nan's and her deliberate efforts, Lin Xinla sat next to Su-bai. Lin Xinla was still a little nervous in her heart, but Su-bai was already happy in his heart. Your father has begged me to seduce you, so I'll be polite. Uncle too. When did little Lara become crooked? Isn't she straight? Su-bai thought this in his head, and to verify it, as soon as Lin Xinla sat down, he then reached out with his own salty hand and ruined a big handful of her soft, bouncy butt. Lin Xinla's heart was shocked, secretly saying how this big pervert's guts were so big. Her dad is still here. Isn't this guy even afraid of Lin Dongnan? By the way, why did dad recognize this big pervert as his second brother? Then what should I call this rascal in case I do marry him in the future? Husband? Uncle too? The more Lin Xinla thought about it, the more twisted she felt in her heart. Turning to look at Su-bai with a sly little look, who knew that Su-bai, however, was still smiling cheaply and reached out to clip a piece of soft beef brisket into her bowl. Eat more for your great niece. You need nutrients to grow. Su-bai laughed cheaply. Lin Xinla subconsciously lowered her head. Is there a need for me to grow these two? Lin Dongnan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. It wasn't that he was minding Su by pinching his daughter's food, but he felt that the second brother had taken too big a step. Rara was a very introverted girl, and this was sure to turn her off. Thank you, uncle too. Lin Xinla shyly whispered back, then lowered her head to eat, not daring to raise her head. This scene had surprised Lin Dongnan, usually an introverted, shy, and reserved daughter. I can't believe how easily she accepted someone else's dish for her today, and that person was a boy the same age as her. The key was that she was also shy. As a person who has been there, how can Lin Dongnan not see that his daughter has a crush on someone else? Oh, no, 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 no. However, while Lin Dongnan was distracted, Lin Xinla, however, quietly twisted her head to give Subai a hard glare. In front of mom and dad also do so intimate action. This big pervert really does not know shyness. What if dad gets suspicious? What Lin Xinla didn't see, however, was that at the moment she lowered her head, Subai, however, raised an eyebrow at Lin Dongnan. Lu Yuan was the one who saw this scene, and after a few seconds of thinking, she seemed to have reacted. My daughter told her yesterday that she, in an attempt to explain the little strawberry on her neck, had lying to your dad that you and your best friend are a bent pair. Lin Nan, in order to break up his daughter's marriage, he sought out his young, golden and handsome second brother, hoping that her daughter could develop an interest in men. It turned out that this so-called second brother was Lin Xinla's real boyfriend. The moment the idea appeared in her head, Willow Hope herself was shocked that there really are coincidences in the world. When she thought of this, the look she gave Subai added a few more points of complexity. The one who benefited the most from this incident was Subai. Instead, it was possible to be with Lin Xinla openly and honestly, and also make Lin Dongnan owe a favor. Sorting all this out, Lu Yuan looked at Lin Dongnan with a rather breathless look. It's a lost cause. Let's just say that the guy is not a million times as smart in this area as he is in business. Even Willow Hope was doubting herself a little. How did this guy chase me in college back then? Oh, come to think of it, it's the one that knocked me up first and then forced me in a meal that lasted about an hour. Lin Dongnan and Lu Yuan were always proactive in chatting with Subai, and naturally all they talked about was life and study matters. He also inadvertently mentioned some things about Lin Xinla, such as the embarrassing things she did when she was a child and so on. Lin Xinla's face was red with shame, not because she heard those embarrassing stories from her childhood. Rather, it was because some big pervert's big hands had been poking around under the table, on the grounds that she doesn't dare to resist today. Subai explored all those places that he wasn't allowed to touch in school. Let's just say that the system didn't give this ninny a 96 for no reason. It's really very informative. After the meal, Lin Dongnan excused himself for being a bit dizzy and let Lu Yuan help him upstairs to rest for a while. The nannies also retreated knowingly, leaving Subai and Lin Xinla alone in the living room. Lin Xinla hurriedly smacked his salty hand back. Stinking rascal, have you touched enough? Also, tell me honestly, how did you become my second uncle? Facing Lin Xinla's questioning, Subai just innocently spread his two hands. Because I put over $100 million into your dad's chamber of commerce. Your dad and I were bye-bye at the time. I didn't know he was your dad at the time, though, or I might have pitched in more. Subai's tone was flat, as if he was talking about a small and insignificant matter. Lin Xinla, who knows about family? What if my boyfriend and my dad are friends? More than 100 million. Subai, how did you get that much money? Returning to her senses, Lin Xinla quickly found the key part of Subay's words. Subai has money. This she more or less knew. After all, the average person couldn't afford to give away a multi-million-dollar watch. But he didn't expect Subai to be so rich that he could casually take out $100 million for investment. In response, Subai only smiled faintly. You don't know I have a lot more going on. Don't worry, little Lara. You'll follow Uncle 2 from now on. And Uncle 2 will cover you. Chapter 59 AA if you can afford it. My treat if you can't. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when he left Lin Dongnan's villa. Lin Dongnan had taken Lu Yuan out to the mall in order for the two of them to get along better. This is great news for Subai. Big brother is so damn righteous. Thus, Subai directly shamelessly drilled into Lin Xinla's boudoir, although this great niece very politely said no. But Subai when the second uncle or insist on helping her alone to make up homework. This Phil is an afternoon. Big niece was almost made to cry Subai before giving up. With Jean's experience at the grill yesterday night, the two were clearly further along in their relationship now. Kissing and cuddling and lifting high and all that, and little Lara could half-heartedly accept it. It just still refused to have that step with Subai. She's a shy, introverted little girl. In Subai before even other boys' hands have not touched. The relationship between the two hair installed too fast. She cannot accept is also normal. Subai was not in a hurry for a while. It was nearly dusk, and a gust of evening breeze blew in through the car window, which seemed to carry some of the scent of water orchids along the shore. At this moment, Subai only felt relaxed and relaxed. He's content with what he has now, a little car to drive, a cute girlfriend to talk about, healthy parents with a good career and a little bit of small savings in the account. Unassuming, just a little busy. After accompanying little Lara, I can't rush home to accompany Ms. Liang now, because yesterday I promised to accompany Xia Yanshi to the birthday banquet, and also Qin's sister's side. I don't know when she will come back from Yanjing. Still have to make time to unlock new poses with her. Lemon's sister's side is going a bit slow. Still need to work on it. Alas, labor is busy. Subai sighed, worried that my Rolls-Royce is too high profile. Subai purposely went back and changed into his Mercedes-Benz Big G before going to Xia Yenshi's house to pick her up. The car stopped under Xia Yenshi's house, and Subai sent out a message. It didn't take 10 minutes for her to come down. Today, Xia Yenshi had obviously dressed up with all her heart, and had put on exquisite makeup on her face. The dress is also a low-neck top with a JK-style skirt, showing just the right amount of youth and vigor. Even when Sue White put this ninny in the second batch because she lost her first time, still couldn't resist looking at it more. Well, good girls don't let go and bad girls don't go to waste. That's the bottom line for Subai. Yesterday I asked you to ask the other side how they're going to pay for it this time. Did you ask? A big hotel like Royal Roland is not for ordinary people. I'm afraid the purpose of this birthday party is not pure. Just as soon as he got into the car, Subai opened his mouth and asked. Yesterday, when he heard this ninny Xia Yenshi talk about this, he realized that something wasn't quite right. He was kind of curious as to what that classmate of this ninny's wanted to do. Speaking of this, Xia Yenshi's face was a little harder. She did ask yesterday, and she wasn't the only one. She said, the meal was mainly just for people to get together, and it didn't matter if it was money or not. When the time comes, if you can afford it, if you can't, she's buying. Subai raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Sure enough, it was just as he had first thought. If you can afford it, but she's the one who can't? Isn't that just insulting? In fact, this junior high school classmate of mine was then the worst condition in the several of us. Both parents are ordinary workers, and they're still trying to squeeze inside our circle. Xia Yenshi added, but I recently heard that she's got a rich boyfriend. The very, very rich kind. I guess it's just a way to show off to us and earn back the face we had at the time. Hearing her analysis, Subai nodded in agreement. In his mind, he also instantly brainstormed such a characterization. After all, 2 lifetimes of, he'd passed too many girls like that. It's obvious that the family is not well off, that the parents work very hard and can't afford any luxuries, but they just have to be jealous of the rich girls in their class, trying to squeeze into their circle by all means, invariably comparing themselves to them. What shoes you wore today? What bag I'll buy tomorrow? The day after tomorrow that whoever buys clothes again. In short, luxury goods can't be bought and human desires can't be filled. Those well-to-do girls can have no qualms about buying what they see and like. It's not even taken too seriously, but when these details fall in the eyes of those who have a heart, they become jealous, they envy the. Turn around and go home and throw a tantrum with mom and dad. If other people have it, why don't I have it? Subai didn't want to comment much on such people. At least he himself never oppressed his parents for no reason. After all, the money he himself had spent on chasing after Xia Yenshi before was all earned from working after school. Thinking about this, Subai shook his head somewhat helplessly, and his gaze fell on Xia Yenshi again. More than just showing off her wealth to earn back her face? She dared to say something like that. It's clear that you're trying to humiliate you, and it's not even a meal. If I'm right, she's the one who told those sisters of yours to bring their boyfriends this time. I assume, boys in high school or college, even if they are from good families. There are also very few people who can afford to spend money in a place like Royal Roland. So in this case, is it better not to go or to have the cheek to let people pay for it? And as a boyfriend, really, if you're in a situation where you're going to be humiliated by this, where's the face? Subai's analysis was not wrong at all. The other guy said that to compare all the other guys' boyfriends to each other. Throwing everyone's face into the ground and stomping on them proves that my old lady's boyfriend is better than all your boyfriends. When Xia Yenshi heard this, her face also became a little unsightly. She thought of the first level, so she brought Subai here as well, hoping to hold up her end. But she hadn't thought about this layer that Subai had said. This matter also concerns Subai's face. She didn't realize just how much money Sue White had. Even if the cars and necklaces he gave himself were all in the millions, even though he really was a billionaire, Xia Yenshi didn't want him to spend this amount of money for himself. Because that would hurt his image in his mind. I'm sorry, Subai. I'm really sorry. I really didn't think of this originally. I'm too stupid. Why don't we go back? Between the emotions, Xia Yenshi's eyes were actually a little red. Subai knew it wasn't an act. Now that this niece was always careful in front of herself. It was as if doing something wrong would send her plummeting into the depths of the abyss. She'd already made one of the biggest mistakes she'd ever made since she was born. And she didn't want that to happen again. Subai just smiled lightly and handed over 2 tissues. It's not as bad as you make it out to be. Look at you. Why are you still crying? It's just as well I want to see what kind of girl can be so high-strung like this, and see how I'm going to punch her in the face and be done with it. In fact, Subai's heart wants to say is, the old man's stake must not lose it a few $100 million to get over it. Mercedes-Benz Big G drove into the parking lot of the hotel. Subai was wearing a simple sweater with jeans. Taking Xia Yenshi by the hand, he headed for the front door. I'm sorry, sir. We need to wear formal attire here too. Two guards stepped forward, and before they could finish their sentence, Subai directly drew two piles of thick $100 bills from his arms and threw them in their faces, then strutted into the hotel. Chapter 61st. Serve all the dishes you have here. The elevator made its way to the 24th floor. The Royal Roland Hotel is a 28-story tower with large ballrooms on floors 1 through 4. Floors 5 to 16 are hotels. Floors 17 to 20 are places of entertainment and consumption. And floors 20 to 26 are high-class private rooms. Further up is the top box. The box they rented was already considered quite high-class, and they wanted to hold a banquet here. At least a couple million to go. Even though this time it was the first time I'd ever entered such a venue, Subai also didn't show much of an unnatural look, much less half a bit of nervousness. For him in his previous life, a hotel of this level could only be considered a small occasion. Xia Yanshi was different, although her family was quite good, but also not rich to this extent. Honestly, it's the first time I've ever eaten in a hotel like this, and I'm inevitably nervous about it. The whole time he was holding Subai's arm and refused to let go. But the good thing was that the surface emotions were still sort of rippling. Subai gently patted her shoulder, indicating for her to relax, and just then they were also led by the waiter to the designated box. As soon as you walk through the door of the box, you are greeted with a sense of high-end luxury. A paper-thin atmosphere. Large round table. The center area is decorated with what appears to be an old European castle standing in a snowy forest, and the tabletop is beautifully carved with tattooed dew. Not only that, but the large crystal chandelier overhead, the gorgeous carpet and the interior of the box, and the waitresses standing on either side of the front door, looking like they're not wearing much, but they really aren't wearing much. Nothing shows the nobility of the place. Balili people have arrived almost book white in Xia Yanshi. 2 people are considered to come more than at the moment there are 7 looked at 18 female surnames gathered around chatting together, but obviously can be seen. They chat very hard. Which sat on the C seat? The girl who was also dressed in a rather high-profile manner must have been the star of the night. Name, Wang Lei. Age, 18. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 59 kg. Current rating is 79. Not meeting binding requirements. The system's voice coldly appeared in Subai's head. He couldn't help but take a closer look at the girl in front of him. The looks and body are definitely upper middle class among her peers, especially with the makeup on. Carefully selected wear. At first glance. And Xia Yanshi compared to not too much difference. The only thing is the temperament above the lack of some. Subai's eyes swept over the others again. All the girls present were between 70 to 85, with a few reaching the line that, he's also a bit of a looker, less than 90 points and no great talent or anything, then it's better not to come, and I don't want all the goods. With a limited number of bindings available, he always picks the 90-plus point beauties to go first. Xia Yanshi was undoubtedly the one with the highest face value and the best body among all the girls present. As soon as she entered, the girl over there seemed to have finally found a chance to change the subject of. They came up to greet her and Subai. Wang Xiaolei also came forward at this time, with a smile on her surface. The truth is that he carries a lot of other thoughts inside. She snorted as she silently scrutinized the other. What's the big deal about dressing so sexy and looking good? Fox. These clothes and shoes are nothing more than that. Not as good as mine. Gee, what kind of necklace is this wearing? To have never seen it before? I guess it's some kind of offbeat brand. A couple thousand would be nice. This is the dog-licking boyfriend of hers, isn't it? I'm sure he's a white boy. A dress only costs a few $100s, right? One pair of shoes is over $1,000. And you're such a chick. You don't even wear formal clothes. And I don't know how they let them in. Humph. Xia Yanshi, aren't you always shiny? Don't you always compare me? Today I'm going to win back everything I've lost. I'm going to give you a taste of what it's like to have your cheeks rubbed on the ground, too. Sure, Ori. It's only been a few years since I've seen you. How come you've gotten prettier again? You've used a lot of skincare products, right? Is this one your boyfriend? It's quite handsome. I would have thought you would have brought Li Ziming over. Wang Xiaolei released a big move the moment she came up, but she had carefully understood her opponent. It wasn't long before she found Zimi Li and kicked out the boyfriend who'd been licking her for over a year. And it didn't take long for the exposure of Li Ziming's identity as a fake second-generation rich man makes her lose face. Look at that. You've gone back to that dog-licking boyfriend. Mentioning Li Ziming, Xia Yanshi's expression became a bit ugly. She didn't know how she should answer this question, so she had to turn her gaze for help to Subai. Subai's face at the moment didn't have the embarrassment Wang Xiaolei expected. He just looked at her with a light smile. Did Ms. Wang bring her ex-boyfriend here? A simple sentence immediately rendered Wang Xiaolei speechless. These words both proved that Xia Yanshi and Li Ziming didn't have any relationship anymore. It also reflects Subai's generosity and confidence as her current boyfriend. while also counterpicking a wave of her relationship with her rich second-generation boyfriend. In fact, everyone present knew Wang Xiaolei's intention of going to great lengths to organize this birthday banquet. It's just that no one says it explicitly. Wang Xiaolei's face turned green and purple, and it took a long time before she could pull out another ugly smile. What are you talking about? I just mentioned it casually. No offense, she said rather awkwardly as everyone in the room looked at her, but none of them picked up on it. That, are all here? And my boyfriend said he'd be there later. Let's eat up first. We're all old classmates, so we can just catch up on old times and stuff. Only then did the crowd begin to take their seats, and Subai took the initiative to walk over and say hello to the other girls' boyfriends. Most of the college students here go to school in Suland, and they're all a picture of the world's most uninitiated. 2. Having just seen Subai dumbfounded Wang Xiaolei with a single sentence, they only felt that this man was handsome, and they took the initiative to get acquainted with each other. Many girls also quietly gave Xia Yanshi a thumbs up. Most of the group of men present were dressed in formal attire. It also looks like a good-looking and talented person. And Subai, obviously only crossing as civilian clothes, in the crowd but can easily overpower others ahead. Not to mention his height advantage. His facial features can also beat all the high-quality men in the audience. Not to mention the unique aura that seemed to only come from a wealthy son. It was simply handsome to the core. Wang Xiaolei watched this scene, and the more she watched, the more she felt unbalanced in her heart. Why? Why can't you just put up with her? Why does her boyfriend look more like a rich kid than my boyfriend? Isn't he just a poor genius and a dead-licking dog? Everyone is welcome today, so feel free to let go of your belly and eat. Anyway, if I can't afford it at the checkout, I can pay for the elephant. Important thing to re-emphasize. To assert sovereignty and let everyone know who's the star of the night. Xia Yanshi, your boyfriend, will say again. Good looking, no money, or garbage. The faces of the crowd became ugly once again. After all, it was just hard before they came. Subai, however, nonchalantly called for a waiter. Miss Wang atmosphere. I'm just a bit hungry, so I'll be polite. This young lady, please serve all the dishes you have here first. Chapter 61 Accidentally typing an extra zero. Subai is not surprised to hear what he has to say. Everyone in the room had their mouths open in shock. On the contrary, Subai was full of indifference. You took the initiative to disgust me, so don't blame me for disgusting you. Don't you have money? Aren't you paying the bill? If I win, I get dinner for nothing. If I lose, I get cash back in tears. What are you comparing me to? As expected, Wang Xiaolei's face instantly became a bit ugly. When she says I'll pay for it, she means she's waiting for her boyfriend to pay for it. She purposely asked her boyfriend to come half an hour late, in order to leave enough time to put on a good show. But now what? I'm not done pretending. But I've met a shameless one. All the dishes? Don't even look at what kind of place this is. Not to mention all the dishes that cost tens of thousands of dollars. The expensive red wine is even hundreds of thousands of dollars. If all the dishes were ordered, it would cost millions. You've got to be kidding me. You're treating me like I'm some kind of a big, bad son of a... The waitress lady was also a bit dumbfounded. Sir, you aren't kidding, are you? We have a whopping 400 different types of dishes. It could be over $1. 2 million for the full order and the table would be hard to fit. The young lady couldn't decide, and probably quoted the price to the other party. And that's still not counting the drinks. She wasn't stupid, so she could naturally see who was hosting today. You ordered too much. We can't eat it all and it's a waste, isn't it? Wang Xiaolei said, her back teeth already clenched. Subai, however, just pretended not to understand her words. It's okay. If you can't finish it, pack it up. If this table doesn't fit, we'll add a few more. It's all fixable. Or, Sister Wang, do you think that the things I ordered are too much and too expensive? Worrying that you can't afford to pay at that time? Speaking here, the corners of Subai's mouth rose slightly. It's okay, you pay if you can afford it. I'll pay for you if you can't. Going the other guy's way and leaving him with no way out. Almost the same words. The feeling of Subai saying them and Wang Xiaolei saying them were completely different. This shifted the matter between her and all the guests to the two of her and Subai. This dramatic aspect really stunned everyone in the room. At the same time, they also felt very relieved, and a few gazes were cast towards Subai, who immediately felt that Subai was handsome. His gesture undoubtedly took care of the face of everyone present. It also takes care of the wallet. Most people don't know what he is at this point, but with his tall, handsome appearance, unusual language and temperament, as well as that domineering and incomparable behavior just now, everyone speculated that this boyfriend of Xia Yanshi's must be the young master of some big and powerful family. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Subai, becoming respectful with a few moments of admiration. At the same time, he couldn't help but envy Xia Yanshi. They've more or less heard of Xia Yanshir's dog-licking boyfriend, but it's better to hear about it than to see it. As soon as they met they realized that this son was not ordinary, and I believe that Xia Yanshir, who was so smart, would not be able to fail to see it. After all, that aura of a rich family can't be faked. She must have seen Su Bai's identity a long time ago. That's why she's been in love with him for so long. The previous outward talk was just her laying low. If these thoughts reached Xia Yanshir's ears, she was afraid that she would die of shame on the spot. She was mouthing off about breaking up not too long ago. However, not everyone present was so happy. Wang Xiaolei had the feeling of lifting a stone to hit her own feet at the moment. Why is it that this guy can always turn a situation around with a single word? It's not good to favor yourself with a rebuttal. Wasn't the purpose of this birthday party to show off a wave of wealth and get back the face that was lost before? Let these classmates who used to look down on her and secretly put her down in their minds know how well she is doing now. If she skips out on the check or makes Su White pay for it, that would be like completely and utterly nailing yourself to a pillar of shame. To be despised by more people. What's she gonna do? Do we really do this big injustice and buy this $1 million bill? The point is that she started out by telling her boyfriend that the meal wouldn't cost more than $400,000. It's tripled. Will her boyfriend really pay for it? Is she worth that much? Not to mention the fact that we'll have to break up or not, but if he really leaves us alone, it's not a big deal if we lose face. How will she pay back the $1 million? Sell the house? Su Bai, we are all old classmates and good friends. Is it really good for you to do this? Wang Xiaolei said with an incomparably gloomy face. Su Bai, however, was at a loss for words. Did I do something wrong? I'm sorry. I'm just repeating what you just said. MS. 1. If anything offends you, Fong, and please take care of it. It may not seem like an apology, but it is indeed a curse. Wang Xiaolei was completely enraged this time, and she tore apart her last shred of decency. She was so angry that she slammed the table, stood up and pointed straight at Su Bai, her expression all a little twisted as she cursed. What's your poor doing here brushing off your presents? You feel superior being that Tai Fox's dead lickspill, don't you? Well, then, you'll be paying for this dinner today. I won't eat a bite. Let's see what you're going to pay for this $1 million or so when the time comes. When these words came out, the crowd in the arena was silent. Su Bai was also a little surprised, not realizing that the other party had actually understood himself, turning up his own black history. Xia Yanshir sure didn't want to remain silent any longer, and just as she was about to stand up and explain something, Su Bai, however, smiled faintly and gently pressed her shoulder, telling her to be at ease. He turned his head to the waitress lady. I may have ordered a bit too much this time. Could you please let me settle the bill first? The young lady was still a bit unresponsive, and only mumbled as she took out her cash register device. Just when he wanted to say something, Su Bai had already transferred the money. A glance down at the display nearly knocked her out. Mr. First, how did you transfer $12 million? When these words came out, everyone present was shocked beyond words. $12 million. The point is that the ING transfer was successful. Everyone looked at Su Bai as if they were looking at a monster. Wang Xiaolei's first reaction was that she didn't want to believe it, so she took a big step forward and snatched the device from the attendant's hand to check it out. Looking at the almost uncountable zeros, she froze right in place. $12 million? Oh, maybe I just accidentally punched in an extra zero. It's okay. The extra money is a tip for you to go buy yourself a Fairliner to drive around and have some fun, Su Bai said carelessly, and at the same time, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Detected that the host spent $1,200 for the dog-licking object, rewarded with $1,200. This was money spent to support Xia Yanshir, so naturally he could get a rebate. Hearing Su Bai's words, Xia Yanshir was dumbfounded, and Wang Xiaolei even felt that her worldview had collapsed. Sitting on his ass, everyone in the room was dumbfounded, and the scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It was at this moment that the waitress lady seemed to think of some sort of subterfuge that he blushed and lowered his voice to ask, Sir, are you in need of kind of service? Chapter 62 Song Jincheng. Your girlfriend isn't very polite. After politely refusing the waitress lady's kindness, the lady immediately left the box with a red face. People clearly didn't mean it, and not only did they get the wrong idea, they said it in public. What a shame. At the same time, she understood that something like this was definitely not ordinary and needed to be taken seriously, so she informed the kitchen to serve the food, while she had to tell the topper what happened. The money was supposedly her tip, but if she took it, she'd be in big trouble. After the waiter left, the box remained silent. Every single person's gaze fell on Su Bai. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even Xia Yanshir was like that. She didn't expect that. Su Bai actually gave up so much money in order to find a scene for her, and an extra zero. Who can believe it? In the face of the crowd's dumbfoundedness, Subai was nonchalantly looking at Wang Xiaolei on the ground. MS. 1. Why are you still sitting on the floor? I've already bought the order. Let's all have a good time next. It's your birthday. Let's have a good time. Subai's tone was light, as if that $12 million was nothing to him. Wang Xiaolei lifted her head feebly and looked at the man in front of her. 4. Why? Didn't you serve Xia Yanshi as a licking dog for more than a year? They all say you're a poor s*****. Why are you so rich? Oh, actually I've always been rich. Pretending to be poor to lick Xia Yanshi is simply a hobby. Subai shrugged. He's been fairly stable since the beginning of the day. Didn't take this birthday banquet and Wang Xiaolei's provocation seriously at all. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Xia Yanshi also let out a long sigh, walked up to pull her up off the ground. Ray, stop it. We've never held anything against you just because your family is a little bit worse off. We're all good classmates and sisters, and you shouldn't do anything like that in the future. Okay? After experiencing that one incident, Xia Yanshi's character had changed too much. 2. It seems to have changed from a bratty and capricious little princess to a gentle and sensible big sister next door, giving people a sense of affinity. The gentle light of the box haloed her pretty face, and Wang Xiaolei looked up at her and, somewhat disoriented. Is this your victor's stance? The next moment, Wang Xiaolei stubbornly slapped her hand away. Each and every one of you is in a better position than me. Especially you, Xia Yanshi. You're prettier than me. You're better than me. You're smarter than me. You have a better family than me. The boyfriend is handsome and rich too. And my mom and dad are both laborers. And they can only give me $1,000 a month. The clothes, shoes, and bags you casually buy are all things I can only afford after saving up for half a year. You're better than me in every way. Do you know how much I envy you? Wang Xiaolei had already reddened her eyes and stood up from the ground, hissing. Xia Yanshi frowned at her and didn't say anything. I hate that my mom and dad don't have any money. And I hate each and every one of you. Especially you, Xia Yanshi, Wang Xiaolei exclaimed, her gaze suddenly landing on Subai, who was startled and, just see her speak again. I am losing today. Lost completely and utterly. But even so, I'm going to gross you out too. At the end of her words, Wang Xiaolei took a step forward and hugged Subai's neck. Just gave him a hard kiss on the lips. She was going to discuss Xia Yanshi so hard that she would have to watch her boyfriend kissing other women. Subai was stunned. Xia Yanshi was stunned. And the guests were all stunned. The few waiters and the hotel manager who had just arrived at the door were also stunned. Even behind them, Song Jincheng, who had arrived late, was stunned. What are you, Ray, doing? Song Jincheng opened his mouth. Hearing this voice, Wang Xiaolei's heart trembled as if she was struck by lightning. She let go of Subai in a hurry and turned his head to look over. Subai also turned his head. The two men a stare. The atmosphere suddenly a little awkward. MS. 1. This would be your boyfriend, right? Subai frowned and asked, but Wang Xiaolei's face went a little pale. Subai turned his head again to look at the man at the door. Song Jincheng, your girlfriend isn't very polite. I thought this girl's boyfriend is who it is, blowing up all the sky. So it's an old acquaintance. That's quite a coincidence. Not so much a coincidence either. Looking at the scene in front of her, Wang Xiaolei remembered that she was about to cry out. At this moment, she was beyond regretting her irrational behavior just now. Baby, it's not like that. Listen to me explain. Song Jincheng, however, seemed as if he hadn't heard her words, immediately stepping forward and facing Subai. Bishop bowed respectfully. I'm sorry, brother Su. I'm really sorry. I've offended you today. I will discipline her. The crowd's mouths, which were already wide open, were even more unable to close now. Most of the people in the arena had never seen Song Jincheng, but knew that he was a super rich second generation. If such a person was so humble in front of Subai, how terrifying should Subai's identity be? Wang Xiaolei, now the whole person is numbing. Song Jincheng, who she knows. Then Subai. I can't believe I just pointed my nose at the other guy and called him a poor. It's over. It's all over now. Her legs had begun to shake, and she stood motionless, not daring to move. There was fear and anxiety in his eyes. Subai explained everything that happened today to Song Jincheng. When he learned that his girlfriend had actually taken such liberties with Lin Dongnan's second brother, Song Jincheng broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily it's not really something that's going to happen. I haven't lived long enough. Over at the door, on the manager's side, seeing the situation stabilize, only then did a few people walk up to Subai and Song Jincheng, compensating with smiles. Hello sir, you were the one who made the big booking at our hotel just now, and gave the waiter a big tip. Our boss is out of the country right now, so it's up to me, the lobby manager, to express my gratitude on your behalf. This is our highest specification Supreme Black card. All future purchases here are completely free. Recognize both the card and the person. Subai nodded his head, secretly saying that the owner of this hotel is not simple, and is generous enough, and long-sighted enough. $10 million for a tip. As far-fetched as that sounds, it's enough to show that this man is very uncomplicated, and that befriending someone like that, there is no harm in having 100 benefits. Thank your boss for me. Subai politely thanked him, and took the initiative to send their contact information after the manager is to give them a change of the top floor of the big box. Those dishes also began to serve on the giant round table. 9 people were a little overwhelmed by the 400+ dishes that Song Jincheng called in another group of juniors before barely filling the seats. Subai didn't care about what just happened. He just ate and drank with the crowd. There was no half-assedness, but despite this, the crowd still treated him with respect, not daring to speak with a big breath, especially Wang Lei, who was clearly the protagonist of the day, but kept her head down and didn't speak the entire time. She swore that this was definitely one of the most memorable birthdays she had ever had in her long life. When the banquet ended and the people left the hotel one after another, Song Jincheng found Wang Xiaolei. The latter seemed to know what he was going to say and looked down, not daring to look at him. Originally I was just going to play with you, but now I'm going to take you back to my dad. My Song Jincheng's woman actually kissed Subai. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Wang Xiaolei. Chapter 63. What did you say? Subai was stabbed. Subai had to be absent. Otherwise, if he had heard Song Jincheng's anticlimactic speech, high and low to give him a kick in the ass. At this moment, Subai was walking into the parking lot of the Royal Roland Hotel with Xia Yanshi. The time was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and the evening breeze was still a little chilly in Sioux City in June, especially since the east side of the hotel is the Wusong River, and with the gusts of the river wind blowing, it's easy to catch a cold. And Subai's bodysuit had reached Xia Yanshi's body, which seemed to be a little too big for him, directly covering his knees and his hands disappearing into his sleeves. Subai himself was wearing short sleeves. I sent a message to Mr. Liang on WeChat on my cell phone, saying that I would be home by 10 o'clock. Tell her to take a shower and wait for herself. Suddenly, Subai's arm touched a soft mass of. He saw Xia Yanshi holding his arm in front of his chest, his eyes looking straight at him. Subai was a bit uncertain and looked at her with a puzzled gaze. Subai, can you kiss me too? Lin Xinla was kissed in the face by Subai. That time happened to be seen by Subai. She did not say anything more, because Lin Xinla was better than her in any aspect. Losing to such an opponent convinced her. But just now, Wang Xiaolei had actually forcefully kissed Subai in front of her. That's what she couldn't take anymore. Subai looked at Xia Yanshi's current appearance, and recalling the way he used to chase after her, he suddenly felt that the Li Zinning thing was not a good thing. At least it turned Xianwei into his favorite look. Without any extra words, Subai only smiled faintly. It just so happened that the two had also walked up to the Mercedes-Benz Big G room at that moment, and he softly held her hand so that she could lean against the car, and then slowly approached. Just at this time, Subai's heartbeat stuttered. After his physical qualities were enhanced, he seemed to have been able to anticipate some things. Like at this moment, for example, his body was sending him a danger warning. Subai's gaze suddenly turned to the side of the rearview mirror. He saw a black shadow appear behind him like a ghost, and the bright blade in the black shadow's hand stabbed straight to the back of his head. He was so alarmed that all the muscles in his body popped dead tight in that moment, and, almost in an instant, he turned around. But the other party was obviously a martial arts expert. The speed was a bit exaggerated. Subai tried to grab his hand, but his grip was empty. The sharp blade slashed past his scalp. The blade sliced through the left side of Subai's chest. It extends all the way to the belly position. In an instant, blood flowed like a fountain. Subai, however, had no time to care about his injuries, and saw the right moment to blast out a straight punch with the power of a. The opponent fell to the ground after hitting him in the head. Xia Yanshi was stunned by the scene. She just happened to have her hand on Subai's waist. A large warm dampness had been touched at the moment. Subai, you're bleeding. Subai. Before she could finish her sentence, several more black shadows suddenly flashed out from behind the car in front of her, holding white blades and coming up at breakneck speed. A flash of viciousness flashed in Subai's eyes. He pulled open the car door as fast as he could and pushed Xia Yanshi into the car. And when he turned around again, 2 sharp warps arrived close by, coming straight for his throat. But how quickly he reacted. His hands grabbed the wrist of one of the men holding the knife with precision. Turning, he flew up and kicked the knife out of his other hand. But his opponent's battle sense was too strong, and he didn't slow down at all after losing his weapon, bullying his way forward and a flash around to Subai's back and deadlocked his neck. Subai's heart was shocked. He didn't even know why these people wanted to kill him. I can't remember when I offended someone enough to kill them myself. But he didn't have time to think now, because two more people rushed up. The hand in his grip snapped, but Subai had already been made to gasp for air. Suddenly appeared dangerous situation led him shocked out of a cold sweat. Cannot think too much? Subai instinctively burst out a huge force. The opponent's wrist was directly crushed by his. And then an over-the-shoulder drop slammed the man behind him to the ground so hard that the man dislocated his arm on the spot. Who sent you? How much did they pay? I'll give double, Subai exclaimed. But the other party was unmoved. And two more daggers stabbed fiercely. Subai could only grit his teeth and go hard. A few tangled together. Xia Yanshi in the car was anxious at the moment. Extremely panicked 3 times and she forced herself to think rationally, knowing that getting out of the car would only add to the chaos, and made the first call she could. Ray, get your boyfriend to bring someone to the parking lot. We're surrounded. Subai he was stabbed several times. Without waiting for Yu Xiaolei to reply, Xia Yanshi first heard Song Jincheng's exclamation of surprise from over there. What did you say? Subai was stabbed. This news was like a thunderbolt exploding in Song Jincheng's mind, and he almost fainted in one head. If something happened to Subai under his nose, when the time came, there was no need for Lin Dongnan to do anything. His old man would have chopped him up first. Quick! Everyone to the parking lot with me, and call an ambulance right now. Quickly! Run forward! Notified Song Jincheng immediately rushed over to save the people. Xia Yanshi immediately reported to the police again. She forced herself to calmly explain what happened, and the other man said he would be right out and reminded her not to get out of the car so easily. At the moment, Subai's situation was not optimistic. The other party had come with a full 5 people. Subai has been knocked out Jia too at this time and the remaining 2 people are entangled. Even if Subai's physical quality had been substantially enhanced, but the fighting sense and experience are these professional killers. The body has been hit several times. His consciousness began to fade a little, knowing only to squeeze the other man's knife-wielding hand tightly and, do not let it hurt you anymore. His body was bleeding, but suddenly he heard a cacophony of. Then the 2 men pressing themselves began to struggle to try and then a historically strong force pulled the 2 publications away. Subai felt like he was lying in a soft embrace and seemed to hear girls crying. Instead, warmth seemed to well up in the wounds on his body, and drowsiness followed. He soon blacked out with both eyes and passed out. Chapter 64 Xia Yanshi who lost her soul. Liang Yu who cried in fear. The First People's Hospital of Suzhou City. The corridor outside the door of the operating room was miserably lit. Song Jincheng, Song Biao and their group of dozens of strong men filled both sides of the road. Everyone's expression was quite grave. A few small nurses pushed their medicine carts through a crowd of flower-armed strong men, not daring to breathe a breath. The elevator door at the end of the hallway opens and Lin Dongnan and his secretary Chen Jing walked in surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Lin Dongnan's expression at the moment was gloomy. Did you find out who did it? Lin Dongnan asked in a deep voice. And both Song's father and son had ugly faces. Not yet. Our guys have been handcuffing and questioning them for 2 hours. But they're so tough-talking that they're probably private assassins accompanied by one of the big families. Song Biao whispered. Humph. Can't even get this done. Lin Dongnan's eyes instantly went cold as he looked at the 2 bodyguards behind him. You 2 go and have someone talking in half an hour. The 2 men nodded and then led by Song Jincheng into a small, less conspicuous room next to. Just then, the lights went out in the operating room. Soon the door of the room opened and Subai was pushed out by 2 nurses. Xia Yanshi, who had been sitting in the corner without saying a word, stood up violently, quickly walking to Subai's side. Subai was still in a coma at the moment, but his face wasn't too bad. Lin Dongnan quietly glanced at Xia Yanshi before looking at the main surgeon who walked out. You are the patient's family, right? We just found out that the patient did suffer 3 fatal injuries. The bleeding was also quite horrific. But, even before we intervened, the patient was showing significant signs of recovery. Only minor injuries can be considered at this time, and the patient is currently in a normal dormant state. Hearing these words, Lin Dongnan and Song Biao exchanged a glance at each other. Both saw a look of surprise in each other's eyes. This may sound like something that defies common sense, but that wasn't their first thought. After all, they're from the upper circles. They've heard of it. Some big shots would inject a black tech drug that allowed people to quickly recover from injuries after they were injured for the sake of their own lives and the lives of their core family members. The level of that kind of person was too much higher than them. Could Subai's background really be that terrifying? Just at this time, the elevator door opened once again, and this time it was Liang Yu who walked out. Song Jincheng knew her because he didn't have the contact info for Subai's parents. I had to call this teacher over. Both Song Biao and Lin Dongnan had also seen her before and subconsciously made way for her. When Liang Yu saw the person lying on the hospital bed, her tears couldn't collapse anymore. She ran towards Subai with big strides. I was fine when I left the house this morning. Obviously. Half an hour ago. He also received a message sent by Subai. But in the end, after 10 minutes, he learned that Subai had been stabbed several times and sent to the hospital for rescue. She'd rather believe that Song Jinchang was lying to her than that it was true. Until she saw it for herself, she couldn't hold back any longer. And even she didn't realize that just how high Subai's position in her heart was now. She had long since treated Subai as the only light in her life. Dr. Ringo. Subai, what exactly is his condition now? Is he hurt badly? Liang Yu asked anxiously. Don't worry this young lady, Mr. Su, he's not in a life-threatening situation right now. It's just in the middle of a deeper dormancy. Speaking of this, the doctor and Lin Dongnan exchanged a quiet glance. The injuries Mr. Subai received were only minor and not serious. That's right. My second brother isn't seriously injured. He just needs to get some rest. I'll trouble you to take care of him next, and I'll take care of the rest. A coldness flashed in Lin Dongnan's eyes. This second brother has helped him a lot, especially when he needed it most. Stepped up to the plate and threw in $100 million. This friendship, although Subai did not say it, he had always remembered it in his heart. Now that Subai has been stabbed, whether or not he's capable of fixing it himself, regardless of whether or not anyone from the family behind Suri had made a move, he, as a big brother, had to step forward and set things right for his second brother. Liang Yu then realized that there was another girl on the other side of the bed, and Xia Yanshi stared blankly at Liang Yu. She had always thought that Subai had only Lin Xian as a dating partner again, besides herself. But looking at the scene in front of her, Liang Yu corner of the eye of the tear stains that have not yet dried. Mr. Liang and Subai actually have that kind of relationship too. Looking at Mr. Liang, suddenly, the pressure in Xia Yanshi's heart multiplied. Better looking than herself, and with a better body than her own, especially that plump peachy ass. Women want to touch it when they look at it. The most important thing is that the other party has the status of a teacher in the. This is so attractive to men. Xia Yanshi felt more and more that she was not worthy of the current Subai, at least not compared to these two women around him. Hello Mr. Liang. Liang, I came with Subai. Now that he's not a big deal, I'm going to go ahead. With those words, Xia Yanshi picked up her bag and headed for the elevator doors. Good. Then be safe, Liang Yu said in a complicated tone. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became a bit awkward. Both women seemed to be Subai's girlfriends, and none of them seemed to know that the other person is Subai's girlfriend. And it seems like it's still a teacher-student relationship. Song Jinchang, who had just walked out and witnessed the scene, suddenly realized that the himself seems, probably in trouble. Lin Nan, on the other hand, slapped his forehead. How could he have his head kicked by a donkey? The thought of letting this guy seduce his daughter. The two nurses looked at each other and hurriedly pushed the bed inside the ward and Liang Yu followed suit. Everyone's eyes fell on Song Jinchang. What are all looking at me for? It's a good thing, Song Jinchang said somewhat sheepishly. Lin Dongnan stepped forward and clapped his hand on his shoulder. It's okay, you're doing a great job, and if those two women break up with my second brother, I'll probably have to buy you dinner then. Chapter 65. Dare to touch my second brother. The Qin family is bold and fat. On the hospital bed, Subai lay quietly, breathing evenly. Liang Yu looked at his handsome side face and, thinking back on what had just happened, she was lost in thought. If she said that Subai and Xia Yanshi didn't have any relationship, Liang Yu definitely didn't believe it. After all, Subai's bodysuit was still on the person's body and hadn't been taken off, and caring about a person's gaze couldn't be acted out. Although Subai sneaking out on a date with his ex-girlfriend behind his back made Liang Yu angry, but it also made her think deeply. Xia Yanshi's first reaction wasn't jealousy or anger when she saw her relationship with Subai. Instead, he explains that he has no relationship with Subai and then leaves of his own accord to make room for himself and Subai as a third party. She was thinking of Subai, while I was thinking of Subai. If we stand in Subai's point of view, he must be more like Xia Yan for such a woman, although prepared and anticipated in my mind. But when really faced with having to share Subai with another woman, Liang Yu is still reluctant. She wishes she could be the one to monopolize all of Subai's love. But she had to make a change for Subai, because she can't get away from Subai now. Just as Liang Yu's mind was spinning with thoughts, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up from her pillow, and the note on it read Mom. Liang Yu's eyes widened, though having already delved into the great black bull of Su White many times, but she hadn't met Subai's parents until now. And that was because the relationship between the two was just too awkward right now. And she was Subai's homeroom teacher, whose parents are okay with this kind of relationship. And she didn't really know if Subai had ever talked to her family about herself. A rich second generation like Subai, the family behind it must not be simple either. and it might still be one of those powerful families with a very strict family culture. His own presence was also likely to cause trouble for Subai. So, this call should not be answered. Let Subai call himself when he wakes up. That's right. That's it. Sure enough, 10 seconds later, the other side hung up. Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but soon the other side called again. 3 times in a row and still calling. One of them was also a call from Subai's dad. This made Liang Yu a little shaken up. Could it be that Subai's family is looking for him for something urgent? Does his family know something happened to him? What should I do? A high school homeroom teacher who's usually impervious to change. And now they're scratching their heads over a little phone call. Another call came in, and Liang Yu hesitated, but finally answered it. Bastard! What took you so long to answer the phone? Your dad and I just got off the plane. It's about 20 minutes to the house. So come down and help us with our stuff. It was Chu Chunmei on the other side of the phone. This was really a bit of a dilemma for Liang Yu. After a long hesitation, she didn't know what to say. Brat! I'm talking to you. Auntie, Subai he is very tired today and has already fallen asleep. As soon as these words came out, Liang Yu regretted it a bit. What do you mean you're tired? Tired of what? Isn't that misleading? She just heard that the other party obviously didn't know that something had happened to Subai yet, so she didn't want the other party to worry about it. So trying to muddle through and accidentally botching it. It's too late to jump into the Yellow River. Over there, Chu Chunmei and Su Daxiang were in the car, with their cell phones on speakerphone. Both men's eyes widened in shock when they heard a woman's voice coming from over there. Tired? Is that what I understand as being tired? No wonder he didn't answer the phone just now. Chu Chunmei was now somewhat at a loss as to how to open her mouth. She had no experience in this kind of thing. Oh, that's right. So, well then, you guys. She hung up the phone straight away, and the whole thing was awkward. It happened so suddenly. We'll ask the kid about it tomorrow. Liang Yu's side was also itching to find a crack in the ground. She had just put down the phone and looked up to meet Subai's bright eyes, and she froze all of a sudden. The machine next to him also reacted immediately after Subai woke up. The door to the hospital room was pushed open after a few knocks, and several people from Lin Lunnan walked in. How's Ernie feeling? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Lin Dongnan said with concern. Don't worry big brother. I'm fine. Subai's voice was still a bit weak, and he turned to look at Song Jincheng again with a few moments of gratitude in his gaze. Of course he knew it was this guy who had saved him. Song Jincheng, I won't say any more words of thanks. I owe you my life. Just ask if you need anything in the future. Song Jincheng nodded with a bitter smile. Second brother, we've already asked about the bases of those assassins. It was sent by the Yinjing Qin family. I've already greeted the police side. How do you plan to handle this matter? Lin Dongnan said in a deep voice. Subai's brows furrowed. He had thought of many possibilities, but he hadn't expected it to be the Qin family. Something must have happened on Sister Qin's side. It's not like he's gonna be able to find his head. Is the Qin family planning to sell their daughter? To get rid of this boyfriend of theirs? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Thanks to big brother. I want to personally go to Yinjing tomorrow. Lin Dongnan nodded his head and then didn't talk much more. Subai still needed more rest. Walking out of the hospital room, his expression returned to ice. Daring to touch my Lin Dongnan's second brother. Qin family, he's bold and fat. Thinking that you can be lawless just because you have the Chen family. If this matter is not handled well by the surname Chen, then the Chen family is due for a good wash. Anna, tell old master about this. Tell him that my second brother and I will arrive in Yinjing tomorrow. He should know in his heart what to do. Chapter 66 Elder Lin's phone call. Early the next morning, Yinjing, Chen family's backyard. Lush, colorful and ancient Chinese classical gardens with ponds and rockeries, green forests and bamboos. Birds of prey with brightly colored coats weave through the branches. A serene and peaceful scene. Elder Chen Tiankai was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea with his 2 sons at this time. Chen Tianming, the eldest son, Chen Tianyu, the second son. Both now manage the Chen family's 2 $10 billion conglomerates, and are the mainstay of the family at the moment. Tianyu, your penis is talking about his daughter-in-law again? Why don't you tell me? Elder Chen asked in a faint voice. Tianzi Chen's face, however, became a bit ugly. Chen Tianqi is the most stubborn one among all the juniors of the Chen family, uneducated and untalented. Day after day outside and those fox friends fooling around not to mention, but also often borrowed the Chen family's power outside to do wrong. Bullying things are not less dry, especially after having wanted 2 women in succession, one of whom was killed alive. A beaten abortion and begging for a divorce on her knees has tarnished the reputation of the Chen family. With the power of the Chen family, it's only natural that they can protect him, but the Chen family does not want to see the offspring of such a jerk. However, after a few fruitless lectures, the old man did not bother. Let him go on his own. No matter how much of a jerk he is still the Chen family's own seed. If he makes a mistake, the Chen family will have to cover for him. We can't just kick him out of the house, can we? Dad, Tianqi, this kid you also know. He married a daughter-in-law is not a big deal. In fact, Chen Tianyu does not need to say. Everyone understands. This is not want to make things known to everyone. By then, in case something goes wrong again, it won't sound good. You're a good businessman. Oh, second. But you're not a good father. I can't believe I taught our Chen family's juniors to be like this. Sometimes it's not good for me, as a grandfather, to take things too far, or else it looks like I'm favoring someone. Chen Tianyu nodded his head but secretly sighed in his heart. He didn't need his father to explicitly say that he understood that the future Chen family would not be ruled by his own son. The second son, not to mention the eldest, is addicted to music and knows nothing about business. On the contrary, a son and a daughter in the family of his elder brother, Chen Tianhao, aged 27, has begun to manage a multi-billion-dollar company for the family. Her younger sister, Chen Xia, is currently a junior at Jinling University, studying business, and the grades are excellent, and the business acumen and talent for business are beyond the reach of the average person. Alas, there is no comparison without harm. Dad, you're right. I'm the one who was too focused on the family business and neglected to discipline the. It's what made the second one what he is today. Elder Chen did not speak. How could he not know the meaning of Chen Tianyu's words? It's clear that it's not a self-examination. Rather, he was telling him that he had been serving his family and that his own son had no time for him. Chen Tianyu's ability is indeed beyond reproach, even when it comes to doing business alone. It's all ready to break bread with the one from the Lin family, but people can turn their backs on their own family for the sake of their daughters. Instead, he let his son grow up to be a wreck for the sake of his family. You know what to do. It's no use talking to me. When he spoke, Elder Chen turned his gaze to Chen Tianming. Boss, my granddaughter's going to be on summer vacation in about 10 days. Do you think you should let her try her hand at it for the next 2 months? Talking about his granddaughter Chen Xia, Elder Chen's face clearly showed a few amiable colors. A girl, who is capable and smart and pretty. The key is that she also understands things and knows to be filial to her parents and elders, and it is for this reason that the Chen Xia became the one most favored by the old man among the 4 direct juniors. Dad, I'm afraid that's not necessary, Chen Tianming said, and then looked at his second brother without a trace. The latter's face was expressionless. There's no way around this kind of thing. It's true that you can't envy it. You can't fly a bird you've given birth to. You can't just put wings on it and tell it to fly. Can you? Xia, she told me she wasn't coming back from summer vacation today and wanted to start her own business. Starting a company over in Jinling, like in the pharmaceutical industry, and she's already saved up enough money to start a business. Guess we'll have to start trying our hands at it soon. Elder Chen's eyes lit up as he listened. At the end of last year, there was a fire in Jinling and the medicine storehouse was burned. So this girl is good at seizing the moment. With our family's channel to buy goods, it's hard for her to lose money. He couldn't help but praise it. It's probably not hard to think that. The hard part was how to maximize such an advantage with one's own means. He was now looking forward to seeing how much money his granddaughter could make in these 2 months. After all, the family hadn't given her a dime, and she had created all of this on her own. Good girl. What a good girl. While speaking, Elder Chen seemed to suddenly think of something, and the smile on his face froze. He then realized that his youngest granddaughter is over 20 years old. Long gone was the little girl who called her grandfather after her ass, and was old enough to talk about marriage. If he really wanted to let such a precious child marry, he would not be able to let go of it in his heart. Tianming, you have to keep an eye on me. Don't let this girl be cheated by a wild boy outside. The 3 men were chatting when a cell phone sitting on the tea table suddenly rang. Elder Chen picked it up and frowned. When the 2 brothers over there saw the old man's expression, they immediately knew that things weren't simple. Have also dropped what they were doing. The atmosphere was precipitously quiet. Looking at the familiar string of numbers on his cell phone string, Elder Chen frowned deeply. What does that old monster from the Lin family want with me? Inexplicably, Elder Chen had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, the Qin family. In a certain house, Xinyao looked at the sky with her eyes lifelessly, unable to see any semblance of life. From the time she got home yesterday until now, she and her mom have been cooped up here, without a cell phone, without any means of contact with the outside world. It's really similar to those traffickers selling people. Fang Minru personally dressed her daughter in beautiful clothes. Her heart ached like a knife. Tears fell in drops down her cheeks without making a sound. Xinyao knew that the Qin family didn't treat her well, and she knew that there was no affection in the mansion. So she's still under the delusion that she's going to defy the odds with her power, thinking she's grown a $50 million company to over $200 million. Netting more than $100 million for the family would change the status quo and allow the Qin family to truly accept themselves. But she was naive. The old lady favored sons over daughters, and no matter how good she was no better than her own loser cousin. The father is so focused on the family that he can ignore his wife and daughter for the sake of profit. As for the rest of the family, the better you are, the more threatening you are to those people's juniors, and naturally the more unpopular you are. Being born into a wealthy family or a beautiful woman is an original sin. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and old Mrs. Sheen and Sheen Dashin walked in. Yesterday, Sheen Dashin received a message from those assassins he sent out, saying that they had gotten it. The young man named Subai was already dead for sure, and the process of doing it was so clean that no one could detect their heads. Thus, a hidden scourge has been brought to an end. A smile appeared on old Mrs. Sheen's face. Go downstairs. Don't make young Master Chen wait too long. Chapter 67 Marry Me and Be Honored. At this moment in the Qin family, the atmosphere was unusually weird. This meeting today, it was the Qin family that took the initiative to invite Chen Tianqi. Chen Tianqi originally did not recognize Qin Yao, solely because the Feng family played a role in the middle. When he first saw Qin Yao's photo, Chen Tianqi straightened up and said that the women of such a small family, if he wasn't good looking, he wouldn't give a damn. But if the other guy had taken the initiative to beg and come to him on his own, it wasn't as if he couldn't think about it. So, this news was accidentally spread by the Feng family to the Qin family. Then, the Qin family really found Chen Tianqi like a dog. Of course we have to find it. That's the Chen family. In the face of such a branch thrown out by a family, how could the Qin family not be moved? The women who married Chen Tianqi earlier, they were miserable. One was killed. After the other managed to escape the Chen family, the Chen family withdrew its resource support for her family. As a result, she was driven to suicide by her family by jumping off a building. But during their marriage into the Chen family, their families had undoubtedly all received great benefits because of the Chen family. A giant tree in the sky. The Qin family at the moment is going to go down that same path. What's the point of sacrificing one person for the prosperity of a family? Qin Yao and Feng Minro's faces wore false fake smiles. Sheen Dashin helped old Mrs. Sheen to walk in front, and the two of them, mother and daughter, followed behind, arriving at the parlor on the first floor. At this time, at the entrance of the parlor, there stood several bodyguards and on the sofa sat a young man in his 20s, dressed in a way that would seem to be either rich or noble, except for that face, with its white skin, small eyes, and naturally crooked mouth. Especially with that grimness in his eyes, he was not a good person at first glance. What's even more outrageous is that for an occasion like today, he actually brought a scantily clad, the female companion with the big breasts and ass, the bright red whip marks and slap marks visible all over her pale skin. Yet, she still leaned into Chen Tianqi's arms with a pleasing face, allowing her opponent's hands to roam over her body. Everyone in the room knew exactly what kind of occasion today was. To meet is tantamount to a betrothal. I can't believe I'm bringing a female companion to an event like this. It's obvious. It just doesn't take their little family seriously at all. Feng Minro frowned, but old Mrs. Qin turned a blind eye. Only they themselves knew best what the Qin family had in mind. Don't they know there are daughters? Do they even care about the details? Young Mr. Chen, you see, how about taking your seat now? The dishes are also served. She spoke in a rather respectful tone of voice, and it was a far cry from the usual majestic, fierce old woman. Chen Tianqi, however, did not pay any attention to her at all and turned to look at Qin Yao. Qin Yao had an unconcealable look of disgust in her eyes at this time. Miss Qin, not as good looking as in the photo, but her body is not bad, better than both my ex-wives. Chen Tianqi's gaze was greedy and wanton. He knows who he is, even if he's riding on someone's head and ting on them. Others would only dare to compliment on how good the pulling smells, because he or she is a big shot that the other side can't afford to offend. Their own arrival was a threefold blessing for them. As for this woman who came from a small family, he only thought of her as a toy. Ugh, they all say I'm domesticated, but really I'm just creating art. The ground roamed around Qin Yao's body. Qin Yao could not help but feel a vicious chill in her heart. Such a perfect body. I'm going to leave my mark on it. This time, Chen Tianqi lowered his voice and his gaze became playful. This was his confidence that he didn't need to be polite at all in a small family like this. I don't know who this is addressed to. Chen Tianqi then pinched his female companion's waist again, then stood up. A group of Qin's family members which embraced him like a star walking towards the restaurant. Only Qin Yao's mother and daughter were at the end, their hands clasped tightly. Chen Tianqi came to the dining room, where there was a large round table, and he nonchalantly sat down on the main seat, and the female companion sat beside him. Old Mrs. Qin then turned her head to look at Qin Yao. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and sit next to Chen Xiao. Qinyao took a deep breath as she slowly let go of her mom's hand and, like a walking corpse, he walked over to Chen Tianqi and sat down next to him, still maintaining a certain distance from him. Chen Tianqi didn't rush to do it, but just looked at her with a playful face. Everyone was all seated, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Ms. Sheen, you didn't think you'd see this day, did you? Chen Tianqi opened his mouth. He himself found this matter ironic. A talented woman in the business world who made nearly $200 million for her family in 4 years. If you'd been born in our Chen family, you'd have been just like that cousin of mine, protected by your family as a treasure. It's a shame you were born into a small family and couldn't escape being sold as a commodity. In the end it will only end up as a personal plaything in my bed. Chen Tianqi put it so bluntly that the Qin family members' faces were a bit embarrassed. It was still Qin Dashan who spoke. Young Chen, you're wrong to say that. You're obviously a talented man and a beautiful woman, and you're in love with each other. It's a win-win situation for both of us. Chen Tianqi, however, seemed as if he had heard some heavenly joke, looking at Qin Dashan with the gaze of an idiot. Even the female companion beside him showed disdain. Win-win cooperation with our Chen family? Oh, you're worthy of that? In the eyes of our Chen family, your Qin family is. If I hadn't raised a woman who still looked good to me, I wouldn't have even given you a second glance. Chen Tianqi showed no mercy and opened his mouth to curse. Old Mrs. Qin also looked angrily at Qin Dashan. Dason, how are you talking? Hurry up and apologize to Qin Shao. At the moment this old woman only looks like she's lecturing her son. It was as if he hadn't heard the person who had just cursed the entire Qin family. Qin Dashan also did not have half a temper, and immediately raised his hand to draw his own mouth. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I was confused and said the wrong thing. We're just following the Chen family to beg for food. I still hope that you don't take it personally. Young Chen. Snort. Chen Tianqi directly laughed out loud as he looked towards Qin Yao by his side and raised his hand to point at the Qin family crowd. Look at them. Do they look like dogs? Listening to the piercing voice, Qin Yao did not say anything. She was already disappointed in her family at this moment. I want you to know that it would be an honor to marry me, but I don't want to impose either. Ms. Sheen, I want you to tell me yourself, did you marry me of your own free will? If yes, you'll come with me now, and I won't give less favors to the Qin family. If not, how about I just pretend I've never been here before, and I won't bother you guys in the future? A hunter will always want to play with his prey before he kills it. He naturally knew that these families selling their daughters would use every means possible to force them to agree, and he was trying to completely break down these women's psychological defenses so that he could later properly temper them and develop her completely into a plaything. Chen Tianqi extremely enjoyed this process. Chapter 68 Subai is dead. Crazy Qin Yao. The atmosphere changed subtly, and Qin Yao seemed to see the hope of life for a moment, but then it sank to the bottom in a flash. Did she have the option to refuse? She didn't have a choice at all. If possible, Qin Yao would like to have a harmonious and fulfilling family. It doesn't need to be rich, as long as the parents are really what parents should be, and the family can laugh together and there was no hooking up at home. No need to be careful in anything she did. She could be with the man she loved. They will have their own babies in the future. But reality doused all her illusions. If she refuses, she'll die herself, not to mention her mom and Subai. The Qin family said they would kill people, and it was true that they could do it. After all, these great families there's just too much moving for profit. Mom, it's not easy, but you have to live well. Stinky brother, sister can't stay with you. You have to live well too. Thinking of this, Qin Yao can't help but shake her head and laugh at herself again. Stinky brother so excellent, young and golden. How can there be a shortage of women when you're handsome and talented? Maybe it won't take long to forget yourself? A woman who can't help herself, and who had sex with him for the first time with nothing more than interest. Or is he just being too self-absorbed? I married you of my own free will. Qin Yao spoke these words like a numb machine, her heart filled with bitterness and despair. Smiles appeared on all the faces of the Qin family. As long as Qin Yao can successfully marry into the Chen family, no matter what happens to her in the future, even if they were to perish the next day, they wouldn't care, because the system of interests of the Qin and Chen families had already been formed. The family will not lose a single penny of the benefits it deserves. That's the best possible outcome and everyone is happy. However, when Chen Tianqi heard these words, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. If you don't call your little family hypocritical, none of the words coming out of your mouth are true. Doesn't look like you volunteered to me, does it? The moment Chen Tianqi's words came out, the Qin family members changed color on the spot. If the Chen family changes their mind unilaterally on a temporary basis, then all those conditions previously agreed upon will also cease to exist, and the Qin family does not yet have the strength and backbone to bargain with the Chen family. In which case, All their previous efforts would have been in vain. Young Chen, what are you talking about? My granddaughter is very sincere. Old Mrs. Chen hurriedly stood up and said. Chen Tianqi, however, shook his head. Sincerity on the lips, but not necessarily in the heart. I want a woman who is completely subservient to me, from body to spirit, and she, as far as I know, she has a young lover, I suppose? It must be your Chen family deliberately breaking them up in exchange for our Chen family's support. She must not have gotten that little lover out of her mind. Hearing this, the Chen family members all gulped their saliva. They didn't expect Chen Tianqi to actually amend the column to be able to get this information. To know, if it wasn't for Qin Yao's own words, even their Chen family members didn't know about this matter. Qin Ro's face also turned pale in an instant. The Chen family actually knew of Su Bai's existence. Then won't Su Bai be in danger? Humph. Your Chen family has a good plan, trying to trick our family with a second-hand item. Such a big thing as a marriage union. What do you take our Chen family for? Chen Tianqi angrily slammed the table, and the Chen family members were all shocked. Qin Dashan, on the other hand, immediately stood up to explain. Rest your anger. Young Chen, we didn't mean to hide this. It just happened so suddenly. We don't want to spoil your pleasure just because of this small matter. Young Chen, he spoke with fear and humility like a dog, and as a sign of our sincerity, our Qin family. Yesterday, someone had already been sent to take care of that kid surnamed Su. Now this person has completely disappeared from the world. Young Chen, you don't have to worry about my daughter changing her mind at all. Boom! These words were like a muffled thunderbolt exploding in Qin Yao's head, and she bounced out of her chair at once. Wide-eyed, he stared at Qin Dashan, his own father, with unbelief in his eyes. Both Qin Dashan and old Mrs. Qin's faces became very ugly at the moment. It's gotten to the point where it's out of their hands. The last thing they wanted to see was Qin Yao suddenly losing control, and thus ruining the big picture because of her alone. Qin Yao, what are you doing? Hurry up and sit down. Old Mrs. Qin snapped. Qin Yao, however, didn't care and stared at Qin Dashan with both eyes. Fong Minro, who was sitting on the side, was also pale at the moment, and she had a very bad premonition. Qin Dashan, what did you just say? What did you just say? Say it again. Qin Yao hissed angrily, tears rolling down her cheeks like broken beads. Qin Dashan was also enraged, slamming the table to angrily look at Qin Yao. You're being a jerk. Do you realize what an occasion this is? I'm teaching you to do the right thing, and yet you only care about your own little childish love interest and don't care about the interests of the family. Qin Yao, don't you think you're being selfish? Selfish? Oh, selfish. Qin Yao suddenly laughed. That crazy. Who are you to call me selfish? You promised me you wouldn't touch him. Who are you to say that? Qin Dashan, you shall not die. Qin Yao hissed angrily. She raised her hand to overturn the table. She was going to burn with this cannibalistic family. At that moment, however, her hair was violently seized, and, immediately after, a loud slap landed hard on her face, jerking her over onto the floor. Chen Tianqi flung his wrist with a teasing and playful face, like he was looking at a toy. Now that you've given up on the idea, you'll do as you're told from now on. Be a good boy and be my personal appendage. Understand? As soon as Chen Tianqi's words fell, he only heard a loud bang coming from outside. A heavy-duty pickup truck crashed through the Qin family's front door, and a number of black business sedans followed close behind. Chapter 69 Breaking into the Qin family. 3 Bigby pockets stuns the crowd. Moon. Date. This sudden change stunned all the people in the Qin family house. Even Chen Tianqi stayed in place as a group of people looked at each other. I don't think anyone said there was going to be a clip of this before. Did they? What's going on? Just then the door of the foremost car opened, and out of it stepped a tall and a young man with a handsome face and an icy expression. After Su Bai came to Yinjing, the first time he knew the whole story from Lin Dongnan's side, and when he learned that Qin Yao's family was so cold-blooded that they pushed their daughter into the fire pit for the sake of profit. In a fit of rage, he directly killed the Qin family with his caravan. He walked quickly, with several bodyguards following close behind. Then, just as the astonished eyes of the crowd watched, he strides over to the 2 giant solid wood doors of the Qin family mansion and lifts his foot to kick them hard. The gate came crashing down, hitting the ground with a startling thud, and in the car behind him, Lin Dongnan, who was witnessing his second brother's strike for the first time, was stunned. Several bodyguards in the mansion were the first to react, and 5 of them rushed up towards Su Bai in unison, and several bodyguards immediately rushed out behind Su Bai. As soon as the two exchanged blows, in just 1 or 2 rounds, those Chen family bodyguards were put down on the ground. Chen Tianqi was shocked to see this scene, but he knew the strength of these bodyguards of his family. Veterans are from the military, ordinary street gangsters. They can fight 7 or 8 of them without being weak. and now it's being put down so easily. Who are these people? This brother. Chen Tianqi was inexplicably flustered and opened his mouth to negotiate, but Su Bai directly skipped over him. Walking in large strides, he walked in front of Qin Yao. Qin Yao raised her head and looked at the visitor with a face full of incredulity. Su Bai? How come you're here? Didn't you already? Hearing this name, Qin Dashan and old Mrs. Qin's faces changed drastically. Wasn't this young man called Su Bai already taken care of by the people they sent? Why are you still standing here in good standing? Su Bai only looked down at Qin Yao and bent down to help her up. Why didn't you tell me beforehand when something like this happened? Didn't I tell you that? Do I have a great big brother? Su Bai's tone seemed to be reproachful and heartbroken. Qin Yao looked at him and then at Chen Tianqi. Su Bai. He is a member of the Yanjing Chen family. He is a member of the Yanjing Chen family. Did he hit you in the face? Su Bai directly interrupted Qin Yao's words as he looked at the blood-red slap mark on her face. Qin Yao froze and nodded. This brother? I think we may have some misunderstanding. Chen Tianqi saw that things didn't seem quite right, and immediately opened his mouth to try to negotiate once again. He was a dude major. He was uneducated, but he wasn't stupid enough to mess with anyone, and before he could finish his words, Su Bai's slap had already come up. Pa! Only hearing a loud slap sound, Chen Tianqi's entire body was immediately lifted over by a huge force. Several teeth flew out of his mouth, bringing up a series of beads of blood. His jaw was then dislocated, and his head hit the floor hard and there was no sound for a moment. The mansion was terribly quiet, and the expressions of the group of Qin family members froze on their faces. His mouth opened into a big zero shape, and he looked at Su Bai with the eyes of a monster. This is Chen Tianqi, the young master of the Chen family. He said he'd fight? Qin Dashan was the first to react. If something happened to Chen Tianqi and their Qin family, it was not good for them to explain to the Chen family. Bold. Where did that wild boy come from? Daring to act recklessly in our Qin family. Do you know who this is? The Chen family. Can you afford to mess with it? Someone come and take this wild boy down. He yelled, but Su Bai didn't even look at him much. Here are all my bodyguards. What are you gonna take me down with? A son of a who sells his daughter and has the audacity to ing bark here. At the end of the sentence, Su Bai took a healthy step forward, and another slap was fiercely smacked up. This one from the Qin family is really disgusting to a degree. He's wimpy as a dog outside, tugging like a mad dog at home. The family is talking about selling his daughter and he's ing clapping his hands. It's like the mongrel of mongrels, the scum of the litter. The slap was more or less tempered, and one squeaked at a time. And Qin Yao and Fong Minro both covered their mouths in shock. At the same time, Qin Yao was also a bit worried. Su Bai was offending both Chen and Qin families to death. I also wonder if that big brother behind him can bail him out. However, Qin Yao didn't want to care about that much anymore. Being able to see Su Bai again, it was already a great fortune for her. Even if she was allowed to die with Su Bai, she would be willing to do so. Without any words, Qin Yao jumped headfirst into Su Bai's arms, sobbing like a child. The world is too cold. How many people can be her harbor? Come on, let's get out of here and go somewhere where it's just the two of us. Su Bai gently caressed Qin Yao's cheeks. His tone was all intimacy and tenderness. Obviously he was 9 years younger than her, and now he was comforting her like a big brother. Where to? Can I bring my mom? Qin Yao looked up at him. Where you want to go? Who you want to take? It's up to you. Qin Yao is indeed Su Bai's woman, and Su Bai will be responsible to the end. Go my ass. Do you know who I am? Dare to hit me. I think you're tired of living. A couple of dogs. None of you will survive today. I can call thousands of people over here with one phone call. Chen Tianqi then strongly climbed up. His mouth was full of blood, and his jaw was crooked. The speech was slurred and the appearance was wretched. Old Mrs. Qin also woke up as if in a dream at this time. She stood up violently and, with somewhat staggering footsteps, he walked to Su Bai and Qin Yao. Reverse. It's against it. It's all add up. A crazy girl who brought back a wild boy. Do you think it's only the Chen family you've offended? Do you know how extensive the Chen family's connections are? Do you know how powerful the Chen family is? Let me tell you, you've offended half of the Yanjing gentry today. I don't care what background you have. You're dead today. You, Pa. As if he didn't even hear her, Su Bai slapped out another slap. Old Mrs. Qin was jerked over to the ground, and the arena was once again quiet. Damn old woman. Not only is her heart black but she also talks too much. Su Bai rubbed his wrist and said in a faint voice, Chapter 70. This matter will not be over until my second brother is satisfied. The crowd in the mansion was shocked to the point of being somewhat numb at the moment. If Su Bai dared to hit someone before because he wasn't sure how terrifying the other party's background was, so now that old Mrs. Qin had told Su Bai very clearly, why did he still dare to make a move? Could his background be strong enough to fight against the Chen family? Or even half of Yanjing's powerful families? Chen Tianqi had also stood up at this moment, and he forced himself to remain rational. Who the hell are you? His mind was thinking fast, and the dude didn't look like a cutie. That must really be something. But Chen Tianqi had never seen this figure in Yanjing before. Could it be a descendant of one of the big families overseas? Su Bai looked at him with a disdainful expression. The question you're asking is a bit redundant, Chen Shao. Looking at the whole of Yanjing, I'm afraid I can count on one hand the clans that dare to ride on the Chen clan's head. Right? Are you from the Shao family? Impossible. There is only one female child in the younger generation of the Shao family. Could it be? You're from the Lin family. Just as Chen Tianqi's words fell, he saw another line of people walk in outside the door. Upon seeing the two people in the lead, Chen Tianqi changed color on the spot. Dad? Dabu. What are you guys? This. Chen Tianqi was already somewhat incoherent, and those two at the head were none other than Chen Tianming and Chen Tianyu. Only at this time, both of their faces were very ugly. Chen Tianqi still wanted to open his mouth and ask something. However, when he saw the man behind his old man and his eldest uncle, he immediately shut his mouth. He panicked in the flesh. His face instantly pale and his legs were weakening. Qin Dashan and Qin Laotai, who had just gotten up from the ground. After seeing the man's face once again, he collapsed to the ground in shock. Lin Dongnan. It's ing Lin Dongnan. Even though he had left Yanjing for 18 years, this man's name still called for fear. 18 years ago, he rejected a marriage arranged by his family with the Shao family for a pregnant woman. Someone in the Lin family sent assassins to kill that woman, but all the assassins never returned. A side branch of the Lin family also mysteriously disappeared in the following 3 days, and Lin Dongnan himself also left the Lin family. That, alone, is just the tip of the iceberg. No one knows how many other horrible things he's done in secret. How powerful is the Lin family? This man, however, could override the Lin family by himself, making everyone bow their heads and tremble. It's the same man who disappeared for 18 years, but suddenly appeared today. And, how can the Qin family not be afraid? Lin Dongnan coldly swept a glance at Chen Tianqi, then directly skipped over him and walked towards Qin Dashan. Xin Yao looked at the scene and, it was also unconsciously hiding behind Su Bai. She was 9 years old when the events of that year took place, and she already understood things. As a child, this incident cast a great shadow over her. Because then the older I got, the more I realized the true horror of this man. Qin Dashan looked up at Lin Dongnan, his lips trembling. My second brother was stabbed last night, and you arranged it? His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt exploding in Qin Dashan's head. All the Qin family members were stunned. This boyfriend Xin Yao found was actually the second brother recognized by Lin Dongnan. Why the hell didn't you say so? Qin Dashan's heart was bitter. If he had known that his daughter was looking for such a man, what's the point of hesitating? Why the hell are you looking for the young master of the Chun family? Old Mrs. Qin's face was also pale. Thinking back to what the Qin family did, isn't this exactly the same as the stupid things the Lin family did back then? The Qin family is going to be finished. Mistake. Misunderstanding. Boss Lin. Master Lin. This is a misunderstanding. Qin Dashan was already having trouble speaking normally, and he didn't even know what he was saying. It's my girl's fault she didn't tell me that one was your second brother. It was her. She's the one who deliberately misled me into sending an assassin to kill someone. Qin Dashan exclaimed. He subconsciously believed that this matter was entirely Qin Yao's fault. If she hadn't withheld the information, how could they have gotten into trouble with Lin Dongnan? Old Mrs. Qin also reacted as she looked angrily at Qin Yao. This dead girl. She wants the Qin family to be exterminated. Right. That's right. It's her. She's the one who harbors a grudge against the Qin family, wanting to use you, Boss Lin, to destroy the Qin family. She's using you as a gun. The old lady yelled back at the top of her voice. Su Bai laughed coldly, and in Qin Yao's eyes at the moment, there was nothing but disappointment. Lin Dongnan smiled back, with a grim smile like that. Old thing, think before you speak. Before today, even my second brother doesn't know about this layer of my Lin family's identity. How would she know about your granddaughter? Lin Dongnan's words were like a pot of cold water that doused the last ray of hope in the hearts of the Qin family. Old Mrs. Qin's face was ashen, and she stumbled and collapsed to the ground once again. However, Lin Dongnan's next words gave her hope once again. I, Lin Dongnan, can stay out of today's matter. The prerequisite is that you can be forgiven by my second brother. This will only be over when my second brother is satisfied. These words reached the ears of Qin Dashan and old Mrs. Qin, and they immediately looked at Su Bai over there. He sent someone to take his life yesterday, and today he realizes he's kicked the bucket and wants to beg for mercy. It doesn't seem that easy. Lin Dongnan, the big brother, is giving enough face to the second brother today. and Subai's compulsion is instantly pulled full. He didn't bother with the Qin family, but instead landed his gaze on Chen Tianqi. Chen Tianqi's face changed drastically, and with a thud, he directly knelt down for Subai. Su Gongzi, misunderstanding this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't even know about your relationship with Ms. Qin. It was all organized by Qin's family. Chen Tianqi panicked and explained, while Subai had already held Qin Yao's hand in front of him. Qin Yao's heart was thumping at the moment. She really didn't know that Subai had such a terrifying background. I can't believe I lied to her about being a young man who started his own business. Which hand did you just hit her with? Subai asked in a cold voice. Chen Tianqi froze, and without waiting for him to react, Qin Yao pointed at his right hand. In the next moment, he only saw Subai grabbing Chen Tianqi's right arm and thrusting his right knee with force. Only hearing a click, Chen Tianqi's right arm folded into a bizarre shape. Immediately followed by Chen Tianqi's heart-rending screams. On the side, the faces of Chen Tianming and Chen Tianyu could not be seen. Get lost. Today's matter has nothing to do with your Chen family, Subai said in a cold voice. Chapter 71 Qin's family members who are too remorseful to repent. This matter had little to do with the Chen family in the first place. Only Chen Tianqi slapped Qin Yao with his cheap hand, and he paid for it. The Chen family members hurriedly thanked Subai, and immediately brought Chen Tianqi with them afterward to leave this place of wrongdoing. They knew very well that if they let Lin Dongnan make a move, they were afraid that it would be far from simple. Maybe Chen Tianqi would even lose his life because of this, and it would even affect the Chen family. Don't look at the Chen family as a big family, but if you really want to go up against them, 10 Chen clans were no match for him. Lin Dongnan, Chen Tianqi is lying on the back seat of the car at the moment, breaking out in a cold sweat. Instead, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Besides, at this moment, inside the Qin family residence, the atmosphere is quiet and a bit eerie. Subai's gaze landed on Qin Yao's face, while outside the gate, the remaining members of the Qin family had also heard about it. They didn't have to show up today, but now that something so big has happened, even a figure like Lin Dongnan had personally visited the Qin family. If they didn't come out, they were afraid that they wouldn't even know how they would die. Qin Yao's boyfriend is actually the sworn brother of the one from the Lin family. Dashan, how could he be so reckless? He didn't even consult with us. Just send someone out to do it. Isn't that dragging us down? What can we do next? What else can I do? Draw a line with Qin Dashan and that old woman. Exactly. We didn't take part in the assassination. He can't even do us, can he? Subai's hearing exceeded that of normal people, and he could hear the conversations of those people outside clearly. The Qin family. It's a family, to put it nicely, but in reality it's a coalition of interests, and everyone is selfish. It's not surprising that a family like that would do something to betray their daughter. Qin Yao gently nodded, her gaze falling on old Mrs. Qin. Sister Qin, it's better for you to decide what to do with these people. Subai looked at Qin Yao and said. Qin Yao nodded. She already understood what Subai meant. Sighing softly, she lifted her step and walked over to her grandmother and the eyes fell on the startled old face. Grandma, if you could have listened to me back then, the Qin family's future would have been unlimited. She said this with only a sense of irony. Originally, the Qin family was being suppressed by the Feng family, and was in danger. She was the one who found Subai to help the family out of their predicament, and Subai released enough goodwill to them. For the Qin family at the time, this was already a big turnaround and the future looked bright. But the old lady still couldn't resist the temptation of this big fat piece of meat from the Chen family. In the end, by taking things to the extreme, you also drive yourself to death. Qin Yao, Yao hey, Grandma's good granddaughter. You're also a member of the Qin family. It's breaking bones and connecting tendons. Grandma and your dad were wrong, and we apologize. You couldn't bear to see your home go, could you? Yo, it's Daddy who was wrong. Daddy was blinded by lard. You must forgive Daddy. Qin Dashan also opened his mouth at the right time to beg for mercy. We are all a loving family. We will definitely support your marriage with young Su with both hands. All the family's resources will be yours from now on. Looking at her grandmother and father, Qin Yao's heart was hard. No, it's a softening of the heart, but a lamenting of why one's family is hypocritical to such an extent. What did you do to me when I begged you earlier? Qin Yao asked back in a cold voice, and those two men's faces were ugly. Why didn't you care about my feelings when you gave me to Chen Tianqi as a toy? How come you weren't a loving family back then? You threatened me with the most precious thing I have, forcing me to go and be abused to death. You're digging your own graves by taking it upon yourselves to send someone to kill Subai. But if any of you had listened to any of my advice, the Qin family wouldn't be in this situation today. Qin Yao spoke aloud. Subai just watched so quietly, and Lin Dongnan on the side nodded frequently. He had to admit that his second brother could still look at women. I'm only taking my mom with me today, The Qin family has nothing to do with me. Qin Yao held Xiang Minro's hand and returned to Su Bai. This home, the people here, and the money here, it was hardly enough to keep her any longer. What she needed most was with her now. Su Bai nodded and smiled at Feng Minro as a greeting. He could tell that Qin Yao and his mother were very close. It's different from all the other Qins. Feng Minru also hastened to bend down and return the salute. Such an occasion. Such a relationship. She didn't know what to do for a moment. Subsequently, Su Bai received a document from one of his entourage members. Striding to Qin Dashan, he threw himself into his arms. Sign this. Qin Dashan's lips moved without speaking, then immediately opened the document and read it. A few seconds later, to his surprise, he realized that this contract actually required him to sell all of the Qin family's properties. It totaled $714 million, and the ultimate ownership was vested in Qin Yao. Such a thing is simply unheard of. This was equivalent to, it was Su Bai spending his own money and buying another Qin family to give to Qin Yao. Su Shao. This. Qin Dashan's eyes were wide with incredulity. Don't bother. You can also choose not to sign. Su Bai spoke coldly. Don't. I'll sign. Qin Dashan naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. As a matter of course, things had already reached this point. The Lin family had intervened, and their Qin family didn't have any room to bargain at all. Even if the other party wanted to annex all of their family assets without spending a penny, he wouldn't dare say anything. However, right now, the teenager in front of them was trying to buy all of their family's properties at market price. After what happened, of course they knew they couldn't hang around with their glasses off, also ready to quit. But to have those $7+ billion in hand is equivalent to the Qin family not being done yet. They can still go to another city and make a comeback. At the same time, he realized something. A teenager who can casually come up with $700 million to buy their entire family fortune. Moreover, he was handsome and talented. And the key was that he was also related to a behemoth like the Lin family. How many such people can there be in the world? They, on the other hand, were missing out on such a good son-in-law. They even used their family's resources. Send an assassin forward to assassinate. Thinking of this, Qin Dashan couldn't help but feel a pang of fear, and was also glad that the assassination hadn't succeeded. Soon the deal was done. Su Bai didn't want to get more entangled with these people. Turned around and brought the crowd with him. Qin Dashan looked at his back. His lips moved. But in the end, he was unable to say anything. Detected that the host spent $71,400 for the dog-licking object. Rewarded $71,400. Total assets reach $5 billion. Rewarded with a set of villa estates in the northern part of Sioux City. Vision function is dramatically enhanced. Total assets reach $10 billion. Reward a private security company. Initially equipped with 500 battle-experienced private bodyguards to protect the host's safety. Total assets amounted to $50 billion. Reward a large local shopping mall in Jinling. Market value over $10 billion. Including the night market street, host's chi luck increases dramatically. The system will complete its upgrade in the next 2 days. Please pay attention to check. A series of electronic tones sounded in Su Bai's mind. Su Bai had little change of expression on the surface. In truth, there was already an uncontrollable ecstasy inside. 71 4 billion arrived in the blink of an eye. Is it hard to be a 10 billionaire? It's only been about 10 days since I was reborn. Leaving from the Qin family, Su Bai, Lin Dongnan and Qin Yao's mother and daughter sat in the same car. Qin Yao was still in a state of confusion as she was holding the contract that Su Bai had just given her. She wondered if she was dreaming. Couldn't help but twist his head to look at Su Bai, but saw him alone there lolling and giggling. Chapter 72 Assets over $10 billion. System upgrade. Not wanting to stay in Yanjing for much longer, Su Bai and his group came directly to the airport. Lin Dongnan is going to Sioux City to take care of Chamber of Commerce business. Su Bai, on the other hand, flew directly to Hangzhou with Qin Yao, a mother and daughter, who had been living in Hangzhou after graduating from university and counted there as a place to settle down. Hangzhou City, Little Bear Music headquarters. Qin Yao and Su Bai walked into the company's gate side by side. Coming to the company, Qin Yao's whole temperament has changed, restored to that stunningly beautiful yet and the unruffled, high-strung female president. For her, this is the working condition. The employees in the company as well as the president's assistant who accompanied them were all a bit at a loss for words at the moment. The president went out for a trip, only to come back with a small handsome man of excellent figure and temperament and good looks. It's hard not to think about their relationship. Hiss, that little hottie actually slapped the president's ass. The president she didn't seem to resist at all. This won't. You're really one of the CEO's little white boys, aren't you? Don't. Stop it. It's at the office. Qin Yao whispered. The voice was not loud, but it was heard by the assistant at the side. And the little assistant's heart shook with a huge shock. But a picture of I didn't hear you. She now felt like a light bulb. There is also an inexplicable thrill of discovering a great secret. Does that mean it's okay to screw around when you get home? Subai laughed cheaply. But I do remember that you promised me, Sister Chin, that you could be in any position you wanted. Little assistant. Not long after, the two came to the recording room of Little Bear Music. It just so happened that Subai had time today. Fortunately, it was just a matter of coming in and getting the songs recorded. And by the way, discussing the future destination of cub music. After all, it's the Chin family's property. And now that the Chin family has had such a big change of heart, it is only natural that many plans will have to be changed as well. There's another reason, of course, and that's that the studio is so soundproof that when the door closes, what's going on in there the outside has no idea. You stand guard at the door and no one is to be disturbed, Xin Yao said seriously to her little assistant, who hurriedly nodded in agreement. Good lord, she could pretty much roll with the punches if someone broke in here. The door of the room closed. Xin Yao then felt a tightness on her waist, and she had been carried into Subai's arms. The man's warm lips pressed against the nape of her neck. Xin Yao's entire body softened and leaned into his arms. From now on, no matter what happens, talk to me. Understand? Even if we can't solve it, we have to face it together. Can we do that? Subai whispered in her ear. This one was a thriller to say the least. If the Chin family hadn't sent out a killer, Subai didn't even know. If he waited for him to come to his senses a day or two later, the Chin Yao at that time wouldn't be the same as she is now. Losing your body is a certainty, and you may even die in disgrace. Listening to the words of this younger brother, Xin Yao silently nodded her head, and her heart was also very moved. She thought she was, at best, a lover of Subai's. To put it bluntly, she is a mistress, while Subai can do so much for her, going so far as to spend more than $700 million to buy the Chin family and give it to her. Is there another person in the world who could do this to her? The love was so deep that it was difficult to control themselves, and the lips of the two men were soon pressed together, and for a time the springtide rises in quiet recording room. This time Chin Yao was very enthusiastic, much more proactive than the first time she was in the foot-washing city of Suzhou. 40 minutes passed, and Subai contentedly kissed Chin Yao on her forehead, and Chin Yao was already lying helplessly on the sofa. Just at this time, the system's voice rang in Subai's head. Subject Lick number 5's rating has risen to 93. System upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his binding authority and obtaining the third relationship binding qualification. Congratulations to the host for raising the number of dog-licking object binding slots to 10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the favorability view permission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mission permissions. Third relationship, the host may bind a girl with a score of 70 or higher as a third relationship. There's no limit to the number of places, and you can get double cashback for spending money for a bound object. Favorability view, the host can view the favorability of the object of his dog licking towards him. 0-50 for common friends, 50 to 70 for having good feelings, 70 to 90 for lovers, 90 to 100 i.e., the highest rank, indicates that the host is as important as a loved one in the other person's heart. The sudden and drastic change in the system caused Subai to be a bit surprised, followed by ecstasy. The more system stuff you have, then the more means you have to make money on your own. He subconsciously checked the favorability of all the dog-licking objects of the moment. Dog-licking object number 1, Xia Yanshi, currently has a favorability of 81 towards the host. Dog-licking object number 2, Lin Xinla, currently has a favorability of 81 towards the host. Dog-licking object number 3, Jiang Yusu Lemon, currently has a favorability of 68 towards the host. Dog-licking object number 4, Liang Yu, currently has a favorability of 91 towards the host. Dog-licking object number 5, Qin Yao, currently has a favorability of 92 towards the host. Subai hadn't thought that Liang Yu and Qin Yao's feelings for themselves had deepened to such a degree. Sure enough, it's different when you've communicated in depth. Also, Jiang Yuelim, who had never met before, actually had a favorability rating of 68 for herself. That's almost on the level of lovers. One's own judgment may be wrong, but the data given by the system can't be wrong. Currently all of his own dog-licking targets have cultivated their feelings well. Even the former gold-digging girl Xia Yanshi has now moved to real feelings. Well, it's the ones who start and stop that are the scum. I've been true to every girl I've ever been with. Never leave me. I'm a deep love brother. Subai even felt that he was a little bit of a scum, actually spoiling 5 boats at the same time. While he was comforting himself, the system's voice sounded again. Releasing system mission, dedicate a song to Qin Yao. Mission reward, $1 million motorcycle locomotive. Locomotive. Subai's eyes lit up when he heard this. For him, The temptation of a top-of-the-line motorcycle was no less than that of a black silk beauty. What guy doesn't want a cool motorcycle that blows up? Not to mention the simplicity of just singing a song. That thrill of being called a delinquent after blowing up the street is so damn topsy-turvy. Subai climbed up from Qinyao's belly. In Qinyao's somewhat puzzled gaze, he found his pants from under the sofa and put them on, then just went to the recorder, picked up a guitar and turned on the recording device. Chapter 73. I can't pay it back in my whole life. Xinyao knew that Subai was going to sing. She also got up and dressed in a hurry. Pick up the device and put it in your ear. She didn't want to miss every word Subai sang. Fingertips plucking guitar strings. The sound of the guitar instantly melted into the euphonious and somewhat melancholy melody. A few glimmers of surprise flashed across Qinyao's eyes as she realized that this was another new song. Quietly and again say separate. No dependence, but too much dependence. Love is love. I'm not afraid of not being here. Hate is hate. I never thought. I thought I forgot to miss it. While facing the sunset, wishing you back to today. Qinyao just watched from the sidelines with a strange color in her eyes. From the moment Subai opened his mouth, Qinyao was already trapped. That warm voice, that affable melody, just like Subai himself. It gives an inexplicable sense of reassurance and security. Although Subai's appearance was a bit immodest at the moment, wearing only a pair of underwear on his whole body, many parts of his body still had traces of the battle he had just fought. But Qinyao still looked starry-eyed. She could read in Subai's eyes that the song was given to her by Subai. Just yesterday, she thought she was destined to be separated from Subai. The vortex of family and profit was about to engulf her, about to push her down into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms, and her hands and feet were tied up, and she couldn't struggle. Only at the mercy of the slaughter. Today, she's leaning back with her favorite person, enjoying the joys of life. Listen to him moving to sing to himself. Everything cold. The one light that warms the whole world. All difficulties are so unbearable in front of Subai. He descends like an angel. Take yourself out of the misery and over the mountain that you used to only dare to look up to. You're what keeps me warm. You're the world to me. You're the one I want to keep despite everything. Subai's gaze once again looked toward her, warm like the spring sunshine. The two of them looked at each other with all the beauty and emotion in the world. I remember holding your face between my hands and looking quietly into your eyes, like autumn leaves that fall and tenderize the whole world. I want to be by your side. The song came to an end with a lilting guitar accompaniment, and the song ended with and that soul-deep melody still echoes in your head. Xinyao's eyes were already moist, and the affection in her eyes was about to flow out. Subai pressed the recording end switch, released the guitar, and walked towards Xinyao. Xinyao also stood up from the sofa, and the two of them embraced in a kiss once again. Congratulations to the host for successfully moving the dog-licking object. The system reward will be within 24 hours. Delivered to the location of the host's villa in Sioux City by legal means. The time after that, Subai recorded 2 more songs, Snowed Dance and Confession Balloon, which are now a hit all over the internet. And the last time Subai posted a video of the Confession Balloon on Lin Entertainment. Today the number of likes is up to over 18 million. Subai's own Lin Entertainment account also skyrocketed by 1 million followers. It won't be long before the songs are released on Cub Music. Let's just say that Bear Music's future has become bright with the addition of Subai. With those songs, it's hard not to be hot in the future. So White, what are your plans for the future of Cub Music? In the car driving Subai to the airport, Xinyao opened her mouth and asked. Just now they signed that agreement to invest in the shares. Subai finally succeeded with a huge investment of 200 million, and now became the major shareholder of Little Bear Music. There is another shareholder in Little Bear Music, Xinyao's best friend, Su Yameng, the third miss of the Su family in Hangzhou. Xinyao purposely didn't let her come today. I actually do have a plan to start a major entertainment company that, in time, it will merge several areas with the goal of creating a forest entertainment exclusively for young people. Cub Music will be a part of that when the time comes. Forest entertainment is an industry of its time, which caters to users of all ages. As a result, it's also common for youngsters to brush up on their forest entertainment to the point where old ladies are dancing. Subai wants to do that. It's about putting together music, art, sports, dressing, fashion, clothes and other things that young people are interested in, and creating a new social world for young users between the ages of 15 and 30. In fact, it's equivalent to rubbing all those latter-day entertainment, shopping, and social networking software together. Get a head start on a wave. As for the monkey side of Lin Entertainment, don't worry, people still have dancing old ladies. Xinyao was a bit surprised when she heard his words. It's rare these days to see a company that specializes in entertainment that, after all, Lin Entertainment had already done a very good job, and it would be hard for anyone who came after them to surpass it. but she wasn't going to question Subai. Now that saying she could pick the stars off herself, she believed it. So when are you going to start? What can I do for you? Shinya looked seriously at Subai and asked. Cub music is for both of them. And naturally, she's contributing to it. You can't let Subai work hard and busy by himself. Subai only felt that Sister Chin really knew too much. He couldn't help but hold Chinyao's hand again. Leaning down, he gave her a kiss on the cheek. The little assistant driving in front of me silently raised the gears. Sister Chin, you don't have to worry. You just have to be responsible for running Little Bear Music. The entertainment company will have to be arranged after my senior year is over. Hearing Subai's words, Xinyao remembered that this guy is still a high school student. A high school kid doing things that don't look anything like high school kids do. You've been adopted by a little kid? Subai, what you've given me is just too much. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay it all in my lifetime. Xinyao cried and laughed. Ha ha, if you don't think you're done yet, then give me more babies. Pay it back with you when they grow up. Subai only said it in a joking tone, but Xinyao seemed to take it seriously. After sending Setsubai to the Pengcheng International Airport, Xinyao Yao reasoned in the direction of his departure. There was still a faint smile on his face. Just then, her cell phone rang. Stinky Yao Yao, why didn't you tell me when something so big happened at home? A young woman's voice came over the phone. The call was from Su Yameng, who had also just realized what had happened to the Qin family. Because cub music involves two major families with a vested interest. The Su family, as a small family in Hangzhou, simply couldn't withstand the tossing and turning, so Qin Yao didn't let her get involved in this matter. But naturally, Su Yameng couldn't just keep ignoring it. She was always concerned about this place. It's no use telling you. What can you do for me? Qin Yao asked with a smile. Yes, I can't help you. That little boyfriend of yours can. You brought him to the office today, didn't you? Why don't you let me see? Are you still a good sister? The words inexplicably take on a gossipy flavor. Qin Yao, however, shook her head decisively and refused. That won't do. Your Tai is a fox. I'm afraid you'll seduce him. Chapter 74. Taking Liang Yu to meet her parents for the first time. When she got off the plane, Subai opened her own cell phone and found many unread messages. A message came from the villa estate over in the north of the city. The relevant documents and keys have been mailed to his villa in Waterfront Gardens. The large shopping mall over in Jinling also sent a message, transferring 54% of its shares to Subai, valued at about $10 billion, and that the major shareholders are always welcome to visit, and that the relevant agreements and contracts have been sent to the villa. He can just go back and sign for it. And then there's that security company the system rewarded, with an address in Yanjing. The person in charge is a retired female special forces soldier named Lena, who has applied to add friends on WeChat. Subai then clicked through. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Lena Li, the head of Blue Whale Security and secretary to the president of the company, now awaiting your work instructions. Lena immediately sent a message, and Subai raised an eyebrow. That's a good work ethic. With that, he raised his hand to type a reply. What was your work pattern before I arrived? The company's previous work consisted of accepting private commissions as hired bodyguards, as well as sniffing out business or private information for clients, etc. All proceeds are split 50-50 between the employee himself and the company. Lena briefly introduced herself, and Subai secretly nodded. Then continue the previous pattern of work. Also send a few more people to protect me and my family's safety. And also, Qin Yao, the president of Hangzhou Cub Music, send a few more people to protect her. Just come to Su City first yourself, and all expenses are on me. Subai planned it briefly. Yanjing is too far away, and it's very inconvenient to try to manage and stuff. Subai plans to open a few more branches in Suzhou City, Jinling and Hangzhou. Anyway, it's not that hard to run a good company with that original team in place. The most important thing is that he and those around him can be kept safe at all times. After taking care of everything, Subai saw another message from his old mom. You guys are coming home today. The last time he was in an assassination coma. His mom called and was later answered by Liang Yu. Then this matter is certainly also can't be hidden. Even if mom does not say. Subai also intends to recently bring Liang Yu back to let them meet. Tell mom she'll be home in an hour or so and that she'll be home for dinner today. Putting down his cell phone, he only saw a red Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly parked in front of him. The driver's window slowly fell down and Subai saw Liang Yu's face. He had sent her a message before he got on the plane, and she had come specifically to pick him up. LOL, it's nice to be picked up by a beautiful woman as soon as you get off the plane. Did things go well today? Liang Yu didn't ask about it on the phone before. Subai smiled faintly and leaned over to give her a kiss on the lips. Don't worry, it's done, and nothing like this will ever happen again. Su Whites, the voice is warm and calm as always, giving a strong sense of security. But be careful, What would I do if something happened to you? Promise me that you won't offend anyone in the future. Nothing is as important as your own life, Liang Yu said to Subai very seriously. This experience has scared her half to death. She was truly afraid that she would lose Subai one day. For her, now that Subai has surpassed his remarried mother and his father who gambles all day long, Subai is the only relative she recognizes anymore. Well, don't worry. This kind of thing will definitely not happen again, Subai seriously promised. The two warmed up in the car for a while before the big Mercedes G slowly drove away from the airfield. Subai opened his cell phone navigation and told Liang Yu to go to a place, saying that he wanted to meet two important people. Liang Yu just thought it was Subai's friend and didn't think much about it. 40 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly parked downstairs at Subai's house. Who is it to meet? Your best friend? Liang Yu casually asked as she got out of the car. Not friends, to meet my parents, Subai said as if nothing had happened. Splat! Liang Yu's car door that she had just opened was immediately pulled shut again, and she turned her head and a pair of beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Subai. See, your mom and dad. Why didn't you just tell me? You didn't ask me either. Subai spread out both hands. You're bad. What now? I didn't even put on any makeup, and this dress won't do, showing my thighs. Will your parents think I'm a? No. I need to go back and get ready first. Liang Yu was very nervous at the moment, looking at herself wherever she felt bad, fearing that it would leave a bad impression on Subai's parents. After all, the relationship between the two was really a bit awkward. She can hardly even say that Subai is actually her student. I told my mom we'd be home by 6, and she's got dinner all ready to go. They might not be happy if we're late. Hearing Subai's words, Liang Yu immediately gave up the idea of going back to put on makeup and change clothes. She let out a long breath to calm herself. Back when she picked up that phone call from Subai's mother, she thought she'd see the day when the ugly daughter-in-law would have to meet her mother-in-law. The relationship between himself and Subai couldn't be hidden from his parents all the time, could it? We're all family from now on. She'll have to call her in-laws. It's a hard sell. Subai also saw the apprehension in Liang Yu's heart. He very warmly grasped her small hand in his big warm one. Don't worry about it. My mom and dad, they're both very open-minded, and they're both very nice to talk to, too. They're going to love you, and they're all very soft-spoken, so you don't have to feel any pressure. You little brat, you still know how to go home. Do you even think about me and your dad anymore? What? You've taken us away from us and you've been fooling around all day. You haven't been home in over a week, and my little goldfish on the balcony is drying up in the sun. Opening the door, Shu Chunmei saw Subai standing alone outside the door and opened her mouth to curse. Mom, wasn't I told to move out at the time? Subai touched his 2 index fingers and said in a resigned manner. Why is mom so angry? It's not dad. He's not doing his job, is he? Subai's suspicious gaze looked over, and Su Daxiang immediately glanced over his head somewhat sheepishly, sitting on the couch being transparent. How dare you talk back? Why don't you go take the national exam if I tell you to? Shu Chunmei scolded in a good humor. Subai secretly said in his heart immediately, I will give you the first prize test back. Let's see what you'll say then. You came back alone? After scolding Subai, she then said with intention, Of course I didn't come back alone, Subai said, pulling out Liang Yu who was standing playfully behind the door. Liang Yu had a very awkward expression. Uncle and auntie, how are you? For a moment, the atmosphere in the room froze completely. Chapter 75 I'm the one who gave birth to you. At this time Liang Yu was scared in her heart. Didn't Subai say that his mom was very nice to talk to? Why does this sound like a telegram? If she were to face the parents of such a student as a classroom teacher, she could, of course, handle it with aplomb, but if she added I'm your son's girlfriend to her status as a homeroom teacher, she really doesn't know how to react. Strongly suppressing the apprehension in her heart, Liang Yu squeezed out a smile on her face. Hello aunts and uncles, my name is Liang Yu. Chu Chunmei and Su Daxiang froze for a full 2 seconds, and glanced at each other again and only then did she react. Chu Chunmei's face immediately changed into a kind and gentle smile. Su Daxiang also immediately got up from the sofa. Ha ha, Nell looks so pretty. Ouch. Why do you bring a gift when you're here? Treat this place like your own home and don't ever be polite. Come on in. Chu Chunmei immediately changed her face, while holding Liang Yu's hand to let her enter the house. One side quietly plucked out Subai. You little brat. Why didn't you warn me just now? First impressions are important, don't you know? Subai could only spread both hands at this, his face full of innocence. Have you given me a chance to speak? I bought all the gifts on the spot out of my own pocket. What more do you want me to do? Since the last time I learned that my son had somehow found a girlfriend, Chu Chunmei's heart was then quite uncomfortable. But in the way of Subai having grown into an adult, and it being such a sensitive matter, They dare not interfere too much at this time as parents, in case it affects the mental state before the examination again. I had wanted to have a good talk with Subai about this matter after the college entrance exams were over, but this kid is playing it too close to the vest. The odds are that the two guys even had sex. When things came to this point, where could Chu Chunmei still sit still? She subconsciously brainstormed the image of a socially delinquent young woman seducing her own simple, foolish son. You know, the kind that's all scantily clad in his tongue studs and ear studs and nose studs and navel studs and what have you studs and has tattoos all over his body. The spiritual little sister who can't stop smoking and drinking. My own son is too innocent and gullible to fall in love for the first time. She, as a mom, has to keep a close eye on it. However, when she actually saw her son's girlfriend with her own eyes, only to be surprised to find that she was nothing like the spiritual little sister she thought she was. Not only are they very good looking, with big breasts and buttocks for good breeding, but they have an excellent temperament and, it was also very polite, which was simply the ideal daughter-in-law in her mind. If she didn't know her own son, she suspected that it was Su Bai who tricked someone else's girl back, hastily asking Su Daxian to go downstairs to the deli to fix 2 more hard dishes to bring up. Chu Chunmei pulled Liang Yu to sit down at the table, while Su Bai was left out to dry. Xiao Liang, how old are you? Where's your hometown? It sounded like an account check, but Liang Yu didn't feel presumptuous or anything like that at all. Such a meeting was nothing more than those words. Chu Chunmei doing this would only make Liang Yu feel that she was an ordinary person like herself. Thinks she's good to have around. In fact, when Liang Yu found out that the place where Su Bai's mom and dad lived was actually so common, she was also surprised. Auntie, I'm 23 years old. That's a native of Sioux City, she replied politely. Chu Chunmei subconsciously wanted to say that she was actually so much older than her son, but immediately swallowed back. It's good to be a big girl. A big girl can take care of people. So she changed the subject again, trying to ask the other person what she did for a living. Or you're still in college, studying for your degree, and suddenly you feel it's too awkward to ask. People are always formal in the presence of those they care about. Liang Yu, however, could see what she meant. She let out a long breath, telling herself that what was coming was always coming, rather than end up being asked. Might as well admit it to yourself in a big way. Auntie, actually, I am now working in a middle school in Sioux City. I'm Su Bai's English teacher and homeroom teacher. Chu Chunmei, isn't so exciting? I did hear a while ago that my son's class has a new homeroom teacher. Very young, and it was very competent and well received by the students. Now it seems like it's really 100 times better. Su Daxian, who had just opened the door and walked in, also heard these words, and he instantly stared in shock. The pig's ear he was carrying in his hand almost fell to the ground without holding it steady. The couple looked at each other and the atmosphere immediately quieted. Liang Yu's heart secretly said bad. Su Bai's parents really still cannot accept. Not only is she pretty and good looking, but she's actually so good at her job. This is a serious civil servant, with establishment and subsidies, not a low salary, and can take care of the family. Chu Chunmei was so happy that she patted her thighs, and the excitement on her face was about to overflow. Our Su Bai really did have great luck to find a daughter-in-law as good as you. Why do you dare to sit there? The food is all ready. Let's eat. Su Bai, go and serve the rice. Su Bai, Su Daqiang and Chu Chunmei sat beside Liang Yu, while shushing, while in the non-stop clip to her bowl of vegetables. Liang Yu's bowl of vegetables has almost piled up out. Liang Yu had obviously never experienced such a scene either, and was a bit at a loss for words for a while. Compared to over there, Su Bai's place was much colder. A bowl of white rice, a plate of boiled cabbage, even scrambled eggs with tomatoes were so far away from him. Not to mention the big fish. Mr. Liang, Su Bai will have to trouble you to discipline him properly during this period of time. All day long, you don't think about studying hard. You just know how to fool around. That's right. If you should be scolded, scold. And if you should be beaten, beat. Don't be merciful. This kid has been beaten by his mom since he was a kid. His skin is so thick it can't be broken. Chu Chunmei and Su Daxiang both sang together. Liang Yu had to nod her head uncontrollably in agreement. Su Bai's face darkened as he watched from the sidelines. It's not. I'm the one who's your biological child. Chapter 76. Taking mom and dad to live in a villa estate. After a dinner, Chu Chunmei was more and more satisfied with Liang Yu. Her son's cold calling for a girlfriend fulfills almost every fantasy she has about her daughter. Actually, Chu Chunmei has always wanted a daughter. When I was pregnant with Su Bai, I always thought it was a daughter. The name was taken, and I bought a bunch of little girls' clothes at home. Turns out it was born with a handle. After dinner, Liang Yu offered to help Chu Chunmei wash the dishes. So the two mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law went off together to the kitchen to have some private conversations. Liang Yu also likes Chu Chunmei very much and envies the harmonious atmosphere in Su Bai's home. If dad hadn't contracted the gambling disease in the first place, if mom and dad hadn't gotten divorced, she'll probably have a family like that too. Su Daxiang took advantage of the fact that Chu Chunmei was in the kitchen and sneaked out to the balcony to smoke by himself. Unexpectedly, just as he pulled out the lighter, Su Bai appeared beside him. One jerked away the lichen he was holding in his mouth, then handed over the Chinese. Brat, when did you learn to smoke? Your mom would break your legs if she knew. Su Daxiang's mouth reprimanded, but his body was honest, and he directly took most of the packet of Huazi over, pulled one out and stuffed all the rest in his pocket. The corner of Su Bai's mouth twitched, so he had to take out another packet and unwrap it, take out one and light it up. Father and son then gobbled up the clouds on the balcony. Dad, how are you guys doing this time? Can you make me a sibling? Hearing this question from Su Bai, Su Daxiang's face immediately wilted like a frosted eggplant, and his gaze quietly glanced toward the kitchen's location. Can it or can't it? Anyway, your father, I've done my best. Your mother, she's a head of livestock. I still want to live 2 more years. It's up to God whether I get pregnant or not. Looking at old Su with a look of powerlessness, Su Bai was a little heartbroken. Dad, you mustn't be discouraged. At least you're an old man who can knock over a koan with one punch. How can you be tripped up by something like that? Hearing his son's words, Su Daxiang was encouraged in his heart, although he didn't know what kind of animal his son was talking about. But by the sound of the name it feels very powerful. Subzi. That's right, your father. I'm only in my 40s, in the prime of my life. How can you bow down before the years? If you ask me, Dad, you're just working too hard and too much, and it's draining all your energy. Only 45 years old looks like a 540-month-old. If you ask me, you and my mom should both quit your jobs and start retiring early. I'd like to quit, but it's not like I'm forced to. You're going to college, and then, if we have a second child, it's going to cost money everywhere. Is it hard to believe that you've already made enough money from your own business to last our family a lifetime? Boy, not your father, I blow you. Without waiting for Su Daxiang to finish, Su Bai directly pulled out his cell phone, backhandedly transferring $20 million to his old man's account. Su Daxiang looked at this scene, and his entire body froze. Dad, your son, I'm rich now, not to mention for the rest of my life. There's enough for dozens or hundreds of lifetimes. You and my mom have worked half your lives. It's time to enjoy yourselves. I've bought a villa estate on the lake north of the city. Turn around and you and my mom will move there. Try to get a sibling out to me early. When Su Daxiang heard his son speak, he froze for a long time without reacting. He had naturally noticed a change in his son over the past few days, but he hadn't expected the change to be so drastic. 2 weeks ago he was an ordinary high school student, and now he's a rich guy who can spend tens of millions of dollars at the drop of a hat. Also quietly bought them a good villa estate for retirement. The most important thing is that the $20 million was transferred directly to his account. Doesn't that mean it's his personal money? Maybe he'll never use up a tenth of it in his life, but it's really cool to have so much money in your hands. Ha ha, the brat has finally grown up and knows to honor your dad. Don't worry, when I've rested for 2 days and regained my strength, I'm sure I'll make your mom kneel down and sing her conquest. As Su Daxiang spoke, the rest of his eyes suddenly glanced out the glass door of the balcony, and in the next second, he hastily extinguished the cigarette in his hand and pressed it into the flower pot. The whole action was completed in one go, leaving Su Bai alone frozen in place. What are you two men doing? What conquest? Shu Chuanmei's voice suddenly sounded behind him, and Su Bai's heart sank. I'm really convinced that you're a brat. You've actually learned to smoke at a young age. I caught you red-handed, Suda said with great righteousness. Su Bai, good for you. Su Bai, you've even learned to smoke, haven't you? This one was a lesson for Su Bai from the old Su. My son is growing up, but not fully grown. Learning that my son smokes, also behind their backs to buy a room not with the spring plum, is very angry because of these testimonies of Su. She felt not like children. Even such a big thing or not, and they discuss it. 18 years old and you have the audacity to be so bold. When she goes to college, she'll bring a bunch of kids home to call her grandma. Do you even have a mom in your heart anymore? What do you mean? Are you going to hide it from me when you get married and have kids? Su Bai's mouth twitching. This damn also not I bought is the system to give the reward? I haven't even seen it myself. What am I supposed to say? He then had no choice but to look at Liang Yu in the back for help. Auntie, don't blame Su Bai. I picked that house. The main idea was also my idea. Su Bai and I just want to give you and uncle another surprise. Chu Chunmei immediately changed color after hearing this. She actually heard that it was possible that Liang Yu was lying to defend Su Bai, but the face of her future daughter-in-law she must give. So it's like this. You see auntie, this acute. That's very thoughtful of you. Su Bai, I'm just being bold. She's just being mean. Is there any ing justice in this world? The Mercedes-Benz Big G content is so spacious that 4 people don't feel cramped at all. With the help of navigation, half an hour's drive, Subai finally found the set of Villa Manor that the system said. The car slowly drove into the manor, and a large, atmospheric and beautiful villa appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 77 Feng Lin returns to China. Feng Lao's promise, up. That old thing from the Qin family has really been hit. The old master's move is really brilliant. They're actually thinking of rolling up and running away. After offending the Chen family, a whole body would be nice. This time, that second young master of the Chen family suffered such a great loss, entirely because of the Qin family's initiative. It's not half as related to our Feng family on the surface. So who do we look for if not them? Evil will be rewarded in the end. That old bastard of the Qin family and her son are no good. Selfishness and doing whatever it takes to climb the ladder. Their family has come to this point entirely by their own doing, and has nothing to do with our Feng family in the first place. The Feng family in Yanjing. The family council chamber was filled with joy. This move of Feng's is very well used. It achieves its purpose and does not lead to trouble. Even if the Chen family knew the truth afterward, they wouldn't raise an accusation because the Feng family hadn't done anything wrong. They had just pinpointed the enemy's weakness. The Qin family had now been eradicated, and Qin Yao's side hadn't shown any hostility towards their Feng family. There are even partnerships on some of the company's properties. This was naturally the ending that the Feng family would most like to see. At this moment, 3 days had passed since the incident, and the matter of the Qin family's overthrow was spreading like wildfire in Yanjing. It has attracted the attention of many big families. There's no way around it. Even Lin Dongnan stepped in. That young man called Subai even smashed $700 million on the spot to buy the Qin family to give to Qin Yao. Subai's name had already spread through the circles of Yanjing's gentry. Many speculated that he was the son of some hidden gentry, not to mention the rest. This network of Lin Dongnans alone made many people think of befriending Subai, or at least releasing enough goodwill. The Feng family was naturally among them. Just at this moment, the door to the Feng family's council chamber opened. Immediately the crowd in the room quieted down and, only to see Elder Feng slowly walking in with the support of 2 attendants. There was also a girl behind Elder Feng. The girl looked about 24 or 25 years old, with a stunningly beautiful face and an excellent figure. Although it is not as plump as a mature woman, it is quite firm and has a youthful vigor. What doesn't match it, however, is her cold, arrogant demeanor, as aloof as an iceberg. There's a sense of rejection. This is the best of the younger generation of the Feng family. Feng Shiji's own sister, Feng Lin, known as the Pride of Heaven. Her talent and business acumen is no less than that of the Chen family's Cecilia Chen. He has been studying and learning abroad for all these years, and has only just returned home today at the beck and call of his family. She naturally also guessed the purpose of the family to let her come back this time. If it is to help manage the family industry will not be so urgent. 80% is that the family has the need for marriage. Marrying a stranger for the good of the family is something that most of the rich and powerful have to deal with. Under the gaze of a group of Feng family members, Elder Feng sat down on the main seat, and Feng Lin sat in the seat to his right at the sign of his gaze. I've called a family meeting today for something about my granddaughter Lin. There's no bending over backwards. It's something that everyone here knows by heart anyway. Elder Feng's gaze immediately landed on Feng Lin's body. Lin, you're the one Grandpa thinks the most highly of out of all his juniors. It's also the one the family has the highest hopes for. The family spent a great deal of money and effort on your behalf, bringing you up to be. The time has come for you to do your part for the family as well. Unlike the Qin family, which favored sons over daughters, the Feng family would only favor the most capable of their juniors, and thus the Feng Lin has been taken care of by her family since she was a child. Listening to her grandfather's words, Feng Lin secretly nodded her head. Lin, Grandpa just asked you this. If the family were to arrange a marriage for you now, will you hold a grudge against the family? When Elder Feng's words fell, everyone looked at Feng Lin. Those who knew about Subai naturally wouldn't think that this arrangement of the Feng family was aimed at Feng Lin. Just kidding. Who is Subai? Young, rich, and handsome, and with an unfathomable background. It was possible that if the Feng family sent Feng Lin to actively pursue Subai, the other young man would not necessarily agree to do so. The matter of the 8 characters now is actually to try Feng Huan her own attitude towards this matter. If she really didn't want to, the Feng family wouldn't force her. Looking at her grandfather's deep gaze, Feng Lin had determination in her eyes. I may hold a grudge against the family, but I'll do as I'm told. Hearing Feng Lin's reply, Feng Lao nodded in satisfaction. Grandpa wasn't wrong about you being loyal enough to the family too, nor will he say anything against his heart to please, without humility, without arrogance. Good, really good. Elder Feng clapped his hands in praise, and the crowd of Feng family members in the council chamber also nodded in agreement. Feng Lin is really good. Not only is she capable, but her emotional intelligence is just as outstanding. Grandpa, you're flattering me to say that. I've seen all the good the family has done for me. Naturally, I will not be content to accept it for nothing without thinking of giving something back. Fong Lin had studied business for so many years, and understood best about mutual benefit. Even if they are family members, it is inevitable that there will be some interests mixed in with the affection between them. Okay, so then I'll tell you that the family isn't looking for you to join forces with. Rather, you are asked to represent the family to make good relations with a young man that will help the interests and security of the entire family. At these words, Fong Lin's brows furrowed. Grandpa, the young man you mentioned, wouldn't be Lin Dongnan's second brother, would he? Could it be that our Fong family has offended him as well? Su Bai is well known in the Yanjing gentry at the moment. Even Fong Lin, who had just returned, had already heard about it. It's not about offending him. Technically it's about having a problem with the Qin family. You also know that our Fong family has been targeting the Qin family, and your brother Shiji used to try to dominate Qinyao. Now it's fine if that Qinyao girl doesn't say anything. I'm only afraid that when she opens her mouth, our Fong family will also be targeted. When I say this, you should understand what I mean, right? Fong Lao said, but Fong Lin's brows were furrowed. Grandpa, doesn't he already have Qinyao? What are you asking me to do? Chapter 78 Fong Lin returns to China. Fong Lao's promise, next. You're right, but from what we know, he has more than just Qinyao as a woman. Looking at Fong Lin, Fong Lao said indifferently, on the day the Qin family sent assassins to assassinate Su Bai, he happened to be in and out of the Royal Roland Hotel in Sioux City with a woman, and he also bought a villa in Lin Dongnan's name, in which the same golden house is hidden, and he's definitely got more women than that. In fact, something like this is not surprising at all inside this circle. Just ask, which of those rich sons of Yanjing's powerful families don't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Although there is only one wife on the surface, but behind the scenes, it may be playing with how much flowers. It's something to know all about. Women, only one and countless. Fong Lin listened to this news and suddenly felt a little disappointed. Perhaps it was because she had spent so much time abroad that she had more or less trouble accepting it. Originally, she had heard that Su Bai had killed his way into the Qin family to take away Qinyao and angrily slapped Shen Tianqi and the elders of the Qin family, backhandedly bought the Qin family to Qinyao and other deeds. Also thought that this young man called Su Bai and ordinary rich children are not the same. It's an obsessive and dedicated man. Now that she knew the truth, Su Bai's image came to a 360 degrees transformation in her mind. It's a big sea king. So, the family is trying to get me to be his lover? Fong Lin herself felt a little hard to speak when she asked this question. Your looks, your figure are no worse than that Qin girl's, and you're younger and more capable than she is. More talented. Su Bai has the relationship of Lin Dongnan and an unfathomable background. If you can develop that kind of relationship, or if you go straight to the top, the benefits to our entire family will be enormous. Fong Lao Dao. Fong Lin was silent as she listened to these words. Inside she was having some difficulty accepting such a thing. As a rich girl, an existence that countless people look up to, since she was a child, she was regarded as the daughter of heaven, and the number of people who pursued her was so large that they could line up from Yanjing to Suzhou City. It's only poor that she was born in a big family in Yanjing, deeply involved in this huge interest group from birth. It is impossible to get out of it in this lifetime. Even with a life as open as this one, she still can't escape her destiny. To be a mistress to someone else for the sake of the family, to give up your precious body and let a big sea king ride across your body. Elder Fong could naturally see his granddaughter's mind as well. Of course, grandfather knows that with your character and pride, surely you won't be willing to do such a thing, so I'm going to give you a second option. Hearing these words, Fong Lin's somewhat dimmed eyes flashed with another flash of luster. What other choice do I have? Fong Lin asked in surprise. Equally surprised were the Fong family members in the arena. Didn't we agree to find a way for Fong Lin to get close to Su Bai? What's with the sudden change of heart? You can't stand to see your granddaughter suffer? You may not go to Su Bai, but you have to fulfill another task I gave you. Our family has recently planned to invest in a company over in Jinling, spending $120 million. I want you to quintuple the company's market value in 6 months. Can you do it? With these words, the people in the arena all sucked in a breath of cool air. The old man had actually made such a big move behind their backs. 120 million. And 5 times more. Wouldn't this make Fong Lin earn half of the Fong family out in half a year? Everyone knows Fong Lin is capable, but can she really accomplish such a difficult task? After all, this trading company hasn't even finalized the specific arrangements for its affairs. Even the staff had not yet been recruited, and everything had to be started from scratch by Fong Lin herself. On the contrary, Fong Lin did not see any trace of fear on her face, compared to the confusion and despair she felt just now. It's more of a confidence thing at the moment. She was sort of listening at the moment. Grandpa wasn't really going to marry her off to that sea king. I brought that up before, partly because of the family interests involved. He needed to let himself. Of course, son. No, on the other hand, he was also putting pressure on himself to realize his value as soon as possible. He believed that the Fong family would not be like the Chin family when faced with a truly talented person. I accept this mission. I will show the family a satisfactory result in half a year. Fong Lin's character is like this. Born to go against the grain, a girl. In the face of difficulties, never fear. Only the face of an irresistible fate would demoralize her. Good. Grandpa likes you just the way you are now. Anyway, it's for the prosperity of the family that, by what means you will reach it, and it is up to you. Well, there's nothing more for you to do here. So go spend more time with your mom and dad, and in a few days you will leave for Jinling. Fong Lin nodded, then bid farewell to the crowd of elders in the arena and left the council chamber. The crowd's old then fell back on Fong Laozi. Gramps, didn't you say you were going to let Lin fight it out? How come this suddenly changed your mind again? How is it possible to make over $100 million in 6 months? Yes, master. The result is the same. Why are you suffering? Regarding Elder Feng's approach, the crowd expressed their disbelief. Fong Lao, however, just calmly took a sip of the tea on the table. Then he looked at the crowd in the arena with a meaningful gaze. A word that inexplicably comes to mind is cunning. I've gotten word that Su Bai has been scouting for an office building over in Jinling lately. There are also some actions to prepare for the creation of a clothing brand, which is intended to engage in business in Jinling. The business park in Jinling is so big. Do you think they'll meet? Elder Fong didn't keep his words to himself, and it was all in the air. What the Fong family is best at is utilizing people's hearts. Previously, the Chin family's greed was utilized to put them on the path to destruction. Now it's using Fong Lin's high self-esteem and winning personality to get her into the trap her own grandfather set for her. The future involves using Su Bai's good looks to get him to actively pursue Fong Lin. Fong Lao thought to himself that he wouldn't bet wrong. At that time, no matter if Fong Lin herself is willing to be with Su Bai or not, Su Bai would all unleash his goodwill on the Fong family for Fong Lin's sake. One could only say that there was really a reason why the Fong family was able to achieve what it did now. Old people become smart. Master Fong has a pair of discerning eyes that can see into the hearts and human nature of people, always able to take the opponent unseen and ring the bell to achieve the ultimate goal. By the way, our family Shiji and Mr. Su had a conflict earlier. Our Fong family has yet to make amends. Why don't we make an appointment to meet Mr. Su first? Suddenly one of the men suggested. Elder Fong looked at him and nodded, then shook his head. You've got a great idea, and I'd almost forgotten about it if I didn't tell you. But not today. Not even tomorrow or the day after. Wait until a few days from now. The crowd was confused when they heard this. Gramps, why not? Is there some kind of taboo about these 2 days? I don't think they're young enough to care about that. Are they? Fong Lao, however, looked at the man who spoke with a strange gaze. Because he's taking the entrance exams these days. Chapter 79. Aren't you guys nervous about the high school exams? Su Bai, are you hiding something from me? Su City, in a breakfast store outside a certain college entrance examination center. Su Bai and Lin Xinla were sitting opposite each other. Lin Xinla looked at Su Bai and asked. She didn't see Su Bai all this time before the exam, and asked Mr. Liang why Su Bai took a leave of absence. Mr. Liang only said he was a bit sick. Lin Xinla even went so far as to ask Xia Yanshi if she knew about Su Bai. The other side was also stumped for half a day. Today is the high school entrance exam, and when she finally meets Su Bai, she wants to ask about it face to face. What are you talking about? How could I possibly have something to hide from you? Second uncle? Su Bai asked with a frown, picking up the soy milk in his hand and taking a sip. Where the hell have you been these past few days? Why don't you reply when I send you messages? There's no news of you even after asking around. It's like you've evaporated. Lin Xinla's tone was full of aggravation. She was in a panic those 2 days when she couldn't find Su Bai. Su Bai has indeed been busy enough these past few days, going over to the Jinling side of the mall to hand over matters. Did some commercial setup. Another branch was opened for Blue Whale Security in Sioux City and one in Jinling, and is now under renovation. The rest of the time was spent designing the blueprint for the development of Cool Cat Entertainment. It was also the large entertainment company that Qin Yao had told him about in the beginning, and construction had already begun on the headquarters over in Hangzhou, and in Jinling. He's looking for a location, preparing to set up a clothing brand near the university called Fantasia, the same name as the clothing brand in his previous life, which he had promised Liang Yu to do. One could only say that Su Bai was so busy these days that he'd barely had time to sleep. I was on a business trip to Yanjing with your father last weekend. I've also been busy with work stuff for the past few days since I've been back, and I haven't bothered to check the news until I've been too busy to do so. What are you so worried about? Are you afraid I'm out there dating other girls? Subai said in a teasing tone. He's telling half-truths, and the other side really has something to go on when they ask. The latter part of the paragraph was even more diverting and answered quite perfectly. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. A girl's sixth sense is really scary. How old is little Lara? I can't believe I have such a keen intuition. He made an appointment with Lin Dongnan that he wouldn't tell Lin Zanara about his assassination. She was as pure as a sheet of white paper, and none of them wanted her to be tainted with these things. You're telling the truth? You didn't lie to me? Lin Xinla was still a bit skeptical. Why would I lie to you? A man has to prioritize his career. I'm working so hard on my business now. It's not to make enough milk money for our future baby. Subai said in a cheap manner while still stretching out his salty hand, squeezing on Lin Xinla's little tummy as if there was actually something inside. Hearing Subai's words and feeling the movements of his hands, Lin Xinla's face instantly turned red with shame. Subai's voice wasn't too small, and many of the surrounding breakfast guests heard it. Anti-smiles have been thrown in. It's damn good to be young. Look at this pair. They're so good. What are you babbling about? Who's going to have a little baby with you? After an early breakfast, Lin Xinla's mortification had not yet receded, and it took several ducks to make the. Subai once again held her hand, and the two of them slowly walked towards the examination point. Subai, our previous bet, does it still count? About to enter the college entrance exam room, Lin Xinla remembered their previous bet again. If she scores high on the exam, Subai will take her to the most expensive restaurant in Sioux City for a meal. If Subai scores high on the exam, she'll be his girlfriend. But Subai is too bad. He took her down before she even waited for the college entrance exam, and he should have touched her as well. The kisses were done, and they did all the do's and don'ts except for that last step, which they hadn't done yet. As far as the two of them are concerned right now, what is this if not boyfriend and girlfriend? Subai naturally heard what she meant. After a brief moment of thought, he spoke slowly. Well then, here's the deal. If you win, I can fulfill one of your demands. Any request will do, as long as it's not against the law, and if I win, you'll have to accompany me home to see the big black cow I keep at home. How about this bet? Looking at Subai's harmless smile, Lin Xinla frowned. Look at the big black cow your family raises? That's it? Lin Xinla did remember Subai talking to himself about how his family had a big black cow. The class even called him Brother Dinyo for that reason. But, that counts as a bet? She doesn't suffer at all. Okay? Subai can still let her ride the big black ox to plow the land, can't he? Yeah, it's as simple as that. I can change it if you don't think it will work. No. There's no need to change. Just this condition. Just don't back out when you get there. Lin Xinla hurriedly said. She wouldn't do anything to suffer a loss. What if Subai makes any more excessive demands? Subai, on the other hand, nodded his head expressionlessly, thinking that this sentence should be said by me to you. Just don't be scared out of your wits when you do see the big black bull. The two of them were chatting on this side, and before long they had arrived at the examination center. This time it was very coincidental that both of them, there is also Bai Yuntao and Xia Yanshi, were assigned to the same test site, not far from the city's first middle school, a 10-minute walk away. Just then, a black Volkswagen pulls up to the curb. The door opens, and Bai Yuntao walked out from inside. Yet I don't know if it was nerves or what, but his legs gave out and get out of the car and kneeled directly on the curb. Another middle-aged woman got out of the car in a hurry and pulled him to his feet. Tao, you fight for it. There's nothing to be nervous about. Just give it your all. Here, isn't that Subai? You guys just happen to be going in together. Mother Hua said, patting Hua Yuntao on his broad shoulders in encouragement. Mom, you're talking. About what? I'm not nervous at all. His voice trembled as he wiped the sweat away. Quickly go back. Wait for me to eliminate news. Hua Yuntao forced himself to be calm, bid farewell to his old mom, and walked towards Subai with a vapid pace. Bai's mother watched for a while. Sat. There's nothing to be nervous about. Just take the test. In the future, in case you can't go to college and can't find a job, come hang out at my company and I'll make you $1 million a year. Subai patted his shoulder and comforted him. Good brother. I really haven't misjudged you. Take the future. I can rely on you. Ha ha. Bai Yuntao smiled, also cheering himself up. After Subai comforted him so much, he was also much more at ease. After all, there was such a good brother there. He was quite well fed and clothed in his generation. But on second thought, I suddenly realized that it wasn't right. I don't think I'm the only one who's taking the test today. Are I? Not. You guys aren't nervous about the college entrance exam? Chapter 80. Subai, are you a monster? Aren't you going to take the entrance exam too? Why don't you look nervous? Ha? Who told you I wasn't nervous? I'm nervous as hell right now. Okay? In case I don't score as high as the one on the side, I'll have to unconditionally agree to a request. It's not a nervous thing. I was just talking about the harmony of riding a bull and plowing a field. Bai Yuntao, on the other hand, looked at Su Bai with a speechless expression. What else can I ask for? You're not short of money. It's just for you to sacrifice your coloring. You old colorful batch who got a bargain and is still a good boy. Something with a bad mouth. Bai Yuntao's words were like a small arrow hitting that little bit of Lin Xinla's heart. Let her ask Su Bai for something she really can't think of. Her little brain has just been. She was put on the spot when she started to ramble, and blushed with shame. Who wants him to do that kind of thing anymore? I don't give a. She mumbled in a small voice. Anyway, Su Bai and Hua Yuntao didn't believe it is. Come on. You too. Don't get in my face about this. I've long since stopped being the bitter, miserable single dog I used to be, and Wang Xiaoyu all but promised me that she'd let me experience the feeling of gulping after the college entrance exams. When Su Bai heard this, he secretly said in his heart that this dead fat man was playing quite flowery. Lin Xinla, on the other hand, couldn't understand what they were saying at all. Why were they swallowing? Just at this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind the crowd. Su White? The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see Xia Yanshi standing behind them playfully, with a very surprised expression. He looked at Su Bai. After Su Bai was stabbed several times that day, she never saw him again. There was no contact with him either, and Su Bai was nowhere to be seen when he went to the hospital, saying that he was discharged early the next morning. She then assumed that it was because Su Bai had gone home to recuperate from his injuries, and that he probably wouldn't be able to participate in this college entrance exam. She always felt self-condemned when she thought of it. And, if she hadn't asked Su Bai to go with her to Wang Xiaolei's birthday that day, that incident might not have happened. Also, if she hadn't distracted Su Bai by asking for a kiss at that time, maybe Su Bai wouldn't have gotten that stab and it would have been easier to face those people later. For several days in a row, she didn't get a single restful night's sleep. She was very surprised to see Su Bai here today. A few people saw Xia Yanshi, and a hint of vigilance immediately flashed in Lin Xinla's eyes. Subconsciously, he took the initiative to hold Su Bai's hand to declare his sovereignty. Su Bai remembered what happened that day, then realized that he had forgotten to tell this niece Xia Yanshi about it. She was also afraid that she would talk nonsense and then turn around and let Lin Xinla and the others know as well, so she secretly gave her a wink. Noting the subtle change in atmosphere, and the hands held by the two, Xia Yanshi immediately swallowed back the words she wanted to ask and turned her head to look at Lin Xinla. I have some words I want to speak to Su Bai. You should not misunderstand. I'm not in that kind of relationship with him anymore. It's something that's really going on. Can you? Saying it to her face, Lin Xinla could also sense that Xia Yanshi wasn't lying, so he turned his head to look at Su Bai. Why don't you go in first? I'll be back soon. Su Bai smiled and said in a faint voice. Su Bai, we're a couple now. You can't do anything to apologize to me. When she spoke, Lin Xinla took the initiative to stand on her tiptoes and kissed Su Bai on the cheek, then loosened his grip. This was the second time she took the initiative to kiss Su Bai, and I believe Xia Yanshi was not that kind of woman. It's time to understand what she means. Afterwards, Xia Yanshi brought Su Bai to a corner where no one was. The first thing she did was lift up Su Bai's clothes to check. When she saw Su Bai's intact belly, she directly covered her mouth in shock and her body involuntarily took a step backward. Su Bai, how could you? How could you? You have obviously. She was there at the time, and saw with her own eyes that Su Bai had been hit by 3 knives in his abdomen. Each cut was so deep that the intestines were visible, and there was no way it could have been recovered as it was in just 4 or 5 days. Then recalling the changes that had occurred in Su Bai in recent times, it's like being a completely different person, is simply fine. Su Bai, are you a monster? Xia Yanshi's voice was trembling, and she wondered if the moment at hand was a dream. The original Su Bai has been eaten by you, right? You must be a monster parasitizing his body. These words directly froze Su Bai's ears. How come I didn't realize this little ninny had such a vivid imagination before? It would be a real shame not to write online. If I were a monster, you'd have been eaten up by me a long time ago, Su Bai said with both hands. So, then why? That's too sci-fi, isn't it? At this moment, Xia Yanshi only felt that the world was so unreal. Those things that defy common sense perceptions just happened in front of her eyes, and she really couldn't find a reasonable explanation. There's something I'm not at liberty to talk to you about, and you just need to remember that. Nothing happened that night, and you didn't see anything. Understand? Su Bai's voice rang in Xia Yanshi's ears, and she still felt a little overwhelmed, until a large, familiar, warm hand was gently pressed against her cheek. It was only then that she felt a wave of reassurance that brought her whole being back to reality. A story she'd read earlier suddenly popped into her mind. It says that a scientist has already developed a black tech potion. When used by human beings, it can dramatically enhance the vitality of blood cells and the regenerative function of their own cells, eventually achieve a rapid healing effect. Such a drug only some very important big people are qualified to use. Could it be that Subai is such a person? In that case, everything has a reasonable explanation. Subai, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this matter. Chapter 81, Jinling buying property and meeting Fonglin by chance. The 3 days of the entrance exam passed quickly and without any surprises. This set of college entrance examination paper is exactly the same as the one remembered in his previous life. And the answers are all in Subai's head. Others are college entrance exams, and he is just coming over to write silently. Math, science and biology, all 10 minutes to answer in hand in the paper. English and language essay, he also know the topic. Just write it again as outlined in your head. He was the first to walk out of the exam room in every exam, and the reporters at the entrance to the exam room almost recognized him. Class, how did you get out of the exam room so quickly? I turned it in first because I'm too much of a novice to do it. Class, what is the topic of this language essay? Answer, there are essays in the language? Classmates are fine. After the college entrance exam was over, the first thing Subai had to do was make a trip to Jinling. Big brother Lin Dongnan had identified a good location for him, and he needed to inspect it personally. Getting on the high-speed train to Jinling, a 2-hour ride, he got off at the Jinling station. Another cab ride to the location followed. This is the newest piece of business park in Golden. Investment has been half a year long, but commercial space almost to be occupied. 90. Act as such, international brands are also early to seize the opportunity. Domestic anchor, Pittsburgh can also be found here. In addition to emerging brands, Burberry's headquarters is here. The reason why Subai chose this place, besides the local industrial agglomeration effect, also because of the location. 2 kilometers east is Jinling University. Less than a kilometer to the west was the Jofu Street Commercial Center that the system had rewarded him with. Mr. Su, I'm already downstairs in the office building. Subai made a phone call when he got to the place. This Mr. Su is one of the people in charge that he had an appointment with earlier, and Subai plans to buy 3 floors of this office building to be the company's temporary headquarters. Back in the day, when there are better options, he'll build a business park for Vantage and just move there. With $70 billion in hand, we're just being bossy. Mr. Su, I have something going on here. The situation is a little tricky. Why don't you come up here first and we can discuss it together? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, and it could be heard that he was in a very difficult situation at the moment. Guess it's really something unexpected. Subai frowned slightly, then hung up the phone and walked into the building. Mr. Su specifically sent his own little secretary down to pick up the people. Subai was quickly brought into the conference room, seeing that there are 4 people in the audience. 2 young men, dressed in overalls, with somewhat ugly expressions at the moment. Needless to say, it must be the toolman. There was also a 40-something looking man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and combing his big back hair. The man with the same ugly expression should be Mr. Su. However, what really surprised Subai was another person. A woman with a cold face and a calm demeanor, sitting across from Mr. Su. Obviously only 23 or 24 years old, but it seems to carry an aura of a queen. Name, Fong Lin. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. The current rating is 93. Does it tie? Ding. Successfully bound Fong Lin as dog licking object number 6. It's such a small world. I can't believe I can run into this ninny here. In his previous life, Fong Shiji used despicable means to sleep with Subai's new young model girlfriend. Subai slept with his sister in a fit of anger, the very one in front of him. Let's not talk about anything else, at least the depths he knows. Fong Lin also turned her head to look over and, when she saw that her competitor was actually a brat who looked even younger than herself, an imperceptible color of surprise flashed through her eyes. Moreover, inexplicably, she felt that this kid was looking at her with no small amount of aggression, and she didn't resent it. Perhaps it was the other man's handsome and distinguished features, his even figure, and his extraordinary bearing that, after all, everyone loves a handsome man, even a rich girl and a high-flying female president. However, Fong Lin withdrew her gaze and collected her thoughts at the first opportunity, restored to the very beginning. Ms. Fong, let me introduce. This is, just call me Mr. Neo. Not waiting for Mr. Su to finish his sentence, Subai immediately spoke up and interrupted him, and the latter immediately understood and, no strange expression was shown, only a nod. Judging from the timeline of her previous life, Fong Lin should still be studying abroad right now. This sudden return, The only major event in the Fong family recently is probably the bit related to Subai. This girl has probably already heard the name Subai, and Subai does not want to be recognized for the time being. He wanted to see what the Fong family wanted to do. Mr. Nyo, this is Ms. Fong. The 3 floors upstairs are all properties under her family's name. She just reached out to me and said she wants to buy the lower, or 3rd, floor that you originally reserved, and she's willing to double the price. You see, Mr. Su was naturally caught in the middle and was in a difficult position. As a rule, this kind of truncation is not allowed as it affects the reputation. But the other party is a big family's 1,000 gold. If you do not give face and then give people offended. The point is that this young man called Subai's background is certainly not simple either. It's not unlikely that there's a big family behind it too. He can't afford to offend either side. Subai now understood what had happened, and his gaze turned to fall on Fong Lin. Let's just say that fate is a really wonderful thing. I didn't realize that the two would meet again in this life in such a way. Ms. Fong, let's talk about first come, first served, right? It's hard for me to find a suitable office building, and you come out in the middle of the road because you don't want to take my face into account? Fong Lin did not think that someone so young could have such a light spit. Mr. Nyo, you're mistaken. I'm not taking away from anyone. It's just that I have no choice but to fulfill the task that the family has given me. Why don't you set a price, Mr. Nyo, and I'll just buy it off your hands. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became subtle, and while the two of them stared at each other, Fong Lin was inexplicably flustered. Chapter 82. You're giving me the building for nothing? Von Lin wasn't that sensitive to men's gazes, because she was just too bright and looks, figure, temperament all outstanding. Wherever you go is the focus of attention in the crowd, even abroad. When those foreigners who originally looked down on Dasha people saw her, they, all of them, sprout a sense of inferiority. She had felt many glances, of admiration, of envy, of jealousy, naturally, there are those with desire. But this teenager in front of me is different. More like a feeling of an old married couple looking at each other. It was as if they had already slept in the same bed and knew each other long ago. It gave her an inexplicable feeling of palpitation that, it's like standing naked in front of the other person but trying to force your composure. I'm sorry, Ms. Fong, I can't sell you this 3-story office building. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Subai directly offered a refusal. Heck, the office building could be unwanted, but little Lin had to be teased. Every time he teased this kind of high-cooled and serious big beauty, Subai would feel an inexplicable pleasure in his heart. It's all about getting people angry and then coaxing them back. Yeah, it's just, as expected. After hearing Subai's words, a pair of eyebrows frowned slightly. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to use my own means to compete with Mr. Nyo. Saying that, Fong Lin's gaze swept towards Mr. Su on the side. You and Mr. Su haven't reached an agreement yet, have you? You haven't settled on a purchase since the beginning of the... So everyone is now competing fairly. The highest bidder wins. I'm bidding twice as much as you. A full $80 million. I wonder how much Mr. Nyo is planning to offer? This 3-story Fong Lin must get her hands on it. In order to fulfill the family's mission, she asked her best friend to borrow over $100 million just to expand the company so she could have more talent in more departments. There's that way she can hope to make $500 million in 6 months' pay. You're offering 80. 000. 000. That's fine. I'm offering 10. 000. 000. 000. Subai laughed lightly, not looking at this money in his eyes at all. Are you kidding? I'm worth more than $70 billion now. It doesn't hurt at all, right? Fong Lin thought he would stop there, but he didn't expect to add another $10 million. People like this say they want to start a business. Who believes them? Her expression began to harden a bit. She doesn't have a lot of money to spend. I'll offer $100 million. Fong Lin gritted her teeth. Oops, don't bother. I'll offer $200 million. Subai waved his big hand, still not caring, and said, where has Mr. Su seen such a scene? He is also just a laborer just worth 300 less than 100 million. The whole time did not say a word, hiding on the side of the shivering. Fong Lin couldn't sit down any longer. She directly stood up with a slap on the table and angrily stared at Subai. Please don't make fun of me, Mr. Nyo. These 3 floors are really important to me, and I'll use it for 6 months. And in 6 months I promise to give up these 3 floors unconditionally. This is already Fong Lin's bottom line. It's like she's buying the building. Give them to each other after 6 months. She didn't want to go this far either, but if she didn't, she's going to be arranged by the family to actively curry favor with that smelly rascal named Subai. Subai sighed, however, ignored her words. $200 million, and if you don't add it, I'll make money. Fong Lin didn't say anything. because she actually doesn't quite believe that anyone would be willing to pay 5 times the price for 3 floors of office space. She's going to have to watch the other side put $200 million on the line. Subai here is also not at all ambiguous. On the spot, he hit $200 million into the account given by Mr. Su, and waved his cell phone in front of Fonglin when he was done. Seeing that it was indeed a transfer of $200 million, Fonglin did not say anything. Getting up, he headed outside. Mr. Su looked at the arrival information of $200 million on the public account. The entire person was still in a state of extreme shock before he heard Subai's voice again. Well, Mr. Su, I've already paid for it. Now please help me transfer these 3 floors to Ms. Feng's name. Subai was simply speaking in a shocking manner. These words were like a thunderbolt exploding in the heads of all the people in the room. And Mr. Su's eyes widened. Fonglin also stopped her steps and looked at Subai with a face full of incredulity. She realized that she had been fooled by this teenager since the beginning. Nyo, what do you mean by this? Even though Fonglin, who had always been incredibly calm and composed, was having trouble calming down at this moment. It's literally I'll buy the 3 floors and give them to Ms. Feng. Ms. Feng, you can just sign the agreement. As Subai's words fell, Fonglin's gaze was a little suspicious. My teacher told me that it's better to do nothing than to steal. The meaning of these words could not be more obvious, but Subai still acted as if he did not understand them. Turning to her, he shoved the agreement into her hands. Don't worry Ms. Feng, I'm sure it's not for the money. Fonglin, without waiting for her to say anything, Subai spoke again. You don't have to care why I did what I did. Anyway, I know this 3-story office building should be important to you. So if you want it, you can take it now. Fonglin didn't say anything, just looked at each other like this. Only this time the gaze was a little different. Naturally, she didn't believe that anyone would help her for no reason. And from her point of view, everything that others do for their own good is accompanied by an I, everything they get is paid for accordingly. It was probably obvious what the other side meant. If you accept it, then you have to accept the subterfuge. If you don't, then one doesn't get what one wants. I never thought Fonglin, would have a day. Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything you don't like either. The building is a gift for nothing. A good karma. Subai's words once again flashed Fonglin's waist, and she stared wide-eyed, her face full of incredulity. What did you say? White to me? Chapter 83. Young female drivers are scary as hell. The operation of Mr. Bull in front of me is really too confusing. All Fonglin could say in response was that she couldn't understand it at all. Something that could have been taken for $4 million. Because of Fonglin's joining as well as Subai's own set of tawdry maneuvers, it dried up hard to $200 million. However, after buying it and giving it to Fonglin for nothing, also says she won't be forced to do things she doesn't like. This, not to mention a stranger, even if it's your own father suddenly being so nice to you. We all know it's the devil's own fault, don't we? What the hell is he trying to do? Could it be that you want to show off your financial power in front of me and then get me to fall for it of my own accord? Do you think I'm that shallow? Perhaps the truth is only understood by Subai himself. Detected the host spending $200 for a dog-licking object. Rewarded with $200. Current total assets are $9. 214. 800. Just met and sent me $20 billion. Little Lin just knows what she's doing. After completing all the formalities, the 2 men walked out of the office building and head towards the south side of the above-ground parking lot. Subai walked in front and Fonglin walked behind him. The 2 men looked at each other from time to time and did not speak. The atmosphere was very strange. Until the 2 walked up to a white Bentley parked under a large camphor tree. As if she was finally relieved, Fonglin quickly took out the car key from her bag and unlocked the car. How could she expect that in the next second? A certain hoodlum walking in front of her pulled the door right open and got into the passenger side of the Bentley. Fonglin looked dumbfounded. Neo, Zhang General, what are you doing here? Some bad thoughts suddenly came to her mind, and she couldn't help but gulp secretly. This guy's not gonna try to have sex with himself in the car, is he? Just as Fonglin was thinking about whether or not to resist in a moment, Subai's voice sounded again. I didn't drive in Jiling this time, so please trouble Ms. Feng to send me back to Sioux City. Subai said, a harmless smile on his face. Fonglin over there froze for a couple of seconds, and after realizing that she was the one who got the wrong idea, her pretty face, usually cold as an iceberg, actually climbed a touch of fiber red, but she quickly suppressed the panic in her heart and replaced it with that proper, serious look again. Subai naturally noticed something, but didn't break it down. Where can you find such a funny girl, Mr. Nyo? A round trip to Sioux City will take at least 7 or 8 hours. I have a lot of things to take care of on my end, so why don't I have my secretary drive you? Von Lean wasn't lying. This side of her company was just starting out, with a family mission on her shoulders. There are really a lot of things to keep busy with. Of course there's another reason. And that's because Subai is currently living in Sioux City. She was somewhat repulsed to go there from the bottom of her heart. But where would Subai let her go so easily? Ms. Feng, I'm giving you all $200 million of the office building. Isn't this sincerity enough? Or is it that you despise me? Ms. Feng, and don't want to make me a friend? Hearing the other party actually speak like this, Feng Lin's heart was shocked and she shook her head repeatedly. She also realized that her words were a bit rude just now, and it was a bit uncalled for. Please don't get me wrong. I really didn't mean that. I was out of line just now. Mr. No, you don't misunderstand. Feng Lin explained. In any case, the other party did do her a great favor, though the probability is that with the purpose of, but she couldn't afford to lose her manners. That can be my mistake, then it's a trouble for Ms. Feng. Subai's face revealed a smile of triumphant intrigue, and Feng Lin's side had no choice but to get into the main driver of the Bentley. At the moment, upstairs in the office, Mr. Su watched the white and red Bentley slowly drive out of the parking lot and onto the road before he let out a long sigh of relief. Just now he called his top boss to report the matter, and the other party was quite surprised to hear that. He was immediately ordered to take care of everything that followed, or else he wouldn't have to continue as a supervisor. On top of that, the supervisor said to bring up the portion of the $200 million that exceeded the original asking price, back to draw up an agreement to invest in shares to Subai. To express their sincerity, casually can come up with $200 million to the big man. There's always more good than harm in making a good connection. Nowadays, rich kids chase after women, but it's really a big deal. That $200 million is a lot of money. If I were a woman, I'd be willing to do it. Mr. Su couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and the two youngsters behind him looked at each other in disbelief as they listened. Seemingly thinking of something, Mr. Su suddenly turned his head to look at them again. Get the word out to the other companies in the office building. Tell their people to be polite when they see these two in the future. That's not something we can afford to mess with. The Bentley quickly drove out of the city center of Jinling, and was about to drive onto the suburban highway of Sioux City. The company's other things Feng Lin is naturally pushed back. Now the most important thing is to serve the god of wealth well. Mr. Bull, can you keep your hands to yourself? I'm driving now. Halfway through the drive, Feng Lin suddenly said with a red face. Subai also wondered what was going on here, but he looked down and saw, oh, it turned out to be my disobedient fragrant piglet that had run into Shaolin Dripping's lap at some point. Sorry, I'm used to it. It's hard to sit in the passenger seat without grabbing something in your hand. I don't think you'll mind. Sister Feng, right? Subai said very shamelessly. His hand was still placed there, without the slightest intention to move away. Feng Lin was now about to cry. Her driving skills were not very good in the first place. And now there's a big rascal sitting next to him. I would have thought that someone like Sue White would have been a stretch. I did not expect to meet a role with which it is difficult to distinguish today. The previous drama to be their own, even if clearly said that they will not force themselves to do things they do not like. And now it's all carpooling and thigh groping. Just at this time, the traffic light at the intersection ahead suddenly changed for a moment and Feng Lin happens to be a little inattentive, and then sees a red light when slamming on the brakes. Subai nearly had on the front of the car on the counter. Shout out on the spot ***. This, how could she forget that she's still a young woman driver? Chapter 84 Nice driving. Don't do it next time. Are you okay? Feng Lin asked with some embarrassment. The distraught Subai turned his head somewhat woodenly and looked at her. You don't have to do it that way if you don't want me to touch your thigh, do you? Okay. I promise I won't touch it. Please, drive properly. Can you get me back to Sioux City safely? Subai directly surrendered. He was somewhat regretting letting Feng Lin drive this car. If he didn't have the fast recovery ability given by the system, he would never dare to take this car. Little Lin is fun, sure, but old wants to live 2 more years. At this moment, Feng Lin was somewhat at a loss for words. Granted, that one sharp break just now had something to do with Sue by touching her thigh, but there's no denying that she's really not a very good driver and is quite inexperienced behind the wheel. I haven't touched the steering wheel more than a couple of times since I got my license. Because as a rich girl who also lives abroad all the time, the chances of her driving herself are really few and far between. Don't worry, as long as you don't interfere with my normal driving, I can definitely get you to your destination in one, safe and intact city. Subi. Luckily, the hour or so of driving that followed was fairly safe and uneventful. The Bentley drove out of the city of Jinling and drove on the highway between Jinling and Sioux City. The time was hastily at 1:00 in the evening, and the sun was hanging in the western sky. Only left a ray of light coloring a few clouds. The earth has been covered with a layer of light night. The wind blew. The sky also fell a fine rain. The two of them sat in the car, chatting away. Subai, afraid of attracting too much of her attention, didn't really talk about anything too in-depth. It was this kind of chat that made Subai's image subliminally change in Fonglin's mind. Before, I only thought he was a womanizer like Subai, just good at flirting with girls, but now it seems like the guy is kind of funny. Although Fonglin's socialization experience wasn't particularly rich, she'd met a lot of guys, never seen one like the one in front of me, not to mention that he's sunny and handsome and young, and when you're with him, Fonglin felt that she was under no pressure, and that she did not need to deliberately put on airs, and even when he just touched his thigh in the car, he'd barely bared any revulsion, obviously looking years younger than her, but can do what many men can't do in a lifetime. Let's just say that some guys are born to be popular with girls. The one in front of me is clearly that kind of person. I'm curious as to how old you are now. You obviously look 17 or 18, but you give me a sense of maturity and sophistication when you speak and act. Fonglin also casually mentioned it. She knew the hoi polloi, and it really wasn't polite to ask about family history or even names or anything sometimes, but there's still no harm in asking a guy his age for something like that. If you want to know how old I am, just try it yourself. What's the point of asking? Do you want me to draw you a picture with my hands? Of course Subai knew what she wanted to ask, but it was to deliberately get the wrong idea and backhandedly flirt some more, and Fonglin was used to this guy's behavior of opening his yellow mouth. It was even a bit numb, only shaking his head helplessly. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. The streetlights were dim, the rain was picking up, and the wind was whistling and blowing the leaves. Fonglin's brow wrinkled slightly. Traveling at night and having to deal with exceptional weather, that she was actually a little unsure in her mind. Just at this time, a sudden change occurred ahead. Only the headlights illuminated the road. About 20 meters ahead of them, an animal figure suddenly burst out of the green belt on one side and barged up into the middle of the road. Fonglin let out an exclamation of surprise and, quick braking and twisting the steering wheel to try to get around the thing. The car was going 80 miles per hour. Not too fast, but the road was wet and slippery. Plus there were quite a few small rocks on the road. The car lost its balance for a moment. The eye was about to hit a big tree. Subai exclaims ***. The first hand reached out and grabbed the steering wheel, forcing the car to steer under control, narrowly avoiding the tree, and then it plunged headlong into a roadside gutter ditch, and it was good to see that there was a thick layer of grass underneath that provided a nice cushion, and both people were not injured with their seatbelts on. Fonglin was still a bit stunned at this point, while Subai was looking at her somewhat speechlessly, because a dog can drive a car in a ditch. There's no ing way. When you encounter an animal on the highway, you'd rather hit it than force the brakes. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? In case I hadn't grabbed the steering wheel at the time. In case there was a speeding car behind us. Now it's time for me to accompany you to live in a different world, Subai said in a scolding tone. The accident that just happened, although there was a sudden element in it, but a big part of the reason is Von Lin's mishandling of the situation. I was also shocked just now, so I couldn't react in time. Fonglin muttered in a small voice. That expression aggrieved. If her family, her friends, and those under her command saw her like this, I'm afraid I'll just be shocked. The former iceberg goddess, the high-flying president of the... I can't believe that he would also apologize obediently like a child who made a mistake. Subai looked at this pitiful appearance of hers, and his mouth could no longer say any words of reproach. In all fairness, Fonglin's handling of the unexpected just now was already considered good. At least know to hit the brakes. If any other novice driver had panicked, he or she would have probably crashed headfirst into a roadblock. The whole time it's just wailing. Forget about it. It's good that you're not hurt. And you're a great driver. So next time, don't drive. I admit it was my mistake to let you drive me back. Subai's tone was rather helpless, and Fonglin nodded without speaking. Right now the Bentley has been planted in the ditch. More or less collided just now. It's not safe to stay in the car any longer. But look outside. It's stormy and dark beyond the highway. Chapter 85. Sorry. We only have one room left. Mr. Nyo, what do we do now? Fonglin still didn't know exactly what the name of the one beside her was until now, although it was a bit awkward that, but also had to continue to call Mr. Nyo. At times like this, it's more or less safe to have a guy like that around. Putting down his cell phone, Subai looked out the window in one direction. We're in a bit of an awkward position right now. Waiting for the rescue team to pull the car up from the ditch is estimated to be until the early hours of the morning. The good thing is that more than 2 kilometers in front of us there is a resupply point, although it is not possible to get a taxi, but at least we can find a hotel to deal with it for the night. Fonglin froze slightly when she heard him live. 2 kilometers? It's pouring outside right now and we don't have umbrellas. Fong Lin's living setup spoke by virtue of the fact that she saw Subai rummage through her bag and hand over a jacket to her. Even though it's the end of June and you have to wear short sleeves when you're outside. But those like Subai who often sat in the office in blue air conditioning would still have a jacket on hand. And it just so happened that the material of this jacket was waterproof. In a few moments you'll cover your upper body with your jacket, and then I'll carry you on my back. That way neither of us has to get wet. After saying that, and not waiting for her to reply, Subai directly drove off the car. Stepping through the mud and thick meadow in the gutter to the driver's seat, pulled open the door. Seeing that he was still out in the rain, Fong Lin didn't dawdle and quickly climbed onto his back. For Subai, who possesses a body power enhancement, this extra 100 pounds of meat on his back didn't feel anything at all. Fong Lin was on his back, feeling the powerful muscle lines, and secretly surprised in her heart. It's amazing how strong this teenager can be. It was raining the night two walked along the highway and didn't see any cars pass by in the meantime. Subai walked very fast. Fong Lin even had the illusion that this person underneath her was running. At this rate, it would take less than 10 minutes for the two to reach the supply station. It's just that the position at the moment is really a little bit awkward. Fong Lin grabbed her jacket with one hand and held her cell phone in the other, turning on the torch to show Subai the way. He could only use a pair of long legs to clip Subai's waist, and his chest was pressed tightly against his back. Luckily, Subai's two big hands held her buttocks, which saved her a lot of effort. Hearing Subai's breathing become a bit rapid, Fong Lin thought that she was too heavy. It made him a little tired. Are you tired? Why don't you put me down and walk by yourself? It doesn't matter if we get a little wet with the two of us holding up our coats together. Fong Lin spoke up. She seemed to feel the teenager's body, which wore only a short sleeve, still glowing with heat. A strange feeling was also born in his heart like never before. The feeling made her a little flustered. She's afraid of still carrying it like this. One might do something not so good on his back. Better not. I think I can carry it. Subai's expression was serious. Can you hold me a little tighter? That would save me some energy. Only a soft hum was heard from the woman on her back. The waist of the two slender legs really clamped a little tighter, and the softness of the mass on the back is also tighter. Well, it seems to be a little bit worse than Mr. Liang and Sister Qin, but it's still in its infancy. Not bad. It actually took just over 9 minutes. Subai then carried Fong Lin to that supply station shown above the navigation. The time was only just 7:30 p.m. But because of the rain that was falling, it's inexplicably a little quiet here, with only 2 convenience stores open. In the distance, you can still see the 5 big words Happy Family Hotel glowing on a small building. It's not quite the peak of the summer travel season, and the college entrance exams have just ended. Other students in universities, middle schools and elementary school have not yet had their summer vacation and are preparing for their final exams in a miserable manner. The vast majority of enterprises are still working normally. That's why there are so few people at the supply station at the moment. Walking into the lobby of the hotel, Subai and his duo were still unavoidably wet. Especially Fong Lin. Her butt and pants crotch are a little wet underneath, looking still weirdly embarrassed. Well, sure enough, it was embarrassing enough to see the look on her face. Subai then shook the water from his jacket, then tied it around Fong Lin's waist end, just enough to block it all. Couldn't resist slapping her on the ass after it was done. Fong Lin's face immediately turned red with shame and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. So, there should be a mall here. Can you please go and get me a dress later? Fong Lin asked in a small voice. Subai's side of course agreed without saying a word. At least there is 100 times cashback. Although Subai is not really short of money now, but a mosquito leg is still meat. The two walked together to the front desk of the hotel, where a young lady sat and was leaning back in his chair, wearing headphones and swiping a short video of Lin Entertainment in his hand. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the visitor, and she was a little surprised, probably not expecting a visitor at this late hour. Good evening to both. How can I help you? She scrambled to put away her cell phone and stood up to greet her guest. Hello, is there any room available here? We need a place to spend the night tonight. Subai opened his mouth and said, smoothly giving a wink to the front desk lady. The young lady immediately understood what he meant. She had seen too much of this sort of thing. It's just that young couples are a bit shy and want to find an excuse to squeeze under the same blanket. Let's see, the receptionist said, pretending to lean over and inspect the computer. I'm sorry, but we only have one room left here, and it's a double queen room. Why don't the two of you just settle for tonight? Chapter 86. What's the point of being polite when you've slept with them in your previous life? Above, in the steaming hot bathroom, Fong Lin walked out wrapped in a bathrobe, her beautiful body covered by but the neckline reveals a small piece of snow-white skin. Also show charm, face is still wet without any makeup, but also beautiful, very eye-catching. Let's just say that there is absolutely no water in the scores rated by the system. The girls who were able to rate above 90 are all the best in the world. Subai sat on the sofa, looking at the beauty bathing picture close at hand. He didn't hold back and swallowed his saliva. Another glance with his afterglow at the large double bed next to him. Did you go shopping for my clothes? Feeling the man's burning gaze, Fong Lin somewhat did not dare to meet it, and only lowered her head to ask softly. Trying to find a topic to distract him. Of course I bought it. You can count on me to do my job, Suji said, carrying a bag from behind the couch and handing it to her. Fong Lin took out the contents of the bag. A black dress that. It looks like an upscale brand. The price is expected to be not low, and the style is on the conservative but not too elegant side. Other than that, and a set of underwear and a pair of socks. Fong Lin's cheeks were a little hot. How did this guy even buy this? But in the next moment, she was surprised to find that both the dress and the undergarments, all just about his size. I don't think I told him, did I? How do you know my size? Curiosity drove her to ask. Subai, on the other hand, gave her a meaningful look. I've just carried you all the way, and you're still rubbing yourself against my back all the time. It's hard for me not to know. Naturally, Portugal White couldn't say that he'd known this in his past life, but just made a random excuse. Incidentally, molest her again. Hearing this, Fong Lin's entire body was bad. She had thought that she had hidden herself pretty well. I didn't realize the other side knew clearly. A strong sense of shame surged through her heart, and Fong Lin couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Actually, I don't mind. You don't need to feel ashamed or anything. After all, I'm so handsome and have such a good body. Any girl would be touched, Subai said very shamelessly, secretly causing Fong Lin's mouth to twitch. But after he said that, Fong Lin's face did feel better. At Subai's gesture, she walked to the sofa on the other side and sat opposite to Subai. On the coffee table was the dinner Subai had just stopped by the convenience store to buy. I've contacted someone to take care of the car. That Bentley of yours will be in perfect condition in front of the hotel by tomorrow morning, and I'll send a chauffeur to take you to Golden at that time, Subai said as he opened the lid of a cup of Kanto boiled and put it in front of Fong Lin. He picked up a plate of teriyaki chicken cutlet rice and ate it himself. Fong Lin looked at him with one eye wide open. So how are you going to get back? It was better not to mention this, and Subai threw a breathless look at her. Someone drove up to pick me up. I'm not gonna let you drive again. Anyway, you'd better drive less yourself. A hasty dinner was consumed in such a delicate atmosphere. Subai was going to take a shower, but Fong Lin suddenly called out to him again. She suddenly realized something very serious. Did you forget to buy the clothes we wear to bed? Subai, however, seemed to have heard a joke and looked at her with an odd expression. What are you wearing to bed? Really? As he said that, his person had already walked into the bathroom, leaving Fong Lin alone and frozen in place. Wide eyes but no words. Now she was covered only by a single, thin bathrobe. Once that strap behind the waist is undone it will just bare your breasts. It's insecure. It was a good thing there were two quilts on the bed, so they weren't in a bed nest. She quickly had an idea. If she went to bed first and fell asleep, or if she pretended to be asleep the whole time. We should be safe tonight. And that guy just carried me on his back for 2 kilometers not too long ago. He should be tired already. Don't have the energy for that anymore. Do you? Fong Lin was lying on the bed, and all she could hear in her ears was the sound of rushing water in the bathroom. It was intertwined with the sound of rain outside the window, but her mind was in turmoil. Every now and then an image of herself being carried by him at that moment flashed through her mind. Think of that warm, strong body and the carnal images of two people cuddling together that come to mind. The more she thought about it, the faster Fong Lin's heart beat. Her attitude towards this Mr. Nyo is a bit complicated. To say that there is certainly a good feeling, and it's quite favorable, but with some caution all the same, because she's not one of those brainless, stupid white people that, when people are nice to them for no reason, they only suspect that they have some bad intentions. I can't help it. If you're in a big family and you don't even have a sense of worry, you can't do it. The fear is that there is no way to survive. A few minutes later, Subai blew dry his hair and also walked out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. Couldn't help but smile at the sight of the slightly bulging quilt halfway up the bed. He then gently turned off the room's headlight, then walked over to the bed and lie down gently on the other half of the bed. That said, in his previous life, he was half tricked and half coaxed into bed with this niece, or to get back at Fong Shiji. Later Fong Lin went to look for herself, but ultimately did not fulfill her. Fong Lin to the end has not been married. Thinking about it, Subai himself felt like a big scumbag. What he owed in his previous life, he would definitely repay in this life. Subai's gaze slowly fell on Fong Lin. Feelings can actually be cultivated later. Chapter 87 What's polite when you've slept with them in your previous life? Next, feelings can actually be cultivated slowly, and according to the system, Phong Lin's favorability towards herself is now at 62, which is already likable, and after the favorability can reach 80. It's clearly a matter of what you want. However, seeing Phong Lin's delicate figure and looking at her current pure appearance, and remembering her forlorn eyes from a previous life, thinking of this, Subai really hated to give himself a slap in the face. How could I? I've slept with you once in my past life. Why should I be polite? It's useless to think so much. Isn't the best way to apologize is to give your body away? At this moment, Phong Lin clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. For the first time since she was born, she slept with a man lying next to her, and she was a little apprehensive about it. And yet there was a little thrill that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Just at that moment she felt a coldness in her back, and the next moment a hand crept under her covers and undid the straps on the back of her bathrobe. Phong Lin was shocked, but she forced herself not to make any noise. Play the part of a sleeping man. Maybe this guy won't want to do that without the excitement. But Phong Lin was proved wrong. A minute later, 2 bathrobes were thrown out of the covers at the same time. Another minute later a quilt fell under the bed. With a startled cry, Phong Lin woke up like lightning. A turn to shield the critical area behind her. 2 arms braced against the man's shoulders, allowing the two to pull a little distance apart. The eyes, on the other hand, looked at the teenager in front of them with incomparable horror. You calm down. It was the first time Phong Lin had faced such a thing since she came out of her mother's womb until now. Now that she had lost her old composure, she was really a bit overwhelmed. Her brain's thoughts were incredibly confused now, and she was a little afraid that she might have acted on impulse and do something that your future self will regret. She'd heard that kind of thing hurt the first time. Only, Subai, however, did not say anything. He understood that at such a time the words coming from the mouth of a male, it's either redundant or hypocritical. A pair of hands slowly wrapped around the slender waist of the warm lips also came a little closer to her cheek. Phong Lin's body was trembling slightly, but did not resist. A few minutes later, as another shriek rang out, there was one less girl in the world. One more woman. For a long time afterward, the room was a spring tide. Meanwhile, in Sioux City, in a certain street convenience store, the time is 10 p.m. Xia Yanshi, who had just finished her birthday with a few girlfriends, was sitting alone in front of the table, holding a cup of steaming milk tea in her hand. Both eyes were staring somewhat listlessly at the cell phone screen on the table. Naturally, Subai hadn't forgotten her birthday. Because her birthday happened to be just one day after the end of the college entrance exam, Subai had already sent her a birthday red envelope with a large denomination over this morning, and sent flowers, and afterwards said that he had to go over to Jinling today to do some errands, and that it was probable that he would not be able to come back today. Xia Yanshi didn't tell him about the birthday party she got at home today. A couple of messages on my cell phone never got a response either. The girl's intuition told her that Subai was probably leaning on some woman's tender spot at the moment. If she was just a gold digger, she'd be pretty happy with her life by now, because no matter when, no matter what reason, no matter how much money is needed, as long as she asks, Subai will give it. With that kind of money, she had no problem buying whatever she wanted and going wherever she wanted. But she seemed to have moved on with her true feelings for Subai. Maybe it's because Subai has become handsome and rich, or maybe it was only because Subai had gone out and angrily punched Li Ziming for himself at the Mercedes-Benz store that day, and because he had protected her at the first opportunity when he encountered a killer in the parking lot of the Royal Roland Hotel that day. Leave her in peace. In short, Subai has filled her whole heart without her realizing it. When she didn't have Subai by her side, she felt empty inside. Even though she knew Subai had other women, she still wanted to guard him and not let go. The only thing she regretted was that she hadn't properly cherished Subai's kindness to her before, and stupidly lost his first time. Though now that she's relying on her own efforts, she's barely been able to sort of recover Subai. Yet it seems to have lost the power to be Subai's woman and struggles to get much care from him. From what she knows so far, Mr. Liang and Lin Xinla are the two people who, whether it was the body or the appearance, was too much better than himself. If he was Subai, the probability was that he would also like those two more. Himself. In what way should he get Subai's attention? Just at this time, through the glass of the convenience store, Xia Yanshi saw a familiar figure. The college entrance exam was over and Liang Yu quit her job as a teacher. Now in a temporary state of joblessness, she is visibly relaxed. Today Subai had something to do and went to Jinling, so she asked a few of her sisters from college out for a whole day by herself. I happened to pass by a convenience store near my school when I get home at night and stop by to buy 2 sandwiches for tomorrow's breakfast. This process did not notice Xia Yanshi on the side. When she took out her cell phone to check out, she realized it was dead. Feeling his pockets, there was no cash either. and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Why don't you come over and pay for it together some other time? It doesn't matter. The clerk smiled faintly. However, without waiting for Liang Yu to reply, a playful voice rang out from behind. Mr. Liang, this order is on me. Chapter 88 Su Bai's identity exposed. Feng Lin breaks great defense. The following morning, a ray of sunlight shone through a gap between the curtains on the bed, and the misty. Feng Lin slowly opened her eyes. Into the eye was the handsome side of that man's face. The soreness and weakness in her body and the vague pain in her lower body made her sure that everything that had happened last night had not been a dream, and that the two were still lying openly in bed together. Her emotions were a little mixed and overwhelmed. I can't believe that I actually gave my body to this person who was several years younger than I was at the age I just met a day ago. Boys who don't even know their names. Having lost her body, she would naturally not be able to go to the marriage for the family, so that she would not have to. It's time to go through all the trouble of taking the initiative to approach that man called Su Bai again. It's just that, if you can't complete the task the family has given you within the time limit, she didn't know how to face the family. But at the moment, resting her head against the man's firm chest, she felt his steady breathing and strong heartbeat, but she felt very relieved. He can casually take out $200 million, so he must not have a simple identity if he has his help, coupled with his own strength. I'm sure it wasn't that hard to complete that family mission. The big deal is that when the time comes, he'll be brazen enough to let this one in bed invest in him. After all, his whole being is his now. He couldn't just stand by and watch himself being taken away by that rascal called Su Bai. Could he? Unconsciously, Feng Lin had already developed a dependence on this teenager. After thinking clearly about this, Feng Lin's originally messy heart relaxed a lot. Rolling over inside the nest of beds, his back pressed against the small of a distinctly muscled stomach. Reaching out, he fumbled with his hand on the pillow, trying to find his cell phone to check the time. It's only when you turn on the screensaver that you realize it's not your phone. The wallpaper uses a basketball player wearing the number 23 jersey, supposedly from the one behind him. The time was 8 a.m., and there were several unread messages. Liang Yu, are you coming back for lunch today? Auntie just told us to go back for lunch. Lin Xinla, you're still in Jinling now? I've been too bored for the past 2 days and want to go out for a walk. Xia Yanshi, remember to tell me if you're back. I left you a cake. Xinyao, Su Bai, Director Su of Title Music wants to meet you. She said she wants to have more collaboration with Cub Music. So when are you going to hang out again? There was quite a bit of news, but Feng Lin wasn't the kind of person who liked to pry into other people's privacy. A mere unintentional glance followed by putting the phone down. A few seconds later, however, her eyes snapped open again. It's not right. It's very, 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 very wrong. She opened her cell phone once more and saw that one message sent by Qin Yao. Qin Yao, Little Bear Music. Su Bai. Su Bai? Isn't it Mr. Nyo? How is this? How did this happen? Feng Lin stared at the sleeping man beside her with a pair of wide eyes, her mind going blank. At that exact moment, Su Bai leisurely opened his eyes, and the two of them looked at each other again and the atmosphere was subtle. Su Bai first felt that things were a bit wrong, but he couldn't say where. Currently Feng Lin's favorability towards him was bouncing back and forth across the board between 82 and 83. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, except for that sultry little expression. Did you hurt her last night? Regardless of all that, the goodwill is still there, that's fine. Thus, Su Bai was relieved to boldly reach out and put his arm around her waist, taking her into his arms from behind. Feng Lin did not resist and let him move. Considering that last night was still little Lin's first time, Su Bai didn't bother to move on the idea of doing morning exercises, merely quiet warmth. A full 10 minutes passed before he heard Feng Lin's voice ringing in his ears. Tell me the truth. How many women am I your first? Su Bai's expression wavered for a moment, and his eyes swept vaguely toward the cell phone on his pillow. There was probably already a guess in his heart that this Niu had a high probability of already knowing his identity. When Qin Yao's matter was not a small commotion over in Yanjing, the Feng family must have known about themselves, and Feng Lin realized that she was sharing a man with Qin Yao. Naturally, he couldn't imagine the Feng family's true plan. If having sex is what counts, you have two ahead of you. Su Bai didn't intend to hide anything from her. For this kind of big family wanting to know something, it was also good to investigate. But it doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, as long as it's my woman, I will be responsible to the end. Don't worry, I'm definitely not the kind of scum that starts and stops things. Everyone I'll take care of in place, Su Bai said very shamelessly. Although Feng Lin had been mentally prepared for this, she really heard him say it in person. It's more or less bad. Who wants to share a lifelong companion with someone else if they can? But now that the wood has turned, and she's given up her body, there was no point in saying more or thinking more. It was no longer difficult for her heart to accept someone other than Su Bai. Fate seems to have played a big joke on her. She came to Jinling specifically to start a business so she wouldn't be with Subai. As a result, the company hadn't been run yet, and his own people had been slept with by Subai first. The death of a hero before he is ready to leave the field often brings tears to the hero's eyes. This kind of thing, on anyone who is going to break the big defense Fonglin heart. The more she thought the more aggrieved. For a time her eyes were actually a little red. And everyone is taken care of. It's the first time I've seen someone who can talk about philandering in such a 200 crown manner. Fonglin looked at him with a grimace. Sooner or later the harem will catch fire. I'll see who else wants you then. Seeing that little Lin Lin was a bit emotional, Subai was busy going to coax her. Fonglin subconsciously struggled twice and then let him hold it that way too. Just still twisting his head away from him. You'll be there when the fire starts. You'll want me, won't you? But don't. I only met you yesterday. We don't know each other very well. Come on. We'll get to know each other better if we come here a few more times. Won't we? Detected that the object of dog licking has increased its favorability towards the host to 87. Chapter 89. Look at how much other people's kids know. The time came to the appearance of 10 o'clock in the morning. Subai and Fonglin had already found a place to settle their breakfast, checked out of the room and left the hotel. There were already 2 cars parked over here in front of the hotel. One was Fonglin's red and white Bentley. Yesterday after driving into the ditch the 2 men directly abandoned the car and left. Subai found someone to go overnight to pull the car out, and then do a full inspection and repair. It is now as good as new. Not assured that this niece will drive by herself, Subai specially found a driver and bodyguard for her. It's from Blue Whale Security. And next to the Bentley was a big black Mercedes. Sitting in the driver's seat was Lena, the Blue Whale's general director. Since Subai became the boss of Blue Whale, the two had only met once. Saying you're in charge, you've become a plus-sized toolman. Lena is a veteran, but is also only in her 20s, because anything goes. So Sue White just lets her do everything. Today, for example, she is here to be a driver. It's worth noting that she actually has a 78 rating, so Subai directly bound a third relationship with her. The monthly salary is 200,000 yuan, plus a small bonus of 2 million yuan. This 2 million extra to 300 Subai can get double cashback. Fonglin saw the valiant girl in the car and looked at Subai with some suspicion. Don't get me wrong. This is my driver. Work kind of relationship, Subai hurriedly explained. And Fonglin didn't ask anything, only nodding. Her heart was convincing herself to accept and adapt to the fact that Subai had another woman. Lena in the car heard their conversation and flushed slightly at the base of her ears. Sue White is paying her way too much. More than enough to make her decide that Subai was trying to ask something of her outside of work. She'd prepared herself for it, but it turned out that a couple of encounters with, and yet nothing happened. I'm going back. When are you coming back to Jinling? Fonglin took the initiative to sidestep the topic and opened her mouth to ask. It won't be long. I'll be back over in a few days to take care of the company's site selection. Subai smiled faintly and smoothly reached out to lift a few strands of hair behind her ears for her. You have a good day's rest, and I'll come back to you when I'm ready to butt in on the job. Fonglin understood what the guy was saying and blushed again. The two warmed up for a while, before they each got in their cars and left. In Subai's car, Lena was in the driver's seat and Subai was in the back seat. Driving some distance away, Lena quietly glanced in the rearview mirror and then she met Subai's gaze that was full of deep meaning. And with a startled heart, she hurriedly focused on driving again. Nah, how's that thing I asked you to take care of going? Subai asked with a faint smile. The land over in Hangzhou has been taken down. Soon you can start the renovation work for about 3 months. Lena immediately switched into a working mode. Subai is going to establish the headquarters of Cool Cat Entertainment in Hangzhou. For this reason, directly let Lena to intercept a medium-sized business park. In the original basis of construction and renovation, the future will become the entire Hangzhou city's largest entertainment company. It's been a rough couple of days, Nana. You've done a great job, so I've decided to give you a little bonus as a reward, plus a month's vacation to rest up in the meantime. Subai said lightly, turned his hand to send her a small red envelope over. Lena, who was driving, subconsciously glanced at the arrival message that popped up on her cell phone screen. Her eyes went wide when she saw the long string of zeros that she couldn't count. Are you sure it's a month's vacation and not 10 months? After speaking these words, Lena never dared to open her mouth to speak again for the rest of the ride. I was afraid that the person behind me would suddenly say, let's go to my house for dinner tonight. So should I go or not? Thank you, Mr. Sue. I will continue to work hard. After sending Subai to the villa in the waterfront garden, Lena then left, off to enjoy her vacation. Subai returned home, and without resting his feet, he drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom again. Took Liang Yu together to go to the north of the city's villa estate. Mom she but wanted to die Liang Yu. Now look at her than their own. This sun is also heavy. You brat. As soon as you finish your exams, you run outside. And you don't know to spend more time with Xiao Liang. Just like your father who can't hurt people. As soon as Su Bai returned home, he was reprimanded by his mom, Shu Chunmei. Even Su Daxiang, who was on the side, was affected. Mom, you can't say that. I'm going out to do my job. Su Bai was obviously a bit vain and said, he didn't tell his mom and dad how rich he was now. And naturally he didn't talk about creating a company or anything. Afraid of scaring them. There's also the fact that this trip to Jinling was originally for official business. It turned out to be a different matter. Business? What business could you possibly have? Do you want to start your own business? Shu Chunmei understand their own son. If said to master what computer technology to earn money, she still believe. But she would never believe it if she said she was starting a company. Liang Yu, who heard this conversation, looked at Su Bai with a somewhat strange expression. Su Bai gave her a look, and she immediately understood and didn't say anything. As for Su Daxiang, he's just watching from the sidelines today without saying a word. A tired and deflated look. Breathless. And I don't know what I did yesterday. Oh, I said, why is mom so angry today? If you love to play, you say you love to play, and you're looking for so many reasons. This love of excuses is the same as your father's. How come you haven't inherited any of my good genes? Chu Chunguang continued. Su Bai and Liang Yu looked at each other and stopped talking. Mom is really too scary today. It seems necessary to buy some supplements for dad to regulate the body. Mom, you can't say that. I don't have any good qualities, but I've found the perfect girlfriend. Su Bai said with both hands. In front of his mom, Liang Yu was the only one he could still hold. At the mention of Liang Yu, Shu Chuanmei's fire immediately halved. I don't know where your boy got the good fortune to find such a nice girl. That's why it's even more important to have a proper form. One of my former co-workers' kids just finished his senior year and went out to work to earn a living. Look at how much other people's kids know. Learn from them. Chapter 90. Of course I want you all to myself, but I can't live without you. After dinner, Su Bai and Liang Yu left the Villa Manor shortly after. Aren't you going to tell your parents how much money you've made? And about the company? I don't think it's a good idea to keep it from them. Two people who have now come to think of each other as the closest thing they have. It is natural that some things can be said without fear. Don't worry. I'm not going to keep it from them all the time. And when there's a suitable opportunity later on, I'm definitely going to come clean with them about everything. I'm just worried that they won't be able to take it all at once if I don't say anything now. Su Bai gently smiled. By the way, I never got around to asking you, how did you do on this college entrance exam? Do you have the confidence to get into 985 in China? Liang Yu, however, hadn't forgotten that previous practice test. This guy got a 0 on English on purpose and could have had almost 600 total points. And as his English teacher myself, I naturally know how good he is at English. Exam scores are commonly in the 130s and sometimes 140s. If Su Bai were to take the college entrance exam at such a level, then needless to say the provincial top student, the national top student, that's a breeze. More than that, I can't say, but at least the universities in the country are optional. Su Bai will not say words too full, although this time the first prize has been the nail in the coffin. Except for the language and English essays, which are uncertain, not a single point will be deducted at all. That's the confidence of having a full set of answers in your head. It won't be long before all the major schools in the country will be competing to throw olive branches to Su Bai. That group of school leaders are afraid they'll fight it out. Just at this time, Su Bai's cell phone rang. Taking it out, it was an unfamiliar and somewhat familiar phone number. Without much thought, he picked it up straight away. Hello, this is Su Bai. The voice of a kind and affable old man came over the phone, and the moment Su Bai heard the other party's voice, he remembered his identity, the person in power of the Feng family in Yanjing today. Feng Lin's own grandfather, Elder Feng. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Feng Shiji's grandfather. Just call me Feng Lao. He introduced himself as Feng Shiji's grandfather instead of the head of the Feng family. This old man's city really has a lot of depth to it. With his previous life's dealings, Su Bai naturally knew how powerful this old fox was to know that 60 years ago he was a country bumpkin just out of the countryside, and the entire Feng family's billion-dollar-plus industry was built up from nothing, little by little. So it's Elder Feng. What's the pressing matter that you're looking for the late generation today? Su Bai politely returned. He had a lot of respect in his heart for this old man. I don't dare to be a good person. I heard that before our family Shiji was over there in Suzhou City with some unpleasantness happened to you, Mr. Su, for which we, the Feng family, are very sorry. Feng Shiji's side of the family has been properly criticized and disciplined. I didn't bother before because I was worried about affecting Mr. Su's college entrance exam. Now, Our Feng family wishes to come to Su City to properly apologize to you and do the proper courtesy. Hearing Elder Feng's words, Su Bai secretly nodded his head. It's worthy of the old man. He talks so well. Where is this a door-to-door apology? It's clearly an opportunity to curry some favor. The name Su Bai. Their Feng family should be the first to know about it in Yanjing. Elder Feng doesn't have to be so polite. There isn't much conflict between Feng Shiji and me. It's normal for young people to say and do the wrong things. Su Bai pretended to be polite. The process that should be in place should still be in place. No, Mr. Su, this matter is, to a lesser extent, a minor conflict between you two young people. To put it in a larger context, there's something wrong with our Feng family's morals. I hope Mr. Su will be kind enough to meet us tomorrow night at the tax restaurant in Suzhou. We are waiting for Mr. Su's arrival. Hearing what Elder Feng spoke, Su Bai raised his eyebrows. This old man knows how to pick a place. Don't look at it like it's just a private restaurant. It's no worse than the Royal Roland Hotel, which only sells 4 tables a day, and the food is very expensive. It's not uncommon for a table to move 10,000, and ordinary people with money can't even eat. Elder Feng, you're so polite. In that case, I'll be respectful. We'll see you tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. After hanging up the phone, Su Bai looked at Liang Yu again and found that she was also looking at herself. What are you looking at me like that for? Su Bai asked with a smile. There are times when I wonder if you're even an 18-year-old high school student. The sophistication of speech and action, as well as the smoothness of manner and the unusual manner of conversation. I'm afraid it's not even possible for a 48-year-old to do that. What Liang Yu said was also what most people who had come into contact with Su Bai had said about him so far. This young man is quite something. Not to mention the young juniors of the great clans. Even those 60 or 70-year-old monsters would feel an inexplicable pressure when conversing with them. What they don't know is that in Su Bai's 18-year-old body, inhabited by a soul that lived one more lifetime. But don't tease. How can a 48-year-old give you as much full happiness as I do? Su Bai teased, causing Liang Yu to blush again. By the way, there's a dinner party tomorrow night, but it's a rare private dining room that. Do you want to come with me? It's better if you take that little girl named Xia Yanshi. Liang Yu's sudden perverse speech surprised Su Bai. Mr. Liang, did something happen? Su Bai said and lightly took her hand again. We ran into each other at the convenience store last night, and she and I talked a lot. I realized that she really loves you and regrets the wrong things she has done before. I think that you shouldn't fail a little girl like that. Liang Yu spoke seriously, not like she was joking. Su Bai was truly surprised that she could have such a high level of ideological awareness. You're not jealous? Su Bai hugged her a little tighter, and Liang Yu looked a little complicated. There's no way around it. Of course I want you all to myself, but I can't get away from you anymore. Chapter 91. Your girl is nice. I'll take it. Of course I want to have you all to myself, but I can't get away from you more. Liang Yu's words struck Su Bai down. He himself hadn't thought that this ninny could actually think so highly of herself. Just how much love was there to accept such a philandering one of herself? Thinking about this, the two gazes intertwined again. Su Bai's eyes were all tender. We haven't had a proper date since we've been together. Let's take you to the mall tonight for Night Market Street and try out that motorcycle of mine. Meanwhile, the Feng family in Yanjing. Hanging up the phone, Elder Feng's expression was a bit gloomy. Just got off the phone with the young man named Su Zi, though only in a few words. Again, all polite words, but his intuition told him that this son is absolutely not simple, and once he grows up in the future, it's highly likely that it's a big shot not inferior to Lin Dongnan. The Feng family was right to choose to befriend them in time. After sitting at his desk and thinking for a few moments, he made another call to his granddaughter Feng Lin. Hey grandpa, what's up? Feng Lin's voice came from the other side of the phone. Lin, we're planning a trip to Su City tomorrow. Apologize properly to Su Bai for what happened to your brother. Why don't you come along too? To mix it up. It won't do you any harm anyway, right? Elder Feng was speaking in a consultative tone. Feng Lin on the other side of the phone was sweating. Grandpa still does not know the relationship between himself and Su Bai. I'm afraid that has long been more than just familiar. So simple. Should I tell my family about this? I'd better forget it. The company over here in Jinling is just getting started. I'm very busy these days. It's just too much time to spare. It was the only answer she could give. She couldn't say your granddaughter me. In fact, you're already under the same blanket as that rascal named Su Bai, aren't you? If this were to be rumored, I'm afraid it would be laughed off. Miss Feng, the talented daughter of heaven. Front foot still mouth hard to say to rely on their own ability to change the fate of heaven. But the result is that the back foot is very understanding to go to the family's welfare. Are outsiders going to say that she, Feng Lin, not only has outstanding business talent, even the talent for surprising your family is outstanding? A few times down the mouth Feng Laozi still did not persuade. Fong Lin's side first hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound from his cell phone, Elder Fong sighed softly. But what's wrong with the feeling that something's not quite right? At 7 o'clock in the evening of the second day, a red Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly parked in front of Xia Yinsher's house. Subai sent a message on his cell phone, and Xia Yinsher quickly walked out. Her outfit today as well as what she wore was something that you could clearly see the effort put into it. How to put on makeup with care without looking overpowering. How to retain youthfulness in clothing without looking mature. To these questions, Xia Yinsher today gave a pretty good answer. Getting into the passenger seat of a big Mercedes G. Looking at the handsome face of the man beside me, Xia Yinsher's face had a look of suppressed joy, and her heart was pounding with excitement. Yesterday, Subai said he'd take her to a dinner party. The first thing that came to her mind was the conversation between herself and Mr. Liang that night. 80% of the time, Mr. Liang is speaking for himself behind his back, otherwise it wouldn't have been his turn to accompany Subai to that kind of occasion. To that end, she's been gearing up since she got up this morning. What she's going to wear, what kind of makeup she's going to put on. How about giving Subai as much face as possible? Subai naturally discovered her intentions and wore a gentle smile. If only the ninny had been so understanding earlier, but after all, having lost her body, Subai's heart will still be more or less resistant. And see if this niece can always be so understanding in the future. It finally removes that little bit of resistance in your own mind. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Tak Ki Private Restaurant. Unlike other famous restaurants, there's no line here at all, because all the guests were booked. They arrived and went straight inside. After exiting the electric card Fong Lao had sent him, Subai and Yanshur smoothly walked into the private dining hall. There are 24 tables of guests on the first floor of, and the place where they dined was on the second floor. Subai didn't want to make much of a scene, so he didn't tell them that he would be coming 15 minutes early. So the Fong family didn't come down to greet them. Probably scanned these guests on the first floor at the moment. The quality of the food naturally goes without saying. You can smell the mouth-watering aroma from across the street. It is said that this family has been a chef for 8 generations, and many of the dishes have a flavor that is unique in the world. Otherwise you wouldn't dare to open your store so high profile. As for the diners, needless to say, all of them were either rich or wealthy. Some of the top leaders of local companies, or the rich and famous, and even many celebrities and netizens. There were a few faces that Subai seemed to have seen on Lin Entertainment, and thought that they had the ability to visit the store here. All of them are big internet celebrities with at least 10 million followers. Suddenly, Subai saw a somewhat familiar face in the crowd. It so happened that the latter saw him at that moment, and after a few seconds of staring at each other, Subai remembered this person was his junior high school classmate. His name is Zhang Yang. His family has a company with over $100 million in assets, and he is rumored to have mob connections. Anyway, this guy's a school bully. He beats up anyone who looks at him, and if he sees a girl, he forces himself on her. Anyone who dares to disobey will be approached by a group of gangsters that night, and there is no one in the surrounding area who doesn't get a big head when they see him. With Subai's weak character in junior high school, naturally, he hadn't been bullied by him much. Yoo-hoo! Who the hell did I think it was? It's you! You little redneck. What's your name again? It doesn't matter. How dare you come here to eat? Did your dad get hit? Zhang Mang recognized this face. Hearing his words, Subai and Xia Yanshur's faces both changed. A few guests also cast quiet glances. It's not that I'm here for dinner. It's a treat. Subai returned in a faint voice. Ooh-hoo, here for the white whoring. No wonder, Zhang Mang said. His eyes just happened to fall on Xia Yanshur. His eyes immediately flashed a flash of greed. I say, it's my birthday today, and you old classmates don't show it? I didn't know you were there. I didn't bring anything. Subai spread his 2 hands, but Zhang Mang refused to buy it, raising his hand and pointing to Xia Yanshur beside him. The lust on his face was undisguised. Your girl looks good. I'll take it. Chapter 92. He's fat and ugly. Not even close to you. The atmosphere in the restaurant became steeply serious, and those sitting at Zhang Mang's table, several people turned their gazes towards Subai and Xia Yanshur. Zhang Mang's expression did not have the slightest hint of euphemism. In his opinion, this guy was a soft. It was impossible to harden up, and one didn't have to give him any face at all. As long as he, Zhang Mang, has his eye on a woman, there's no woman he can't get. If Subai is honest, he will leave the woman behind and go by himself. If he is insensitive, he will be beaten and thrown out, and then the woman will still have to stay. What most people did not expect, however, was that after hearing the other side speak so, the young man and the girl beside him had very calm faces, with no hint of fear or embarrassment. Subai looked at Xia Yanshur beside him and then at Zhang Mang. You've got your eye on her? If you've got your eye on her, go after her yourself. What's the point of telling me? Seemingly logically sound, and in all seriousness. But in reality, it was Subai himself who was being weird and pretending to look at Xia Yanshi. Baby, what do you think of him? Xia Yanshi immediately got Subai's meaning. She had naturally heard of Zhang Meng's name as a native of Su City, but with Subai around she wasn't panicked in the slightest. Zhang Meng's father was a general under Song Biao. As for Song Biao's son Song Jincheng, he was all in a state of fear when he saw Subai. There was no need to say which was stronger or weaker. Only Xia Yanshi looked at Subai and then at Zhang Kuei, and a look of disgust then appeared on her face. He's ugly and fat, not even close to you. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Meng over there directly clapped his hands. Just now when Subai opened his mouth to speak he realized that something was wrong. Now that he was being called ugly and fat to his face by a woman, how could he sit still? Ever since I was a kid, I've been respectful when I've seen him. When has he ever been provoked like this? ***, you've grown up in a few years, haven't you? How dare you bring her in front of me? I think you've forgotten the slaps you got in those years. Bald head. Waste that little redneck for me. And that ungrateful. I'm going to ride her in front of Little Red. The one who was called bald was sitting on Zhang Meng's right-hand side, with a shiny head and a height of more than 1 meter 9. Big man with gnarled muscles. He stood up and walked towards Subai and the two of them with a cold smile on his face. When the few people at the table saw this scene, there were also teasing smiles on their faces. Brother Baldy made a move. This kid's life is ruined. Serves him right. It's just dare to talk to Mang like that. 10 lives are not enough for him to die. I'll bet $1,000 that the kid will be put down in 3 moves. 3 strokes? You're kidding. I bet 2,000 that he can't even catch a single move. The bald guy over there had already arrived in front of Subai and the two of them. Enough to be a head taller than the 1 meter 85 Subai. Okay, kid, this is not even run. In front of women to pretend face is it? Don't worry. Watching your woman being ridden by Mr. Zhang later will be a great honor. With those words, the bald man struck out with a lightning bolt of a casserole-sized fist smashed straight towards Subai's face. Subai, however, did not dodge. In the next second, only Subai violently kicked out. Put. All you hear is the sound of some kind of soft tissue crumbling away. Subai solidly kicked the bald head's crotch. The latter's whole person immediately bowed into a shrimp shape and flew out backwards, ruthlessly crashed into a pillar, squirming on the ground with his hands over his crotch. He was too sore to speak. The whole process was just a flash of lightning, and the large restaurant was plunged into a dead silence. You look like you're about to get ing ridden to me. Shave your head and you really think you're so ed up. Never seen such douchebaggery in my life. Subai cursed and his gaze fell on Zhang Meng again. I have business to attend to on my end, so I'll go up if you're okay. After saying that, he once again took Xia Yanshi's hand and walked upstairs, and 7 or 8 big men at Zhang Meng's table immediately stood up, and 2 of them blocked the entrance to the staircase. 2 people blocked the gate, while the rest surrounded the Subai duo. Zhang Meng looked at them, his face terribly gloomy. You could have had a life, but this is probably not going to happen. I'll have all my brothers wheel your women around in front of you and send you on your way. However, looking at the battle in front of him, Subai remained unmoved. Xia Yanshi couldn't see any panic on her face either. Zhang Meng, just based on the words you just spoke, I can make your family go up in smoke. Subai's tone was still incomparably calm, and he hadn't taken the other party seriously since the beginning. If you sit down now and have your birthday in peace, I can pretend nothing happened. Oh, how dare you threaten old me. I think you're really tired of living. I'd like to see what you'll use to make my house go up in smoke today. Zhang Meng laughed in anger, and his expression became a bit hideous. Their family's over $100 million industry, and there's a big shot like Song Biao behind it. He simply didn't believe that there was anyone in Sioux City who could threaten him, and even if there was, it definitely wasn't this one in front of him. What the are you waiting for? Let's go. Remember to keep that kid alive. I'm going to torture him to death. As Zhang Meng's words fell, those 7 or 8 people rushed up towards Subai and his duo in unison. On the contrary, Subai did not have the slightest intention to meet the enemy and only raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, I saw a dozen or so people suddenly stand out from the several tables of guests next to me. All of them are women, but you can tell from their movements that they're not bad. They're all from the Blue Whale Security Company, Subai's personal bodyguards. They would secretly follow Subai wherever he went. Don't ask why you are so dedicated. Ask is that Subai gives just too much. Bound to the third relationship, the paycheck is no more painful for Subai. In just a few seconds, the burly men were put down on the ground, their expressions writhing in incomparable pain. Seeing this scene, Zhang Meng and the crowd's mouths opened wide in shock. Chapter 93 You Move and I'm Dead. Even Xia Yanshi was shocked by this sudden scene that appeared. She knew that Subai must have a way to deal with the situation in front of her, But she would never have thought that it would be by looking at the dozen or so female bodyguards standing in front of Subai in this manner. Everyone was dressed differently, but they stood together so neatly, radiating a murderous aura. Taking a closer look, Xia Yanshi realized that these female bodyguards all had very high face values. The body is also surprisingly well built from years of training. Seemingly thinking of something, she glanced at Subai with an odd expression, but didn't say anything. Xia Yanshi, if you don't try to make yourself better, the female bodyguards can catch up with you. Will Subai still want you then? Starting tomorrow, self-discipline fitness. Do an hour and a half of chest exercises every day. No one in the room knew what she was thinking, though. Everyone looked at the teenager, who was being escorted by a dozen female bodyguards, with a frightened yet curious gaze. Zhang Mang swallowed his saliva and looked at Subai with a somewhat frightened expression. You less than eat me, right? Arranged so many bodyguards. It's clear that you're sincerely targeting me. If you have the guts, just wait for me to call someone over. If you move my Zhang family, I'll see if you can get away with it. With that, Zhang Mang pulled out his cell phone, but Subai looked at him with the gaze of an idiot. You're the one who came looking for trouble, and you're the one who said I was targeting you. Subai shook his head and mocked. Call if you want to, and let's see if your father comes faster or my men move faster. Big babies, waste all 3 legs of this son you. Boss. The women chorused in unison, then rushed towards Zhang Mang in unison. For the first time in Zhang Mang's long life, he felt fear when a group of great beauties rushed towards him. His feet went limp and he collapsed straight to the ground. I thought I could get this guy to stop after I moved out of Pops. I didn't expect that the other party was actually not afraid in the slightest, and dared to make a direct move. Zhang Mang also woke up at this moment. The teenager in front of me at the moment is not the same boy who was bullied back then. To have so many high-quality bodyguards by your side, you don't think it's a simple person. Thinking of this, Zhang Mang somewhat regretted finding trouble with this guy just now for the sake of a woman. In case you really do account for your second brother here, wouldn't that be a big loss? In the blink of an eye, Zhang Mang was already deadlocked on the ground by several people, squirming desperately like a fat worm. All of you let go of my hands. How dare you? My dad is Zhang Yu. If you touch me, I'm dead. Zhang Mang was still struggling desperately, but Subai was unmoved. Your dad's an octopus? I'm still a lobster. A small company with a mere 100 million dares to be so arrogant. I really don't know how your brains grow. Do it. When Subai's words fell, 3 of the female bodyguards pulled out 3 iron rods from nowhere, viciously smashing towards Zhang Mang's 3 legs. Stop! A woman's angry cry suddenly came from the second floor, only to see a woman dressed in a black slim-fitting cheongsam that, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a beautiful body and a delicate face, winding down the stairs surrounded by dozens of burly bodyguards. But Subai's big babies only listen to him. Anyone else who comes along is no good. So the 3 iron rods fell in unison. Bang! Bang! Poof! Wow! Zhang Mang, who had lost 3 legs, rolled desperately on the ground in pain and let out a series of wails from his mouth. The faces of the middle-aged beauty and the dozens of burly bodyguards who had just arrived were immediately gloomy. There were quite a few people in the arena who noticed the middle-aged beautiful woman, and they also had a look of surprise on their faces. This is the owner of Tak Ki Private Kitchen. One snake charmer in Suzhou, nicknamed Master Snake. Her family's ancestors were all great chefs, even the imperial chef of the Qing Emperor, and their cooking skills have been passed down to this day. The chefs used in the private kitchen were all her father's apprentices and never recruited outsiders. It is said that this snake master was also looked upon by a mobster, but for so many years had been. Instead of letting him have his way, he's already eaten his way through the underworld. Almost no one in the Sioux City land dared to mess with her. And then there's the fact that Master Snake is now 47 years old, but very well maintained. It looks like she's not even 30 and has a face and body that would give most young women a run for their money. Name, Gu Yuan, Master Snake. Age, 47. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 59 kilograms. Current rating is 91. Are you bound to be a dog licker? Hearing the system's voice, Subai was shocked. She was actually 47 years old. She's only a few years older than Qinyao, right? How do you take care of yourself? And, 47 is older than my mom. Asking me, an 18-year-old kid, to bind her as a dog licker. This is too damn. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Gu Yuan as the No. 7 dog licking object. This is too damn exciting. Subai secretly condemned his own little perversion in his heart. Then he switched to a serious expression to look at Master Snake. Master Snake also looked at him. And when she realized that the man was actually a young man of 17 or 18 years of age, there was some surprise in his mind. But soon she changed back to her original expression. Little brother, this is my store, a place to eat. You're roughing it here. I'm afraid that's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? As he spoke, an invisible pressure came towards Subai, but Subai was not half uncomfortable, not the least bit intimidated. Ms. Go. I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean I'm roughing it here? I was clearly just being legitimately defensive. And it was the man who did it first. You didn't come out when his men tried to move me just now, but now that it's my turn to fight back you're trying to block it. It's not like you're trying to pull the plug, is it? Hearing his words, Go Yuan couldn't help but think highly of this teenager in her heart. He had airs and knowledge not belonging to his age, and his conversation was quite extraordinary, and very good looking too. Detected Gu Yuan's favorability towards the host has increased, currently at 52. Chapter 94. Mr. Su, why didn't you say anything when you arrived? Hearing the system tone that came coldly in his head, Subai was a little confused for a while. No, I didn't say anything. You actually know my name? Hearing this little brother call himself Miss Gu, Master Snake was a little surprised in his heart. In all these years, no one has ever called her that, and hardly anyone knows her real name, either. The people under her command and in her business all call her Master Snake. Without waiting for Subai to reply, she spoke again. Don't get me wrong. My sister never favors anyone in her own store. I was just in the upstairs box to receive the honored guests from Yanjing, and when I heard about the accident downstairs I immediately brought people down. Subai secretly nodded after listening. This explanation is quite reasonable. The main thing is that the guests from Yanjing he still know. Well then, since you don't know what happened, Sister Gu, I'll tell you about it. I came here for dinner tonight, and I just came in and met the one that. He said he had a crush on my girlfriend and asked me to hand her over. When I didn't agree, he had his men kill me, and said he was going to ride my girlfriend in front of me, and I had no choice but to step in. The whole process was indeed like that, and Subai didn't add anything to it. As Subai's words fell, Master Snake's gaze swept the reactions of the onlookers, and in his heart he knew that the situation was true. Naturally, she did not want to offend anyone, and it was best that she could regulate privately. But now that things have gotten so big, so many people in the room are watching. If she, the boss, didn't take a stand, then how could she do business in the future? With this thought in her head, her gaze again fell on Xia Yanshi beside Subai without any trace. This little girl is the little brother's girlfriend, and today's events are all because of her. Well, it's true that there are a few good looks, but it's not even close to what I had back in the day. Suddenly, Master Snake's gaze fell back on Zhang Mang over there. Su White's big babies have retreated. Now, only Zhang Mang was left alone lying on the ground panting heavily. The pain in his legs caused him to break out in a cold sweat. His appearance was very wretched. According to the rules of our restaurant, anyone who dares to start a fight here will have one of his fingers chopped off. Pay double for the meal. As Master Snake's words fell, the several strong men behind her immediately raised their steps towards Zhang Mang's side. When Zhang Mang heard the words spoken by Master Snake, and saw several big men coming towards him aggressively, it was an immediate shock. Master Snake, don't you remember me? I'm Zhang Yu's son. It's that Zhang Yu under Song Biaosong boss. We're all family. You mustn't help outsiders against your own people, nah Snake Master. Zhang Mang was afraid that Master Snake hadn't recognized him, and explained one by one. But it was fine if he didn't say this. But the moment he said this he directly annoyed Master Snake. Shut up. Who the hell is family with you? Song Biao has nothing to do with me. I'm still a virgin. Pull this kid's teeth out so he'll learn a lesson. Master Snake's words were so informative that Subai and Xia Yanshi on the side were dumbfounded. It's okay. You have to emphasize that you're a foreigner. This is going to be considered a relationship even if it's not, okay? A few strong men arrived in front of Zhang Mang in the blink of an eye, picked him up as if he were a baby chick. Zhang Mang, who used to be all cross-fleshed and arrogant and domineering, is now so weak and helpless. His mouth kept shouting words of begging for mercy, but those big men beside him as well as Master Snake ignored them. The surrounding guests also looked around with different expressions, and no one spoke. There are no ordinary people who can sit here and eat. Many of them have seen it all before. This bloodshed wasn't enough to get them worked up about it. What people want to see is also the attitude of the Snake Master in doing his job. What's your name, little brother? Snake Master this sighed but did not go to see there. Her own people under the work of her assured. My name is Subai. I'm a local of our Su city. Subai here replied. The corner of his mouth, however, twitched. He didn't know whether Master Snake was doing it intentionally or unintentionally. The pair of high and firm peaks on his chest always kept rubbing against his arm. Xia Yanshi, who was on the side, also noticed this, and she immediately lowered her head and pretend that you can't see anything. Now even if Subai slept with another woman in front of her, she could only pretend that she hadn't seen anything, because she wasn't qualified. So do you have a girlfriend? Master Snake asked with intent. The corner of Subai's mouth is again a twitch. This is not ing on my side it. There are, but not many. Subai had to answer truthfully. This answer to the Snake Master directly amused. Silver bell laughter around Subai ears. A pair of puffy breasts is laughing slightly trembling. The Cheongsam perfectly outlines the Snake Master's body that screams for blood. Subai a bit unable to shift his eyes. Gee, what a leprechaun. Zhang Mang over there was a bit miserable at the moment. One hand was placed on the table, held down by two burly men unable to move. Another guy came up to me with a vice in his hand. After chopping off his finger, he'll have to pull out his mouth full of teeth. Zhang Mang at this moment has scared urine. Mouth constantly begged. Apologize to Subai. Apologize to the Snake Master. He's got his guts in a twist. It was supposed to be a birthday for a good cause. What did he have to mess with people for? Just as a bright machete was about to fall. There was a sudden sharp screech of brakes outside the restaurant, and several men winded down from their cars. Who dares to bully my Zhang Yu's son? Live with impatience. Hearing the voice of his old dad, Zhang Ruxing's newborn machete, he stopped in midair. Dad, I'm here. You gotta help me. They're going to cut my hands and pull my teeth. You've got to get me out of here. Zhang Mang cried out, while Zhang Yu and Master Snake stared at each other for that moment in frozen place. Just at this moment, a line of people suddenly came down the stairway and, at the head of the group was none other than Elder Feng and Feng Shiji. When they saw Subai, they froze. Su Gongzi, why didn't you say anything when you arrived? Chapter 95. What are you calling your father? You've got the wrong person. Feng's family looked at the scene in the field and was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? It seems to have something to do with Subai, while they're all still sitting upstairs. And it's called something. It's alright, Master Feng. Just a little bit of minor unpleasantness happened. She'll take care of it for me. Right, Master Snake? Subai replied with a faint smile, and twisted his head to look at the Snake Master on the side. The expression on Snake Master's face stiffened, and his chest unconsciously left Subai's arm. The expression on his face turned to surprise again. You are the honored guest that the Feng family is going to feast on today. The second brother recognized by Lin Dongnan? At this moment, Master Snake's heart was shaken. She really didn't expect that the nobleman in Elder Feng's mouth would be such a young man, whom she had just flirted with as her younger brother. On top of that, it actually made him stumble upon something like this in his own store. This is Lin Dongnan's second brother. Who is Lim Dongnam? Where are they able to resist? Thinking of this, she looked at Zhang Mang with eyes filled with killing intent. But to say that at this moment in the field the most shocked, or Zhang Mang his father Zhang Yu. My son called to say he was being bullied and sent the location and then came running in a hurry himself. It turns out that when we get to the place we realize that it's Master Snake's ing store. His own boss doesn't even dare to be reckless here. Simply because the Gu family is a big Xiangqing family with more than $8 billion. And the eldest daughter, Gu Yuan, is an existence that almost no one dares to mess with in the Su people. Before he could speak, he saw a group of Feng family members coming down the second staircase. And the one who bullied his son were obviously in cahoots. Yanjing Feng family, that was a family that could and his own boss Song Biao didn't dare to mess with. He was nothing before the Sphinx. What makes Zhang Yu feel most desperate is that teenager himself was actually that second brother that Lin Dongnan had personally recognized. Not long ago, Song Biao told a few of their men. Lin Dongnan recognized a teenager who was only 17 or 18 years old as his second brother. So don't mess with it with your head iron. He's heard of Lin Nan, but he's a big shot like that. I'm afraid I don't even know how I'm going to die. No, I can't have this son. The Feng family crowd over there also understood what had just happened from Subai's mouth. And for a moment, everyone looked at Zhang Mang with a grim gaze, including even his own father. Zhang Yu, Dad, can I still go today? Seemingly having some sort of premonition, Zhang Mang weakly asked. Zhang Yu, however, had a relaxed expression, and the faint smile on his face made Zhang Mang's heart flutter. What are you calling Dad? You've got the wrong person, Zhang Yu said, smoothly pulling out the black screen cell phone from his pocket and sticking it to his ear. Hello? Oh, yes, wrong place, harm, a wasted trip. What? Your grandmother's having another baby? Your grandma's having another baby? Okay, I'll be right there. So, under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Yu just walked out of the restaurant without looking back. The crowd's eyes fell on Zhang Mang again. I have something on my side to talk to Elder Feng about. So I'll leave this guy to Sister Gu. I would love to make friends with you. Sister Gu. Su Ri no longer said more. After all, Zhang Mang just got high on his mouth, not having caused him any substantial damage, and having already wasted 3 of his own legs. He's considered even. What happens after that is out of one's hands. Don't you worry, I will make you satisfied, Master Snake said, now knowing Su Bai's true identity. She wouldn't dare speak to him in the same tone she had before. And so the matter of Zhang Meng came to an end. Elder Feng and Feng Shiji led Su Bai towards the box on the second floor with one on the left and one on the right. The private rooms in Tak Ki private dining hall are not the same as ordinary restaurant rooms. The Feng family spent millions for this meal. Looking at the not-so-amazing venue, which is in fact very detailed in every way, it gives a sense of simplicity and atmosphere, which is very comfortable to look at. Seated, there were already 8 cold dishes on the counter, and hot dishes would be coming up one after another. With Sister Snake's care, there will 100% not be any problems with the service piece. Not many people came to the Feng family today, only Master Feng, Feng Shiji and his dad and mom. Su Bai said he would bring a female companion, so only 6 chairs were arranged. Sir Su, I'm really very sorry. I originally came here today to apologize to you. As a result, we also let you have such a thing happen under our noses. It is really our dereliction of duty. Old man, I'll make a penalty drink first to show my apologies. When Elder Feng spoke, he raised his cup and drank it. Feng Shiji over there also raised a glass very eloquently. Sir Su, in front of me it was a moment of confusion. I said the wrong thing and did the wrong thing. I, Feng Shiji, swear that I have not, and will not, have anything to do with MS. Sheen, either before or after. Any place you can use me in the future. Mr. Su, please feel free to ask as well. I, Feng Shiji, will never excuse myself. At the end of his speech, Feng Shiji also drank from his cup, followed by his parents. They also raised their glasses to express the Feng family's apologies to Su Bai. Originally, people thought that Su Bai was only 17 or 18 years old, should not drink white wine. Who knew that he also poured 4 cups in a row and returned the toast to the Feng family one by one? It wasn't supposed to be a big deal, and the way the Vaughn family acted after I intervened satisfied me. I don't care how it was before, but now, Xin Yao and her mom are the Qin family, and the Qin family is my Su Bai family. It is good that you understand this. 5 glasses of white wine down. Su Bai's face is not red, as if he did not drink. After all, his body had the ability to drink 1,000 glasses of wine. All of it, and the taste of wine in his mouth. If you swallow it, it's no different than water. Apologizing and all that doesn't really matter at all. The Fengs have maintained the right stance since the beginning. Make every move right. By the way, Mr. Su, I heard that you're going to start a company in Jinling. Is this matter real? Our Feng family can provide some resources if needed. Feng Lao laughed and asked, but Su Bai only calmly caught a garlic scallop and put it in his mouth. It's true that I was planning to start a business over there, and I had a place all set, but your granddaughter said she liked it. I'll just buy it and give it to her. Chapter 96 Su Bai's warning. Elder Feng panicked. Su Bai's words clearly reached the ears of several Feng family members, and after a few seconds of staring, the crowd began to look at each other. Feng Lin has already met with Su Bai? Why don't they know anything about it? Suddenly, Elder Feng thought of something, and a few touches of surprise appeared in his eyes. According to Su White, he was giving Feng Lin the office building he originally intended to use for his company for nothing. How can 2 people get something for nothing if they don't have something? Moreover, he had previously asked Feng Lin to come to Su City to meet Su Bai. Why did she refuse to come? If there is nothing between the two, there is nothing to avoid. Feng Lin, she is weak and refuses to see, only to show that there are ghosts in the heart. Having discovered something so extraordinary, Elder Feng could not hide the joy in his heart, lowering his voice to Su Bai's ear. Mr. Su, you and Lin Lin, you two shouldn't have. Already, Xia Yanshi, who was sitting beside Su Bai, also vaguely heard the 2 men's voices. She then buried her head very low, and only concentrated on eating her meal. Except when someone spoke to her twice in order to take care of Su Bai's face, she just plays quiet and transparent. Only by being obedient and understanding enough could she remain by Su Bai's side, and facing Feng Lao's confirmation. Su Bai only smiled lightly. There is no need to speak too clearly about something that is clear to everyone. Master, we'll all be family from now on, so please take care of us. When Elder Feng heard such an answer from Su Bai, he was so excited that he slapped his thigh. Ha ha, Lin, this girl does her best to smother the big things. We, the elders of the family, don't know a thing about it. Feng's father and mother, as well as Feng Shiji himself, were also thrilled beyond measure after hearing the news. His own daughter, sister, has found such a great man. Undoubtedly it will bring great benefits to the family, and the man is also a young and handsome sunny boy. Feng Lin thought she wouldn't suffer much if she followed him. The only thing is that there are more women, but that's not even a matter of importance within these gentry. Which one of the powerful families doesn't have a few women outside? Virtually everyone knows, even his own wife, but no one ever says anything. Having power and money means everything. Good. That's really great. Mr. Su, you've got the hots for our Lin Lin. It is truly a great honor for our entire Fong family. Yes, it's really a blessing for Lin Lin to meet a companion like you. Mr. Su, brother Su, you are not aware of. My sister is usually how high and cold. Grow up so big. You don't even want to pay attention to other men. You're really this. Feng Shiji gave a thumbs up. His face was full of admiration. It was very different from his old sister's exasperation after being slept with by Su Bai in his previous life. We all don't need to speak so politely. Ms. Feng herself is very good and very beautiful. And, actually, she didn't know who I was at the time. And it was kind of a love affair between the two of us. It's not the same as a so-called business marriage. Su Bai did not intend to hide this. The crowd of Feng family members were all very surprised to hear this sentence. It doesn't seem to be that Feng Lin is smothered in great things. She may not even be on the other side of who she is since the beginning of time. What's the name is not known. It seems that it was the other Su Bai who recognized her first and then used certain means to successfully take Feng Lin. Master Feng understands his granddaughter, and has always been careful since she was a child. It was absolutely impossible to easily do that with a stranger who had just known for a day, even if he knew that the other person was Su Bai. But Su Bai did it. Today's encounter also confirmed one of Feng Lao's previous suspicions. This young man called Su Bai didn't just have an incomparably tough backstage. He himself is very powerful and tactful. That's something that, both in previous calls and in today's face-to-face encounters, all can be fully realized. If Feng Lao's thoughts were known by Su Bai himself, he would definitely be filled with question marks. I didn't want to do a ing thing. It was that girl who drove her car into a ditch that gave me a chance. Okay? The Feng family members and Su Bai had a good conversation during this meal. The scene is a little weird. A family is having dinner and chatting with their son-in-law-to-be. And there's a girlfriend of the son-in-law-to-be sitting next to them. Such a scene. In the major luxury circle that is also quite explosive. The meal lasted fully 2 hours. During which time, with the exception of the waiter who served, there's no one to bother. It was only when the meal was over and the crowd left the box that they saw Master Snake's figure again. She was seen handing over a business card of her own with both hands. It's really nice to meet Mr. Su today. If you want to come here in the future, be sure to tell me first. I'll entertain in person. Master Snake smiled faintly. Needless to say, Su Bai was afraid that it would be difficult to see Zhang Mang again in his life. So you're not too busy, Sister Gu? It's just that I'm still missing a private chef at home. I don't know if you're interested. Sister Snake, the pay is whatever you want. Su Bai's words were still quite obvious, and the crowd was a bit surprised to hear them. Sister Snake herself was very surprised that she was old enough to be his mom, right? Does that mean this little brother is really good at this? When? Of course, I usually have nothing at all to do besides playing mahjong. If Mr. Su needs it, I promise to be at your beck and call. When all the people walked out, Su Bai was deliberately slowing down a step, and Feng Lao had some understanding of it, so he signaled the crowd to go first, and Xia Yanshi also took the car keys and went first, leaving only Su Bai and his 2 men in the scene. Su Bai lit a cigarette himself, but did not have the intention to greet Feng Lao. The latter's heart sank. The one from the Chen family won't be so coincidentally attracted to Qin Yao. There is a reason why I was secretly spoken to by the Qin family in the end. I won't pursue this matter, but I hope that the Feng family will keep their hands clean in the future. After Su Bai finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving Feng Lao standing in place, his throat rolling. Chapter 97 Lin Dongnan's Invitation. Su White has had a lot to drink tonight. She's not drunk but she can't drive, so he asked Master Snake for someone to be a chauffeur. And Su Bai and Xia Yanshi sat in the backseat of the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Does it bother you that I'm such a womanizer? Su White was blunt. Xia Yanshi glanced at him, clearly not expecting him to ask this. She replied weakly, since she had chosen to stay by Su Bai's side. She had long been prepared for they. It was impossible for him to monopolize Su Bai's goodness, and he didn't deserve it. The only reason why I chose to stay humbly was because of those feelings for Su Bai. Perhaps the bigger reason is still the endless money Su Bai brings her. Su Bai didn't answer her first. In the end, she was still just an 18-year-old girl, and many things were too simple for her to think about. I believe you have seen a little something today. I hope you can understand that. The real gentry can't be indulging in pleasures all day long. There will be all kinds of fights and rivalries, all kinds of human affairs, browbeating and pleasing. I'm gonna build a big power of my own, and I'm gonna make lots and lots of money, to make no one dare step on my head. The person who ends up staying with me has to be not only truthful, but also capable of, can function under me. If you are empty, you will end up being a vase. A vase is not cherished. Do you understand? Su Bai looked at Xia Yanshi's eyes and said very seriously, although this girl has some bad habits and has done some wrong things before, she's not really bad in nature. especially the changes made during this period of time. Subai also saw all of them in his eyes. Originally, I just wanted to get her up to 90 points and train her to be nothing more than a cashback tool, but now that he saw this niece's efforts, coupled with the fact that she did have some good looks, Subai decided to give her a chance. Now Xia Yanshi, compared to those other dog-licking objects of Subai, there's basically nothing to show for it other than being obedient and understanding. When you go to college, I hope you'll stay diligent and learn something useful. Function under me in the future. In the meantime, I'll take my time in recognizing you as well. Just after Subai's words were finished, the Mercedes-Benz Big G also slowly stopped at Xia Yanshi's house in the doorway. Xia Yanshi looked into Subai's eyes. She had never felt so directed in her life. It's as if you've been reborn. Subai, I won't let you down, Xia Yanshi said very seriously. Subai only felt that this energy of hers was quite good. Leaning down, he kissed her on the cheek. Only after Xia Yanshi walked into the house with a red face did the Mercedes Big G slowly drive away. In the elevator, Xia Yanshi lowered her head, her heart still thumping. After leaving the neighborhood where Xia Yanshi lived, Subai asked the chauffeur boy to drive directly to Waterfront Garden. On the way, he also bought Ms. Liang's favorite late-night snack and a bouquet of roses. It had been many days since he had properly accompanied Ms. Liang, so he would enjoy the world of two tonight. Thinking of Liangyu, Subai cannot help but recall the three-story office building that was given to Feng Lin. In a place like Jinling, it's not easy to find another company site that meets his requirements. He himself had originally promised Liangyu that he would let her cash in on her talent for costume design. There's still a lot of planning to be done on this one. If you can't, it's not impossible to forcefully acquire a clothing brand and then transform it. Just at this time, Subai's cell phone suddenly rang. Pulling it out and seeing that it was Lin Dongnan calling, Subai then connected. Hey, second brother. There's always time after the exams in the next couple days, right? There's a big event in Jinling tomorrow afternoon. I wonder if you'd be interested in going to have some fun. Lin Dongnan's bright voice came from the phone. You're making fun of me again, big brother. When haven't we had a lot of time on our hands? Since you have this pleasure, of course I'll accompany you, second brother. How could Subai dismiss Lin Dongnan's face? The Lin family, that big family of hundreds of billions of dollars. The internal relationship is no longer good. Lin Dongnan is also the only heir of the Lin family. Their own development in the early stages will have to rely more on this good big brother. Furthermore, even if Lin Dongnan didn't see him, he would still have to go to Jinling once more. I wonder what kind of big event it is this time. That even you, big brother, have been invited. Quite a big one indeed. An old man of very uncommon status. Invested in a large business park over in Jinling. It was just completed last month. And tomorrow is actually an investment meeting. I've heard that you're planning to set up a company in Jinling. Attending an event like this will be good for you. The corners of Subai's mouth couldn't be suppressed when he heard this news. What do you mean? You fell asleep and someone brought you a pillow? That's it. Subai had also noticed that piece of business park before. The location was even better than Fenglin's one before. There just hadn't been any signs of wanting to attract investment, so Subai hadn't hit that side. But now, Big Brother has given himself a handful of messages, took the initiative to pull the strings. The developer is the Zhou family, a powerful family in Jinling. The old man in Lin Dongnan's mouth was none other than Zhou Ziyuan, the current head of the Zhou family. This family is both business and political. Their assets may not compare to the Lin family, but the power can be unmatched, and it can be considered another giant tree in the sky. There's not a single person attending this event who isn't a big shot. This wave not only solved the matter of Subai's company's location, but it was also a great opportunity to broaden his network. Big Brother is worthy of being a big brother. It's really a blessing for me, second brother, to have met Big Brother. In the future, if there's anything you can use second brother for, you just ask. Well, then again, there's a real need for you tomorrow. Subi, I'm just being polite. Why are you taking it seriously? Rara will be there at the meet tomorrow, and there's nothing important to do then in the afternoon. Just sneak her around the neighborhood and don't forget what you promised me before. Cough. I was expecting something. Don't worry, Big Brother. I'll take care of this matter. The call ended, and listening to the blind voice on his cell phone, Lin Dongnan always felt that something wasn't quite right. Chapter 98. I call him second brother and he calls me father-in-law? The big Mercedes-Benz G drove slowly into the courtyard of Villa No. 7 at Waterfront Gardens. A Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in a garage off to the side. The latest Ferrari in pink. And a motorcycle that costs a fortune just to look at. Look at the chauffeur boy without a breath. Even letting him drive the $6 million Mercedes-Benz to send people back today has made him nervous. I was afraid to go faster than 50 miles per hour the whole way, and my palms were sweating. If this one was driving those other two multi-million-dollar cars today, I guess I'll have to pass out halfway through myself. Is not easy. Subai can all see in the eyes. Immediately pulled out a pile of bills. You can have these. They're hard-earned money. I thought he'd take it, but who knows, the dude was so scared his face went white. No, never. If Master Snake finds out, he'll be punished. Gee, Master Snake really has a way of managing his men. Worthy of being a woman in the mob. Piss off. I wonder what a black boss cooking like this would taste like. Back in the villa, Subai deliberately lightened his movements and quietly walked to the second floor. I only saw that the light in the study was still on, and the door was not closed, so I could see that Liang Yu was sitting in front of the writing desk at that moment, concentrating on what she was writing. Only when Subai walked behind her did she turn her head with some awareness and met Subai's gaze. When did you get back? And why is there no sound at all? Liang Yu stood up and directly leaned into Subai's arms. Subai dealt with it before entering the door, and at the moment he couldn't smell the odor of cigarettes and alcohol on his body, much less smell any of the other girls left behind. There's the youthful sunshine of an 18-year-old teenager. As well as the smell of testosterone that fascinated Liang Yu. You're the one who's too focused. Subai smiled, reached out and picked up the design drawing on the table, which was a sun hat that. It doesn't look particularly impressive, but a closer look reveals clever beauty everywhere. This was a bit of a surprise to Subai. As I recall, sun hats like this one became popular almost 2 or 3 years later. Those girls pretty much had one on each of their heads when they were out and about. And most of the styles on the market don't look as good as this one on Liang Yu's design drawings. The design of this brim made Subai just marveled. A little bit of curvature made the whole hat a notch higher. Or have I underestimated your design talent, Mr. Liang? It's a loss to the costume world that you chose to go into teaching in the first place. Subai's praise came from the heart. Turan also didn't care if he was saying this to make himself happy. In any case, hearing Subai's words of praise for her made her heart very happy. Hungry? I brought you a late-night snack. The time turned to noon the next day. This is a more relaxed meetup in Golden. Many of those invited to attend brought their families with them. On the high-speed train, the two of them, Lin Dongnan and Lu Yuan, were sitting in front of each other. Subai and Lin Xinla, on the other hand, were seated 2 rows back, exactly where Lin Dongnan and the others couldn't see. This was naturally arranged by Lin Dongnan himself, although his second brother has a little more women, but he can't help it that he's really too good. Lin Dongnan then had to resort to this. At least it is better than not being able to hold a grandchild for the rest of your life. It was such a decision that made Lin Dongnan hesitate for 3 days and 3 nights before he took it. If Rara was still willing to stay after knowing that Subai had so many women, he probably wouldn't stop him. It's a bit of fertilizer, and there's one way to put it. In the whole world, I'm afraid there are not many young people who are as good as Subai. That's not right. So from now on, I'll call him second brother and he'll call me father-in-law? Isn't this a ing mess? My daughter is my sister-in-law? Subai did not pay attention to what his big brother, or future father-in-law, was thinking right now, because Lin Xinla was sitting next to him. The end of the college entrance examination is now. The two hadn't seen each other for a few days either. Little Lara, did you miss me? The high-speed train had only just started up when Subai came up to Lin Xinla's ear. The warmth of her breath made her ears flush. Don't! Stop it! My mom and dad are still here. Lin Xinla's tone was as shy as could be. Subai, this smelly rascal is really too bad. Even in front of mom and dad, he dares to mess around with himself. If he was found out, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the face to go home in the future. From Sioux City to Jinling by high-speed train, the total travel time is only 45 minutes. But this 45 minutes was an incredibly long time for Lin Xinla. Subai used the excuse of chatting to attack her from time to time. Got kissed at least a dozen times along the way and touched everywhere I needed to. At first Lin Xinla would resist a little symbolically, but at the back she was a little moved herself. Just let Subai fool around. This is a young girl in love. A few days did not see Subai. Her heart is also a little miss. If mom and dad hadn't been there too, making her a little put out, she probably would have counted on Ordinary treating her boyfriend as well as she did. Let's jump in Sue White's arms. At 10 minutes past 11, the high-speed train arrived at the station. Upon seeing his daughter shyly follow Subai out of the car, Lin Dongnan suddenly had a feeling of excitement and heartache. Willow Hope also took in the scene. Despite her mixed feelings, a smile like relief remained on his face. Walking out of the station, a motorcade slowly pulled up in front of the crowd, and a man got out of the car and, walking towards Lin Dongnan, the two embraced warmly. Dongnan, long time no see. Ha ha, the visitor enthusiastically said. Subai quickly recognized him, Wang Yaochuan, the founder of domestic new energy vehicles, the top big shot who will monopolize half of the new energy industry after 10 years. Yaochuan, you're early. You've been waiting for a short while, right? Lin Dongnan laughed. No, just got here too. Yo, Rara's gotten so big. Sister-in-law is also still so beautiful. Ha, this handsome young man is? Chapter 99. Are you interested in playing stocks? Let me introduce. This is my sworn second brother, Subai. Don't look at his young age. The business sense is not inferior to mine at all, and the heart and vision are far beyond those of my age. Lin Dongnan boasted to Wang Yaochuan. Then he turned his head to look at Subai behind him. Second brother. This is Wang Yaochuan. Mr. Wang, an old friend of mine who sells batteries. Lin Dongnan's this flurry of introductions to the two people are whole speechless. Dongnan, my one is called New Energy. How can I say I'm selling batteries? Let your second brother think how badly I'm mixed up. He smiled, but unconsciously glanced more toward Subai. Those who could make even Lin Dongnan have such an evaluation. There were not even a few in this world. I'm afraid. After a few polite words from the crowd, Subai Lin Dongnan and his group of 4 got into the car. The motorcade took them toward the park's clubhouse. A fleet of limousines picked up and dropped off the place in just half an hour's travel. The official merchants conference is not until tomorrow. Today, the people will stay in Jinling for one night. First, he went to the hotel and checked in, and then entered the clubhouse under the leadership of Wang Yaochuan. Dongnan, you guys go in first. The old man has been waiting for a long time. Lin Dongnan and Lu Yuan walked in together, with Subai and Lin Xinla following behind. A lot of people have already arrived at the scene, and Subai has seen many familiar faces, including bigwigs from the business sector. There are many partners that I knew in my previous life, only now none of them know themselves yet. Elder Zhou, it's been a while since I've seen you. You're looking better and better. Lin Dongnan smiled and walked over to a table and sat down, not being polite at all. Subai several also sat down with him. Lin Dongnan's arrival naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many people also vaguely guessed the identity of the young man beside him. Dongnan, we haven't seen each other for over half a year, right? I don't know if you've practiced that crap drinking yet. Elder Zhou Ziyuan is undoubtedly the biggest highlight of the day. The entire business park is owned by someone else. Some of the bigwigs may have just come to show their support, but many entrepreneurs are really here to make a living and to be able to network more on occasions like this. Even finding something to invest in, that's a lot of benefits. It's no fun to talk about it, isn't it? Who doesn't know my little bit of drinking? Watch out for me in a ing hurry. Lin Dongnan said loudly. Subai listened to it all a little silly. It turns out that his big brother drinks so dishes. Can't see it. Che, you boys are no fun. Zhou Ziyuan shook his head, turning his gaze to Lin Dongnan beside the tutu on the ground to drill under the table to go. No one is allowed to raise a cup toward me today. Subai. The latter perceived his gaze and offered to nod your head in greeting. Hello Elder Zhou, I'm Subai. In his previous life, Subai and this Master Zhou didn't have any interactions with each other, but there was still considerable respect for him in his heart, and the old man's generosity and candor were well known. Over the years, he has spent no less than $1 billion on charity alone, and he has reused many young people under his command. You're that second brother of Dongnan's, aren't you? You were quite famous in Yanjing a while ago. Good. He looks quite calm, unlike your big brother, who is always hanging around all day without a proper form. Zhou Ziyuan's words complimented Subai, but made Lin Nan listen with a black line on her face. Lu Yuan and Lin Zinara were also listening in. I don't like what you're saying, old man. What do you mean I'm not serious all day long? I'm pretty serious when I'm serious. Okay, Lin Dongnan said unconvincingly. Just at this time, Wang Yaochuan walked over with another man. Traveling with them was also a 20-something-year-old looking girl, whose appearance and figure were not inferior to Lin Xinla's. Old man Zhou, Dongnan, Tianming is here. Wang Yaochuan laughed. The visitors were none other than Chen Tianming and his daughter, Chen Siki. Lin Dongnan had not interacted much with the Yinjing Chen family over the years, but had exchanged many private communications with Chen Tianming, and was considered a business partner. That's a rarity. I didn't think you'd come. Zhou Ziyuan smiled faintly. We all know about the bit that happened in Yinjing earlier. The disappearance of a small family might not attract the attention of these top-tier bigwigs, but it was a different story when the Lin and Chen families were involved behind it. Although the matter itself had nothing to do with Chen Tianming, it was inevitably awkward. The main thing is that Siki she wants to start her own business in Jinling. Today there's such a good opportunity, I'll accompany her to come and have a look. Otherwise it's not good to be bored in the university all day and read to death without practicing a bit on your own. Chen Tianming said. and also greeted the group of Lin Dongnan and Su Bai with his gaze. Wang Yaochuan sat down with him, leaving 3 empty seats. Chen Siki, however, didn't sit on the side of her own old man. Instead, she separated a position and sat on the other side of Su Bai. Name, Cecilia Chan. Age, 21. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Current rating is 96. Are you bound for dog licking? Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Shinseki as the No. 8 dog licking object. Su Bai looked up and the two men's eyes met. In 2 lifetimes, this was still the first time Su Bai had met with this Miss Chen family. The feeling given to him can be described as very stunning. Compared to Lin Xinla, less cute and youthful, but more a point of maturity and stability. The temperament is quite unassuming. First time meeting, Mr. Su, please take care of me. Chen Siki took the initiative to shake hands with Su Bai. Very politely, Su Bai then returned the polite smile, reaching out his own palm to shake hers, but the afterglow suddenly glimpsed a furtive gaze at his side. Lin Xinla looked at Su Bai, then at Chen Siki, and it just so happened that the gazes of the adults were also over here. The atmosphere was a little weird for a moment. Everyone was human. How could they not see the meaning in Lin Xinla's gaze? Chen Tianming and Wang Yaochuan subconsciously looked towards Lin Dongnan. That means, isn't this your second brother? Lin Dongnan's gaze, however, was a bit evasive. He also had a purpose for letting Su Bai approach his daughter. But this kind of thing, how the hell is he going to see anyone if this gets out? Chen Siki's heart sank as well, and she quickly let go of her hand. The normal distance between him and Su Bai was restored. Dad didn't tell her about this before he came here. Shouldn't Miss Lin call Su Bai second uncle? This relationship. At this exact moment, some stock information popped up on the big screen in the clubhouse, and it was US stocks. Wang Yaochuan's few people seized this opportunity at the first opportunity. The business of investment is still tomorrow. Today we have a rare gathering. Why don't we do something for a little bit of color? Play the US stock market. Buy on the same day and get results on the same day. Saying that, Wang Yaochuan's gaze went to Su Bai. Are you interested in playing stocks, little brother Su? Chapter 100. You seem a little jealous to me. Su Bai's eyes swept over those stocks on the screen. It's something I didn't really play in my own previous life, but I know more or less about it. The A-share market is always bound by rules and regulations, but the U.S. stock market is different. There are no limits to intraday trading, and it is not impossible to double the amount of money invested several times. Just at this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Su Bai's head. The system issues a task: make Lin Xinla jealous within 1 hour. Jealousy index of 60% is qualified. Currently 15%. Reward: information on the rise and fall of all U.S. stocks within the next day. Good man. This system mission is quite chic. That said, it was just a simple handshake, and little Lara's jealousy index reached 15%. Gee, what a little jealousy. But that makes the task easier. I don't play a lot, but it's okay to try. Su Bai looked at Wang Yaochuan and smiled politely. Seeing how big brother Yaochuan is acting, he should know a lot about stocks, right? Is there any doorway? In any case, there's nothing wrong with a newbie starting out and wanting to ask a veteran for advice. In case Su Bai really earns a fortune, Wang Yaochuan will naturally have face. Wang Yaochuan heard him speak like this, and his heart was also very flattered. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to have a hearty preaching and teaching and show Wave his own encounter pattern, Lin Dongnan on one side was the one who spoke first. Don't listen to this guy, Ernie. Otherwise, he would have lost his panties. You don't know how bad he's lost in the past 2 years playing stocks. 5 point a few land shares bought in a month fell to a few cents. I buy scratchers can still lose a little longer. Lin Nan is a little bit of face refused to give Wang Yaochuan to stay. Directly give people pants down. Wang Yaochuan heard the corners of his mouth twitch. Originally, he wanted to play a good wave of pussy in front of the young people, but who knew that Lin Dongnan, the old man, would publicly expose his shortcomings. That or forget it. Big brother Yaochuan, this way of speculation is also too bold. I cannot learn. Su Bai also waved his hands as soon as he heard his big brother's words, and his words made the crowd laugh. Suddenly, Su Bai's gaze fell on Chen Sima beside him. I've heard for a long time that Miss Chen has outstanding business talent. I wonder if I know the American stock market. If you don't mind, take this brother of mine to test the waters too. Chen Siki, who was named in the cold, was slightly stunned. Her gaze subconsciously looked at Lin Xinla behind Su Bai, and she was only slightly relieved when she saw that there was no obvious expression on her face. Detected Lin Xinla's jealousy index rising, currently at 35%. I'd go into the stock market a little bit, but never really got hands-on with it. After all, you often have to attend classes and read books and stuff inside the school, and there's no way to keep an eye on the stock market changes all the time. Chen Siki honestly, This thing more or less with some luck in it. She still believed in her own abilities more than something as nebulous as luck. That's fine. Sister Chen. Go ahead and buy it. If you lose, it's on me. If you make a profit, we'll split it in half. What do you think? Detected Lin Xinla's jealousy index rising, currently at 50%. Subai was secretly surprised in his heart. Little Lara was more prone to jealousy than he thought. One more push and the mission is complete. How can this be a good idea? Let me take such a big advantage of you in our first meeting, Chen Siki said, feeling more and more that the atmosphere was not right, afraid that she would say something wrong, and so looked to his old man for help. Chen Tianming and Zhou Ziyuan glanced at each other, and then looked at Lin Dongnan, seeing that he didn't have any expression on his face. His heart shook. Lin Dongnan himself recognized his second brother, so he thought that he wouldn't even be able to see that he was so pale. That would be deliberately making that little girl from the Lin family jealous. Gee, young people just have fun. I say, there's nothing wrong with a young man trying more. And there's no need to be polite about it. We are all our own people, and we will have to support and help each other in the future. Zhou Ziyuan opened his mouth, sort of giving a meaning, and it was also convenient for a few of them to continue to eat melon and watch the show. Elder Zhou is right. Subai also smoothly took over Master Zhou's words and continued to speak. It's not that you're taking advantage of me, Sister Chen, but I believe that's Sister Chen, thus an investment in you. In case you make a profit, won't it be mutually beneficial? As soon as Subai's words fell, a small hand suddenly reached for his waist and a vicious pinch on the soft flesh hurt so much that Subai sucked in cold air. Detected Lin Xinla's jealousy index has reached 80%. Mission completed. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. It seems to be overpowered so a little bit. Also, or forget it. Why don't you just buy it yourself and I'll follow it? I've never really believed in my luck either actually. Shinseki could now also see that Subai was deliberately teasing Lin Xinla. It's best not to get into this mess yourself. Subai. Do you really know about stocks? Lin Xinla asked with a leathery smile. The hand pointing at the soft flesh of his waist still had no intention of letting go. It took Subai a great deal of effort to break her little paw away from the. A smile squeezed out of his face as well. I certainly don't know anything about stocks, but I believe in my luck. After Subai finished speaking, he brought his mouth to her ear again and opened his mouth in a small voice. Little Lara, I think you're a little jealous. I see. Can't really be that careful, can you? I'm just being polite with people. Lin Zanara turned her head away from him, a scene that Lu Yuan saw and only sighed helplessly. This level of daughter is jealous like this. If you really find out one day that Subai has other women, not sure if it's acceptable. Looks like we'll have to give them a shot sometime. Subai then cast his eyes toward the big screen in the clubhouse, and suddenly, he saw a graph appear on the side of each stock, and the image depicted exactly where the stock would go in the coming day. Suddenly, Subai saw a rushing curve, and his eyes snapped open and, the heart, however, felt very incredible. How's it going, Ernie? Have you figured out which stock you want to buy? Lin Dongnan noticed the change in Subai's expression and opened his mouth to ask. Yes, think about it. Big brother, do you have any US stock accounts to lend me? Su White replied, and the scene became eerie once again. Not that she's been with your daughter, and you're still calling her brother and sister. Is that really good? That said, isn't that Qin family thing because of Miss Qin? And Lin Dongnan actually personally went out to help. This, fine thinking. Sure, no problem. Which stock do you want to buy? Big brother will help you operate it. Subai raised his hand and pointed. That stock with the name JNTM, put in $100 million. Okay, throw in 100 million. Wait a minute. More. How much? Chapter 101. Big brother actually has an illegitimate daughter. Vote 100 million. Big brother, you do not have to help me pad. I now transfer to you. Subai said lightly. With his current worth, $100 million was indeed not a lot of money. Not to mention it's a sure thing. Mr. Su, isn't this a little too much? Everyone is just having fun today. Chan Xia, who was sitting beside Subai, opened her mouth to persuade him. Subai's approach is really scaring her. Smashing $100 million at the drop of a hat. What kind of family is this? Money is not used in this way. Think it over. Second brother. It's not that I don't believe you. Big brother. This stock thing. The loss is also a loss. But in front of so many people, the genus is quite embarrassing. In the end, he was someone who came out of a big family of hundreds of billions of dollars. And he could still joke at a time like this. It's no wonder. Don't look at him now. He's only worth over $2 billion. If you really want to use your connections and family ties, it will be a matter of minutes before you make another few billion or tens of billion dollars. Don't worry, people. It's not like I'm trying to show off or anything. I just believe in luck. Since I believe in it, the more I put in, the more I get back. Su Bai's words fell, and no one in the arena said anything else. Oh, young people, they dare to buy any bad stock. I think they still lack the social polish. You have to lose all your money before you remember. A disjointed voice sounded behind him, and Su Bai twisted his head to look at it. I only saw that the visitor was a middle-aged man of less than 40 years of age, and from his clothes, I could see that his status was not simple, but he was just permeated with a hostile atmosphere. It makes people feel less comfortable. He then turned his inquiring gaze to Lin Dongnan. Lin Dongnan's face was also a bit unsightly. This is Xiaoyi, the second oldest member of the Xiao family, that man's younger brother. As for Zhou Ziyuan, Wang Yaochuan, Chen Tianming and a few others, all of them turned their gazes to Lu Yuan, who was beside Lin Dongnan. Su Bai's heart shook. The Xiao family was also the same Xiao family that wanted to marry his elder brother at the beginning, and in terms of financial strength, it was not inferior to the Lin family's existence, which was why the Lin family would, for the sake of this marriage, sending someone to assassinate Yuan, who was pregnant at the time, ultimately angered Lim Dongnan and caused him to break with the family. So Su Bai once again changed into a subdued smile and looked at the man. Brother Xiaoyi is so unimpressed with my stock picks? Xiaoyi did not reply, only laughed twice in a conspiratorial manner. It's said that you, Lin Dongnan, have a good eye for people, but I don't think it's any good. Xiaoyi's words were a double entendre, both talking about Su Bai. Again, he was talking about the fact that Lin Dongnan had given up on his sister Xiao Yun in favor of another woman in the first place. At this time, however, Yuan suddenly spoke up. There's nothing wrong with what Mr. Xiao said. There are really few people with a good eye for people these days. Her expression was bland, but her eyes were full of meaning. This sounds like an echo of him at first glance, but it also has two other layers of meaning. Both were saying that Xiaoyi had a poor eye for people and actually couldn't see such an outstanding young man like Su Bai. It also alludes to his older sister, who, 18 years later, still has no one who dares to marry her. This is, in his own words, the lesser of the discerning, and a satire on his oldest sister's inability to marry. The people in the room understood what Yuan said. The heart also couldn't help but think highly of her, without a sound. She was amazing. It was so quiet from the moment he came in, but when he opened his mouth it was so level-headed, worthy of being Lin Dongnan's woman. However, Su Bai suddenly realized that his big brother's face was also a bit unattractive. Subconsciously, he looked towards Chen Xia, who had an equally odd expression beside him, and the latter understood and suppressed his voice to come closer. Xiao Yun, the first lady of the Xiao family, gave birth to a daughter 15 years ago, and the father of the child is unknown. Instead, the entire Xiao family spoils the daughter like a baby. So said Su Bai can understand. Big brother is big brother. This wave of operation is really a shock to their jaws. No wonder Xiao Yun cannot marry out. What about bringing Lim Dongnam's illegitimate daughter? Who the hell dares to get on? That's why Ryuan's words are still criticizing Lin Dongnan. The one with the ugliest expression also belonged to Xiaoyi. It was so hard to find an opportunity to come and pick a fight, but it turned out to be heaped with mute fire by someone's words. Su White then very sweetly came to the rescue. It looks like you're very knowledgeable about stocks, brother Xiaoyi, and today we have a chance to do so. Why don't we make a bet? Hearing that young man's words, Xiaoyi naturally took the opportunity to disengage from that topic just now. How do you want to bet? Let's all pick a stock, and we'll be free to control the stock during the day, just to see who makes more money after one day. The loser buys a 3-story office building in Zhou's Park to give to the winner. What do you think? It's still young na. Okay, I'll bet with you today. Xiaoyi recognized that Su Bai had picked a lousy stock. Having played stocks himself for so many years, it's easy to beat this brat. Xiaoyi, don't be rude. Coldly another woman's voice came from the back, and the crowd looked too. They only saw a middle-aged beautiful woman in her 40s slowly walking towards them. Her face and figure were all very well maintained, looking no different from her 30s. I'm sorry Mrs. Lin, my brother just spoke out of turn. I'm much offended. Xiao Yun took the initiative to apologize, and Lu Yuan's brows slowly relaxed. She's long since gotten used to those peach blossom debts of Lin Dongnan's. This Miss Xiao family is also considered to be one of the most polite among the many mistresses. The 2 dolls from the Xiao family have also arrived, so everyone is considered to be gathered today. Zhou Ziyuan laughed. The people exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Xiaoyi also converged his arrogance. The 2 siblings sat down, Xiaoyi next to Wang Yaochuan and Xiao Yun next to Lin Dongnan. The atmosphere in the scene suddenly became a bit subtle. Lu Yuan's face remained as usual. There was no reaction. Why didn't you come? Lin Dongnan asked in a low voice. It was Lu Yuan who answered. Other little girls are still preparing for the midterm. You dad don't even know about your own daughter's midterm? Lin Dongnan, Xiao Yun, brother, buy it now. The people around them watched this scene, all forcing themselves not to laugh out loud. Subai helped his big brother out of his embarrassing situation, while also making a wink, a gesture that was keenly captured by the crowd in the arena. Okay, buy it now. And big brother follows with $50 million. Lin Dongnan saw the confidence in Subai's eyes, and at that moment, he no longer hesitated. I'll go with $20 million. The one who opened her mouth to speak was Lin Xinla, who naturally believed Subai, and who happened to have saved up some pocket money herself. Backhanded it to Dad. Chen Tianming and Wang Yaochuan as well as Zhou Ziyuan looked at each other and each followed with $50 million. Chen Siki followed suit and followed with $70 million. That was all she had, subconsciously telling her that she should take a gamble today. Xiaoyi was dumbfounded at the moment. What the hell is going on here? Don't I have to lose face? As a result, the next second, his oldest sister spoke up. I'll go with it, too, with $50 million. Chapter 102 Taking little Lara to her own mall. For most of the people in the room, following Subai to buy this stock can make money or not is no longer important. Lin Dongnan public out to support their second brother. If he didn't follow, he was actively alienating Lin Dongnan. Furthermore, Subai and the others may not have understood, but Lin Dongnan was different, and for nearly 30 years, when has he ever suffered a loss? They followed it even though it was a lousy stock in Xiaoyi's mouth. Why are you looking at me? I don't know anything about American stocks. I'm simply supporting my second brother. I don't care if I lose money, Lin Dongnan said with both hands. The people in the arena looked at each other in disbelief, and no one spoke. At this moment, even Zhou Ziyuan, who was such a human savant, was a bit unsure whether Lin Dongnan's words were true or false. The winds of buying stocks have passed. The group of people went on to discuss their recent experiences in business and their various experiences. Chen Siki listened attentively, but Lin Xinla wasn't interested in any of this and listened drowsily. If you'll excuse me everyone, I'm going to the restroom. Subai suddenly got up and pinched Xiaolai La's thigh in the process. The latter woke up with a start and, immediately, he understood what Subai meant. I'm going to the restroom too. Saying that, she put on her own small bag and chased after Subai's back. The few people chatting smiled at each other and didn't bother with the two young men. Getting out of the crowd's line of sight, Lin Xinla once again pinched hard on Subai's waist. There was a grudge in her eyes. You were talking to someone as soon as Miss Chen came in just now, and you didn't even take your eyes off her. Do you have your eye on her? Lin Zanara pressed the question aggressively. Subai also did not expect the usually high and cold schoolmaster schoolgirl to be so powerful when she was jealous, and he begged for forgiveness. No, you've got me all wrong. Am I that kind of person? How dare you argue? I saw you whispering just now. Subai knew that explanations alone wouldn't work at a time like this. A little jealousy should be persuaded with some practical action. So straight away he took little Lara into his arms and leaned down to give her a kiss in the crook of her neck. Lin Xinla was ashamed and annoyed, and skimmed her head to not look at him. I'm sorry I was wrong. I promise I'll never get that close to another girl next time. And as compensation, how about I take you out right now? Originally, he still wanted to gamble with Subai for a while, but looking at the way Subai sincerely admitted his mistake, Lin Xinla's heart, however, could not regenerate half a bit of anger. Go to play where? She cast a sidelong glance at Subai, pretending that her afterburners had not subsided. You'll know when you get there. It's guaranteed to please our little Lara, Subai said, and without waiting for her to reply, he took her little hand and walked outward. Lin Xinla then stopped pushing him and took the initiative to take Subai's arm. The two left old Master Zhou's business park together. It's pretty hot in Jinling at the end of June, and those tourist attractions and whatnot don't even want to go there during the day. Crowded and hot and sweaty. To have fun, of course, you go to the major malls, food courts, whatever, eat, watch movies, and an afternoon of shopping for clothes and shoes goes by quickly. There is forgetting the Department of Business when Lingshan's Wank Shopping Mall, taking over but 10 days or so, has already brought in nearly $400 million in revenue for Subai, the big boss, who hasn't even had a chance to take a look at it for himself. Instead, I met with the three people in charge there, and the other person said that he or she was welcome to guide the work at any time. To put it bluntly, he's now a shirker, and people are working for him to make money. As for how they earn it is their business. However, Subai still wanted to keep a low profile on this trip, so he didn't tell anyone. Took a cab with Lin Xinla to get to Wank. Watching the flow of people, the laughter everywhere, the balloons and cotton candy in the hands of passers-by, big meat skewers, it was like Lin Xinla had opened the door to a new world. Growing up, her family wouldn't bring her to places where there were so many people. Everything out and about is also transported in a chauffeured car. Subai, where are we going to play? She didn't have much experience, so she looked up and asked Subai. The latter also shrugged his shoulders. It's my first time here, too. I'm not too familiar. Let's take a stroll. Play what you see. Meanwhile, in a certain cafe on the third floor of the Wankel Mall. Lin, what's wrong with you? From the time you came back at noon that day until now you've been in a state of disorientation. What really happened that night? Beside Fong Lin, a woman about her age asked. This is Fong Lin's best friend Su Sini, a native of Jinling, whose family is in the real estate business. He knew Fong Lin before she left the country, and the two of them can be considered to appreciate each other and can play together. Having heard about the mission Fong Lin's family had given her, it was only natural that she, her best friend, should show her attitude. So without saying a word, he smashed 100 million investment in shares, and Fong Lin stood on the same warship. The two were now living together in Su Sini's villa in Jinling. That day Fong Lin said she went to acquire the 3-story office building downstairs, but ended up not returning all night. The next day at noon only to return. The phone cannot be reached. Anxious Su Sini almost alarmed. Not only that, but after coming back that day Fong Lin seemed like a different person. Except for work hours as usual, the rest of the day was almost entirely spent geeking out. Today, it's been hard to deal with things at work. Took her to the neighborhood mall to have some fun and relax, and she still looked preoccupied. It took herself 3 or 4 times to call out to her before she turned her head with a mute expression and looked over. Lin, you can't go on like this. You're acting exactly like a precursor to Alzheimer's. Why don't you tell me what's going on? We're best friends. Any difficulty can be faced together. Su Shinji was really very worried about her stupid best friend at the moment. Hiding everything in one's heart and taking it on oneself, that is the most unsettling. And it just so happens that Fong Lin is such a person. Seni, I don't know what to tell you. Fong Lin's heart was really incomparably hard to bear, and the reason was naturally Su Bai. Originally, I thought it would be okay to maintain this kind of relationship with Su Bai. Being strong doesn't make her much dependent on a man either. But, last night, Grandpa told her the news. Su Bai took the initiative to admit his relationship with her, and also found out one thing back then: he had encountered a killer assassination, and that incident behind a large part of the responsibility of their Fong family. Elder Fong told Fong Lin the whole story, and he was very worried about Su Bai's future retaliation, so he hoped that Fong Lin's side could take a precautionary shot. But at this moment Fong Lin do not even know how to face Su Bai, her eyes averted in the face of her best friend's pressing question. But suddenly she caught a glimpse of a pair of figures outside the cafe and Fong Lin's pupils dilated slightly. Chapter 103. You're actually willing to be a mistress for him. Su Sini noticed Fong Lin's strangeness and followed her gaze. Heck, I saw a man and a woman walking through the mall holding hands. Boys are tall and handsome, with extraordinary temperament. The girls are dignified and elegant, beautiful and generous, very bright amongst the crowd. At this very moment, the man and woman are holding hands, and the boy is carrying a large bag in his. At first glance it looks almost exclusively like girls' clothes, shoes, and bags, while the girls hold a cup of fruit tea in their hands, looking up from time to time to see who's around them. I don't know what was being said, but I could tell it was very sweet. A couple, no doubt. Su Sini, as a person from the past, quickly noticed the jealousy in Fong Lin's eyes. She immediately guessed the truth, showing a face full of incredulity. No way Lin, you're in love? It's that boy, right? Being told by her best friend what was on her mind, Fong Lin was shocked, and for a while her gaze was a bit evasive. I don't know what to say. I'm stumped. No, Xine, what are you babbling about? I don't even know him, okay? Fong Lin feigned anger, but her words were unavoidable. Looking at her like this now, Su Sini was even more certain of the conjecture in her heart. Nice guy. This amazing melon was eaten by her, a high-flying goddess sought after by millions, the proud daughter of heaven, whom countless rich kids have been trying to chase after, would actually encounter such a thing. Watching your boyfriend hanging out at the mall with other women. I'm afraid I'm going to drop someone's jaw when I tell them. I said you've been out of sorts for the past 2 days. You've been talking to your boyfriend behind my back. Turns out the boyfriend cheated on you, right? Hearing Su Sini's words, Fong Lin immediately reddened her face, itching to find a place to immediately drill into. It's a shame that this kind of thing is known to your best friend. I knew it. Su Sini spoke angrily and stood up with a slap on the table. That guy has eaten his bear's heart and leopard's gall. How dare he bully our family? Lin. Go. I'll take you to confront him right now. How dare you cheat on your girlfriend? I'll expose him face to face. Let him talk about none of them, Su Sini said, pulling Fong Lin, and immediately rushed out, not expecting Fong Lin to hastily pull her back. The head shook into a rattle. No, it's not what you think. Sini, you mustn't do anything stupid, Fong Lin said, and inexplicably tears flowed down her face without argument. Seeing her in this pearly appearance, Su Sini stopped her hand movements. Fong Lin is the strongest, most independent woman she's ever met. Usually a high and cold look. The aura is so strong that it is scary. This is the first time she saw Fong Lin shed tears. It was also the first time I saw a look of fear in her eyes. Lin, tell me honestly, what's going on? Fong Lin had no choice but to tell her best friend what happened that day as it was. What do you mean? You're actually willing to be a mistress for him? Su Sini shrieked out in shock, drawing the attention of many people around her. Fong Lin hastily covered her mouth with one hand, itching to find a crack in the ground on the spot. Achoo! At the same time, Su Bai, who was holding Lin Xinla's hand and strolling around the mall, sneezed a big sneeze. Something was wrong. He suddenly felt as if he was being watched, and he was very uncomfortable all over. And, it's weird. Su Bai, have you caught a cold? Lin Zinara looked up at him, concerned. No, I just got something in my nose and it's just a little itchy, Su Bai casually replied. And Lin Xinla didn't care. Suddenly an ice cream truck appeared on the corner in front of the two of them, and Lin Xinla's eyes were immediately drawn to it. Su Bai, I want to eat that. She raised her hand and pointed to the cart, her eyes glowing. No, girls eat less icy things. Su Bai shook his head no without even thinking. His body first. He's got to remember right. Little Lara will be on her period in 2 days. It is better not to eat ice at this time. But what if I want to eat it so badly? You don't know. I wasn't allowed to eat this at home when I was growing up. It's not easy to get a chance today. So just promise me. Lin Xinla grabbed Su Bai's wrist with both hands and shook it from side to side. When had Su Bai ever seen the high and cold schoolgirl pampering herself like this? At that time, he was a little shaken. With a twinkle in his eye, a bad idea suddenly arose in his mind. Okay then, just this once. Oh, you really can't have too much of the icy stuff. Saying that, Su Bai brought little Lara to the ice cream cart and bought the most expensive one. Lin Xinla was very happy, took it from Su Bai's hand and carefully took a bite in her mouth. He closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment. Just at this time, Su Po's voice leisurely rang in her ears. But not for nothing. Bathe with me tonight. The naked kind. Or I'll tell your dad about the ice cream you stole. Lin Xinla froze at that moment. Her ice cream eating action stopped. Wide-eyed and full of incredulity, he looked at Su Bai. What? What's wrong with you? I'm not eating. Lin Xinla hurriedly returned the ice cream in her hand to Su Bai with a red face. When she thought of the image of bathing with Su Bai, this big pervert, she couldn't wait to dig a hole and go inside. This stinking rascal. I thought he had a clear conscience, but it turns out he's secretly holding back a dirty trick. You've already eaten it. It's no use trying to cheat. I just took a picture of it secretly. Su Bai had a smile on his face, and Lin Xinla was on the verge of crying. Why do you keep thinking about that kind of stuff? Can't you change to another one? Looking at her aggrieved look, Su Bai was simply happy in his heart. True to form, little Lara was just too much fun to tease. Suddenly, his gaze moved all the way down Lin Xinla's snow-white neck and, once again, a bad grin appeared on his face. A different one would be fine. Either shower with me tonight or let me play with the boobs that. Take your pick. Lin Xinla. After 10 minutes of anxious contemplation, Lin Xinla tearfully ate the entire ice cream. Finally chose to agree to Su Bai, this stinking rascal, to play with his conscience, but to wait until the evening back to the hotel, and to be separated from the clothes, and at most 10 minutes to play. Although the family-owned tofu store was often patronized by Su Bai, it was all sneaky and, if she really wanted to come openly, Lin Xinla was still a bit unable to accept it. Su Bai, on the other hand, was elated and continued shopping at the mall with little Lara again. So far they've spent way too little, holding out for tens of thousands of dollars on clothes and shoes and stuff. The food was even more negligible, and the total cost was less than 500. At this rate, when will your dream of being a 100 billionaire come true? Suddenly, seeing a jewelry boutique, Su Bai directly walked in. Chapter 104. What class? Buy the same necklace as me. The jewelry boutique, called Tianfu Jewelry, can be said to be a representative of the Wank Mall luxury stores. Placed in the domestic jewelry store is quite influential existence. A necklace can easily be hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is a definite high-end spending place. Walking into the store and seeing all the shiny gold and silver jewelry in the display cases, both Su Bai and Lin Xinla's expressions were quite calm with their status and consumption level. These jewels could not be seen, and Lin Xin had participated in some auctions again. Hundreds of millions of dollars in necklaces have been seen. When a customer comes in, a waiter has to come up and greet him. But when he saw that the other party was a pair of youngsters, an imperceptible color of disappointment immediately appeared on his face again. She'd seen too many young customers like that. Some college sweethearts. There's hardly any spending money, and she's been working in this store for over a year, and she's never seen any of the youngsters actually spend any money on anything. It's all look and go. The store clerks are trying to make a killing. There's no point in entertaining guests who know at first glance that they won't buy anything. Xian, there's a guest. Help receive him. The shopgirl whispered towards the back. How could Subai not notice her little thought? Only still pretending not to see it. He's the owner of this one mall. Like a small-time employee, the going of a store is all at his word. When the opportunity comes and people don't take advantage of it themselves, it's no one's fault. As the words fell, a young female clerk came out from behind the counter and it was presumably a college student who had only just graduated, with an upper-middle-class face and body, in the 70s. Hello gentlemen, is there anything I can do to help? The shopgirl said, very politely. The eyes couldn't help but linger a little longer on Subai's face. Such a handsome boy. Put inside the university is definitely a schoolboy. It's just a shame there's already a girlfriend. But seeing that the other guy's girlfriend is actually so good-looking, turning dozens of streets away from himself, there is no imbalance in the mind. Show us the $1 million plus necklaces, please. If there's a more expensive one, please show us that too. The other party was so polite. Subai naturally returned the courtesy. As a result, the hand holding little Lara suddenly tightened, and when she turned her head, she met that burning gaze. Not, this can be jealous? Looking at the backs of the three people, the female clerk and the two co-workers beside her just now were all shaking their heads in succession. There was no hiding the look of disgust in his eyes. I don't want to receive any of these little ancestors. And they say they're looking at millions of dollars. I don't think he can even afford a few tens of thousands. Can he? That's right. Make it seem like you have a high vision. But you're still a? I've seen this kind of young man a lot. No money and still pretend to be rich. TSK, down head. When it comes to customers like this, the old store clerks usually push the newcomers out. Not to mention the fact that the shopgirl named Sin is young and pretty and doesn't have to do anything at all. Negotiated more orders than just them old store clerks. And someone had been looking at her funny for a long time. Just at that moment, two figures walked in the doorway. It's an obese middle-aged man with a big belly, a sultry woman with a hot body, revealing clothes, and walking with her ass twisting walked in with her arms. Several female sales clerks saw this, a scene of blushing faces and scrambling up to meet them. Hello, Boss Chow. I haven't seen you for a few days. Why have you lost weight again? Tough. You don't ask what you're buying. You just kiss your ass. The middle-aged man surnamed Chow, however, ignored it, his eyes scanning around but not finding the face he wanted to see. His brow furrowed instantly. How come it's just you guys? Where's that new chick? There were already a few hints of anger within his voice, as if he was about to explode at any moment. Hearing her words, the corners of the mouths of the several shopkeepers all twitched slightly. This man is called Chao Gaoxin. He has $100 million conglomerate under his command, and he's rumored to have connections in the Taoist world. Quite extraordinary. A few visits to the store were spent in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. In order to get the commission, every clerk tries to flatter, but it's just that people like young and pretty. Boss Chow, Qian Shi, she is receiving other guests. Shall we still serve you? A clerk laughed slanderously. Who knew that the next moment, Chao Gaoxin directly slapped her in the face. The clerk was whipped to the ground, and half of his face was red and swollen on the spot, but he was too scared to make a sound. Who the hell wants to be hosted by you old ES? It's disgusting, Gaoxin angrily reprimanded. Store negative or too scared to say. The sultry woman beside him, however, was not cowed, and while comforting him, she was actually fanning the flames. A couple of no-eyed guys, just pissing off our baby, she said in a clipped voice and turned her head to look at Chao Gaoxin again. Baby? That store clerk was so ungrateful. How dare you receive other guests in your sights? Obviously just a clerk at a jewelry store. In the mouth of the demonic woman it was as bad as a whore in a greenhouse. There was no need for her to say the latter words. Chao Gaoxin knew. Without saying a word, he took a big step toward the inside end. Today I would like to see which ungrateful one dares to spoil his good mood. The highs and lows are going to make the other side remember. A few clerks left at the door looked at each other with rather ugly expressions. Being slapped is a small matter, but in case this boss Chow gets angry and turns around and implicates them again, losing your job would be a big deal. What are you waiting for? Something's going to happen today. Call the store manager. On the other side, the sales clerk named Shanshan was showing Subai and his duo the jewelry, before they've even picked out the styles they want to try on. Just then, they saw a tall, fat man aggressively walking towards them, not choosing to get rough. He's going to use his financial power to conquer the woman he's looking at. This necklace, wrap it up for me, he said, pointing to a necklace of over $1 million, his gaze falling directly on Shanshan, treating the Subai duo next to him as if they were air. Subai and Lin Shinla looked at each other without speaking, and the shopgirl named Shanshan was in a bit of a bind. Boss Chow, I'm still receiving other guests here, so I'm a bit busy for the time being. Why don't you wait a moment? She remained polite. However, without waiting for Chow Gaoxin to say anything, Subai spoke first. It doesn't matter. Just bring them along. I don't mind. Oh yeah, the necklace this old man just chose is nice. I'll take a string too. Hearing this, Xianxian froze, but Chow Gaoxin seemed to have heard a big joke. Oh, what great, and I buy the same necklace. Know the price. Say it to scare you to death. Chapter 105. I want you to remember my name. As Chow Gaoxin's words fell, the atmosphere of the scene steeply changed. I was just going to ignore them as if they were air. But what did the boy say? Mind bringing yourself along? And you want to buy the same millions of dollars of necklaces as yourself? You don't know what you're doing. How dare you speak out of turn? In his opinion, these two brats who looked like they weren't even 20 years old were in no position to speak to themselves, much less buy the same thing he did. Do you deserve it? Do you have what it takes? However, as he swept his contemptuous gaze over the young pair, he was startled by the girl. Extremely beautiful. It's absolutely stunning on earth. Totally called perfect looks and body. Not losing to any first-tier female star in the slightest. Especially the cool demeanor that came with the depths of those eyes, which seemed to be a cold goddess who rejected people. Any man who looks at it will be unable to stop just this one look. Chow Gaoxin completely fell. What a pretty young shopgirl. What a sultry woman with a hot body. All of them were behind him at the moment. Little sister, this necklace is what you want, right? How about uncle gives it to you? Chow Gaoxin didn't hide the greed and desire in his eyes at all. His mouth was about to water. His feet also walked towards Lin Xinla's side without listening to his command, treating Subai as if he was air. Lin Xinla's brows furrowed on the spot when she saw the scene, and there was a look of disgust in her eyes. Just at this time, Subai's body was on one side, blocking that S-line of sight. Or don't let this big brother worry about it. My girlfriend doesn't need a gift from another man. The tone of these words carried ice coldness, although Subai did not recognize Chow Gaoxin, but you could tell he was unusual by the way he dressed and the way he spoke with that aura. Usually, the really rich bigwigs are not so arrogant. Instead, on the contrary, it is those who have $100 million in their hands who think they are so powerful that they dare to be so arrogant. But Subai doesn't care that much, no matter who the other party is. He should have stood up to people and compared them to him when they dared to make a move on his woman in front of him. Oh, you don't take the piss out of me either. Who the hell are you? Do you have a say here? Without waiting for Chow Gaoxin to open his mouth, the demonic woman beside him was the first to open her mouth to mock, accompanied by a conspiratorial sneer. While speaking, she raised her hand and pointed at the man beside her. Know who he is? Stepping on you is as easy as stepping on an ant. It's your greatest honor that he looks at your girlfriend. Pa dash. Not waiting for her words to finish, Subai directly backhanded a resounding slap on the face. Because it was too much to bear the woman's air of superiority and dog-eyed attitude, the sultry woman was directly knocked over by the slap. Her nose twisted. It would also be your greatest honor to be slapped by me. Subai opened his mouth in a faint voice, without the slightest bit of panic in his tone, and his eyes were unapologetically locked with Chow Gaoxin. I just got my nose fixed. The woman's gaze was filled with anger and horror. He couldn't help but be shocked when his hand touched his nose that had been knocked askew by Subai. And behind Subai, Lin Xinla and the female sales clerk named Xianxian did not expect Subai to suddenly make a move. And each of them covered their mouths in shock. Especially Xianxian. She knows very well what kind of person this boss Chow is. Subai dared to hit his woman in front of him, and the matter had become a big deal. Thinking of those means of Chow Gaoxin's to take revenge on people, I'm only afraid that the teenager in front of me is in a bad way. Couldn't bear to see such a sunny, handsome little hunk of a man go through that kind of thing. Xianxian's mind flew to think of a way out, and with a clench of her teeth, she stepped forward and looked straight at Subai. I'm sorry, we don't allow violence in our store. Cynthia reprimanded fiercely, looking very angry. Sir, please leave our store. She spoke aloud while still as if she was afraid that the handsome little man wouldn't understand her. He also made eyes at Subai one after another. On the surface, he's speaking in favor of Boss Chow, but in reality, it was to keep him safe for fear of retaliation. Thinking of this, his gaze towards the young shopgirl took on a few shades of appreciation. Gutsy and good at what she does. There's something about this young lady. But he didn't say anything either. Just gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders and pulled her back. In today's situation, running away is out of the question. Kid, you have some guts. Call me unexpected. The corner of Chow Gaoxin's mouth grinned a not-so-friendly curve. One look and I knew he wasn't holding any good farts in his stomach. But let me remind you, if you fight me, you have to be prepared to take this little life of yours. Now I'm gonna give you one more chance to get down on your knees and slap yourself 3 times, and then leave that little you brought with you. and you're good to go. Hearing the other guy call himself a Lin Xinla's beautiful to the extreme pretty face suddenly enveloped a layer of icy coldness, inexplicably giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. It was about to walk up, but then it was firmly pulled down by a pair of hands. Cynthia was stopping her dead in her tracks, shaking her head vigorously. Naturally, she couldn't watch this person in front of her go to his death for nothing. There's no need to come over. I can still deal with such a small character. Subai gently waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Chao Gao Xin immediately came back to his senses. Having just been watched by that girl, he suddenly felt a little breathless and such an experience had never happened before, and subconsciously he felt danger. But on second thought, it's just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. What danger can she be in? And this teenager actually dared to call him a small character. This made him very upset. For so many years, no one had ever dared to write him like that. Backwoods pup, you've just squandered your only chance to get out in one piece. Chao Gaoxin's tone was instantly cold. Remember, my name is Chao Gaoxin, and for the rest of your life you'll keep that name in mind. When he spoke, he waved his hand, and the two bodyguards following behind him immediately rushed forward and the casserole-sized fist came straight towards Subai's face. Subai, however, still stood still and didn't move, and Shanxian in the back covered her eyes. Just then, 3 or 4 silhouettes flashed out of nowhere, so fast that they almost appeared as stumps. Only 2 muffled sounds were heard, and the 2 bodyguards immediately fell to the ground with a wail, while Subai was surrounded by 4 more athletic female bodyguards. The whole process is complicated to say the least, but it actually happened in a split second. These bodyguards of Subai were professionally trained. Their hands and feet were not comparable to ordinary people. Dealing with these few people was simply easy. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly quiet, and Chao Gaoxin froze on the spot. Chapter 106 is the mall run by your family. What the are you? Chao Gaoxin's tone of voice had changed. Only he himself understood how powerful the 2 bodyguards under him were. And a couple of female bodyguards on the other side could actually put 2 people down in a second. Don't look at the other side, there are 4 people. But with the huge difference in size and strength, doing that is hard. Not to mention the fact that he hadn't even noticed the presence of a few people on the other side before. Never mind what I am. I'm here to buy something today, not to fight. Get out now and I can pretend nothing happened. Subai's tone was icy cold. While very upset about the S***T the fat guy did. But Subai didn't want to ruin today's good mood. And some things were just point blank. But the other party was obviously not going to stop. And after hearing Subai's words, Chao Gaoxin only thought that he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After so many years on the road, there are many things he understands. And if he really has that strength, who's going to take a loss? The odds are that there is only one reason for revealing a little strength and then letting the other person go on purpose. He's faking it. Does that mean that someone who has the money to hire 4 high-class bodyguards is a big shot? Oof. How dare you try to bluff me? You were still wearing crotchless pants when I was on the street. Chao Gaoxin's aura became arrogant once again. I admit I underestimated you earlier, but don't think you can ride me with a little trickery. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a big group of hundreds of millions of dollars under me. I have a lot of connections. The big boss of this mall and I are acquaintances. Believe it or not, I can make you unable to leave with a single phone call. Hearing his words, Subai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The big boss of this mall? Isn't that me? How come I didn't know I knew you? However, without waiting for him to speak, the sultry woman who had just been jerked to the ground rose from the ground again. Now that the wind has turned, there's no need to play dead. The slap in the face just now must be avenged. Baby, this person is just too arrogant. He even hit someone just now. You must. Pow! Another slap hit her hard across the face, and the sultry woman fell to the ground once again. With an incredulous face, she looked up because the one who hit her this time was not Subai, but Chao Gao Xin. Who the hell is your baby? Get thee away from me, ugly! Chao Gaoxin heckled angrily. What do you mean there's no comparison? That's what this is. Originally, the woman I found was quite pleasant to the eye, with big breasts and a big butt, but also Thai enough. But once he saw Lin Xinla, he sort of understood the gap. That's what I call a beautiful woman. This is what I call a piece of. It wasn't as good looking as the others and now the nose is crooked. It's just as ugly as it gets. What's worse, when he slapped him, not only was his nose crooked, but his jaw was crooked, too. The whole face is kind of ugly in a way. Looking at Chao Gaoxin's disgusted eyes, the demonic woman only covered her face and sobbed silently, not daring to make a sound. And then Chao Gaoxin raised his steps again and came in front of Subai, just less than half a meter away. If you have the guts, do it now. If you dare to touch me, I promise to make life worse for you and your whole family. So you can watch your woman get turned along with your old mom. You, Chao Gaoxin's voice, which was halfway through his speech, came to an abrupt end, and Su Bai, who was furious, was going to make a move, because the other person spoke words that touched his bottom line right in front of him. However, before he could raise his hand, a heavy and powerful whip kick came from the cold, straight to Chao Gaoxin's face, only to hear a muffled sound, a few teeth along with a series of blood beads gushing out, splashing all over the ground, and the back of Chao Gaoxin's head slammed hard on the ground, fainting on the spot. Su Bai froze, the store clerk Xin froze, even the 4 female bodyguards widened their eyes. Only because the person who kicked out that kick was Lin Xinla. That speed, that power, with Chao Gaoxin not reacting at all. One move puts him down without a moment's delay. Placed in Su Bai's perspective at that time, he only felt a strong wind blowing past in front of him. This was closely followed by the fall of Chao Gaoxin. The shock in Su Bai's heart at this moment, no different than seeing an 80-year-old grandmother backflip in front of him. Having always thought of little Lara as a quiet girl who would shy away at the slightest provocation. It's a flower that grows in a greenhouse. It wasn't until now that Su Bai realized that this **** had actually practiced self-defense. The combat is still so horrible. Recalling those tofu he ate in the past, Su Bai couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. At this moment, Lin Xinla stood beside Su Bai, looking at the man on the ground with an unkind gaze. If anyone dares to talk to me like that, my dad will break his legs. Lin Xinla opened her mouth, her gaze looking at Su Bai, who understood in seconds and looked at the several female bodyguards. Didn't you hear your boss's wife? A few seconds later, a mournful scream came out from the Tianfu jewelry store. It drew a lot of sideways glances from passers-by outside, and a few shopkeepers at the door were too scared to let anyone in. My leg! Chao Gaoxin was awakened from his unconscious state by the pain and wailed in agony with his hands holding the broken leg. The sultry woman in the field and the store Chanshan were so frightened that they cowered in the corner, not daring to breathe loudly. Su Bai put one arm around Lin Xinla and comforted her traumatized heart, while gazing indifferently at the man on the ground. There was no trace of pity, because everything was his own doing. I can't understand you. I just came to buy a ing thing. You bumped yourself into me for no reason. Is it possible that I've offended you before? As Su Bai spoke, Chao Gaoxin's heart was also filled with regret. I should have known these two youngsters were so tough. He shouldn't have gotten into a confrontation with someone over a little shopgirl. But there's no way you're going to give in now. If it's known that Chao Gaoxin was beaten by 2 kids to the point of begging for mercy, how can he still get along in the future? Good enough. Keep fighting if you have the guts, and let's see if you can get out of this store. The person was lying on the ground, but his aura was getting more and more arrogant. Su Bai didn't say anything and raised his hand to signal to waste his other leg as well. Just at this time, a stormy cry suddenly came from the doorway. Stop it, it's ing crazy. Stop it. Only to see a middle-aged man walk in quickly with a group of sales clerks trailing behind him. The man was none other than the store manager of the jewelry store, and having heard what happened, originally, he wanted to wait for Chao Gaoxin to finish his business before coming in to make amends, but he just came in and saw this scene. Who is Chao Gaoxin? How could he stand by while a guy like that got his ass kicked in his store? Su Bai called a halt to the bodyguard's movements and looked at the visitor with interest. The store manager breathed a sigh of relief in his mind and then broke into a fit of rage. You guys are so damn bold. You dare to make trouble in my store. You think the mall is run by your family. Chapter 107. I'm no longer a major shareholder. Hearing what the store manager said, Su Bai's heart is clear. The moment he came up and indiscriminately said that he was causing trouble for no reason, it is clear that he is on Chao Gaoxin's side of the boat. He just got this mall from the system. And to think that a big mall in a place like Jinling wouldn't have this. But now, he realized he had thought wrong. Not only does this situation exist, it's insane. As the owner of this mall, he had to get his hands dirty and take care of it. The ones behind him were all smart enough to know whose orders to listen to. So, without him having to give the word, a couple of bodyguards in the back made a move. There was only a crunch. It was a bone breaking. And then he saw Chao Gaoxin's expression of extreme pain as he shrunk into a ball on the ground, struggling to even make a sound out of his mouth. He's the one who messed with the wrong person today. And if you try to interfere, you'll end up like him. Su Bai opened his mouth, seemingly speaking about a trivial matter. Of course, you can call the police to deal with this if you want. Show the police the surveillance. But who ended up in there I don't know. The store manager looked at the scene in front of him. My eyes widened and my mouth moved without speaking. Is he in charge? With what? Even the bodyguards Chao Gao brought along and himself were put down. What's the point of having a couple of security guards in their store? There's no need to call the police. Chao Gaoxin and himself are not clean. Find out what the whole ing thing is going to look like in the first trial. There's really nothing to do with him now. You, have the guts to wait here. I can't control it. There are people to control you. Don't forget where this place is. And let me remind you, the big boss here is no ordinary man. You have to be tough enough in the background to make a mess and still want to walk away. The store manager is at his wit's end now. Had to take out the top boss to pressure this young man who expected Subai did not have half a bit of fear and only waved his hand indifferently. Then please call him over. Also, these guys on the floor, I don't care if they hurt, Subai said without a care in the world, and then looked at the female sales clerk named Xianxian. The latter had already been scared silly at this point, and when he noticed Subai's gaze, he was even more frightened. Legs and stomachs were shaking. 10 minutes later, Chao Gaoxin and his 2 bodyguards have been sent to the hospital. The sultry woman then covered her face and sneaked away, and the 4 female bodyguards blended into the crowd. In the jewelry store, at this time, only Subai and Lin Xinla were left looking at the merchandise as if nothing had happened. Cynthia forced herself to introduce them. The store manager and a group of clerks and security guards were watching from afar, not daring to speak. This is the Blue Lovers, a limited edition women's necklace, created by a team of top designers in Milan over a period of 3 months. There are only 300 of them in the world, currently priced at $19 million. This is a couple's ring designed by European design guru Tom Boz. Mr. Su, these commodities add up to $31. 974 million. Are you sure? Subai bought a dozen necklaces, rings, and other various luxuries in one breath, and when he quoted the price of, Cynthia's voice couldn't help but quiver. She'd been on the job for 3 months, and the sum total of her previous negotiated orders hadn't been this much. Subai, why did you buy so many? I'm not a giraffe. Lin Xinla was very confused and looked up at Subai. Subai naturally cannot say, it is for those good sisters of yours. It's not entirely ours. It's not the end of the college entrance exams. In case we do well then. I've got a bunch of cousins here. My mom, and a bunch of cousins at. There's no harm in keeping it on hand anyway, don't you think? Subai paid the money over while talking nonsense. Seeing the prompt of successful payment on the machine, Xianxian almost fainted with a softness in her legs. With a list of over $30 million, her commission would be at least $800,000. In the old days, it was something she'd never dreamed of. Selling a $30,000 order. Getting 1,000 in commission was a rare event, enough to keep her happy for a week. On the other side, the clerk who had initially chosen to give up serving the Subai duo. The nails are embedded in the flesh at the moment. This is the ing money I was supposed to be earning in the first place. She couldn't wait to slap herself a dozen times, actually throwing away over $1 million for nothing. The store manager and a group of clerks also looked at each other in disbelief. You can casually take out over $30 million to buy gifts for people, like buying cabbages. What's this young man's story? And you have cousins? Lin Xinla shot a somewhat suspicious glance at Subai. Her intuition always told her that there was something fishy going on somewhere, but can't tell. From her contact with Subai, it didn't seem like an honest person in any way. It can't be that it was intended to be given to a favorite girl, can it? Hearing this, Subai's face changed then, crouched down in the sky. This girl is a roundworm. Subai was incomparably shocked in his heart, but where would he admit it on his lips? What are you talking about? How can I have other girls? Am I Subai that kind of person? I'll be satisfied if I can marry you home in this life. Hearing such blunt words of love, Lin Xinla couldn't help but blush for a while, where in the mind there is still a semblance of doubt. Humph, even you wouldn't dare. If you dare to do something to wrong me, I'll beat you so much that you won't be able to get out of bed for the rest of your life. Let's see how you can still go out and find a woman, Lin Xinla said, and raised her fist menacingly. Subai hurriedly pressed her small fists down and smoothly kissed her on the cheek. He really believes that this girl would dare to do that. Just kicking down a 200-pound big fat man is the best proof. Watching the scuffle between the two couples, Xianxian had to turn her head to the side. Having never been in a relationship, she blushed a little and felt like a light bulb. Just at this time, a line of a dozen people suddenly walked outside the jewelry store. Those people were all dressed in formal attire. Their faces were serious, and their aura was very powerful. One look and you know it's coming. The store manager saw the face of one of the men and breathed a long sigh of relief. But when he saw a few other faces among these people, he was instantly a bit dumbfounded. All of them are now the various regional directors and heads of Wank Shopping Center. Sort of the topmost leader. Am I so honorable? The thought flashed through the store manager's mind and the leaders had ignored him and walked into the store. The store manager's brain was in a daze, and he hastened to pull on the one of them he recognized. Mr. Li, what is going on here? Why have so many leaders come? The store manager had developed a bad feeling at this point, always feeling that something was about to happen. The middle-aged man in a suit that he called Mr. Li's face changed. and he similarly lowered his voice. First, I don't know you well. Don't call me Mr. Lee. Second, in fact, I'm no longer a major shareholder. 10 days ago, someone bought all the shares of Wankels. There's only one real big boss now, and I'm all for soup. Understand? At the end of his sentence, he shook off the store manager's hand and walked towards the store in large strides. The store manager was left standing alone in the doorway, his shoulders shaking slightly. Chapter 108. Does your boyfriend still lack a girlfriend? Mr. Sue, why didn't you say anything to us when you came? It's really a loss to welcome you. As soon as the crowd came in, they all cupped their fists and apologized to Sue-bai. One didn't look too good. Each of them at this moment is secretly screaming in their hearts. How did such an unlucky thing fall on their heads? The big boss of the mall came shopping in the mall without saying a word. The result is so coincidental to meet things to offend people, which makes them these responsible for the management of how to embarrass. Lin Shinla was a bit stunned, and when she turned her head and saw the cheap smile on Sue-bai's face, immediately, he realized that he could not avoid being surprised in his heart. Sue-bai, you wouldn't have bought this mall, would you? At the moment, in the cafe one floor above them, Feng Lin and Su Sini both spat out a mouthful of coffee, their faces full of shock. They naturally understand the Wankel shopping mall, which was a joint effort of dozens of groups at the time. The market capitalization was as high as 4.3 billion at the beginning of its establishment, and after 5 years of development, the market capitalization has exceeded tens of billions of dollars. It has jumped to become one of the most popular places to spend money in Jinling. Naturally, they've heard about the mall being bought by a mysterious tycoon through their connections, but no matter how Feng Lin thought about it, she would never guess that this person would actually be Sue-bai. 10 billion. What's the concept? The two of them together have only a quarter of the other family's assets. That's just one of the properties in Sue-bai's name. So how much money should Sue-bai have in his hands? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? And that's not even the scariest part. How strong must his background be to make a group of shareholders willingly sell the mall, which is rapidly appreciating in value, and now they have to stay and flatter and curry favor? Lin, buy mall this thing he told you about? Su Sini suddenly opened her mouth to ask, and Feng Lingmu shook her head somewhat woodenly. Su-bai has never told her that he buys flowers. More than $10 billion to buy a large shopping mall in Jinling. But then he thought about the fact that he had spent $200 million to buy the office building and give it to himself in the first place. Suddenly she thought again that it wasn't surprising that he had done this. I finally understand you, Lin. If my boyfriend was that rich, I have no problem with how many women he keeps out there. Sui-san sighed heartily, but drew Feng Lin's contemptuous gaze. You're simply running for money, aren't you? How can it be? After all, being so handsome and having such a good body, what a waste if you don't enjoy it. By the way, Lin, does your boyfriend still lack a girlfriend? There shouldn't be a shortage. What are you doing? Compared to the relaxed atmosphere at the two women's place, it was much more tense down there. Of course I'm going to see how well I'm managing the mall I just bought, Su-bai said, his gaze sweeping over the group of people in charge in the arena, clearly the gaze of an 18-year-old. However, it made the crowd of middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s present not dare to meet their eyes, and they all lowered their heads without saying a word. Mr. Lin, you're in charge of this area, right? I heard that you're familiar with the store manager here and that fat guy named Xiao. Is this how you usually treat your customers? The Mr. Lee who was named by Su-bai was the one who had just spoken to the store manager. This man was also the original majority shareholder of the Manko Mall, and now he's the regional head. To put it bluntly, it's a hit man under Su-bai's hand. Hearing the big boss rise to the occasion, the man's face immediately changed drastically and his heart thumped. On the other hand, in his heart, he had already cursed the store manager and that rowdy boss 100 times. No, that's not true. I just have a normal working relationship with the store manager of any store, and that Mr. Chow has only met him a few times. Seeing people talk to people, seeing ghosts talk to ghosts, and as a veteran of many years in the business, naturally, I understand that I can't admit it at this time to death. Mr. Su, what happened today was definitely just an accident. I don't see any need for you to do your job any longer, and you'll be the one to take care of this matter. Resign yourself when you're done with it, and I'll find someone to take your place. Su-bai directly interrupted him, his tone indifferent but permeated with unquestionable majesty. That Mr. Lee's mouth was wide open in disbelief. He didn't think he'd get kicked out of the big Wankel ship for that. With such a large and growing business conglomerate, leaving now is estimated to be $100 million less. Mr. Su, I handled this matter poorly. I will correct it to your satisfaction. I hope you will give me another chance. Mr. Lee hurriedly admitted his mistake and begged for mercy. He was really unwilling to do so. The others who were present did not say a word, And a number of those in charge had fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. I thought the new boss was young and easy to fool, but now I see that the tactics are much tougher than the original. One word and you're out of here. They know exactly what kind of problems exist in their respective management areas. Many people have secretly decided that they must rectify the situation properly from today onwards and not get caught. You still want a chance? I'm sorry. I don't want any of the assholes in my mall's management to exist. And without the tacit approval of the top, how dare the stores below go so wild? It would be irresponsible of me if I still used you. With a wave of his hand, Subai mercilessly dismissed his request, while Lin Xinla watched from the sidelines. There were no speeches. She didn't think Subai was that cruel. She would have done the same if it was her. After all, she's Lin Dongnan's daughter, and she's seen too many of those tactics in the mall. Subai, some of this doesn't count for anything at all. Get things in order. Replace all the clerks from the store manager on down. I don't need to teach you exactly how to do it. If I'm not satisfied, then I'll check it all out myself. At that time all those who have problems will be brought to me to settle the score. The same goes for the others. Rectify the situation in a month. I don't care what happened before. If there are any more in the future, whoever has a problem gets the hell out. Subai's voice reached everyone's ears, and in an instant, everyone was in danger. Tianfu jewelry store manager's heart is like ashes. Recalling today's Du Thing, even directly lost his job. He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Those sales clerks were also all wide-eyed, not expecting this kind of thing to reach them. Many people looked at the shopgirl who had refused to serve Subai in the beginning with complaining gazes. It's all because that guy offended the big boys that led to this situation. Boss, not to mention letting her serve, even letting her lie on the bed without any hesitation. Suddenly, Subai's gaze went back to the shopgirl behind him. It was only then that I saw that her full name on her work card was Cynthia Yang, who was just 23 years old and fulfilled the requirement of binding a third relationship. Yang Chanshan slightly lowered her head at the moment, unable to say whether she was nervous or scared in her heart. The other clerks watched the scene and repented. Had I known that this young man was the new owner of the mall, they're going to fight to get up there and do well, no matter what they say. Subai came to Yang Chanshan's front and patted her shoulder. Your clerical skills are very good. Are you interested in working for my company? Chapter 109. She is Lin Dongnan's daughter? The identity of the owner of the Subai Mall was revealed, and a bunch of stores got the news at some point. Even the tourists present knew that Subai was a star-studded presence wherever he went. There was no longer any point in playing any longer. So he took Lin Xinla and left the mall early, took a cab back to the hotel. Is there something else you're not telling me besides the shopping mall thing? In the cab going back, Lin Xinla suddenly looked at Subai with a burning gaze. This guy really blew her away today. Buying an entire mall for something as big as that. I can't believe I could hide it from the world and start my own company. Why do you always doubt me? I didn't tell you in advance because I wanted to give you a surprise. Subai gently held her tender little hand. There was an indescribable loss and sentimentality in his tone. These people are faking it. He's got a lot of secrets he's not telling this ninny. Obviously it can't be disclosed. And even if it is, it can't be disclosed under these circumstances in a dignified manner. Otherwise, it was possible that the invincible whirlwind kick would land on one's face in the next second. Lin Xinla also realized at this time that it was she who had spoken a bit too much. I've asked him this question many times today and he said it's because he's afraid of losing his memory. But at the same time, isn't this a kind of distrust of him? Imagine being distrusted by your own girlfriend like that. Who would feel good about it? So Lin Xinla also slowed down her tone and gently leaned her head on Subai's shoulder. I don't doubt you. I just feel like you do everything without telling me, like you treat me like an outsider. You initiated our relationship in the first place. I've never been in a relationship, and I have no experience. What if you don't want me one day? The purpose was achieved, and Subai also understood that it was this niece's insecurity that made her like this. What are you thinking? You're the apple of my big brother's eye, and if I dare kick you off your big brother would have to slice me up. Subai softly comforted, smoothly reaching out to encircle her waist. Humph. If you're timid, how dare you come forward to pick me up in the first place? And how dare you make small talk in my house in front of my dad? Lin Xinla hummed softly and immediately buried her head into Subai's warm embrace as well. The two of them were holding each other, whispering the whispers of lovers. Driving in front is one of Subai's plainclothes bodyguards. Seeing this scene, she silently raised the partition. Not long after, the cab arrived at Zhou Group's Rainbow Business Park. The time was but 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was still early. You go home first and stay with your mom and dad. Getting out of the car, Subai softly said. Lin Xinla blinked and looked at him. You're not with me? It's a rare day in Jinling, and it's still early, so I'm going to go talk to a couple of co-owners who created the company together about the do's and don'ts. Don't worry, It's all guys. I'll definitely be back for you by 7 p.m. Subai said with incomparable sincerity, not seeming to be lying. Don't tell me that. I believe you. Lin Shinla smiled faintly and opened her mouth. Subai saw this understanding and good behavior of hers and didn't hold back. Leaning down, he gave her a kiss on the cheek. Don't forget about the ice cream. Oh, and remember to wash up tonight and wait for me to come get you. Hearing these words, Lin Shinla's little face reddened at that moment, although she was very shy in her heart. And yet, somehow, there was a little anticipation. Got it, you horny bastard. All you think about is this all day long. Pouting a few times, Lin Shinla then bid farewell to Subai and headed inside. Only when her figure had completely disappeared did Subai pull out his cell phone without any panic. Make a call out. Hey, Lin, are you free right now? I miss you. Come pick me up. I'm in front of the rainbow. 10 minutes later, Subai had already gotten into Fong Lin's Bentley, but this time it was the driver who was driving and Subai and Fong Lin were sitting in the back. Subai has one hand on his thigh and the other. Ha, where'd you go? Oh, and on the thighs too. Fong Lin's expression, on the other hand, was a bit strange, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she held it back, and didn't open his mouth. How'd you get here so fast? Were you in the neighborhood? Subai was in two minds and opened his mouth to ask. It took a long time before I heard the cool voice. I was just at Wankel with my girlfriends and came over pretty quick. Hearing this, Subai raised his eyebrows. Although it was said in a very subtle way, he could easily read what the nymphette was trying to say. No wonder she didn't look right today. It turned out to be that she had seen herself shopping at the mall with little Lara and her jealousy had spilled over. So you just saw me take my great niece to the mall? Once she heard this, Fong Lin opened her eyes wide and glanced at Subai with suspicion. Where did you get such a big niece? A philanderer is a philanderer. No need to paste me. I'm just a mistress you keep in the first place. What do I care if you play with other women? Fong Lin clearly didn't believe him, and her tone was still a bit sour. To this Subai only shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me then forget it. After saying that, Subai continued to discipline the salty pig hand that stayed on someone's leg and refused to come down. Why are you so rude? How dare you drill into it? Suddenly, as if Fong Lin had figured something out, she violently turned her head to look at Subai. Subai thought he had accidentally hurt her and quietly put his hand back in the safe zone. You said that she is your great niece. That is, your big brother. That girl is Lin Dongnan's daughter. Thinking of this, Fong Lin's brain buzzed. Seeing Subai's face showing a meaningful smile, she felt even more like her worldview had collapsed. That's Lin Dongnan. How dare you pick up his daughter? The point is that even if you're picking up, you have the audacity to hang out with other women while you're dating her. This is really not afraid of Lin Dongnan angry. Backhanded karma, the second brother of the second brother. Don't look at me like that. I didn't even know my big brother when I hooked up with her. And now it's my big brother who's begging me to seduce his daughter. So Subai simply told her what happened. Fong Lin was greatly shocked by what she heard and, looking at Subai was like looking at a monster. Truly, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Those European and American tycoons I've seen before don't play so fancy as you do. Fong Lin sighed helplessly. She had probably already figured it out. And following that, she didn't even care that much about the family and Subai's bit of business. See how Subai looks like he cares now? Dating women is seamless and salty until now. Let's not talk about that. Time is limited today. Are we going to your place or the hotel? Chapter 110. Aren't you nervous at all? We're at your BFF's house. She really won't have a problem with that? Getting down from the Bentley, Subai looked at the spacious yard and atmospheric villa in front of him. Turning his head to look at Fong Lin beside him, he asked. Hearing his question, Fong Lin couldn't help but rub her eyelids. It's all right. I spoke to her, and she said the house was in our hands tonight. Actually, what Su Sini said was that if they dared to go to the hotel, just don't ever stay in her house again. She doesn't have such an outgoing BFF. Fong Lin really can't figure out what's going on in her best friend's head. Is it hard to install a camera and want to see something exciting? That's right, always at the hotel, making it seem like we're. Subai laughed twice. Then he put his arm around Fong Lin's waist and walked inside. It earned a blank stare from Fong Lin. Aren't we? Do we have a real relationship when we sleep together on the first day we meet? Subai at this time also found out this niece today anger is not small. The main reason was probably because he saw himself and Lin Shinla shopping together and was a little jealous in his heart. What are you talking about? I never thought that way. Even though I can't be exclusive as a person, but I can at least promise to be true to everyone. In case you accidentally get pregnant, I'm sure I'll be responsible to the end. Hearing him say this in the cold, Fong Lin's expression had a few moments of surprise. Her hand unconsciously stroked over her flat belly, and an inexplicable warmth came over her. Speaking of which, The last time I was in a hotel, I didn't do anything safe. Just in case something does happen to someone. She was going to be a strong woman and create a business empire with her own hands. I'm only 23 years old. Is it okay to be a stay-at-home mom? But then think of a picture like that. A small home. With yourself. With Sue White. And their little treasure. It was a life she had never thought of before. Yet it also felt inexplicably cozy and wonderful. The appearance of this guy, Sue Bai, has changed her life plan. The two people walked into the villa together. Fong Lin herself did not realize that the person had already snuggled in Sue Bai's arms. It's all tingly. Meanwhile, Joe Group's Rainbow International Business Park. Lara, why have you come back alone? Where is Sue Bai? At the table, Lin Dongnan, who was talking to a group of business elites, saw his daughter return alone and, unable to help himself, he opened his mouth to inquire, and a few of the rest of the group glanced sideways. Sue Bai, he went to discuss the matter of running a company with a few collaborators, so he sent me back first. Lin Xinla naturally couldn't imagine that Sue Bai's skill in deceiving girls was so superior, still believing in what he was telling me, and even feeling a little guilty for doubting him. Hey, this kid moves fast. The building hasn't even been platted down and he's already planning the company. Lin Dongnan sighed and didn't think much of it. The rest of the crowd heard this then looked different, mostly sighing. Sue Bai is only 18 years old. He is so capable. And he is throwing away $100 million to speculate on stocks. Another one who started a company. Dang, that's a late bloomer. But there was someone who disdained this. And that was Xiaoyi. Honestly speaking, he really didn't see any flashes of brilliance in that young man called Sue Bai. It's reckless to throw money at it without seeing what kind of crappy stock it is. The American stock called JNTM, which he knew about, collapsed not long ago. The market capitalization is evaporating fast, and it won't take more than a few days to go bankrupt. I'm afraid I'll end up losing all my panties. In comparison, Xiaoyi bought his own CTRAP shares can be described as a torrent of emerging industries. Market capitalization has been growing steadily in recent times. Coincidentally, at this time, the information about American stocks popped up again on the big screen in the clubhouse. What makes people frown is that the share price of JNTM has dropped from the original $3.2 to $2.95, which is a bit fast and scary. According to this momentum, the share price of JNTM has dropped from the original $3.2 to $2.95. Every one of them who bought this stock is in for a bloodbath. Xiaoyi didn't say anything and only hummed lightly. He didn't say it with his mouth, but his heart had already decided that he had won this bet. Lin Dongnan was afraid that he was getting older and really looked at the wrong person this time. The genius young man among the rumors was in fact just a strawman who was stupid and had a lot of money. He's not really the only one who thinks that way. But the presence of Zhou Ziyuan crowd face but cannot see what expression. They also shall not invest in these money all lost before it is good. This can also be exchanged for a favor from Lin Dongnan, which can be worth much more than tens of millions of dollars. There were only two people who really felt panic in their hearts. One was Lin Dongnan, and then there's Cecilia Chen. Lin Dongnan panicked because he was afraid that his face wouldn't be able to bear it. After all, there were so many people present. Doesn't he want to lose face? As for Cecilia Chen, not to mention the fact that she decided to take a gamble on it. She had invested all the money she had planned to use to start her own business. If she lost all the money, what would be the point of starting her own business? Without a second thought, Lin Dongnan called Sue Bai over. Hey big brother, looking for me something? Sue Bai seemed to be a bit vain and said, Erdy, are you sure that stock wasn't bought indiscriminately? It's already fallen below the American dollar. Lin Dongnan didn't have his back when he called, and his cell phone was on speakerphone on the table. Oh, I thought something was wrong. Don't worry, big brother, it'll go up later. Let Elder Joe and the others rest assured that I'll double compensate them if they really lose money. Sue Bai's tone was quite calm, and his voice reached the ears of everyone present. Shen Siki didn't make a sound on the surface, but she was relieved in her heart. The rest of the crowd looked at each other. A stock goes down like this, and he says it'll go back up within the day? Alright then, big brother trusts you. Lin Dongnan couldn't say any more and hung up the phone. This side put down and his right on the ghostly eyes just in the car talked about the stock thing, and even lent to her 10 million invested in, and the stock is not a good thing. It's just that she doesn't know yet that Sue Bai can get $1 billion in cashback for this. Sue Bai, the stock price is still falling, and you're not nervous at all? She still couldn't resist asking. This guy threw $100 million into it, and he's attracted a bunch of bigwigs to follow suit. And now the stock is plummeting and he's in the mood to do that like nobody's business. Don't worry, if you don't have some certainty I can invest $100 million? Sue Bai said, gently pinched her on her flawless white pretty face. Whatever this is, let's get on with it. However, 10 minutes later, Lin Dongnan's call came again. It's down below too. 8. Are you sure you don't want to dump it now? Hearing Lin Dongnan's words, Subai was speechless for a while. What about the promised trust in me? Big brother, you just put your heart in the stomach. I play who will not play you all. Alright. It's only a few $100 million of petty cash. I have over $1 billion of projects on my side. Hang up. Chapter 11. You're too young to compete with me as a scoundrel. Subai's side hung up the phone, but the clubhouse here was quiet. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and no one spoke. It always felt like something wasn't quite right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. $1 billion plus project. I think it's his own company he's talking about, isn't it? Well, it must be. It's worthy of being the second brother personally recognized by Lin Dongnan. You're so young to have started a $1 billion company. You must have a bright future. Only the two women vaguely heard what seemed to be another layer of meaning in the words. Lu Yuan and Xiao Yun looked at each other as if they had a heart-to-heart, and after seeing the meaning in each other's eyes, they became more certain of the conjecture in their hearts. And Lu Yuan was already sure of it, because she had heard Lin Dongnan speak about it before. Subai brought a female companion with him when he bought that villa of theirs, and that time when Subai encountered a killer's attack and ran to Yanjing to exterminate the Qin family. Also for a woman. His own little Lara doesn't seem to know that. She's already green on that little head of hers. Only Lu Yuan coughed lightly and stood up, looking at Lin Dongnan, a little dizzy. I'm going back to the hotel to rest. I'll come back later. The words were meant to be taken literally, but at the same time, they were a reminder to Lin Dongnan that don't get too close to one of your mistresses while she's away. Lin Dongnan only smiled sarcastically at this. Rest in peace. I'll have someone call you later. Only then did Willow Hope nod and pick up her own bag and leave. Just as she walked to Lin Xinla's side, she stopped in her tracks and gently bent down to her daughter's ear. Lara, go back to the hotel with your mom. She has something to tell you. What? Can't bear to see me go? In one of the villa's rooms, Subai, who was just about to put up his pants and leave, was again pulled by Fonglin. Subai thought it was this little ninny was not enough, and was ready to undo the belt again. Fonglin, who saw the scene, was shocked and hurriedly pulled him back. Don't. Are you an animal? I'm going to fall apart if I do that again. Fonglin is really scared of this guy now. Don't look at him as a harmless, sunny and cheerful big boy on weekdays. After two personal experiences, Fonglin also kind of knew that. The man was a relentless pile driver with his pants off, and several times just now she'd nearly fainted with both eyes closed. I do have something serious to tell you about that company of mine. Fonglin took over this company at the very beginning with only one purpose: dodging the marriage her family had arranged for her, in order not to have a relationship with that smelly rascal called Subai. And so it was that on her first day in Jinling, she got under the covers with Subai in a haphazard manner. It can be said to have hit itself hard in the face. Now that this company under me is no longer what it was in the beginning, instead of making $500 million in 6 months, why don't you plan for the long haul and use this company as a starting point, building the business empire of my own dreams? Fonglin said very seriously. Subai also didn't doubt the truthfulness of her words in the slightest. Fonglin is an extremely ambitious businesswoman. Business mind, vision that is not ordinary people can be compared. In her previous life, she had, in her own right, the Fong family under a company of more than $80 million to develop into a large group with a market value of billions of dollars. Before and after the use of only 4 years, such a record in the eyes of the entire circle of the luxury family is also quite explosive. He didn't doubt this ninny's ability at all. If Subai were to pick a surefire investment, it would be anything but buying a house. It's just shelling out money for this ninny to start her own business. Some people are just born with the gift of business. You don't even need to be taught to comprehend a set of money-making disciplines on your own. Not to mention that Fonglin has also studied abroad for many years. Great idea. I'm all for it. How about I give you an investment? Subai raised his eyebrows, to the point where he inwardly expected this nymphette to say a larger number. The more you give yourself, the more cashback you get in your hands. Subai, I'm not asking for your money. Out of Subai's expectation, Fonglin refused this time. I know you're starting your own company, too. In building your own business empire, the Qin family's industry and Qinyao's Little Bear music have been carved into it as part of this battleship of yours, right? As if he had already guessed what she was going to say, Subai smiled and nodded. I'm really relieved that you can think that way, and I'm more than happy to take you in, and your family to be part of my endeavor. Like you said, I'm gonna build a real behemoth of a family. Help is naturally plentiful. The words spoken by Subai directly opened that knot in Fonglin's heart, especially since he also emphasized the Fong family behind Fonglin. Subai's plan is to develop his clothing brand Fantasia in Jinling, and on the Hangtown side is Cool Cat Entertainment, and Fonglin now has a sizable conglomerate under her. So if she starts transforming and developing now, it will help a lot in the future. Well, you can't just send money back, so that's not too bad. After talking about everything, Fonglin sent Subai out of the villa. Instead, they saw a woman sitting at a tea table in the courtyard, who was currently surveying them with a meaningful gaze. This woman looks like she's giving off a quirky vibe. The system's scoring was around 80 points, and when placed inside an ordinary school, it was definitely a school flower level beauty. And judging by the way he was all dressed up and his whole demeanor, it was still a little rich. Excluding the time you spent showering and chatting and talking, that's a total of 1 hour and 28 minutes. No wonder Lin likes you so much, Su Sini said, placing her cell phone screen in front of Subai and shaking it. Subai's eyes went straight in shock when he saw the picture. Asterisk asterisk, why are you still snooping around? Fong Lin also saw this scene, and immediately became alarmed and walked up to grab Su Sini's cell phone. Xine, why are you like this? Come on, give me the cell phone. Silly Lin, I'm doing you a favor. Looking at her good bosom friend, who was both shy and annoyed, Su Sini hurriedly raised her cell phone high in the air and, eyes on Subai. Now I have the video of you guys cheating on each other. Draw the line with you and all your other women in 3 days, or I will show it to Lin Dongnan. Hey, what are you doing? Not allowed to finish her speech. Subai was the first to make a move, only to see him pulling this ninny's arm with one hand. He grabbed his cell phone to check it, and a bad grin instantly appeared on his face. So there's no backup yet. Then, Su Sini obviously also did not expect such a thing to happen, and was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Gee, a little brains, but not much. You're a little young to be a scoundrel compared to me. Cell phone confiscated. Chapter 112. Shares go crazy. People are stunned. Watching Subai stuff his cell phone into his pocket, Su Sini was dumbfounded. Her villa has a very complete security system with hidden pinhole cameras everywhere. The only way to see the surveillance footage is through this one cell phone she owns. Originally, I wanted to help my best friend through this means, but it turned out that the person directly grabbed the phone. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. Isn't that a ing rascal? Su Sini had thought of many possible scenarios before this. The only thing that didn't occur to me was that the other person would just grab the cell phone. It's not. What's wrong with you? Give me back my cell phone now. Su Sini got anxious and rushed up like a little wildcat and, to put his hand into Subai's pocket to go. The results of the person was Subai's big hand easily caught, followed by a snap sound, and then the snap of a crunch. His own ass then received a slap from Subai. She looked at Subai with an unbelievable face, growing so big that it was the first time she had ever been spanked by a man. The little face turned red then, not knowing whether it was from shame or annoyance. You denizen, how dare you in front of Lin Lin? Where did Subai care about her? He increased his strength and came on her ass again. The beatings made those upturned peach buttocks tremble slightly. Shut up, I'll do you and send the video to your dad. Hearing these words, Su Sini hastily swallowed her words back into her stomach. She could have seen this guy's strength and that exaggerated size through the security cameras. She doesn't want to die young. Subai then nonchalantly slipped her claws into her pants pockets again, and Fong Lin stood by and, a face full of love. This stupid best friend of hers, who can't be bothered to mess with anyone, has to mess with Subai. Now I'm afraid I'll be bullied out of my pants. Not long after, Subai fumbled out a car key. Not a bad car. Lend it to me for a couple days. Only after saying that did Subai release her. He put his arm around Fong Lin and kissed her again, before he swaggered into that car, and left in the dust, leaving only 2 women in the wind. After a long time, Su Sini covered her chest with an afterthought and a pained look. Seeing that she was about to die and faint on the ground, Fong Lin rushed up to support her. Oh, my Paramera, my Vivo X20, and my ass. Oh, it's too damn much. Asterisk asterisk. It's starting to go up. It's back to 3 o'clock already. It's really ing true what my second brother said. Looking at JNTM's stock price that had risen all the way up, Lin Dongnan exclaimed in shock on the spot. There was no hiding the excitement and thrill in his heart. Some of those who didn't know what was going on looked at him sideways and wondered what this one was mad about. But when they saw the line on the screen that climbed the well, each one of them all exclaimed asterisk asterisk. In the blink of an eye, that stock's share price had rallied to $3. 3 U.S. dollars. This number has exceeded the $3. 2 US it was bought for. It's just so fantastic that the same stock has dropped 34% in one day. And then it dramatically rose back up again, even as it continued to climb, with no sign of stopping. Those present, not to mention that Lin Dongnan is a bit of a big shot. Even Zhou Ziyuan and Wang Yachuan's group could see surprise and disbelief in each other's eyes. After so many years of stock trading, this is the first time they've all encountered this situation. It could be described as insane, and there was no one more surprised than Xiao Yi in the scene. The others were dumbfounded as they watched the wildly climbing stock on the screen. It's impossible. How can a lousy stock explode into life like this? After the surprise had passed, the people looked at each other but it was a few moments of excitement and joy seen in the eyes of the people next to him. The share price of this stock is going crazy, and they've all got a lot of money invested in it. For them, every $1 dollar increase in the stock price now represents millions of dollars in revenue. Especially Chen Siki, her heart was finally relieved for a long time. In her 3 years of college, she used millions of dollars of her year-end money to start her own business and make money. I've worked hard to get to $80 million, but this time, I've invested $70 million in American stocks, so if I really lose, I'll have to pay for it. Then her business would not be necessary. On the contrary, in case she made a great deal of money, she would be able to take a greater step. Expand the brand of your pharmaceutical company and make more money. It's 3.8 already. This one's totally solid. Under the excitement of Lin Dongnan even got carried away, reached out and slapped heavily on the thigh of Xiaoyan beside him. It drew a nice blank stare from the other side, but the crowd just ignored it. By the looks of it, this stock is probably in for a heavenly investment. The one that's enough to bring it back from the dead. Compared to Lin Dongnan, Zhou Ziyuan was obviously much more calm and made an analysis at the first opportunity. This explosive wave of dividends is feared to be more than that, and as it stands now, it might be possible to charge to some height. Those who dumped their stocks in the beginning for fear of losing money are now probably going to even regret their intestines. Wang Yaochuan also laughed, and he was very glad that he had followed this stock at the moment. To him, it doesn't matter how much money he makes. It's not like he's going to get rich by speculating on stocks. Anyway, buying stocks purely for the sake of having a good time. Speaking of this, something seemed to come to mind as the crowd's gazes looked towards Lin Dongnan. This stock was handpicked by Su Bai. Of all the stocks, he chose this one. Could this be coincidence? Could it be luck? There are only two possibilities. Either Su Bai is very familiar with American stocks and is well informed. The eyes are far-reaching and can analyze things that none of them, the old guys, would have thought of. Either that or he has someone high up behind him. Someone at the level of a stock market god who has told him stock market information. Just at this time, Chen Siki suddenly stood up. Let her seize such a good opportunity. Try here doing it, surely not. She was going to return to the hotel first and make arrangements to get the highest return on this stock. If you'll excuse me folks, I have to take advantage of this opportunity, Chen Xia said, already picking up her own bag and walking outside. Unexpectedly, a tall and upright figure walked in the next second, only to see a young man walk in with a glowing face and a car key still warm in his hand. Chen Xia froze for a second, then nodded her head very gratefully in greeting and hurried away again. For her, this time today was a once-in-a-century opportunity, because of her own audacity. Having successfully seized this one opportunity, it is important at that point to make the most of it and try to maximize the benefits. Watching Chen Siki leave, Su Bai didn't care much and lifted his steps into the hall. As he arrived, many gazes fell on the young man and the noisy hall fell silent. Chapter 113. It's not $10. It's $1. At this moment, Su Bai was standing at the gate with a dumbfounded look on his face, looking at the crowd at a bit of a loss. What are you looking at me for? I don't owe you any money either. Su Bai, who had just done something bad outside, was in a batch of panic at this time, but on the surface, he remained calm and collected, while slowly shifting his gaze towards Lin Dongnan. Seeing his elder brother with a gentle smile on his face, the mind was only slightly relieved that it probably wasn't a lost cause. Not, what is everyone looking at me for? While I admit I'm pretty good looking, but it's weirdly embarrassing to be admired like that all the time, Su Bai said, and scratched his head. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly broken by Su Bai. His look of annoyance at being too handsome didn't even look like an act, and many people couldn't help but laugh. Ernie, do you know how much that stock you bought has gone up? Lin Dongnan suddenly opened his mouth, and Su Bai then realized why everyone was looking at him with such a gaze. It's no secret that he's buying stocks today. After all, he's Lin Dongnan's second brother, a youngster, who spent $100 million on the spot to buy stock, and drew a crowd of bigwigs to follow him. It's hard for people not to want to know about things like this. Originally, there were quite a few people who questioned Su Bai when they saw the plummeting stock price, but naturally, it's quiet behind the scenes, until the stock price again literally reached freezing point and then skyrocketed. Just as he predicted, it hit many people hard in the face, and only then did everyone start to look at this teenager in a favorable light. A whole $100 million, and yet he's always been calm and collected. To be in the mood to joke around in front of so many people right now is really something. Su Bai looked up at the big screen above him and the screen is now locked on the movement of the stock JNTM. Everyone is witnessing the rise of a god stock. Many people have bought a lot of want to bet on it. See how much you can ultimately earn. They're all intraday shares anyway. There's no constraints. There's only a red line there in their respective minds. In case the stock falls further, to a certain value, to dump it. Would rather make less than take the risk of losing money. I thought it had gone up by how much? Where is this? Brother, you don't have to be so surprised. There's bound to be more excitement. Subai's face was full of calmness at this moment, causing Lin Dongnan's crowd to become a little less confident. Look at the stock price. It's gone up to a whopping $3.06 US. It's equivalent to 112.5% of what it was when it was bought, which means that Subai has already made $12.5 million. That time took only 5 hours. Isn't that a lot? Ernie, so how much do you think it will go up? Lin Dongnan asked. Subai calmly walked to the table and sat down, stretching out a finger. What? 10 American knives. How is this possible? Not only was Lin Dongnan surprised, everyone present couldn't believe it. After a few moments of thinking, Zhou Ziyuan still spoke. Su, are you really sure this stock will grow this high? We've all invested money in it. You can't joke about that. This was the fear that Subai would create too high expectations and end up not meeting them, landing the people complaining. Subai shook his head at this. Not $10, but $1. This stock is gonna plummet. Later on, I'm going to dump at $4. It's 3.8 already. Big brother, get ready. The number on it suddenly changed, having gone straight from 3.6 to 3.8. When Lin Dongnan heard Subai's words, before the person could react, his hand touched on the mouse first. The rest of the crowd was also sitting upright with their eyes glued to the screen. But truth be told, everyone was still immersed in Subai's words just now, their hearts shocked beyond addition. Is it really going down to over $1? Wouldn't that be a big loss? They knew that Subai certainly wouldn't joke about such things. After all, after doing so much bigotry, and this is another letter to the wise to make people lose money. Maybe on the surface someone will say something that, a laugh, but it can have a big impact on him in his own right. Who's going to work with you after this? If the big boys don't dare to work with you, how can those little minions dare to come to you? Understanding this so well, they don't even believe that there are claims that they still don't understand. The point is it really that coincidental? It's like he's going to prophesy. So clear on the stock price movement. Many people maintain a skeptical attitude. Chen Tianming hesitated for a moment, but still sent the message to his daughter. Su Wai he was going to throw it all at 4. It's just a notice. It doesn't directly tell her to do so, and leaves it up to her to decide exactly what to do. The same words were sent by Subai to Feng Lin to throw at 4 o'clock. It dropped below 1.5 before buying quickly, after which it sent the message to Lin Xinla again. Just then, the number on the big screen changed to 3.9. Everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe, even Lin Dongnan, who had experienced many great scenes. At this point, all of them had serious faces and didn't blink an eye. It was the first time he'd ever played the stock market with such excitement. In the midst of a needle-sniffing atmosphere, only to see Subai smoothly pick up a large scallop from the table and stuff it into his mouth, and then smoothly pick up Lin Dongnan's wineglass and drink it all in one go, chewing and swallowing. Exhaling comfortably draws a bunch of stares from onlookers. Time, however, seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the numbers on the screen remained unchanged. 1 minute passes. 2 minutes pass. Lin Dongnan was just about to say something when the number slammed into 4.0. Subai then made a neck-wiping gesture, and Lin Dongnan then began to operate under him. The few people present saw this scene, and without hesitation, they followed along and threw it all away. This time follow Subai to invest money to buy this one stock. In the end it is still because of Lin Dongnan present these worth tens of billions of big shots. Not so much as to lose their heads for a little bit of small profits. Tens of millions of dollars only. All the loss, so what? Meanwhile, Feng Lin and Su Sini in the villa, as well as Lin Xinla and Lu Yuan in the hotel were doing the same thing. Chen Siki also chose to listen to Subai's advice after a very brief moment of thought. Dumped all the stocks. For no reason at all. She believed Subai from the bottom of her heart. As for the others, it's hard to say. People aren't going to throw away such a soaring stock for nothing. Lust is something like a rolling stone on a hillside. A little taste of goodness and you're out of control. It's hard to stop again. They're all holding out for a fluke, thinking they'll squat another wave and see how far this stock can go. Even if it goes down, they can still throw it away before they lose money. They won't lose money anyway is all. Xiaoi glanced at Subai from afar and only sighed softly. In any case, Subai had earned his hands on $20 million. Today was the day he lost, and he lost convincingly. Soon Lin Dongnan's crowd finished operating, while the number on the screen became 4.1. Immediately after that it became 4.3. However, without waiting for anyone to speak up, the share price immediately became 3.935. 5, 3, 2 again. Chapter 114. Stunned by a wild profit of $520 million. In just the blink of an eye, the stock price has fallen below the red line. The dumbfounded crowd then exclaimed as if waking up from a dream, and began to operate on their hands and knees, but it was too late. The JNTM's share price has stopped at 2.7, and those who bought in bulk at 3+ are in for a straight-up bloodbath. ***. Is this ING playing with us? A plunge doesn't fall like this. Grandma, down over a point a second. Crazy. I invested the money. It's all gone down the drain. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I should have thrown it all away. Just like that little brother. That way you can still make more or less." The crowd that saw the scene was also shaken. A lot of people who just took a chance and didn't dump their stocks. At the moment, they were repenting, although the money was not so much as to hurt them, but it was still very depressing. Just saw the stock go up to 4.3 when there were still some of them who wondered if Subai's idea was wrong, yet without waiting for them to open their mouths, reality had already gagged them. If Subai hadn't asked Lin Dongnan to dump his shares just now, I'm afraid I've lost it all by now. It fell too fast to react. "Su, how did you know this stock was going to plummet?" Zhou Ziyuan couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. And with his experience, a skyrocketing stock shouldn't be too volatile, or at least it won't snap into a trough and fall to pieces the moment it soars. It's just speculative. That company is that much bigger. It simply can't eat that much money. And it's the US stock market. There's plenty of tigers and wolves. They're eating so badly. I'll be damned if nothing happens. In my estimation, 4 points is the bottom line. And once that line is crossed, there will be countless others who will step in and make them spit out all that they have eaten. Hearing Subai's analysis, the people present nodded their heads repeatedly while their hearts grew more and more shocked. Is this the kind of thinking an 18-year-old should be doing? Meanwhile, in the hotel, Chen Siki looked at the numbers on the computer and stared with wide eyes. Hearts were pounding. Watching that line drop from 4.3 to 2 in the blink of an eye, she wondered if there was something wrong with her eyes. At this moment, if Subai is beside her, she might just rush up and boop him on the face. This was simply her lucky star. In just 5 hours, she had made $17.5 million raw by following Subai's stocks. After taxes, it's more than $10 million in her hand. In the past, she wouldn't be able to make this much money in 2 months of hard work. It's too damn awesome, hand. You're a real god, RD. I can't believe you can predict so accurately. Why didn't you tell me before that you also know how to speculate on stocks? Subai secretly said in his heart, there are still many things you do not know, but on the surface it was still just a modest smile. I speculate on the stock market is just a hobby. Not much, after all, we are still a student boy. It's not like you're making money off of it. The people at the table only listened to it as a joke. Really speaking, Subai's speech is not bad. People are only 18 years old. Just finished the college entrance examination. But he's just a schoolboy. But when the bystanders heard this, their mouths twitched. What kind of student runs his own company? And you made $20 million in one afternoon. You call this a hobby? You don't make money off of it? Brother, don't be so Versailles. The crowd thought back to when they were 18 years old, borrowing money from all over the place to start a business, working all day long, staying up until the wee hours of the morning, experiencing several failures to barely make a dent in the world. How the hell do you compete with that? Don't celebrate too soon, big brother, the day isn't over yet. Just at this time, Subai came coldly, and the surrounding crowd looked at Subai with surprised expressions. The hall suddenly fell silent, and Lin Dongnan also looked at him with an expression of some surprise. What? You don't want to buy another one, do you? That one? The number 1.7. With a meaningful smile on his face, Lin Dongnan opened his mouth to inquire. However, he saw Subai raise his hand and point to the big screen that had turned into a. It's still the same stock, bought at 120, and just now made a profit with the principal invested in it. Brother, if you trust me, follow me a little. This wave may make a lot of money. When this statement was made, the scene resounded with the sound of a cold breath. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Chen Siki once again received a call from her old man. By the time she put the phone down, her entire gaze was frozen. Over and over in her mind she was wondering if that guy was crazy. Why is the speculation method he used to learn completely different from this guy? She didn't even feel like she was speculating in stocks, but rather like she was gambling. The all-in kind. Chen Siki even wondered if Subai had seen the stock movements in advance. It's amazing how decisive you can be, and how you seem to be able to seize the moment and make the right decision at the right moment every single time. This time, she decidedly chose to throw away everything she had learned about speculation. Followed Subai to bed again. Directly put 80 million plus hand to stay 10 million all invested in. Almost at the same moment that she completed her payment, the stock dropped from 1.2 to 1.1. A few seconds later it dropped back down to a point. In just a few seconds, Chen Siki had already lost more than $15 million. Her heart was in her throat and her eyes were glued to the laptop screen. Now for every 0.1 drop in stocks, she loses more than $7 million, the same. A rise of 0.1 would also bring her over $7 million. Undoubtedly a big gamble. She can bet all on Subai. The stock stayed at 1 for a full 2 minutes, and then suddenly became 1.3. Becoming 1.5 again. As if some switch had been triggered, the stock price began to change wildly. A line climbed at an alarming slope. Chen Siki sat in front of her computer, looking at the scene with both eyes wide open. Surprise made her unconsciously reach up and cover her mouth, and she wondered if she was dreaming. Meanwhile, the hall was just as silent as a needle could be heard, and everyone stopped moving their hands and it was rather surreal to just stare blankly at the big screen. Those people couldn't have imagined that. What a terrifying power that investor behind JNTM really has. It's really a trap. Once that person strikes, all those involved in the suppression of the I'm afraid none of them will be spared. Subai spoke in a faint voice, but Lin Nan looked at him like he was looking at a monster. This surge in the stock price lasted for a good half hour. It eventually stopped at an amazing 7.9, and only then did Subai let Lin Dongnan finish his throw. This wave, excluding taxes, Subai earned a full 5.2 billion. Everything happened so fast, the crowd only felt like a dream. Chapter 115. Would you believe me if I said I was in the wrong room? Okay, that's it for today. You can keep those money for me for now, big brother, Subai said, getting up and walking towards the door. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Subai was like looking at a monster. Everyone here was a big shot in the Sangha, having seen countless great storms, but they were still shocked by everything that happened today. Subai naturally didn't care about this. Now that the business is done, he had also promised to go to Little Lara at night, so he couldn't afford to waste any more time. Lin Nan's gaze was also a bit dull at the moment, and with the same expression was Zhou Ziyuan at the same table. Wang Yaochuan, Chen Tianming, and Xiao Yun's crowd. They haven't known about this stock since the beginning of time. Originally just running with Lin Dongnan invested some money in it. The result is that the confusion has earned more than 200 million. A host of bigwigs began to reflect on why a youngster was making money more easily than they were. In the hotel, Subai took the elevator to the 16th floor. Walking up to the door of his target's room, he was just about to knock when he realized it was ajar. Looks like he was in such a hurry when he went in that he didn't even close the door. Alas, Little Lara was really careless, and luckily I was the one who caught it in time. Otherwise, there'll be a big pervert in the room. What do we do? With this in mind, the big pervert pushed open the door and walked in. The hotel room was dimly lit. That's because there were no headlights on. An open laptop sat on the small table, the screen light reflecting off the couch. The lights in the bathroom, on the other hand, were on, and the sound of rushing water was coming from inside, so they must have been taking a shower. Well, Little Lara is just obedient. Let her wash up and wait for her return. This ninny really did just that, and knows so much it hurts. Listening to the sound of water in that bathroom, his mind floated back to Lin Xinla's beautiful pretty face, and the noble body that hides beneath the clothes. Tofu had been eaten quite a bit during this time, but Subai hadn't seen it with his own eyes. How about sneaking a peek? After weighing the situation, Subai still gave up the idea. Little Lara was too easily shy. It took a long time of hesitation to even agree to him playing with the bears through his clothes today. In case you are really seen naked by yourself, I am afraid that you will be so ashamed that you will refuse to meet for a few days. So Subai sat directly on the sofa with his butt. He also grabbed the plate of macaroons on the coffee table and ate 2 of them, thinking that in a while, when Little Lara came out and saw herself, she would definitely be surprised and shy, sitting red-faced in his arms. Just then, a song came from the bathroom. I finally see that all dreams blossom. It sounded like the mood was really good, but Subai's brows were furrowed. Not that the song was a billion times off-key. Rather, it was because the voice didn't seem to be Lin Xinla's. Rather, it was a bit familiar, but for a moment I couldn't say where I had heard it before. Subai immediately began to search around, trying to figure out the identity of the owner of this room. One probably maybe should have not gone to the wrong room, right? Suddenly, Subai found a small jacket under the sofa pillow. Feeling the residual warmth on it, Subai was sure that it had only been taken off a short time ago. And it definitely wasn't Lin Xinla's clothes. After a moment of searching in his mind, Subai's eyes snapped open. Isn't this Ing Chen Siki's dress? How did you get yourself into her room? Subai's face immediately turned into a big embarrassment. I came to the hotel looking for a girl, but I didn't even find the right room. What a shame to talk about it. The bottom line is this. What if you go into a girl's room without telling anyone and get misunderstood? Will I have to get a pair of silver bracelets? The more Subai thought about it, the more he felt that this place was not suitable to stay for a long time, and he stood up to run away. Nay, this time, the water in the bathroom suddenly stopped, probably just a towel around the doorknob was already being turned. Subai had to stop running outward, and in the heat of the moment he dove headfirst under the bed. It also deliberately catapulted deeper, so that as long as the other person didn't turn on their headlights they couldn't possibly spot them. And it's true, coming out of the shower, Chen Siki, whose entire body was only wrapped in a bath, didn't notice anything unusual. She was humming softly under her breath as she rubbed a towel through her wet hair. Grabbing his cell phone, he dialed a number and put it on speakerphone on the coffee table. As she reached for the macarons she had set aside, she suddenly realized that two were missing from the box. I just don't think I've eaten yet, have I? Just as she froze, the phone connected, and Chen Tianming's voice came from over there. I was just about to call you. I assume you've invested all that $80 million this time? Chen Tianming just sent a message to Chen Siki, and his daughter did not know exactly how to operate. Not just the $80 million, but I put in the $10 million I had on hand that I had set aside, Chen Siki said with some small smugness. Subai had never thought that a lady of the world like her would have such a lovely side, would gloat like a little girl in front of pops. Ha ha, worthy of being my daughter. With vigor, Chen Tianming laughed brightly. If the daughter did put $90 million into it, that would mean more than $400 million. He naturally understands how well $500 million would play in the hands of his own daughter. Their Chen family would even go to the next level as a result. By the way, you can show your appreciation for this time, especially to Subai. It's best to make a dinner date. It's a good way to make that connection. It'll do you good in the future. Dad, people have girlfriends? It's not good for me to ask him out to dinner alone, is it? What's there to be afraid of if you have a girlfriend? I don't think you're any worse than that girl from the Lin family. If you have feelings for Xiao Su then feel free to boldly go after her. We're fair game. Hearing this, Chen Xia's face turned red at that moment. Dad, what are you talking about? He's a couple years younger than me. The conversation between father and daughter lasted over 10 minutes, and after hanging up Chen Siki glanced again at the box of macarons with two vacancies on the table, but didn't think any more about it and plugged in the hairdryer to start blowing out her hair. Under the bed, Subai heard the movement, and in his heart, he said that this is a good opportunity, so he strengthened his courage and, quietly, he poked his head out and looked around. Chen Siki was blow-drying her hair with her back to him and her head down. Seize this opportunity. Subai bravely crawled out from under the bed and catwalked toward the door. Once discovered, his reputation would be ruined. Subai had no choice but to take small steps, while mentally chanting can't see me, a little bit closer to the door. Suddenly, the sound of the hair dryer behind him stopped. Subai only felt his chrysanthemums tighten and his footsteps stopped. Mechanically, he turned his head, only to see Chen Siki looking at himself with his mouth wide open. Taking a deep breath, Subai pulled out a smile. Nay, what? Would you believe me if I said I was in the wrong room? Chapter 116. You've got a really nice body. The atmosphere in the room steeply fell into a silence. Chen Siki looked at Subai on the floor, and Subai raised his head and looked up at Chen Siki at a 45 degrees angle. Chen Siki's big, beautiful eyes blinked and blinked. Indeed, the whole thing would not be by the scene that was taking place in front of him. You said you were in the wrong room? Should I believe this? Chen Siki looked at Subai with a somewhat complicated gaze and did not speak. It was only then that I realized I was still only wearing a towel with nothing underneath. She then unconsciously pulled the towel upward to hide the deep gash but with this pull, the bottom of the bath towel was about to reach the base of her thighs, and she was so scared that she grabbed it again in a hurry. What do we do in this situation? What if this guy pounces now? Should one yell or not yell? Should one resist him? The more Chen Siki thought about it, the more she felt panicked in her heart, but on the surface, she still forced herself to pretend to be calm. Actually, you want to come and talk to me or something? Also, it's not impossible, but can you wait until I get dressed first? She had little expression on her face, but her ears were slightly reddened, and her voice grew lower and lower as she spoke in the latter part of the fine as a mosquito's voice. She only thought of Subai as coming to explore some issues with herself or simply to have a chat. Just happened to catch myself in the shower. Something doesn't seem quite right. How did you get in here? Don't get me wrong, sis. I thought this was Lin Xinla's room. The door was left open earlier so I just came right in. I'm so sorry. I'm leaving now. Subai opened his mouth to explain, but he himself felt that this reason was too damn far-fetched. A grown man can misidentify a room? But the problem is that one is really wrong. Little Lara is clearly talking about this room. As expected, after hearing his words, Chen Siki revealed a suspicious expression. You don't think you've got a camera in my room, do you, Subai? Why didn't I think of? Is not right. What words? What the kind of words? What about trust between people? I'm a little bit horny, but I'm not so much of a pervert. Am I? No. It's important to be clear with this ninny. Otherwise, this noble reputation of his will be lost here today. Those who didn't know thought he, Subai, was an old colorful batch. Sis, it's really not what you think. Subai said, about to raise his steps and walk over. It was just a subconscious move that, but it startled Chen Siki. Hey, you stand still. Don't come over. Chen Siki cried out in shock, and her body subconsciously stepped back. Unexpectedly, this retreat was a bit costly. The towel hung onto the corner of one of the tables, and with a slight tug on the force, the whole thing actually slid off. A warning of danger was issued in his mind, but it was too late. Only hearing a cry of surprise, Chen Siki failed to grab it, and the bath towel fell directly to the ground. At that moment, Subai only felt that in front of his eyes appeared a large area of moving snow white. Couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The body also immediately churned with chi and blood. The big black bowl vaguely had signs of breaking through the seal. It was still stupid under Subai's strong suppression, and Chen Siki, who was honest with Subai at the moment, only felt her brain go blank. Protecting her important parts with both hands, she didn't dare to move. Looking at the bath towel on the ground, it was neither right nor wrong for her to pick it up. Just stood there dumbfounded. This situation lasted for a full dozen seconds before Subai covered her eyes in an afterthought. Turned around, Chen Siki hurriedly picked up the bath towel and put it around her. Still uneasy it was a slight relief to pull another jacket off the couch and put it on, buttoning it up around his chest. Just the face has reddened to the base of the neck with a burst of heat. So what? I was just picking at my eyeballs and didn't see anything, haha. Subai hurriedly explained in a vain manner, but Chen Siki now lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him at all. Her cheeks grew hotter and hotter. You, go away, and remember, you have not been in my room tonight, Chen Siki said, quietly looking up at him. And, I made a lot of money buying stocks with you today. I'd like a chance to thank you properly. Are you free tomorrow night? Hiss. Is that what I understand by thank you? But don't take this test, cadres. Cadres simply can't withstand such a test. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about buying you a meal. Chen Siki also realized that what she said was a bit ambiguous and didn't seem too serious. Hastily, he explained again. This explanation didn't matter. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became ambiguous. Detected that number 8 dog licking object. Chen Siki's favorability towards the host has risen, currently at 62. The system issues a mission to make Chen Siki's favorability towards the host reach 75 within 24 hours. Reward, a set of luxury villas in the center of Hangzhou City, and reinforcement of random parts of the body. Hearing the system's voice coming from his mind, Subai was a bit surprised. He remembered that originally when he was in the hall this ninny's favoritism towards him was only 40 or so. It was only 52 when her own stock operation made her more than $400 million. So where did the extra 10 points come from? Is it because I just looked at you naked? Even Subai himself was taken aback by the idea, but savoring it a little more carefully. And yet the more it seems that's what's going on. Of course there's no problem. I've got time tomorrow night. So what? Why don't we add a WeChat first? It will be convenient to contact, Subai said, took out his cell phone from his pocket and walked slowly towards Chen Siki. I don't know why, but it seemed that from the moment she had just been looked at by Subai, a feeling inexplicably arose in Chen Siki's heart, which seemed inexplicably less repulsive. Her mouth moved, but in the end she didn't say anything only silently picked up the cell phone he had placed on the coffee table and opened the QR code business card of WeChat. The two swept the code to add friends, but Subai looked straight at Chen Siki again. Although there was a certain amount of risk, the rewards given by the system were too tempting. The luxury villa and all that is still secondary. The key is still the reward of strengthening a certain part of the body. It really made Subai somewhat moved. In case the reinforcement goes to your own big black bull, so that the bull grows a little taller and stronger. This will bring happiness to more people. Subai, are you still doing something? This was the first time Chen Siki had directly addressed Subai by name. There was a hint of apprehension and nervousness in his tone. Actually, I'd say, you really do have quite a nice body. When these words came out, Chen Siki first froze for 2 seconds. The face that had just somewhat recovered then turned a bright red again. She even dragged Subai out, closing the door heavily. Detected that Chen Siki's favorability towards the host has increased, currently at 65. Chapter 117. After many days, Brother Denyo is online again. Listening to the system beeps coming from his head, Subai was in a bit of a trance. That's something he hadn't thought of. I thought that running into someone's room and accidentally looking them over would be taken as a pervert by that ninny. It turned out to be not only fine, but also a wave of good feelings. Time to say no. This ninny is more or less special. It seemed necessary to take more advantage of her tomorrow, and maybe just make this ninny fall in love with her. Those few seconds of appreciation just now, Subai sort of truly realized why the system had given Chen Siki a rating of 96. Let's just say, having been around women for 2 lifetimes, it was the first time Subai had seen a perfect body like that. MS. Liang and Sister Chin and Sister Feng. They are already considered to be the best. You can call it 1 in a million. And the beauty of Cecilia Chan's, to Subai's feeling, is like a piece of artwork since he thinks the fixation is good. Just now almost did not hold back to pounce on. Returning to his senses, Subai looked at the number on the door of the room and took out his cell phone to check it again. At that time, his eyebrows frowned. Isn't this ING 1609? Found it not right. Power. He reached out and touched the 9, and realized that it could actually turn. Rotated 180 degrees clockwise. The 9 became a 6. Subai was speechless for a while. This is still a 5-star hotel? He was so angry that he directly took a picture and sent it to Chinsiki, secretly giving this understanding 6 a nod of approval in his heart. It's been a real treat today. It's also almost time to go and discuss the care of the bears with Kara. The same 96 points for an extremely beautiful woman. Subai is a little curious about what kind of surprise little Lara will bring to him. Knock knock. After making sure that the room number was not wrong, Subai raised his hand and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door to the room slowly opened a crack, and Lin Xinla poked out half her head. Why are you so late? Lin Xinla opened her mouth. The first time Subai heard that her tone was a bit not quite right, but there was still no expression on his face, just a gentle smile as usual, and he gently pushed the door and walked in. So you're also so anxious to fulfill your promise. Don't worry, the delay will be made up in a while, Subai said, naturally closing the door to the room. The other hand gently encircled her soft waist and headed inside. What happened in Chen Siki's room just now was a little too powerful to talk about. The experienced Subai returned the words directly. As expected. Hearing this, Lin Xinla's small face turned red at that moment. It's just, no, it's been agreed for 10 minutes, not even 1 second more. Subai smiled and nodded his head in agreement. Soon the two came to the bedside and sat down. Lin Xinla's body gusts of shampoo's fresh fragrance. Her hair is tied behind her head, and it is not completely blow-dried. Obviously it is not long after she has just taken a shower. Subai one big hand slowly reached behind her back to undo the yukata belt. He only felt a gentle tremor in his arms, and then his hand was caught. Lin Zanara was looking up at him. Subai, in case we do get together in the future, will you keep other women? Hearing this question, Subai was a bit surprised. Why do you ask? Because I know that men go bad when they have money. All the rich people I know are like that. Even my dad, who even gave me a sister on the side. I was thinking, will you become like that later? Subai looked into her eyes and vaguely felt that it was someone who had told her something. I don't want to lie to you, and I don't want to hurt you, but one can never tell what will happen in the future. Can one? Do you want me to lie to you? Or do you want to share me with someone else? Listening to Subai's words, Lin Xinla seemed to be certain of something, and a flash of gloom came to her eyes. She didn't answer right away, just gently buried her head into Subai's words. No matter what, you must have me in your heart. Subai himself wasn't sure what had made this niece's attitude change so drastically. It seemed as if she were a jealous woman during the day, and that she could not speak 2 words to the shopgirl without making her jealous, and that she should speak such words at night. The mind can't help but marvel at the fact that ordinary people always think of their significant others as being rich. Rich people, on the other hand, want their significant others to be ordinary. The hand slowly grasped the strap of the yukata and gently drew it. Spare the veteran driver speed turning. At this moment are a little difficult to suppress their excitement. Both eyes didn't dare to blink for fear of missing a beautiful moment. Lin Xinla was the perfect girl in his eyes. Pure, beautiful, and it fulfilled almost all his fantasies about words like schoolgirl and Miss Magnificent. The white yukata fell down his smooth back, and a large area of snowy white appeared in front of Subai. It was a shock at the time. Little Lara's shape was actually more perfect than Chen Siki's. Originally, it was just meant to be a 10-minute play through the clothes. But since this ninny was being so cooperative, that's not impossible. Subai then began his hiking trip, and Lin Xinla's cheeks reddened all over, almost on the verge of dripping blood. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Subai. 10 minutes went by in the blink of an eye, and luckily the room was dark. The probing big black cow wasn't spotted. Just when Subai couldn't get enough of trying to reach the top again, Lin Xinla suddenly pushed his hand away and then quickly put on his bathrobe. It's time for you to go back. I need to get some early rest. Lin Shinla stammered. But Subai was having a hard time at this time. A chi and blood in his body pushed against him. You can't go up. You can't go down. You're close to exploding in place. Little Lara, can you? No, I'm not ready. I'm sorry, Subai. Can you give me a little more time? Lin Zanara's face was still red and her words were full of apologies. Where did Subai want to force her? So he had to do it. Today's step has been a big one for Lin Shinla. In the past, something so shameful she couldn't even think of. Innocent as she was, she still thought pregnancy was done through a test tube. It's like a blank sheet of paper when it comes to men and women. Well then, remember to call me next time if you still want ice cream. Subai let out a cheap laugh, leaned over and kissed her on the cheek, after which he left and back to his deluxe single room. In the cold water soaked for a long time to barely suppress the fire in the heart. Subai is wearing a pair of big pants lying on the bed, the heart inexplicably empty. After thinking about it, he picked up his cell phone and opened Lin Entertainment, which he hadn't used in a long time. Automatically ignoring the bombardment of a whole bunch of messages, Subai realized that Lemon's sister was singing live, clicked on it without even thinking about it. After a flashy entrance effect, an announcement appeared in the live room. SSVIP, full of hooligans I'm the biggest ox, has entered the live room. Chapter 118 New List 1 Rich Kid? The original watery live room immediately became lively with the arrival of Supa. There are a number of netizens who have passed through the legend of Brother Big Bull, and on seeing the name of the man who, both wondered if they were mistaken and rubbed their eyes several times repeatedly. That's right, it's him, that's him, Wall of Burnt Tank. I didn't see wrong, right? Big Cow Brother Ben Cow. Myself online? The big man has arrived. Everyone line up to worship. Brother Big Bull, please bless me with a lot of money. Upstairs you wake up. This is not the god of fortune. The live feed pop-ups immediately exploded. And a few days passed. The heat of the internet god how gone full of hooligans in the street my cow son biggest man has been slightly weakened. But once this big god is mentioned, it will still attract a crowd of netizens to worship. Lemon had also just finished a song at this point and was watching the pop-ups. When she saw that man come to her live room again, her heart was also incredibly surprised. Originally, the two had kept in touch, and would often talk together, discuss their lives and opinions about music, but not long ago, this guy said he wanted to prepare for the entrance exams and study hard. One hasn't gone back to him since. Until today the two have never had any contact. Now this guy appeared in her live broadcast again coldly. Jiang Yuzu Ning's heart at this moment again. It's surprise and amazement. Welcome boss to my live studio. How are the exams going these days? Boss? Lemon's slightly noisy but distinctive voice rang out. Subai only felt a wave of relief. I don't know why, but every time he heard this voice, his mood inexplicably got better. A street full of rogues my oxen are the biggest, don't worry, it went well. No surprises there. In a couple of days you'll be able to hear that I made nationals. Hearing this, Lemon's sister and the crowd in the live room didn't take it seriously. Just thought it was the big man joking. Inexplicably also found it quite humorous and different from other rich people. Then I'll wait for your good news. In case you really pass the exam by then, remember to treat me to dinner haha. Lemon spoke with a smile. The two were chatting when Subai suddenly realized that the pop-up screen seemed a bit off. Brother Dinyo you still don't know, do you? The house has been burglarized in the past 2 days while you were away. Have you seen the latest hot search? The newest godly hero, old chicken catching eagles, swiped 5,000 super rockets in our Lemon Sisters live room. Why? Mr. Nyo has become the new top one in the live room. That's right. It was the night before last. I was there. That old chicken even wanted Lime's WeChat. Lime didn't give it to him in the end. He even called out on the spot that he wanted Brother Dinyo to come out and PK him on the spot. Both of you upstairs are off the grid, right? Who else doesn't know about this? That old chicken is definitely a pervert by the sound of his voice. And the comments section is full of people summoning Brother Dinyo to descend from the sky to sanction him. Sweeping his eyes over a few pop-ups, Subai probably understood what was going on. I was about to say something, and suddenly, speak of the devil. Once again, there was a flurry of gorgeous special effects on the live feed. SVIP, old chicken catching eagles, who has one more S than Brother Big Bull, has entered the broadcast room. Subi, what the hell with what chicken scratching, Lemon, that's the man you rejected me for, right? Today I'm going to prove to you just who is the most powerful one. After posting this, the old chicken swiped 10 rounds of super rockets directly in a fit of rage. The cool special effects instantly lit up the airwaves as the two big boys squared off against each other. I don't know how many netizens dreamed of the scene. Almost everyone wanted to see the evil scene of Dinyo brother sanctioning the old chicken. Brother Dinyo, Give me a hard sanction on this old chicken. I'm only harsh on you and Sister Lemon as a pair of CPs. All third parties get the hell out of my way. How the hell can you stand it? They molested your woman right in front of you. If it were me, I'd just roll up my sleeves and get to work. I'd throw tens of millions of dollars at it and show everyone who's boss. Upstairs. Wake up. Lime is not your woman. You don't have tens of millions of dollars. Smiley face, smiley face. Watching the atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly become out of control. Sister Lemon also had a bit of a headache. Every time the old chicken sent out a rocket, the special effect that blew up was like a slap in her face. As an anchor, she naturally couldn't speak something too heavy on air. After all, people are rewarded to come, but also rewarded so much money. It is not good to be told about the impact. She had to politely refuse, but the opposite side really did not want to face it all. So they just kept smashing the money, and said that they wanted to sing in a microphone. The singing is even worse, and it sounds like a lewd man at first glance. To tell the truth, Lemon's sister was very disgusted to speak to this person in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. As soon as she was on the air herself, he'd come looking for her like a fly, circling around her head for a while, making her very embarrassed. Boss, it's actually not as dramatic as you think. This is one of my fans. It's okay, you don't have to explain this. There's nothing wrong with the way you're handling things. Just leave it to me next. Subai also understands that it's a bit awkward for Zhang Yueliang to be caught in the middle right now, so he took the initiative to send out a. The pop-up told her not to worry. In just that moment's effort, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 1,800,000. Millions of netizens sought out the sound and wanted to witness the showdown. I have a hunch that Brother Big Bull is about to strike. Seeing how calm he is right now, I know this one is probably a sure thing. I'll bet 3 packs of chili fries that Big Bull is going to make a move. Lemon's side of the family had a premonition of what was to come. She couldn't help but recall the image of this guy coming to her live room for the first time a few weeks ago and directly swiping 200 rockets, which almost made her cry at the time to come. Boss, let's be sensible. What's so sensible about it? People are provoking us in front of our house. How can we lose this face? Next thing you know, you'll be lying still, ready for the big black bull to charge? Ah, ha, what big black cow? Just as Lemon and a crowd of viewers were still thinking the wrong way, a dazzling special effect accompanied by a bison hissing appeared on the public screen, only to see a large black bull crashing fiercely into the screen, and the entire live broadcast room trembled at it. There is also a row of gold letters below the special effect, exclusive premium, Wild Black Bull X88. That's the privilege that Subai enjoys when he's bountying at Lin Entertainment, the Wild Black Bull. A single gift valued at $88. And there was no restriction on continuing to swipe gifts during the special effects period, which meant that Subai could ignore the special effects time and swipe as much as he wanted, greatly increasing his efficiency. You dare to be rude to me? I'll show you the gap today. Chapter 119, Assets Exceeding 100 Billion. Rewarding Islands. Subai was frantically brushing the big black cow in Zhang Yuzuning's live room. It was as if a giant catfish had raised a shockwave in a calm pool of water. Those who have heard the legend of Brother Big Nyo, and those who have seen Brother Big Nyo swipe gifts with their own eyes, at this moment, looking at the screen at one charging big black bull after another, there were mouths wide open in shock. Asterisk asterisk. This special effects. This rehearsal. Brother Nyo is really something. Upstairs. Why is that kind of weird? All be quiet. Don't interfere with me watching Big Brother fight. Brother Big Bull is going to make a move. At this moment, on the public screen of the live broadcast, a big, burly, black bull rushes past the Lemon sister, who was charging against the brute, was dumbfounded on the spot, and a crowd of netizens was abuzz. In just a few dozen seconds, the number of black cows had reached hundreds. What kind of concept is that? A big black cow is also 88 super rockets more, and it takes 10 seconds for a rocket to brush around, whereas how fast the big black cow brushes depends on hand speed, and it can brush 7 or 8 heads a second. Totally run over in terms of efficiency. The bottom line is that even with this efficiency, people don't have the financial resources. Hundreds of black cows in a few dozen seconds is tens of millions of dollars smashed straight into it. How can I compete with them? Such a spectacular scene instantly led to a screen full of asterisk 66, burning cylinder and other statements, directly brush the screen. The number of viewers of the live broadcast has already exceeded 8 million. And not just the Waterboys. Many online bloggers also came to watch the amazing spectacle. It's fake, isn't it? The gifts swipe up like they don't cost anything. On what grounds? A blogger who doesn't even show his face can have bigwigs spending tens of millions of dollars on him. I'm only making a couple $1,000 for showing my thighs every day and dancing on the sidelines? At full of hooligans, I'm the biggest cow. Why don't you have a private chat with me, little brother? I don't just know how to sing. And a blowjob. Guaranteed. Blowjobs? Is that a proper ing blowjob? There's something wrong with you upstairs. Just put me down. This isn't a bus to kindergarten. Subai's series of operations in the group not only stunned the onlookers, but also stunned his opponents. At this moment, on the other side of the screen, Chicken Catching Eagles looked at the series of bombardments on the screen and the person was dumbfounded. Not, dude, are you for real? Originally, I thought that this big bull brother was just an ordinary rich guy. After all, spending a few $1,000,000 to pick up a female netizen on the internet or something like that is nothing in the hoi polloi. The old chicken had thought he could put up a fight. Unexpectedly, the other side of the word is tens of millions of dollars to smash. Tens of billions of family background is not so made, right? It looks like you've really met a rich man. This time. And a rich man who ranks above himself. Chicken Catching Eagles, not. Buddy, you calm down a bit, okay? There is something we can discuss. How about this? You let this niece to me. I will introduce you to a few top supermodels, okay? Seeing this message sent by the other party, Subai raised his eyebrows. The careful man had seen through the middle of things. Why is this old chicken so persistent? Is it possible that he's met Lemon in real life? Knowing that Lemon, who's been refusing to show her face, is a great beauty, that's why she's so aggressive? If that's the case, one can't give in even more. I'm sorry, but I can call up a bunch of supermodels if I want to. But right now I'm good with Lime. If you don't like it, you can speak from your strength and see if she'll end up with you or me, and that'll be the end of it. Subai returned nonchalantly with a very tough attitude. Jiang Yueliang saw this scene and, jaws dropped. She never thought she'd be robbed by a rich man one day. The point is, looking down at the airplane field on her chest, Jiang Yuzue Lemon couldn't think of anything even if she thought about it. What exactly is this better than a supermodel? After sending this sentence, Subai continued to start outputting frantically. He was so busy these days that he was forgetting he had such a money tree. Try, for your own system. What's faster than earning money by giving an anchor a bounty? It's only 10 times cashback, but you can't help the volume. It's only been a while, and I've already brushed out more than 500 big black cows. It's the same as spending more than $40 million, while meaning more than $400 million in cashback. It was at this time that the electronic voice of the system appeared in Subai's head. Congratulations to the host for reaching $100 billion in total assets. The system gift pack has been distributed. Congratulations to the host's 3 sets of island skills, God grade sea fishing techniques, God grade diving techniques, and God grade fish gun use techniques. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an undeveloped vacation island. The island locator as well as the acquisition contract will be sent electronically to the host within 24 hours. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-of-the-line luxury cruise ship. The current positioning of the cruise ship as well as the relevant documents will be sent electronically to the host's mailbox within 24 hours. Hearing this voice, Subai was disoriented for a moment. I thought that mall that was rewarded at $50 billion was enough of a stretch. I didn't realize that $100 billion directly rewarded an island. Where can you find a system that knows what it's doing? Subai was lost in thought over here, when he heard Jiang Yusu Lemon in the live broadcast room was telling him to stare at it. Turns out it was the old chicken that had gone offline in self-imposed isolation. Taking another look at the total value of the gifts he had swiped, it had reached a horrifying 80 million. Nearly 100 head of wild black cattle. Boss, you've got to stop swiping. He's already offline. No wonder. This would scare the hell out of anyone. Next time this happens, remember to send me a message. We can't afford to lose the venue. By the way, all the money for the reward comes out of your paycheck, haha. You'll be working under my hand for the next 400 years. And if you can't, you can pay me in flesh. $1 a time. After posting this sentence, Subai let out a laugh, and then exited the live broadcast room. Only Jiang Yuzue Lemon and millions of netizens were left staring at the screen. Puff, ha ha ha, pass it on. Conscientious bosses advance 400 years wages. Pass it on. The treacherous boss wants to sun his female employees 80 million times. It will definitely be on the hot search tomorrow. Having just exited from the live broadcast, Subai saw the familiar pop-up window again. It's a mountain full of monkeys and my butt is the reddest. A message from Zhu Lin, the big boss of Lin Entertainment. An e-invitation. The anniversary of Lin Entertainment was celebrated on July 1st in Hangtown. Zhu Lin had promised him that he would invite Jiang Yuzue Lemon to the anniversary celebration site as well. And Subai, as a special guest, will take the stage at the grand finale moment. Participating in a chorus with a bunch of internet singers. Subai has a solo performance scheduled on stage afterward. For these 2 programs, Zhu Lin's promise to give him a $20 million appearance fee was sincere. Subai naturally wouldn't refuse this big brother's invitation. and immediately sent back a message saying that he would arrive in Hangzhou a day earlier to participate in the program's rehearsal. Chapter 120. I'm a bit more open-minded. It's June 27th, and we have to spend another day in Golden tomorrow, after completing the acquisition of the office building as well as the meal that Shinseki had asked for. And after that, he had to hoof it on a plane to Hangzhou to participate in the anniversary celebrations. Incidentally, he also had to finalize the location of Cool Cat Entertainment, as well as accompany Qin Yao, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Speaking of which, he and Sister Qin hadn't seen each other for about 10 days. Subai truly misses Sister Qin a little. And of course, her long legs. Looking at the packed schedule for the next few days, it was only then that Subai truly realized the hard work of the so-called successful people. There's always something to do every day. Acquiring this, acquiring that. There are also meals of one kind or another from time to time. And the bottom line is that with so many girlfriends, there's no telling when you're going to be there for that one. Hey, so this is what rich people suffer from. But there's no way around it, even if it's very hard work. As a born-again person myself, I certainly want to take advantage of the opportunity. The system is only valid for 100 days. He must make the most of this time to accumulate as much wealth as possible, to secure food and clothing for himself and those around him for the rest of his life. The kind of rich man who just made enough money to spend his whole life lying down was what Subai looked down on. After brushing up on Lin Entertainment for a while, and chatting with Mr. Liang on Wei, it was getting late, the night was silent, and it was already the next day. It's in the hall today, too. The recruiting meeting isn't until the afternoon, so Subai slept straight through until noon. The good thing about the hotel is that the service is quite good, and the breakfast doesn't end until 1 p.m. It's a very hearty buffet kind of thing. After simply washing up, Subai changed his clothes and went directly to the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. Enter with your room card and find your own empty seat. At the first glance, Subai saw three beautiful figures. Surprisingly, it was Lu Yuan who was eating breakfast with Lin Xinla, and on the side sat Shinseki. A few people were talking about something, and the atmosphere looked quite cordial. Subai's appearance also quickly caught the attention of several women. The moment she saw him, Lin Xinla and Shenseki's expressions were almost exactly the same. All of them blushed for a while, then looked down at the food on their plates, not daring to meet Subai's eyes. Such an obvious scene was watched by Yuan, who stared at her with wide eyes and anything that was almost in his mouth almost fell on the table. If I remember correctly, it seems like this girl from the Chun family and Subai only met yesterday, right? Yesterday Subai went to look for Lara at night. This thing she knew. She has told her daughter everything she needs to say, and it's up to her to figure out what to do next. But now, looking at the synchronized movements of those two girls as if they were looking in a mirror, Lu Yuan suddenly realized that one has probably underestimated Subai and overestimated one's own daughter. The meal was finished in an eerie atmosphere, with each of the three women having their own thoughts on. Only polite words on his lips, only Subai was immersed in the food and could not extricate himself from it. From time to time, you can also steal a glance at the beautiful girl and sister-in-law at the same table. At 2 p.m., the merchants' conference officially began. Lin Dongnan's crowd has been here since this morning, and we've all known each other for a long time. Zhou Ziyuan's identity and that special business park investment, such a big event. Everyone naturally have to be present. When Subai several people came, there were already many people in the hall of the clubhouse. They are all celebrities in Jinling, with different identities, including several faces that Subai recognized in his previous life. It's just that none of them know themselves yet. Xiao Yi was also present, and naturally, he wanted to honor yesterday's promise, and under the operation of Zhou Ziyuan, bought the best located office building in the park, Rainbow 1, 12 floors, with a single floor area of 500 square meters. This size was enough for Subai to create a branch of Cool Cat Entertainment on top of building the headquarters of the Fantasia brand. I have to admit, although Xiao Yi's speech is a bit big-headed, but doing this piece of work is indeed not the slightest bit ambiguous. Willing to gamble and accept defeat. $200 million of office buildings said to buy. But all the same, this counts as the Xiao family hooking up with Subai. And in the future, when Subai develops, they are bound to gain much more than that from this large group. The investment meeting didn't end until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, because Subai was famous for selling stocks yesterday. There are a lot of people who want to get to know him today, and Subai is tired of dealing with them one by one. Little Lara, Ms. Chen would like a meal today to thank her for yesterday's stock. I won't join you for dinner, so look after yourself. There's nothing to hide about the meal. People's Shenseki's purpose is inherently simple. If the cover-up backfires, it raises suspicion. I know, and my mom's still here. Make it sound like there's no one to take care of me if you're not there. Lin Xinla beamed. She naturally understood that Subai didn't have that level of meaning for this meal. It's only when two people are raw with each other that they solemnly arrange a meal to thank each other for something like this. But, at the thought of her boyfriend going to dinner alone with a big, beautiful woman, it was inevitable that her heart would be a little sour. You're not allowed to get any more horny out there. Come back as soon as you're done eating. Got it? Lin Shinla said somewhat fiercely. It's Chen Siki's turn to be embarrassed. Not, can't you two talk like that behind someone's back? In fact, in his heart, he also understood that the words Lin Shinla spoke were mostly for himself as well. In her mind, she recalled the shy image of herself and Subai last night. Lara, look at you. I'm not going to steal him away from you? Okay, we should get going. I'll see you all later. Finally getting away from the clubhouse. Chen Siki breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but he found Subai beside him looking at himself with a strange gaze. Thinking about yesterday, the scene where she stood naked in front of him, she blushed with another bashful blush. What do you keep looking at me for? She couldn't help but whisper. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a feeling you were a little nervous about. It wouldn't be the first time you've eaten alone with a boy, would it? A not-so-serious smile appeared on Subai's face. Chen Siki blushed, but still forced herself to be calm. That is not true. It's just that it's the first time I've had dinner alone with a boy who's looked at me. Oh, so Sister Chen hasn't had a boyfriend yet. It's okay. I've talked to a lot of girlfriends. I have experience. Subai was deliberately speaking to tease her, and Chen Siki realized this. Inexplicably, that the tension in his heart was mostly reduced. Do you usually talk like this all the time? It can't be helped. I'm more open. Hey, don't hail a car. Take my car. Ha, Paramera? Didn't you just come to Jinling? When did you buy the car? Nay, whatever. It's not bought. I grabbed it from my other girlfriend's bestie, Cecilia Chen. Chapter 121. You can't have this box. The Paramera is driving high on Golden Street, even though it's the evening rush hour. The before and after the left and right car is also far away. For fear of what small rub. This luxury car cannot afford to pay. The time was about 7 p.m. When the Paramera pulled into the parking lot of the Jinling Dillon's International Hotel. Subai was the first to get out of the car, then walked to the passenger door in a very gentlemanly manner, pulled the car door open for Cecilia Chen. Instead, she was looking at herself with an odd little expression. Subai, do you have to grab something in your hand when you wait for a red light? Ahem. I can't blame you for having such long legs. So good looking also wear black silk to come. I do not touch two hand will not seem I do not respect you well. Ha? You, what kind of quackery are you? Don't be so stingy. It won't hurt to touch your leg. Besides, you've seen it all. And you care if I touch it a little? Don't be so stingy, Subai said, directly reaching out and pulling her out of the car. In passing, she also gave her upturned arm a not-so-gentle slap. Chen Siki twisted her head like an electric shock, her hands protecting her buttocks, her face full of surprise and shame. Like a puffy little blowfish, detected that dog-licking object number 8 has increased its favorability towards the host, currently at 69. You are too much. How dare you blatantly eat my tofu? Aren't you afraid I'll go back and tell Lin Shinla? Chen Siki had a red face and huffed. If it wasn't for the fact that he could see her favorability towards himself, Subai would have thought that she was a bit angry. That said, this ninny's physique is more or less unique. Being taken advantage of by someone would actually raise his favorability. Subai only felt that it was too exciting. I'm kinda like a perverted old sex maniac when you look at it like this. What's there to be afraid of? If you tell her, I'll say you tricked me into going to your room yesterday, and stripped naked to seduce me. There's no surveillance in the room anyway. Hearing Subai speak like this, Chen Siki's pair of beautiful eyes opened wide. Full of disbelief, how in the world can there be people with such thick skin? Obviously he was the one who snuck into the room and scared her. Not to mention that, and looked her over. Now Froze can say that she undressed and actively seduced. You, be nice. If you want to touch it, you can touch it. I was looking at the more than 400 million. Hey, not you really touch two people just like this, all the way to play around. The tofu was not no by Subai eat a lot. Chen Siki's favorability towards Subai also rose from 69 to 72. Soon the two took the elevator to the 20th floor of the hotel. Once the elevator door opened there were two counter ladies, and it was not good for the two to be immodest. Subai collected his movements and walked forward with Chen Siki. Hello, I booked your box here yesterday. My last name is Chen. Chen Siki opened her mouth. The young lady then stood up to receive it. Okay, Ms. Chen, let me take a look for you. It's private room 7. I'll take you there now. Please follow me. Worthy of a 5-star hotel's counter service staff, with a very polite demeanor and speech. He even took care not to walk in front of Chen Siki when leading the way. but followed beside her. Subai noticed this and couldn't help but nod secretly. What are you always staring at her legs for? You like black silk? Chensiki's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and Subai turned his head to meet that little expression. Where is that? I was just admiring the carpet here, Subai said somewhat vainly, secretly sighing in his heart that this niece's observation ability was actually so strong. It's damn near enough for her to find out. Chensiki did not comment on Subai's answer and turned her head away from him, and the waitress lady in front of her is a slight reddening of the ears. Just at this time, a sudden noise came from the front, only to see a greasy-headed obese young man come out from around the corner, a rich lord at first glance, followed by a young girl with an excellent figure and a middle-aged man in a suit. The other party was obviously stunned when he saw Subai's crowd, as the obese youth among them swept his gaze over Chensiki. A flash of fervor and then a look of anger flashed at the middle-aged man beside him. Manager Bai, didn't you say there were no more empty boxes? What's the deal with them? The middle-aged man who was called Manager Bai immediately revealed a look of trepidation, hastily bending down to apologize. I'm sorry, mister. Who is really sorry? It must be a mistake by the people down there. I'll take care of it for you. At the end of his sentence, he walked quickly to that waiter without even looking at Subai and his duo. Lu Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say just now that there were no more empty compartments? The white manager came up with a very bad tone of voice and seemed to be about to get angry. The waiter looked overwhelmed and opened his mouth to explain. No manager, this Ms. Chen booked the box yesterday. She's even paid her deposit. Bull asterisk. What deposit? Where's the deposit? Without waiting for Lu Xiaoqing to finish her speech, the manager spoke up and interrupted her. 2 years on the job and no progress at all. You deserve to be practicing until now. Don't you know what kind of clients are important? What? You can't do anything right day in and day out. Just a bunch of idiots. Get lost, Manager White said, pushing her away roughly. Subai and Chensiki looked at this scene and both couldn't help but frown. I'm sorry you two. This box can't be given to you. Please leave. Manager Bai looked at the Subai duo and spoke in an icy tone. That tone was as if it was inherently superior, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Without waiting for Subai to speak, Chensiki took the lead. I'm sorry, but I remember it being in the information when I made the reservation yesterday. The hotel is paying 10 times the deposit for breach of contract, so are you going to just kick us out now? At these words, the manager's face immediately pulled down, and his tone suddenly exerted pressure. If you insist on making a scene here, then I'll have to call security. Chapter 122. Your boss is Susini? Manager Bai. In fact, you do not need to be like this. A box only. The obese youth's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Manager White turned his head to look at him with some surprise. You're the one who just opened your mouth to chastise, and now you're the one who says you don't have to. So what do you really mean? However, when he noticed the gaze of the obese youth, he seemed to understand everything again and, at that moment, he stopped speaking and just stood quietly. The youth lifted his steps and arrived in front of Chensiki. This person was about 1.75 meters, half a head shorter than Subai, with white skin on his face. Bringing his hair along with him, it all glistened with a greasy sheen, weighing in at what looked like 300 pounds. It was a ball of fat, with layer after layer of chin and, especially with that mouthful of yellow teeth in his mouth, it was hard not to feel disgusted when looking at him. Hello miss, I, am the heir of the Jinling Yuanhang group. Today, you feel very much in touch with miss. Why don't I let you have this box today, and I'll ask you out later. Let's have an in-depth conversation. The meaning of that was quite obvious. The box can be let out, but it will cost Chensiki something. How could Chensiki not hear it? The tone of her voice also immediately went ice cold. First of all, I don't want to get acquainted with you. Secondly, this was originally the box I booked. It wasn't you who let me. I think your hotel's attitude is obvious. I just hope you can afford the consequences when the time comes. Chensiki spoke in a voice that wasn't loud, but it carried an extremely oppressive feeling of its own, and then she turned her head and, looking toward Subai, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Why don't we just change places? From the tone of her voice, I could hear that she really held a lot of apologies. People have helped themselves to more than $400 million, but they can't even do this little thing. Well, it's indeed time for a change. It's so dirty here. Subai spread out both hands. This matter has nothing to do with himself. And what's more, there's no need to make a move. The Chun family's golden girl is being bullied, so it's time for this hotel's business to come to an end. Wait, did I tell you to leave? The two men had just turned around when Huao spoke in a cold voice, drawing a puzzled look from the two men. In this part of Jinling, there's no woman I can't pick up. I can do it the hard way if the soft way doesn't work. Today, All you have to do is walk out of this hotel, and I promise you'll have one less family member in 3 days. If you don't believe me, you can try. Hearing his words, Subai and Chansiki glanced at each other. Then all of them looked at Hu Hao with a look of idiocy. Ignore him? Well, it's not. Subai shook his head inside before pulling Chansiki towards the elevator doors. Ouch. I haven't seen such a cross person in ing years. Okay. Not afraid to die, are you? Hu Hao laughed angrily, looked around and, grabbing a half-man-tall green flower pot, he strides towards the Subai duo. Seeing this scene, Chansiki immediately emitted a stern aura from her body. It was the same as when Lin Xinla made her move to put down Chao Gaoxin. Subai was dumbfounded. So each of these big families' young ladies knew self-defense techniques? He reached out and pulled her back in a hurry, giving her a reassuring look. Leave it alone in case you get hurt. Saying this, he gave a great wave of his hand. Hold him down. When the words fell, just as the crowd was still puzzled, they only saw the door of the private room on the side suddenly open. Several women dressed as waitresses rushed out, along with cleaning ants who appeared out of nowhere at either end of the hallway. Several people's movements were neatly organized, and their strikes were so swift that Hu Hao had not yet reacted to them. The flower pot in his hand was then suddenly kicked off, followed by a huge force on his arm, and his whole body was directly thrown over on the ground. The limbs were firmly held down, unable to move. Hu Hao's mouth subconsciously wanted to curse twice, but was met with an oncoming kick to the mouth. A few teeth flew out with a string of blood beads, shoving the words he wanted to curse hard back into his stomach. Subai's teasing gaze swept over him and fell back on the manager in the distance. At this point, the manager Bai and the woman Hu Hao brought with him all had their mouths wide open, full of shock. Suddenly, the elevator arrived, but was pressed back by Subai. Originally, I didn't want to get along with you guys, but it turns out that you're still stomping on my face. Come on, aren't you going to call security? Let's see if the security guards come faster or these bodyguards of mine do it faster. Hearing these words, Manager Bai silently withdrew his hand that was reaching into his pocket to get his cell phone. The knot in his throat rolls slightly. Who the hell are you people? I'm warning you, Mr. Whose identity is not simple. There are tens of millions of dollars of syndicates under our hands. Also, this hotel is the property of the Su family in Jinling. Our big boss is Su Sini, the daughter of the Su family. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead. Manager White was really a little scared now that, but the more afraid you are, the more you have to bring out some tough backstage to baffle the other side. The Jinling Su family, real estate tycoons, a multi-billion-dollar family. It can also be ranked in the top 5 among a group of celebrities in Jinling, which is enough to carry weight. Who would have thought that Subai would just raise his eyebrows after hearing this, not showing half a bit of fear? The big boss of your hotel is Su Sini? That's a coincidence. Now you have 10 minutes to get her here, Subai said carelessly. Don't blame me for not reminding you that neither you nor your boss can afford the consequences of this. If you don't have a proper reason when the time comes, I promise you'll die a horrible death. These words left Manager White dumbfounded in place, and he vaguely realized that he seems to have messed with someone he can't afford to offend this time, and no longer caring about him. Subai left the group of bodyguards outside. He pulled Shinseki by himself and walked to the waitress. Now take us to the box. After Subai's crowd walked into the box, and after a good while, it was only then that Manager Bai pulled out his cell phone as if waking up from a dream and called Su Sini. Boss, something happened at the hotel. Someone beat up Mr. Hu, and told me to get you here in 10 minutes. Where are you? Now. Chapter 123. How much is your hotel? I'll take it. A red and white Bentley came barreling through the doors of the Delance Hotel. Park in the underground parking lot. Su Sini and Fong Lin got out of the car and got on the elevator. Su Sini's face was terribly gloomy at the moment. There are still people who are so unafraid of death that they dare to cause trouble in my hotel, Su Sini said with incomparable exasperation, a domineering female president's aura coming out of her body. I was just bullied by that smelly hooligan yesterday, lost my phone, lost my car, and got my ass spanked. She's on fire right now. XINE, calm down. It's just a small matter. It'll be taken care of soon. Fong Lin patted her back comfortingly. It's a small thing to make trouble in my hotel, but having my ass slapped by your man is no big deal. I don't care who that guy is who made trouble today. It's his bad luck to run into me. I'll make him remember it for the rest of his life. When the elevator stopped at the 8th floor, several security guards walked into the elevator and stood behind the two women. Aggressively, and then the elevator doors closed and went straight to the floor of the incident. The elevator door opened and the crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of the scene in front of them. A dozen or so women dressed as hotel waitresses, housekeeping clothes, were standing neatly in a row at the moment, and it was obvious to see that they were not from their own hotel. for the aura emanating from them was too powerful. The group of security guards brought by the two women were all like mice meeting cats in front of them, immediately wilting. On a side chair were three men, a bruised and swollen, thoroughly abashed Hu-Hao, the female companion who was getting an ice pack for his face, and the embarrassed white manager. Su Sini vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell exactly where, only suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. He looked at Manager Bai calmly on the surface. Old White, where is that man now? Manager Bai quietly swept his gaze over the row of female bodyguards, seeing that they had little expression on their faces at that moment. Only then did he weakly raise his hand and point inside. They're in box 7 right now. After hearing no second words, Su Sini told the group of security guards to stay where they were. She and Feng Lin then walked directly towards box 7, pushing the door open with a forceful hand. The eye was met by a young couple, seated at the table of the. There was a waitress standing playfully off to the side. When Su Sini saw what the teenager looked like, the words she was about to say immediately swallowed back. Feng Lin beside her also had a very shocked expression at the moment. Oh, why are you here too, little Lin? It's okay, sit down and talk, Su Bai said in a faint voice. Chen Siki beside him glanced at him and secretly said in her heart that this guy knew the boss here. Her eyes couldn't help but look at the two girls as she thought about it. She naturally knew of the Jinling Su family, which was strong and not inferior to many Yinjing families, and she was meeting Su Sini, the only daughter of the Su family, for the first time today. As for the other woman on the side, she looked somewhat familiar, too. I just can't remember where I've seen it for a second. The one who had the same feeling was Feng Lin, who looked at Chen Siki with some familiarity. Su Sini and Feng Lin glanced at each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Just now, I said that I would teach people a hard lesson, but when I arrived, I realized that it was someone I couldn't afford to mess with. The flames were instantly doused with cold water, and the two women sat down obediently. Let me introduce these two. My girlfriend Feng Lin, Yanjing Feng family. There's also her best friend. This is my future girlfriend, the only daughter of the Yanjing Chen family, Chen Siki. Su Bai introduced very shamelessly, and Chen Siki's expression was a bit surprised. He turned his head to look at Su Bai, but did not speak. Equally dumbfounded were the two women sitting across from each other. But suddenly, they had again extracted quite important information from Su Bai's words. This girl came from the Yanjing Chen family. That's $100 billion behemoth. Small multi-billion-dollar families like the Fengs and the Sus. It's simply not enough in front of others. Feng Lin and Chen Siki also finally recognized each other at this time. Both being strong women in Yanjing's powerful families, the two of them are comparable in terms of their ability to do business. We had met some years ago, only that Feng Lin was studying overseas while Chen Siki was in college at home all these years. It's been so long since I've seen it that I didn't recognize it first just now. That said, Yanjing's two heavenly daughters. Now even with Su Bai involved in the relationship. Su Bai, what's going on today? It was Feng Lin who couldn't stand the atmosphere and took the lead in asking about the main event. Su Sini also looked at Su Bai at this time, although the other party came from a big place. But if it was true that they had initiated the trouble, they themselves would certainly pursue the matter. Actually, it wasn't a big deal originally. Yesterday this one made $400 million buying stocks with me. I booked a box to take me to dinner today. As it turns out, all of us are here. Instead, that manager outside told us to give up our box to that fat guy and refused to refund the deposit to us. Originally, we didn't intend to take this matter into account, but it turned out that the fat man saw the color and tried to get Sister Siki to drink with him, and said that if we left the hotel today, we'd make her one less family member tomorrow. When Su Bai said this, Su Sini's heart was already thumping in her chest, and her breathing couldn't help but increase. Based on this one sentence, there was no longer a need for Hu Hao and his Farhang group to continue to exist. It's just a small company with a few tens of millions of dollars. Even if the Chen family is too lazy to make a move, there were countless groups that were willing to go out of their way to crush this ant and take it to curry favor with the Chen family. Even when he said that, we didn't flip out on the spot. We just wanted to leave. But the fat guy actually tried to initiate a hit. That's when I was forced to call out my bodyguard who was with me to put him down. Su Bai's words were basically true. He just finished speaking, and Chen Siki also opened her mouth. Ms. Su, I have no intention of contradicting you, but there is a limit to my patience, and I would like to know, what that Mr. Who did? Is it on his own behalf or on behalf of the Su family's coalition of interests? And the attitude of that manager of yours. Am I to understand that your Su family is hostile to our Chen family? Chen Siki was completely flustered when she heard this. Although she is usually overbearing and decisive, she can distinguish between right and wrong. More than anything else, he understood what it meant to be self-involved. And if this matter rose to the level of the family, It would undoubtedly bring about a heavenly catastrophe for his own family. No, Ms. Chan mustn't think like that. We have absolutely no hostility towards you or your family. I'm the one who caused this today by using the wrong people, and I apologize, Su Sini said with a very sincere attitude. I'll tell you what, all the expenses you two have incurred here today will be waived, and I'll take care of it. Punish the wrongdoer and apologize in person some other day. I don't know if Ms. Chan is satisfied with this? Su Sini asked, but Shensiki twisted her head to look at Subai. The meaning was very obvious. It's for him to make up his mind. Suddenly, a bad feeling arose in Su Sini's heart. Please don't worry, Sister Sini. For the sake of you being little Lin's best friend, I won't make things difficult for you. Subai smiled cheaply and then looked around. Tell you what, how much is your hotel? I'll buy it. Chapter 124. You can talk about love later. WH. What? You want to buy my hotel? Subai. This is my family property. It's not right to buy it, is it? Su Sini was first surprised, then revealed a difficult expression. This request made by Subai was something she hadn't expected. The Disland Hotel accounts for at least 1/3 of her Su family's fortune, with a market value of over $1 billion. It can be considered a lifeblood of the family and is currently growing in value. If it was sold to Subai now, then it would be a loss for the entire family. The market capitalization is growing on the one hand, but on the other hand, this is something they're doing wrong. Definitely they can't sell it at the market price, but they have to sell it to Subai at the bottom price, which for their family, the cost is just a little too great. What's the point of panicking? It's not like I'm going to let you suffer. What's the market value of the Disland Hotel right now? I'll buy it for 3 times the price, with the extra money counting as the proceeds you get for your family. That should be okay, right? The moment Subai's words came out, the 3 women present were all stunned. At 3 times market value? How long will it take to triple the market capitalization of Disland's operations to what it is now? Decades? No, at least 100 years. Subai, are you sure you want to offer 3 times the market value to buy the hotel? It was Fong Lin who spoke up this time. She was somewhat unable to understand why Subai was doing this. This was clearly a money-losing deal. Of course, in fact, I've wanted to get a hotel in Jinling for a long time. I just haven't been available before. For me, it's not about making money when I open a hotel. It's just about making things easier when I'm running errands. After all, other people's homes are not as secure as your own. When the children heard this, they all showed a look of skepticism. Is this guy talking about doing serious business? Subai, if you need to do something, I can give you the green light. You didn't have to go through all the trouble of doing that. Su Sini spoke. Oh, you might as well forget it. Do you really think I'd trip over a rock twice? To run errands in your hotel? The surreptitious videos could make a series of features. All women. Anyway, just say whether you're selling or not. There won't be a store after this village. Subai finally made his attitude clear. Su Sini had to compromise. The other party had said they would buy the hotel at 3 times its market value, so what else could she say? The 2 men quickly completed the transaction. Detected the host spending $300 for the 3rd relationship bonded person, Suisin. The system returns $600. Originally, Subai wanted to bind Su Sini as a dog licker, but thought better of it. After all, she's only got a rating of 84. It's hard to get up to 90, and there are only 2 binding slots left for Subai, which are best reserved for those with 90 points or more. The market value of the hotel is 1.5 billion. Subai offered 4.5 billion. Then the extra 3 billion spent is counted as money spent for the other side, and the system gives double return. This wave of buying hotels netted Subai $1.5 billion. Until the payment was successful, Su Sini, a hanging heart, finally put down. But there's still a sense of unreality. Himself just seemed to make $3 billion at once. The decision was her own, and she didn't know that when she came home and said it. What would be the family's reaction? Subai, from a businessman's point of view, I really don't understand why you're doing this. Could it be that in your eyes, man-woman stuff is really worth $3 billion? A dinner party after such a mess also ended hastily. Out of the elevator, to the underground parking lot when Shinseki couldn't help but open her mouth. It seemed to her that Subai had such a unique eye for stocks that it's certainly not a bad way to look at investments. But I really can't understand this wave of operation myself. Is it hard for him to think he can make $3 billion back by running this hotel? This is too unrealistic. Silly girl, you don't even have a boyfriend. How do you know how pleasurable the man-woman thing is? For me, not to mention $3 billion, $30 billion is worth it. The mouth is on Subai. He can say whatever he wants. Anyway, for him, buying the hotel itself is making money, and how much he earns later on, that's his, too. There is no such thing as losing money. The problem is that Shinseki did not know about the cashback remark, and Subai's words aroused her curiosity. You're telling the truth? All $30 billion worth? Of course, promise not to lie. Subai swore. Why don't I take you on a personal experience and give you $30 billion when I'm done? Subai was full of bad jokes. Where would Shinseki take his words seriously? Just couldn't help a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Susini and Fonglin over there also vaguely heard the words and looked at each other. Both saw the dullness in each other's eyes. $30 billion for one date. How scary is that to say? If there really is such a godly man, I'm afraid there is no woman who can't take it. At the same time, looking at Subai and Shinseki making out, Fonglin was somewhat unhappy. Just as the crowd was about to bid farewell, a car key suddenly flew into Susini's hand. She looked up with some surprise, only to see Subai striding towards her. The car is back to you. Help me send Sister Siki back to the hotel in Tianhong International, Subai said, walked straight past her, pulled open the Bentley door and sat in. Looking at Fonglin in the driver's seat, she froze. Only after a few seconds of silence did Susini take a deep breath and, turning his head toward his own Primera, which he had lost for a full 24 hours. In the Bentley, Subai and Fonglin looked at each other. What are you doing here? Not going to accompany Ms. Chen, Vonlin muttered in a small voice. What's the matter? Are you jealous again? Subai smiled lightly and poked his head over. No. She's the Chen family's first lady. She's good looking, she's got a great body, still young, with a family of several $100 billion. I'd pick her if I were you. Standing in Fonglin's point of view, there didn't seem to be a single point at which she could outperform Shinseki. This also made her feel more and more that Subai would leave her out in the cold. How can you think like that? In terms of body and face, you're not worse than her at all. Instead, you are mature and sensible and more caring. And besides, you and I are now a real couple, and nothing has happened with her and me yet. Even if it did, she'd still have to call you sister. After Subai spoke like this, the unhappiness in Fonglin's heart was instantly reduced by half. Humph. In the end it's all cheaper for you. Subai laughed and couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek. Let's go. Go to Wankel. Watch a movie and have a late night snack tonight. I'll pay for all the spending. We've been in bed before, and you're still doing the little couple thing? You don't understand. Relationships can actually happen later. Chapter 125. Arriving in Hangzhou. Qin Yao's suitor? June 29th. Morning hours, Hangzhou International Airport. Subai backpack, wearing headphones, sunglasses, wearing a flirty pink, hands in pockets out of the airport. It drew a lot of sideways glances from the girls. There's just no way around it. You're the center of attention wherever you go. Things have been pretty much taken care of over in Jinling, and the office building has been put into renovation. The work period is about 2 months. Also arranged to recruit people. For the time being, do not need to Subai to worry about anything. It was also time for him to take care of the Hangzhou side of things. Taking a taxi to the downstairs of Little Bear Music Company, thinking that he would be able to see Qinyao soon. Subai was still a little excited in his heart. He hadn't told anyone about his visit to Hangzhou this time, intending to give Qinyao a little surprise. However, before he even stepped through the front door, he heard a clamor coming from inside. Mr. Yen, I'm sorry, our president said we can't let you up, nor will you accept anything from you, so please don't give us any more trouble. 2 tellers at the counter in the lobby facing a flirty young man. The man was no more than in his 20s, dressed to look like no ordinary person, and holding a large handful of roses. Combined with the conversation just now, this guy's purpose was already obvious. Subai raised his eyebrows lightly. It seemed that this was a suitor of Qin Yao. The matter between himself and Qin Yao was such a big deal in the first place. It's reasonable to say that there's no famous and powerful family from all over the world that doesn't know about it. So where is this dude from? He actually dares to blatantly pursue Qin Yao. That's not taking yourself seriously at all. Hey, aren't you giving this to Mr. Qin? A cold voice came from behind him, and then a few of the store clerks turned their heads to look over, only to see a teenager under 20 years old with an extremely handsome face walk over. A few sales clerks recognized Subai at the first moment, because half a month ago Subai had come to, and there was also a picture of him in the conference room. Naturally Qin Yao did it on purpose. Cub music, but anyone with some standing knows he's the real boss, also the president's boyfriend. However, Subai gave the teller a look to keep her mouth shut. Who are you? The frowned. A man suddenly appeared in the field who was more handsome than him, taller than him, a man with a better body than his. It made his little sense of superiority instantly diminish by a large margin, and was a bit off-putting. Oh, to introduce myself, I'm Mr. Qin's personal secretary. Subai couldn't be more skillful at making up nonsense. Ignoring the surprised expressions of the several tellers, Subai lowered his voice again. That's my cousin. I came in through the back door. Hearing this, Salman froze for 2 seconds, then revealed a look of understanding. Secretly, the Chin family genes are really good. One person's face value is so high. I take it you're planning to go after my sister? You don't know she has a boyfriend? Che, what's there to be afraid of with a boyfriend? I'm not necessarily worse than that Subai kid. He doesn't know women as well as I do. You'll see. One day I'll be on top. Chased your sister down. While San Nan was confident, Subai listened with a black line on his face. Where the hell does this stuffy guy get his confidence from? It can be with ambition. Dare I ask, what is your name? Old brother? Yen Ginghan. It's that Yen of the Hangzhou Yen group. I'm not bragging. There really isn't any family in Hangzhou that can ride on my head. Even the Yen Jinglin family's hands can't reach here. Yen Ginghan spoke, one hand already resting on Subai's shoulder. Why don't you help me bring this bouquet of flowers to your oldest sister? And put in a good word for me, old man? When I catch up with your sister later, you'll get all the favors. Subai looked at him like this and cried and laughed a little. Hangzhou Yen family's young master. How not too smart look. Bringing flowers is fine, but I don't think you can catch my sister. Dare you make a bet? Hey, you kids are funny. Okay, how do you want to bet? Subai also did not expect this guy to be so easily hooked, and immediately became interested. Here's the deal. Let's bet on whether or not you can get a date with my sister to have dinner with you in a month. If you win, you can ask for whatever you want, but if you lose, you'll have to give 20% of your family's resources to work with us. What do you think? 20%? Are you sure you can eat that? Yen Jinghan was a bit surprised. Never you mind. Just say bet or no bet. 10 minutes later, Subai came to the president's office on the top floor with a large handful of roses in his hand. As soon as he exited the elevator, he saw a trash can stuffed with wilted roses. I'm sure all those bunches of roses that went through so much trouble to get here ended up dead. Shaking his head with a sigh, Subai casually pulled out the small piece of paper from the rose and threw it into the trash can. And then he walked towards Qin Yao's office with large strides. The president's little secretary who walked out at the sound of the voice saw that the visitor was Subai. And back again. Silently. Walking up to the door and lightly buttoning it 3 times. Qin Yao's clear and cold voice then resounded from inside. Come in. The first thing I saw when I entered the door was Qin Yao, who was dressed in a conservative professional outfit, was sitting at his computer operating something. The rest of the light saw that a handful of brightly colored flowers too. Qin Yao immediately some surprise to stage up to the head. When she saw the man's face, she let out a gasp of surprise and actually stood straight up from her chair. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Subai held the flower in one hand and opened it with the other. Qin Yao immediately went around the table and one head jumped into Subai's arms. The two lips met and a thick wave of affection filled the room. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'm so I can put on some makeup. Qin Yao Wei was in Subai's arms, her cheeks slightly flushed. The female president who was usually as cold as an iceberg. At this point it's as delicate as a little girl in love for the first time. How else can I surprise you if I tell you in advance? Besides, I can't get down with the makeup on. Well, this is for you, Subai said, placing the large bunch of roses in Qin Yao's arms again, looking down at the ardent rose in her arms, and looking up to see the man's blazing eyes. Qin Yao immediately felt a strong wave of love welling up in her heart, and her eyes became a little moist. Ever since she was a child, apart from her mom, no one had ever cared and pampered her like this, and she was incredibly thankful at the moment that the heavens could allow her and Subai to meet. Soon the office door was closed and the curtains tightened. I don't know how long it took. The two of them were lying on the sofa. Qin Yao wrapped her hands around Subai's neck, burying her head in his chest. The sound of that powerful heartbeat gave her a sense of contentment and peace of mind. I hear there's been a kid bothering you lately? Subai asked in a faint voice. It's the one from the Yen group. I can't do anything about him. Qin Yao was blunt. All talk and explanations are superfluous when there is mutual trust. But then again, the Yen family is a good person to work with. It's just a little too much ego, and it's about time they learned how to deal with people. I'll handle this. Let's see how I hold them, Subai said, the corner of his mouth raised in an arc. Chapter 126 Freeze all the funds of the Yen family. 12 noon. A white Maserati slowly drove into the courtyard of a certain villa estate in Hangzhou. Subai and Qin Yao got down from the car and walked towards the house hand in hand. And at the main entrance, Fang Minru has been waiting here for a long time. Little Su is here? Come on in. Make yourself at home. No need to be polite. Fang Minru looked at the young couple with a smile on her face. Subai could be said to be the benefactor of both their mother and daughter, letting them out of that bitter sea of the Qin family, with a life like the one we have now. Don't worry, auntie. I didn't consider myself an outsider in the first place. Subai half joked. And this sentence instantly relaxed the atmosphere. Today is also considered Subai's first time to officially meet her parents. Facing such an excellent prospective son-in-law, it would be a lie to say that Fong Min-ro wasn't nervous in her heart. She wasn't born in a wealthy family per se, and only married into the Chin family in her mid-20s. Over the years, she has also been less popular, always seen as a country bumpkin, and she herself is worried about dropping her daughter's price and letting Subai have any opinion. The truth is, however, that Su White comes across as even more of a redneck than she is. It's no different than a normal kid from a normal family, who will bend down to say hello, who will initiate jokes, initiate conversation. Makes it easy to get along. In the villa, a large table had been prepared, and the three men were seated around it. Without wine, there was no special ceremony, just lunch in such a simple and harmonious atmosphere. Subai, how long are you staying in Hangzhou this time? Xinyao opened her mouth and asked. Subai's side had just put a piece of pan-fried lamb rib steak into his mouth. Well, it's about a week. This time I'm coming to Hangzhou to participate in an anniversary celebration. It's only tomorrow and the day after. After that, we have to finalize the site for the Cool Cat and catch up on the construction. Trying to be able to finish at the same time as my company over in Jinling, which makes it easier to work afterward. As if he could see what Qin Yao was thinking, Subai added another sentence. When it's almost time, I'm hoping to move Cub Music to Golden. 2. There's also the branch of Cool Cat. The place has been finalized. When the time comes, you'll come along to Jinling to give me a hand. Having her small mind seen through, Xinyao's face blushed and only nodded her head in agreement in a small voice. Well, I do everything you say. The corners of Fong Min-ro's mouth also rose slightly as she watched the scene. After a meal that lasted more than 2 hours, Subai sent Xinyao back to the company. She said she had a lot of things to take care of today, and then he received 2 messages on his cell phone. One was from Big Brother Lin Dongnan. Second brother, the person you are looking for has been contacted for you. There's no need to question the technology. It's just that people are a bit eccentric, so just be more careful when you talk to them. And another one is a friend request. An inch of time is worth an ounce of gold. 3 inches of time is worth a core, introduced by Boss Lin. Come through. Seeing the other party's WeChat nickname, the corners of Subai's mouth twitched, but still passed the other person's friend request. The street is full of hooligans and I'm the biggest cow. Are you the genius hacker my big brother is looking for? An inch of time is an ounce of gold. 3 inches of time is a xin, that's right. As in fake. You've met a great treasure by finding me this time. And I wasn't going to take the job if it weren't for the fact that I was trying to make some money to live on. Cow, well, how do you charge for that? Xin, well, it depends on what kind of business you want me to do. And I don't know the market for my first job. If it's not too complicated. 300? Cow, 300? Is that $300 or 3 million? Xin, 30 million then. Cow, not. You stranded here doing multiple choice? Cow, okay. 3 million is 3 million, as long as you get it done. Don't say $3 million, $6 million. Xin, not. Big brother you come really You will not be network fraud, right? I'm still a kid, how can you do that? Calling, bull, cow, expression, old man. Subway, cell phone. Cow, aren't you a top hacker? Still afraid of internet fraud? Xin, oh yeah, I'm a hacker again. When Subai saw this, his entire body was dumbfounded and frozen. Is this hacker big brother found really reliable? Why don't you look smart? Cow, not that I don't believe you, but a word of caution. If you mess up, you won't get any money. Listen up, within 2 hours, freeze all the funds of Yan's group for me. It's that Yen group in Hangzhou. I want them to not be able to spend a single penny. Xin, don't worry boss, it won't take 2 hours. Give me 5 minutes to hack their group's central system and paralyze all the servers in a matter of minutes. And make sure that not a single trace is left behind. Putting down his cell phone, Subai was still a little uncertain in his heart, but the subconscious mind made him believe that Lin Dongnan was looking for someone. If you want to make some noise in Hangzhou anyway, just take the Yen family. Meanwhile, in the west of Hangzhou City, the Yen Group building, to the high-profile Yen Jinghan walked out of the elevator, but his eyes subconsciously stared at the door of a certain office, walking gingerly, as if afraid of being discovered. Where were you? A cold voice rang out from behind him, startling Yen Jinghan. Turning his head, he saw a tall woman with a cool face standing behind him. Sis, you scared me to death. No, I'm such a big man. Do you even care if you go out and have a little fun? Yen Jinghan's gaze was a bit evasive, as if he was vain about something. I don't care if you go out and fool around. I'm just afraid you're going to cause trouble out there. There were only 2 people in the younger generation of the Yen family today. Older sister Yen Jingfei and younger brother Yen Jinghan. Maybe it's because of the bloodline suppression. Or maybe there's too much difference in age between the two siblings. In short, Yan Jinghan grew up being disciplined by his oldest sister. He could be cross in front of anyone but his oldest sister. Honestly, explain. Did you go looking for Miss Qin again? Yan Jingfei directly forced the question. Yan Jinghan heart panicked, stammered half a day to speak. The former took a look at where there was still a need to ask, and directly slapped him hard on the back of the head, and a crisp sound resounded through the hall. None of the people around dared to breathe out loud. Ouch. Old sister, why are you hitting me again? And have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing. You dumbass. How many times have I told you? I told you not to go to that woman, not to mess with Su Bai, and not to mess with Lin Dongnan. It's not the Yan Jing Lin family that's really scary. It's Lin Dongnan. Yan Jingfei angrily reprimanded. It's not that exaggerated. Didn't our dad say we don't need to be afraid of them? Our dad's drunk and you're ing drunk? Do something stupid again and I'll smack you. Chapter 127 at verse Son. What kind of people have you messed with? What did you do at Cub Music today? And it didn't do anything. The front desk wouldn't even let me in. But then I met one of Qin Yao's secretaries, who was Qin Rouge's cousin, and helped me bring the flowers up. Yan Jinghan took the day he met that teenager and everything, including the bet between the two, was told to his oldest sister. Yan Jingfei's entire body was bad after hearing this. Chill, let me ask you, have you seen a picture of Su Bai? Yan Jinghan stared blankly at his older sister, blinked twice, and shook his head, only to see his oldest sister take out her cell phone and snap open a picture and place it in front of him. Let's see. Is this the guy you met today? Oi asterisk asterisk. It's still true, eh? How come you have a picture of cousin Qin Yao? Old sis? Hua. It's not your date, is it? Well, indeed tall and handsome. The body is also good. Old sister, you are blessed. You look like blessed to me. This is ing Su Bai. Yan Jingfei had a face of hatred. Obviously all born of one parent. Why can this brother of his be so stupid? You don't even know what they're talking about. He actually said that he wanted to chase Qin Yao in front of Su Bai, and it would be a hell if they didn't come to take revenge on you. Although he received another blow to the head, Yan Jinghan couldn't see any expression of complaint on his face, because his brain was stupid right now. He didn't even think that person was Su Bai, and he himself was just teased by others. After the shock, he suddenly thought of something else, and a million grass horses ran through his heart. Su Bai, as Qin Yao's real boyfriend, said he would deliver the roses for himself. The truth is that it's done something. It's ing obvious with your toes. The point is that he was foolish enough to set a bet with someone. Go with me now to prepare something and apologize to the others. You must clear your name with Qin Yao, and prepare a cooperation agreement. We're going to talk to Su Bai face to face about cooperation. This is a big opportunity for our Yan group, Yan Jingfei said, tugging on his brother's arm to head for the elevator. However, this time, unexpectedly, Yan Jinghan was the one who shook off his sister's hand with a strong attitude, a face full of displeasure. I'm not going. Why? Why give that guy so much face? He's just a rich kid who's a flirt. Without Lin Dongnan, he'd be nothing. You're trying so hard to impress him. You don't really want to be three for him, do you? Pa dash. Yan Jingfei was also a little fired up and backhanded him in the face. Can you have anything decent in your head at all? I'm trying to save you here. Saving our family. You've messed with the wrong person. Do you know that? There's a good chance that Su Bai has taken steps against us now. Do you want to see the family estate suffer along with you? Measures? What measures? I'd like to see what he'll use against our Yan. We're at least a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Can we let others treat us like their grandchildren? Just as Yan Jing'an's words filled his voice, he saw the elevator door open and a group of people rushed in. Mr. Yan is in bad shape. Our system was attacked just now. Now the company's entire network is completely paralyzed off, and the monitors are full of electrically shaken Pikachus. Mr. Yan, there's a problem with the payment of that sum of money for the new area bay in the east of the city. Now all the company's funds are frozen. It can't move at all. Mr. Yan, our core supercomputer was just dried and smoked. All the information stored in the core is unprotected and at risk of being snooped on at any time. A series of questions came like a tidal wave, and the siblings were dumbfounded. Without waiting for them to reply, the change in the arena once again suddenly appeared, only to hear the company radio go off in unison. Ha ha, can't beat me, can you? There's no way I'm that powerful. Ha ha, can't catch me, can you? La la la. Yan Jingfei and Yan Jinghan exchanged a glance. The expressions on the faces of everyone present at that moment were exactly the same, helpless, bewildered, skeptical. Just then, Yan Jing'an's cell phone rang. He mumbled and reached out to pull it out of his pocket and the connection was made, and Dad's voice then came from inside. Rebel son, what the hell have you gotten yourself into? Do you realize that just now I got a dozen calls from? All of them are bigwigs in the industry who came to warn me. They told me to control my son, and said that all cooperation with our yen is cancelled. Now the group's share price is evaporating at a rapid rate, you know. I don't care how big a hole you've poked out there. You have until today to fix it, or I'll rip your head off to make amends. The call then hung up, and listening to the blind tone coming from the cell phone, Yen Jinghan didn't say a word in the evening. Little Bear Music Company, the president's office, just finished the video conference. Shinro and a group of staff members examined the final results of Subai's 3 songs after processing them, and finally clapped their hands. The 3 songs would be released in the coming week. Within the release on the Cub Music app, also underway is promotion on major platforms such as Lin Entertainment, as well as approval of public access rights for some of the music clips. This wave of heat is expected to be extremely lucrative. And that's not all. 3 songs will be released on Tidal Music a month from now. It then spreads to various online music platforms, and some of its proceeds go into Cub Music's pocket. Let's just say that this wave of Cub Music has earned a numbing close the laptop. Qin Yao, who was in a very good mood, got on the elevator and went downstairs. When he came to the first floor, he realized that the atmosphere was so billion points not quite right. You guys, don't get off work? What are you all looking at me for? Mr. Qin, outside, ahem. Want you to go and see for yourself? Qin Yao's face was full of question marks as she walked around the crowd and out of the company's gate, but he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. The square in front of the company was filled with people, all of them dressed in overalls. Should be an employee of some big company. And standing in front of these people were Yen Jinghan, Yen Jingfei, and a group of executives. Without waiting for Qin Yao to open her mouth, Yen Jinghan knelt down with a public thud. Ms. Qin is sorry. I shouldn't have gotten the wrong idea about you. From now on I won't dare to look for you again. Please let Subai stop. Chapter 128 I'm a hacker. I sell my art, not my body. I'm the biggest bull in the street, $600. Full of hooligans, I'm the biggest bull, nicely done. I wasn't wrong about anyone. Learning without thinking is confusing. Not thinking without learning is cool, boss atmosphere. Cow, why did you change your name? Sharp, I have to change my name once after every errand. It's a habit. Cow, well. So will you still take jobs in the future? I'd like to hire you as my company's head of network security on a long-term basis if I can. Don't worry, the pay won't be bad. Subai naturally understands how valuable a top hacker is to keep in his hands, both a sword and a shield. The main one is safe and secure. Sharp, I'll think about it. I've been physiologic for the past 2 days and it affects my thinking. Cow, wait, you're a girl? Sharp, yeah. What's up? Cow, inside what? Just send over a selfie? A partial body shot is fine. Cool, boss, I'm a hacker. Sell my art, not my body. Cow, I'll transfer you another $10 million if you send it. Sharp, okay boss. You wait a moment, I'll go undress. Cow, hiss. No, just normal photos. No need to take off your clothes. Cool, oh, well then, just wait a minute. Cool, map. The other guy didn't show his face. The shots were of his shoulders, legs, and stomach. Should not say. Indeed, temptation sense pull full. Subai are some regret just to stop her undressing. Name, Pei Qingqing. Age, 16. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Current rating is 88 points. Please ask if you are bound for dog licking? Hearing the system's voice, Subai was dumbfounded. A hacker with such terrifying strength is just a 16-year-old girl? And, take a second look at the shoulder shot above and the amazing scale underneath the shoulder. I'm afraid this is even more informative than Xialala's. Subai suddenly thought of an idiom. Called the child what giant what came? Cow, is this really a picture of yourself? Don't you dare fool me with a web picture. Cool, look at the electronic clock behind the second picture. Subai opened the picture, and again did not hold back to look twice more at a certain place. Only afterward did he shift his gaze to the clock, which read 6:15 p.m., which was just about right. Ding! Successfully bound Pei Qingqing as dog-licking object number 9. Detected the host spending $10 million for the dog-licking object. Rewarded $100 million. At this time, Subai's heart has been refreshed. Really, my good big brother. Introducing a hacker are so high quality. Cow, I really hope you think about what I'm saying. You come to work under me. It's no problem to make $10 million a day. I really need someone like you. Cool, look at the photo on the day. Pay $10 million? Boss, are you sure? Just let me be responsible for network security. I cannot yet adult it. Be careful to turn back to let you into the bureau. Just to sue you forcibly, alkaline young girls. Subai. After ending his chat with Pei Qingqing, Subai put down his cell phone. This time, it's a lesson for the Yin family. The other party even ended up being willing to tilt 80% of their resources to cooperate with them, something that would undoubtedly be extremely helpful for the future of Cool Cat Entertainment. Just then, the door to the room opened, and Qin Yao, wearing a loose nightgown, was walking in with a fruit plate. It was impossible for Subai to stay in a hotel during these days in Hangzhou. It's not that you can't afford to stay, but the fragrant and soft king-size bed at Qin Yao's house is more cost-effective. This night, well, a night without words. The next day, the two slept until noon, and when Subai got up, Qin Yao was still soft on the bed. It's June 30th, and Subai and Zhu Lin of Lin Entertainment have an appointment where they will go to a rehearsal. He won't be taking the stage in rehearsal, though, but rather getting a sense of the flow of the set and when he needs to be on stage himself. When to sit on stage. The place of the anniversary celebration is at the Interworld Plaza in the south of HCM City. The time is from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Among them, the performances of the major netizens were arranged for more than 20 programs: dancing, singing, magic and so on. The 10th program is about 30 or so webcams singing a song together. The track is The Wind Rises, which hit the internet a while ago. Then came the 16th program, in which Subai promised to present an original song. The main purpose of Subai's rehearsal today is to familiarize himself with the melody with the backstage accompaniment team, and tomorrow he will perform on stage with his guitar on his back. And Lin Entertainment's side gave enough face to take care of Subai's privacy. The rehearsal was specially planned with a recording room, a professional technical team, and even Zhu Lin himself personally greeted, finally meeting the real person Subai. It's true that he's a talented person, almost catching up with me. As soon as Subai arrived at the appointed place, a young man in his 20s was seen walking over surrounded by a crowd of people. This person was Zhu Lin, the big boss of Lin Entertainment, a big shot worth several $100 billion. Don't look at this man's countless accomplishments, but he's only 24 years old. Lin Entertainment was founded by him when he was 18 years old, and now it has been 6 whole years. Mr. Zhu is really humorous. Actually, I still have quite an inferiority complex, so please compliment me more in the future. I promise not to be proud. Subai shrugged his shoulders and said, the shameless look of the two people that, it's almost as if they were printed from a mold. The conversation between the two amused the crowd. Okay, without further ado, we've got some catching up to do today. No problem, let's all be efficient. I'll play the guitar and sing it all by myself first. In a minute, the second time everyone comes together again. Arriving at the recording room, the crowd took their places. Subai stood alone in the center, and the surrounding area was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, until his fingertips strummed the guitar strings and the attention of everyone in the arena was focused on the melody in an instant. Hours later, the rehearsal ended and the crowd walked out of the studio. Everyone looked at Subai with undisguised praise and appreciation in their gazes. Elder brother Subai, I don't even know what to say. Your musical talent is definitely a once-in-a-century occurrence. It goes without saying that this song will definitely be another hit when it's released. Jurin said excitedly. Don't praise me like that, brother Lin. I should really be proud of myself in a moment. Subai laughed. Fine, there are plenty of little fangirls chasing after you anyway. Okay, take an early rest today. We'll see you tomorrow night. Chapter 129. The One Without Pants is Me. On July 1st, at 5 o'clock in the evening, Subai arrived at Hangzhou Century Square. The place is particularly busy today, not to mention the trademarks and various trinkets advertised. The number of street vendors alone was more than 3 times the usual number, selling all sorts of snacks, egg pancakes, starchy sausages, octopus dumplings, and there were also fancy marshmallows from the oldest one, the aroma of which wafted throughout the plaza. This is Lin Entertainment's anniversary. I don't know how many netizens and stars are coming. This aroused the enthusiasm of the. Even some people take the airplane across half of the big summer country to Hangzhou. Now as the time is still early, late is bound to be surrounded by people. The main reason why Subai came so early today was because of Sister Lemon. She took a plane from Jiling to Hangzhou. After resting for 2 hours in the hotel, he came directly to the celebration site and asked Subai if he wanted to go shopping together. Subai naturally agreed. He had long wanted to meet Lemon's sister offline. It's also a fulfillment of my dream of being a star chaser. Subai really has been listening to Sister Lemon sing since junior high school, and has always been very curious about it. What exactly did a girl who sang so well look like? The more she refused to show her face, the more curious Subai became. Granted, odds are she's wearing black sunglasses tonight as well. Masks, duck caps, but it's nice enough to be able to talk face to face in reality. Pulling out his cell phone, Subai opened the chat box with Lemon's sister. Nyo, I've arrived, and I'm now at the north gate of the plaza, over here at Suji Kebabs. Where are you? The message was sent and waited for 2 minutes, but there was a delay in getting a response. Subai frowned slightly. Walking to the edge of a store, I suddenly heard a loud noise coming from somewhere that, turning his head, he saw a girl in a mask running in a panic. Pausing for a moment at the mouth of the alcove to look around, Subai's gaze just met hers, only to see her walk up quickly and shove the grilled sausage in his hand. Looking at the extra grilled sausage in his hand, Subai's expression froze for a second. Without waiting for him to say anything, the girl darted away again. Looking at her rapidly disappearing back, Subai was a bit puzzled for a moment. It's a ing sausage, not a time bomb. Why are you running? Oh, it must have been that she wanted to come up and talk to me, but was too embarrassed to ask, so run away shyly. Well, that must be it. Brother, this damn charm he thought so in his heart. Just wanted to take a bite of the grilled sausage in his hand. Just as he heard a sharp sound from behind him, and turned his head to look. Woof woof, woof woof. The 3 vicious dogs flew at Subai, startling him so much that he almost dropped his hand-pointed grilled sausage on the ground. Luckily, Subai reacted quickly enough and dodged with a sideways movement. The 3 vicious dogs pounced and immediately turned around again, baring their teeth at Subai for a while. A guttural low growl came out of his mouth. Subai now sort of understood why that person had just dumped the roasted sausage on himself in a hurry. It's a ing bogeyman. Without any hesitation, Subai threw the grilled sausage in his hand on the ground. It's not worth getting chased and bitten by 3 dogs for a starchy sausage. Subai was relieved in his heart and wanted to take this opportunity to bolt, but as a result, he had only just taken 2 steps. Just another bark was heard from behind again. The big black wolf dog at the head of the group came up and sniffed, swallowing it straight into his stomach. As soon as Subai turned his head, the 3 vicious dogs actually rushed up again. Seeing this scene, Subai pulled out his legs and ran away. Meanwhile, in my heart, I frantically greeted the kind person who had just delivered the grilled sausages. I thank you so damn much. Asterisk asterisk. Don't chase after the dog. I'll go buy you guys. 1 for each dog. Okay. Subai was exclaiming in shock. His pants had already been bitten by a bite, and in his heart, he cried out that it was not good. But it was too late. All that could be heard was a snort and the leg of a pair of pants had been ripped off. That wasn't all. The other 2 evils also rushed up, and with the division of labor, in 3 tries, he ripped Subai's outer pants clean off. A cool breeze blew by, and Subai suddenly leaked her spring light. The only thing left of his lower half was a pair of flowery underpants, which drew the stares of many passers-by around him. Looking at the back of the 3 bandits leaving with their pants in their mouths, Subai's mouth twitched. Little brother, do you need help? 2 kindly ladies came up, and, while opening their mouths to ask, while still not forgetting to steal a few glances down there, one of the people in the back even pulled out his cell phone to take a couple of shots. No, I'm pretty cool. Subai forced out a smile. Oh, so, can I add a micro? You're really big, blah blah blah. You have a really nice body, and I have a friend in particular who would like to meet you. Listening to the words of the 2 hooligans in front of me, Subai squeezed out an awkward yet unobtrusive smile. Let that friend of yours hold it for 2 more days. Now I want to be quiet. After sending off the 2 young ladies, the cell phone in Subai's jacket pocket rang. Yuzuru Lemon, sorry. Something just came up and I didn't read the message. Yuzuru Lemon, just wait a little bit. I'll be right with you. Yuzu Lemon, I'm telling you that was dangerous back there. I stood in line for half a day to get a grilled sausage, only to be seen by 3 large wolf dogs that chased me for 3 blocks. Luckily I saw a dude on the side of the road and gave him the kielbasa. And guess what happened? Yuzuru Lemon, pohaha, his pants are all chewed up, standing in a pair of panties in the middle of the street right now, looking down at his cell phone, probably calling for help. I'll take a picture for you. Yuzu Lemon, image PAF. Subai, gee, this dude is really ed up. Subai, I'm curious. Why don't you just throw the kielbasa away? Yuzuru Lemon, I paid for that. What a shame to throw it away. Subai, well, that's a really powerful line of thinking you've got there. The water and the soil will obey you. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yuzuru Lemon, that's gotta be it. I've been smart since I was a kid. Smug. Subai, you're screwing people over so bad. What if they come back and take revenge on you? Why don't you run away now? Yuzu Lemon, what are you afraid of? There are so many people here. I was wearing a duck hat and a mask just now. He'll never find me. Where are you now? I seem to have arrived. Sue White, oh, then look in the middle of the road. That's me with no pants on. Chapter 130. Be my girlfriend for a night. Miss, 2 cups of milk tea please. 1 without sugar and 1 with sugar to death for me. Thanks. Subai raised an eyebrow and said, drawing a dumbfounded expression from the shopkeeper. 10 minutes later, Subai and a girl wearing a black mask, duck hat and sunglasses walked out of the milk tea store. By now, Subai had changed into a new pair of jeans, was staring at the girl next to him with burning eyes. Jiangyue Louis Lemon was obviously a little weak, her eyes dodged, and suddenly the mask cracked open another opening. Sucking on a milkshake to ease the embarrassment. You got me in my panties. It's not too much to ask to see my face, is it? Subai forcefully twisted her head around. Don't too. Sorry, well, I was also an emergency to avoid just. Those dogs are just too scary. Jiangyue Louis Lemon's two forefingers were making circles in front of her chest, with a pitiful look on her face. In a moment, it made the resentment in Subai's heart subside by half. I don't care. I've been seen on the street today. My innocence is ruined. You'll have to make up for my loss. Then, how about, I treat you to dinner? You can choose any restaurant around today's anniversary, and eat as much as you want on me, Jiangyue Louis Lemon solemnly said, looking like she had made a decision with great determination. That won't do. How is a dinner enough? Today at the anniversary you're going to be my girlfriend for one night. Hold my hand the whole time, and kiss and hug and hold high if necessary. Don't worry, it's just a kiss on the face, Subai said and raised his eyebrows. That lecherous smile gave Jiangyue a very dangerous feeling. His own boss is too skillful in this maneuver. If he really agrees, he'd have to be tricked into going to a hotel and eaten out of his hand. No. You've taken advantage of all the cheapness. Can you get another one? Jiangyue Louis Lemon hastily shook her head and refused. Subai only spread both hands after hearing this. I can't help it. Then, since you caused me to lose my pants and be seen, the corresponding, you take your pants off and let me see them too. So we're even. Jiangyue Lemon? Meanwhile, just around the corner, out of sight of the two men, several pairs of eyes were quietly peering at them, watching the two behave intimately as if they were lovers. Jiangyue Louis Lemon was still throwing her arms around and pouting every now and then. *** chicken. This is too much of a tool, and she's just so in love with you. It's so cheap to start letting yourself go in front of other men. A junior brother opened his mouth to curse, and the response was indeed a loud slap. Shut up. Don't you dare talk about my little lemon like that. She just got carried away. The man who opened his mouth was a young man with long hair and a lewd face. And the first impression you get is that you don't look like a good person. This person is the one who raised Subai's face in Jiangyue Lemon's live broadcast that day. The result is a cyber god who was scared off after 2 minutes. Chicken catch a hawk. This man's real name is Ji Bowen. He's the son of a consortium in Quanling, with billions of dollars in family assets, often on the internet to pick up some female anchors, but also called Lin Entertainment. This platform is a famous god ho big brother. That's why he also received an invitation to Lin Entertainment's anniversary celebration today. As for Jiangyue Lemon, not a target he found on the internet. Instead, it's the sophomore schoolgirl he's got his eye on at JLU. Later on, she stumbled upon that she is the music blogger Green Grapefruit Lemon, who has millions of followers in Lin Entertainment. After that it was all kinds of wild licking on the internet and in reality, hoping to pick her up. Nay, no matter how hard Duke G tried, Jiangyue Lemon was indifferent to him. To show up at the anniversary celebration, that man is probably NEI what's his name. I thought what a great character. But it's just a flirty little brat. The hairs aren't even grown yet, Ji Bowen said with a wrathful face. What is he doing better than me? Y'all? Boss, people are more handsome than you, taller than you, and have a better body than you. Wow. Yeah boss. And he swiped over $80 million online at once. It also seems to be so billion points richer than you. The two little brothers on the left and right answered Ji Bowen's question in a serious manner. Hearing his face full of black lines. He's 5 feet 5 inches, 6-pack abs, sunny and handsome. Your own 6 feet 8 inches plus size belly. Your own mom says you look ugly. And the point is that you don't seem to have as much money as other people. Thinking clearly about this, Ji Bowen's heart became more and more unbalanced. Fart. It's all farting. How can there be this perfect person in the world? That brat definitely has flaws too. Saying that, Ji Bowen kicked the little brother beside him. Yellow hair. You go find someone to play the rogue. Later, let them bring their weapons and surround the two of them to force that brat to hand over Yusu Lemon, or I'll break his legs. I'm going to show Lemon. These ostensibly glamorous rich second generation, but in reality, they are all cowardly and fearful villains. They can't be compared to me. Yellow hair, who had been kicked in the face, was somewhat speechless. Boss, people are villains. You're not only a villain but you don't have a shiny surface. What makes you so confident? Scream. Scream again. I'll cut your tongue out and stuff it in a swallow. All of you have your heads in your asses. So get the outta here. Breaking the big defense, Ji Bowen kicked several more times in a row. and the two minions fled in a hurry, headlong into the dimly lit alley. They're so well connected, they don't even need to find someone to play a hooligan. They know a whole bunch of real hooligans. Finding someone is a matter of minutes. Over there, Subai and Jean Yuzue Lemon were walking into a restaurant. The two were still holding hands, shoulder to shoulder, and quite ambiguous and inexplicably matchy-matchy to look at. Watching the scene, Ji Bowen was so furious that his teeth were in a facial expression. Brat, wait for me. I'm going to make sure you don't fall apart today. Let's see how you're still ing awesome. Let's see how you're still ing picking up girls. Humph. In this world, there is no woman that I, Ji Bowen, can't get. Little Lemon will soon learn that I'm the right match for her. And you're a piece of trash. Chapter 131. The script doesn't seem to be like this, does it? An order of bullwhips with scallions, and 12 large roasted oysters, and, nay, a lamb's loin, and the black chicken in goji berry soup. Subai held the menu and ordered the food in a serious manner. The waitress lady was recording while, from time to time, he also glanced at Jean Yuzue Lemon on the side, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Equally caught in the eye were a number of the surrounding guests. Because Subai was too loud when he ordered. The current Jean Yuzue Lemon hated to immediately find a crack in the ground to drill in. Just sitting around hissing and drinking water, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Only the big cracked gag made her more noticeable instead. I'll just order these, and you can ask my girlfriend if she wants anything else. Subai spoke to the waiter and handed the menu to Jean Yuzue Lemon again. The latter didn't expect him to openly call himself his girlfriend, and his ears turned red then and there. But there was no opening to retort. It wasn't long before the food was brought to the table. The chef is very good at what he does, and the colors and flavors are all over the place. In fact, the probability is still because of today's anniversary celebration, which can be described as a gathering of all the major netizens, just in case any of the unattractive scouting bloggers come to dinner. Lemon, can I ask you a question? Subai suddenly opened his mouth, and Jean Yuzue Lemon glanced at him with some suspicion. Don't worry, it's not a perverted problem, Subai added in time, and she then nodded. Have you ever had a boyfriend before? That question was kind of expected of her. Of course not. My family can be strict. Long so big even boys have not held hands. Jean Yueli's voice ended abruptly in the middle of his speech, because she suddenly realized that she had just held hands with this guy Subai. Her first time was gone. Seeing such a cute scene of her, Subai laughed out loud. Without resisting, he grabbed her ground handle again and jerked it back. And when he couldn't, he let him have it. So I'm still Lemon's sister's first love. Then Lemon's sister. I couldn't see my face online before, but I saw it in person today, so I don't know if you're happy with it? Subai said, deliberately bringing his face closer. Jean Yuzue Lemon was wearing a sunglasses mask and could not see the expression on her face, but you could see her ears reddening. In fact, she had originally thought that Subai wouldn't show his face at the anniversary celebration either. How come he didn't even wear a mask? And he was sunny and handsome, with a face and body that didn't lose to male stars in idol dramas, and from the time we met until now. She didn't know how many times she'd stolen glances at the handsome face. Still, kinda happy with it. Pretty cool, Jean Yuzue Lemon stammered. A comment that was obviously a bit conservative. Honestly, I've watched you sing online, with your smoky voice and your ballads. Thought you were a more rough and tumble girl. Didn't realize you were pretty quiet in reality. I suddenly realized that we are so good together. Or why don't we just not be a night couple? Why don't you and I go look around for real? Subai came closer again, mainly to tease her. I'll think about it. Let's eat first. Jean Yuzue Lemon was now too shy to do so, didn't dare to meet Subai's eyes at all, just about to bury his face in the bowl. The meal was finished in an atmosphere of warmth and flavor. Jean Yuzue Lemon didn't eat a few bites at all. Almost all of them were Subai alone in eating, mainly because Subai ordered some special dishes. She is afraid to eat too much to turn back, and then something happened. The time came to 6:10 p.m. The sun was dipping in the west, and the square was filling up with people. Subai and Jean Yuzue Lemon walked out of the restaurant, holding hands. Jean Yuzue Lemon's gaze fell on Subai's face from time to time, as if she had something to say. What? Thinking about being my girlfriend? Subai raised his eyebrows and said. Jean Yuzue looked at his almost perfect handsome face and sighed lightly. You haven't even seen my face? What if I look ugly? That's okay, it's all the same with the lights off. Subai knew that Jean Yuzue Lemon couldn't possibly be an ugly woman. After all, the system had given her a rating of 89 points. But seeing that she was serious at the moment and didn't look like she was joking, she was a little uncertain again. I was in a car accident my freshman year of high school and it left a nasty scar on my face. All these years I've been afraid to show my face, not only online, but in life. Sunglasses and masks everywhere you go. Actually, After all this contact, I've realized that you're a very interesting person. I'm also willing to try and date you. But I want you to be prepared that if we get together, you'll see. It's sooner or later. I don't want to hide it from you. If you mind, it would be better if we didn't start just as we've been. It's nice to be an online friend. Hearing these words, Subai's heart shook. It turned out that Lemon's sister had refused to show her face all along for this reason. Naturally, he wouldn't mind this, having lived one more life than anyone else. He can see through many problems and won't change his opinion of a girl because of a scar. Instead, they will also feel sorry for the girl and want to give her more care. Just as he was about to say something, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. System mission issued: subdue a group of gangsters who came to harass and force out their accusers. Reward: divine grade scar removal cream formula. The system's voice had just disappeared, and before Subai could react, a dozen people suddenly appeared in front of them to stop them. These are mostly punks with dyed yellow hair and tattooed flower arms and cigarettes in their mouths. There was also a stick in his hand, and he looked frightening. Yoo-hoo! You're a good girl, aren't you? Why don't you lend her to us for a couple days? The yellow hair at the head had a lecherous expression, and his eyes roamed over Jiang Yuzue Lemon's body without any concealment. Jiang Yuzue Lemon's expression stiffened and she grabbed Subai's hand tightly. The little nagging feeling in his head earlier was all but replaced by fear at this point. The other side is a dozen people, and all of them are tall, so they are definitely no match in a fight. The scene taking place in the field had now attracted the attention of many passers-by. Some people even took out their cell phones to take video, but they all hid away, and no one had the intention of coming up to help. In contrast, Subai was much more calm. Subai, what do we do? Jiang Yuelian whispered. Subai gently patted her back, then with a snap of his fingers, only to see dozens of people suddenly appearing in the crowd. This time there were not only female bodyguards, but also several tall and strong male bodyguards, with a horrifying aura. Surround the punks. Those punks who hadn't even finished their lines were suddenly dumbfounded on the spot. No, the script doesn't seem to work like that, does it? Chapter 132. Don't do it. We're all actors. I'm sorry, it was too windy. I didn't hear you. What are you doing? Subai said, and even pretended to pull out his ears with his fingers. It's as if you really didn't hear it. The dozen or so punks all had expressions like they had eaten a fly at this point, and the corners of their mouths twitched as they, pulling out a smile that was worse than crying. Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Yeah, it's all a misunderstanding. I just said I have a really nice chick. Ask if you want to take it for a couple days, huh? The leader of the yellow hair immediately goaded, full of pleasing smile said, but also want to go forward to pass a route Wazi. But she was stopped by two female bodyguards armed with short sticks, her body frozen in place. Jiang Yuelui Lemon reacted at this time and also looked at Subai with some disbelief. These aren't all your bodyguards by any chance, are they? Subai smiled faintly as he lowered his head, his large warm hand caressing her shoulder. I have a security company. These are my plainclothes bodyguards, 24-hour followers to protect me. The anniversary was so crowded and chaotic that I brought a few extra, and I didn't expect to use them just right. Subai didn't lie this time. He's at least 100 billionaire now, though no one knows it but themselves. But what if someone robbed him as if he were a billion or 10 billionaire? It's common sense to take a bodyguard when you go to a crowded place. Hey, tell me, you guys, how did you find me? Subai opened his mouth and asked. Happenstance. Just happenstance. A couple of us are just out for a stroll. I happened to see my sister-in-law's pretty face before I saw her. Brother, we are really wrong. Please let us go like a fart. The yellow hair in the lead was busy responding. He couldn't afford to offend his employer's side as well, which was the son of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. And now I have to curse my employer for giving me all the wrong information. Just say that this person is a weak and fearful rich second generation. Who the hell would have thought that just as soon as he showed his head, he would be surrounded by dozens of bodyguards? What the hell do you call that? Weakness? Had they known that the other party was such a ruthless character, they definitely wouldn't have foolishly come looking for trouble. Oh, you guys look at me like I'm a little cutie. What? How can you still look pretty with such a tight mask and sunglasses? And what's with the stick? Subai, several questions directly to each other's mouth are blocked. Stammered half a day, cannot speak. Also broke out in a cold sweat. If you don't want to talk, forget it. You too. Remove all his teeth. It's a waste to keep them. At the end of the sentence, the two female bodyguards holding short sticks raised their sticks to greet him on his big incisors. That yellow hair was immediately shocked. Asterisk. Big brother, don't do it. We're all actors. It's G. Bowen. That Jinling G family's eunuch paid for us to come here. He said he wants Ms. Yuzu Lemon to see your true colors and realize that he's the right man for the job. We're all paid to do this. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Yellow Hair was shocked, and could not care less, and explained everything all at once. The crowd of gangsters behind them were also all scared out of their wits, not daring to say a word. Ji Bowen. So it's him. When Jiang Yuzue Lemon heard this name, she immediately showed a face of disgust, and her mind was also. The ugly and obscene face emerged. The other guy was a senior at JLU who just happened to see himself, sometime last semester, decided that she was wearing a mask at the time and that she was a great beauty, and then shamelessly started stalking himself. Having had a couple of live bounties myself, I'm kind of a little rich with millions of dollars in my hand, not the least bit impressed by his monetary enticements, and several explicit refusals remained ineffective. That guy had somehow even found out about her Lin Entertainment account and ran off to mess with her livestream. What's wrong, Lemon? Who is this guy? Seeing her react so greatly, Subai opened his mouth and asked. That guy is, Chicken Catchers, on the internet. A rich kid from our school. It's been pestering me lately. I can't shake it off. I didn't expect to meet it even in Hangzhou. Zhang Yuelui had a bit of a headache and a bit of guilt. And then again. Today's events were all because of her. And if Subai hadn't brought his bodyguards, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. The Divine Scar Removing Cream formula has been sent to the host's cell phone in electronic form. Please pay attention to check. The system's voice once again sounded in Subai's head, and the corners of his mouth raised in an arc. I know. Don't worry. I'll help you with this. Subai smiled lightly and opened his mouth, as if that multi-billion-dollar conglomerate was nothing in his eyes. Zhang Yueliang didn't know what he could do, but listening to him talk like this, she still felt inexplicably at peace. Smiling, she nodded. Let's go. The show is about to start. We need to get there early, Subai said, holding Zhang Yueliang's hand, and twisted his head to look at the several bodyguards. You guys watch these guys and turn around and let the police handle it. I don't think any of these mongrels look like they're acting. It's a guarantee that they have some kind of criminal record. They must be scrutinized. Using the words underneath, he immediately drew a wave of panic from the group of punks that, many of them begged loudly for mercy with panicked faces. For these voices, Subai and Jiang Yuzue Lemon ignored them and left the scene without looking back. Someone's street corner, watching all this from afar. Ji Bowen was so angry that he slapped his thigh. Asterisk. Greedy thing with so many bodyguards. You think you're a 10 billionaire. Count yourself lucky today. I don't believe you have bodyguards guarding you 24 hours a day. Muttering to himself under his breath, Ji Bowen's eyes flashed with a touch of ice coldness and also carried a few points of ruthlessness. Don't let me outlaw the opportunity, or I'll definitely get you killed. Sneeze. Subai, who was sitting under the anniversary stage, suddenly sneezed a big sneeze, startling the people around him. Quite a few people have arrived on the scene now, and some of the internet bloggers are talking to each other that Subai and Jiang Yuzue Lemon didn't show their faces online, so there weren't many people to hit on them. The two men just looked down and played with their cell phones. Soon, Subai opened the WeChat interface of the hacker Miss Pei Qingqing. Cow, there's another job for you. Do you know the Jinling Ji Group? Chapter 133 Big Cowboy Anniversary Appearance. This anniversary show has utilized the best resources of Lin Entertainment. The performers on stage are all big netizens with millions or even tens of millions of fans on the Lin Entertainment platform. The first 3 programs were all singing, and all the people who came on stage were like little fish. Wonky Big Joe, Zyboy Octopus such as popular music bloggers. After a few sketch shows, clarifying the stage as the 100 Joe, Outlaw Ning, the size of the Sheep Brother and other funny bloggers. There was even a blogger of some kind of horse that came on stage afterward and poured a goat's head. Subai was a bit puzzled. These days eating a sheep's head can be so damn hot, but the audience behind the guests' table was all ablaze with enthusiasm, screaming at the top of their lungs that taking out their cell phones to make videos, and mimicking the action of pouring a goat's head. It wasn't long before Lin Entertainment's biggest guest for this gamut took the stage. It's the popular singer Stolzy who came on stage and ignited the room with a song called Bubbling Buns. Sitting in the front row, Subai and Jiang Yuzue Lemon were both shocked as it was their first time to hear this person sing so closely. The anniversary show was naturally live-streamed from the official Lin Entertainment account for the entire show, which kicked off with an hour of. The number of online viewers has broken 20 million. One has to marvel at how hot Lin Entertainment is today. Beautiful Bubble Bun Anon help. It's just too good to be true. This song reminds me of the days when I was in college with my ex-boyfriend in Mutton Burgers. First heard as a teenager, then heard again as a woman. It's so emotional. Not upstairs, you wait a minute. Don't argue. The main event is coming up again soon. 34 internet musicians singing on the same stage. Also, am I the only one who saw Big Bull on the set list? Upstairs. Are you talking about the big no brother who rewarded more than $80 million at the Lin Entertainment livestream 2 days ago? That's him. The street is full of hooligans and I'm the biggest cow. Is it hard to believe that there's a second person with such a Thai name on the Lin Entertainment platform? Asterisk asterisk. There really is him in the list. And there's Sister Lemon. Is this going to be CP on the same stage? Asterisk asterisk, is it time to show my face? I'll finally get to see a living tycoon. Bread and buns followed by a dance. And Subai was no longer blessed to appreciate the large white thighs, and went backstage with Jung Yuzue Lemon and a group of singers on stage to get ready. The dance soon ended and the whole stage was plunged into darkness. In the guide room, Zhu Lin's gaze stopped on the screen, and his expression grew more and more serious. He understands that if he puts Subai's heat to good use, it won't bring in any less than a top-tier male star. A rich young man, sunny and handsome, talented and funny, by the billion, plain and simple. This is simply the perfect universal man. Even more, he could say without a doubt that the biggest draw of this anniversary celebration. It's the internet god, full of hooligans in the street. I'm the biggest cow, who shows up to perform on stage. Not long after, a beam of light appeared in the center of the stage and standing in the center of the beam of light was none other than Stool Chi, who had just sung Bubble Bun, and in just a few minutes, she had already changed her clothes, and, from maxi dresses to the classic leather jacket and pants, the room immediately fell silent, and all eyes fell on her. It's a walk in the park, following the trail of a teenager drifting. The song The Wind Is Gonna Blow is still a familiar song to the general public after more than a decade. The lilting melody and heartfelt lyrics give the song an enduring appeal. And this year, when the song was first released, right in the middle of its hot streak, it is indeed quite appropriate that Lin Entertainment chose it for the choral repertoire. After Stolze sang the opening 2 lines, the beam of light was suddenly joined by an additional. And standing in the beam of light was none other than Tiny Fish and internet music newcomer Halfball. Look at the wind in Nagano. It's still so warm. The wind blows up the old days. After the first part of the song, 16 singers have been featured. There are many bloggers online who, like Jung Yusu Lemon, never show their faces and either wear masks that, either the person is simply backstage with a virtual singer image on top, and the audience mostly recognizes him or her by the sound of his or her voice. The last line before the chorus is a familiar smoky voice. Now walking through this world, a million things to stay. Caught off guard breaking into your smile. Jung Yuzue Lemon is worthy of being a music blogger who can sit on millions of followers without showing her face, even on such a star-studded occasion. It is also possible to make her unique voice stand out so that the audience in the field as well as in the broadcast room recognizes her at first sight. Sister Lime. This is Sister Lime. Oh my god. I can listen to this smoke voice 100 times. Call Sister Lemon something. This is sister-in-law Danielle. The pop-ups instantly intensified. And on the stage, after Jung Yuzue Lemon sang those lyrics, the lights of the whole stage were lit up, and a dozen netizens, singers chorused the chorus part, which immediately pushed the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. I had a hard time extricating myself from the size of the world and indulging in youthful dreaming. By the end of the chorus, most of the audience had become too engrossed in the song to get out of it. They have memories of their youth and their growth. It's been too much for everyone along the way. Not everyone is rich. Most people still have to hustle for a living. Go through the hurdles of life to experience and grow. Go out and embrace the bigger world. And the memories of the trip are as gone as the clouds of the past. Many people wept at the depth of their emotions. After the first half of the song, the stage lights dimmed once again and it's as if it's someone's transitional phase in life. And then it's the same format as the previous part. Only the number of people singing keeps growing. By the time another chorus was sung, there were over 30 people standing on the stage. The songs were like a sea of stars. And time and again they brought a great shock to the hearts of the audience. Suddenly the melody goes quiet, as if entering a lyrical phase, while a striking beam of light on stage. It landed on a tall and slender teenager with a handsome face. All the spectators' expressions were stagnant. This face was one they had never seen before. The evening wind blows the gray hairs from your temples, smoothing out the scars left by memories. Twilight obscures your hobbling steps, painting you talking with your head down. And then there was another chorus from the whole group. While almost everyone was still thinking about who that teenager had just been, suddenly, someone thought of something and tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room was instantly at *** screen. Chapter 134. A confused G. Bowen. ***. Cripes fly. This shouldn't be. Confirmed. I eliminated them one by one against the set list, and it sounds exactly the same. Help sisters. I'm dying. Take a plane to Hangzhou now. I'm going to forcefully kiss little brother Shenhao. Gee, by the time you get on a plane and come over, people's kids will be 2.5 years old. Sisters. I'm in Hangtown right now. 800 meters in a straight line. One step ahead. Asterisk asterisk. Don't play like that. Still too slow. I'm on the spot. I'm already unbuttoning. I'll just go up and pounce on him as soon as he gets off the stage and make him answer to me when he's done. Calm down, lesbians. He already has sister lime. It's okay, I can be a junior. I'll be junior. So, then I'll be the little 7,144,689? Subai was indeed very handsome, but if he was placed on the street, he would only attract a few more glances. But once that handsome face is coupled with the status of a divinely rich man, and a moving voice, a little more dressing up instantly made him more eye-catching than a diamond. Most importantly, Subai's singing voice couldn't be described as ordinary at all. Even professional conservatory graduated singers would find it difficult to reach his caliber, simply because his voice itself is quite healing, and just listening to it is enough to make one fall deeper into it. The previous explosion of Snowed Stanray as well as Confession Balloon was enough to illustrate this, and that feeling is more and more evident when you hear him sing it live at the moment. It's not just the audience that feels this way. Even the other singers performing on the same stage were in awe. They hadn't expected this one to play so well on the spot. The more insiders they are, the more they know the uncomplicated nature of Subai's singing. Jiang Yueliang was shocked. Anyway, hearing Subai sing live is so much more amazing than hearing it online. Even Stoolchi looked at Subai with a surprised look on his face. With how hot brother Daniel was on the internet, she had naturally heard of him, and she also knew that she would be on the same stage as this internet god today. Originally, I didn't have much hope. After all, people aren't professional singers either. It wasn't until now that she heard him sing in person that she realized she was wrong. And very wrong at that. Obviously a rich man, but only 18 years old, while still having the face of a male celebrity, male model's body, male singer's vocals. It's just a bit outrageous. This singing session ended very quickly, and the people in the arena, however, seemed as if they were still immersed in that wave after wave of sound. The actor came off the stage, and many of the netizen singers who had just sung on the same stage came to find Subai for a photo. Stoolchi even exchanged autographs with him and said that he would like to invite him to be a member of the next concert. When Subai and Jiang Yuzue Lemon returned to the field holding hands and took their seats, a hue and cry appeared once again. Subai raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet and not affect the next program. At the same time, his eyes swept, without trace, over one of the seats in the guest gallery. The place is empty at the moment. Special guests, singing with themselves. You asshole kid. What the hell did you offend out there? Know how much money our company just lost? Know how many big shots from Jinling called me? They told me to control my son. There are also people who are urging me to break off the father-son relationship with you as soon as possible. All the partners in our group have divested. There are others who were too busy skimming us and then running off in the night. At this rate we'll be broke in 3 hours or less. Do you little brat realize what a mess you've made? Come on, tell me what you've offended. What's the name? Listening to his old man hissing and roaring on his cell phone, Ji Bowen was dumbfounded. Offended yourself? You got yourself in trouble? Looking back on the past week, it seems that the people you have actually offended in a meaningful way. Dad, you've got it all wrong, don't you? That guy's just a rich little dirtbag on the internet. How could you possibly have the strength to make our G fall? Rich kids on the internet? Did you find out who he is? What's his name? Where are they from? What industry is the family in? Dad's barrage of questions instantly sent Gibberman into silence. Naturally, he didn't think about it that much. As always, being bossy has become a habit for him. Getting whoever he dislikes. Who cares who the other guy is? If the background is big enough, it can still do more than your own family's multi-billion-dollar industry, can't it? Seabrook has always thought and acted this way. G. Bowen, listen to me, whoever that guy is, now, right now, go find someone to apologize right away. Go beg him to stop attacking G. As long as he's willing to stop, we'll promise anything. If you can't handle this matter, there would be no need to return to Jinling. At this time, G. Bowen also realized the seriousness of the matter, and collected the previous days of that broad young man's bravado. Just at this time, a voice rang out coldly behind him. Don't bother looking. I'm right here. If you have anything to say it to my face. G. Bowen turned his head violently, his eyes gazing at him with some fear. The knot in his throat rolled as the teenager in front of him gave him a strong sense of oppression. You, who the hell are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My real name is Subai. Subai said in a faint voice. G. Bowen heard this name and only felt that it was somewhat familiar. And Pops on the other side of the phone fell into a deep silence. To remind you of one more thing, I just flew from Jinling to Hangzhou the day before yesterday. As soon as these words came out, without waiting for G. Bowen to speak, Pop's voice on the phone. Inside what? I didn't give you this call, and I'm not your father, ha. Hang up. Chapter 135 Original Song. Jiang Yuzuning moves her heart. At the anniversary celebration site, Subai sat back down next to Jiang Yuzue Lemon, drawing a sideways glance from her. What were you doing? What took you so long? She opened her mouth to ask. Didn't do anything, went to the bathroom. Subai casually responded, but his gaze seemed to contain deep meaning. Well, by the way, there's a guy who just said he wanted to talk to you, and he's waiting for you in the lounge right now. Do you need me to go with you? Jiang Yueliang understood the meaning of Subai's words and didn't say anything, only silently stood up and headed backstage. Subai didn't follow suit either, and pulled out his cell phone without haste. The street is full of hooligans and I'm the biggest cow. Transfer 800 yen. 10 years of life and death. 5 years of life and death, ? Why so many? Bull, $10 million is the reward. And $70 million is a separate award for you. You've done such a beautiful job this time. Kudos, kudos, kudos. Then there's no need to give so much. Is there? I can't bear it in my heart. Cow, ugh, you don't understand. I can't wait to give you more. If you're really over it, you can also take a couple of sexy little pics for me to look at. Evil grin, funny. Munch, sad face image paf, image paf. Picture palf. Cow, asterisk asterisk you really shoot. Ha, you this. Are born? No. Just summoned it with the divine beast summoner. You're the third one to see it. And you don't comment on it? Cow, I'd like to comment, but the editors won't let me, etc. And who were the two people we saw in front of us? Munch, myself, and my family's coke. Who's an Alaskan? Every time I change clothes he runs in to watch. Cow, Within what? Is there a shortage of dogs in your house? Had a half-hour canine chat with some hack lady. There are also a billion points of knowledge about the care of large white felines, and Subai can be very rewarding. When Jiang Yueli came back from the backstage, she still saw him looking into the screen of his cell phone. The corners of his mouth couldn't even be restrained from rising. Subai, what are you looking at? She asked with some suspicion. Ha, nothing, was watching the tiger. Subai replied somewhat sheepishly, while at the same time cursing his own lack of talent in his heart. Obviously, we have Mr. Liang, a real beast, at home. I can't believe I can't take my eyes off of a 16-year-old false goddess. Next time just look at each photo. How'd it go? Was it handled satisfactorily? Subai smoothly pulled away from the topic and said. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuzue Lemon's gaze toward Subai became even more complicated. She naturally knew how powerful the G group behind Ji Bowen was. In Jinling is almost the existence of the top of the sky, in addition to a few individual superpower. Simply do not have to look at anyone's face. She had also worried for a while that Subai was not an opponent, but now she kind of understood. From the time Subai knew the name Ji Bowen, to the time when Ji Bowen man knelt in front of Jiang Yuzue Lemon and begged her to persuade Subai to let go of the Ji clan, the period was just over an hour. What kind of power does it take? How terrifying should Subai's background be then? Jiang Yuelui didn't dare to imagine, nor did she dare to ask more questions. Thanks for taking care of a big problem for me. I'll buy you dinner later. As for the G group, I won't intervene. Just come and see what should be done. Subai nodded. This answer was also what he wanted to hear. Just then, the cell phone rang. It was Pei Qingqing accepting his transfer. Detected that the host spent $800 for dog licking object number 2. Jiang Yusu Lemon. Rewarded with $800. Detected that the host spent $800 for dog licking object number 9. Pei Qingqing. Rewarded with $800. Listening to the system voice coming from his head, Subai only felt an incomparable mood. Who in the family understands spending $80 million to act like a bully, both seeing a divine beast and getting a good feeling, and a ing backhanded $1. 6 billion cashback. There's no end to this money. There's no end to it at all. Just then, 2 young ladies in staff uniforms came out from backstage and, shyly, he ran to Subai. Brother Din Yo, it's going to be your show soon. Go backstage and fix your makeup and get ready. Seeing the scene, Jiang Yuelui Lemon suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart, but more than that, she was still surprised. So he twisted his head to look at Subai. And you're going to put on a show? Yes, Mr. Shu arranged for me to sing a song. Said. Subai mysteriously put his face to her ear again. It's my original new song. Written for you. It's true that it's a bit cheeky to carry a post-apocalyptic song, but it's really cool. Jiang Yuelui Lemon was surprised to hear Subai's words, and when she reacted again, Subai had already gone to the backstage with 2 staff members. Looking at his back, she only felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation in her heart. The on-stage program ended, followed by a 10-minute long dance-based program. When the group of dancers retired, the stage was plunged into darkness. After 10 seconds or so, a beam of light suddenly appeared. And when the crowd got a good look at the man in the center of the beam of light, waves of cheers and screams erupted from the scene, only to see Subai, dressed in pure white, carrying a guitar that was also white and imprinted with golden patterns. For the entire audience, fingertips plucked and a melodious, light-hearted melody played. Summer's almost over and it looks like I live next door to you. As soon as Subai opened his mouth, the song sounded as if it had some kind of magic power. It locks the audience firmly in place at once. Youthful melodies and lyrics, with just the right amount of magnetic noise. It instantly immersed everyone. Zhang Yulemon's eyes behind her sunglasses stared unblinkingly at the man on the stage. There seemed to be autumn waves flowing in her beautiful eyes. With Subai's words before he went on stage, she only felt that every lyric was stirring her heart. Something else is profound. There's no style in singing this song for you. It simply means, I want you to be happy, to thaw the glacier for you, to be a moth to the flame. The song came to a climax, and all the viewers in the audience as well as online all fell in love. The number of people online in the live broadcast room had already reached a terrifying 70 million. Zhang Yulemon listened to Subai's voice and savored the lyrics. Without realizing it, her eyes were already moist. Chapter 136. How about I ask you to do some business? It was soon late at night. The Grand Lin Entertainment anniversary celebration was over, and the audience and cast had retired. Outside the shopping street, at this time there are only a few vague stalls are still lit up. There are even few pedestrians on the streets. The time quickly came to a late night. The end of the Grand Lin Entertainment anniversary celebration. The audience and actors left in droves. Subai and Zhang Yuzuelemon were holding hands as they walked down the street. The atmosphere was inexplicably beautiful. I really can't see through you more and more. You just don't seem to have any flaws as a person. Zhang Yulelemon looked at the teenager beside herself and couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, she was still 2 years older than him. However, when the two people get along with each other they do not have half of the initiative to speak of, and always get flirted with by him with a few words. Handsome, golden, talented, funny, stable. It seems like all the complimentary words can be found in this guy that he is a perfect man made by God himself. That's not true. In fact, I still have my flaws, Subai said in a serious manner. Flaws? Like what? For example, I'm so horny, I can't go a day without seeing a beautiful woman. Subai spread out both hands. I'm a big wolf. I show my cards posture. Zhang Yuelui was amused by his words and couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. This can't really be considered a disadvantage. A big, handsome guy like you. A good bit of color should be considered a good use of it. Didn't you see how crazy those female fans were about you just now? Guess they had to be tricked into going to the hotel by you too. Zhang Yueli was halfway through her words when her waist was suddenly encircled by a pair of large hands. She didn't expect Subai to suddenly make such a big move, and when she reacted to it, the person had leaned into Subai's arms. Subai reached out to remove her mask. Zhang Yueli's body trembled lightly, but did not resist. The mask was removed and half of his face was exposed. Through her chin and lips, Subai could tell that this ninny was definitely a beauty embryo. It was no less than even Lin Xinla. It's just a shocking scar that's ruined this perfect face. It is very noticeable from the left corner of the mouth down to the chin. Subai's gaze seemed to have triggered a switch of some kind. 2 teardrops slowly slid down Zhang Yueli's cheeks. It's ugly, isn't it? Her voice was trembling slightly. Subai did not speak, but leaned over and gently dropped a kiss. Afterward, he helped her put her mask back on. This scar of yours? I have a way to get rid of it for you. The words reached her ears, and Zhang Yueli looked up at him with a somewhat surprised expression. Subai, what did you say? I have in my hands the formula for a special effective scar removal cream, which will be produced and put on sale soon. I'll send it to you first thing when the time comes. Speaking here, Subai was afraid that she wouldn't believe it, so he fed another tranquilizer. Don't worry, the efficacy of the scar removal cream is much better than ordinary medicines, and when it was first tested, it took only 8 hours to completely remove a scar formed by a large acid burn, and there is no pressure at all on this on your face. Although he was making up nonsense, Subai said it with great confidence, because he completely believed in the system. I just said 8 hours are modest. Arranged a car to send Zhang Yuzuelemon back to the hotel. Subai himself called Qinyao to pick up, also did not forget to urge her to bring her identity card, and then book a presidential suite. Tonight want to play some exciting. While he waited, he ordered some kebabs from a roadside stand, while sitting down and opening WeChat in the process. Enter the chat channel with Chen Siki. The two added friends and haven't sent a single word since. Thinking of this niece, Subai cannot help but recall the scene that happened that day in the Jinling Hotel. Chen Siki's perfect body curves, and that pair of rounded, Snow White. It is still clearly imprinted in Subai's mind and cannot be forgotten. Subai, Baozi, Are you asleep? Cecilia Chen, no. Why did you call me Bowsy? Sue, never mind. I'll call it what I like, dog head, dog head, dog head. Sue, I've got a big deal here related to Chinese medicine. Are you interested? The kind that's guaranteed to make you a lot of money. Chen, I suspect you're painting me a big picture. Sue, it's a scar removal cream that has miraculous effects. And I have the formula in my hands now. I looked at the ingredient list, and it's all Chinese herbs, which are not hard to get on the market, and they cost very little. I can guarantee a profit of 80 times or more. Chen, 80 times? Are you kidding? Sue, it's okay if you really don't believe me. I can find someone else. Chen, don't. I believe you. Chen, how do you want to cooperate? Sell the formula or take shares? Sue, neither. I provide you with the formula and you are responsible for production and sales. We'll split the money we make between the two of us 37%. Chen, that sounds okay, if the profits are really as high as you say they are. Splitting 30% of your profits is perfectly acceptable. Sue, no. You seem to have gotten it wrong. I mean, 7 for me and 3 for you. Chen, expression, black Nick Young question mark face. Chen, you just provide a recipe and nothing else. Like for 70% of the profits? Chen, I can't accept it unless you give me a reason that's convincing enough. Sue, first, even if you only get 30%, the profit is still 24 times that. It's a sure thing. Sue, secondly, if you don't promise to, I'll tell my big brother and your dad about the day you stripped naked and seduced me. Evil laugh, evil laugh, evil laugh. Chen, smile, smile, smile. Chen, June 4th is my bottom line. Sue, what do you think would happen if I walked around your house with a trumpet? After sending this sentence, Subai did not receive a reply from this niece for a long time. However, he was not the least bit flustered and calmly picked up a skewer of roasted lamb loin and took a bite. Feeling more and more like a villain. Chen, of the younger generation. You're the most businesslike, bald head I've ever seen. Chapter 137. Why are there so many scam calls today? Business has been negotiated. Chen Siki promised to let Subai see the first batch of products within 2 weeks. And the naming rights and selling rights of this scar removal cream are owned by Cecilia Chen's pharmaceutical group. I don't know how long it will take for the formal authorization to be granted, but Subai didn't need to wait until then. He believed in the formula, so the first batch could be sent to Jiang Yusu Lemon for use with confidence. Even if something goes wrong with the production, the ingredients are mild natural herbs. Anyway, there is absolutely no way that there could be any security issues. In the following days, Subai was busy with the establishment of Cool Cat Entertainment in Hangzhou. The address was chosen in the prime area of Hangzhou city center, with a total investment of more than $1.2 billion. The scale of building 200 buildings is comparable to Lin Entertainment's headquarters in Hangzhou. It's not just money that's gotten us this far. Subai's own connections and the help of the Yin family in Hangzhou also played a big role. It was estimated by Su White that it would cost at least $4.7 billion to build the entire Cool Cat Entertainment. But after 10 years, the return to him from Cool Cat will be astronomical in the hundreds of billions. July 7th. Su City North Villa Manor. Hiss. Old Su, you lighten up a bit. It's hurting me. Do you know that? Chu Chunmei flopped down on the bed and glared back at Su Daxiang without a good look. Does it hurt a lot? I thought you'd be comfortable. I'll be gentle then. That's more like it. A little more force. In the bedroom on the second floor of the Villa Manor, Chu Chunmei was lying on the bed with a face of enjoyment. Su Daxiang, on the other hand, sat cross-legged beside her and sold her waist and shoulders for a massage. Although Su Daxiang is a wife slave, but on weekdays will not take the initiative to do this thing. The main reason why I volunteered to press her back today is because, you say, when are we going to tell Subai about this? Chu Chunmei glanced sideways at Su Daxiang with a somewhat troubled expression. How to say? Just say so, before not also said hello to him. There's nothing hard to talk about, and you can't wait until you're pregnant to tell him you have an extra brother. Can you? Su Daxiang said. His eyes unconsciously swept over Chu Chunmei's flat belly. Yes, after most of a month's work by the old couple, it was kind of successful in creating a second child. Just yesterday, Chu Chunmei went to the hospital for a checkup, which confirmed that she was pregnant. It's in good shape, and the news is only known to the couple so far. Even Su Bai, his precious son, was still uninformed. Just at this time, Su Daxiang's cell phone rang. Take it out. It's an unfamiliar number. The precautionary-minded thief Lao Su hung up the phone without even thinking about it. Unexpectedly, within a few minutes, the number called again. Chu Chunmei turned her head to look at him and Su Daxiang frowned. This time he picked up the phone. Hello? Is this the parent of Su Bai's student? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, with an unusual temperament. I'm his father. What can I do for you? It's like this. I'm the head of Yenjing University's enrollment department. My name is Wang. We hope to be able to admit Subai to our school early, for which we can waive all tuition fees and guarantee graduate standing. Independent accommodation is also available. Before the words were spoken, the phone had already been hung up by Su Duxiang. Who? Chu Chunmei looked at his exasperated face and curiously opened her mouth to inquire. Fraudulent phone call. Says it's from Yenjing University. Wants to admit our son early. Poof. Isn't this ing nonsense? Chu Chunmei also let out a giggle when she heard Su Duxiang's words. Ha ha, the crooks nowadays are really more strange than one another. If our son really gets into Yenjing University, I'll even call him Mom. Su Bai's academic performance is how the two of them still have a number in their hearts. This semester's first model exam barely reached the undergraduate score line. From the first line are 4 or 5 10 points short of the line. As a result, someone is now calling to say he got into one of the top 985 colleges in the country. What the hell is this if not a scam? The two didn't take it seriously and were about to continue, but then they heard Chu Chunmei's phone also suddenly ring. Pulling it out, it was also a string of unfamiliar numbers. The two people looked at each other in disbelief. Chu Chunmei still picked up the phone. Hello there, are you the parent of Su Bai's student? It's the familiar recipe again. Almost without a word of change. But Chu Chunmei was still worried that it was really something about her son and didn't hang up. That's right, I am. Can I help you? Here's the deal. I'm the head of the admissions department at Huaqing University. My name is Li. We hope to be able to admit Su Bai students early. 0K? Sure, it's a scam call now. Hang up decisively. These scammers are abominable. To actually use something like admission after the entrance exams to commit fraud. What a lack of conscience. Don't you know how it feels to empathize with the parents of a high school student? Chu Chunmei said angrily, and Su Duxiang hurriedly went to comfort. Okay, we don't need to get angry with this kind of person. You still have some goods in your stomach. Don't get angry. Meanwhile, the admissions department of Huaqing University. Li, how's the talk going? This is the top science student in the country. The score is higher than any previous year's top student. There must be a way to give a dig. To the words of the middle-aged man next to him, the young man known as Little Li could only spread his hands helplessly. There's no way. Chief, I haven't even had a chance to say what we're prepared to offer people here that it's from Huaqing University. And they just hang up. The director slapped his forehead heavily at his words. It's bad. It must be those foster ones from Yenjing University who got the jump on us. How shameless. No martial virtue. With that, he pulled out his cell phone again and handed it to Li. Take my phone this time. Come up here and just tell them to make a deal. We'll agree to anything. Thus, Chu Chunmei's phone rang once again. She frowned and directly hung up. It's really strange. Why are there so many scam calls today? Chapter 138 Interviews with the Top Dogs? I'm busy starting my own company. What? This time the national top student is really in our city's first high school? What's his name? How many points? At this moment, the principal of the city's first high school was sitting in front of the phone, his face full of incredulity. Although their city one middle school was not a bad school in Sioux City, it was definitely not that good, and could barely rank third. A full 15 years from the founding of the school, the city's first high school has never produced a top student, not to mention the national top student. Even a provincial top student has never appeared. And today, instead, he was told that this year's national top student was at their school. How could he, the old principal, not be excited? Yeah, well done. This is awesome. Prepare the banner. And be sure to call your reporter friends over at the TV station. 2. This student named Subai must be given a hard commendation. Let's see how those old things can still pretend in front of me this time. The old principal put down the phone and jumped up and down with glee, looking at the crowd in disbelief. Director Gu, go see what class this kid is in, and if he has a home phone number, make sure you have the first notice in place, in case you turn around and have a college or a university call someone in advance, and then make a mess as a scam cannot be good. Director Gu listened to the principal's words, but his expression was a bit difficult. Schoolmaster Li, this kid is from class 9, but his homeroom teacher quit and went home after the college entrance exams. I can't get anyone's contact info here for a while. Subai, this student, Director Gu, naturally had an impression. I was reported for cheating in a simulation not long before the entrance exams. It turned out that when he pulled the surveillance, he realized that he had drawn a picture of his English teacher in pencil in the essay section of his English answer card. Only after this class of students took the entrance exam, Mr. Liang resigned while the school wanted to give notice to the students, but also through the medium of the classroom teacher. Waste. What do you do as a director? Does it mean you can't make a phone call if you resign? So Director Gu had to dig out Liang Yu's phone number from the old files and call it. Liang Yu, who learned this news, immediately called Subai again to tell him the happy news. However, Subai's reaction was quite calm. It seemed as if he had already decided that he would be the top student in the country, and said that he would have dinner to celebrate when he returned. Liang Yu then called Subai's parents to inform them of the news, but found that their cell phones were all turned off. So she had to go to the door herself and drive her Ferrari to the villa estate north of the city. Knock knock. Liang Yu knocked on the front door and it took several minutes for the door to open. There was no way. Old Su and Old Chu came down from the second floor and really had to walk for a while. When they opened the door and saw that the visitor was Liang Yu, both husband and wife looked happy. Why are you here? Xiao Liang? Didn't say in advance that you were going to have lunch at home? Chu Chunmei said. Very warmly welcomed her into the door. Simply more intimate than her own daughter. Liang Yu smiled a little awkwardly. She would have liked to say it in advance. But if they could get through on their cell phones, they wouldn't even have to make this trip all by themselves. No auntie, I've already eaten. That, why are all your cell phones off? Hearing this girl ask this, Su Daqiang and Chu Chunmei looked at each other. Oh, you don't know. It's been a long morning. Your uncle and I have gotten a dozen scam calls. One saying they're from this school, the other from that school, and saying they're going to admit Subai early. The worst of them are 985. Funny you say? Ha ha. Chu Chunmei pulled Liang Yu to sit down on the living room sofa while talking about what happened this morning. It's like telling a joke. Yeah girl, even Yinjing University and Huaqing University called. Wouldn't you say that's just fooling around? Ha ha. Su Daqiang also laughed out loud. Liang Yu's face was filled with black lines at the couple's behavior. Auntie and uncle, we are saying, is there a possibility that what about the calls from those universities that weren't actually scams, but really wanted to admit Subai? Hearing Liang Yu's words, the couple looked at each other. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Liang, you can't be kidding. We still know how much our boy weighs. And to say that he got into Huaqing University. I still prefer to believe that Daxia's national soccer team kicked into the World Cup's top 8. Liang Yu. Seeing that they still refused to believe, Liang Yu had to take out her cell phone and, playing them the pre-recorded call, explaining what happened as he did so, in a rather excited tone of voice. It's like she got herself into the national exam. It was Su Daqiang and Chu Chunmei's turn to be dumbfounded in place. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Su Daqiang came back to his senses and walked over to open the door. It didn't matter that he opened the door. The sight outside gave him a shock. Only the courtyard outside the villa estate was filled with people, some of whom were holding congratulatory gifts, bouquets of, even of banners, and there was a long banner of. The words written on it were congratulations to Subai for winning the national top prize, and there were many reporters following the crowd. Chu Chunmei and Su Daqiang only felt as if they were dreaming at this time. For a while, I can't even speak a little. Meanwhile, in an office building in Hangzhou, Subai was planning the construction plan of Cool Cat Entertainment and the business layout with the crowd. The address has been chosen. We're just waiting for construction to begin. And the next thing we need to focus on is the people, technology, resources and other issues. Subai has the memory of the later life. Many things do not need to use their brains at all, as long as they are copied. Then just realize it through superpowers. Many of those present were power talents he had poached from other big groups. It was also an important pillar in the initial construction of Cool Cat Entertainment. As the crowd listened to Subai's speech, their faces all showed surprise. His hands were also swishing notes, his eyes full of appreciation and admiration. Suddenly, Subai's cell phone rang. It was his mom who called. He had to pick it up. Hello? What did you say? Scholar interview? I'm busy creating a company. Okay, hang up. Subai. What happened? Xin Yao on the side was concerned. Oh, it's okay. It's just a national exam. Let's continue. Chapter 139. Then let's see your sincerity. After arranging all the things on the Hangzhou side, with Xin Yao watching from this side and the cooperation of the Yin family, Subai was still very relieved. He bid farewell to Qin Ro at dawn and went to Hangzhou International Airport, and returned to Suzhou City at 8 in the morning. Walking out of the airport, he saw the big red Mercedes-Benz G parked outside the airport. Waiting for him, Liang Yu, wearing a visor, was sitting in the driver's seat, smiling at him. Subai got into the passenger seat and attached himself to drop a kiss on her lips. Not having met for more than 10 days, Liang Yu didn't mean to blame. And despite knowing in her heart that he would find other women out there, she didn't open her mouth to ask about it, didn't get jealous on her lips. Obviously she's only a 23-year-old girl, too, but can have a maturity and understanding that doesn't belong at that age. Subai inevitably felt a little guilty that he hadn't been able to specialize, but he has to at least be good enough for everyone. All done out there? Liang Yu opened her mouth to inquire, while handing over the raw pancake buns and soy milk prepared for Subai. Yeah, Construction is underway on Fantasia over there in Jinling and Cool Cat Entertainment in Hangzhou. I'll be staying in Sioux City with you for the next while. Hearing Su Bai's words, Liang Yu did not reply, but her face smiled sweetly. The Mercedes-Benz Big G left the Sioux City International Airport and drove towards the villa estate in the north of the city. After Chu Chunmei and Su Daxiang were sure that Su Bai had really passed the national examination. I'd been rejoicing all day, and last night I was so excited that I didn't close my eyes for the rest of the night. How do you know my son is the top student? Now it was even cooking a table of good food waiting for Su Bai to go back to celebrate. By the way, you've decided to go to Jinling University, right? Then what are you going to say about Huaqing University and Yinjing University? Liang Yu suddenly remembered this and opened her mouth to ask. Su Bai has already opened his company by Jinling University. It's already obvious which college you're going to end up going to. While Huaqing and Yinjing are the top 2 universities in the country, Jinling can at best be ranked in the top 5. What? If I don't go, can they kidnap me? Su Bai said without a care in the world. Liang Yu was at a bit of a loss as to what to say. Su Bai this is not wanting to give face to those 2 schools at all. Then he saw Su Bai rummage out 3 cell phones from his bag, then call out a number respectively. Put it on speakerphone and lined it up on your lap. Hello there, this is the admissions office of Huaqing, Yinjing/Jinling University. Please. All 3 were a little confused for a moment as they heard the other 2 on the phone. Then they heard an older boy's voice ringing over the phone again. Good morning to all 3 of you. I'm Su White, and all 3 of you called me at home yesterday. Hopefully, I can be admitted early. And it just so happens that all 3 colleges are also ones I'm interested in wanting to go to. So how about we all sit down and talk today? Su Bai opened his mouth, and Liang Yu, who was sitting on the sidelines, saw such an operation for the first time, almost dropped his jaw in shock, and the reaction of the 3 on the phone wasn't much better, either. It was silent for several seconds before he spoke again. Mr. Su Bai, please believe us. Yinjing University is absolutely sincere in wanting you to join us. Come to our Huaqing University. You can have the best learning resources while environment. Although we at JLU don't have the most top-notch teaching resources, but our hardware facilities are the best in the country, and the school is willing to give you special care. So please believe in our sincerity. Jinling University knows it can't compete with Huaqing or Yinjing University, either. But since Su Bai made the call, it meant there was still a chance, so he wanted to fight for it as well. Alas, it seems that all 3 of you are very sincere, and I am all too eager to go to the. It's so difficult to see your sincerity. After all, choosing a college is not a trivial matter. I hope I can choose the one I like the most. Learning resources are not the only determining factor. Su Bai made up his hand in a serious manner. It's really about taking more advantage of the situation. In fact, even if JLU doesn't give a damn about anything, Su White will still be there too. The corner of Liang Yu's mouth, who was sitting on the sidelines watching, couldn't help but twitch. No wonder this guy can fool so many girls. We at HCCU can offer a minimum of $100,000 in bonuses, provide independent housing, and you get guaranteed admission to graduate school. We at Yinjing University can offer a prize of at least 150,000 yuan, with food and lodging free of charge. You can also be individually assigned professors to tutor you for college and graduate school all the way to the green light. Wait, we at Huaqing can raise the money too. The bonus is not a problem. Ahem. Wait a minute you two. I have a little question for. Looking at the 2 people about to argue, Su Bai opened his mouth and interrupted them. May I ask how many girls there are at your school? When this question came out, those 2 men stopped talking. Both of their universities are among the top in the country, and they specialize in science majors in particular. A class can't even muster a handful of girls, and every morning at 8 a.m., it's a bunch of pimply-faced, white-suited, black-pantied teachers with lenses so thick they're bulletproof. Just at this time, the side of Jinling University opened their mouths. Only this time the person speaking was no longer the guy who had just been there, but had been replaced by a big sister with a sweet voice. We at JLU can offer at least $200,000 in prizes. You can be assigned a separate set of single-family villa for professors as a place to stay, with free food and lodging, green light all the way to start school and graduate school. And we have an equal number of male and female students at our school, and the total number of women in liberal arts majors is twice as high as the number of men. Westside Arts Campus is a highly talented student majoring in sound and dance, and the general youthfulness of teacher resources. Most of the female teachers, well, there are 2 female teachers in the photography department in the West Campus who both come from modeling backgrounds. I don't know if you're interested. Su Bai? Huaqing University? No. Not. Yinjing University? Can you even ing play like this? Thousands of calculations, Just did not count on this high school student actually as an old pervert. Oh, that's great. Your school and I are so in love. So both of you. I'm sorry, but I think Jinling would suit me a little better. After saying that, without waiting for them to answer, Subai directly hung up the phone. Chapter 140 Liang Yu pregnant? Island vacation plan. What? Rara ranked second in the city this time? Who's that kid who took the first exam? When Lin Dongnan heard that his daughter had tested second in the city, his first reaction was surprise. He is usually busy at work and doesn't pay much attention to his daughter's studies. He only knows that her grades are pretty good. I didn't know that she would actually be good enough to do this, and I felt a surge of pride in my heart. But on second thought, there's another one lined up in front of my daughter. I'm not going to be able to brag about it with someone when the time comes. Alright, aren't you satisfied with that? Lara, she's doing well enough. Willow Hope soothed from the sidelines. The first-rate interview was yesterday. The identity of the top scorer will not be announced until this evening when the scores are officially released. And right now only a small number of people know their scores and rankings. These people either did very well on their exams or are overly connected. Like Lin Sheila is a bit of both. Mom and Dad were talking, but she froze in place as if something was on her mind. She had a bad premonition in her heart, and could not help but remember the bet between Subai and herself. Just at this time, Lin Dongnan's cell phone rang. Caller ID is second brother. Hey second brother, looking for big brother? Yes big brother, are you free tonight? I've set up a celebratory feast. If you want to be free you can bring your sister-in-law and Lara along then. Subai's voice came over the phone. A celebration feast? A celebration of what? Lin Dongnan said with some doubt. Ha, you still don't know? I thought you were well informed. Big brother. It's not a big deal. It's just that I got a national honor roll. Tonight I'll invite all my teachers and classmates and family and friends, and I hope that big brother will be there too. Lin Dongnan couldn't hear what Subai said afterward, because the phone was on speakerphone. For the sake of it, both Lu Yuan and Lin Zanara also heard the call. Lin Xinla was fine, while Lin Dongnan and Lu Yuan were looking at each other with expressions of incomparable surprise. They never knew that Subai's academic performance was so good. He's only 18 years old, and he's a self-made company worth billions. Speculation is also a good hand, and now even the national first prize is ING hand. This is outrageously over the top. Dare I ask which window God closed on him? Hemorrhoids? That night, it was still the Royal Roland Hotel in Sioux City. Subai organized a big celebration banquet. He was inviting all his teachers and classmates, family and friends who were there, except that some students didn't show up, and odds are that they didn't do well after the high school entrance exam results came out. The mood is understandably low. The college entrance exam is a chance to change one's destiny, and most people only have it once in their lives. Once you miss this opportunity and take a wrong step, it could affect you for the rest of your life. After all, not everyone is like Subai. This time Subai's score was 745, just 5 points short of a perfect score. It's the highest science score ever. Lin Xinla's 704 points placed her second in the city by a huge 41-point margin. This is the first time this has happened in the history of Sioux City. Under the media campaign, someone soon recognized Subai, the top student, as the internet god brother Ding Yo, who had shown his face only a short while ago. Add to that the release of 4 new songs in a row from Big Bull during this time. All of a sudden, Subai's personal traffic was pushed to the top, and the number of fans of Lin Entertainment had exceeded 35 million. Located at the top of the Lin Entertainment fan count ranking list, fans have given him many titles that, something like National Son, National Brother, National Boyfriend, National Cow. From the time of rebirth, just a month ago, Subai has gone from being an ordinary dog-licking high school student to a tycoon worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Parents moved into a cottage estate, got Bear Music, Blue Whale Security, under their own steam. For companies, Vantage Clothing and Cool Cat Entertainment are also minority shareholders in the Southeast Chamber of Commerce. Now that he's a national top student, he's the pride of everyone around him. There have been several confidants. Subai was really quite satisfied. The celebratory feast didn't end until 10 o'clock in the evening. Liang Yu drove. Together with Subai, they returned to the large villa in the waterfront garden. When he returned home, the first thing Subai did was not to take a shower, but to tie on his apron and enter the kitchen. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Subai looked at Liang Yu and said. Liang Yu, however, looked at her blankly, somewhat at a loss for words. You haven't eaten much food today. You've been chatting with me and the other students. I'm sure you're still hungry, right? I'll give you something to eat down there, okay? Liang Yu, who was originally still moved in her heart, immediately broke after hearing Subai's last sentence, combined with his badass expression. She knew she wasn't blaming him wrongly when she instantly twisted him around the waist in no uncertain terms. You might as well go down there and feed me first, down there later. Hearing her answer, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Leaning down, he kissed her on her soft lips, then hightailed it into the kitchen. 10 minutes later, he brought out a bowl of tomato, egg, and shrimp noodles, and the moment he put it on the table, the aroma went straight to Liang Yu's nose. The white noodles, the red tomatoes, the golden eggs. There were also scallions for garnish, and the shrimp were even bigger and fuller. Such a colorful and flavorful bowl of soup noodles makes you appetite just by looking at it. Liang Yu picked up a shrimp and stuffed it into her mouth. Subai just wanted to ask her if it was good. I saw her suddenly cover her mouth and quickly run over to the trash can. You threw up. This scene saw Subai freeze in place. Not, is it really that bad? Subai took a taste himself. The flavor was obviously quite good, so he turned his inquiring gaze towards Liang Yu again, only to see that she was looking at him with a complicated expression. I haven't had my period this month. Went to the drugstore in front of the neighborhood and bought a pregnancy test. 10 minutes later, looking at the striking 2 bars on it, Subai still had an unreal feeling. He and Liang Yu have only known each other for a month. A little life of their own has been created. Subai also realized that he had spent too little time with her this time. Ugh, if only I could get all my women to live together so no one would be left out in the cold. Suddenly, I remembered the island that the system had rewarded me with, and it was time to put an island vacation on the agenda. Chapter 141. You're right. It is quite embarrassing. It's almost a month since I was reborn. Subai had been busy spending money all over the place for his goddess. Either he was busy investing or running a company. He hadn't even had a good rest. Now, the 2 good news of getting the national first prize in the college entrance examination and Liang Yu's pregnancy came at the same time. It's something that should be celebrated. Pull out your cell phone and open the chat group. Subai, we leave for an island vacation the day after tomorrow. Does anyone want to join us? We'll all take a ride. Traveling out after high school is very common for seniors too, especially in a high school with a high pressure of advancement like the city's first high school where Subai lives. There is little opportunity to go out and play during the weekdays from year to year, and the winter and summer vacations are non-stop remedial classes. Now finally relieved. Suppressed in the heart for a long time, the emotions should also be released. Get together with 3 or 5 friends and go out for a trip to round off your high school experience. Before Subai, there had been 5 or 6 groups of people who had organized trips to various parts of the country. So, Subai's cold question didn't seem abrupt. The group Subai sent the message to was the class group of the 9th class of senior high school, and after that, he sent another dynamic with the same message, which all his friends could see. Less than a minute after the message went out, Subai received a flurry of replies. By Yuntao, Subai, how can you go out without me? Count me in. Little Fish is going too. Xiaorue, class president, count me in too. Was worried about not knowing where to go on vacation. Kai Koen, what's so fun about the beach? It's crowded in the summer. And isn't it a sin to find out that the oceans are so polluted now? Subai, at Kai Koen is not a tourist attraction in the country. It's an undeveloped island. Not crowded. Not polluted. Subai calmly replied with a message. How could he not see that this guy was just deliberately squeezing himself? Anyone in the class group with a bit of eyesight could see it too. Ever since the last mock exam where Quin Sai deliberately picked a fight and said he was cheating on the exam, the bean between the two is even knotted. That time, Kai Koen not only a little benefit did not get, but also unlucky to be found cheating. He lost a penalty on his own. Now the high school exams are over, but the penalty is still inside his file and will stay with him through college. To say that he didn't harbor a grudge against Subai himself wouldn't believe it. The group was surprisingly quiet for some time after Subai's message was sent. Quin Kai, oh, so that's how it is. That seems kinda interesting. Count me in. It's been a while since I've been to the beach. Looking at this message, Su raised an eyebrow. Rather, it was a bit out of his expectation. Seemingly thinking of something, he exited the chat group again and opened his dynamic interface, only to see that in the comments section below the dynamic, Xia Yanshi was the first to like and reply with a sentence. Subai, can you take me one? And my best friend, Li Xiaolin, wants 2 spots. Subai replied backhandedly with a no problem, while his heart was also enlightened. No wonder this kid, Kai Koen, went soft. It's because Xia Yanshi said she wanted to go too. It looked like he was still not dead to this ninny. Then he saw 2 more red dots pop up in the interface of his private message. Lin Xinla, Subai, are you planning to go on a trip? I'm going to go with you. You can borrow my dad's private jet. 2. For little Lara's request, Subai naturally had no problem with it, but at the same time, he also kept an extra eye out when the time came that many women were on the same island, and Lin Xinla didn't know about her relationship with Liang Yu and Xia Yanshi. The secrecy would have to be good. Otherwise an island vacation becomes a fixer-upper. After replying to Lin Xinla, Subai looked at another private message, which surprised him a bit. Gwen, going on an island vacation? Need to bring a cook? Although there was only one side, Snake Master Go Wei gave Subai an extremely deep impression. The woman who was obviously 47 years old, but still plain and dignified, with a rating of 90. Obviously her ancestors were cooks, and yet, he has such a deep Yakuza background, and is decisive and never merciful. Although people are 2 years older than their own mom, Subai had to admit that. Still very interested in him myself. After all, who wouldn't like a mature and sensual big sister? Himself is getting really sick. Subai, a need is a need. But aren't you busy managing the restaurant, Master Snake? Gerwig, I don't have to manage the restaurant either. I'm just a shill. I've been bored out of my mind all day lately, and I just happen to want to go out and have some fun. Go away, what's wrong? You don't think I'm too old for you? Don't want to take me with you youngsters, do you? Sobhi, no, you're not old at all. If I didn't know, I'd think you were my sister. Actually, I'd love to have a sister around, can cook, and take care of people, shy. Gwyneth, haha, or you're sweet-mouthed. Subai, then it's a deal. I'll pick you up at 7 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow. Gerwig, okay, we'll see you there. Putting the phone down, he breathed a small sigh of relief. During this period of time, she had purposely sent people to inquire about news about Subai. She was more or less aware of the series of things that happened in Jinling as well as in Hangzhou, and thus knew more and more about Subai's terror. You don't have to think about it to know that such a person's background can't be simple. It was highly likely that it was the late generation of some hidden gentry, the kind whose strength was unfathomable. It's certainly best to have a good relationship with someone like that. So far, Su White has 10 people on her island vacation list. They were himself, Liang Yu, Bai Yuntao, Wang Xiaoyu, Kai Cohen, Xia Rui, Xia Yanshi, Li Xiaolin, Lin Xinla, and Gu Wei. The bathroom door gently opened and Liang Yu, wearing a loose robe, walked out. How's it going? Are there many people going? As Liang Yu spoke, she gently sat down beside Subai and leaned her head on his thick shoulder. In a flash, a burst of aroma rushed straight to Subai's nostrils, feeling the softness of Liang Yu's body. Subai couldn't avoid another burst of heat in his body, but he knew he couldn't right now. Liang Yu had only just gotten pregnant and wasn't very stable. If something did happen, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Wide arms wrapped around Liang Yu's shoulders, Subai attached himself and dropped a kiss on her lips. Don't worry, it's arranged, Subai softly spoke. There are 10 men in all, and the departure is at 7 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Take my big brother's plane to the pier and there will be a cruise ship waiting for us there. Gently nodding her head, as if she thought of something else, Liang Yu looked at Subai again. Do you want to tell your parents about my pregnancy? Hearing her talk about this, Subai suddenly revealed a strange expression. That thing, he hasn't had a chance to tell this ninny yet. Still, better not say anything yet, I'll surprise them later. Well, surprise. Listening to Su's reply, Liang Yu showed a look of surprise, blinking her big eyes. Seems like his head is still spinning. Isn't surprise still like that? When it's winter vacation, go straight back with their kids in their arms. Tell them this is your own grandson. How scary is this? Ahem. I don't really want to. Mostly. Within what? Yesterday my dad told me that my mom was pregnant too and was planning on giving me a brother or sister out of it. And then the whole thing would be weirdly awkward. Liang Yu, who heard this news, directly froze in place. Himself and Subai his mother pregnant at the same time. Finger maybe later. Subai his brother and his son go to the same school. You're right. It does seem pretty awkward. Chapter 142 Beware, I'll turn my second brother into my second sister. The bright red Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly stopped at the entrance of a villa. Only the mature woman in a cool dress with a small jacket, a sun hat and large sunglasses walked out of the villa. Good morning Sister Gu. Why don't you take the back seat of the car? Subai slowly lowered the car window and poked his head out to call out. Master Snake nodded his head in agreement and pulled open the backseat door, only to be coldly surprised to see a woman already sitting in the back seat. Liang Yu's expression at this moment was quite a bit awkward, and she only nodded politely, not saying anything. Master Snake also immediately reacted to what this one was, returning an equally awkward and polite smile before getting into his car seat. The 3 people in the car all tacitly did not speak. Mercedes-Benz Street slowly drove out of the villa area. Driving along towards the south of the city, it wasn't long before they came to another neighborhood. Liang Yu and Gu Wei looked at each other. Subai, over here. From a long distance away, Lin Xinla waved at Subai's side. Lin Dongnan and Lu Yuan stood right behind Lin Xinla. The Porsche Cayenne was parked on the side. It looked like these two also had their plans. Second brother. I'm counting on you to take care of Lara for the next 2 days. His mom and I are also free to go out and run some errands. As Lin Dongnan spoke, he squeezed his eyes at Subai, who understood in seconds. Make an okay gesture. It looked like Big Brother was preparing to get himself another little nephew or niece out. The glass of the big Mercedes G was difficult to see inside from the outside, and Subai got out of the car, going to hand Lin Dongnan a cigarette. The two brothers chatted for a while. When he was about to leave, Lin Dongnan suddenly pulled him back. You and Lara, all fun and games, but don't really get her pregnant, or watch out for me to turn my second brother into my second sister. A gentle smile was still on Lin Dongnan's face when he told this whispered statement. While patting his shoulder, Subai felt goosebumps on his back. Don't worry, Big Brother. You still don't trust your own second brother? I have the most sense of propriety. Subai was a bit vain and embarrassed, so he had to answer stiffly. After that, they took little Lara into the car, and the Mercedes Big G turned around and left the villa area. Lin Dongnan didn't pay attention to look and didn't notice anything unusual. Lu Yuan, however, seemed to have noticed something and, looking at the taillights of the Mercedes for a long time before turning his head. What's wrong? Lin Dongnan looked at her. It's okay. Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile, then took Lin Dongbei's arm and the two of them got into the car. Ha! Subai, why is Mr. Liang here? Who is this one on the side? Lin Xinla got into the car and just wanted to make out with Subai. As soon as he turned his head, he was startled to see two other people in the back seat. Oh, Mr. Liang is going to go on vacation with us on the island this time. It just happens to be on the way. I took her with me, and this one on the side. She's my aunt. She didn't want me to be alone on the island. Specially followed to take care of me. Just follow suit and call yourself auntie. Subai spoke blindly without any need to draft at all. The exit is a natural demeanor. The face is not red. The heart doesn't skip a beat, so you can't see the half of it. The simple Lin Xinla naturally believed it. So that's how it is. Lin Xinla then scratched her head a bit sheepishly. The scene where he had just tried to kiss Subai was seen by both of them. Hello, Mr. Liang. Hello, auntie. He. Auntie, you look so young. At this moment, Liang Yu and Gu Wei were both quite speechless in their hearts, especially Liang Yu. She didn't know beforehand that Subai and Lin Xinla still had this relationship going on. It looks like, at the moment, both herself and the one beside her know that Subai has other women, and Lin Xinla must have thought that Subai only had her as a girlfriend. What else can we do? Just play along. The two women greeted Lin actually very enthusiastically. At the same time, the heart also secretly sighs Subai this guy's absurdity. The difference between the youngest and the oldest is 30 years old. It is really young and old. Along the way, Lin Xinla chatted with Liang Yu from time to time, and the atmosphere was awkward with some harmony. It was not long before we arrived at the airport. By Yuntao, Wang Xiaoyu and Xia Rui's crowd had already arrived. When Liang Yu and Lin Xinla saw Xia Yanshi, both of them flashed exactly the same in their eyes, while at the same time quietly glancing at Subai, but they didn't say anything. Xia Yanshi is wearing a light and plain dress today, with a big straw hat on her head, dragging a suitcase behind her back. She was beautiful and moving, and her body's temperament was quite good. Just Subai parked the car for this moment. Already, he had noticed Qin Kai not far away stealing several glances. Xia Yanshi saw Lin Xinla, who stepped down from the passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz Big G, also at once collected himself. Although he had not seen Subai for a long time, his heart missed very much, but she wouldn't do anything to turn Subai off. Everyone's here, right? Oh yeah, let me introduce you. This is my aunt. This is with us. She's a great cook, and everyone just call her aunt like I do. It was the same routine again, and Gerwig was slightly embarrassed, but didn't show it. Very enthusiastically greeted Subai's first grade classmates. Subai, yesterday you said you didn't need to let us book the tickets. Is it hard to believe that you bought 8 of them by yourself? Xia Rui was the first to walk up to Subai. He's not one to take advantage of small gains. And besides, a plane ticket isn't cheap. It costs thousands of dollars. If Subai bought them tickets, he would definitely have to pay. Kai Koen also seemed to see something at this time, and spoke leisurely. Yeah, Su White, it's still not necessary for you to bag the airfare all by yourself. I would suggest that we each buy our own. After all, I'm a bit airsick, and I'd be uncomfortable sitting in economy class. These words were really meant to make Subai lose face in front of Xia Yanshi. Kai Koen didn't know how much money Subai had, but for sure he couldn't buy 8 first-class tickets for everyone. Subai looked at him without moving. Behind them, Go Wei and Liang Yu looked at Kai Koen with somewhat strange gazes. Don't worry, Mr. Kai Koen. We're not taking an airliner this time. My big brother lent me his private jet. The 8 of us fit perfectly. You can lie down if you want. When these words came out, the scene was silent. In the crowd's mind, something like a private jet is only seen in novels and movies. They hadn't imagined that they would one day be able to ride in one of these things. And since Kai Koen was choking on that, his mouth pumped halfway through the sentence, but not a word came out. Originally, he had thought that if Subai had booked economy class, he himself would buy 2 separate first-class tickets and go in first class with Xia Yanshi. And in the meantime, he would silently mock a wave of Subai. His family is well off and 2 first-class tickets are completely affordable. Now it's good. People directly moved out the private jet. How can he still pretend to be a bully? Alright, why are we all still standing? My big brother has already made the arrangements. We can take off when the people arrive. So let's board the plane and go, Subai said, holding Lin Xinla's arm with one hand and patting Bai Yuntao's ass with the other, gesturing for him to follow. Then he pulled on his suitcase and walked up a special sidewalkway. The few remaining people looked at each other and also followed in a hurry, but most people's minds were still blank at the moment. Xia Yanshi was aware of Subai's strength and didn't feel too surprised by the private jet thing. She very knowingly kept a distance from Subai and Lin Xinla, only to turn her head and realize that teacher Liang and Subai's aunt were doing the same thing as herself. A certain possibility suddenly came to her mind, and Xia Yanshi cast an inquiring glance at Mr. Liang. Liang Yu and Gu Wei eyes are a little evasive. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward again. Chapter 143 Full-Level Wizard. Bell. Jerry Hangar. After a 5-hour flight, the airplane landed smoothly at the Yangcheng International Airport. 10 people walked out of the airport with a big bag on his back and a suitcase in tow. Even though the Yangcheng airport was very crowded, Subai still saw the person who came to pick them up at a glance. Can't help it. It's too obvious. Man, this guide that Lin Dongnan had arranged for him was a black Filipino man, tall and thin, wearing fancy pants and big sunglasses, holding a sign high in his hand. On it was none other than a picture of Subai. With this formation, it's hard not to be conspicuous. When several people saw this scene, they also cried and laughed a little. By the time they got to the guide, Subai first shook his hand. Hello, gnawing squid tearing up the carving and inserting you to death? Subai looked at the dude in front of him with a pure black face and asked with some apprehension. After all, Big Brother was the one who helped find them, so it's no surprise what kind of oddballs they found. You can see this from the previous teenage hacker who liked to show off the beast, only to see the dude scratching his head with a difficult look after hearing Subai's words. Subai thought he didn't understand the Dashia language, but it didn't matter. After all, his party were all serious high school students, and it was not a problem to do the most basic communication in English. Not to mention that there was an English teacher. Frozen Teu Re no meat. That what play flute. Shelved abroad for too long. The mother tongue has been forgotten. Brother or chatter Mandarin with me, or it won't sound good. Only to see that little black man open his mouth in fluent northeastern dialect. To Subai and a few people in the back were dry and stupid. This mouthful of northeastern words. More northeastern than northeastern. Boss Lin asked me to pick you up. Let's go if everyone's here. The boat is already at the dock. Trying to get to the island tonight. No problem. Let's get going. By the way, what's dude's name? Subai asked in passing as a group of people followed his footsteps. My name is Bell. Jerry Hangar. Chinese name is Wang Taiju. Okay, hangers on. Hard work this time. My name is Bell. Okay, Bell Hangar. Better call me Wang Taiju. Taiju guided the crowd towards the parking lot outside the Yangcheng International Airport. There parked his pre-arranged bus to take the crowd to the pier. At the beginning of the airport, Bai Yuntao did not hold back, and came to speak in the ear of Minato. Subai, your big brother he hired the right guide reliable? How does it sound for a Filipino who lives in the northeast all the time to take us on a vacation to an island in the western Pacific? Bai Yuntao expressed his uneasiness. The few people beside him, Wang Xiaoyu and Xia Rui, nodded in unison in agreement. Don't worry, there can't be a problem. My big brother is reliable. The person you find may be a bit strange, but it's absolutely impossible to make a mistake in a professional matter. And I trust my big brother on that. Subai was very confident on the surface, but in fact, his heart was a bit drummed. Arriving at the parking lot, the crowd only saw a bus slowly pull out. The lead tiefling also looked away, raising a hand and scratching his head. This bus looks like the one we have. I should be wrong. The buses all look the same on this side of the Goat City. Okay, let's get in the car quickly. With that, he proceeded to step up his pace to lead the way ahead. Subai and Lin Xinla by his side glanced at each other, both seeing a touch of overwhelm in the other's eyes. Wang Taiju led 10 people around the parking lot and ended up back at the same place. He scratched his head and, muttering something under his breath, he changed directions and led the crowd around again, only to return to the same spot 10 minutes later. When he planned to look in another direction, Subai pulled him back. Hang on. You're not going to have trouble finding a car, are you? No way. What's that supposed to mean? A good bus parked here can still be lost? I may have misremembered the location. Let's look again and surely we'll find it. He said that he was about to step away, but was pulled back by Subai. No, let's calm down. I'm just saying there's no chance that. What about the one that was just driven away? That was our bus. Subai's words exited, drawing Wang Taiju to look at the little cutie. Like, look, dude, are you confused? We're not even in the car. What? The inner bus will still drive off on its own? Hearing him speak like this, Subai knew that things were going to end and raised his hand to slap his forehead. Is there a possibility that? We are saying, is there a possibility that? What about the fact that our bus was stolen? Did you take the keys out when you left the bus? Hearing this, Wang Taiju directly froze in place. His eyes looked at the ground as a few seconds, and then came to his senses. Whoa, Lu, a burning tank. You have a point. Ah. Seeing him in this state, everyone slapped their foreheads helplessly. What then? How about calling the police? Lin Xinla, who was on the side, spoke up. It's okay, the damn car belongs to the company anyway. I'll just get another job, Wang Taiju said with a casual face, as if he didn't take the bus being stolen seriously at all. Subai. Crowd. Well, have you thought about how we're going to get to the docks without the bus? Xia Rui finally couldn't help but speak up as well. From the time he got off the airplane until now, watching the series of maneuvers of this black guide, he had the feeling of powerlessness of being sold to the north of Burma. Take the bus, or walk, Wang Taiju said with both hands as if he was looking at a less intelligent person. Afterwards, he reached down and touched his pants pocket, then saw his fingers come through the other side of it. Looking down, only then did I realize that there was a big hole in my pants pocket and nothing inside. Inside what? Xiao Sua, do you have change on you? Subai's expression at the moment, it was as helpless as seeing a corgi in a JK run over the school basketball court in a tank. He dug around in his pocket and pulled out a wad of bills, drew a 50 and handed it to him. Okay, family members, let's go. Wang Taiju nimbly put the money into his pocket, and afterward raised the small flag again and took a big step forward, leaving those 10 people staring at each other in place. Subai, why don't we change the guide? Xia Yanshi quietly whispered in his ear. I also have a feeling that my dad's not too sure about finding this guy. Lin Zanara nodded in agreement. As for Kai Kuan Koan, Xia Rui, and Bai Yuntao's crowd, they remained silent throughout. In all their lives, they had never encountered anything so outrageous. Forget it, make do. We're going on an island vacation. Don't worry about the little details. Subai is also a Buddhist, so he just swings for the fences and follows Taiju to the bus stop. The result was predictable. It seemed like it was the guy's first day in Sheepshead. He looked into his cell phone for half a day, froze and couldn't find the bus route to the pier. They took 3 different buses that, when they got off the bus, even Wang Taiju himself didn't know where they were now. In the end it took 3 cabs to get to the pier, and Subai shelled out another $300 or so. From the cab master's mouth, they just almost got out of the goat. There were so billion little twists and turns in the process, but the good thing is that in the end, there was no danger. The crowd managed to arrive at the dock at 3 p.m. Seeing the imposing double-decker yacht firmly anchored on the dock, all the people were relieved. By the way, Subai, did you buy the boat ticket? Xia Rui suddenly remembered something else and turned his head to look at Subai and asked. Hearing this, Liang Yu's heart thumped, but he stayed with Subai the whole time, and didn't see him buy a boat ticket or anything at all. After holding back all the way, full of wanting to spit, Kai Koan seems to have found a breakthrough point this time. He was ready to complain about Subai, saying that he was too unreliable in his work. What? Didn't you buy the tickets for the boat? Subai, it's not that I'm talking about you. We're all old classmates. You're like this is too unkind, right? Obviously it's a vacation to the island. You're almost making it a day trip to Goat Town. There are no boat tickets. Are we going to have to spend the night here today? No, you don't need to buy a ticket for the cruise. Once Subai's words came out, the crowd once again looked confused, especially Kai Koan. He was on the verge of ing tears, always feeling played, but he had no proof. You're not trying to say that this cruise ship is also your big brother's personal cruise ship that he lent you, are you? Kai Koan's voice was trembling slightly. That's not true. Subai hastily shook his head, and Kai Koan was relieved. I paid for this cruise ship myself. What do I need a ticket for when I'm on my own cruise ship? Quin Choi? Chapter 144. This island isn't yours too, is it? The luxurious double-decker cruise ship was splitting the waves on the sea, and Subai was sitting on the deck of the cruise ship on a deck chair, holding a side of freshly squeezed juice in his left hand. His right hand touched Lin Xinla's thigh beside him from time to time. As the cool sea breeze brushed by he just felt a wave of relief in his body and mind. What for? There are people here. Lin Xinla quietly blanked him and pushed his salty hands away from her. Who knows? Subai's hand explored back again without skin. It doesn't matter. They're all on their own. Subai laughed cheaply. Lin Xinla had no choice but to let him fool around. Bai Yuntao, who was sitting on the side, noticed this scene, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc. Also following Subai's example, he probed his hand towards Wang Xiaoyu on the recliner to the side. Only he didn't have much experience. This time he accidentally touched the wrong place. The unsuspecting Wang Xiaoyu was taken aback and reacted with gas, puffed a fist on the head of the small Bai Yuntao. Pain. Bai Yuntao covered the crotch in the recliner for a while, squirming. Kai Koan and Xia Rui both said they were a little seasick and went back to the cabin to sleep. Lian Yu and Xia Yancher then followed Go Wei to the cruise ship's simple kitchen to learn how to cook. As the sun dipped in the west, the golden sunlight danced on the sea, and the atmosphere was otherworldly and beautiful. At that moment, a dark, disembodied head poked out from the deck stairs. "Attention everyone! We're 10 minutes away!" Wang Taizhu shouted, and the Subai crowd then stood up from their recliners. The group of people in the cabin also came out. Everyone came out onto the open deck and looked at the island in the distance. The island is quite large, and a sandy beach is seen at eye level. Spacious grassy areas and a few tall coconut trees. There are several huge reefs on the north side, and in the center of the island is a small hill with covered by a dense forest. A waterfall is faintly visible on the south side, pouring down the cliff face into the sea. The image of a few late returning seagulls passing over the new island was wonderfully moving. Strange, why isn't there a single building on this island? Not even a dock? Xia Rui noticed this for the first time and scratched his head. Somewhat strangely, because it hasn't been developed yet. This island is now a purely natural and ecological place. And when you look at the whole country, you'll see that it's a natural place that won't even find a second one. Wang Taizhu said as if he was very proud. When the crowd heard this, they turned their gazes back to Subai. So it's a deserted island? Where are we going to stay tonight? Kai Koan was really a bit speechless this time, scratching his head, at a loss for words. Don't you get to sleep on the cruise ship? And we brought camping gear this time. We can camp on the island. Subai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. The reason he chose to come to a remote desert island for a vacation trip. It's just that I've been dealing with so many things for a while now, and I've been in a busy city every day, and I'm irritable. It's naturally nice to be able to find a paradise to relax in. Camping on an island, would that be full of bugs? And will this island be infested with wild beasts if it has not been developed? Xia Yancher's sidely Xiaolin suddenly remembered this and asked with some fear. Don't worry, it's just undeveloped. It's not like no one's ever been here. The last owner of this island had dealt with the dangerous creatures on the island, and was about to start work on a hotel. I had this island surveyed again 2 days ago, inside and out, and there is absolutely no danger. Subai patted his chest and assured him. Are you kidding? Can he come if it's dangerous? Lian Yu is still pregnant. One could never joke about safety. Who would have thought that when these words came out, the people were all casting strange glances at him. Subwa also noticed the oddity of the atmosphere and blinked at the crowd, somewhat at a loss for words. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Subai, this island shouldn't be yours too, right? Xia Yancher asked tentatively. Of course it's mine. Haven't I told you? I just bought it. There are plans to develop this place into a vacation resort back in the day. The people on the boat looked at each other, all seeing a few smudges of tears and laughter in each other's eyes. Is this the experience of traveling with a tycoon? Along the way, the plane was borrowed by Big Brother. The cruise ship he bought himself. Now they even own the island. So it's like traveling back to their own home. Even Lin Xinla, Gu Wei and the others, who had seen some of the world, were somewhat surprised at this time. Not that they had bothered to find out how much it would cost to buy an island, but they figured it wouldn't be a small number. Soon the cruise ship came to a deep water alley off the shore of the. It was still about 10 meters away from the beach. For fear of hurting the coral in the shallows, Taizhu anchored on the spot and, afterwards a dinghy was rowed to take the crowd to the island. With only an hour or so left before dark, the crowd pitched their tents on the grassy shore. A campfire was built and a grill, charcoal and fresh ingredients kept in the freezer were brought down from the cruise ship. So it may be more comfortable to stay on a cruise ship, but people are obviously more interested in camping. Xia Rui, Kai Koan and Wang Taizhu shared an oversized tent. Bai Yuntao and Subai shared one. The rest of the lesbians had a tent to themselves. After the tents were struck, all the people went in and changed into their clothes. During the day, because the sun was too afraid of getting a tan. Now that it's evening and the sun is about to set, I can finally dress a little cooler. This male comrade followed Wang Taizhu to the north side of the reef for sea fishing. See if you can throw a few rods to catch a big guy. The girls followed Lian Yu to the beach to pick up shells. This side of the campground just left Subai and Gu Wei behind to make today's dinner. Subai here had just lit the charcoal and set up the grill when he saw the tent zipper over there being unzipped. Gerwig stepped out of it. He was dressed very coolly at the moment, with only a small black undershirt, of the navel-exposing variety, on his lower body three-quarter pants, revealing 2 white long legs. Her breasts are big and her butt is round. The perfect curves of his body made Subai's eyes somewhat unable to move away for a while. In fact, he still didn't believe that Master Snake was really 47 years old. If you put aside the mature flavor of her body, just her skin and body were almost indistinguishable from a young girl in her 20s, especially with the low neckline of the little black undershirt. Subai glanced at the deep, bottomless gully and didn't hold back his saliva. This scene was naturally keenly captured by Go Wei, and the corner of her mouth lifted up in an arc. Well, does Auntie look good in this? Her comments seemed to be a flirtation. Good looking. Love it. Subai nodded very honestly. Go Wei smiled wryly and suddenly came closer again, tugging at the straps on her shoulders. Subai's eyes were glued to her, tempted to pull that dress collar down a few centimeters more. It's vacuumed inside. Like it? Subai did not look askance. Of course I like it. I knew you'd like it. Ha, Winnie said, lifting her baggy lower pants up a few more inches. The pants, which were not very long in the first place, were even shorter now, and the long white legs were almost all exposed. Subai's harumps were dripping down as he watched. Inside what? Sister Go is free tonight? I happen to want to find you to discuss cooking. Subai rubbed his hands together, and the implication in his words was already very obvious. Want to ask me out? Not afraid of that girlfriend of yours finding out? Go Wei was naturally talking about Lin Xinla. Subai has so many confidants. So far she is the only one who is still hiding it, mainly because of the special character. Subai still intends to slowly confess to her later. Then when she's asleep, let's sneak about. Sister Ge's tent should be welcome to me tonight, right? Chapter 145. Not even your own aunt? Subai, come over here for a second. Liang Yu's voice suddenly came over from the beachside, startling Subai for a moment. Hastily pulling his hand out of where it shouldn't be, he picked up a tub of corned beef and skewered it in a serious manner. Forgot to wash my hands. It's okay. Turn around and give this bunch to that hangman. Go Wei, who saw the scene, gave Subai a nice blank stare, but in her heart she was inexplicably happy. It looked like he was one step closer to attacking this super rich kid. Liang Yu quickly ran to this side of the camp. Subai, 2 people stopped their hand movements and looked at her. There is no half-assed performance, so to speak. What happened? Subai asked as he got up from the small chair. Lin Xinla. Hey, you'd better go and see for yourself. Be quick. Liang Yu spoke for half a day but couldn't tell the truth, and didn't seem to be very good at describing what had happened. This had piqued Subai's curiosity, and at the same time, seeing this panicked appearance, he was also a little worried. Without a second thought, he instantly stood up, wiped his hands and ran towards the beach. The result was that, without taking 2 steps, he stopped, for the scene before him made him cry, only to see a large crab clamping down on Lin Xinla's pants leg. Xia Yanshi and Li Xiaolin on the sidelines trying to help her yank the crab down. It really is a crab. Dead or alive. Refused to let go. The 3 women were in a hurry. Lin Zanara was close to pulling her pants down. Subai. Oh, come and save me. When Lin Xinla saw Subai running over, she quickly sent out a plea for help. She was the one who hated crabs the most. A couple of girls had just said they were going to catch crabs, so she ducked out of the way, sat on a reef and watched. It turned out that it was a big crab that crawled out of the cracks in the stone and caught her pants. It was so good that she couldn't get rid of it, and it almost made her cry in a hurry. Subai, help me get rid of it. It has so many legs, and such big pincers. I'm so scared. Lin Xinla was crying like a pear. Gee, this crab is not stupid, but also knows that the legs are good. Subai said, walked to her. Xia Yanshi, 2 women very tacitly flashed to the side, only to see Subai take out his cell phone, open the camera, and take a shot at the crab first, while his mouth let out a give-and-take laugh. Ooh, don't you dare come and help me. Seeing that she was really in a hurry, Subai also stopped joking and put the cell phone back into his pocket. Roll up your sleeves. Don't worry, crabs of this size are a piece of cake for me. With that he was about to start. Subai, be careful. I've heard that the pincers of this kind of crab can pinch off a person's fingertips. Xia Yanshi reminded with some worry. She didn't finish her words, only to see Subai's quick eyes and hands striking out like iron pincers, quickly and accurately grabbed the crab, and then a click. Lin Xinla closed her eyes in fear, and when she looked again, I saw that all that was left of my pants leg was a crab claw, still clamped down. The crab with 1 pincer missing was carried in Subai's hand, struggling desperately to no avail. It was completely taken to death. See, it's not done? Subai said, and with his other hand, he snatched the remaining pair of tongs from her pants as well. In passing, he also slapped on the Q-tip peach butt. The three girls in Gu Wei and Liang Yu, who arrived later, were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Lin Xinla, who managed to get rid of the big crab, breathed a sigh of relief, but reacted that, having been spanked by Subai herself in front of so many people, her face blushed again, and she didn't have the heart to give Subai a kick on the butt. Alright, it's just a crab. See how scared you are. It's getting late. Come on back to camp. Uncle Tu will give you extra food tonight, Subai said, raising the large crab in his hand and striding toward the camp. Soon the sun was fading to sea level in the west. The entire island, as well as the surrounding sea, was shrouded in endless darkness, but overhead was a blaze of stars, a view not seen from the city. That sea fishing team led by Wang Taizhu also returned with an air force at this time. Good thing dinner was plentiful enough, with more kinds of barbecue than I can count. You don't need them to catch fish to feed everyone. Handing over a picnic mat to spread on the grass, the group sat down around it. Gu Wei and Liang Yu brought over the grilled barbecue in pots and pans, and the aroma of nature and chili peppers immediately filled the entire island. The crowd ate with open stomachs and they praised Gu Wei's cooking skills. A simple barbecue can be so extremely delicious. After dinner the time came to 8 o'clock. It had been a long day of traveling, especially the part about finding the dock in Sheepshead. Everyone was so tired that they went back to their tents early to sleep. Before Subai entered the tent, he raised an eyebrow at Gu Wei over there. The latter would understand and, quietly, he licked his lips and gave him back a meaningful smile. Lying into the tent, Bai Yuntao, who was by Subai, stretched out a big lazy waist. What a comfortable meal. Hiccup, it's still you are Subai. The island is really a good place. Yeah, what a great place. Subai nodded deeply in agreement. Before long, there was a flurry of snoring around them. Subai made sure that this fat man was really asleep, quietly unzipped the tent and walked out. It was pitch black outside, with only the faint light from the campfire vaguely outlining the surrounding landscape. Looking around, the hangers-on over there who claimed to be on watch had their heads on the carpet at the moment. The asses puckered and purring. There was also a regular gurgling of breathing from one tent to another. No one noticed his movements. Subai then came to Gu Wei's tent in the dark, tiptoed around and unzipped then drilled in. After a few minutes had passed, the tent suddenly shook. At some point, the zipper on the other tent was unzipped and the Xia Yanshi rubbed her eyes and walked out. I had a little too much drink in the evening and suddenly felt some internal urgency halfway to bed. It's a good thing Subai specially got a shed with a light for going to the toilet in the middle of the night, otherwise she would have had to find a bush to settle in the dark. Had washed her hands with water from the basin, and when she tried to go back to her tent to resume her rest, but suddenly a less harmonious sound was heard, as if something was shaking violently. Xia Yanshi frowned, her gaze quickly locking onto one of the tents. Her mind wondered what came into her mind, and a blush ran through her ears. How could she not know what was happening when she heard vague murmurs coming from the tent? The bottom line is, if she remembers correctly, this should be the tent of that Aunt Subai. Subai doesn't even spare his own aunt? She who accidentally bumped into the scene only felt embarrassed. At the same time, there was also a small pang of gloom in his heart. Even his aunt got it, but he was slow to get it. Just as she was rambling on, the sounds from the tent over there came to an abrupt halt. It looked like Subai was done and ready to leave. Xia Yanshi was shocked. She had discovered an unbelievable secret. If Subai knew about it, it would have to be embarrassed into what? It's too late to go back to your tent. She panicked and had to find a nearby tent to get into. Seconds later, Gerwig's tent pulled back. Subai poked his head out and looked around, confirming that there was no one around before walking out with his pants up. Thoughtfully zipping up Gerwig's tent again, he returned to his own tent as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, some tent, Lin Xinla was awakened by a commotion, and opened her eyes languidly and just saw Xia Yanshi was lying on her side, the two of them wide-eyed. Chapter 146. Don't you want to get Subai back? A quiet and peaceful night passed quietly. The following morning the weather was still clear, and the time was but 5 o'clock in the morning, when the sky was already bright in the east. Everyone went to bed early last night, so they all woke up early today as well. Subai unzipped the tent and walked out. A dark, ungainly figure was seen already boiling water for tea. Morning, hangers-on, Subai greeted with sleepy eyes. Early, Earl. I'm not a ing hanger-on. Wang Taizhu angry face is black, although the original face is not very white. Hearing the commotion outside, many had awakened and those who were playing with their cell phones in their tents have also zipped up and stepped out. Bai Yuntao, Xia Rui, and Kai Kunken were all wearing a cocktail head, black undershirts and big pants. Take a big breath of fresh air and stretch. Compared to their male counterparts, lesbians get up much more quietly. Fully clothed and cloaked in long, silky hair, she yawned shallowly. Gu Wei also climbed out of the tent and stretched lazily, only to take only 2 steps. Just find yourself with weak legs and a slight shiver in your calves and stomach. Well, I guess I didn't sleep well last night, but on the other hand, the face looks very good. It's no good. Shiori's gone. Suddenly, the crowd heard a cry of alarm, only to see Li Xiaolin running out with a panicked face. She had just wanted to go and tell Xia Yanshi to get up, pulling open the tent, only to find that there was no one inside, and after looking around, she didn't find anything either. This is a deserted island far away from people, so it is hard to avoid calling for some panic. No sooner had her words left her mouth, however, than she saw the zipper of yet another tent unzip. Lin Xinla crawled out of the tent with a slightly embarrassed expression, and a few seconds later, Xia Yanshi followed. All the people saw the scene, blinking their eyes and didn't react for a moment to what was going on. I was a little too scared of the dark to sleep alone last night. That's why. Xia Yanshi was afraid that others would misunderstand, and sheepishly explained twice. Yesterday, I got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Having encountered an unexpected event like that, her burrowing into Lin Xinla's tent belonged entirely to emergency evacuation. Nay, when Lin Xinla woke up, she could only explain that she was afraid of the dark. Not daring to sleep alone in this way, Lin Xinran was half convinced, but she had no reason to leave again. Just had to sleep hard all night. This explanation made sense, but as the crowd watched, they always felt that something was wrong. On the bright side of the relationship, Lin Xinla was Su Bai's current girlfriend, while Xia Yanshi was Su Bai's ex-girlfriend. I'm afraid it's not right for these two to sleep together. Shiori, you're afraid of the dark? But why don't you come and sleep with me if you're afraid of the dark? Li Xiaolin didn't think of that layer and asked her doubts on the spot. This question made Xia Yanshi inwardly slap her forehead, her own good best friend. Why don't you know how to cover for yourself? I would have come to you, but you were snoring too loud last night, and my feet stink, so I had to go to Sister Hinara. Xiaolin Li. A small episode. Sort of muddled through. Everyone didn't care too much about it, except for Su Bai and Gu Wei. The others don't know, but they know what really happened last night. When it was time for breakfast, Gu Wei rode the dinghy to the cruise ship to get ingredients, and Su Bai excused himself from worrying about her. So follow along. Su Bai, do you think we were seen by her last night? Gerwig was a little unsure in her mind. It doesn't matter, she's one of our own. Su Bai waved his hand and said with an indifferent face, just from the series of Xia Yanshi's behavior just now, she was still very knowledgeable. Ha, is that your girlfriend too? Speaking of this, Gu Wei also suddenly remembered. When they first met, isn't this the girl who came with Su Bai to eat at her restaurant? The corner of Gu Wei's mouth, who figured this out, involuntarily twitched. She didn't know what to make of it now. Counting herself, this guy came to the island vacation with a total of 4 women. Not afraid of exhaustion of the body, her mind suddenly remembered last night's madness, and she realized that she was overthinking it. Well, it's a good thing we managed to pull it off last night, hooking Su White up in her tent, achieving both psychological and physical fulfillment. Don't worry, nothing will happen with me. By the way, do you still want to, tonight? Don't you come. Without waiting for Su Bai to finish his words, Gu Wei immediately gagged him. With that intensity, if Tintin comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to get off the island alive. Not long after, breakfast was ready. Liang Yu helped make the sandwiches together. There were also sausages grilled by Gwyn, eggs and bacon fried in a skillet with fruit shakes, and the crowd ate it all. I envy you, Su Bai, having an aunt who can cook. Lin Xinla was sitting with Su Bai, eating a simple but delicious breakfast on her plate. Couldn't help but sigh. She smoothly inserted another piece of flavorful bacon and sent it to Su Bai's mouth. Gwyneth does have a knack for cooking. The chefs that Lin Xinla's family hired at high prices were no match for her. That's a bit harsh. Isn't my aunt also your aunt? If you like to eat, let her make it for you every day from now on, Su Bai said with bravado. The comment drew a breathless sigh from Gwyn over there. Brat, you really don't know how to sympathize with your aunt. Do you have to squeeze her dry? No one heard that layer of meaning in the words. It was just taken as a joke and everyone laughed their asses off. From afar, Xia Yanshi looked at this scene, but her complexion was a bit forlorn. Nowadays, among Su Bai's confidants that she knew, she was the one who had mixed up the worst. It's mostly because of that stupid decision that disqualified her in the first place. There was no one to blame for this, and she could only blame herself for being so stupid. It was at this time that a voice came lazily from her side. Ms. Xia Yanshi, why are you being so bitter? Can't you see that guy's eyes are full of Lin Xinla? He doesn't have you in his heart at all. The one who opened his mouth to speak was Qing Qing Choi. seeing Subai surrounded by a group of beautiful women this early in the morning. There was also a beautiful schoolteacher girlfriend sitting on the side to feed him breakfast. And when he couldn't bear to look at himself and hide to the side, he saw Xia Yanshi, who was left alone. Xia Yanshi twisted her head to look at him, her brows furrowing slightly. We're all alumni of the same school. It's not good to put words in your mouth. But the rift in his own relationship with Subai was due to the insertion of a third party. Now it's hard to ease up a bit and enter a transition period. If we upset Subai again because of this kind of thing, she really regrets it. I'm sorry, Mr. Kai Cohen. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. Please keep your distance from me. I'm afraid Subai will misunderstand if he sees it. Dropping the words, she took her dinner tray and left without looking back, leaving Quincy Tsai alone and messing up in place. Sure, Ori, I think that guy is right with what he just said. Subai doesn't even have you in his eyes. Why are you still suffering? Li Xiaolin came along at this time and sat next to Xia Yanshi. Xiaolin, you don't understand. Subai is so good to me, even after we broke up. Whenever I'm in danger, he's also the first to stand up and protect me. I feel very sorry for him. I just want to go back to him, even if I have to share it with someone else. Xia Yanshi let out a long sigh. Sure, Ori, if you really want to redeem yourself, show some real action. Just sit and wait. Pies don't fall from the sky. So what do you mean? Xia Yanshi somewhat didn't understand what she was trying to say. Li Xiaolin then brought her mouth to her ear and, quietly, he spoke of his plans. What? Are you sure you want to do this? That's not very nice, is it? Xia Yanshi was taken aback by her words, and for a moment she was a little hesitant, unable to decide. Little sure. As the saying goes, don't you want to get Subai back? Chapter 147. It's no fun. Why don't we add some colorful prizes? Subai, can you talk to that ex-girlfriend of yours and tell her to stop coming to my tent? It's weirdly awkward for two people to fall asleep. After breakfast, the group returned to the yacht with the intention of going to deeper waters for sea fishing. On deck, Lin Xinla quietly came to Subai's side to say a few words to him. Lin Xinla was always a little less fond of Xia Yanshi. After all, it was Subai's girlfriend that he had once licked for several years. Putting aside the previous relationship, Subai used to treat her so well, but she kept on acting like she was in love with her, and even cheated on her with another rich second generation, and now that Subai is rich, she has a comeback. Being so close to Subai, coming to the island for a vacation and following, this practice alone made her dislike it. She says she's afraid of the dark, and you won't let her sleep with you. Will you let her sleep with me? Subai more or less saw some of her little thoughts and deliberately teased. Don't you dare. Lin Xinla immediately became anxious after hearing this. Reaching out, he viciously pinched the soft flesh of Subai's waist, painfully baring his teeth. Fine. I'm kidding. Definitely not sleeping with her. I'll go sleep with you tonight. Subai hurriedly begged for mercy. Humph. You rascal. Who's going to sleep with you? Lin Xinla feigned anger and inclined her head. Subai had to go and coax. A pair of big hands encircled her waist. Leaning down, he gave her a kiss on the neck. At this time, Liang Yu happened to arrive on the deck and bumped into the scene, smiling and sighing lightly. Humph, you bad egg. I won't play with you. I'll go play with Mr. Liang. Liang Yu originally just wanted to come up to blow the sea breeze, but now it was good, and she was pulled back into the cabin. Subai stood alone on the deck, took out a cigarette and lit it, admiring the seascape, only feeling his nerves relax. Suddenly, another light footstep came from behind them. Immediately after, his waist was encircled by a pair of hands. Subai thought it was Lin Xinla coming back, turned around to fish, but it was Liang Yu who fished into his arms. Where's little Lara? Subai asked with a raised eyebrow. She's learning to cook with your aunt. Liang Yu gave Subai a sly little look and replied. Subai, be honest, she's not actually your aunt, is she? Did you go to her last night? How did you know? Subai was a bit surprised. He indeed hadn't talked to Liang Yu about Guwei's identity. Need you ask? I heard it last night. Of course. You're really good at that. You're 30 years older and you can get away with it. So that's how you relax when you're allowed to come to the island to relax? Even though he was discovered, Subai was not in a hurry. He just hugged Liang Yu's hand with a few more points of force. Stick their bodies together. Aren't you pregnant? It's also not convenient to run errands, or I would have definitely gone to you last night. Liang Yu also pressed her head against his chest, listening to the strong and powerful heartbeat that. The mood was inexplicably relaxed as she felt the scent of his body. Ever since she met Subai, the things she did were more ridiculous than one another. As a teacher, and a classroom teacher who had drunken sex with a student and actually got together afterward. And they were actually together afterward. By now pregnant with Subai's child. Even to the point of having other girls around him is not so offensive. You can remember. No matter how many women seduce you in the future, you have to have me in your heart. Liang Yu looked deeply at him with a pair of eyes. Pregnant women are always insecure. Subai raised his hand to gently caress Liang Yu's back and leaned down to kiss her cheek. Relationships with other people cannot be revealed in front of Lin Xinla for the time being. But that doesn't mean he'll favor one over the other. Subai is definitely not the kind of man who raises his pants and doesn't recognize others. For every woman he is responsible to the end. Within a short time, the cruise ship arrived at the target waters. The water in this part of the country was 20 or 30 meters deep, about 2 kilometers from the island. And standing on the deck of you can still clearly see the island over there. Wang Taizhu put the anchor down, then took out the fishing rod from the cabin. A couple of the boys came down to the deck with great excitement, and the lesbians are mostly on the second floor observation deck watching. Sea fishing is, after all, a physical activity, but also has a certain degree of danger. Girls are not very suitable for participation. Holding the fishing rod and looking at the sea, Kai Koen's face was full of excitement. Judging by my experience, this is a natural fishing ground. It's easy to catch big guys weighing dozens of pounds at this depth. Come on, what strength do you have? Last night, you used a dozen strokes. Still haven't caught a single fish. Bai Yuntao mocked mercilessly from the sidelines. Che, what do you know, you fat ass? That's because last night our dangling point was so bad. The water was shallow and it's all rocks and no fish to catch a chicken? Kai Koen immediately retorted. How about this? The 4 of us compete today. Same waters, same fishing rods. Let's see who catches the biggest total weight of fish stuff. It wasn't without reason that he dared to speak like this. As a little rich kid from a good family, Quincy Choi has participated in many sea fishing trips before, even catching small tuna weighing more than 10 pounds. So thought I was still pretty good at fishing, at least much better than my peers. 4 people, referring naturally to the 4 boys on this trip besides Wang Taizhu. Su White is also included. Before that, he always sighs that Su Bai is better than himself in every way, and that he has no place to compare with. Doesn't the skill of fishing seem like its own strength now? If you can beat hundreds in the sport of fishing, you might just get a girl's favor. Thinking of this, his gaze flicked back to Xia Yanshi on the deck. If Xia Yanshi was Su Bai's girlfriend in the real world, he definitely didn't have the confidence to snatch her. But the problem was, right now Su Bai's girlfriend was Lin Xinla, and it was none of her Xia Yanshi's business. Although I'm not as handsome as Su Bai, I'm not ugly, right? I'm not as rich as Su Bai, but you're not poor, are you? If that's the case, why can't you pursue someone else? Fine, then let's have a match. But it's no fun to just compare. How about adding some prizes? Su Bai raised his eyebrows and said, sure, what's the pot? Bai Yuntao took over the conversation, and Xia Rui looked over with interest. Simple. It's that first place gets to make demands on the other 3. The kind where any request has to be met unconditionally. The few people who heard this were thinking of something bad and glanced at each other. Su Bai, several of us can be male. Dead, what the were you thinking? Seeing Bai Yuntao's expression, Su Bai raised his hand and gave him a blow to the head. These guys' minds are so dirty. Is that the only kind of request you can make? Fine. No problem. I think that's a pretty good bet. Kai Koen was the first to nod in agreement. If he can beat Su Bai in this sea fishing match, he'll undoubtedly make a big show of himself. Maybe it would even improve Xia Yanshi's favor with himself. All 4 people eventually agreed to this colorful offer made by Su Bai. Each of them took their fishing rods and pick your spot and get ready to start sea fishing. Chapter 148 Fishing God Possessed, Catching Giant Grouper. Sea fishing is very different from regular fishing, and one of the most obvious things that sea fishing doesn't use normal lures at all. For example, in this case, we're using the iron plate roadrunner lure. It's one of those colorful iron plates that mimic the shape of a small fish, thrown into the ocean with a quick pull of the line to attract some predatory fish to bite. Can you really catch fish with this thing? It's hard to believe that all the fish in the sea are cuties. Bai Yuntao looked at the rather clumsy fishing lure in his hand, scratched his head, and said with some disbelief, in this sea, the fish can't see the bait at all. Those carnivorous fish that feed by sight will subconsciously bite at the sight of a fast-swimming, brightly colored minnow. As luck would have it, you can land fish one after another, Su Bai said, and with a swing of the pole, he threw the lure out. The iron plate splashed in a tiny snowflake a few dozen meters away and finally sank to the bottom. Previously, when the total assets exceeded $10 billion. The system, in addition to rewarding this island, he was also rewarded with 3 skills: fishing, diving, and fish gun use. Haven't tried any of them until now, just trying to practice. Bai Yuntao was half convinced and also followed Su Bai's example of abandoning his ears. But the action is obviously not as skilled as Su Bai. Even tried a few times, are only thrown out 10 or so meters away, and finally just make do with fishing. the lure sank to the bottom, and Sobai then began to pull the iron plate rapidly, so that the roadrunner, under the impact of the current, swimming away as fast as a small, living fish. Suddenly, his fingers acutely felt a peck from something in the fishing lure. A heartbeat later, slowed his reeling motion slightly, but waited a long time until he pulled the line back and no fish bit. But Subai was not discouraged. He understood that this was a very common phenomenon when sea fishing. Normal people can't fish all the time, or else it would really be that easy, and the fishing itself would lose its fun. So, once again, he threw the roadrunner lure high up in the air and landed it firmly a few dozen meters away. Subsequently sunk to the bottom of the sea. Turning his head sideways, he saw Subai's expert parrying motion. A bad premonition suddenly arose in Kai Kuan-Kuan's heart, but soon, he put that unrealistic thought behind him. What's the point of pretending? A good casting run may not get the fish to bite. Make it sound like you know how to fish. Before Kai Kuan-Kuan could finish his words, he heard from over there. Only Su's rod was suddenly pulled into an exaggerated arc. Obviously a big fish was biting. Lu Bean. So big? Subai's expression was quite astonished, and just by the tugging force coming from the fishing line, he would be able to tell that the fish he had hit was at least a couple dozen pounds. But he quickly stabilized his mind, because he understood that you can't mess up when dealing with a big fish. You should also not use blind force or you are likely to pull the line off. Old Su, you caught a big fish? Do you want me to help? Crouch low, a burning tank. Next to him, Bayunto just wanted to go up and help. He felt a force coming from the rod under him as well, and he almost didn't even hold on to it. I seem to have hit the fish too, Bayuntao shouted excitedly. It's the first time he's ever fished since he grew up, and it was the first shot that was thrown that actually hit the fish. The set is steady. I can handle it here, Sobai said, tipping the end of the fishing rod to the top of the belly he had strapped around his waist. With this support, he pulled the fish with much less effort. Bayuntao then also had to follow Subai's example, learning from his movements. Hold the end of the rod up to the top of your belly. When the fish is about to strike, let go a length of line. Wait until this burst of the fish's strength has passed. Pull the line again quickly. This maneuver is called skimming, for the purpose of continually sapping the fish's strength. Also little by little, they closed the distance and finally closed the net. The two were making a lot of noise, and the girls on the second floor bleachers noticed this side of the room. While cheering them on, he took out his cell phone to record a video. Kai Kuan-Kuan and Xia Rui on the other side of the cruise ship were a bit dumbfounded when they saw this scene. That's awesome. So quick on the fish. Ouch ***. Xia Rui was sighing on this side. Suddenly a force came from the fishing rod in his hand as well. He stumbled physically, but was able to stabilize himself immediately. I seem to have hit the fish too, Quin Choi? The fish on the side of Bayuntao and Xia Rui are not very big, holding up just a few pounds. It was hard to pull the line off the fish, so they quickly pulled the fish up. Bayuntao's side caught a 2.5-pound pepper snapper with a black and white body, rows of spines on its back, and Sherry caught a 1-pound goatfish with an orange-red body. There were also 2 whiskers on the mouth. That's pretty good for novice anglers. The cruise ship has a special tank for fish cargo, and that fish is temporarily kept in it. It can be kept fresh. Bayuntao and Xia Rui took a photo with their fish and immediately resumed flinging their rods afterward. As for Subai's side, he was still competing with that big fish for strength. Judging from the current situation, it was clear that Su White had the upper hand, reeling in quite frequently and pulling the rod with ease. Only on the side of Quincy Choi, who keeps flinging his rod, but never hits a fish. A couple of swear words now and then. Coming right up. Hangers ready for the plunge net. Ugh, not an American plunge net. Yeah. Take the bigger one. That's the one. Subai's words fell, and as he exerted his arm one last time, the crowd saw a bright red color appear on the sparkling sea. The figure of a large fish flickered across the surface of the water, its tail swinging frantically as it, trying to swim further into the depths. He was pulled towards the cruise ship once more by Subai. Such was the excitement of the scene that it sent the girls on the second floor observation deck into a frenzy. Oh my god. Subai, this is huge. Oh my god. Subai, this is so fierce. My god. Subai, this is so fierce. Go Subai. Harder. Finally, under Subai's unremitting efforts, the other party was exhausted and it could only be at his mercy. Wang Taizhu also quickly ran to Su's side and stretched out a giant plunge net that, get that big guy out of the water. The fish was seen to be a bright orange-red color with some spots all over it. The fish had a sharp, harsh spine on its fins, a large mouth, and an ugly appearance. I couldn't see it in the water just now. Now the fish fell on the deck. Everyone just intuitively realized how big it really is. Subai 45 yards of feet on the side, Not as much as half of the head of this fish. Oh my god. Isn't this the eastern star spot? A big one like that would be worth a lot of money. Wang Taizhu was also the first time to see such a large grouper. Immediately took out his cell phone and took a picture. The girls on the second floor were also excited and came down from upstairs to get a closer look at the big fish. Sub-ban. You're amazing. Such a big grouper. I've only seen it online before, Lin Zanara said with a face full of adoration. Just luck. It's my first time fishing too. Subai smiled lightly and touched her head. After Wang Tiezhu's measurement, this grouper weighs 23 pounds. It is a rather rare thing. If it was placed in the seafood market in Yangchang, it could be sold at a high price of tens of thousands of dollars. But Subai was not going to sell. After all, he was not someone who liked these tens of thousands of dollars. Such a great contraption. Must be added at night. Subai held the fish in his arms, took a picture, and then put it in the sink as well. With the addition of this fish, the sink, which had looked quite spacious, became a bit crowded. And just as the crowd gathered around this giant eastern star spot, suddenly there was another gasp from the back, only to see Kai Kuan's fishing rod bent into an exaggerated U shape. He was barely able to pull himself up with both feet against the side of the boat. Asterisk. I got hit too. What a big fish. Chapter 149 Shark Infested. Xia Yanshi falls into the water. Kai Kuan's side also planted a fish, and by the looks of it, the movement was even more exaggerated than Subai's fish. The crowd was drawn in. A couple of the boys looked at him like he was struggling and were just about to go up and help when they were told to stop. No need. I can still withstand this amount of force. I'm going to prove myself this time, Kai Kuan said as he stabilized his body and his arms began to fire. Started to let go of the line and reel it in one after the other. It wasn't as easy as Subai's, but the movements were barely passable. The results are also visible to the naked eye. After 10 minutes of fierce competition, finally, a white shadow appeared in the crowd's view. Under the sunlight, the crowd saw a white fish belly turn over a few meters below the seawater. It's an albino trevally. 30 pounds at visual estimate. Subai recognized the species of the fish at first and nodded in recognition. This fish is more common in the northeastern Indian Ocean. Most of them can grow to a more exaggerated size than this and can often be caught while fishing for tuna. Though not as expensive as tuna. But the meat is also quite tasty. What did I say? I'm not bluffing about my fishing skills. These dozens of pounds of walleye are just a casual take. Kai Kuan was dejected in his heart, and just wanted to open his mouth to play 2 lines of force. But the voice stopped abruptly in mid-sentence, only because his eyes caught sight of a larger black shadow, speeding toward his fish. Holy shark! When Wang Taizhu, who was on the side, saw this scene, he was directly so anxious that his mother tongue spiked out. He hurriedly took the fishing rod from Qin Kai and quickly retrieved the line, but it was too late, only to see the shark open its bloody mouth and bite down hard on the fish. The crowd on the boat all took in the scene, and the girls were so frightened that they shrieked. They didn't expect to run into giant sharks here, and their minds recalled all those movies they'd seen about sharks. All of them were too scared to move for a while. That shark didn't stop after one bite and followed it up with several more. The huge pulling force almost dragged Wang Taizhu off the boat, but fortunately Subai was quick on his feet and held this black buddy tightly. By the time Wang Taizhu pulled the fish up, only half of the head was left. The fish had died a rather gruesome death, coming up dripping with blood. Scared, the crowd screamed and backed away. Kai Kuan was the closest, and when he saw the huge teeth marks that neatly marred the fish's head, scared straight to the ground on his ass. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with fear in his heart. He saw the pull of that fish just now, but he saw it clearly. If Wang Taizhu snatched the fishing rod in his hand one step later, it was very likely that he would be directly dragged into the sea by the shark, and it was unknown whether he could still come up at that time. A shark of this size suddenly appeared, and several of the men on board were frightened, and did not dare to fish anymore. The catch is also eaten by the sharks, and there is a risk of being pulled down. Guaranteed. The previous colorful agreement between the boys no longer counts. The group got the 2 small fish from the cabin into the galley with the intention of working out how to cook them. Li Xiaolin, however, quietly broke away from the group and found Xia Yanshi, only to see that Xia Yanshi was currently standing on the observation deck on the 2nd floor, looking at the sea through the parapet, which startled Li Xiaolin. Sure Ori, you mustn't do this, now that there's a change of plans. It's really dangerous under the water. You can't even give up your life to get Subai back, can you? Li Xiaolin pulled her back. No. Xia Yanshi replied with a somewhat wooden expression, and both hands were also gripping the guardrail tightly. That day, the way she and Li Xiaolin discussed together was that on one of their sea fishing trips, Xia Yanshi pretended to fall into the water and then drowned for help. At that time, if Subai jumped off the boat to save her, then it is undoubtedly a proof of her weight in the other party's heart, and the relationship between the two of them can rightfully go further and poke through that layer of membrane. But now, there was real danger in the water, and a shark that big was no joke. Xia Yanshi was smart. Naturally she wouldn't do such a stupid thing, both being irresponsible for her own life. There's also the possibility of involving Subai. I'm just a little upset that I found a way to do it all, and I didn't have the courage to do it in the end. Xia Yanshi shook her head and sighed. He said he'd wait until I learned my trade in college. When I am truly capable of being his right-hand man, then he will cherish me as he cherishes other women. Or else, the feelings between him and I can only stay on a physical level. But, I don't want to wait that long. I realized how much I owed him. I've also realized that I like him a lot right now, and I sincerely wish I could be like Lin Shinla, leaning brightly into his arms, and be his girlfriend in name only. Lin, I'm really sorry now. Why did I do the wrong thing in the first place? Why didn't you see the good in him and lose him from me? Xia Yanshi said, her eyes already a little red. Li Xiaolin looked at her, and the expression on her face was quite helpless. Sure. You might as well ask yourself. If Subai is not a billionaire, still the same poor kid you were back then, while Li Ziming is the real rich kid, who will you be with now? Will you still feel guilty for Subai now? This question was like an arrow shot at Xia Yanshi's heart, and her breathing seemed to stop. Yeah, if that. So now what one likes? Is it the person of Subai or the money? If Subai didn't have money, she might never have seen the good in Subai, not seeing his tenderness and thoughtfulness, and not feeling guilty about what happened before. He might even feel guilty towards Li Ziming because of this past with Subai. A lot of love has to be built on money. A poor man who cooks very well, at best, it is a skill, whereas a rich man who can cook will draw countless compliments. At this moment, Xia Yanshi finally understood why Subai was never willing to go further with him. At the end of the day, she hasn't changed. She's still the same girl who loved money in the beginning. If Subai suddenly becomes a pauper now, Liang Yu and Lin Xinla probability is that neither will leave him, but himself. She cannot say. At that moment, it was as if Xia Yanshi understood. Maybe wait until someday when she can get along perfectly well without Subai. It was only then that she could really have that level of relationship with Subai. Love, never to live, but to make life better. Lin, I've figured out that it's the current me that's not good enough for Subai. I'll definitely work hard inside the university, and one day, I'll make Subai truly accept me and love me. Xia Yanshi said this with a light in her eyes. However, just at this time, a wave suddenly rose from the calm sea, like a wave from the deeper depths. The huge wave made the whole cruise ship shake violently. Xia Yanshi and Li Xiaolin, who were standing on the deck, exclaimed, and Li Xiaolin fell to the ground and both hands grasped the deck floor and barely sort of stabilized themselves. Xia Yanshi, on the other hand, was not in such a good position. The fence of the second floor observation deck was not very high in the first place. Coupled with his unsteady center of gravity, his feet left the ground, and between staggers, his entire body went straight over the fence and fell into the sea. Chapter 150. You still have her in your heart, right? The sudden swaying of the cruise ship startled the crowd in the galley of the ship as well. Fortunately, Gu Wei stabilized the soup pot on the counter in time, which prevented the boiling hot soup from knocking over and scalded others. What is it? Such a big wave? Wang Taizhu frowned and looked out the window. According to his experience, when the sky was clear and bright, still, in these depths, there can't be too many waves for it to be right. It was also at this time that there was a sound of falling water from outside. It wasn't too obvious, but Subai with his keen hearing did catch it at once. Immediately he thought of something and turned his head to look at Then a shriek from Li Xiaolin was heard from the second floor observation deck. Shio! Reacting, Li Xiaolin was terrified and immediately turned her head to yell downstairs. Shirori fell into the sea. Save her! The crowd froze for a second when they heard this and, finally immediately thought of the large shark that he had just seen. The next moment, only to see a silhouette flying open the door and rushing out. The crowd immediately followed suit and ran out of the cabin. Without any hesitation, Subai saw Xia Yanshi, who was flopping on the surface of the sea. With one jerk, he plunged into the sea and swam quickly toward her on his hands and knees. Wang Taizhu quickly ran to the cabin at the back and took out a large 2-meter-long fish gun, and then it was a slam dunk as well. The rest of the crowd then came to the mast and were in a panic when they saw the three men who had jumped into the sea. When Lin Xinla saw Subai jump into the sea, for a moment her eyes reddened and she wanted to go down to help. However, they were grabbed by Liang Yu and Gu Wei's shoulders on the left and right. Don't go. It's too dangerous. Going over there now is adding to Subai's mess. Lin Xinla looked into the eyes of the two men. Her lips moved. Without speaking, the eyes were incredibly anxious. Kai Koan, who had just walked at the end of the line, caught a glimpse of Xia Yanshi flopping around in the sea, and at that moment, the impulse to jump in and save the others was born in him as well, but remembering the shark stopped his movements again, fear forcing him to freeze in place. And then, he saw Subai jump into the water without hesitation and quickly swim towards Xia Yanshi. At that moment, it was as if he also realized something, and his entire body was dumbfounded in place. While Subai was rapidly approaching Xia Yanshi was swimming clumsily towards the yacht. The moment she had just fallen into the water, her heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. The feeling of her feet dangling in the air made her feel insecure. Didn't dare to look down at all, for fear that if he looked down, a kind of blood bowl would appear. It was Su White who gave her the security she needed one last time. It also made the lesser swimmer scramble to swim back. Finally, the two rendezvoused, during which no sharks appeared, and it was a scare of sorts. Xia Yanshi tightly hugged Subai's neck, her body pressed up against his back, no longer daring to let go. Subai, on the other hand, with the help of Wang Taizhu, dragged her back to swim. The crowd didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the three men were on the deck of the cruise ship. Xia Yanshi could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart and buried her head into Subai's arms, letting out a loud cry. He wrapped his two hands around Subai's waist and hugged him tightly and tightly. The moment he just fell into the water, she was really afraid that she would never see Subai again. Lin Xinla, who was just about to walk up, looked at this scene and her entire body froze in place. Don't cry. It's okay. Subai patted her back gently while expressing comfort. A glance was transmitted over towards Lin Xinla, and there seemed to be an apology in her gaze, which was also telling her to evade for a while, and that he would explain to her. Lin Xinla didn't speak again and looked deeply at the two men before wordlessly walking into the cabin. Ouch me. Give a damn, I'm white as a sheet. Wang Taizhu also panted heavily and stood up from the deck end. Xia Rui and Bai Yuntao, who were on the side, rushed up to help him, resulting in his hand pulling full of fish guns. Come on, we can't stay here. It's too damn dangerous. Let's go back to the island, Wang Taizhu said and returned inside the cabin. The rest of the crowd looked at each other and knowing what's going on at the moment, now that the crisis is over, people are turning back. Only Subai and Xia Yanshi were left on the deck. After crying for a long time, Xia Yanshi slowly left Subai's embrace. He looked at Subai with both eyes, filled with guilt. I'm sorry Subai, it's all my fault. Don't talk like that. You're not at fault. No one is to blame for this. Subai gently stroked her back and comforted her. But, how are you going to explain to Xia Yanshi's side? Will she leave you? In Xia Yanshi's original plan, to fall into the sea herself and pretend she couldn't swim. In the end, he was saved by Subai. At that time, Subai could use the excuse that the situation was critical and saving people was important. But here's the thing, they had seen a large shark several meters long in the sea only a few minutes before. Knowing it was so dangerous, they still had no choice but to jump into the sea to save her. Xia Yanshi was touched in her heart, but she also knew what this meant. If it was to save a person, you can even be afraid of sharks. So how can the relationship between two people be simple? What? You mean you really want him to leave me? Subai raised his eyebrows, his expression smiling. I didn't mean that. Xia Yanshi stammered for a moment, not knowing what to say. Don't worry, I'll take care of it over there. You hurry back to the cabin and dry yourself off. Change your clothes, don't catch a cold. Well, it is only 2 kilometers from the island and the return of the cruise ship is very quick. From the cruise ship, everyone went back to their respective tents to change. Not surprisingly, Lin Xinla found Subai. Subai, can I talk to you for a second? Lin Xinla asked aloud. One could tell that she was in a somewhat low mood right now. Subai nodded and, then taking her hand, the two of them walked into the woods together. Finding a fairly open area, the two sat down on a large rock. You still have her in your heart, don't you? Lin Xinla asked bluntly, but her eyes didn't dare to go and meet Subai. She also thought about it differently. If it was just an ordinary friend who lost his footing and fell into the sea, and with giant sharks infesting the sea, one would never dare to jump in and save someone in the first place. Subai did not hesitate at that time, unhesitatingly plunged into the sea. What did that mean? It didn't even have to be said for her to know. Subai looked at him for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter, I can understand. After all, you were together for so long. You sure used to love her, didn't you? Lin Zanara's heart was in a bad place as she said those words. And what are you going to do now? Are you going to love her? Or me? This time, Subai didn't answer, just slowly hugged her from behind, resting his chin against her shoulder. The two of them snuggled together. Answer my question. You can't talk about two at once, can you? Chapter 151 You brought the big black cow on the island? At this moment, Lin Shinla couldn't help but think back to the time when her mother had spoken to her. It's a truism that men get worse when they have money. I don't know about others, but I know rich men, even his own dad, included, had more than one woman, outrageously even more. If one picks a rich man like Subai as a lifelong partner, one has to be prepared to share one's man with other women. That night, she talked to Subai about that, too. Moreover, he had long known that Xia Yanshi still had good feelings for Subai. For example, during the days when he had engaged himself in spending time with Subai, she had come to deliver breakfast every morning. But now, just as she was about to face this, she was a little overwhelmed. If I had to choose between the two of you right now, I'd choose you. Subai's words rang in his ears, his tone quite sincere. Why? Lin Zenara looked at her. Then I'll be honest. Because you're prettier, have a better body, and your family has more money, more capable too, and I'm still your first boyfriend. But with Xia Yanshi, I also have reasons I can't refuse. What reason? She saved my life. Ah. Ha. Originally, he had planned to hide it from this niece, but Subai felt that it was still necessary to tell it now. So he told her what happened that day in Sioux City, in the parking lot of the Royal Roland Hotel. It's just that I've hidden some details. For example, my own encounter with the killer was related to Qin Yao. Another example was that his body could actually recover quickly, and it wouldn't have mattered if he had stabbed himself 2 more times in the first place. He didn't talk about any of these. Lin Shinla, who had heard all this, her eyes widened, and she hurriedly lifted up his clothes to inspect them. Also really saw a couple of new growths of skin on him, not very noticeable, but you could see them on closer inspection. It's something your father wouldn't let me talk to you about, and I don't want to talk to you about it, because I don't want the Puryu to be tainted by all that jungle stuff. What I'm trying to say is that if it hadn't been for that phone call from Xia Yanshi in the first place, I could very well have been stabbed to death by them and wouldn't be able to be around you properly now to keep you company. That's why I said I had reasons for her that I couldn't refuse. Can you understand me? The call that Subai spoke out was not entirely false, but it was obviously not all true either. In short, the feelings are quite sincere right off the bat, making it hard not to believe. Lin Zenara sighed softly. I thought I'd see the day when I'd have to do the same. You rascals so bad. How can it be honest? It's okay, my dad's like that anyway. I'm used to seeing it growing up. If you find someone better than me out there someday, feel free to kick me out and I'll never blame you. As she said that, she gently broke away from Subai's embrace and was about to head over to the camp. Subai also saw that he was a little emotional, and once again went after her and held her from behind. Come on, just be generous and forgive me this time. I didn't even touch Xia Yanshi. All this innocence can be saved for you. Subai had to use his must-have technique, which was a face of sincerity. Again, this is a half-truth, and it's true that Xia Yanshi hadn't touched the, but I don't know if the body is clean or not. One pops up, and it pisses this ninny off like this. In the future, if she knew that she had so many other sisters and siblings, wouldn't she really want to send herself directly to see Tainan with a whirlwind leg? Humph. If you didn't touch her, didn't you touch me? Who knows who you're saving this innocent body for? Maybe there's another woman out there. Lin Shinla still refused to let him go on her lips, but her steps back to the campground stopped. Hearing such ambiguous words, such obvious innuendo, how could Subai not know what she meant? His eyes rolled, and he quickly had a plan. Little Lara, do you remember the bet we set before the college entrance exam? Lin Shinla didn't know why he suddenly said this, but nodded. It can all be remembered that if you lose, you promise me anything. If I lose, just go to your house and see your big black cow? Subai nodded, his expression somewhat meaningful. Lin Shinran, who saw this scene, a frown could not be helped. You don't want to show me now, do you? Did you bring the big black cow on the island? How is that possible? They came all the way here together. They can't hide a cow on the plane. They haven't found out yet, have they? Unless Subai arranged for someone else to send the cows to the island. The bull is on the island right now. Why don't I show you? Subai said yes, without waiting for her to answer. He took her hand and walked deeper into the forest. Not long after, the two came to a hidden location, and Subai stopped. Lin Shinla looked around, not to mention the big black cow. She didn't even see half a cow's hair, and immediately looked at Subai with a puzzled face. Turn around. No peeking. I'll do a magic trick for you. I'll let you see the big black bull in a minute, Subai said in a serious manner, but the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Lin Shinla did not believe it in her heart, but when she saw him talk like this, she was inevitably curious, so he turned away half-heartedly, and reached up to cover his eyes. In the middle of the day, Subai's voice came from behind again. Okay, you turn around. Lin Shinla then. Yikes, how do you like it? Want to say hello? This is the big black cow? Aha. Seeing Subai answering as if nothing had happened, Lin Xinla's entire body was dumbfounded in place. In the middle of the day, it took her a moment to catch her breath, recalling how she'd started out asking Subai over and over again what a cowboy was. Her pretty face turned red with shame in an instant. Really ugly. Hey, what are you doing? Not. Lin Xinla still wanted to say something, but her lips were already blocked by Subai's warm lips. The body also involuntarily burst of heat, and finally fell limply into his arms, allowing him to indulge. More than 40 minutes passed before the battle in the forest subsided. Exhausted, Lin Xinla lay on Subai's chest, her face peachy red and panting heavily. Subai gently dropped a kiss on her neck. Lin Xinla pouted and, with a sultry little look at Subai, badass. You only said you wanted me to meet the big black cow. You didn't say you wanted me to do this with you. Subai laughed and reached around her waist again. And didn't you just object to that, too? These words again teased her a blush. Lin Xinla didn't dare to look at Subai's eyes again, only burying her face in his chest. One pale, slender finger drew small circles on his chest. Today, she had finally handed herself over to Subai completely and utterly. This also more than represents that she has no regrets later. Although she was still apprehensive, she had a faint smile on her face. Be good to me, Lin Zanara spoke softly. Subai hugged her a little tighter, his tone firm. I will be good to you. And then, the two of them smiled at each other and embraced once again. Entwined. Chapter 152. I'll never lose you again. Time turned to evening. Looking at the two Subai who were snuggling together and returning to the camp, there was just an anti-smile on everyone's face. Getting your girlfriend so fast? Gu Wei's gaze was full of deep meaning as she looked at Subai and asked. Lin Xinla couldn't be more clear about what a state like this now represented. She couldn't help but also admire Subai a little bit. Obviously just now she almost started a fire in her harem, but now she was able to coax her girlfriend into obedience. Auntie, stop it now. Later on little Lara will be shy again, Subai said with another faint smile. Lin Xinla was so shy that she ran directly back to her tent. Didn't want to bother with the big bad guy. We were all pretty tired from our trip out today, so we didn't schedule any more activities for the evening. All stayed inside the camp and rested. Gu Wei handles the giant eastern star spot that Subai caught today. Intend to get something different to eat. Grouper is a very high-grade ingredient, mainly because of the flavorful meat and the great taste that, among the many seafood fish, it is also considered one of the best. A fish this big has to be about 10 pounds of pure fish meat unwrapped. Gu Wei cooked this fish with the help of the cruise ship's kitchen. The skeleton of the fish was used to make soup, and a piece of meat was picked from the spine of the fish to be used to make fish and sour soup. This was followed by a charcoal grill, a braise, and a pan-seared fillet, as well as a small piece of the finest meat for sashimi. The delicious fish satisfied everyone's taste buds and everyone had a satisfying meal. After dinner, the group chatted around the campfire for a while, and soon sleepiness set in, and everyone went back to their tents to rest. Just someone who was still very energetic, Subai, who once again sneaked out of the tent in the middle of the night, this time went to Liang Yu's place, stayed with her for over an hour and left only when she was about to fall asleep. After that, Subai didn't go back to his tent directly, but turned his head to go to Xia Yanshir's tent. The woman was really still awake, her hands clasped in her lap and was staring at the TV series on the tablet computer. Seeing Subai suddenly zip her in, she was a little surprised and, immediately, he made a seat for Subai to sit beside him. Subai sat down and nonchalantly wrapped his arms around her waist and, with his other hand, he stuck up a watermelon from the fruit plate on the table next to him and took a bite. Did you see, last night, me and Sister Ge's tent? It was crowded during the day, and I didn't come out and ask directly. But in the back of my mind, I thought probably, otherwise this ninny wouldn't have inexplicably run into little Lara's tent. 80% of the time, she was the one who bumped into her last night's errands. Xia Yanshir didn't dare to lie and nodded. I don't think she is your aunt, is she? Don't worry, I'm not horny enough for that. Subai was also amused by this question of his and raised his hand to rub her head. Then, he spoke again of the day's events. I don't suppose it was entirely a coincidence that you fell overboard in the morning? Hearing his spot-on question, Xia Yanshir also lowered her head in some shame. I was going to pretend to fall overboard while I was out on the water. When the time comes to be rescued by you again, our relationship can be further. I ended up seeing sharks later, and I didn't dare joke about safety. It was just talking to Lin on the second floor observation deck coming up, and the fall into the ocean really wasn't entirely a chance event. She gave an honest account. Subai felt a little funny when she looked at him like this. The current self. It was already difficult to connect this ninny in front of her with the once arrogant little princess. During this period of time, he was able to see Xia Yanxu's progress, having learned how to take care of people, how to deal with good things and play a part in critical moments without being an ostrich. Although it was said that it hadn't reached the standard of a lifelong couple, Subai was still very pleased. Didn't I tell you everything? If you do well in college, you'll get everything you want, Subai said, and with a slight force in his hand, he pulled her into his arms. Xia Yanxu also very obediently sat on Subai's lap and wrapped her hands around his neck. Don't ever do anything stupid like that again, especially not at the expense of your own safety or the safety of others. Understand? Xia Yanxu nodded her head obediently, and finally, at Subai's gesture, the whole person was stuck in his arms. The softness of his chest made Subai's heart burst with relief, and he only felt that this niece was becoming more and more agreeable the more he looked at her. The lights in the tent went out quietly, and there was no third person who knew what had happened here tonight. Nearly an hour passed before the movement in the tent faded. Xia Yanxu's hair was messy as she leaned on Subai's shoulder. Her eyes were a little moist. In the past, she had been looking forward to it, but when it really came, one still gets overwhelmed some of the time. Subai, I'm sorry. I was the one who didn't see how good you were before, and I was the one who was foolish enough to keep my body before. I'll make it all up to you double. I promise. Subai, I'll never lose you again. Xia Yanxu hugged Subai tightly and said solemnly under her breath, who do I know that hasn't been young and uninformed? I've already forgiven you. Subai smiled lightly and helped her back. By the way, there's a task coming up for you, so you'll have to do your best to help me get it done right. What mission? Lin Xinla knows something about us now. I think she's slowly starting to accept you in her heart. From now on, I need you to make a good relationship with her, and you two become good sisters. It'll make it easier for me to confess the other sisters to her again. Know what I mean? Looking into Subai's eyes, Xia Yanxu blinked her eyes, obviously a little confused. Other people do this kind of thing or at least hide it, for fear that the harem will catch fire. But look at Subai's posture. I'm afraid it's not a good idea for all the sisters to get to know each other and then end up in a big bed together. Well, I'll try. And so, when the night came to the latter part of the night, Lin Xinla was once again woken up. Dazed eyes turned on the overhead chandelier and she then saw Xia Yanxu appear in her tent once again, dressed in a cute and cuddly bear pajamas, with two eyes staring at her miserably. Why are you here again? She asked rather breathlessly. I'm still a little afraid of the dark. Can I sleep here tonight too? I'm a good sleeper. Absolutely no snoring or teeth grinding. Xia Yanxu reached out and made an oath. Lin Xinla slapped his forehead. This is really rely on their own. Can't you just go to your BFF? She snores in her sleep, and her feet smell, and she grinds her teeth. There are times when I'll sneak a fart in the middle of the night, and I'm afraid I'll wake up the next day with my face smudged yellow. Meanwhile, in the tent on the roof of the building, the sleeping Li Xiaolin sneezed loudly and, dazed, I got up and looked around, scratched my butt, and lay back down to sleep as if nothing had happened. Chapter 153 Diving for Fish. Accidentally stabbing a lobster nest. Another quiet and peaceful night passed, and all were fairly well rested. Needless to say, the island camping trip benefited everyone. I have to say, Subai, you're really quite a nice island. In the wee hours of the morning, a few early risers sat down to chat outside their tents. Xia Rui and Bai Yuntao looked at the surrounding scenery, listened to the insects and birds, and breathed in the fresh air. If on a normal day, they wouldn't even make it to bed until 3 a.m. I can't get out of bed without 10 o'clock the next day, and I don't usually eat or work regularly, but during these days of vacation on the island, they fell asleep every day just after 8 o'clock. I would wake up again naturally at 4 or 5 a.m. the next day, and I was quite regular in my work and diet, and I could smell the fresh air and feel purified. The environment here is definitely better than any scenic spot in the country, and the air is completely unpolluted. The seawater is also crystal clear. If we had a resort here, it would definitely become a tourist paradise. Xia Rui just casually mentioned it, but he didn't expect Subai to really plan this way. Actually, well, I've already contacted someone, a team of professionals. As much as possible, construction will be done without destroying the pristine ecology of the area. Subai naturally wouldn't let go of such a business opportunity. The system rewarded an island. It's not for his private vacation. He's going to have to catch this wave of wealth to make it work. Bai Yuntao listened to the conversation between the two, but it seemed as if he had suddenly thought of something, and both his eyes glowed directly. In that case, when we come back here next summer, and the beach is full of beautiful women in bikinis? However, his words were followed by what felt like a hard hand on his fat head. Turning his head, he only saw Wang Xiaoyu staring at him with this burning gaze. You look like a bikini to me. Off to breakfast, she said, grabbed by Yuntao's ear and left. there is also more than one person who is 1.5 meters tall. How did the girl with a skinny body drag this 200-pound fat man? In short, Subai and Xiaorui saw this scene and laughed unkindly. Breakfast was still being prepared by Gwen, and she found that in the morning hours myself is enjoying cooking more than ever. A big plate of veggie salad, avocado egg and bacon sandwiches. Simple and delicious. In a little while I'm going to go down to the ocean and dive, and try to see if I can get a load with a fish gun. Do any of you want to join me? Subai said, holding up the diving suit on the side of the tent, and a 2-meter-long fish gun. Are you still going to go into the water, Subin? Will it be dangerous? Xia Yanshi said with some concern. Yesterday's scene scared her so much that she still hasn't gotten over it. I'm afraid I'll never dare to dive deeper in my life. Don't worry, I had this wetsuit custom made. Each one cost me tens of thousands of dollars and the protection is awesome. Subai said and also drew out a small knife and scratched twice against the diving suit. And it was really unharmed. And for this dive we're only going to be in shallow water. That reef, there won't be any big fish out there. Even if there is, it doesn't matter. With a fish gun in your hand, you can kill a big one of 200 or 300 pounds with one blow, Subai said, and demonstrated how to use the fish gun in front of the crowd. A fish gun is actually a harpoon that is launched with an elastic band. The harpoon has barbs on its head, with a rope tied to the end. Once you hit your target, it's almost impossible to escape. To use it, place Yu Chang's butt against his stomach. Pull the elastic cord with both hands to snap it into the slot behind the harpoon and pull the trigger to fire. Only to see the harpoon lodged at once in a piece of dead wood lying down beside the tremendous force instantly sent wood chips flying. The crowd then dropped their hearts. Well then, I'll go with you. The one who opened her mouth to speak was Lin Xinla. She's a very good diver and swimmer. And, although you can't use a shot, you can follow Subai with an underwater camera and record him as he fights fish. I'll go too. How can you not take me when there's this event? Subai? Bai Yuntao also raised his hand. He grew up in the countryside, and as a child, he did not play in the lake a lot. The water is so good that diving, fishing and all that is not a problem. The rest of the group didn't participate, except for Xia Yanshi and Guwei, who could swim. The others are not at all aquatic and have never dived at all. So at 7 o'clock in the morning, Bai Yuntao, Subai, and Lin Zenara, escorted by Wang Taizhu, were changed into a wetsuit and went into the sea. 3 men, each with a fish gun in his hand and a walk-around recorder on his head. Lin Xinla, on the other hand, followed Subai holding a diving camera. I must say that the marine resources around this island are really quite good. Swimming through the shallows, the water depth was only a meter or so, and Subai came to a colorful coral reef, with at least a dozen species of fish as far as the eye could see. And everywhere you look there are sea cucumbers, sea urchins, and all kinds of conch and shellfish. Soon, Subai found the target, only to see him dive into the gap between 2 coral reefs. Drawing the dagger at his waist, he wrenched at a large stone, and saw the whole thing taken off. When I looked at it, what kind of rock was it? Surprisingly, it was a palm-sized scallop. Lin Xinla rushed to capture the scene, then passed the net with both hands to help Subai load up the fishing goods. After finishing, she even gave Subai a thumbs up. That look was adorable. Swimming around the neighborhood, I found a total of 6 scallops of this size. Each one was estimated to weigh 2 or 3 pounds, and if it wasn't for the floats tied to the netting, Lin Xinla was afraid she wouldn't even be able to hold them. Hit something else, Subai. I should be exhausted at this rate. Taking the opportunity to change her breath, Lin Xinla pulled Subai back and showed him the heavy mesh pocket. Have you picked up all that? I don't feel anything yet. That's fine. I'll go shoot 2 more fish and see, Subai said, and took another plunge. Lin Xinla had sort of realized that Subai's diving skills were really quite good. Despite being underwater with a spear gun in his hand, his movements are still quite stretched and he swims very fast, having specialized in scuba diving for 3 years. It's a bit of a struggle to follow him now. It wasn't long before Subai spotted a good-sized snapper behind a reef, eyeballing 7 or 8 pounds. It barely made it into his eyes, so Subai hitched up the fish gun, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. There was only a crunch, and the harpoon hit that fish precisely in the head. Pinned it to the sandy bottom of the sea, struggled a few times and then stopped moving. Su White retrieved the line and removed it from the harpoon. After showing it to the camera for a moment before, sent it into the mesh pocket again. After working like this for more than an hour, Subai caught a total of 7 large scallops, 3 snappers in the 5-pound plus range and a 6 or 7-pound grouper, plus a big spinning snail, made for a good haul. Just as Subai was planning to beat a retreat, but far away, he glimpsed a pair of bright red tentacles also sprouting from beneath a certain reef. He instantly judged what was coming out and swam faster, grasping the reef with both hands. poking his head down to look. It didn't matter what he saw. The scene under the reef stunned him straight away. A dozen or so large lobsters the size of a man's small arm are, at the moment, huddled in a crevice in this reef. Thinking that they were hiding very well, Subai visually estimated that the smallest one of them had 4 or 5 pounds, and the big one even had 7 or 8 pounds. Is this accidentally stabbing a lobster nest? Chapter 154 Encountering Whale Sharks. Video fires up the internet. The angle that Lin Shinla was at couldn't see the lobsters down there. She only saw Subai suddenly look surprised. So, driven by curiosity, she swam over, and was immediately stunned by the scene. Subai aimed his drawn-up spear at the group of lobsters. A shot was fired with little aim. There was no need to aim at all. There were simply too many targets to get a load on any random shot. As luck would have it, when he pulled the spear back, there were 3 lobsters hanging from it. The first 2 were shot through the body, and the last one, brought to its tail, was struggling frantically to break free, but to no avail. Subai was overjoyed and floated to the surface, squeezing the heavy harpoon of the, showing off happily for Lin Shinla's camera. Lin Shinla clicked him a picture and gave him another thumbs up, a sweet smile on her face. Subai, you're too good. She couldn't help but sigh. Subai did get the wrong idea and gave her a bad smile. What's all the fuss about? Don't you know yesterday if I'm good or not? Reacting. Lin Shinla immediately made a big red face and didn't dare to look at him again, shyly hiding away from the camera at ease. Putting those 3 big lobsters into the fishing net, Subai once again dived into the water and wanted to see if the nest of lobsters was still there. As luck would have it, these big lobsters weren't too bright, and had obviously just been frightened by and now yet there are 3 good-sized lobsters hiding in the cracks. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the most Q-bomb place, and this kind of self-righteousness and cleverness, the actual silly little guy must have very tasty neat. Without saying a word, Subai fired a shot at one of them. The fish gun went through the lobster's head with precision and nailed it to the sandy bottom of the sea. The other 2 lobsters fled immediately the next time. One burrowed into the reef and disappeared. The other one, however, didn't get very far and stopped once more. Sue White wasn't going to let it go, and it was too late to remove the lobster hanging from her harpoon. Straight away, he pulled on the elastic band again and swam towards it, or seemed to sense something and cower in place in fear. Don't be nervous, little one. Just let me stick it in. It'll be quick. Brother Sobai murmured very wickedly, and under his hand he pulled the trigger once more. Successfully harvested heads. Ah no, shrimp head. At this point, the 5 living and breathing great Australopithecines were successfully pocketed by Subai. Subai and Lin Shinla were both quite satisfied with today's harvest. These seafood ingredients were enough for a dozen of them to have a beautiful meal. So, the 2 of them were about to hit the road back home, but Subai's afterglow suddenly glimpsed something that scared. They had come to the outer area of the reef at the moment, and the water was about 2 or 3 meters deep. About 10 meters further out is deep water. The water is crystal clear. With a glance, Subai saw a huge shadow slowly swimming past over in the deep water. First thought was a shark, and a rather large great white at that. Frightened, he hurriedly raised his gun and aimed at the guy. Fixing his eyes on it, he was relieved and reacted to the fact that such shallow, there will be no great white sharks. The guy's covered in spots. His mouth is wide open, and he's got gills on either side of his head. Between the wagging of the huge tail, the body slowly moved underwater. As for its size, it could only be described as more exaggerated than a great white shark. It's quite a cover-up. This is just about the largest fish on the planet today, the whale shark. It's a gentle animal that feeds on small fish and shrimp and never attacks people. Subai pulled Lin Shinla and was about to swim that way. Lin Shinla coldly saw that guy and, also startled, he saw it was a whale shark before nodding. He understands that such animals don't come around very often. Some people go out in boats specifically to photograph them, also often fall short of seeing this big fish. It is said that they are very afraid. People run away when they hear the roar of an engine. The presence of this whale shark also proves that the marine resources around this island are really ridiculously good. Subai temporarily handed over the fish gun to Lin Shinla for safekeeping, while he himself swam towards the whale shark. It's only when you get close that you realize how big this guy really is in the end. Just that one huge fish head could fit a whole Subai. All he felt now was a pickup truck swimming past him. That big guy wasn't afraid of people, letting Subai's hand touch him. One of his own was just lazily wagging his tail and swimming slowly. Pacific sunlight was in full force, spilling ripples of water down and projecting them onto the backs of the fish. Subai encircled the whale shark, swinging his flippers regularly and swimming quite softly. This man and fish, as if the best picture. Lin Shinla looked all a bit dumbfounded as she concentrated on her camera and record the process in its entirety. After swimming together for 10 minutes, the whale sharks began to head deeper into the. Only then did Subai reluctantly swim away. The two of them bid farewell to the whale shark, and afterward, they met up with Wang Taizhu and Bai Yuntao. The four returned to the shore together. Both of them had a pretty good haul, too, except that they picked up more shellfish. After all, playing the game was a skillful endeavor. Not everyone was like Subai, who had the divine fish gun using skills rewarded by the system. Handing over the seafood they'd scored to Gwen, a couple of the guys took off their wetsuits and a few people rinsed their bodies with fresh water. And Xia Yanshi took the initiative to help Lin Xinla, at Subai's gesture, so as to enhance the bond between the sisters. Seeing that they were still holding hands when they returned, Subai would smile. Little Lara, why don't you go back and cut up today's video? It's best to cut it out along with the first few days of fun. And remember to take a little more pictures of the surrounding landscape and our camping vacation. I'm going to post it on Forest Entertainment later. Subai looked at Lin Xinla and said, Subai, do you want to do self-publishing? Lin Xinla is a little confused about these things. If you want to share them, just post them inside the dynamic. Why does it have to be spent on forest recreation? Of course it's an advertisement for my island. I'm counting on building a resort here in the future. What about relying on tourism to make money and get rich? Hearing these words, the several women did look at each other with somewhat odd expressions. If you want to advertise, why don't you find an internet blogger with more followers to come to the island for a couple days, and send it out yourself to be useful? Xia Yanshi said. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched. It seems that these few nymphets don't usually brush short videos. How many followers do you think it takes to be considered an internet celebrity? Without answering her question, Subai asked back. Well, it must be at least 1 million? Xia Yanshi replied. Subai nodded, then took out his cell phone and opened his shower account, put it in front of Xia Yanshi for display, only to see that his number of followers had heated up to a horrifying 37 million. Xia Yanshi and Lin Xinla both saw the scene clearly, and their two pairs of beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Subai. You how? Is this account really your own? Why does a street full of sound so familiar? Subai, what is your relationship with that blogger called Green Grapefruit Lemon? It was only then that Subai remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. If one's identity on the internet was exposed, then along with it, wouldn't the ship John Yusu Lemon be exposed as well? But it's okay, he's the best at making up lies. Immediately, he explained that she's a musician signed by one of her own music companies. Someone who created CP just for the sake of the heat and never actually saw her face. That's a half-truth. 2. She Niao in the period of cub music. And there was no way he was going to mention that day he stole a kiss from Jiang Yuzue Lemon at the anniversary celebration. Lin Xinla was half convinced, while Xia Yanshi did not comment. It's not like she cares about that anyway, as far as she knows. Subai's women also include Liang Yu, the former homeroom teacher. To say that another female netizen is not strange. In the end, it took an hour to cut the video with the combined efforts of the two Lin Xinla women. The editing skills of the two are not professional, but the transitions and stuff are very well done. And most importantly, the content of the video is so bright that Subai sent it directly to Lin Entertainment. The crowd watched the cut video again together and all felt very satisfied. Just as he wanted to exit Lin Entertainment, he glanced at the right side and saw that the number of likes had reached a terrifying 30,000. This just went out a few minutes ago. Chapter 155 near the beginning of the school year. Human traffickers on the train. My god. Oh my god. Big Bull posted a new video. Going on an island vacation this is? Didn't you read the copy upstairs? This is people driving their own cruise ships. Can going to your own island be considered a vacation? My god. This environment. This marine resources. This. Much white legs. Owned islands and cruises. Beautiful surroundings. Great meals. There are also so many beautiful women with me. Is this the life of a rich man? Tears, 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 tears. This water is as clear as it is, and the fish are as plentiful as they are. I'm suspecting I've been to a false sea before. Bald, bald, bald. Sister Lemon and also Stoolchi both commented and told Subai to bring them along next time. Can't stand it. What the hell is this place? It's really too perfect for that. I'm just going to save my money for 6 months and make sure I take my girlfriend there once. The number of likes is still growing, and there are a bunch of envious eyes in the comments section. Subai didn't look at it again, but replaced his cell phone and ate his lunch with the crowd around the campfire. Early to bed, early to rise, in the mood for sea fishing, scuba diving, and molesting little Lara. He could also eat the delicious meals cooked by Go Wei. Subai was a little reluctant to leave this place. The original plan was for the crowd to play on the island for 3 days and leave tonight. Because the fresh water brought on the cruise ship was only enough to sustain everyone for 3 days, Subai secretly resolved that in the future, he would definitely get a big reservoir for this island. It would be nice to have running water. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, the crowd boarded a cruise ship to return to Sheepshead Wharf. This time, the bus was arranged by Lin Dongnan, so the people didn't have to take buses or cabs anymore, and they arrived at the airport smoothly. After bidding farewell to Wang Taizhu, everyone got back on the plane to return to Sioux City. This concludes a 3-day trip to the island. A summer vacation could be described as an uneventful time for Subai. It was the constant traveling to and from the 3 cities of Sioux City, Jinling and Hangzhou, while keeping an eye on the construction of several of his companies. All the while, he had to make time for his daughters, Liang Yu, Xia Yanshi, Lin Xinla, Gu Wei, Qin Yao, Feng Lin, one day at a time, plain and simple. And so the clock ticked down to August 27th. Lin Xinla and Xia Yanshi were going to report to Jinling University in a few days. The second college that Bai Yuntao got into happens to be in Jinling as well, not too far from Jinling University. It's worth noting that word came from Cecilia Chen's side that he said that the formula provided by Subai to make out the scar removal cream has been successfully developed, and the current first batch of test products are very effective. Subai is now in Hangzhou. Immediately sent a bottle to Jiang Yusu Lemanover. Let her try to see if she can get rid of the scars on her face. It's about time to report to college. On the evening of August 27th, Subai bid farewell to Qin Yao and took the high-speed train from Hangzhou to Jinling. Qin Yao's side still had to deal with some things about Little Bear Music, and a week later, she would also go to Jinling to help Subai manage the company together. The high-speed trains of this era are not as comfortable as those of later generations, and the carriages are somewhat cramped. It was almost crowded, the weather itself was hot, and the smell wasn't particularly pleasant. Beside Subai sat a middle-aged uncle, and opposite him was a girl. The girl looked in his own is about the same age. Thin, has been lowered, cannot see the face, but it seems to be a beauty. Subai noticed her as soon as she got in the car. It wasn't so much a matter of seeing color, but the girl's dress was a bit conspicuous, obviously as young as a flower, but wearing a washed-out shirt and pants, with the simplest of ponytails, old shoes on her feet, and a big bag in her arms, with no idea what was in it. Fearful of being snatched away, he looked rattled and just sat there. The uncle beside Subai, however, was always looking for a topic to talk about from time to time, with a rather gracious smile on his face. Little girl, this is your first time traveling, right? What did you go to Jinling for? I'm actually a native of Jinling, and I'm more familiar with all there. Are you there to look for a job or a person? It was only when she heard the older man say he was from Jinling that the girl slowly raised her head. Subai used his afterglow to take a look and immediately determined that her face value was not low, just a little thin, and her face was not very good. Name, in Xiaonan. Age, 18. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 44 kilograms. The current system score is 86. Please tell me if you are bound as a dog-licking object? Subai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the system voice coming from his mind. If you can have 86 points even when you're skinny like this, wouldn't you be able to easily exceed 90 points if you were raised white and chubby? After a moment's hesitation, the girl spoke slowly. I'm going to college. Do you know how to get to King's College? Golden University. I'm familiar with the place, and it just so happens that I'm passing through there today. This older man was a veteran, and in a few words he made the little girl let her guard down. The words came down, already promising to go with the older man in a while. Subai's gaze faintly and unnoticeably glanced at this uncle, then quietly retracted. Traffickers are still rampant these days. Granted, the ninny was so pretty and pathetic that one could look at her and develop a protective streak, but Subai didn't intend to mind his own business. After all, he didn't know the other person, and defense was not an option. What if it was possible that these two were deliberately acting to show themselves, and in the end, they would come together to bite themselves back? It wasn't like he hadn't heard of such things before. However, the uncle clearly had more than one goal in mind. Again, he turned his gaze to Subai. He was seeing this outfit and the watch and cell phone used by Subai. At this age, you can wear a famous brand. The watch is a rare thing of millions of dollars. The family must not be generally rich. Little brother, what are you doing in Jinling? Seeing him take the initiative to come to the door, Subai narrowed his eyes. He didn't want to be involved in other people's affairs, but when these find their way to one's head, then the nature can be quite different. He yawned and glanced at the older man with an expressionless face. Does it matter to you? You don't think I'm as easy to fool as she is, do you? Subai's voice was loud, and in Xiaonan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the room, had obviously heard it as well. After a moment of dismay, she immediately covered the bag in her arms tightly and stared warily at the older man. The corners of the uncle's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and his face went green for a moment. Pointing at Subai, he roared, "What are you talking about? Don't spit blood. I help people out of the goodness of my heart. How come I'm a liar in your mouth? How could Subai be afraid of him? Just speak calmly and freely. What's your hurry? People haven't even said which campus of Jinling University they want to go to. And you're saying you're familiar with it. What the hell are you doing? If you're really familiar with it, then tell me. What school is across the street from JLU? The older man was speechless, his face reddening all of a sudden. He didn't know that, but he was just trying to get the girl to say something. Wherever the girl said, he would say he knew her well so he could abduct her to the car. It is to eat. The girl is new to the country, unfamiliar with life, the heart does not feel safe. This is great. It's all ruined for this kid. The uncle stopped talking and walked away without looking back. Chapter 156. Thank you. You're a real sweetheart. After that uncle left, Subai and Xiaonan attracted a lot of side glances from the passengers. Quite a few people threw glances of approval at Subai. This young man saw the trafficker scam right away and exposed it on the spot. Saved a girl at the same time. This kind of heart and courage is really rare at his age. Thank you. Subai originally didn't want to get involved in too much right and wrong, and didn't pay much attention to the gazes of the people around him. I was just about to close my eyes for a moment when I heard the girl across the room speak timidly. And Xiaonan is very introverted and shy, and usually doesn't talk to strangers. But she wasn't stupid and naturally knew that just now. If there was no Subai, he or she might be abducted by traffickers and end up in a miserable situation. At the same time, the heart became more and more grateful to this teenager on the opposite side. Subai's eyes fell on Xiaonan's face, and he suddenly felt that this face looked good. And the main thing was that it made himself feel comfortable from the bottom of his heart. The only thing is that it's too skinny. I've taken care of the business, so I shouldn't charge too much for the interest, right? My name is Subai, a freshman in the Chinese language department of Jinling University. An amiable smile suddenly appeared on Subai's face. He has always considered himself not a face reader, but a decent guy who focuses on the inside. But, when Subai saw Xiaonan's pathetic appearance, and again, I can't help but feel a strong desire to protect. Suddenly it just feels like, I'm really too much of a meddler. My name is Xiaonan. I'm also a freshman in the Chinese language department. Subai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he heard her say this. In that case, the two of them are future classmates. Isn't that a coincidence? I'm afraid it's not heavenly. As for why Subai, a national top science student, ended up choosing Chinese language as a liberal arts major, there are two reasons for this. Firstly, he managed to get his hands on this scholarship mainly by relying on the memories of his previous life. In reality, he's not particularly beatable and chose a science major for fear of leaking. Secondly, and most importantly, there are a lot of pretty girls in the Chinese language program. You see, it's not like you're letting your buddy meet one? So coincidental. Then we can be the same class later. The university inside to take care of. Oh, Subai said, and Xiaonan over there nodded her head obediently and shyly. I don't think you're from Hangzhou, are you? It looks like you're from Sichuan and Chongqing, Subai suddenly said, and Xiaonan sniffed and raised her eyes in some surprise. You, where do you know? I am indeed from Sichuan and Chongqing. I came to Hangqing to see my aunt, and she married into Hangcheng. And Xiaonan was a little excited about why Subai knew her hometown was in Sichuan and Chongqing. All accidentally uttered a few lines of dialect before correcting them as an afterthought. As for Subai, without a trace, he moved his eyes away from the large Chuanyu life on her bag and returned a gentle smile. I guessed, because they all say that the girls in Chuanyu are white and pretty. These words were complimenting Xiaonan's good looks, and hearing her little face flushed red, it also opened up and chatted with Subai. Meeting such a little one on her first trip made her feel a little safer inside. The two of them talked like this all the way, and Xiaonan was very shy and didn't speak too loudly. Her face was always red too, and I could tell she was really introverted. During the conversation, Subai also roughly understood her family situation, and Xiaonan's family is from a village in eastern Sichuan and Chongqing, where her father and grandfather died in a car accident. She was only 6 or 7 years old at the time, and it was her mother and grandmother who took care of her and her brother over the years. The family has little income, and grandma has been sick all these years. It is quite difficult for a family of 4 to live. When Subai heard this, his heart felt a little bad. What a nice ninny. Too bad she didn't get heavenly care. No wonder she's dressed so shabbily. Coming out to college is also alone. Ding! Successfully bound in Xiaonan as the number 10 dog-licking object. It's a good thing I met me. She and her family were destined for a change. That's not easy for you. A normal girl would probably have been crushed long ago. Let's add a WeChat, so that if you need any help in the future, you can find me, Subai said, pulling out his cell phone. And Xiaonan was obviously frozen for a moment when she saw the scene. When I was growing up, it was the first time I was asked by a boy for a WeChat. although I was a bit shy, but she still pulled out an old smartphone and friend Subai. It wasn't long before the high-speed train arrived at the station and the passengers got off. And Xiaonan was carrying a large bag and struggling a bit, so Subai took the initiative to help her. Subai student. I can do this one by myself. No, I'm a kind-hearted person. I will definitely help my classmates when I see them in need. Subai couldn't help but reach out and take a large bag directly from her hand. The two people's hands accidentally touched, and in Xiaonan's face suddenly turned even redder. Thank you, you're a good man. Subi. No, that's a ING good guy card? The two walked out of the high-speed train station together, walking through the crowds, not too accustomed to the hustle and bustle of the big city, the appearance of some constraints. Fortunately, Subai walked beside her, giving her a sense of security. Just at that moment 4 or 5 men appeared in front of them, standing in a row across blocking their way. The man at the head of the group was the same older man they had just met on the high-speed train. The face was no longer as kind as it had been a moment ago, just a big wave of his hand. All of you, let this little pussy learn a lesson. As the words fell, the 4 people behind him yelled and rushed up, and Xiaonan let out a cry of surprise and the bag in his hand fell to the ground. Both hands grabbed the corner of Subai's coat, and his body was trembling. However, in the next second, only a dozen or so athletic figures rushed out of the crowd, and in just one glance, the 4 men, along with the older man, were lowered to the ground, each one struggling to no avail. The expression was beyond horrified. Hello 110? I've just been attacked. It's at the high-speed train station. Yes, Jiling West Station. I suspect they're a gang of human traffickers. There are 5 of them. They're under the control of my bodyguards now. You guys send someone over here quickly. Hanging up the phone and ignoring the group of people on the ground begging for mercy, Subai looked down at Xiaonan, and Xiaonan immediately reacted. Her face flushed red with shame, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. People were so calm just now. On the contrary, it was so humiliating. At the same time, she also realized that Subai's identity is not simple. I happen to be reporting to school today, so why don't you come along in my car later? Okay, thank you. You're a great guy. Chapter 157. Arriving at the school. The schoolmates were not calm. Subai led in Xiaonan out of the high-speed train station. He saw a white Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly parked in front of the two, and with the windows down, he saw Feng Lin's somewhat strange gaze. So many expensive cars to drive down. Subai still think Mercedes-Benz Big G drive the most comfortable, so let Feng Lin buy one for herself. After all, in the future to live in Jiling for a long time, a means of transportation is also more convenient. For this reason, he even had someone pull over that locomotive from Su Cheng's villa that was a good thing rewarded by the system, which could not be bought with money in the market. And this is? Feng Lin's gaze fell on Xiaonan, and Xiaonan somewhat dared not meet her eyes and silently lowered her head. I met on the high-speed train, also a freshman at JLL, in the same major as me. I'll give her a ride. Subai explained, while already opening the trunk of the Mercedes Big G, put in Xiaonan's luggage inside, pulling open the backseat door for her to get in. He sat himself in the passenger seat and, it was in Xiaonan's first time to ride in a Big G. She knew that the price of this car started at least $1 million, so she moved with great restraint, fastened her seatbelt, and, sitting quietly like a good baby, Feng Lin through the rearview mirror, a glance to see that she is a beauty. Only a little malnourished and yellowish. I have to say, this guy Subai really has a good eye for women. On this journey Subai didn't make a bad move, but just chatted with the 2 women one by one. Not long after, the Mercedes-Benz Big G steadily stopped at the entrance of Jiling University. King's University was originally the oldest university in Daxia, but it moved to this new campus 3 years ago, and the campus environment and hardware facilities have all turned out to be top-notch, and the school gate alone looks so grand that it even surpasses most international schools. Here we are, you guys go in, Feng Lin said, her gaze looking towards Subai. Subai smiled and leaned over to kiss her on the lips, and Xiaonan, who was sitting at the back, was a bit overwhelmed by the scene and panicked, tilting her head to the side, and her face was red hot. Remember to meet me at night, Feng Lin instructed, and Subai nodded in agreement before getting out of the car with Xiaonan and walking towards the gate. This time Xiaonan said nothing and refused to let Subai help carry things anymore. It's not good to let his girlfriend see it. As soon as they entered the school gates, they saw an eye-catching banner pulled up in the small square. Warmly welcome Mr. Subai to Jinda University. When Xiaonan saw this, she was very surprised and twisted her head to look at Subai. Mr. Subai, is this talking about you? What school to warmly welcome you? Don't you know the name of this year's national scholar? As soon as Subai's words fell, he saw a person walking towards him, and it was none other than Shensiki. At this moment, Shensiki was wearing a volunteer's small undershirt, and there was a fine layer of sweat beads on her forehead. Subai looked at her with some surprise in his heart. The daughter of the Yin Jingchen family would actually volunteer to earn credits. At last, you're the top student. You don't even realize how much effort the school put into welcoming you. Is this your new girlfriend? And Xiaonan was originally surprised how the girls Subai knew were all prettier than one another. What is the relationship between this sister and Subai? However, the next second, we heard the other party's question that. His face swished and reddened again, but it was Subai who first opened his mouth to explain. What are you talking about? It's only the first day I met someone. I just happened to meet them on the high-speed train. It just so happens that you're free. Take her to check in. I'll just do it myself on my end. Shensiki understood what he meant. Just met. Haven't made a move yet. While noting that the girl's clothes and bag were old, she could also tell that she wasn't bad-looking, and being introverted and easily shy, it's no wonder she can catch the attention of this womanizer. Come on, schoolgirl. I'll take you to the freshman office to report, Shensiki said, taking the initiative to take over a big bag in her hand, leading her towards the inside of the school. Gentle and warm, the simple in Xiaonan, at this time, pulled her favorability directly to full. Thank you, sister. You're such a good person. Cecilia Chen? Subai. Watching the two beauties fade away. Only then did Subai begin to sneak around inside the campus. I have to say, the environment of JLU is really nice. All kinds of greenery, ponds and rockeries, long pavilions and stone bridges, and white thighs everywhere. The smell of youth is everywhere. Subai was enjoying the scenery of the campus when, suddenly, two pairs of longer, whiter, straighter thighs appeared before him. Subai looks up. Just saw two schoolgirls in small volunteer undershirts staring at him with a smile on their faces, giving him the feeling of a sheep in a wolf's den. Hello, are you a freshman? Please? If you can't find a place, you can take me there. Oh, by the way, just in case you get lost in school, add my micro-X first. If you need any help you can find me. Hey schoolmate, you run what ah? Subai finally couldn't stand up to the passionate fire of the schoolmates. Got caught by 5 or 6 schoolmates working together to go to the freshman orientation. He still left out one thing, the seniors who volunteered, especially the older sisters. The purpose is often not pure, and the idea in mind is most likely to pick out some quality underclassmen in the new freshman year to snag. Otherwise, when someone else picks the rest, you won't even get a bite of soup. Subai, who is sunny and handsome, with a body as fit as a male model, a brand name clothes and shoes as well as an expensive wristwatch on his hand, all of them were highlighting his extraordinary, making every schoolmate who saw him unable to shift their gaze. Students, please come here to sign your name. What is your name? Which major? Subai, majoring in Chinese language. Okay, Su White? The schoolmate who was looking at the roster stood up in a huff, her eyes widening as she, full of incredulity, he looked at Subai. The surrounding group of a dozen or so schoolmates also looked at him with shocked faces, and the scene suddenly quieted down. Oh my god, it's the Subai from Lin Entertainment. The one who was the top student. I said, why does this look so familiar? It's really him. Oh my god, I've seen a real person. Quickly go and report that Director Subai has arrived. Notify all departments to hold a welcoming ceremony. Chapter 158. Go and help me look for neighborhood housing. During this period of time, Subai hadn't been in a situation where he was recognized on the street. At the moment, most people only know that the internet god, Brother Big Nyo, got into the national exams. In reality, not many people knew that his real name was Subai, not to mention that he had come to study at Jinling University. But it's not the same for the students at JLU. They knew that the national top student who was about to come to their school was called Subai. And when they looked up on the internet again, Brother Dinyo's real name was also Subai. Many are already expecting the two to be the same person. And now, having seen Subai's face, determining that this schoolmate was the buff-stacked super godly man on the internet, the schoolmates were so excited that they almost exploded in place. Subai, I'm a fan of yours. Can I have an autograph cover? Subai, is your cow really big? Can I touch it? Subai, not. Is there no one here to take care of this? Sorry sister, I have a girlfriend. I'm just ing checking in. Oy vey. No touching. SSSH. ***. Who the hell just bit me in the ass? It was only because the director arrived in time at the end that he managed to save Subai from the pile of people. Hastily ending the welcome ceremony, Subai didn't even dare to go to the dormitory and directly left the school. Von Lin, who had only left a short time before, had to come back to pick him up again. Sister phone, if you're going to be a little late, I'd have to be dragged back to my dorm by those hooligans to take turns torturing me. It's so damn scary. Sitting on the passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz Big G, Subai was still in a state of shock. Che, isn't that what you like? Get a few more women. I'll make you feel the pleasure of being ed by a wheel girl every day from now on. Phone Lin gave him a blank look without a good reason. This guy, he's getting a cheap shot. Look at the corners of his mouth. He's about to squash them. How am I as philandering as you say I am? Subai was still a dead duck and Phone Lin was too lazy to refute him. So you have no plans for this afternoon or evening? Are you going to the office next door to another woman? Hearing Phone Lin's languid tone, how could Subai not know what she was thinking? A hand had climbed up her black silk-wrapped thigh at some point, and her gaze landed on that rounded peachy ass. The implication unmistakable. I was in a hurry to leave the house today and I didn't even have my wallet with me. If Sister Phone can pay for my day's travel, I can lend you my whole being for a while. Subai spoke this and raised his eyebrows in a manner. Phone Lin, who originally wanted to act serious, couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth upwards when she heard his words. You want to experience what it's like to be adopted by a female president, don't you? Let me think about it. In a while, we'll first take you to a seafood buffet, and then we'll go shopping and watch a movie with me in the afternoon. In the evening, we'll go eat Japanese food, see the flower show in the south of the city, and finally find a 5-star hotel to spend the night. I wonder if my little boyfriend is happy with this look. The first one was okay, but I'm looking forward to the last one, Subai said with a bad smile on his face. The big Mercedes-Benz G then started up with a bang and slowly drove to the end of the street. At 11 o'clock that night, at the Jinling Disland International Hotel, Subai, who had just finished his bath in a certain presidential suite and was wearing a bathrobe, walked out of the bathroom. Eyes went to the petite body on the couch. Subai leaned in and tried to kiss him, but was gently pushed away by Phone Lin with one finger. I just ate sashimi. Wait for me to brush my teeth. While Phone Lin was talking, there seemed to be autumn waves flowing in her eyes. The other side of his fingers still kept on teasing Subai's chest with flavor. The current favorability of Phone Lin, the object of dog licking number 6, towards the host is 83. After a day of companionship today, Phone Lin's favorability towards Subai had increased by a full 4 points. According to the system's tips, this level can already go hand in hand to make children. Go ahead and brush up. I'll wait for you. Subai smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Only Phone Lin didn't notice the hint of cunning in his gentle smile, and twisted her head and walked into the bathroom. However, she had only just begun to brush it when Subai came strutting in and the corners of his mouth were tinged with a curve. What do you want? You, as Subai spoke, his big hand had already lifted Phone Lin's nightgown. More than an hour had passed, and Phone Lin was already asleep on the big hotel bed, her hair disheveled and fragrant sweat dripping. Subai leaned over and pecked her on the kiss, then put on his bathrobe and walked out onto the balcony. Light a cigarette. He began to figure out his next plan. Although he already owns 3 companies, shares in 2 conglomerates, a hotel, a shopping mall, a bunch of luxury cars, real estate, and hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, but that doesn't mean he gets to swing for the fences. The system only lasts for 100 days. He must take advantage of college, work hard to start a business and make money, work hard to spend money on your dog-licking clients, and try to become a trillionaire soon. It's just a pity that the 10 dog-licking object slots are all tied up now, Subai thought. Checked up the list of dog lickers again, but was surprised to find only 8 people on the list. Taking another look, Liang Yu and Qin Yao's names appeared amongst another module. Harem number 1 Liang Yu, current favorability 97. Harem number 2 Qin Yao, current favorability 96. System tip, dog-licking object on the host good sense reaches 95 or more will automatically become a harem member. For the harem member spend, the system's return on the original basis of 5 times. Subai, families who understand where to find such a good system. That said, Mr. Liang and Sister Qin will be coming to Jiling in 2 days, and now there is not a place to land. Subai took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey Qianqian, how's the company's listing tomorrow going? Good. You're doing great. There's one more task for you. Go find me some neighborhood listings, and look for expensive ones. Chapter 159 The actress who sold her house to pay off her debts. Early the next morning, Subai woke up in a gentle land. He saw Phone Lin cowering in his arms like a kitten, sleeping soundly. Perhaps feeling Subai's gaze, she leisurely opened her eyes and, burying his head again, he arched into Subai's arms. The air conditioning was cool, the quilt was just the right thickness, and with the warmth of the, Subai really wanted to keep lying like this, but reality can't be what it wants to be, and there's still a lot to do today. After half an hour of cozying up in bed, the two of them got up, showered, and changed their clothes to leave the hotel. Phone Lin parked the Mercedes-Benz Big G in the underground parking lot of Tianhong Business Park. He himself was picked up by his young assistant and returned to the office. When Subai entered the hall, there were already many people inside. At first glance, he saw several familiar faces: Big Brother Lin Dongnan, Wang Yaochuan, Zhou Ziyuan, and Xiaoyi. However, Lin Xinla and Lu Yuan were not present today, and standing beside Lin Dongnan was Xiao Yun, and a girl of 16 or 17. Name, Xiao Yushi. Age, 16. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. With a current rating of 95. Are you bound for dog licking? Hearing the system's voice in his head, Subai couldn't help but brighten up. This is the illegitimate daughter of Big Brother and Miss Home. She didn't show up at the last Rainbow's trade show. That's because she wasn't preparing for the midterm at the time. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Xiao Yushi as dog licker number 4. You can get 100 times cashback for licking dog spending. Current Xiao Yushi's favorability towards the host, 48. The first time they met, there was 48. This nymphette hadn't heard about those deeds of hers. Second brother, you can finally come. Your second niece just now can always read you. Lin Dongnan said this with obvious ill will. And sure enough, a small hand covered his mouth before he got halfway through the sentence. Xiao Yushi covered her old man's mouth with one hand and her face turned red with shame. She did just say that. And that was because she heard her mom's description of this second uncle of hers. At only 18 years old, he has several companies in various industries under his command, and he has a good eye for stock speculation. And with his good looks and extraordinary demeanor, it managed to pique her curiosity. And then later, she learned that this second uncle was the internet goddess who had exploded in Lin Entertainment in recent times. It's even more exciting as hell. She's a big fan of Brother Dinyo, and like most girls her age, mesmerized by that handsome face and a few songs. She was so nervous that she couldn't even speak a little when she actually met Subai. As a result, the old man on the sidelines opened his mouth with a lightning strike, and she now hated to find a crack in the ground. Second uncle good. My name is Xiao Yushi. Subai heard her open her mouth and immediately saw that she was an introverted and quiet girl. There's no need to call me uncle too. I'm only 2 or 3 years older than you. From now on we'll talk about each other. Your dad calls me second brother and you can just call me brother. This was in front of Lin Dongnan. But Subai was full of energy, because Lin Dongnan listened to his original advice and opened the sales channel in advance. He made a hard profit of $1.7 billion in one summer. Now this second brother of his own was probably more dear to him than his own brother. Xiao Yushi's expression was a little surprised when she saw that her dad didn't look sharply, but she still obediently opened her mouth. Yes brother, Vantage's listing today didn't end until noon. During this time, Xiao Yushi also secretly asked for Subai's signature photo, to properly show off in front of her classmates. The whole thing is a bit of a no-no for Subai. All in all, this second niece left him with a pretty good impression is all. At the same time, he admired his big brother even more. 2 families, 2 daughters. It's amazing how well you can get along. And as far as he knew, Big Brother's women were much more than these 2. Even the foreign girls had 2 of them. Let's just say that one has a lot to learn. Mr. Su, here's the listing information you wanted. Yang Chanxian, who was wearing a professional outfit, walked into Subai's office, put a stack of information on Subai's desk. Ever since Subai poached her from the jewelry store at Wankel Mall, Yang Chanxian has been conscientiously doing things, which makes Subai is very satisfied, completely affordable to their own, open to her million monthly salary. What's the lot like? What's the price point of it all? Subai said while picking up the information on the table. Don't worry, all of them are in prime locations in Jinling. And they're all in the neighborhood of Jinling University and Tianhong Business Park, with prices ranging from $60,000 to $90,000 per square foot, and they're all over 150 square feet, and I've seen every single one of them. The lighting and ventilation are great. Well done. I'll give you a raise later. Subai nodded with satisfaction. Yang Chanxian heard this sentence, but the corner of the mouth a twitch. A freshly graduated college student, other than being good-looking and attentive, she didn't think she had anything to show for it. Yet Subai offered her a monthly salary of over $2 million. The job description is also just what an ordinary assistant to the president should do. For that and a raise, she's a little embarrassed to take that money without paying something. But these things are just to think about. Subai is young, handsome and talented. What kind of woman can't you find? By the way, Mr. Su, there's one more thing. 7 of the 14 listings I found this time that met your requirements were from the same person. Hearing Yang Chanxian's words, Subai raised his eyebrows. All 7 properties were sold at the same time. Probably something happened and need money urgently, right? If that's the case, I can do him a favor and help him out. Have you met with that man? What's his status? Met. The other person is an actress. An actress? Subai was a bit surprised. That's right, Mr. Su, you must have heard of her. It's Lu Shirshir, that Hong Kong Island actress who was hot last year. There was supposedly a problem with the contract. Now owes hundreds of millions of dollars to the company behind her, so she's recently selling off properties in her name. Hearing Yang Chanshan's words, Subai stood up from his office chair with a hoarse sound. Lu Shirshir, that was a nationally renowned movie queen in the latter days, and was known as the #1 beauty on Hong Kong Island. In retrospect, she seems to have spoken of this experience in an interview that said he was so screwed by his former company that he almost lost his family's money to get out of it. Contact her for me quickly. I want to talk to her in person. Chapter 161 Woman 1 Suite. Lu Shirshir stunned. The white Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly drove into a neighborhood and stopped in front of a building. This one neighborhood, known as Golden Pond Gardens. The location is right in the middle of the triangle formed by Jinling University, Wenkel Mall and Tianhong Business Park, and the distance to any one of them is less than 2 kilometers. The district is surrounded by hospitals, living supermarkets, sports centers and ecological parks, which is the most satisfactory housing for Subai. It just so happens that Sissy Lu has 2 suites in this neighborhood, so Subai asked her to meet him in one of the rooms. Taking the elevator up to the 24th floor, Subai knocked on the door of room 2401. The door was opened by a small assistant, and at the table by the door sat a woman in overalls that was looking at the paperwork, presumably the staff member in charge of processing the transaction. Hello Mr. Su, we've been waiting for a long time. A female voice with this Hong Kong Island accent rang out, only to see a silhouette stand up from the sofa. Walking towards them in style. Name, Ryu Shirshir. Age, 26. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Current rating is 95. Please ask if you want to bind a dog-licking object. Today, Willow Sissy was wearing a khaki-colored sari with her hair down and reveal a pair of white and straight long legs. The whole person's temperament is natural. No wonder you can play those idol dramas in the role of the imperial sister. It's just the way it's supposed to be. As expected of an actress, her skin is very well maintained and her body is quite perfect. Seems like a work of art. However, Subai could see that there was some haggardness in her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Lu Shirshir as the #5 dog-licking object. Spend for them to receive a hundredfold cashback. Current favorability to the host, 28. The system has released a new mission to help Lu Shirshir solve this debt crisis and fight the black-hearted company behind it. Reward, +2 dog-licking object bound places. A random amount of red packets that the ability to think is dramatically improved. Hearing this, the corners of Subai's mouth were already somewhat suppressed, and clearing his throat, he walked up to shake her hand as well. Sorry, there was some traffic on the road, so I'm a little late. As they spoke, the two of them held their hands together. Lu Shirshir's hands were smooth and delicate. It is very comfortable to hold in the hand, and calls for some reluctance to let go. At the same time, Lu Shirshir was also sizing up Subai. All she knows is that the guy who wants to buy her house is the president of a big company that just went public. But it had not occurred to me that this old man would always be a teenager who looked only 17 or 18 years old. At the same time, she felt more and more curious about Subai in her heart. It's okay. Mr. Su, sit down and chat. Xiao Lu, pour water for Mr. Su. A few sat down at the table. Subai did not waste time, opened his mouth and went straight to the point. How much are you going to sell this suite for? Sis Cece? Lu Shirshir didn't expect him to suddenly use such an intimate title, but she didn't resent it in her heart. After all, she did seem to be 6 or 7 years older than him, and there was nothing wrong with calling her sister. You're quite quick. I won't beat around the bush. Then, I bought this house last year for $9.6 million, and then spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on renovations, and it's only been 2 months since it was renovated, and I haven't lived in it. I'm going to sell it for $12 million. At $12 million, a price that sounds a little high at first, but is really low. You know that the price of housing in Jinling is rising every day, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it's an inch of gold. $9.6 million last year. Now it's at least $13 million, and that's not even counting the renovations. It was obvious that Lu Shirshir was really in a hurry to use the money. $12 million, right? That'll do. So 7 sets would be $84 million. Erase a 0. Hey, count it as $100 million. Okay. Come on, I'll transfer it to you, Subai said, pulling out his cell phone, not seeming to be joking. Then he met the dulled gazes of the other three. Mr. Su, you're not kidding, are you? Lu Shirshir looked at Subai with a somewhat odd expression and said, Of course I'm not kidding. You can turn now. But you have to promise me one thing. Hearing Subai's words, Lu Shirshir stopped talking. Been in the biz for 7 or 8 years. How could she not know that kind of thing? There are few rich men who spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars to keep an actress. She'd seen this sort of thing too many times. If Subai really meant this, she would have been so angry that she would have flipped out on the spot. I wonder what kind of request you're talking about. Simple. Terminate your contract with your old company. Sign to my entertainment company instead and guarantee your job for more than 5 years. Don't worry. The company will help you to pay for the termination of the contract. The company will also be responsible for the public relations of the matter. And you don't have to pay this money back. As long as you work well, the company will also give you $10 million in annual salary and dividends. What do you think? As Subai's words fell, the room fell into silence. Lu Shirshir wasn't surprised that Subai knew about herself. For a rich man too, it wasn't hard to inquire about them. What really puzzled her was why Suzy was willing to go to such lengths for herself. Is he really worth that much? Why are you being so helpful? Lu Shirshir's gaze towards Subai at the moment was incomparably complicated. I'm not doing you a favor. I'm just making an investment. I'm confident that I'm going to make you a great star. Let's get you off to a flying start so that I'm sure to make a lot more money on you later than I'm paying now. Subai's gaze was sincere and did not seem to be lying. This time, Lu Shirshir was silent for a long time before she slowly opened her mouth. If I were to terminate my contract, there would be a million rumors about me on the internet the next day, because they want to make me lose my reputation. I'll agree to go to your entertainment company if you can set this right for me by then. Okay, let's make a deal, Subai said, his gaze falling back on the piece of information on the table. Then let's get the 7-house thing sorted out first. I'm in quite a hurry actually. Inside a party is not convenient to ask, what do you buy so many houses for? Still unable to hold back her curiosity, Lu Shirshir asked out, give it to your girlfriend. I have more girlfriends, so I'll give a set to one person first. Ha! Chapter 161 Lian Yu and Qinyao's first meeting. Detected the host spending $100 for the dog-licking object. Rewarded with $100. Looking at the extra $100 million in her account, Lu Shirshir was still a little confused. She just felt something unreal about the scene. From the time the two met to Subai transferring $100 million to her, the period was only 10 minutes, and she knew that her 7 suites were not worth that much money. Subai had sent her at least $30 million. Even a big star of her price range had never seen a deal like this. Is it true that buying a house for the rich is as easy as buying cabbage? I have things to take care of, so I'll go back. Sister Shirshir, you think about what I said, and you will definitely not be disappointed. As he was leaving, Subai looked at Lu Shirshir and said, I will. Lu Shirshir just smiled lightly in reply and didn't give a clear attitude. Subai could also completely understand, and thought that when she really saw her sincerity, will reach out to myself. After sending Subai into the elevator, Lu Shirshir and her assistant went back into the house, and the atmosphere was suddenly a bit subtle. The little assistant looked at Ryushi, as if she was about to say something. Say what you want to say. With me you're still seeing things. Willow Sissy was the first to speak, a bit of a smile on her face. This little assistant was no outsider either. It was her own cousin. Sister Shirshir, why didn't you just say yes to him? He's obviously interested in you, and give you so much money for nothing. So much better than all the S***T you have in your company now. Looking at her cousin's innocence, Lu Shirshir shook her head helplessly. You remember the saying, pie doesn't fall from the sky. When someone helps you for no reason, mostly, they have something on you. We women must protect ourselves and never fall for those men, or else you'll have no place to cry if you get tricked into bed and get knocked up. Upon hearing her earnest teaching, the young assistant's expression was a bit odd. But, he's tall and handsome and has such a great body. Even if you get tricked into bed by him sis you won't lose out. The words fell, and the room was awfully quiet. I should have said no. The little assistant wasn't wrong at all in what he said. Subai's looks could not be inferior to those first-tier male stars, and his body was better than the vast majority of male stars, as well as being richer and more temperamental. In a way, Lu Shirshir followed Subai. That is still her high climb. Realizing this, Willow Sissy, brain again cannot help but to float out of his own by Subai tricked into bed. And then hey. Unconsciously it had gone red in the ears. She slapped the young assistant on the ass. Her expression forced seriousness. Good for you. Just looking forward to your cousin being ridden are you? I'll never dare again. I'll help. A line of female celebrities hit someone. On the other hand, Subai went downstairs and sat in the Mercedes Big G. Pulling out his cell phone, he dialed a number and was answered after a few rings. How's the investigation going? What exactly happened? Subai opened his mouth to inquire. It's pretty much checked out. Lena's voice came over the phone. The head of this blue whale security firm, Rated 78 out of 100 retired female special forces. Subai gave her a month's vacation at the beginning of the summer vacation. And now she has returned to work and has become Subai's right-hand man, with excellent clerical skills. Star Ocean Entertainment, the company behind Lu Shishir, got a new boss a month ago. This man is called Shin Jinbin. Before that he was the vice president, and he has long had designs on Lu Shishir. Now she was even threatening not to take any cooperation for her if she didn't accompany herself, so that Lu Shishir couldn't earn a dime. A week ago Sissy Ryu filed for severance, whereupon he joined forces with company executives and, using a loophole in her contract back then to demand $120 million in liquidated damages, and threatening to spread wild rumors about her on the internet himself as long as she left her job. Let Cece Lu be completely banned. These are all the information found so far. Hearing what Li Na said, Subai wasn't too surprised. It was similar to what he thought. TSK, this company, this old boss, has a black heart. Subai shook his head inside. Okay, you've done a great job on this one. I'll take care of the rest. After ending the call with Li Na, Subai made another call to the hacker girl, Pei Qingqing. By the time he finished explaining his mission, Liang Yu's message was sent over. Liang Yu, your girlfriend and I have arrived at the entrance of Jinling University. Where are you? Subai, I went back to the office in the morning after checking in. Subai, you can accompany her to check in first. Just wait for me at the cafe in front of the school. Liang Yu, emoticon, okay. This time Lin Xin reported to the university again. And Lin Dongnan and Lu Yuan happened to be away on business again. So Subai let Liang Yu accompany her over. Of course, the kind with plainclothes bodyguards accompanying them the whole time. They're two big, beautiful women. One of them was still pregnant, and Subai was definitely not at ease. 20 minutes later, Subai received Liang Yu at the coffee shop. Now Liang Yu is only 2 months pregnant. Her belly is flat and can't be seen. In a few months my belly should be big, and then in case Rara sees it, how are you going to explain that? Liang Yu gently fastened her seatbelt and looked at Subai with a smile on her face. Just tell her she got knocked up by a scumbag. We're not lying to her. Just don't tell her that the scumbag is actually me. Subai said with both hands. Liang Yu was amused by his actions. Humph, you are indeed a scum. In case the harem catches fire one day, see how you can coax it back then. Liang Yu feigned anger. It's okay, you're still here. You can help me. Subai said shamelessly and took advantage of the red light to lean over and kiss her on the lips. Liang Yu only helplessly sighed. This is really take her as her own. Ha, wait, this isn't the way to your office, is it? Indeed not. Let's pick up someone at the airport first. Half an hour later, the white Mercedes-Benz Big G stopped at the exit of the Jinling International Airport. Qin Yao, who was dragging her suitcase, pulled open the door of the back seat, and when she saw Liang Yu, she obviously froze. There was also Liang Yu who made the same expression. Let me introduce. This is Liang Yu, my English teacher and homeroom teacher in high school. Now it's the costume designer and branch president of Vantage. This is Qin Yao, president of Little Bear Music. Now coming to Jinling to help me manage the Cool Cat branch. You two sisters need to get along from now on. Ha! Chapter 162 Defeating Capital the way it was meant to be defeated. Jinling, Jintang Garden Community. The elevator slowly opened and Subai walked out with the two women. The two houses of Lu Shishir happened to be two households on the same floor, even to the extent that the balconies were connected. The floor plan is exactly the same. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, 3 baths, 2 balconies and 2 bedrooms. It's hard to find a more luxurious apartment than this in Jinling. It was also because the house was so big that Subai was afraid that the two women would be lonely when he was away. That's why they live together. So they can take care of each other when they need to. Maybe in the future you can experience the joy of sleeping together in a big bed. I just bought these 2 suites. I can't find anything better in Jinling for the time being. It's too big and I'm afraid you won't be used to living there. So I'll just have to make do with what I have. Subai said, handing over the 2 keys to each of them. The real estate license has been completed for the time being, but it definitely has the names of 2 women written on it. Detected the host spending a total of $300 for the post-official members, rewarded with $1,500. The voice of the system came from his brain, and Subai listened to his heart. $15 billion so easily. Isn't that a lot faster than starting a company? He's kind of done with it. It's okay, the conditions here are good enough for me. Yes Subai, you've been very attentive. You just came to Jinling and you're handling our housing situation. I'm content. The 2 girls naturally wouldn't be polite to Subai for anything. Their entire being belonged to Subai. Naturally, they could also gladly accept everything Subai gave them. After that, Subai accompanied the 2 women in the house for a long time. During this time Qin Yao's gaze fell on Liang Yu's belly from time to time, with envy and loss in her eyes. She already knew about Liang Yu's pregnancy, and she, herself, had just had her period last week. Alright, I'll go back to the office first. You two can get along. This is what Subai said before he left, and even gave one of them a kiss on the cheek. Only 2 women were left in the room at this time, sitting side by side on the sofa. The atmosphere was quiet and somewhat awkward. They all know that Subai has more than one woman, but never thought that one day he would be living under the same roof as another woman. Sister Chin. I'm supposed to call you sister, right? I just 23. Oh, right. I'm 4 years older than you. Just call me Sister Chin. Sister Chin, how did you two meet? Meanwhile, the Star Ocean Entertainment Company in the west of Jinling City. Mr. Shin. She really did hand over her letter of separation. It also said that a new entertainment company would be coming to hand over to us. Not a bad face. In the office, the junior secretary sitting in front of the computer suddenly spoke up, her gaze falling on the couch behind her. Only there was sitting over there a middle-aged man with a big belly, 5 big, with a beard and long hair, and that ruthlessness and lechery in his eyes. He didn't look like a good person. Che, little trick, he grunted dismissively, flicking the ashes of the cigarette in his hand in the process. This person was the current boss of Star Ocean Entertainment. Shin Jinbin asked, did she say what her new company was called? It's called Cool Cat Entertainment. It's in Hangzhou, just recently established. The junior secretary in front of the computer replied that. The tone of voice is also permeated with contempt and disdain. A small company that has just been established. What can it compare with their Star Ocean Entertainment? Oh, Cool Cat? I'm still ing Thai chicken. What an unimpressive little company. Also daring to call out to our Star Ocean Entertainment. That woman wouldn't be out of her mind, would she? Shin Jinbin spat. No matter what she uses, she's not getting out of this without that $100 or $200 million payout. It's better if they're gone. Once I get those videos and articles out, she won't want to be in this circle anymore. And then she won't still have to obediently kneel down and beg me. Thinking of Lu Shirsher's proud figure in his mind, a flash of desire flashed across Shin Jinbin's face. He'd played a lot of minor stars over the years, and none of the bigger names. Now that you're president, your hands have gotten longer. It also started to move on some of the biggest stars. There's no woman in this circle that I can't sleep with, no matter how big a star you are. In the face of the power of capital can only obediently bow down. However, as soon as Shin Jinbin's words fell, the lights in the office suddenly went black. The 2 men looked blank and glanced at each other. And for just a few seconds, the lights came on once more and everything returned to normal. The company's equipment was just replaced last year. Right, and it's not working again so soon? Just at that moment there came a rush of footsteps outside the door of Then the office door was pushed open. Asshole, don't you know how to knock? What's the big hurry? Mr. Shin is not well. Just now the company's computer suddenly went out of control and all the information was cleared out. The files of all those artists under our banner have also been leaked. What? Upon hearing this news, Shin Jinbin's expression stared. A star's personal information could be a trade secret. In the event of a leak, it is highly likely that their company would have to face a huge amount of compensation. How is this possible? Are all the company's technicians eaters? Shin Jinbin was furious and stood up with a slap on the table, pointing at the man and cursing. Just then, a few more people stormed into the office. It's not good, Mr. Shun. The company's computers are all dead. It's not good for Mr. Shun. All the money in the company's accounts has been frozen. There are hackers attacking us. Just as Shin Jinbin was in a daze, his cell phone suddenly rang. Shin Jinbin, do you want to look at what you've done? This is the end of our partnership. The opposite side finished directly hanging up the phone, leaving Shin Jinbin alone to stay in place. Mr. Shin, take a look at this. The little secretary's voice rang out, and she trembled as she sent the laptop to Shin Jinbin. The latter rushed over to check it out. When he saw what was on the computer screen, he could only feel his eyes going black and his feet going limp. The obese body just went limp, and his face went a little white. No way. This is absolutely impossible. It's all fake. Chapter 163 Star Ocean Entertainment's ugly face. Shocking. The president of Star Ocean Entertainment actually did this behind his back. Star Ocean Entertainment's president cheated on several actresses within his marriage. It's actually like this within Star Ocean Entertainment. Is it a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Star Ocean Entertainment president domestic violates wife. Ugly face on display. Famous actress Ryu Shirsher exposes herself to the company's ugliness. Please return a clear sky to the public. In just a few short minutes, countless negative news about Star Ocean Entertainment spread like a plague on the internet. There are little videos, there are articles, and they're on every platform, every website, all at once. The bottom line is that these are not rumors. Rather, they are things that really happened. Star Ocean Entertainment is intentionally hiding these things, along with the S***T the president himself did. Those would be enough to get Star Ocean Entertainment completely shut down. What kills me is that the people who posted the video got the security camera footage from who knows where, clearly photographed Shin Jinbin's face. This is the evidence. There is no way to whitewash Star Ocean Entertainment. This time it's completely finished. Why? Why? Who did this to us? Who did I offend? Shin Jinbin sat on the ground and roared in despair. With this wave of offense, not only will Star Ocean Entertainment be finished, it is highly likely that he himself will still be saddled with huge debts and even jail time. Just at this time, Shin Jinbin's cell phone rang once again. He saw that it was an unfamiliar number and somewhat woodenly reached for it. Hello, may I ask, which one of you is this? Seemingly having a premonition of something, Shin Jinbin's throat knots were rolling slightly. I'm the president of Cool Cat Entertainment, and my last name is Sue. The other party spoke, but it was the voice of a teenager. The words came out. Shin Jinbin already understood what was going on. Star Ocean Entertainment is undoubtedly the handiwork of the other side of this huge change in just a few minutes. For a time, Shin Jinbin couldn't say whether it was anger or fear in his heart. You could have come to us to negotiate if you were doing it for Lucier. We know in our hearts what to do, so why destroy the Star Ocean? On the other end of the phone, Subai was sitting on his desk, his cell phone on speakerphone. Also present were his assistant, Yang Chanqian, and Lu Shishir and her assistant, who had just arrived. The surprise in Lu Shishir's heart at the moment was no less than Shin Jinwen's. She didn't expect the teenager in front of her, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, to go out and destroy an entertainment company with a market capitalization of more than $1 billion just because of her own words. The shock in her heart was even greater, especially after she learned about Subai's hot streak on Lin Entertainment. As a movie and television worker, she knows what gold the 30 million plus fan count is. A good talk? That would take days, if not weeks, but it only takes 10 minutes to ruin you. My time is more valuable than yours. Subai opened his mouth without haste, and a big brother temperament that was not angry spread out at once. Shin Jinbin on the other end of the phone had an expression of incomparable shame when he heard his words. The lips moved several times, froze without uttering a word. Just to save time and just go right out and put the other guy to death? Isn't that brutal? Listen up. Willow Sissy is the one I've got my eye on. I'd have scooped her up even without this business. Now I'll give you one last way out. $300 million and sell me the entire Star Ocean. You only have a minute to think about it. Hearing this, Shin Jinbin was instantly dumbfounded. Star Ocean has a market capitalization of a full $1.8 billion, and it's still growing in value. Now you're saying you'll buy it for $300 million. How in heaven's name can that be so good? But on second thought, in Star Ocean's current form, needless to say 300 million, 100 million or 200 no one dares to take over. One is afraid of offending the big guy who made the move, and the other doesn't want to take over this mess. But if it doesn't rot out, Star Ocean will rot in its hands, and in the end it won't get a dime out of it. There is also a huge debt to contend with. That, Mr. Su, price-wise can't we talk about it again? You have 20 seconds. Mr. Su, Star Ocean's market value is now above $1.8 billion. If you take over, after a year at the latest it could top $2 billion. I can offer you. You have 10 seconds. Mr. Su, this matter really isn't for me to decide alone. 5, 4, 3, how about $3.5 billion? Is there really no room for negotiation at all? 1. Sell. I'll sell. 300 million no problem. A disoriented voice came from the phone, and the corners of Subai's mouth curved up with it. He had already calculated that 300 million should be the lowest price the other party could accept. Any less and it's really going to be a dog's dinner. Very well, I think I see Mr. Shin's sincerity. Subai opened his mouth in a faint voice, which caused the corners of Shin Jinbin's mouth to twitch. Who the hell would agree to such a deal if they weren't forced to? Then it's a deal. I'll have my assistant talk to you in detail later. That's all. Have a nice life, Mr. Shin. After saying that, Subai directly hung up the phone. Something that's been bothering Willow Sissy for months. On Subai's side it only took 10 minutes to completely solve the problem, and also negotiated an outrageous business deal, buying the other party's entertainment company with a market capitalization of nearly $2 billion with $300 million. And his demeanor and mannerisms. Lu Shishir is a little skeptical that he is really only 18 years old. How's it going, sis? Are you satisfied with what I did? Subai said, raising his eyebrows at Lu Shishir. Lu Shishir, however, didn't reply to his words and only had a smile on her face. You just said you had a crush on me, right? Are you trying to adopt your sister? Chapter 164. What is the experience of adopting an actress? Once a person has money and becomes a big shot, there are many people who will come to flatter and please you. Even a woman as high in status as Gu Wei, after learning about Su Bai's bottom line, it would also take the initiative to draw closer to Su Bai for the sake of the family's interests. Now Lu Shishir was the same way. After seeing Su Bai take down Star Ocean Entertainment with his own eyes, she was sure this teenager was scarier than she thought. Whether that was serious or a joke, that was already expressing his goodwill to Su Bai. It was taking the initiative to approach the distance. Su Bai, however, made a difficult face. I've promised you $10 million a year, and now you're talking about adoption. Shishir-san, do you not want to get both money and people? Ryoshi couldn't help but be amused by his comment. So that's it. Looks like I was expecting it for nothing. The little assistant on the side just looked at her cousin with a rather complicated expression. Obviously. In the morning, we were talking about being careful about being tricked into bed by men. Now how is it that you take it upon yourself to play straight ball hating on men to get them into bed? However, as soon as Lu Shishir's words left her mouth, her cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up and looking at it, it was actually Su Bai who had transferred $50 million to her. The smile on Lu Shishir's face gradually disappeared, and her gaze fell on Su Bai. I changed my mind and suddenly realized that it would be nice to bag an actress. Every month from now on it will be this much. Sister Shishir, you have to be at your beck and call. Lu Shishir originally did not expect Su Bai to take it seriously. She was trying to get closer to Su Bai. With such a big tree around, she would be able to mix a bit easier in the future. But, it's not enough to sacrifice your body, is it? People are directly dropping $50 million a month. Where's the joke in that? Lu Shishir wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything for half a second. There's a sense of lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Su Bai, who had succeeded in his scheme, then stood up with a cheap smile. In passing, he picked up the keys to the big Mercedes G on the table. School starts tomorrow, so I'll excuse myself for today as I'm staying back at school. As he spoke, he headed for the door, only stopping in his tracks as he passed Ryushi. Sister, you'll do well from now on. I'll never treat you badly. After Su Bai finished speaking, he resisted the urge to give her a kiss on the cheek and directly patted his butt and left, leaving Lu Shishir alone, covering her ass in place. The current Lu Shishir poet's popularity had not yet reached its peak, and she was barely considered a top-tier star, but based on memories of her past life, she'd burst onto the scene a year later with a movie that, after that, she made 4 more movies that grossed $10 billion in 3 consecutive years, becoming the strongest movie queen in the country of Dacia and becoming famous all over the world. Such a big money tree, Su Bai naturally would not miss it. As long as you pave the way for her, you'll be waiting to lay back and count your money later. The big Mercedes-Benz G was weaving its way through the streets of Jinling. Not long after Su Bai will once again come to the school. Although he was assigned a single house, Su Bai still applied for a dormitory bed. No other reason than it's just too cold to be alone, and it's okay to go and stay there once in a while. He wouldn't be able to stand it for a long time. To the University of the Golden Age. This time he remembered mask and cap, and slipped into the boys' dormitory like a thief. Moreover, it would be more or less a pity if you don't even have a roommate for 4 years of college. Taking the elevator to the 7th floor of the dormitory, Su Bai quickly found the Ku-15 dormitory. The door is not closed. He could hear the brothers inside chatting. You can't do this one either. I just saw one downstairs in the women's dormitory. White and straight, and visually at least AD. A somewhat flirty voice said. ****. Are you telling the truth? Did you take a picture? A voice with a distinctly Godish accent asked. It's filmed. It's in my phone. Show me. Jerry J's angry voice rang out. Only this time it was speaking in anything but that Go-Town accent. There's another voice. I can't watch it. She caught me taking a sneak peek and threw my phone in the river. The other two. Subi. He hadn't expected his 3 roommates to be so odd. It was no longer good to be a transparent person at the door. Subai cleared his throat and knocked on the dormitory room door. 3 heads poked out of it at the same time, followed by 3s****ts. Subai took off his mask and duck hat after entering the dormitory building. When the 3 men inside saw a man standing in the doorway who stood 185, all of them couldn't help but gasp out in shock when they were greeted by the gray schoolboy whose face value was not inferior to that of a first-tier male star. Handsome men are popular everywhere they go. The scholar is here. Get the hell up and greet him. ****. Handsomer in person than in pictures. I'll make your bed. I'll fold your quilt. Buddy Awazu? Subai was not surprised that these few housemates knew his identity. After all, each bed has a name, and his own name is hanging in front of the school. And now I'm afraid that the sweeping ants all know that the National College Entrance Examination top student Subai is in Jinling University. No. I can do it myself. Subai naturally wouldn't put up a fight in front of his housemates. However, they could not resist the fact that they were really overly enthusiastic, and in the end, the four of them made the bed together and set up the mosquito net, which only took about 10 minutes. Get acquainted. My name is Subai, a native of Sioux City. Subai gave each of his housemates a cigarette, then crossed his legs and sat on a chair. Still no semblance of a shelf. My name is Yang Xianka, from Hangzhou. The tart whose cell phone was thrown in the river said, My name is Rin Yi, and I am from the Department of Sheep. The man who opened the door was a spectacled man in a basketball undershirt. My name is Yu Yang, a native of Jinling. It's a little stuffy-looking chubby guy. The three of them also realized that Subai didn't have a bit of a stance and was very easy to get along with. The four buddies were soon hooking up and chatting. Chapter 165. Don't you guys usually brush Lin Entertainment? The four guys in dorm 1715 just talked all afternoon. At the beginning there were people who were a bit put out because of Subai's status as a scholar, but soon they realized that Subai, the national top student, was similar to them and was very good at getting along. It may only take a few minutes for boys to determine friendship. Brothers, I've mapped out some intel, Yang Xianka said, pulling out another tablet from somewhere. This is the ranking of the school flowers of our Jinling University. It's a new list after counting freshmen, and one of the top 5 is a freshman. The school flower list is actually a list that the boys in the school make privately for the girls. It's not officially certified, but it's telling. As soon as Rin Yi and Yu Yang heard this, they immediately came together. Subai was also a little curious to come up and look. This is the top-ranked junior, Su Yen, for the 3rd year in a row. Those sophomore and junior seniors say she's very high maintenance and, speaking here, Yang Xianka suddenly lowered his voice, and also raised his eyebrows very flirtatiously. According to her housemates, she's also a lesbian, and having that kind of relationship with 3 girls at the same time. Hiss. All of them, including Subai, were shocked by Yang Xianka's words. Great guy. This is just coming to school and you can eat such a powerful big melon. Jinling University is really not in vain. At this time, Yang Xianka showed the picture of Su Yen on the tablet. Subai saw the big 97 on her head and was shocked. It was actually 1 point higher than little Lara. It was the highest score he had seen so far. The photo can be not very informative. Subai just silently remembered the name and the face. I must meet this schoolgirl in person sometime. After that a few people looked at pictures of a few other people. 2nd place, junior sister Cecilia Chen, remarks, a lady of the house with a great temperament. 3rd place, freshman Xinla Lin, remarks, none at this time. 4th place, sophomore Yang Xitian, remarks, lively and cheerful type. 5th place, sophomore Cecilia Yang, remarks, not yet available. The 2nd and 3rd place were familiar faces, and the system gave both of them a score of 96, and Subai has witnessed that they are indeed worth the score. And the 4th and 5th places are a little special. They're actually twin sisters. The ratings are both 94 and the looks are almost identical, except for the different temperaments. There was a girlish loveliness in Yanxi's eyes that, instead, Yang Xia's eyes had a high coldness and dominance in them, just like the 1st place Su Yen. In the beginning, Yanxi had a note, too, about being some kind of violent person. Turns out the dude who wrote the note got beat up so hard by her that he changed the note overnight. Yang Xianka shrugged his shoulders. The crowd listened to some speechless. Look like this note is really not written wrong. Subai looked at a few more people behind him and finally saw Xia Yensher's name in the 9th position. This ninny score is now mentioned in the 90s. That was the result of Subai making her work out and practice yoga every day during the summer vacation. Counting her, there's a total of 990 plus beauties on the main campus of King's. And that's not counting the teachers and those girls at West Campus who are sound and dance majors. The admissions office is not fooling me. Your school is really beautiful. Nah. Come on. We're just looking at these schoolgirls and stuff. And when we actually meet them in school, I guess it's hard to strike up a conversation. Yu Yang shook his head and sighed. Looking at beautiful women is looking at beautiful women. People still have to recognize reality. That's possible. Look at Subai and Lao Yang. They're both so handsome. What if one day one of them becomes your sister-in-law? Subai, do you think so? Ranyi looked at Subai with a smile on his face and said, asterisk. It makes sense. Subai, you're tall and handsome, and you're also a top student. I'm sure the girls will go crazy. If I were a girl I'd be happy to have sex with you too. Yang Xianka said in a serious manner. This heard Subai mouth straight draw. Okay, I'll try to get you guys a sister-in-law back to fulfill your desire for a ride. Subai squeezed out a smile and said, who knew that when those 3 people heard this, they directly shot up. Good. Righteous father's atmosphere. Okay, and don't stay in your dorm room drooling over pretty girls all the time. I'll take you guys out for a barbecue. But don't. Yu Yang was the first to speak up to stop it. It's okay to go out and jerk off, but we have to be AA. It's not easy for college students to make ends meet. Can't let you break the bank alone. The other two nodded deeply. Subai was a bit confused. It looked like these three roommates only knew that he was a national top student, but didn't realize he was still a top God's man. Don't the brothers usually brush up on Lin Entertainment? Subai asked. Don't brush it. That's all the stuff my mom and dad used. Young people who wouldn't use that. Subai nodded. This was expected. If placed 4 or 5 years ago, it's true that Lin Entertainment is used by everyone, but its over-inclusiveness is also destined to turn off a significant portion of young people. But it's time to say no. These roommates have really good character. Okay then, let's AA. Meanwhile, the girls' dormitory building, inside one of the dormitories. Sis, look, our schoolboy list has been updated. Now the first place is Subai. That's more than 6 times as many votes as second place. Do you want to go on, sis? Yang Xitian hugged her cell phone. A pair of snow-white jade feet cocked on the table. Yang Xia came over with a plate of watermelon and raised her hand to knock her on the head. Study hard and don't think about looking at cute guys all the time. She lectured. Come on, get changed. Weren't you clamoring for a barbecue? There are no seats if you go late. After saying that, Yang Xia looked at the other bed. Lemon, do you want to come along? Chapter 166. Go and kiss Subai if you lose. JLL is just 1 kilometer away from Wankel Mall. 0415 Dormitory. 4 buddies walked to the food street around the mall. Found a sizable barbecue stall, sat down. Ordered a bunch of kebabs and a box of beer. Chatted again while waiting for the string. Yang Shinka, who was late for the restroom, grasped a few people's shoulders as soon as he sat down. ***, you know what car I just saw by the school? You're talking about the Mercedes-Benz Big G, right? You Yang, and I just saw it. Simply handsome. Wow. That wouldn't be a car driven by someone from our school, would it? How much does it cost? When Subai heard their conversation, he raised his head and glanced at a few people, but did not speak. I've seen that car online. It's the newest model in the Big G series. All performance and face value, pulling all the stops. It's currently selling for around $7 million domestically, and with that 88 license plate, that car is at least in the $10 million range. It's damn near enough to buy a top apartment in Jinling. Regardless of the era, luxury cars are a hot topic for guys. Just ask, who wouldn't want a multi-million-dollar ride? I wish I could ride in one of those someday. Nope, I'm going to work on myself. Buy one just like it in the future. Yang Xianka solemnly said. I'm in the same department. What's a man without a dream? Groove. That makes my blood boil. I'm definitely going to get one in the future. Hey, Subai, don't you want to buy it? Subai, who was suddenly named, scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Actually, I don't think luxury cars and stuff are that important. My dream is to live an uneventful life later on. Subai had no choice but to reply stiffly. No way, Subai. This is too Buddhist of you, isn't it? That's right. You're a national top student. You'll definitely do better than us in the future. Meanwhile, a group of 4 girls were walking from the University of Jinling to the Wankel Mall. The 4 of them have excellent face and body, and all of them have white skin and long legs. It drew many passers-by to turn around, and even a boy ran headlong into a pole. Lemon, you really are gorgeous, you know. That scar removal cream your friend gave you was amazing. It didn't leave a mark. The speaker was a tall girl with black-rimmed glasses. That Yang Xitian and Yang Xia, who were walking in front, also turned their heads. The 3 of their housemates knew about the scar on Zhang Yuelui Lemon's face, but no one laughed at her, much less isolated her. On the contrary, all 3 took greater care of her, consciously keeping her secrets for her as well, especially the girl with the black-framed glasses, who always took care of her like a sister. The other day, Zhang Yuelui Lemon received a scar removal cream sent to her by Subai. I applied it on my face with the intention of trying it out, and the scars faded by half the next day, and after 3 days, I couldn't see any scars at all. Zhang Yuelui Lemon was happy for several days, and also began to try to take off the hat, sunglasses, masks out of the house. Find your old confident self. This news she hadn't told Subai yet, because she knew that Subai had already come to Jinda University. I want to surprise him after school starts, and then I'll treat him to a nice dinner to show my appreciation. Ugh, this is great. I've become the ugliest in the dorm. Meng Qingqing pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and shook her head. No way. Sister Qingqing, you're pretty too, okay? And you've got the biggest boobs and the longest legs in the dorm. You've got a line of boys chasing after you in school. Yancy Sweet retorted. It was also true that she wasn't making things up. Meng Qingqing's face wasn't bad at all. The body is a definite plus. A schoolgirl beauty with 85 plus points. The 4 of them walked and soon arrived at the barbecue stand. It's been open for 4 or 5 years. The prices are affordable. The ingredients are clean and hygienic. Many college students and office workers like to come here to spend, no exception to the point after the skewer. 4 people to find a location to sit down. Jiang Yuzue Lemon's eyes but suddenly glimpsed a familiar figure. All at once, her eyes widened, and there was surprise and delight in her gaze, and the 3 men around her, noting her reaction. There was a rush to follow her gaze. Vocal, isn't that the top student in our school? The one who ranked first on the school's grass list? Meng Qingqing exclaimed out in shock, then suddenly thought of something else and, his eyes were full of deep meaning as he looked at Jiang Yuzue Lemon. Isn't he a billionaire with over $100 million in assets? Do tycoons come here to eat too? Yang Xitian's face was full of questions, resulting in a knock on the head in the next second. What's all the fuss about? It's none of your business where they're eating? Sit down, Janicia lectured. Obviously twins, she couldn't figure out why her stupid sister's personality was nothing like hers. Don't, sis, what a great pickup line. He's way ahead of all the other girls at school. Why don't you ask for his micro? I want a rich brother-in-law, Yancy pleaded. You, what are you babbling about? Yancy heard her speak so loudly, ears flushed a little red then, and he reached out to gag her. Don't bother, Sister Sia, after all, they're alumni, and they're still the top student in the national college entrance exams. It's not too much to ask that we go say hello and get acquainted. Meng Qingqing opened her mouth to stop the 2 sisters who were about to fight. Look at it this way, I have a great idea, she said, an impish grin suddenly appearing on her face. Reaching for his bag a few seconds later, he pulled out a stack of scratchers. Here's 20 scratchers, 5 for each of us. The one who scrapes out the least amount of prize money at the end is counted as the loser. Whoever loses will go and kiss Subai. Dare you play? Single female college students always love to have a whole lot of fun, especially activists like Meng Qingqing. Yang Xitian was the first to raise her hand in favor, and Jiang Yuzue Lemon didn't object. Yang Xia was the only one who was still silent, but the gazes of the 3 sisters were really too much for her to bear. Come, just come, how can my hand be so bad? Chapter 167. You deleted the photo. Have you heard that there are only 8 boys in the Chinese language department? Besides us and 4 others. The rest are all girls, and there are a lot of good-looking ones. Zundu? Then won't we all get off the hook? Talking about girls, the brothers were immediately interested again. None of the 4 of them are bad at face value. Subai doesn't need to say much. Yang Xianke belongs to that sunny type of tart. The looks definitely belong to the schoolboy batch. Ren Yi is the kind of sporty boy, sunny and cheerful, with 3-dimensional and durable features. There are definitely a lot of girls who like this type. Although Yu Yang is a little fat, but his looks are not bad, and he has a good family. The family has 4 suites in Jinling, so they don't worry about finding a date. As upwardly mobile young people of the new era, they all want to have a good relationship in college. Just at this time, Yang Xianke's gaze looked somewhere and immediately showed a surprised look on his face. Holy, guys, look for the girl at 3 o'clock. The one who put my hand in the river this morning. Subai followed his finger and saw only 4 beautiful women on a table. Jiang Yusu Lemon, 95 points. Yang Xitian, 94 points. Yang Xia, 94 points. Meng Qingqing, 88 points. The person Yang Xianke was referring to was none other than Meng Qingqing, as he'd said in the afternoon. With white skin and a beautiful face, with big breasts and long legs, she is a rare and big beauty. Asterisk. Aren't the twin sisters sitting over there, Yang Xixiang and Yang Xia, who are ranked 4th and 5th on the school flower list? And that other girl, she's too good looking. Why isn't she on the school flower list? TSK, 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 TSK. Subai was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect to meet Jiang Yuzue Lemon here. What's more, I never imagined that her face value would be so high that it would not lose out to little Lara and Sister Siki at all already. Just by repairing the scar on her face, her rating went straight from 89 to 95. It was no wonder that his own housemates were so surprised. Asterisk. Why are they looking over? Have we been spotted? Get your head down. We'll be in trouble if we're caught peeking. Department that Yang Xia is the president of the sparring club. The 4 of us together aren't enough to beat her up alone. The 4 of them very silently lowered their heads to concentrate on jerking the skewers, but their afterglow caught a glimpse of Yang Xia standing up and a grim face came toward them. The crowd looked at each other. All of them panicked in their hearts. Finished. It's just coming at us. What should we do? How about we get down on our knees and apologize? She doesn't look like the kind of person who'd drive a man to his death to me. No. Why should we kneel? Wasn't it just an accidental glance? Asterisk. Run Yi has a good point. Is it possible she came over to pick up? Subai suddenly opened his mouth, and the remaining 3 all stared at him with wide eyes. Are you kidding me? A high-flying schoolgirl with a punch for a little friend. How could they come forward to hit on a couple of them freshmen? Whatever. In case she's going to make a move. Let's just wait until she does. Subi. At this time, Yang Xia had already come close to them, and the 3 people were immediately too scared to speak. Lowering his head to look at his crotch, he dared not breathe a word. The only one who was there was Subai, who quietly raised his head to look at her, only to find that Yang Xia was also looking at him. The moment the 2 people's gazes met, Yang Xia immediately shifted her gaze away, her hand grasping the corner of her coat. The ears were red. Subai frowned slightly when he saw this scene. This girl does not look like she came to beat up and a little shy, what is it? Not waiting for him to think of an answer, Yang Xia had already accelerated her steps and came directly behind him. In the next second, the aroma hit his nose, and a white arm crossed Subai's neck. All 4 of them were shaken. What the hell is this? Neck? A chokehold? The 3 housemates are about to make their move. A few stupid figures also appeared in the crowd around the barbecue stall, and a dozen pairs of eyes landed on Subai. Subai was just about to raise his head to look at her when he saw Yang Xia quickly lower her head and, bearing a kiss on Subai's right cheek. I'm sorry, I lost the game. At the end of the sentence, Yang Xia directly covered her face and ran away. A deathly silence fell over the field. Subai hadn't reacted and froze in place. As for the 3 people at the same table, there were also a dozen plainclothes bodyguards in the shadows, and even the waiters who came over with kebabs. All of them were stunned and, the mouth opened into a big zero shape, did not speak for a long time. On the other side, Yancy hurried back to her seat and, reaching out, he snatched the drink in front of Yang Xitian and drank it in one go, his heart still thumping. A kiss to the face doesn't count as a kiss, so my first kiss is still alive. Well, the first kiss is still there. She looked up and was met with the intent gaze of her 3 roommates. There's really no other way. Yang Xitian and Meng Qingqing both scraped out $180, and Jiang Yuzue Lemon is even more outrageous. Scratched to a 500 yuan. Only her Yang Xia, scratched 5 a damn did not win. On the spot broke the defense. She was going to try to get away with it, but the 3 housemates caught on to the fact that she couldn't save face. Taking turns using aggravation on her, he finally drove her over the edge. To be able to make the high and mighty schoolgirl, Yang Xia, take the initiative to run and kiss a boy, and that boy is still Subai. This big melon is enough for them to eat for a whole year. Sis, your skill in offering kisses is simply too exquisite to give a silly kiss. Yang Si-Sweet giggled. To her, there was nothing happier than pitting her oldest sister. Yang Si-Sweet, you better not be caught by me in the future. Yang Xia gritted her teeth, but her ears were red hot. Oh, you're threatening me, sis, so I'll just have to post it on the confession wall, Yancy said, pulling out her cell phone. Above is clearly just Yang Xia kissed Subai's photo, but also embraced the neck. That look, don't mention how ambiguous. Yang Xia to see the photo. There was a wide-eyed look. Yang Xitian, you delete the picture for me. Chapter 168 Classmate in Xiaonan. We meet again. Asterisk yeah. Subai, you actually were kissed by Yang Xia. Wouldn't that scare people to death? On the way back to school from the barbecue stand, Yang Xianka kept chanting non-stop. Run Yi and Yu Yang weren't much better. All 3 of them were deeply shocked by that scene just now. That's Ingcia Yang, the schoolgirl, the kind that only takes 5 seconds to put down an adult male on average, actually took the initiative to run over and kiss Subai. I mean, do you guys need to make such a big deal out of this? People have said, it's just a punishment for playing a game and losing. It doesn't mean anything at all. Subai looked at his several unseen housemates and said, wasn't it just a kiss from the schoolgirl? What's so surprising? Can that be the same? Yang Xia, that's recognized as an unattainable mountain. I wonder how many boys were turned off. She chose to come over here and kiss you today instead of beating the out of those roommates of hers. That means she's more or less interested in you. Even Yu Yang couldn't help but speak. Taiya Subai. This kind of tie is really too rare. Why don't you take advantage of the situation? How about taking that Yang Xia down to be our sister-in-law? You guys are really damaged. Subai cried and laughed as he looked at the self. I've got some great roommates. Let me fall in love with a girl who can spar. Won't I be in danger in case of a fight? Asterisk. Good point. Worthy of being a national scholar. It's really far-sighted. Subi. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when I returned to the dormitory and took a shower. Subai was planning to accompany these few roommates to sleep in the dormitory today. Of course, when he chatted today he also talked about the school assigning himself a villa. All 3 are envious as hell. Subai promised them a party at the villa on their weekend vacation. After that, the 4 of them teamed up to hack and score, and played until 1 a.m. before turning out the lights and going to bed. sleeping through the big day with Ren snoring. The following morning, and the four did not dare to sleep late, for it was the first day of school, and, at 8 o'clock, we have to go to the class meeting, and after that, we have to start a week-long military training. You can't be late on your first day and give your teacher a bad impression. After simply washing up, the four of them went back to the cafeteria to hastily settle their breakfast. In the middle of the day, there are still a few girls looking for Subai to sign autographs and take pictures, looking at the three roommates with a confused face. At 7:40 in the morning, the four of them arrived at the classroom of the small language department class. The class is already full. They were all talking in twos and threes, and everyone that came in all of them turned their heads in unison, curiously observing the people who would be their classmates for the next 4 years. The classroom was mostly girls, with only 3 or 2 boys sitting in the back row. As soon as the four of them entered the room, they drew the stares of countless pairs of eyes, especially when those girls saw Subai. They immediately had a twinkle in their eyes and immediately stopped whatever they were doing. The classroom was suddenly quiet. It has long been no secret in Jinling University that the national top scholar Subai went to the language department. These girls from the language department were so excited they stayed up all night. Make up and dress up at 5 or 6 o'clock today. The 3 housemates all gave Subai a strange look, even though he's a national high school senior, and he's good looking, but it's not exaggerated to this extent, is it? If you don't know, you'd think it's some big star with millions of fans. Looks like we're late today after all. There aren't 4 seats in a row. Yang Xianke scanned the classroom and sighed as he shook his head. That's okay, aren't there 3 of those? You 3 go find a place to sit. I'll just find a place to make do on my own. Subai's speech was not loud, but all the girls in the classroom all heard it. Immediately, he took the book bag on the empty seat beside him and then cast a hopeful gaze at Subai. Subai student, sit with me. Subai, sit with me. I can give you snacks and drinks for free. Sit with me, Mr. Subai, and I'll let you touch your thighs in class. Bah, it's hurtful. Subai, come to me. I don't like to wear clothes in class. A few of the more enthusiastic and spirited girls in the front row were already taking the initiative to invite Subai. I can only say that the female college students nowadays are too open. The moment they open their mouths is the words of tigers and wolves. Hearing Subai's mouth twitch, his eyes swept across the classroom. The system displayed each girl's rating. The quality of the girls in this class is genuinely not bad. Almost all of them are between 60 to 80. There were even a couple 85 plus. But not all girls are so open-minded. They're liberal arts girls, after all. There were also a number of more introverted ones who didn't speak up and just watched quietly. Sorry guys, I don't really want to sit too far forward. Subai apologetically spoke to the few girls in front of him, before lifting his steps towards the back row of the classroom. There was a wail from the girls in the front row. Yang Xianke and a few others won't sit too far away from him, and so followed along to the back of the classroom. In the end, Subai's gaze fell on a thin figure in the corner, striding over and pull out a chair and sit down. There were just 3 empty seats directly in front of him, so the 3 good buddies sat down right in front of him. The back row is by the window and the air conditioning is on hand to keep you warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Efficiency in class aside, this is the perfect seat. It's the dream love seat of a Buddhist male liberal arts student, and Xiao Nan student. We meet again. Subai took the initiative to greet the girl next to him. This is the girl he met on the high-speed train yesterday, and Xiao Nan. Today she was still plainly dressed, with a white short-sleeved top and a pair of baggy bell-bottom pants underneath, and sneakers that were old and worn on his feet. The hairstyle is still a simple single ponytail, with her head down so you can't see her face. Well, hello, she answered with a thin, mosquito-like voice. All eyes in the classroom are focused on this corner at the moment. No one thought that Subai would actually end up sitting next to that mediocre girl, but no one would think he was going after the girl. It was only thought to be Subai running for the back row window seat, and at the same time, he secretly regretted that he had known that he would have grabbed a seat at the back. However, and Xiao Nan, who felt those gazes, was not too used to it at the moment. Yesterday, she even deliberately asked someone to find out Subai's real identity. She also deeply realized that the 2 people's identities were vastly different, and at this time, Subai was sitting next to her, making her feel quite a bit of pressure. Seeing her embarrassment, Subai didn't bother to actively tease her anymore. After all, feelings are something that can be cultivated slowly. Anyway, he was getting more and more interested in this ninny now. Chapter 169. Beautiful Professor Li Jingshu. The time soon came to 8 o'clock in the morning, and the classroom was full of students. As far as the eye could see, all were girls, with only a few male comrades mixed in. To come to this school, one must have some literary attainment. As a result, every student has a good temperament and the whole classroom gives a feeling of being full of books. Subai just chatted with the 3 buddies in front of him, and every now and then 3 or 2 girls came over to talk to him, and he responds politely. And that's why, in just 10 minutes, Subai's WeChat has over 100 more friend requests. Subai, I've realized that you don't have any special attraction to girls, do you? After another wave of girls left, Yang Shinka couldn't help but twist his head and ask. In terms of face value and body shape, he admitted that he couldn't compare to Subai. But you're at least in the upper echelon of boys, right? I remember when he was class president in junior high and high school. However, in the day or so since enrollment in school, not a single girl who'd hit on him, but there was one who threw his cell phone into the river. Exactly. Why are you so popular, Subai? Girls see you like flies see. They all gather around you. Subi, Ren Yi Ah. If you don't know how to compare, don't compare. Really? Subai shook his head inside, somewhat tired. Then his gaze fell back on the 3 good buddies in front of him. You 3 need to change things up. See for yourselves if you don't believe me. Old Jan In. With Ren Yi being mean and Yu Yang being horny, it's a wonder any girls come to hit on him. When these words came out, those 3 people opened their eyes wide and started sizing each other up. Asterisk asterisk. That makes so much damn sense. The 3 men spoke in unison. Just then, a ding 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 ding. A class bell rang. Then the sound of Noita heels could be heard from far away in the hallway outside. The classroom was suddenly quiet as the students dutifully took their places in the pews. A dozen seconds later, only a tall silhouette was seen walking into the classroom, about 25 years of age, with dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and a white blouse over the knee-length black skirt underneath, with a pair of black high heels, revealing 2 cuts of white straight calves, dry and charming. Immediately afterward, Subai's system voice rang in his head. Name, Li Jingshu. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Body weight, 60 kilograms. With 10 dog-licking subjects and 2 harem members, there are 2 other spots open. The current system score is 94. Please ask if you are bound as a dog-licking object? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Li Jingshu as dog-licking object number 5. It is rare to meet such a wow teacher. Subai, who knows how to honor teachers naturally, will not let go. Now that Li Jingshu had filled Xinyao's void, Subai had been among the 12, with the exception of An Xiaonan, who was somewhat malnourished, who had 88 points. The rest of the 11 are all extremely beautiful with 90+ points. Thinking of this, Subai unconsciously turned his gaze to An Xiaonan by his side again. That niece seemed to notice Subai's gaze and buried her head a little lower. Looks like we'll have to take care of this ninny more from now on. Looking at the arm that was as thin as a bamboo pole, Subai secretly said in his heart. On the other side, the beautiful Professor Li Jingshu had already written her name on the blackboard. Then turn your head to face the class. Everyone's here, right? Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Jingshu Li. He's a professor of literature at our university, and your homeroom teacher. From now on, everyone can come to me with any questions about school and life. Li Jingshu's voice belonged to that kind of cool imperial voice, giving people a sense of mature and intellectual gentleness. There was also a sense of unruffled sternness mixed in. She was then seen writing her contact information on the board. Subai immediately took out his cell phone and opened WeChat to send out a friend request. It was only afterward that the 3 people in front of them pulled out their cell phones, and at the same time gave Subai a thumbs up in their hearts. Li Jingshu's gaze swept over that corner without a trace. She knows that national top science scholar named Subai somehow came to their liberal arts class, and the teacher in the admissions office reminded her that the top scholar was most likely an old pervert. Tell her to be careful. Now that she'd seen the real thing, she couldn't help but be a little skeptical. What bad intentions could such a sunny and handsome big boy have? I'm going to talk about the rules in my classroom. No tardiness, no early departures, no absences, no cell phones or snacks in class. Pay attention in class. You can skip your homework after class, but you must make sure you pass every test, or I will get you alone for extra practice until you pass. Is it all clear? Got it. Students answer. All are students who entered King's University on the regular entrance exams and are extremely self-disciplined. I don't know how many times these above requirements are looser than they were in high school. Well then, we'll have our class meeting next, and we're going to start military training in the afternoon. Today is the first class where everyone comes up to the stage and introduces themselves. All liberal arts students. I hope your introductions will be impressive. At the end of her sentence, Li Jingshu raised her steps to the side and gave up the podium, while signaling the crowd to start introducing themselves in seating order. Those girls sitting in the front row are more outgoing and cheerful, and don't have stage fright. Step up to the podium with a big smile and introduce yourself. Hello everyone, my name is Sun Meng Meng. I love raising insects, home to over 200 species of poisonous scorpions. Hello everyone, My name is Chen Yufei and I like to eat cactus raw. My name is Wei Xiaoxian, and I can swallow 16 granulated oranges in one bite. Listening to the self-introduction of those girls on the podium, Subai, that is, the more he listens to the face the more black, the more he is. Each one looks soft and cute, but their hobbies are all amazing. You said a nice liberal arts girl, either raising some strange or eating some strange. There is even a 1.5 girl said she likes to split durian with her bare hands. Luckily, the picture was much more normal when it was the turn of the girls in the back row, all of whom were fond of the piano and chess, get kittens and puppies and stuff. Soon it was the turn of the 3 buddies in front of them, and it wouldn't be long before it was time for Subai and In Xiaonan. Subai himself was fine, but In Xiaonan beside him was obviously a bit uneasy. Both hands gripped the sleeves, and his body was trembling slightly. At the moment, she just felt out of place with her surroundings. This school is so well equipped, and all the students here are so bright and shiny. There was only her, in her old, worn-out clothes, cowering in a corner with no presence. It took a lot for the family to succeed in getting her out to college, but In Xiaonan knows the difference between mountain village students and city students. Even if she got good grades and had more knowledge, it wouldn't change the wave of low self-esteem in her bones. She's afraid to walk up to the podium and introduce herself, afraid to be in everyone's line of sight. That feeling of being watched by the whole class was suffocating her. Just then, a large, warm hand touched her arm. And Xiaonan student, are you not feeling well? Chapter 170 I like you better, teacher. And Xiaonan student, are you not feeling well? Subai's voice rang in Xiaonan's ears, and she turned her head woodenly. The eyes were a little dull as they looked at him. She felt her face burn again as their gazes rejoined. Hastily, he lowered his head again to look at his toes. No, not really, I'm just a little nervous. Don't want to go to the podium? Do you want me to talk to the teacher for you? Subai's tone was still incomparably gentle, and his gaze was also mild, shy and at the same time, and Xiaonan felt warm inside. From the time he came to the city himself, the gentle older boy in front of her just kept caring about helping herself, giving her a lot of security in her heart. But she knew Subai's status. The difference between the two people's status was just too big. Subai was too dazzling, which made her not even know what kind of posture she should take to accept his concern for her. I want to. Without waiting for her to finish her speech, a person in front of Subai had finished his introduction and walked back. At this moment, everyone's eyes were turned to this corner, expecting Subai to walk up and introduce himself. Subai gave In Xiaonan a reassuring look before striding onto the podium. He didn't just start introducing himself, and walked over to Prof. Li and whispered something. Li Jingshu nodded while her gaze swept toward In Xiaonan's corner. Hello everyone, my name is Subai, from Su City. My hobby is singing. Like to do some exercise every morning and evening too. Incidentally, I'd like to help introduce the girl next to me, In Xiaonan, a girl from Chuanyu. After Subai finished speaking, he leaned over and ticked both himself and In Xiaonan on the roll call book on the podium. Just as the students were still wondering why he was suddenly helping to introduce others to the Li Jingshu had already walked up to the podium and stood beside Subai. In the future, if any of our students are not feeling well, they may not have to make a report. Get yourself down and rest or go to the infirmary. The crowd was in an uproar at these words. A few girls even cast envious glances towards In Xiaonan's side. Subai student, you don't need to rush down first. Next we're going to choose the class president. The director already recommended you to me before we came here. So let's vote on the spot. And if more than half past 200 you'll go straight to being class president. Subai? Not. Professor Li, shouldn't I be asked for my own opinion first? Subai laughed bitterly. Seeing him in this state, Li Jingshu hid a smile. There are credits for being class president, and other people are rushing to do it. And if you do well, I can give you some special rewards. The moment he heard the words special rewards, Subai immediately brightened up. It seems not impossible to be a class president or something, mainly trying to contribute to the class. Nothing to do with a beautiful professor with big boobs and long legs. Seeing Subai loosen up, Li Jingshu hid her mouth with another smile before clearing her throat and turning to face the students. A couple of girls in the front row had heard their conversation and were ready to go. The class president is the centerpiece of a class, and a qualified class president that, not only do you have to help your teacher with some simple tasks, but you also have to be able to care and look after your classmates in your studies in life. When she said the words care and take care of, Li Jingshu even deliberately stretched her tone. A couple of the girls in the class instantly got it in seconds, their eyes glowing. If Subai becomes the class president, won't they be able to pretend to be dizzy and then enjoy a princess hug? So next we vote. Before Li Jingshu finished her words, the 4 or 5 rows in front of her directly stood up in unison. The people in the back immediately reacted and all stood up as well. Even In Xiaonan, who was sitting in the corner, silently stood up. Okay, unanimously approved. Everyone applaud and congratulate Mr. Su-bai. When Li Jingshu spoke, the class burst into applause. Squad leader, I've been bitten by a bug on my thigh. Can you look at it for me? Class president, I'm dizzy. Can you please carry me to the infirmary? Class president, I seem to have my period. Can you help me? Subi, what's with the feeling that you've fallen into a hole? After that, Prof. Li chose 3 tall boys to be vice presidents. 3 of Subai's roommates were lucky winners. No other are tool people who help the teacher to do things. Men have more strength to work better. So that's it for today's class session. Everyone go back and get some rest. At 1 p.m. The instructor will come to pick you up and take you to the training place. So remember to set your alarm clock and get good sun protection. Okay, class dismissed. For class leaders, come with me for a minute. Clothes for military training need to be moved downstairs in the dormitory. So the 4 bitter, miserable toolmen were taken away by Prof. Li. This saved Su-bai from being surrounded by girls again after class. Sister Wang from the admissions office told me that you chose to come to King University because there were more girls? Walking between the corridors of the school building, Li Jingshu suddenly asked. The 3 buddies in the back sniffed and said nothing, but the corners of their mouths were harder to suppress than AK. Su-bai was thick-skinned enough and didn't blush, only spreading both hands. That can't be helped. Who wouldn't like a youthful and energetic college life? If I really went to a university like Huaqing or Yanjing, I'd probably go bald in less than 2 years. Li Jingshu was once again amused by him. After a few encounters, she also found that this top student is very good to get along with, and his speech is also humorous, and it will tease the girls. So have you found a girlfriend now? Li Jingshu asked with a smile. Su-bai, however, did not answer and only asked her in return. What? You don't want to introduce me, do you, teacher? You need to be introduced to someone like you? Ha ha, well, so tell me what you like, and I'll introduce you if I know one. Rating Jingshu originally pointed at him, but unexpectedly, in the next second, Su-bai directly raised his hand and pointed at her. I like you better, teacher. Chapter 171, Divorced with a Baby? I like it even more. When Su-bai said this, Li Jingshu was all caught off guard by him. The 3 buddies in the back were straight up open-mouthed in shock. This guy has too much guts, right? How dare he molest a professor? You like me like this? Li Jingshu looked at Su-bai and pulled out her cell phone again to show him her screensaver. On it was a little girl in a princess dress, 4 or 5 years old, with a look similar to Li Jingshu. Anyone who isn't stupid can see the relationship between the two. Then you should have come to KU a couple years earlier. My daughter, she's 5. Su-bai's expression was slightly surprised when he saw the photo and heard her words. Li Jingshu was only 27 years old, just had a 5-year-old daughter. Doesn't that mean she's having babies at 22? Yet after a second of astonishment, Su-bai keenly caught some details. Shouldn't married girls in general show off their wedding rings or just say they're married or something like that? But there was no trace of the other half on Li Jingshu's fingers or in her cell phone. Moreover, from her words and actions, Su-bai savored the peculiar aura of a certain type of group. Prof. Li, are you taking care of the child by yourself? At these words, the scene once again fell into a brief silence. Yeah, I got divorced last year, Li Jingmei graciously admitted, looking at Su-bai with a somewhat complicated gaze. The woman's keen instincts told her that the boy wasn't kidding around. There was already some seriousness in the words. When Su-bai heard her say that, he immediately put that smile back on his face. Divorced with a baby? That's more like it for me. I promise I can give you both material and spiritual warmth. Professor Li, do you want to consider it? Li Jingshu really didn't expect this guy to talk like this. Instantly, he lifted his hand and knocked him on the head without a second thought. You're really different from others, aren't you? There are so many pretty girls in the school and you don't go after them, but instead you're thinking of me, a divorced, half-aged woman? I advise you to be honest. Although Li Jingshu said that on her lips, but you could also hear in her tone that she wasn't angry, but rather a little bit of that young teacher messing around with her own students. She admits that Su-bai is tall, handsome, a national scholar, and rich. The probability is that he's a rich kid with unfathomable wealth, but she really never expected to develop that kind of relationship with her student, especially since the student was almost 10 years younger than herself. What will she tell her daughter? That mom's an old cow who got you a stepdad who just graduated from high school? No. Why did even think of this? Isn't that a joke in itself? It's hard to believe that you've been divorced for a year and have some cravings. The more her head went on, the more outrageous it became, and it was as if her thoughts were out of her control. Even she feels like a hooligan. Detected that the dog-licking object Li Jingshu's favorability towards the host has increased, currently at 48. The system's voice sounded in his head, and the corner of Su-bai's mouth hooked up in an arc. What he said today not only didn't make Prof. Lee feel offended. Instead, it instantly brought the two people closer together, and they were able to be a little more open in future conversations. After that, the four of them went to the warehouse, send the whole bag of clothes worn during military training downstairs to the girls' dormitory. In fact, it was Subai who was immediately recognized as soon as he approached the girls' dormitory. Then there are a bunch of enthusiastic students over to help. A few seconds of work, Subai suddenly empty-handed. The three roommates are looking dumbfounded. It was 10 o'clock in the morning when we returned to the dormitory after all this. The four of them played games for 2 hours in the air conditioning while changing into their military training clothes, went to the cafeteria to eat lunch and then went straight to the classroom to gather. The instructor arrived on time for class at 1 p.m. And dragged everyone out to the training ground. Maybe because there are so many girls in this class, and for the sake of Subai, the Golden National College Entrance Examination scholar, the school specially arranged a relatively gentle female instructor for their class. And the training site is also quite cool with large shade trees. Good afternoon everyone. I'm your instructor. My last name is Wu. You can call me Sister Wu. I'll be leading your training for the next week. Which one is the squad leader? Please step forward. As Sister Wu's voice fell, Subai, who was standing in the line, took a step forward. Everyone's eyes were focused on Subai at this moment. Just when Sister Wu saw that he was also froze for a moment. Someone had told him before he came that this student named Subai was the national top student in this year's college entrance exam. It's so hard to recruit into the Golden University. The school up and down can all treat him as a baby. Let himself military training must be special care under the. Don't tire him out. Originally she had thought that this scholar was a weak scholar, but seeing this big boy before her, she realized she was completely wrong. This healthy complexion, this well-proportioned musculature, doesn't look like someone who lacks athleticism by any stretch of the imagination, especially with Subai's 185 height and handsome face in his military training clothes. Looked alive as a young officer. Just standing there and not moving gives you an awesome feeling. Squad leader. First warm up by taking everyone for a couple laps around the playing field. Be sure to call in a report if you feel unwell in the middle of the day. Subai twisted his head to look at this sports field where their class was located. Running a lap is probably not even 200 meters. All. To the left turn. Run and walk. Taking care of some of the less physically fit girls, Subai slowed down as he led the race in front. The 2 laps added up to less than 400 meters. A full 2 minutes of running. Not much different from a walk. Nonetheless, the girls still seemed to be exhausted, and gathered around Subai, panting as they, while pulling open the collar of his shirt and fanning himself with his hand. A sizable mountain peak was hidden in his clothes. Not far away, the boys who were running laps around the playground in the high sun saw the scene and, it's all eye candy. Bah! You're a bad influence on the public. You're still a ING scholar, crowding around women all day long. Sooner or later, I'll turn into a pussy. No, Raoul can't stand to watch. Today, High and Low will teach this top student a lesson. Chapter 172. Why don't we move around? An hour and a half of training in the afternoon. The intensity here in Subai is much less than in other classes. The warm-up run is only 400 meters. And then there's posturing, marching, shouting slogans and all that. Plenty of rest time was given between each program. And Subai didn't even sweat much. Unity is power. Unity is power. Let there be a light of 10,000 feet. Okay, that's it for now. Everyone rest in place. There is mineral water and patchouli oral fluid in the front. If you need it, you can get it yourself. And remind again. Be sure to call in any physical discomfort at the first opportunity. Alright, dismissed. As Sister Wu's voice fell, everyone was dismissed. Yu Yang was the first to run to bring 4 bottles of water, distributed to a few buddies in the dormitory. This also left a few girls who were planning to come over to deliver water without an excuse to get close to Subai, and they all cast furtive glances at Yu Yang. In this regard, Yu Yang, full of concern, opened the bottle cap tons and tons to drink a few mouthfuls. Exhale comfortably. Who cool. This instructor people also strange good Lu. Training intensity so small. And free water for us. Just say it. Ren nodded in agreement. I haven't been in a training session that was so easy that I didn't even break a sweat in my entire life. In our hometown of Yangcheng, we have to lose a layer of skin in military training. Subai. I found out that Sister Wu seems to have a crush on you. Oh. She's been sneaking glances at you today. Yang Xianka also mysteriously came up and said. His focus has always been different from others. Shoo. Stop talking now. Someone's coming. Subai suddenly glimpsed a figure with his afterglow and hurriedly covered the guy's mouth. A few buddies turned their heads, and they suddenly saw a silhouette walking towards them. You know, there are a lot of pretty girls in their class, but in front of this girl in front of them, instantly became eclipsed. No matter the face value, Body or temperament cannot be compared at all. All three buddies had their mouths open in shock, and the rest of the people who saw it, men and women, were. The same expression appeared on his face, and even Sister Wu and Li Jingshu, who were not far away, were attracted to him. Asterisk asterisk. Isn't that the one who's ranked third on the school flower list? What's her name again? Yang Xianke was the first to recognize the man. Su Bai, however, threw him a meaningful glance. Call your sister-in-law. Ha! Without waiting for Su Bai to reply, Lin Xinla had already walked straight over to his side. Finally found you. That's a pretty remote place you guys train, Lin Xinla said, naturally sitting down next to him, smoothly handing him the ice cream in her hand. The three buddies on Su Bai's side finally reacted after a few seconds of stupefaction. They looked at each other, then left without moving. I bought you the ice cream, and this fruit tea was bought for you by your ex-girlfriend, Lin Xinla said, handing another cup of fruit tea from the bag to Su Bai. She'd gotten along well with Xia Yanshi during this time, and she didn't have any close friends, per se, and just hang out with Xia Yanshi from time to time. Today Xia Yanshi specially bought Su Bai's favorite fruit tea and asked Lin Xinla to help bring it here. For his part, he knew enough not to come along, although he couldn't hear it on the surface. Su Bai knew that there was more or less a little emotion in little Lara's heart. He didn't say anything, just opened the ice cream box and scooped a large spoonful to Lin Xinla's mouth. In the distance, the girls in the class watched the scene in unison, and it was awfully quiet. Li Jingshu also watched silently, only her gaze was a bit complicated. He just told him to go after the little girl at school in the morning, and this afternoon he's got her? Humph. I'm not falling for that. Eating your ice cream. Back to you making me play with your boobs again. Lin Zanara twisted her head away in feigned anger. She has not forgotten the last time she was cheated by Su Bai. So you want me to play? Su Bai said idly, the other side of the spoon coming closer to her mouth. Lin Xinla looked at him with a red face, and after a few seconds, she still opened her mouth. Su Bai laughed and sent the spoon in, causing Lin Xinla to get another nice blank stare. I have to say, that aura of a high-flying schoolgirl that little Lara had on her, it can always make Su White horny. Just then, a male instructor walked over with 3 or 4 boys. Some of them couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw Lin Xinla by Su Bai's side. Isn't this our class's big schoolgirl Lin? How did she get here? I just tried to buy her ice cream and she told me to off. Not. By what right? It's not just that you're a little taller than me, a little more handsome, a little better built, and better grades, more money. Why do girls like him? Nobody. For reasons you didn't all say. The instructor brought the boys to Sister Wu. Instructor Wu, these boys in our class want to organize a 400-meter running race. Specifically, I said I wanted to compare myself to your class. The male instructor also had a somewhat odd expression, a look of I'm being forced to do something. Naturally, he knew why the class had been assigned a female instructor, the scholar's boy that could be too golden. Nah, a couple of students were so motivated that they brought him over raw. Look, why don't we move around? Sister Wu didn't say anything and only turned her gaze to Su Bai. The boys also cast provocative glances at him. It's okay, we're not going to force it. If you're going to wimp out then forget I said anything. Chapter 173 400-meter run. Su Bai stuns crowd, noticing the slightly hostile gazes of those few people. Su Bai frowned. He didn't know them at all himself, and if he remembered correctly, I've never offended anyone since I started school, so I shouldn't be attracting hate. Lin Xinla suddenly spoke in his ear. These guys are from our class. The dark and tall one is called Wang Shuai. Just now came to hit on me and was rejected. I heard that he practiced sports in high school and ran 400 meters at the level of a national level 2 athlete. Hearing her speak like this, Su Bai's heart was clear. Turns out that's why he's looking at himself the wrong way. Rather, they are not stupid and know to launch a challenge with their best program. What do you think you're doing being so good looking? How much competition is that going to draw for me? Su Bai shook his head and smiled, putting the ice cream into her hand and getting up to walk towards the group. At 185, he was no slouch in front of those 3 or 4 tall gym students. Moreover, there was a stern aura about him, giving people a sense of oppression without anger. That was not something people of his age could have. And just now Wang Shuai provoked Su Bai so loudly that almost the whole class heard it. The 3 roommates were immediately unable to sit still. Run Yi took the brunt of the 188 height to give enough oppression. Yang Xianke, Yu Yang and the other tall boy in the class followed him. 5 people surrounded the 4 Wang Shuai at the same time, and their anger suddenly faded by half. Who are you looking down on? I was captain of the basketball team in high school. 100 meters in 11.2 seconds. It'll be easy to pull you off. No one in the room thought Ren was blowing it. His wheat-colored skin and pronounced musculature alone showed that he was not a man lacking in athleticism. In contrast, Su Bai acted calmly. It's impossible to wimp out. even though I'm not professionally trained. But you usually exercise a lot, okay? Tell you what, let's have a match between two people from each side, and the loser will post a message on the Gene Dai confession wall admitting that he's a coward, and we'll buy the whole class of the winning team milk tea. What do you think? Subai deliberately pretended to be low-key and said, his body had been strengthened by the system, and his speed and strength were far beyond that of ordinary people. The world champion wouldn't even beat him in a purely running competition. But when his words were heard in the ears of Wang Shuai's several people, they immediately decided that Subai, the top student, was a rookie in sports. After all, he looks white and clean, not like someone who's been in the sun a lot. Although the body's muscle lines were well proportioned, there were no traces of training to be seen, and it was thought to be a hit or miss. As for the basketball captain, regardless of his strength, they themselves were targeting Subai, even if they lost the match in the end, as long as they could embarrass Subai's face and relieve their hearts. A couple dozen cups of milk tea is nothing at all. Besides, Wang Shuai didn't think he would lose. Well then, let's make a deal. Let's not wait. Let's start now. Please let the two instructors be the judges. When he spoke, Wang Shuai and one of the men behind him gave Subai a smug look. Then it turned toward the playground to warm up. Ran Yi patted Subai's shoulder and gave him a reassuring look, then started doing the stretches as well. At this time, Sister Wu and Professor Li came over with some concern. Subai, you must pay attention. Safety first, competition second, Sister Wu admonished. Subai himself had agreed, so she couldn't say anything else. I can't explain to the leadership if you, the top student, get hurt. Li Jingshu also opened her mouth to remind her. They were afraid that Subai would be too young to lose face and run for his life. If anything else happens, don't worry, I've got it covered. Subai only waved his hand with a light smile and turned to walk onto the runway. 5 minutes later, all four were warmed up and ready for the start. It was quite a commotion, and all the training classes on the playground sat down in place to watch. Some of the older students, as well as teachers and directors in the school, stopped to watch. The principal was startled to hear that the scholar at arms was going to run the 400. Hurriedly called the two medical service teachers to watch from the side, so as to avoid any accidents. The platoon was there, and this was what Wang Shuai and the others wanted to see. However, what made them black-faced was that a large portion of the people present were Subai's fans, especially the girls. This has not even begun to shout loudly. Even Lin big schoolgirls are on the sidelines of the field waving their hands to cheer him up. Holding a fire in his heart, Wang Shuai vowed to ruthlessly hang this top student in the match. All in position. Prepare. Bang! The gun sounded and the four men on the track took off in unison. It flew out like an arrow off the string. Wang Shuai started off quite fast, his two muscular thighs stepping on the ground with high frequency. Each step seemed to stick to the ground. Ran Yi wasn't slow at all, and he was even better in terms of explosive power, consistently holding a lead of more than half a length heading into the corner. He was however a little short in terms of endurance and was vaguely on the verge of being overtaken. However, just as the two of them were competing, a figure suddenly pierced through their midst and it was so fast that it boggled their minds. Fixing his eyes, who was that person if not Subai? Others were competing for durability after a few seconds of acceleration, and he, for now, was still accelerating, and there's no intention of stopping. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers instantly exploded with a burst of cheers and screams, even those boys who looked at Subai with some displeasure. At this moment, they immediately turned black to pink. Subai is awesome. That pace is going to be 46 seconds. It's a ING monster, isn't it? When Wang Shuai saw this scene, he was also instantly dumbfounded. He even wondered if his eyes were mistaken, thinking that this kind of scene could only be seen in the Olympics. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart, and without noticing, he was actually exceeded by Ran Yi by 2 lengths. Not long after, Subai charged the line, nearly 30 meters ahead of them. The instructor was busy pinching his watch, while his face showed shock. I Lu good. 44. 7 seconds. Chapter 174 Water Delivery? Line up at the back. The moment Subai crossed the line, no other sound could be heard at the scene except for the instructor's exclamation of surprise. There was a dead silence underneath. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. 44. 7 seconds. More than a national-level athlete, right? No, not just over Kokichi. That's good enough for the Olympics. At least he could make it to the semifinals. And looking at Subai's state after his run, just slightly short of breath, sweating barely at all, it was obvious that he hadn't used his full strength. It's just horrible. It's a ING monster. Sister Wu, Li Jingshu, and Lin Xinla's crowd at the bottom of the field all took in the scene. All of them were full of consternation and surprise. A few seconds later, Ran Yi crossed the line, followed by Wang Shui, and one other person who was pulled back several meters. Last one across the finish line. After crossing the line, the three men collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Wang Shui was now in a pretty bad state because he had just failed to adjust his rhythm, and he was dry heaving vigorously with his hands propped up on the ground. It took a long time for the crowd on the playground to detach themselves from the shock, and the next moment loud applause and screams rang out around the room. Boys and girls, staff and students alike, all of them were completely conquered by Su Bai's strength. Asterisk. That kid's physicality is outrageous. The track and field guys I teach are scum compared to him. No, I've got to dig him up. Coach Su, you are so right. In case a good seed like this makes it to the national team, the future is a proper national championship. Asian champion or even world champion is not impossible. Isn't Su Bai a top science student? Why is sports so good as well? Asterisk. All-powerful monster this is. Man must have forgotten to take me with him when he evolved. Goodbye brothers. I'll reopen it. After a short break, Su Bai and Ren Yi returned to the class square here. Sister Wu's gaze toward Su Bai was very complicated. Turns out this kid is so physically sick. Thanks for taking such good care of him just now. But now look at it. That little bit of training intensity was nothing to this guy, Professor Lee. I did well just now, didn't I? Su Bai smiled and raised an eyebrow at Li Jingshu. Li Jingshu's gaze toward him was equally complicated. You said you're a national top student in science again, and you're so good in sports. Why come to a class with a liberal arts major? To experience life? Of course. Jingshu Li. Not long after, Wang Shui's side also finally slowed down. Yet he was so tired that his arms and legs were limp, only barely able to walk 2 steps with the help of others. They were really convinced this time. That boy, Ren Yi, the physical quality was not inferior to him at all. Not to mention Su Bai, who pretended to be a pig and killed people. At this moment, Wang Shui profoundly realized that himself and this scholar called Su Bai were simply 2 levels of people. One's own use of a masterpiece to challenge someone else's hobby still resulted in being crushed. Wang Shui didn't go back on his word in the end, ordered 60 cups of milk tea on the spot and left a message on the Jindal confession wall. After that, he took the initiative to add WeChat with Su Bai and left. At this time, Su Bai felt the hand hidden in his pocket vibrate a few times, and quietly took it out to look at it. It was a message from Yang Qianshan, saying that the vice president and chief designer of Burpee were in the company right now, wanting to talk to Su Bai about cooperation. Su Bai, who learned this news, was a bit surprised. Burpee is the hottest emerging clothing brand in China today. According to Su Bai's memory from his previous life, it has also been growing quite well over the next decade or so, becoming a major international brand with a market capitalization of $100 billion. It's amazing that a company with such potential would reach out to his vantage for a partnership. And instead of talking on the phone or sending an email, he sent someone directly to the company, which is a great deal of sincerity. Putting away his cell phone, Su Bai walked towards Sister Wu's side with large strides. Sister Wu, I have to take a vacation. There's something I have to take care of at the company. Sister Wu and Li Jingshu, who was at the side, froze for a moment when they heard this. Su Bai student, you already have a job? Sister Wu looked at him and asked with some confusion. It's not. Well, sort of. It's a company I set up on my own with clients from Yanjing. I have to go to a meeting and need half a day off. Ha? Oh, then go ahead and be safe. Although her mind was still a bit confused, Sister Wu nodded her head in agreement. Su Bai said thank you and went back to the dormitory to change his clothes. Looking at his distant back, Sister Wu and Li Jingshu looked at each other. At the same time, 2 people came out of the girls' dormitory building. Lemon, you don't have to be nervous. He's going to like you even more if he has to see this face of yours now. Meng Qingqing patted Jiang Yueli's shoulder and said, yesterday at the barbecue stand when I found this niece looking at Su Bai's eyes. Meng Qingqing then realized that something was wrong. So under her pressing, Jiang Yueliang had to tell her about herself and Su Bai. She immediately decided to drag her to bring water to Su Bai, incidentally exposing herself, before asking him out for dinner. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the military training location of the language department's class 1, and they hadn't seen Su Bai yet. Meng Qingqing, however, saw a familiar face first. Vocal, perverted peeping Tom, why are you here too? Meng Qingqing raised her hand and pointed at Yang Xianke, who was drinking milk tea not far away. The latter listened with a black line on his face. What's the word? I'm a pervert? Why don't you let me take pictures of you if you're so good looking? Coldly being complimented by the other party on her good looks, Meng Qingqing felt an indescribable comfort in her heart, but the expression on his face didn't change. Not to get into this with you. Where's Su Bai? We've come to deliver water. Bringing water to Su Bai? Go line up at the back. Yang Xianke pointed to the lawn. The line of girls lined up to deliver water stretched almost to the other end of the playground. At the very front, Yu Yang and Ren Yi were holding up their trumpets. Everyone, Subai had to leave for something. We will definitely convey your thoughts to him. Chapter 175 Classmate in Xiaonan. I'll take you home. Subai rushed to the company, and Burpee's vice president and chief designer had been waiting for a long time. In the middle of a conversation, he was also informed of the two men's intentions. They wanted Fantasia and Burpee to co-brand a basketball shoe and name it Big Bull. In short, Burpee wants to work with Vantage to come up with a signature shoe for Sue White. Subai is not a basketball player, but he's a basketball fanatic. He has shown very good physical fitness by posting videos of him playing basketball on his Lin Entertainment account several times this summer. Of course, technology is not the key. The key is the popularity of Subai. After a summer of accumulation, Subai's total number of fans on Lin Entertainment had exceeded 40 million, steadily occupying the number one spot on the total number of followers list. Just the clothes and shoes he usually wears in his daily life. It will attract a lot of people to follow the trend of imitation. No matter what goods, as long as you add the words Daniel brother with the same model, you'll get a lot of people to follow the trend of imitation. The sales just got incredibly hot. If Subai releases a signature shoe of his own, as long as the performance and face value say so, don't price it too outrageously and it's bound to be a hit. How could Subai disagree with something that was mutually beneficial? The two sides immediately agreed to finalize the matter. Burpee's chief designer stays directly at Burpee's branch in Jinling. He worked with Fantasia to design the Big Bull generation, and Subai also told Liang Yu about it and asked her to participate in the design as well. After doing this, Subai left the company. The time was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The white Mercedes-Benz Big G left the Rainbow Business Park and drove to Jinling University. A multi-million-dollar luxury car like the Big G is very bright on the street. Even during the evening rush hour, there is a lot of traffic on the street, and the cars in front of and behind him keep their distance for fear of any cuts. While waiting for the red light, Subai's eye suddenly swept to a somewhat familiar figure on the street, very conspicuous in the crowd. In Xiaonan, she was still dressed in her daytime military training clothes, her ponytail pinned up with a clip and coiled behind her head. Look away, very competent. She was walking down the street with a cloth bag on her back, looking a little apprehensive, and seeing a store with a glass door that says recruiting walks you in, only to walk out with your head down in disappointment. Subai wasn't surprised that she came out to look for a job. He knew that her family was not well off, and that it was difficult to keep up with the cost of living. The only way to get out is to do odd jobs for money. He was even less surprised that no store would want her. What can she do with such a small girl? Not to mention how well she'll do. If you get hurt, who's on the hook? So, even though Xiaonan was quite strong and diligent in doing housework and farm work since she was a child, but no boss dares to take the risk. At this time, the green light was on. But Subai did not continue on the road. Instead, he slowly drove the car toward the curb and stopped not far from Xiaonan. Lowering the window, he whistled at her, and Xiaonan turned her head and saw Subai with a somewhat surprised expression. And Xiaonan student, let me send you back. If you're late, you won't be able to eat in the cafeteria. Only after hearing Subai say this did she pull out that old cell phone from her pocket to check the time. It was already time to go back, and there were no meals out there that were cheaper than the cafeteria. But Xiaonan didn't want to get into Subai's car. For one thing, it was a little too ambiguous. Secondly, I had sweated a lot today and my clothes were still wet, so I was afraid of getting the car seat dirty. No need, Subai student. The school isn't too far. I can just walk back by myself. She politely declined. We are all classmates. No need to be polite. Get in the car. It's time to deduct my points if I'm caught on camera later, Subai said, raising his hand and pointing to the camera not far ahead. And Xiaonan sniffed, hesitated for a moment, but still walked over, pulled open the door and got into the car. He had said so, and it would probably look rude to refuse himself. Of course, she preferred not to see Subai being penalized and deducted points because of herself. Thanks. After getting into the car, and Xiaonan put on her seatbelt and thanked her softly. Instead, her back was deliberately kept at a distance from the car seat. Just lean up. No, I'm a little dirty. No, I mean, you're blocking the rearview mirror like that. As Subai spoke, his gaze unconsciously fell on her slightly sized breasts, and Xiaonan froze for 2 seconds, and then looked down. Her face swished red with shame. Hastily, he leaned back in his chair, not daring to speak again. Seeing this nymphette so shy, the corner of Subai's mouth curved up into an arc, and then without bothering to tease her, he put his foot on the gas and hit the road. It drove for a few minutes before Subai spoke again. You're looking for a job? And Xiaonan quietly turned her head to look at him. Well, I'd like to work some odd jobs and make some money. That's gonna be hard. You're so skinny. You don't look like you could do manual labor. I'm just afraid no boss would dare to take you. hearing Subai's words, and Xiaonan fell silent. In fact, the truth is indeed as Subai said. In the past 2 days he has been trying himself. And it never worked. How about this? You work at my company after school. Interns on my end get 200 a day and dinner is on the house. Hearing Subai's words, and Xiaonan's eyes clearly lit up. What does do if you intern? She asked weakly. My company, a clothing brand, has just gone public, and it just happens to have a large number of new products right now. Someone needs to write the introductory copy. It's easy, just write the introduction as per the product report. Hearing him say this, and Xiaonan felt a bit incredulous. Just go write some copy after class and get paid $200 a day? As a language student at King's University, your writing certainly won't be bad. Intern and observe for a few days first. The pay will be higher if you perform well and turn around. How about it? Interested? I want to try. And Xiaonan nodded. Thank you, Mr. Subai. You're such a great person. Chapter 176 Accidentally bought too much. Help me eat a little bit. The white Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly drove into the south gate of the school. At King's University, there's a sizable parking lot in the middle of the student dormitory buildings and the faculty housing area. The large areas of shade provided by camphor trees planted at intervals keep the car from burning in the sun in the summer. In principle, this is a place for teachers to park, but no one is saying that students can't drive in with their own cars. What's more, Subai, the scholar at arms, this point is enough for him to enjoy privileges. Coincidentally, at this time, Subai's 3 roommates returned to the dormitory after dinner. What do you guys think Lao Si did today? Why isn't he back by now? Yang Xianka snapped to himself. They're sorted by age now. Yang Xianka, with his birthday in October, is the oldest. Jie Yeol was second on November 16th. Yu Yang was third on November 28th. And Subai was born in December, the youngest of all. It becomes the oldest for. No, I think he said he was going to the office, right? Oldest has a job already? In a ING company? No. Is it possible that the top student can already be so sought after? Only a freshman and already being recruited by other companies? Asterisk look at that. Isn't that the Big G we saw last time? Oh my god. It's really from our school? I wonder which teacher. So rich. As soon as Yang Xianka's words left his mouth, he saw the driver's door of the Big G car open. Under the trio's shocked gazes, Subai came down from the car wearing a loose white short sleeve, then striding toward the passenger side and pulling open the door. A girl who was still wearing military training clothes and had a short and skinny figure shyly got down from the car, carrying a bag in both hands, and stood beside Subai with some urgency. The 3 people over there were all wide-eyed and filled with incredulity. Since meeting Subai, they've been on a roller coaster of emotions. That day Subai was kissed by Yang Xia at the barbecue stand. They thought the pair would make it. He ended up being seen early the next morning molesting their beautiful professor again. And that's not all. In the middle of military training, there's this big schoolgirl who he says is his girlfriend. Now it's good to go back to school at night with another girl on the bus. Also, he's actually driving that multi-million-dollar Mercedes Big G, and then associated with Subai mouth back to the company to do business. It's not right. It's very much 12% wrong. He must be tortured tonight. However, on Subai's side, he was still completely unaware of what kind of dangerous chicken he was going to face tonight. Locking the door of the Big G, he led in Xiaonan to the cafeteria. But Subai was just too dazzling, and he didn't know how many people's gazes he had attracted along the way. And Xiaonan followed him with her head down the entire time, not even daring to get too close. Subai, who noticed this scene, sighed darkly. This ninny is just too introverted. So it seems like it's going to take some effort to get her to change. It wasn't long before the two arrived at the cafeteria. It was now approaching 7 p.m. and the cafeteria was going to be pretty much empty. Let's go get dinner first. We'll eat here later. Subai put his bag on a table by the window and said, and Xiaonan originally wanted to just find a place to eat on her own, but Subai simply didn't give her a chance to open her mouth, so she had no choice but to nod her head in lightly. And then the two of them went off to get their own food, and Xiaonan came to a window to play rice. Did not ask for rice, because the rice in the window cost 1 yuan, and it's free to serve yourself at the refill counter. She asked for a side of hot and sour shredded potatoes, and a side of scrambled eggs with raw squash, chucked in some complimentary diced squash, and that's a dinner that only cost $3.50, but it was still a more substantial meal than we usually have at home. She carefully carried the rice bowl back to the table where she had an appointment with Subai, who hadn't come back yet. She couldn't very well eat alone first, so she sat quietly and waited. The other side, somewhere in the cafeteria window, a not-so-tall girl was bracing her hands on the counter and, both feet dangling, eyes glazed over at the dish over there. Sue White is waiting in line behind her. He instantly recognized it as the girl in their class who could dazzle 16 granulated oranges in one bite. Wei Xiaoxian, or a life committee member to come. The future of the class leave will have to look for her. Auntie, please make a pickled fish. Yes, fish fillets for more billions. Aang, and that pot roast again. Pick a big one, and a side of sweet and sour pork, 2 chicken thighs, and an open sausage. Let's have shredded potatoes for the veggies, and a dry-boiled cauliflower. Hearing her order, Su Bai and the cafeteria auntie both cast surprised gazes. Look at Wei Xiaoxuan's hand, still carrying a packaged small wonton. Nell, you're bringing dinner for your roommate? The cafeteria auntie asked with a smile as she typed the dishes, thinking that girls' meals are really not small nowadays. It's amazing how much 4 people can eat when they look so skinny and small. Ha, no, I'll eat it myself. Ha, what's wrong? Oh, it's okay Nell, it's $38. Wei Xiaoxian came down from the stage, then tiptoed and swiped her card. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Su Bai standing behind him with a somewhat odd expression. Hey Su Bai students. What are you looking at me for? Oh, it's fine. Within what? Bon appetit. Only when Wei Xiaoxian hugged her lunchbox and went to dry rice with gusto did Su Bai walk to the window. Auntie, I'll play just like her. And 2 cups of green bean soup. Su Bai said. Young man, you eat alone too? Auntie in the cafeteria is numbly playing the dishes. And in her heart she says that she must be too tired from the military training. Give these dolls are starving and hit the dish with a couple extra spoons. No, I'm eating for 2 with my friend. Ooh, that's $46. Su Bai swiped his card and returned to his seat with the heavy rice bowl in both hands and sat down. And Xiaonan's eyes widened in shock when she saw his dishes that were so full that they were piled out. Su Bai student. You eat so much? Oh, well, I accidentally overshot it. So help me eat some of it or it'll go to waste. Chapter 177. That's how all my employees are treated. The time came to 7 o'clock in the evening, and Su Bai and Xiaonan walked out of the cafeteria, while gently rubbing her belly with her hand. That meal was so generous that it took the 2 of them half a day of eating with open stomachs to wipe it all out. It's all a bit propped up at this point and I don't think I'll be hungry until tomorrow morning. Hiccup dash. And Xiaonan didn't hold back a small burp, drawing Su Bai's attention. Shy. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Bai's eyes. Mr. Su White, thank you for driving me back. And thank you for buying me dinner. And thanks for the job referral. You're a real. Hey stop. Don't ever say I'm a great guy again, okay? Su Bai said with some sweat. How can he lose face when he's being sent nice cards all the time? And Xiaonan, however, looked at him with a pair of eyes wide open, somewhat unsure. But you really are a great guy. Su Bai, even if I'm a great guy and you want to thank me, well, it can't just be lip service, can it? Doesn't it show? Su Bai raised his eyebrows and laughed evilly when she heard him speak like this, and Xiaonan's eyes darkened a bit. It's not that she's cheap and stingy, but she really doesn't have any money. It's only $300 a month. It's just enough for her to buy the cheapest stuff for herself at the school cafeteria. If it was about clearing Su Bai for a meal or something, she definitely couldn't afford it. And with Su Bai's wealth, the odds were that she wouldn't be able to look at it either. Mr. Su Bai, don't worry, it's not like I'm helping you for that little bit of money. The moment Su Bai's words came out, and Xiaonan became even more nonchalant. What's that saying? No matter what, it's either a thief or an adulterer. If he now says he doesn't want the money, doesn't that mean? Think of it. A few touches of panic appeared in Xiaonan's eyes and she unconsciously took a step backward. She is very traditional girl. Thinking, I've never held a boy's hand in my entire life. What's more, she was aware that Su Bai had a girlfriend. The one in the car that day was the same one that came to him today at military training. She knew something about rich people, so of course she wasn't going to ask anything more. But, what should she do if Su Bai really asked her for something like that? When Su Bai saw her react so strongly, he realized that his words just now were a bit ambiguous. Don't worry, it's not because I want you to do that kind of thing either. I just want you to accompany me to the mall and help me pick out a gift for my girlfriend. After all, girls know more about girls' aesthetics. Sure, if you don't want to go then forget it. Only when she heard this did Xiaonan breathe a sigh of relief. But the blush at the base of her ears still hadn't faded. I'd like to help with that. It's just that I picked something your girlfriend wouldn't necessarily see. It's okay, just for reference. It's better than choosing blindly on my own. In the end, and Xiaonan agreed, and then went back to her dormitory to put her things away, and changed into clean and decent clothes, which went downstairs to find Su Bai, got into the Mercedes-Benz Big G. The two went directly to Wank Shopping Center, went into a jewelry store. You don't have to look at the prices, just pick out the ones you think look good on you, Su Bai said to Xiaonan. At this moment, and Xiaonan looked at the various jewelry necklaces in the booth and was a bit lost in thought. She had only seen those things in the past on the internet and in books, and it was the first time she had seen them in reality. Not far from the 2-3 clerks were waiting respectfully since that last time. All the staff at the mall were told they had to memorize this face. The sweeper ants were no exception. Well, this is pretty good. She also didn't dare to make Su-bai wait too long, and after looking around she selected a necklace. It looks understated and restrained, and the light blue color is a pleasure to look at. Su-bai twisted his head to look at a store clerk. No need for introductions. How much? Oh, this necklace is $71. 600. That clerk was just about to show herself and give them a good introduction to the necklace. Naija was a bit overwhelmed by being called off straight away. I heard that little necklace cost over $700,000. And Xiaonan almost sat down on the ground as her legs went limp. $700,000. Such a small necklace is worth $700,000. She hadn't seen that much money since she was a child. What surprised her even more were Su-bai's next words. Wrap it up, Mr. And Xiaonan, please pick out a few more for me. I have more girlfriends. Su-bai looked at her in a serious manner, and Xiaonan stared blankly at him, her eyes wide, her mouth moving but never able to speak. Su-bai is even more outrageous than she thought, both in terms of wealth and private life. Half an hour later, the two left the jewelry store and Xiaonan's expression at the moment was still dumbfounded. Or maybe it was just numbness. Su-bai had purchased 16 necklaces in the past half hour, and even if she had looked at them a little more, she would have just bought them. This trip cost a total of more than $14 million, but looking at Su-bai's expression, he still downplayed it. It was as if $14 million was $1,400 in his eyes. Thank you for helping me pick out my gift. You have a great eye. Su-bai didn't lie about this statement, and Xiaonan's aesthetics were really good. There were many very good-looking, very classy necklaces, and because they were priced under $1 million, Su-bai wouldn't even look at them. Next thing you know, I've got to get you some clothes to wear to work. Let's go to the 4th floor and check out the clothing specialty section, shall we? Once Xiaonan heard that Su-bai wanted to buy clothes for herself, she quickly shook her head. No need, classmate Su-bai. You've already helped me a lot. How can I let you break the bank again? She refused dryly, no matter how much money Su-bai had, and Xiaonan would not take advantage of him for no reason. Su-bai, however, waved his hand. It's not specifically for you. That's how my employees are treated. You don't have to wear formal attire in the company, but you can't dress too casually. At least you need a well-known brand to do so, or you'll lose face for the company. You can understand when I say that, can't you? In order to be able to buy a few decent clothes for this niece, Su-bai also went through a lot of trouble, and Xiaonan, however, only looked at him with wide eyes and did not speak for a long time. Chapter 178. How many girlfriends do you have? It was only at 9 o'clock that night that the big white Mercedes-Benz G slowly drove into the school. Parked in the parking lot in the middle of the dormitory building. The two men got out of the car, the trunk by now stuffed with large bags. Su-bai bought a total of 3 sets of clothes for Xiaonan, as well as a skirt and 2 pairs of shoes. By the way, I also bought mosquito nets, sheets and washcloths. Don't even think about it. This ninny doesn't even have a decent dress. The objects are definitely old as well. It didn't add up to a few bucks anyway, so he went along for the ride. Detected that the host spent $1.980 for the dog-licking object, rewarded with $19.800. Hearing the system voice in his head, Su-bai smiled helplessly in his heart. This ninny's spending power is too weak, compared to a couple of other dog-licking objects. That rebate doesn't even cover a fraction of that. The main thing is that the two of them aren't quite clear right now, and they're buying her too many too expensive things by themselves. I'm just afraid it'll scare the ninny. Mr. Su-bai, thank you for buying me so many things today. I'll buy you dinner when I make some money. After getting off the bus, and Xiaonan looked at Su-bai and said very seriously, with all this time together, she doesn't seem to be as restrained as she was in the beginning. There was a lot of goodwill towards Su-bai. After all, she is a person who is studying outside the university, and she meets such a sunny and cheerful boy like Su-bai who is good to get along with. It's hard to avoid some dependence. There's no rush for dinner. Just work well after you enter the company, Su-bai said, subconsciously wanting to reach out and touch her head, but thinking that the two hadn't gotten that familiar with each other, he withdrew his hand. This scene was seen by Xiaonan, blushing a little and lowering her head, not daring to look at him. A couple of bags aren't heavy, plus it's getting late. Su-bai then didn't send Xiaonan back to the dormitory. The two said their goodbyes in the parking lot before heading their separate ways to the boys' and girls' dormitories, whistling all the way into the dormitory to get on the elevator and back to his quarters, the door half covered. Inside, the three housemates are hacking. Subai then didn't disturb them, only pulling out a chair and sitting down by himself, crossing his legs. Pull out your cell phone to brush up on your forest entertainment. However, he didn't realize that the three buddies had looked over at some point. Brushing the rubbing small video of Subai watching is fascinated. Suddenly felt a darkening of the light on the top of the head, twisted his head to look at, right up against three pairs of big black nostrils. The four of them just stood there facing each other, and no one said a word. The only thing left in the room is the BGM of the scrub video still playing. Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, Subai lightly coughed twice and turned off his cell phone without a trace. Ahem. Within what? You guys have something to do? Those three, however, remained full of seriousness. 4. Be honest, what did you do this afternoon? You own that big G? What does a girl in a car have to do with you? Be honest. How many girlfriends do you really have? Subi, now that the housemates have found out, there's nothing to hide from yourself. Sooner or later, I'll have to tell them anyway. Don't get me wrong, brothers. What happened to me may not be what you think, Subai said in a serious manner. Those three people listened and nodded their heads, waiting for him to explain. I'm actually a 100 billionaire with an entertainment company, a music company under my belt, a clothing company, a security firm, a 5-star hotel, a shopping mall, a few 100% of a chamber of commerce, hundreds of billions of dollars in deposits. Oh yeah, and I've got an island. That big Mercedes G is nothing. I'll give one to each of you later for your birthdays. 3 housemates. Also, I'm talking to a dozen girlfriends at the same time right now, 2 or 3 at our school alone. And I'm also planning to pursue Professor Lee. And Xia Yang and that girl in my car today are on my list of people to pursue. 3 housemates. Do you believe me when I say this? Subai looked at the 3 dumbfounded housemates in front of him and asked. Those 3 looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Wouldn't that be the end of it? I'm an average freshman. What do you think I am? The car was bought for me by my sister. And the girl in the car is a classmate of ours that I brought back on the way. So don't think too much. Subai didn't blush when he said this. He thought he was right when he said that the car was bought for him out of Fong Lin's pocket. He was calling her sis himself, and he was being honest about in Xiaonan. When the 3 dormitory mates heard Subai's words, all of their faces showed shame. I'm sorry, senior. We were wrong about you. You mustn't mind. We're also afraid you'll go astray. Just in case you have a lot of girlfriends. What if someone picks you up one day and says you're a scumbag? Seeing the 3 housemates deeply reflecting on their appearance, Subai nodded with satisfaction. If you know your mistakes and can change them, you are a good boy. In the future, remember not to doubt my character again. It's still early. Let's play some more. Subai raised his hand and pointed at the computer desk. Okay, I'll pull you. Misunderstandings were solved, and everyone's heart was free of burdens. So the 4 of them started to group hacking again. 4 rows of chicken for points. There's someone in the house. Who's got a flashbang? Asterisk asterisk I'm down. Yu Yang quickly seal the smoke to help me. Asterisk asterisk. Not. I told you to seal the smoke. What are you throwing mines for? Hiss. Miss Reed. Can't blame me. I'm nearsighted. 4 guys playing until 12 o'clock before showering and going to bed. And no one checking in on them for the first few days of school. Everyone can have fun. After the lights went out, Subai had just laid down for a few minutes when a hand reached out and pushed him. He twisted his head to look in, only to see young Shenka looking at him with a wicked grin on his face. Senior, you said your sister gave you your car? He asked. Yeah, what's up? Subai raised his eyebrows, feeling that something wasn't quite right. It's okay, I'm just asking. Within what? Does your sister have a boyfriend? Chapter 179. Do you like Subai? The following morning, at 10 minutes past 7, most of the boys' dormitories were still full of snores, but in one of the girls' dormitories, the 4 beds had been neatly folded. Everyone was washing up, putting on makeup, getting dressed, and was having a blast. It's been said that the routine for men and women in college is completely different, because girls spend a lot of time dressing up, whereas single guys can just wash their faces, button their eyeballs, and strut out the door. At this point, however, there was someone who didn't fit in so well. I saw young Xia wearing a nightgown, holding a glass of water in one hand and a cell phone in the other, wearing her hair loose. She was sitting alone in a chair on the balcony, staring, so much so, that he didn't even notice the glass door behind him being pulled open. Meng Qingqing approached gently, her gaze falling on young Xia's cell phone screen. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. She snatched it up when Yancy wasn't looking. Haha, I caught you. Let me see. Young Xia snapped out of her dazed state, and a flash of panic appeared on her face. It was too late to try to stop it. Meng Qingqing saw that on the screen of her cell phone was a post on the wall of Jinda's confession. The picture was exactly the image of Subai and Lin Shinla sitting together on the playground during yesterday's military training. The two of them looked intimate in their movements. Subai had one arm lightly wrapped around Lin Shinla's waist. Lin Shinla looked at Subai with affection in her eyes. The relationship between the two was definitely that of a couple without a doubt. This posting was sent out by whoever it was and the copy that accompanied it was simple. So envious of that girl, tears, tears, tears. It's such a simple post that has been posted for less than a day and already has over 10,000 likes. The comments section is even hotter. However, before Meng Qingqing could take a closer look, the cell phone had already been snatched back. It was closely followed by a life-saving chokehold that pinned her face to the wall. Help! Vocal! I was wrong. I just saw nothing. Meng Qingqing hurriedly begged for mercy, struggling to twist her head around, before she met young Sia's torchlight gaze. What you just saw sucks. Got it? Her voice was not loud, but it caused Meng Qingqing's heart and mind to tremble as she nodded repeatedly. The hand on her neck finally loosened, and Janxia turned around. At the moment she was blushing with shame, and Meng Qingqing's cheeks were also red. They were suffocated. See, Sister Sia, do you like Subai? After holding her tongue for a few seconds, she asked out of the corner of her mouth. Yang Xia's body trembled slightly, and her ears were turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meng Qingqing. Not waiting for her to turn around, Meng Qingqing grabbed the door and ran, picking up her meal card and slippers as she quickly escaped the dormitory. I'll go get you guys breakfast. Meanwhile, in the school cafeteria, 4 boys were sitting around a table, grabbing their breakfast in one hand, and hissing the bowl of porridge in one hand. Ugh, I can't believe I'm still getting up this early for breakfast when I'm in college. Yang Xianke slurred as he stuffed a raw fried bun into his mouth. That's what I'm talking about. It's Yu Yang's fault for setting the wrong alarm clock. The sound is so magical. It's still hot and loud, and the department is completely sleep-deprived. Asterisk. Can you blame me for that? I'm just nearsighted and slippery. It's just a matter of accidentally setting the 7:30 alarm for 6:30. And besides, what's wrong with getting up a little early? Yu Yang gave a meaningful glance behind him, only to see rows of long, white thighs walk by in the hallway behind me. This happens to be the peak time for girls to buy breakfast at this point. Listening to his words, Subai on the side nodded deeply. Breakfast doesn't last long, and the 4 big men huffed and puffed for 4 or 5 minutes before it was almost over. Why don't you guys go back to your dorms? There's watermelon on special today over there. I'll go get some. Yang Xianke said, stacked the finished empty bowl on top of Yu Yang's bowl, patted his ass and left. The 3 men didn't care about him, each picking up their bowls and gathering their trash to take out. However, Yang Xianke over there had just walked out not much farther. Just around the corner he was pulled over by a pair of hands, and he whipped his head around in surprise to see that he was met with a pair of large eyes. Asterisk? No, not. What are you doing? Yang Xianke did not expect to meet this girl who threw her cell phone into the river over here, especially with the series of actions she was taking right now, calling him a bit overwhelmed. What's the matter? You realize I'm so handsome, you're going to turn the tables on me? Shoo, don't you say anything yet. Meng Qingqing covered his mouth as she saw Subai and his group over there walking out of the cafeteria door. Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Candid camera maniac. I'm giving you a chance to change your ways now. Give me Subai's WeChat. I can forget about the past. Meng Qingqing naturally didn't find Yang Xianke for anything else. Now, she knew that Jiang Yuzue Lemon liked Subai, and Yang Xia also liked Subai, and Subai is still the one who has a girlfriend and all 3 girls are schoolgirls. Such a big melon. Shucks, it's only natural that she, a housemate, wouldn't stand by and do nothing about something so important. She's going to get Subai's WeChat for Yang Xia. Yang Xianke couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he heard her say that. Is it you who wants it? Or do your housemates want it? What do you care? Give or take. Meng Qingqing raised her fist and said, how can that be? Subai, that's my good buddy. Head-to-head brother. There's no way I'm going to betray him. You're dead in the water. Yang Xianke immediately refused. Meng Qingqing looked at him for a long time, seemingly pondering a response. If you give me Subai's micro, I'll show you black silk photos. Okay, deal. See first, pay later. Meng Qingqing. Chapter 180. I just love seeing you materialize. On this day, it was still military training, with yesterday's experience of 44.7 seconds for the 400 meters. Today, when instructor Wu let Subai lead the team in training again, she also let go a little bit. She could already be sure that the physical quality of this top student was far beyond ordinary people. Routine military exercises meant nothing to him. After the morning's training, Subai had lunch with Lin Xinla and Xia Yanshi at noon. It wasn't that he was a demon himself. It was the 2 girls who had taken the initiative, since they had already promised Subai that they would get along. they would naturally do what they said. After going to college and changing to a new environment, the more they realized how sought after Subai was. Although they didn't want to share their boyfriends with other girls, they didn't want to leave Subai even more. Xia Yanshi didn't need to say much. Being able to stay by Subai's side was already not easy. As for Lin Xinhua, after all, I've seen too many things like this since I was a kid, and it's nothing I can't accept that even my own old man is that ridiculous. Probably all men with money couldn't escape this rule, and she even reasonably suspected that the Subai has other women besides the two of them, and there's more than one. There was no training in the afternoon and everyone went to the lecture hall to listen to a lecture. Turning to the evening, after dinner, Subai drove in Xiaonan to the company. Didn't he himself promise someone yesterday that he would get her a job? When the Mercedes-Benz Big G parked in front of the company's entrance, Yang Qianxian was already waiting at the curb. Subai turned his head to look at the girl in the passenger seat. I'm going to be with my girlfriend tonight, so I won't be going in with you. This is my assistant. She'll take you through the paperwork and get you set up. Just listen to her, and call her if you have any questions as well, or call me, Subai explained, and in Xiaonan nodded seriously. I know. Don't worry, fellow Subai. I'll definitely work hard, she said, clenching her fists to give herself a pep talk. Subai nodded, and finally his foot lightly stepped on the gas, leaving the Tianhong Business Park. I've spent enough time within Xiaonan these past few days. Brushing up on his favorites couldn't be sticking around all day. He had to make time for the others. The dozen or so houses I just bought from Lu haven't been given away yet. That's a lot of money. Taking advantage of waiting for a red light, he grabbed his cell phone, opened Feng Lin's WeChat, and sent out a message. Are you off duty? Meanwhile, in the top floor conference room of an office building in Jinling, dressed in professional attire, the Feng Lin, who was sitting in front of the stage, listening to the employees summarize the revenue of the last quarter, suddenly raised her hand and signaled the people above to stop. The dude's expression froze, thinking he had misspoken somewhere, and he cringed in fear. The next second, only to see Feng Lin unhurriedly pick up the cell phone on the table. Not yet. In a meeting right now, she said, but her expression was inexplicably a bit serious. Subai rarely took the initiative to look for her. Could this be checking in? Without hesitation, she instantly opened her cell phone camera and clicked on video recording. First, he pointed the camera at his wristwatch, indicating that it was recorded on the spot, and then, he used his cell phone to record the crowd in the conference room one by one, especially giving a close-up of the employee on the stage. The people in the conference room were all confused, not knowing what the president wanted to do. His heart was so tense that he couldn't even breathe. After recording the video, Feng Lin directly sent it to Subai. On the other hand, when Subai here saw this video, a series of question marks appeared on his forehead, but didn't think much of it, sending another message backhandedly. That's okay, take your time with the meeting. I'll meet you in the parking lot below your office. After sending this message, the red light just turned green. Subai turned off his cell phone and threw it to the passenger side. Continued to drive towards Feng Lin's office building. When Feng Lin over there saw this message, her face did change drastically. Tongue tapped the table and stood up. The face of the dude on stage went a few shades whiter, and the rest of the dozen or so just kept their heads down and silence, dared not speak, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Dude on stage, oh no, 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 no. Why did you make the president so angry? It's over. I'm not going to get fired, am I? Crowd, it's over. It's over. I'm sure the stinking on stage said something wrong. I can't believe we didn't find any of them. It's a total disaster. We're not going to get fired, are we? That's all for today's meeting. Feng Lin dropped this sentence. Then I turned around and walked out of the conference room quickly without looking back, leaving the dozen or so people frozen in place, in despair. It was the first time I'd seen Mr. Feng react so strongly, though I didn't know what mistake had been made. But they're definitely all done. Should I wait for the termination letter to come down or resign voluntarily? Asterisk asterisk. I blame this on the stage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get him. So the actual people swarmed in, and before long there was a man wailing and screaming. Feng Lin, however, did not even care about the tragic situation in the conference room, and quickly returned to her office. Sitting in front of the mirror counter to fix her makeup, she asked her assistant to go and get her clothes ready while she did so. 10 minutes later, a white Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly parked in the parking lot under the company. Subai glanced at the time and estimated that the ninny would not be able to come down for a while. Just wanted to pull out the cell phone to brush some rubbing video results and the passenger door clicked. a fragrant breeze, and then turned his head. Fong Lin has already sat on the passenger side of the car, the gaze of the mild, looking at himself with a smile on his face. Aren't you in a meeting? Well, it's open. Let's go. Subi, why didn't I realize in my last life that this girl was a love brain? Seeing as I'm going to ask her out, don't even care about the company. Only shaking his head helplessly, Subai then pressed his foot on the gas pedal, and the big Mercedes-Benz machine started up again. Driving away from the company, the crowd in the conference room upstairs fell into a long silence as they saw the scene below through the glass. Subai, where are we going tonight? Fong Lin said with some small anticipation. That said, it seemed like the first time the two of them had ever gone out shopping in a serious way. Not going anywhere, going home. 10 minutes later, the car drove up to the entrance of an upscale neighborhood. The doorway railing slowly raised and the security guards on either side stood straight and saluted them in unison. Parked the car in the underground garage. Took the elevator to the 23rd floor. The moment Subai opened the door with his fingerprints, Fong Lin entered into a stupor as a whole, looking at the scene in front of her with some disbelief. Earlier Subai did say that he wanted to arrange a home for himself in Jinling. At the time, I thought he was just talking, but I didn't realize he was really prepared. A large 200 plus sq.ft. bungalow in the heart of bustling downtown Golden. The luxurious and cozy decoration and furniture made him experience a wave of long-lost, homey warmth from the depths of his heart. This set was picked out especially for you, and from now on this will be a little home for the two of us. And that Bentley downstairs just now is still in Maserati are both for you, so you can switch, Subai said as he reached out and handed 2 sets of car keys to Fong Lin. Well, did you like it? Listening to that teenager's voice, Fong Lin did not reply, but her eyes were already a little moist. Subai, I'm not a materialistic woman. Even if you don't prepare this, I'll always love you, always there for you. Really? Fong Lin's voice was already trembling a little. They were tears of emotion. Although she was not Subai's only girlfriend, since he had prepared this for her, that meant he was serious about himself, never just playing around. That alone is satisfying. Ding! Dog licking object number 6 detected. Fong Lin's favorability towards the host has increased. Currently 93. Ding! Detected that the host spent a total of $3,800 for the dog-licking object. Reward $3,800. 8 billion to hand. Subai gently cupped the pretty face in front of him, the love in his gaze about to overflow. I know you're not a material woman, but I just love it when you're materialistic. Chapter 181 Newbie, get me a glass of water. Meanwhile, Rainbow Business Park, Vantage Headquarters, 4th floor Creative Department. Let me introduce. This is the new employee who joined our department, and Xiao Nan. Everyone give a round of applause. Department head Sun Yan said with a somewhat odd expression. Just a moment ago, the president's assistant personally delivered this little girl to himself. Skip all the interview formalities, place her in the creative department and instruct yourself to take care of her while keeping a low profile. That's hard to do. She wanted to both remind her coworkers that this one couldn't be messed with, but then I'm afraid that these brainless employees in the department will make a big deal out of it. But upset my aunt. A few sparse applause came from around him as his words fell, and it only rang for a second or two before disappearing, slightly perfunctorily. At the moment, it's getting late, and those who should be off work have already done so. Those who won't leave work to stay behind to inwardly scroll are still crackling and typing in front of their computers, or those who want to stay in the company to rub the air conditioning. The dabbler, playing games, catching up on TV shows, and being busy. In short, just no one pays attention to this new little nobody. Sun Yan's expression revealed a few points of displeasure, and she was about to open her mouth to reprimand a few words. Instead, her sleeve was tugged by Xiaonan, who was on the sidelines. It's okay, sister Sun. Don't fight to disrupt everyone's work. She spoke as if she had placed herself in a very low position, and her tone was quite calm and the indifference of the crowd didn't cause a hint of resentment within her. Sun Yan was a little surprised when she looked at the skinny girl in front of her. It's rare to have such a strong backstage and still be so humble and low-key. Well then, you go ahead. The third empty table against the wall is where you'll be working from now on. I'll send you the work assignments later. Okay, thank you sister Sun. And Xiao Nan bowed and thanked her, then walked over to a table and sat down, holding her little cloth bag. Started organizing things. Sun Yan smiled faintly and nodded secretly, then turned around and left the office. Just then, the cell phone sent out a vibration. She pulled it out and saw that. It's a notice from above. Now come to the 8th floor conference room of the company immediately for a meeting. Glancing back at Xiao Nan in the office again, slightly unsettled in her heart. After all, it's the housewives from all over the top who have to take care of it. so you can't afford to have anything go wrong. But looking at that little girl working earnestly, unaffected by anyone around her, it's probably hard to get anything out of it. She then didn't think any more about it and turned around and walked into the elevator to the conference room on the 8th floor. However, just at the moment when Sun Yan had just stepped into the elevator, the door of the other elevator slowly opened. Just a tall woman in overalls, holding a stack of information in her hands. That Wendy walked into the office of the creative department. It says work clothes, but it's not so proper. The neckline was low and the gully was visible all the time, and the lower body was just over the span, revealing 2 straight black silk legs with high heels. That the whole thing was walking with a very strong aura. As soon as the woman entered the office, she drew a lot of quiet looks from but it was just a mere glance, and immediately withdrew his gaze, concentrating on his computer screen, not daring to look any further. Deputy head of the creative department, Yan Hongwei. This person was not able to get into Vantage Point by going the normal route. There were rumors that she was having an affair with the HRGM and was paying some sort of price to get in. Although she's the deputy team leader, she seems to have more power than the team leader, Sun Yan. Usually, she often made them, the office staff, serve her tea and water to brush up her presence and satisfy her vanity. As soon as she saw anyone doing a bad job, she would immediately open her mouth to reprimand them, making it seem as if she was the boss. Gua Yanhong put her things on her own desk, then didn't sit down, either. Instead, with his hands behind his back, he began to circle the office, observing everyone at work. The surrounding employees perceived this scene, immediately sat upright and worked a few minutes more seriously. Fearing that this female devil would walk to her side, those few who borrowed the company's air conditioner and computer to watch dramas and play games, it also immediately switched to work mode, deleting and deleting at a PPT that was already done. But soon enough, someone was still found to be flawed. What's this? What are you doing? Why would a job copy put an illustration like that in there? Do you think this is elementary school kids making posters? Change it. What are you doing again? 7 different fonts for 1 page. Is that graffiti? Afraid our clients will think we're too professional? Change it. Well, good for you. You're wearing flip-flops at work. Don't you know that it affects the working atmosphere in the office? Get lost in change. After a long stroll, so many people were counted out by her, but they dared not say a word. Are you kidding? This is the general manager of personnel state. If I offend her, she'd go back tonight and blow in someone's ear again, and maybe she'd be out of here tomorrow with a ING bag. I can't believe I can't pick out any faults after shopping around for a while. Only then did Gui Yanhong walk back to her seat and sit down. However, just as she sat down, her eyes glanced at a petite figure at the desk next to her. Never seen it before. New, at this moment, and Xiao Nan was concentrating on her work. The group leader, Sun Yen, had arranged for her to work on a task that it is to write an informational presentation and advertising copy for a new line of sneakers from Vantage, as well as to create jingles for the line, with at least 5 to be written as alternatives. These jobs don't seem to be particularly difficult to look at, but the revenue brought in was indeed incredibly high. Even if Xiaonan's idea wasn't hired, she still got a base salary of 200 per day, but in case he is hired, any jingle or introduction can bring him tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Originally thought that Su Bai was taking care of her on purpose, but when she asked, she realized that everyone was treated this way. As a result, she became more and more afraid to slacken off, and worked earnestly too, putting all his life's learning to use, and not daring to be distracted for half a second. Even a tall figure standing behind her didn't even notice in the slightest. At the moment, Gua Yanhong was bending over to see what this little girl was working on. Just in front of her was a stack of draft paper with a bunch of copy written in black marker. The handwriting is quite neat, the writing is quite good, and she is also extremely innovative in her thinking. Given her professionalism, naturally one could see at a glance how high the quality of the writing was, and if one hadn't grown up learning the language, one would be afraid that it would be difficult to learn it to such a degree. At this moment, and Xiao Nan was seriously inputting the copy on top of the paper into the computer form. Very seriously. The work is also very efficient and has entered a state of mind flow. But the more this happened, the more it annoyed Gua Hongyan behind her. What makes a newcomer so good? This little girl's talent deeply hit Gua Hongyan's self-esteem. It also caused an inexplicable wave of jealousy to grow in her heart, especially as she quietly surveyed the little girl's looks, but was surprised to find that the face value was actually above himself. Though thinner, with a somewhat yellowish complexion, one could not tell that the features were very decent and generous. Beautiful in just the right way, rather like a great lady coming out of a bookish family. And because of this, the fire of jealousy in Gua Hongyan's heart burned even brighter. Over here, and Xiao Nan, who had just finished losing a piece of text, double-checked it and, confirming that there are no typos or grammatical errors, switched to the next page of the form, intending to continue filling it out. Just then, however, a teacup landed on her desk, startling her. She craned her head to look over her shoulder, only to see a tall woman at her neighbor's table look at her and, the computer operated in one hand seemed to be working in busy. "New guy, go get me a glass of water." Gua Hongyan's tone was cold, and her eyes didn't even leave the computer screen as she spoke. Chapter 182. Can you understand human language? I want hot coffee. Oh, okay. Although she was interrupted from her work, and Xiao Nan didn't give birth to half an angry mood, she was still a little weak herself, after all, and, to be able to sit in this office or step by step to spell up the people, and their own is only a freshman student. It is Subai arrangements for their own to come in to work, so that she always instructed herself to keep a low profile. It would be proper for the senior to trouble himself with a small favor, so there was no complaint, no half-temperedness, and, she took her cup of tea in both hands and went to the next lounge where there was a water fountain. After purposely pouring half cold water and half hot water to make sure the water temperature was right, only then did she bring back the glass of water and place it on the desk of the woman who had just been working with her. "Sister, your water," and Xiaonan said softly, yet the latter did not give a half-hearted response, not a word of thanks. His eyes remained on the computer screen, picking it up and passing and taking a sip, and Xiaonan didn't count on it. However, she just wanted to go back and sit down. She saw the female coworker spit all the water in her mouth into the trash can with a poof, and turned to look at her with a fierce gaze. "What do I have to say about you? Can you do your job or not? Making me drink warm water in the middle of summer?" At the end of the sentence, he poured all the water in the cup directly into the trash can, and put the empty cup towards the table again, and Xiao Nan didn't speak, just silently again. I went to pick up the empty cup and went to the restroom again. This time she poured a glass of cold water and returned, still placing it gently on the table without any semblance of a mood swing. This, on the contrary, made Gua Hongyan even more upset, with a feeling of powerlessness like a punch to the cotton. At the same time, it provoked even more anger in him. Again, he picked up the cup to please take a sip, and in the next second he actually changed his face drastically. Only she stood up abruptly, her eyes looking fiercely at the skinny girl. Raising his hand, he splashed all the water in his glass in her face, and Xiao Nan was not prepared. Her clothes were suddenly wet, and her bangs were all wet. It was plastered to her face. "Can't you understand human language? I want hot coffee. You can't even do a little thing like that. How do you deserve to stay working in the department?" Gua Hongyan said angrily. This sudden scene attracted the attention of many of the. Everyone cast glances of varying colors. At first no one cared about the new female co-worker. More people also guessed that Gua Hongyan would deliberately make things difficult for this newcomer. After all, they didn't get away with it when they first joined. But the scene that is happening right now is really a bit too much. This new little girl was clearly at peace and had done nothing wrong, and it was clear that this was a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. Although they are battered workers, they are usually scolded twice and tolerate it. But if you meet such a blatant bully, you won't put up with it. But naturally, they are not going to be the ones to stand out, and raising their heads is nothing more than eating a melon. After all, it wasn't any of their business, and it wouldn't be good to get up and speak for the newcomer at this time, in case they touched off a mold. In the face of such difficult leadership, but all individuals cannot bear it, right? When Gua Hongyan saw the scene in front of her, she also froze slightly, feeling that she had gone a little too far. But such a thought existed only for a moment before it vanished, and was replaced by contempt, teasing, and an inexplicable sense of Victor's superiority. In this office, she is the sky, and he doesn't have to look at anyone's face, and at the same time, she also doesn't allow girls who are prettier and better than she is to come along. The girl in front of me, silent, looked like a sufferer. With a personality like that, and having to be so good looking and good at what you do, you simply deserve it. At the moment, and Xiaonan closed her eyes and didn't speak. She naturally sensed the sister's offer to her. And he didn't know where the hostility was coming from. He was meeting the other person for the first time and had never offended them. It doesn't make sense to say that the leader is targeting his subordinates, that he doesn't have a job to touch the fish, and that, on the contrary, very conscientious and think they have done the best they can, can't pick any faults. But why does the other person still have to be unforgiving? He asked himself to help pour the water for no reason. And the whole time he had a cold look on his face, not a half word of thanks, not to mention the water temperature, which makes her think nothing of the fact that the other party clearly didn't make it clear beforehand that I can't believe they would throw a cup of cold water on themselves in public. Seeing the clothes Subai bought for himself being splashed with water, and Xiao Nan's heart felt very bad, but she still didn't lash out. Su White can offer herself this job position. With that kind of pay, Aoshima-kun is already a big crowd. If something else happens and messes up his company's environment, whether Subai had any thoughts or not, there was no way she could forgive herself. And Xiaonan just gently raised her hand and wiped the water on her face. Once again, he picked up the empty water cup for Gua Hongyan. Sorry, I'll pour it for you again. And so, in the gazes of a group of colleagues as well as Gua Hongyan's own rather surprised gaze, and Xiaonan walked out of the office once more with a glass of water in both hands. But after a few seconds, the surprise in Gua Hongyan's eyes returned to the party's disdain. The surrounding co-workers watched and dared to speak out. In her heart, she secretly despised this new girl. How come she was such a wimp? She had been bullied like this and still wasn't angry? Che, loser, looks like a stinky who grew up without a mom. Gua Hongyan spat lightly and sat down again, calculating in her mind to wait a moment and, what excuse does one use to embarrass the little girl? According to her mind, such people should not be in this department. I'll go back tonight and tell Mr. Kim to find some random excuse to kick this new girl out. No one saw, however, and Xiaonan, who was holding her teacup in both hands. At the moment, he was standing in the corner of the doorway with a grim look on his face. Though the other woman's voice was soft and like a casual remark, she heard it. Growing up, without mom's control. Bitch. No. Mom. The mother that Xiaonan now has in her hometown is not her real mother. Her mom died back when he was 3. Later, her father found a stepmother for her. Whether it was her own mom or her stepmom, both moms gave her plenty of love that. Grow up with her a little bit and raise her as an adult. She had a good temper. But in her heart, mom, no one could blaspheme. A few minutes later, and Xiaonan, who was carrying a cup of piping hot coffee, slowly walked back to the office. He stopped in front of Gua Hongyan's desk, who reached for a teacup, yet waited a few minutes but didn't wait for the other man to pass the cup to himself. She frowned and looked up. Next, wow dash. And Xiaonan threw a cup of boiling hot coffee directly on her, and all of a sudden, white smoke rose in all directions. As the burning pain spread throughout her body, Gua Hongyan stood up violently, a heartbreaking scream escaping her mouth. Then the teacup hit her hard on the head, and at once the cup shattered, and the screaming stopped abruptly, and Gua Hongyan covered her head with both hands, and her entire body sat paralyzed on the ground, and she suddenly lost her voice, and Xiaonan stopped paying attention to her and walked quickly back to her table, shoving her things into her bag and, then he strides out of the office and leaves the company. Chapter 183. What did you say? And Xiaonan hit someone. Meanwhile, in Jinling, in a house in some upscale neighborhood, Subai breathed out a breath of relief and fell back to lie in the middle of the gentle land again. Full of relief. I have to say, it's nice to have a little family, without fear of trembling, without the embarrassment of being discovered by others, not to mention not having to worry about leaving any traces. At this moment, he only felt that the more than $3 million spent was really worth it. I heard. You that. She's pregnant, right? Feng Lin suddenly opened her mouth. Subai's expression had a few moments of surprise as he looked at her, but he still nodded. Liang Yu's pregnancy might be a secret for the time being, but in the end, it won't be long before it's hidden. Sooner or later, her belly will grow and everyone will know. He guessed that it was probably Qin Yao's niece who told Feng Lin that, although the two used to be in an antagonistic relationship, but now they don't have any conflict of interest, and they even have to call each other sisters. That's why it's like being best friends. Feng Lin confirmed the news without showing any semblance of dissatisfaction or anger on her face. It would be impossible to say that she wasn't jealous in her heart at all, except that she wouldn't say it out loud, because that would cause unnecessary pressure on Subai, only to see her gently leaning her head on Subai's shoulder, making her way into his arms. It was quite a little schoolgirl pout. If I get pregnant one day too, will you want me and the baby? She spoke in a soft murmur. Of course I'll take it. Subai replied without hesitation. The corners of Feng Lin's mouth rose slightly in a flirtatious smile, but it was quickly reined in by her. So you want me to get pregnant? This time, Subai did not answer, but as soon as he lifted the quilt, once again a material rolled over and, pinning her under her belly, sort of answered the question in a practical way. However, at that very moment, the cell phone on the edge of the pillow suddenly rang and, interrupting Subai's next move, he frowned and reached out to grab his cell phone. Something better be really wrong, he muttered indignantly, eliciting a pause from Feng Lin. Connections, boss, it's not good. Something's wrong. Hearing Yang Qian's voice on the phone, Subai frowned slightly. A bad feeling rose from his heart. This niece called. Did something happen to Xiaonan? What could possibly go wrong on a shift? What's wrong? Just now. Alas. You'd better hurry up and come for a moment. The girl you took just had a falling out with someone and after beating them up she left the company and now I don't know where she is. Ha? Subai was greatly shocked in his heart when he heard the other party's words. What did you say? And Xiaonan hit someone? Because he was so surprised. He almost broke his voice when he shouted out the words. Who is in Xiaonan? Anyway, Subai is difficult to connect the impression of that small silhouette with the word hit. The kind that can't even look up in front of strangers. That speaks softly. That. The introverted and sociopathic in Xiaonan. Who actually hits people? Feng Lin also about heard the content inside the phone and knew that it was something more urgent. Subai, go over there. She volunteered. By the time the white Mercedes bus drove hot and heavy back to the Rainbow Business Park, when Subai barged into the company with great strides, he saw a weird atmosphere in the office. A long-legged goddess in a not-so-serious professional outfit as well as black silk. At the moment, he was sitting on the sidelines, his eyes empty and lifeless, his face pale. Beside this woman sat another woman, with a rather mixed expression of reproach on her face. There's guilt and there's worry. Yang Qian, on the other hand, stood on the side, slightly lowering her head, somewhat not daring to meet Subai's eyes. After all, his own boss had specifically instructed him to take care of the girl. But how long have you been on the job? And this is what's happened. Wouldn't that be a slap in her own face? It's time for all the previous labels of work serious funny to be taken off the table. Maybe Subai could give her the sack in a fit of anger. Anyway, it's probably impossible to reuse her in the future. On the way to start, he had called in Xiaonan a few times, but there was no answer. At this moment, an anxious feeling arose in Subai's heart, and he was also very puzzled. Wanted to know what was going on. Can either of you set me straight? He questioned coldly. The three people on the opposite side of the room. You looked at me and I looked at you. All of them did not speak. It's a matter of not really knowing how to talk about it. And some people have done themselves into death. But if you look into it, all three of them are at fault. You're kidding. It's not easy for the boss to arrange for a good match to enter the company through the back door. This was originally a good opportunity to kiss the boss's ass and get ahead in the world. But it turned out to be done by them in this way. Especially Gui Hongyan. After learning of An Xiaonan's true identity, his whole body was like falling into an ice cave. Not even daring to call her Kim, she had sat on the sidelines since the beginning. Not saying a word, her eyes empty. It's over. It's all over. However, just at this time, Subai's cell phone rang. It was someone calling him. He hurriedly picked it up to check, and was relieved to see that the caller was the three words in Xiaonan. But just as he was about to connect, the opposite party hung up again. In the next second, it seemed like his heart felt something. He turned around, only to see a girl standing over the corridor. At that moment, a pair of eyes stared unblinkingly at himself, and there seemed to be tears glistening in his eyes. And Xiaonan? Subai shouted tentatively. As a result, in the next second, and Xiaonan must have not been able to hold back her tears, while rushing towards Subai with big strides, headfirst into his arms, he began to sob violently. At first a bit at a loss for words. After reacting, Subai immediately held her in his arms. A large hand patted the small woman on the back in a comforting gesture. It's okay, tell me what happened and I'll fix it for you. Which one bullied you? Hearing his words, the three women behind them all turned pale and didn't dare to say anything. And Xiaonan indeed did not answer his question, but was just crying in his arms for a long time. She herself couldn't remember how long it had been since she had cried as she did now, shrinking into the warmth of a warm embrace, let alone the arms of an older boy her own age. But she didn't care about that now. Going to college alone, uprooted, without family or friends. For a girl, no matter how strong her heart is, she is inevitably helpless in this situation. Just now, Hua Hongyan's sentence not only broke the last line of defense in her heart, it also made her miss her mom even more. With An Xiaonan on this side, seeing that the time is right, it was only then that Yang Qian began to report what had just happened to Subai. She herself had asked the employees in the same office and watched the surveillance, and what she reported was absolutely the truth. After hearing the whole thing, Subai's face was gloomy as he looked at Gua Hongyan. Gua Hongyan at the moment wanna die hard all have. Is the boss of the good-looking you fell earlier to say now he's really dead. While calming in Xiaonan, Subai spoke in a faint voice. I hadn't really noticed that this was actually happening in the company. Good for you. Don't you have someone to wipe your ass? Yang Qian, go get old Jean for me. Chapter 184. You two get lost together, in Subai's arms, and Xiaonan cried for a long time. It seemed that she had finally finished venting the emotions in her heart, and when she reacted to the fact that she was still in the arms of a boy, she instantly blushed with shame. Her pretty face red. Hurriedly, he let go of Subai, standing in front of Subai like a child who had done something wrong, with both hands hanging down in front of his belly. Drawing little circles, she looked down, not daring to look at it, her ears long red with shame. I'm sorry, Subai. I got you in trouble. I didn't mean it, she whispered. Subai looked at him in this well-behaved and understanding manner. Clearly he was the one who had been wronged, and now there's a backhanded apology. He only felt that the girl was too pitiful and understanding, and a strong desire for protection immediately rose. I'm the one who should say I'm sorry. I can't believe this still exists in the company. I should have looked into it properly before placing you on the job. Subai blamed himself somewhat, and couldn't help but reach out and stroke Xiao Nan's lowered head. It seemed to be the first time the two had been in direct contact like that, of course. Just now the other party hid in his arms and cried except, feeling the warmth in the palm of that one large hand. There was also a faint odor of male hormones that came with Subai's body, and Xiao Nan only felt her cheeks getting hotter and hotter. But her mood gave birth to a feeling that was hard to express. Neither did he speak, nor did he resist. He just stood there, letting Subai caress him. However, this scene was seen in the eyes of the two people behind them, especially in Gui Hongyan's eyes. The heart is dying. What kind of great evil has been installed today, to have stumbled upon such a thing? At this moment, Gui Hongyan's heart was filled with regret. Not to mention that this farce could have been completely avoided, even for her. It's still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anyone with a brain that isn't stupid can see that. This little girl called in Xiao Nan was not the kind of person with evil intentions and hooks, and people didn't have the need for this at all. She's just a simple girl, pure as a sheet of white paper. If one had released some goodwill to her in the first place and taken good care of the care, let her experience the warmth of a big sister, maybe she would turn around and mention it in Subai's ear, and as soon as Subai heard about it, definitely happy, and more than likely, not at a loss. In fact, there's been news circulating in Vantage. Don't look at their president who usually looks unorthodox, often casting dirty little glances at the pretty female co-workers in the company. In fact, Subai didn't look immodest. He was really immodest. I've long heard that this not-so-young handsome tycoon is exceptionally horny and surrounded by girlfriends, and treated every girlfriend quite well. It could even be said that pleasing Subai's girlfriends was more useful than pleasing Subai himself. There are even ambitious female co-workers who rely on their white skin and long legs trying to be a part of it, changing ways to get closer, to tease, but never succeeding. At the same time, the inner thoughts can be more than Gui Hongyan a person. There was also Sun Yan beside him, as well as a group of employees behind the crowd, just separated by a glass wall. They were now in a mood that could be described as both grateful and regretful. Thankfully, they didn't help out when Gui Hongyan was scolding that girl in the first place. There was no bullying of newcomers based on their status as veteran employees. What makes people regret is that they didn't seize the opportunity to please Subai's girlfriend. It's impossible to fly high, and you'll just have to keep working hard and miserable in the future. Subai, thank you for your kindness. Is it okay if I don't want to work here later? And don't you dare chastise anyone for what happened to me. I wouldn't want anyone to lose their job because of me. And Xiao Nan spoke again, and at this moment, her face was already red with shame. Seeing Subai's big hand gradually move from her head to lean back, her heartbeat accelerated, and without any trace, she took a step to the side, disengaging herself from the big hand. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched, but he didn't care too much. After all, the two hadn't finalized their relationship yet, and with Jenny-chan being so shy, being able to stretch myself is already a big improvement. Alas, you are still too kind. Subai shook his head inside. It's not because of you that they lost their jobs. It's because they had problems of their own. It would be irresponsible of me, as the manager of the company, to find out what's wrong with the company and not deal with it in a timely manner. At the end of his words, Subai suddenly turned his head and looked at Gui Hongyan, who was sitting in the corner without saying a word. The latter's body trembled violently when he felt the gaze he cast, and the long legs wrapped in black silk are shivering slightly as they can't be restrained. Now, get your ass over here right now and apologize to my girlfriend. Boom! When these words came out, the one who was most surprised in the scene was Xiao Nan, with a pair of eyes wide open. Unbelievably, he looked at Subai. He just, actually called me a girlfriend. At that moment, her brain went blank, and Xiao Nan froze in place. Eyes fixed on his toes, not daring to take his eyes off of them. A buzzing in his ears, the only thing he could hear was a ringing in his ears. Gui Hongyan Molly dared to be slow, and hurriedly walked quickly, bowed low and, gently grabbing Xiao Nan's hand. Her eyes were pleading. Miss N, I'm sorry, this matter is my fault. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have deliberately embarrassed you, much less said those things behind your back. Please talk to Mr. Su. Be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I can't live without this job. She spoke in a rather sincere manner, with tears in her voice. A girl like in Xiaonan, who had never been in the world before. Naturally, this is the first time I've encountered such a scene. At this moment, she had completely forgotten everything the man in front of her had just done, and her heart had softened and, just thinking that it's not easy for everyone, and besides, I've returned the favor. However, just at that moment, not far away, the elevator door to the stairwell opened and the two figures walked quickly toward the place. A tall figure in overalls at the head was none other than Jin Yi, the general manager of the personnel department. Yang Xian went to him in the first place, but didn't say what he wanted. It only said that the president personally named him to come over. Although Jin Yi didn't know what was going on, but combining his years of work experience, he could see that this shouldn't be good. So without half a minute's delay after receiving the news, he immediately rushed over. Looking at the scene in front of me, myself, at the age of 18, the tall and handsome boss stood in the center of the field with an expressionless face and an imposing presence, and around the boss stood 3 women, all with their heads bowed and probably made a mistake. Mr. Su, what happened here? He was still a bit unresponsive, but in his mind he had already guessed. Subai also didn't intend to kill him with a stick and intended to give him another chance. Something came up, and now you're going to fix it, and it better be to my satisfaction. No emotion could be heard in his voice, but it sent chills down his spine. Inexplicably, he had a bad feeling. Jin Yi gulped, then hastily nodded his head in response, and then began to find the 3 people one by one to ask questions. Took the whole thing in broad strokes. The people around him who understood what was happening wanted to remind him, but they didn't dare to do it in front of Subai. Hua Hongyan, in particular, kept winking at her. However, Jin Yi did not comprehend its meaning, just thought she was making a mistake. I wish I could protect her. Humph, what a stupid woman. Don't even look at the occasion. It's in front of the boss. Finally, after confirming the whole thing, Jin Yi walked over to Subai. Mr. Su, I've understood clearly. They were at odds during a time period when they were supposed to be working. In the end, it even turned into a violent conflict. Both people are at fault, but also seriously affect the company's work atmosphere. But there is no such thing as a minor matter where it affects the work. My advice is to take it seriously. Sack them both altogether, especially Gua Hongyan. As the deputy head of the creative department, she actually made such a low-level mistake. It really shouldn't be, Jin Yi said, still a little smug in his heart. If it was just a normal question, I'm sure I wouldn't have called myself over. The boss had 80% heard the rumors about him and Gua Hongyan, and the purpose of this move was to test whether he would take sides. This is good. He himself treated the same, but also focused on criticizing Gua Hongyan. Take a firm stand. It should be alright this time, shouldn't it? Humph. This boss is still young and easy to pin down. Not much of a city. What's on your mind you can see for yourself at a glance. So what you're saying is, tell them both to off? Subai remained expressionless. Jin Yi's expression froze, keenly aware that something didn't seem quite right. Still, he couldn't say anything for a moment, and only nodded weakly. Good. Very good. You are worthy of being the general manager of our personnel department. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. Subai nodded his head in approval. Jin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As a result, the next second. Well, then, get lost together, both of you. Starting tomorrow, neither of you will have to work here. Dropping this sentence, in Jin Yi's shocked gaze, Subai took in Xiaonan's hand, headed for the door without looking back. Chapter 185 Subai, do you like me? In the underground parking lot, the elevator door slowly opened and Subai and Xiaonan walked out. Neither one of them spoke, they just quietly walked over to the big Mercedes G, got in and, fastening his seatbelt, Subai was in no hurry to start the car. What's on your mind? Subai's gentle voice rang in his ears, and Xiaonan twisted her head to look at him, her bangs covering half of her face, her eyebrows slightly knitted together. Obviously concerned about what just happened. Subai, I'm sorry, and Xiaonan's low voice rang out. You were kind enough to offer me a job, and I've been getting you in trouble. Make such a thing. I may not be suitable for this job, or in the future. I'd better go back to school and study hard. And Xiaonan did feel very sorry for Subai and regretted her impulsive behavior just now. It's because Gua Hongyan scolded her mom that made her feel angry, which in turn led to a series of things that happened next. It was just a small thing, but now it's a big deal because of myself. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Subai smiled brightly and reached out to touch her head, and Xiaonan blushed a little and yet, there was no dodging. If it weren't for you, there's no way I'd have found out about these 2 tumors in the company. If this kind of person stays in the company, it will have a very serious impact on the workplace culture. It's me who should be thanking you. Listening to Subai's comforting words, and Xiao Nan nodded her head. Her heart warmed. You can come to work from now on without fear that no one will give you a hard time. Feel free to tell me anything that comes up as well. There's no need to be polite between us. After Subai finished speaking, seeing that this niece was still in a good mood, she was about to start the car. Just at this time, I heard in Xiao Nan's thin, mosquito-like voice again. Subai, do you like me? Though the sound is small, the body is strengthened and Subai, whose hearing was far beyond normal, still heard everything. He immediately turned the car off and craned his head to see the ninny in surprise and amazement. And Xiao Nan's little face was red all over at the moment, and she buried her head in her chest. It didn't dare to meet Subai's eyes at all. She doesn't even know what just happened to her. It was as if the words had been uttered by a ghost. And for her, who had usually been timid, introverted, and shy, it's so embarrassing to say something like that in front of a boy. But, looking at Subai's expectant gaze, she encouraged herself to continue speaking. We've only known each other for a few days, and yet you've been so nice to me, caring about me in every way. Take care of my feelings and buy me things in different ways. I know you wouldn't be nice to someone for no reason. They always say rich guys get lots of girlfriends. I see you also have a lot of girlfriends. Now so good to me. You are not also want to play friends with me well. The more Xiao Nan spoke, the redder her face became, and her hometown words bubbled up at the back of her mouth. Subai looked at this niece's shy appearance and only felt cute and adorable. I wanted to cup her cheeks and kiss her hard, but for fear of scaring her, I dismissed the idea for the time being. Clearing his throat, he too spoke solemnly. You're right. I'm being so nice to you because I like you. The first time I saw you on the train, you made a big impression on me. It made me want to protect you and take care of you for no reason. And then when I saw you again at school, I decided right then and there that I was going to play friends with you. And Xiao Nan, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? For Subai, it didn't take much courage to speak such words, but it had to be said that it was the first time he had ever confessed to a girl in such a serious manner. And Xiao had lost her speech at this point, a heart thumping in her chest. She was excited, nervous, and a little scared as she faced something like this for the first time. But the mind recalled the scene between Subai and himself, especially just now. Footage of Su White firing 2 supervisors and manager for herself and lashing out. That one. She understood that Subai had already entered her heart. Liking someone turns out to be the feeling. Unable to think of anything else in her head, she gathered her courage and nodded. Subai was overjoyed, and as he scooped her up from the passenger seat into his arms, leaning down, he placed a kiss on her lips. And Xiao Nan didn't expect such a scene to happen suddenly, and she was so ashamed in her heart that she died. However, there was no movement of resistance, just some hand-wringing, and his body was unable to hold back the slight trembling. Subai noticed her reaction and stopped teasing her, releasing her. But this ninny is still sitting in his arms like a kitten. It took a long time before he let out an afterthought and fled back to the passenger side, red-faced. When Subai saw her like this, he couldn't help but hold his tongue a little. Why don't I accompany you home to see your family in October when we're on vacation for the 4th of July? Subai smiled. Well, good. And Xiao Nan replied again with a voice as light as a mosquito. Subai laughed, and then he started the car, pulled out of the underground parking lot of the Rainbow Business Park. Just at this time, a system beep sounded in his head, detected that the dog-licking object in Xiao Nan's favorability towards the host has risen, currently at 84. Detected that the dog-licking object in Xiao Nan's favorability towards the host has risen dramatically, currently 86, 89, 94, 97. Detected an increase in Xiao Nan's rating, currently at 97. It has been automatically promoted to harem member No. 1. Hearing the system's voice, Subai's eyes instantly widened. Chapter 186. This family belongs to us from now on. The big Mercedes-Benz G wasn't headed toward the school, but in another direction. Suzy was still a little surprised in his heart at this time. He wondered a little, just gave a hug and a kiss, and why did this ninny's favorability go up to 97? If the one about the composite score rising to 91, Subai could still understand. Because the temperament of a person is very much altered after the first establishment of a romantic relationship. This is definitely a plus for the introverted and shy in Xiao Nan. But the favorability column just adds too much. Liang Yu and Qin Yao, 2 of his earliest women, both of whom treated him as a relative. Moreover, Liang Yu was pregnant, and her favorability was only at this level. Subai finally realized that this was the simplicity of a traditional girl. The old saying, a word of love will last a lifetime, and a husband and wife for a day will be together for 100 days, is just like that. Just because she gave her a kiss, she identified herself, Subai glanced at the passenger side of Xiaonan. That was the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Subai, where are we going? And Xiaonan also found the road wrong at this moment, turned her head to look at Subai in the driver's seat and asked. There was some tension in his eyes. Go find a neighborhood and I'll give you a house, Subai said in a faint voice. These words fell on Xiaonan's ears and she was immediately stunned. She was aware of the house prices in Jinling. A cabin costs $1 million, a slightly bigger one, in a better location. Tens of millions are available. How can I take something so valuable for myself? However, without waiting for her to open her mouth to refuse, Subai spoke again. Don't you say anything to say no, that would upset me. And Xiaonan sniffed and immediately swallowed her words again. As long as they're my girlfriends, everyone gets a set. That's our little home from now on. You can stay there during the week if you're free, Subai added. And Xiaonan nodded, but her expression was still a bit complicated. When Subai saw her little face, he knew at a glance that she was afraid that she would break the bank. Nan, do you know how much money I have? The question was a bit abrupt, and Xiaonan shook her head. I now have over $1,200 billion at my disposal in my accounts alone. And on top of that, there's also a lot of real estate, companies, shopping malls, and other properties that even if you spend millions and millions of dollars a day, you'll never spend it all in your lifetime. Actually, Subai is still too conservative. I don't know if it's anyone else, but Xiaonan's flowers will only get bigger and bigger. You can go out and buy a popsicle and get a couple $100 back. Hearing Subai's words, Xiaonan's mouth opened wide. Going forward she didn't say anything else along the way. First, I went to the Manko Mall and shopped for clothes that I could just change into, by the way, to buy some late-night snacks. Subai drove Xiaonan into a neighborhood called Four Seasons Flower City. This was naturally bought from Lu Shishir as well. The house lot is very good. It's considered one of the richest neighborhoods in Jinling. The Mercedes-Benz Big G went into the underground parking lot, while Subai then carried his things in one hand and led Xiaonan in the other, and took the elevator up the stairs. This is the best view of any house I've ever had in Golden. On the first floor, 200 to the south you can see the city at night, and to the north you can see the city's eco-park, where there's a man-made lake. There's also a fountain show every Saturday night at 8 p.m. Subai introduced himself while entering the code to unlock the door. The moment she walked through the door, Xiaonan was shocked. It's just so spacious and luxurious, with over 300 square meters of finely decorated living room plus dining room alone. With balconies to the north and south, immaculate floor-to-ceiling windows, plus a beautiful night view of the urban city of Jinling outside the windows. It gives the illusion of living in a movie. This home will be exclusively for the two of us from now on. How about it? Do you like it? Subai looked at Xiaonan, who was a little lost in thought, and asked with a smile. Xiaonan returned to her senses, twisted her head to look at Subai, and nodded with a smile. With Subai's enlightenment in the car just now, she could also be relieved. Now that you've identified with Subai, you should accept Subai and all that Subai has to offer. She wouldn't mind giving less, and she wouldn't be psychologically burdened by giving more, simply because they treated each other as the closest thing they had to each other. Subai laughed out loud and leaned over to smooch her on the cheek again. Xiaonan was still a bit shy, but it was already much better compared to earlier. The master bathroom has a very large double bathtub. Shall we try it later? At those words, Xiaonan's eyes went wide, and in her head, she thought of herself and Subai, the two of them, stripped naked and soaking in a bathtub together. The little face instantly reddened with shame again. In the end, Subai didn't really do anything, and for a shy girl like Xiaonan, I'm already making fast progress with all that I did today. Not only did I confirm my relationship, but I held hands and gave several kisses. It's going to take a lot of time to get further in the future. That night, Subai slept in the master bedroom, while Xiaonan went to sleep in the second bedroom. It was a quiet night. Nothing happened, except that Xiaonan was lying in bed, a little sleepless. Early the next morning, the two got up early and headed back to school. Military training in college continues, and it's going to last half a month long. Subai has nothing to do in his hands for the time being, and stays in school for the next 2 weeks. Occasionally, he would go over to Liang Yu's side in the evening. During that time, of course, I did ask a couple of ninnies out to play, and gave away each of the pre-purchased houses, harvesting a huge wave of cashback. Just like that, the military training turned to the last day. Chapter 187, End of Military Training. Cultural Gala. On this day, Subai ended the morning's military training activities and went to the cafeteria for lunch. I was just about to go to the kiosk with Yang Shenka to buy 2 bottles of ice-cold drinks, but I suddenly received a phone call. As soon as he saw that it was Professor Lee calling, Subai immediately picked up. Hello, Professor Lee? There's a literary party tonight. and each class is expected to prepare 2 or 3 programs. There's only one in our class so far. Do you want to take it? Li Jingshu said straight to the point. When Subai heard this, he raised an eyebrow, but pretended to have a difficult face. But I'm all set to sit with my girlfriend. Suddenly said to cancel the arrangement to go on stage to perform if she will not be happy. Besides Subai, Yang Xianke could see that Subai was making up nonsense to bluff Prof. Li, and stifled a laugh. A date? With which of your girlfriends? With these days together, Li Jingshu naturally discovered Subai's little secret. More than one girlfriend. In the same grade are in Xiaonan from this class, Lin Xinla from the science class and a little girl surnamed Xia. There were also 2 senior sisters, 5 on the Golden University campus alone, and all of them are at the school flower level. Although Subai's relationship with those girls was obvious at first glance, but in the way of Subai's special status, add to that the fact that they really didn't do anything out of the ordinary at school, and she turned a blind eye. Now it's a good thing he even bumped into it himself. Must be a good knockout. Those guys have appointments. If I don't stay with them, that would be spoiling the fun for 5 people. Subai continued to talk nonsense in a serious manner. Li Jingshu's side is also a bit silent. Subai's statement left Li Jingshu somewhat speechless for a moment. Even the set of words he had just prepared were forgotten. Just commiserate. You can get extra credit for this kind of activity, and if you participate in it, I'll go back to 200 and get you some milk tea. If hard doesn't work, then soft. How insincere that would be. How about this? I promise you a performance at the cultural gala that. How about you buy me a drink at the cafe in front of the school later? Drinking milk tea is just drinking milk tea, but going to a cafe for coffee is different. At that time, you can sit opposite to Prof. Li and talk about life and ideals together. When this was heard in Li Jingshu's ears, she burst into tears. This guy, he's got so many girlfriends already. I can't believe you're still hitting on yourself as a professor. Do you really want to be a punching bag? Well, it's up to you. If the show takes first place, I'll promise to buy you an extra drink. First? That's too strict, isn't it? Can I get some outside help? Subai pretended to be unable to do so. That's up to you. As long as you personally perform on stage in the name of our class. Anything else you're free to do. Okay. After ending the call with Professor Li, Subai had a conspiratorial smile on his face. Meanwhile, a certain girl's dormitory in the sophomore year. Sister Xia, what do you want me to say about you? Why don't you dare to add him? Meng Qingqing looked at young Xia with a helpless face. Not long ago, for the price of a black silk photo, she asked for Subai's WeChat from Subai's roommate's side and quietly slipped it to young Xia. I thought the two had talked about it, but when I asked today, I realized Yancy didn't even bother to add him. This is so abrupt. I don't even know what to talk about when I add him. Young Xia lowered her head, a far cry from her usual self. These days, she was also suffering a lot, but it wasn't her fault, after all. She hadn't been in love once since she was a little girl, and even then, not many boys even came close to her. Now it's hard to meet a boy you like. It's clear that in your heart you want to go out with the other person, but you simply don't know how to ask. Don't look at her as a high-flying iceberg goddess on the outside, but she's actually as shy as a kitten on the inside. Sometimes when they saw Subai from afar, they would speed up their steps and run away. It was for this reason that the two had not seen each other once during this time. It's not for you to think about what to talk about, Sister Xia. That thing between boys and girls. It's all about the boys initiating it and the girls just attaching themselves. Meng Qingqing enlightened in a serious tone. Let me put it this way. Have you ever seen a socket actively seek out a plug? This sentence was not a small voice, and immediately caught the attention of Jiang Yuelian and Yang Sidian. What socket? What plug? With a big melon to eat? The drama in front of us suddenly doesn't smell as good as it should. Both women quietly perked up their ears, listening to the two men on the bed behind them talk. But, Yang Xia didn't hear that layer of meaning in the words and still hesitated a little just then. A head appeared on the side of the bed. It's Yancy. Sister, be brave and follow your heart. Saying that, she put her cell phone in front of Yang Xia, and the photo on it was exactly the night before the military training. The scene at the barbecue stand where Yang Xia forcefully kisses Subai. Seeing this photo, Yang Xia's pair of beautiful eyes steeply widened. Yang Xitian, you're going to die. Quickly delete it for me. Just as the two sisters were fooling around, Jiang Yuzue Lemon's cell phone suddenly rang, and she picked it up to see. It was actually Subai who called. Chapter 188 Young Xitian's brother-in-law raising plan. Jiang Yuelui Lemon's cell phone rang, and the dormitory fell silent. Everyone looked at her. Clearing her throat, Jiang Yueli smoothly turned on the speakerphone and the call was answered. Subai's voice came from over there. Lemon, are you free tomorrow night? Upon hearing these words, several people's expressions turned brilliant. They all knew about those things that happened between Subai and Jiang Yuzue Lemon in the past. Of course, that day in Hangzhou, Jiang Yuzue Lemon didn't say anything about Subai kissing himself at Lin Entertainment's anniversary party, mainly because she was afraid of hitting Yang Xia. The housemates had always thought that Jiang Yueliang and Subai were just ordinary friends, but now, people are calling and trying to ask Jiang Yuzue Lemon out. Hearing this, Yang Xia couldn't help but see a flash of gloom in her eyes. Can I help you? Jiang Yueliang didn't answer Subai's question directly. It's like this. Our teacher has arranged for me to perform a program at the cultural fair tomorrow. I'd like to ask you to be my outside help. I wonder if that's possible. Subai's side quickly heard that Little Lemon's tone was not right, so purposely spoke in a very polite tone. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out it was just to ask Jiang Yuzue Lemon for a favor. Of course, there's no problem. Did you write your own song this time? Jiang Yueliang asked. That's right. It's my latest song. It's called Lone Brave Man and it's burning. Subai raised his eyebrows and said, since it's meant to be sung at a military training gala, it's got to be inspirational. Of course, the first thing he thought of was this song. In his previous life, this song was so popular that even elementary school students were singing it. Then it's a deal. Come to a rehearsal this afternoon. I'll be waiting for you in the music room in Building 3. Remember to bring your guitar. Subai briefly explained a few sentences, then ended the call. The atmosphere in the dormitory has become a little more subtle. Guys, I have to get going. Jiang Yueli felt a little embarrassed to continue staying, and didn't have the heart to put on makeup and change clothes. Smoothly tying a high ponytail, she picked up her guitar case and left the dorm. Meng Qingqing sighed at this time and raised her hand to pat Yang Xia's shoulder. Sister Xia, get down to business before it's too late. Boys like Subai, there's certainly no shortage of girls around. If you really want something to happen with him, make sure you take that step early, in case it's too late. In the future, you may not even get to be a normal friend. Yang Xia nodded, but her brows remained slightly furrowed. Yang Sishan looked at her sister's appearance and was more or less anxious in her heart. She doesn't want her sister to be single for the rest of her life, but the only time she's ever been attracted to a man is right now. The other party, however, was such an excellent man, surrounded by beautiful women, that it was impossible for anything to come out of it in this state of my sister's life. As her own sister, she had to help her sister out, thinking of her own face, which was almost identical to her sister's. Suddenly a bold plan came to her mind. The time turned to evening. Subai and Jiang Yuzue Lemon walked out of the music classroom together. Jiang Yuelui Lemon's gaze was still a bit dull at the moment. Ever since she'd met Subai, she'd been shocked by far too many things. Despite a lot of mental preparation today, she was still deeply shocked by this newly written song of his. If I had to use one word to describe Subai's musical talent, it would be terrifying. Every original song he releases is good enough to shock the Chinese music world. Just about none of the songs are ordinary. Did you talk to the person in charge of the party about the song you're going to sing? Jiang Yueliang asked, looking up. No. I just told them we don't have to play backing tracks for our show. We'll both go up there and sing to ourselves then. Subai replied with a smile. Jiang Yuelui Lemon sniffed and couldn't help but shake her head in exclamation. If the press and your fans find out about this, we're sure to be mobbed at the party tomorrow. Then it's better if they don't know. I'm more of a quiet person. To be honest, Subai was somewhat regretting showing up at Lin Entertainment's anniversary celebration in the first place. Now everyone knows him as Big Bull, and when he goes to the toilet to take a, people ask him for a photo. While saying that, Subai raised his hand to look at the table again. It's still early. Want to go out shopping together? No. I'm a little tired today. I need to go home early and rest. Jiang Yueliang shook her hand and refused. After practicing all afternoon, she was really tired. How about a kiss? Well, the two made out for a while next to the dimly lit grove in front of the building. Only then did they bid farewell reluctantly, each going back to their dormitories. Subai was walking alone on the path leading to the boys' dormitory, and as he did so, while looking at his cell phone, the reports given by various companies today. Just then, a somewhat surprised voice came from behind. Sue White? Subai turned his head in some confusion, only to see that in the darkness, a silhouette walked towards him with long legs. A familiar face. Do you remember me? We met at the barbecue stand by the school before school started. My name is Yancy. Chapter 189. Do you want to have a late night snack? Hearing this name, and combining it with this pretty face in front of him, Subai quickly remembered. On the day before the start of military training, myself and my 3 roommates went to a barbecue stand and bumped into Jiang Yuzue Lemon and the girls. This young Xia should be the older sister in that pair of twins. At that time, this ninja even ran over and kissed herself, saying something about playing a game and losing. As Subai was surveying, Yang Sitian's heart was in her throat. She was also extremely determined to help her oldest sister in her quest for happiness. At night, while my oldest sister went to the library to read a book, I secretly changed into one of her clothes and then ran over to find Subai. Just by looking at their looks, the two sisters are so much alike that even their own mothers wouldn't necessarily recognize them. But the temperaments are worlds apart. One lively and cheerful, the other silent and high-strung. Yang Sitian did her best to imitate her sister's demeanor and tone of voice at this moment. Subai and his sister had only met once, so they shouldn't be able to tell anything. She's also never had a boyfriend, even though she talks to guys all the time. Thinking about the tasks she had to accomplish on this trip, it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. It was also true that Subai originally didn't see anything. That is, until a system beep coldly appeared in his head. Name, Yang Sitian. Age, 20 years old. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight 59 kilograms. Current rating is 92. Please ask if you are bound to a dog licker? Sugar Yang? This one was not the one who had forcibly kissed her the other day, but the twin sister. Subai had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't show them. He wanted to see that. What exactly were this ninny's intentions in posing as her sister? So it's you. That said, you're too irresponsible, aren't you? You ran away after kissing me that day. It got me laughed at by my roommates for days, Subai said with a helpless face. While walking very naturally to Yang Sitian's side, the two walked shoulder to shoulder down the dimly lit path of the campus grove. I'm so sorry. I was looking for a chance to apologize specifically to you, but the last 2 days have been too busy to spare, Yang C-Suite said with an apologetic face, while not forgetting to maintain that air of sisterliness in her words. But I'm free for the next few days, so if you have any requests, just ask and I'll do my best to fulfill them. This phrase was learned by Yang Sitian while watching idol dramas. Do your best to satisfy you? That's one of the cues a girl gives to a guy. A boy like Subai naturally wouldn't be unable to understand. Only the corners of his mouth were slightly raised in an arc. You've kissed me, so of course you have to take responsibility for me. So that. How about you be my girlfriend? Even though he was psychologically prepared, when he really heard Subai say it, Yang Sitang still couldn't help but blush a little and slightly lowered her little head. She nodded softly. Subai smiled and took her hand. And she didn't resist. The two walked so quietly, through the grove, and in a short time came to a small pond, surrounded by deep woods and grass. From a distance, the two men heard an indescribable sound. It's a well-known fact that the college grove, at night automatically brushes small couples, more often than not, with, you can kill 3 or 4 pairs by throwing a brick. Not far in front of the two figures could be seen vaguely. Catatonic in the thick grove of moonlit trees, not knowing what he was doing. Yang Sitian looked up at Subai with some embarrassment in her eyes. Subai, however, patted her shoulder with a calm face. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right there. At the word, he took his cell phone and strutted toward the trees ahead of him. Turning on his cell phone's torch, he surged forward. What's going on? Which class are you two in? A yell that instantly stunned the crowd in the surrounding grove. Asterisk. Someone from the annual control board? I thought it was said that they don't care about relationships inside the university. Run. It's over if you get caught taking pictures. Looking at the dozen or so figures that lifted their pants and scampered away, Subai nodded with satisfaction. This scene stunned Yang Sitian in the back. Can it still be like this? Come on. There's no one there now. Subai laughed, then pulled Yang Sitian's hand and came to sit on a bench. Lo and behold. Well, the mosquito coils were lit for them. In a hurry to get back today? Subai asked softly. No, there's no rush. I'm here today specifically to see you, Yancy replied with a red face. By now, Subai had probably guessed what this niece had in mind. It should be that her sister was interested in herself, but was too thin-skinned to ask. So this good sister took the initiative to go out on a limb and, posing as her sister to date herself. Thinking about this, the corners of Subai's mouth rose and he gently wrapped his arms around her waist. You were the one who kissed me last time. That's when it's time for me to kiss you, isn't it? Well, Yang Sitian's eyes were slightly closed and her voice was as thin as a mosquito as she nodded her head. It's hard to beat the heat of late summer and early fall. Do you want to eat some late-night snacks? Subai asked softly. What? Nightcap? Yang Sitian was red from face to neck at the moment. In the next second, and not knowing what she saw, Yang Sitian exclaimed in shock and, running away like a scared little bunny. Chapter 190. Someone is courting little Lara? Looking at Yang Sitian's fleeing back, Subai gently sighed. This ninny is just too shy. There was nothing to clean up at the crime scene, so Subai patted his butt and walked straight away. Back to the dormitory is already 9 o'clock in the evening. After taking a shower, and 3 roommates played 2 hours of games, Subai before going to bed to rest. On the other hand, Yang Xixiang gathered her feelings and returned to the dormitory. Today's plan was a success. Not only did he establish a relationship with Su Bai, and did the first step of what couples should do, only, she couldn't help but blush for a moment whenever she thought about that big scary skewer of meat. The good thing was, today's events were a secret belonging to the two of them, and no third person would ever know about it again. Going forward, Su Bai will definitely take the initiative to find his sister, and if she doesn't resist, things fell into place for the two. It was an unusually quiet night. Early the next morning, Su Bai was woken up by a phone call. Picking it up, it was Lin Xinla calling. Hey! Su Bai's voice was still a bit dazed, obviously not having woken up. Su Bai, come here quickly. I can't get out of the dormitory. Lin Xinla's somewhat anxious and helpless voice came, and Su Bai instantly sobered up. What happened on your end? Su Bai was a little nervous. With her knowledge of Lin Xinla, she wouldn't even come to herself for help with ordinary things. She'll work it out herself if she can. It's not easy to say this inside the phone. You'll know when you get here. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Bai put down his cell phone and just got up from his bed. He saw Ringyi rushing in from outside in a fiery rage. This guy goes out for a run every morning and is up at 6. Su Bai is not good. I've just seen a large group of people surrounding the girls' dormitory hot side. There's a rich kid with a huge bouquet of roses confessing his love to Zanara's sister-in-law. Zanara's sister-in-law can't get out of the dormitory building now. Hearing Ringye's words, Su Bai frowned. Someone's courting little Lara? Don't you know that the name of the flower is already taken? Meanwhile, downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Lin Xinla, I like you. Be my girlfriend. A scantily clad, the greasy-haired boy drove a Ferrari downstairs to the girls' dormitory, holding flowers in one hand and a trumpet in the other, and shouted upstairs. This person's name is Zhao Jingrui, a junior at Jinling University. He is also a famous playboy in the school. His family is in the real estate business, with assets of over $100 million, and he is also very high profile. I haven't been picking up girls at school for the past 2 years, and I've had to change girlfriends almost once a month. Last year, this guy tried to pick up Yang Xia and got punched in the hospital. Brother Zhao, I've heard that this Lin Xinla already has a boyfriend, and she's not a small person. Are we going to offend anyone? Next to him, a junior said quietly. Zhao Jingrui gave him a direct blow to the head. Shut up. Do you have any brains? In this school, is there anyone I can't afford to mess with? If he dares to disobey, I don't mind breaking his legs. Humph, as long as it's a woman Zhao Jingrui, have my eye on, there's no woman I can't get. My little brother listened to what he was saying, but scratched his head. That's what you said the last time you went after Yang Xia. ***. Which pot is not boiling? You're looking for a fight. Just as Zhao Jingrui was chasing his little brother and kicking him around, the crowd of. Suddenly, an upright figure walked out and headed straight downstairs to the girls' dormitory. At the same time, Lin Xinla, who had received Su Bai's call, walked out from the building. Zhao Jingrui didn't notice Su Bai walking behind him. Only seeing Lin Xinla walking in her direction, she thought that she had finally given in, and then greeted her with a smile on her face. Lara, have you finally figured it out? Don't worry, I'm sure I won't treat you badly, Zhao Jingrui said while his eyes were already colorfully surveying Lin Xinla's entire body and reaching out to catch her hand. But Lin Xinla didn't even look at him, and dodged his hand with a flash of, then walked towards Su Bai with undiminished speed. Su Bai naturally wrapped his arms around her and looked up again at Zhao Jingrui, who had turned his head in surprise. The mockery in his eyes was undisguised. ***. Leaving 2 words behind, the two men turned and walked away. A dead silence fell over the scene. The people present were Zhao Jingrui's family and friends from the same grade, and now that the freshman military training was coming to an end, they had just returned to school and were not clear about the news in the school, so naturally they had not heard about Su Bai's deeds. Therefore, everyone was surprised. How dare this kid? He actually snatched a woman from Zhao Jingrui and dared to scold him to his face. Too long? 2 seconds later, Zhao Jingrui also finally came back to his senses from his confused state, looking at the distant backs of those two. That intimate. And the 2 words the boy left for himself. He felt at once that he had been greatly insulted by the. A monstrous anger surged to his heart at 300. Stop! He shouted violently, and a few of his juniors reacted at the first opportunity. A dozen boys rushed out of the crowd and surrounded the two. Chapter 191. I was just fooling around with you. Su Bai and Lin Xinla stopped in their tracks, and their faces instantly turned cold. The dozen or so people in front of him were obviously this Zhao Jingrui's minions, and they were all looking at Su Bai at the moment with unfavorable expressions on their faces. It was as if they would rush over in unison at Zhao Jingrui's command. Zhao Jingrui walked up to Su Bai with a teasing gaze. Kid, do you know who I am? He spoke with a sneer. You're still the first one who dares to scold me like you did just now. I've got my eye on your girlfriend. Now get down on your knees, kowtow 3 times and get the hell out of here. I can let you off the hook for what you just did, or I promise I'll make you regret coming into this world. Zhao Jingrui's voice fell, and the scene was instantly silent. However, he saw Subai calmly raise his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next second, we only saw more than 30 people rushing out of the crowd and surround Zhao Jingrui and his minions. At school, Subai didn't intend to really make a move, mainly to support the scene. So look for strong, buff men lurking in the campus crowd. Of course, if there's a real fight, these bodyguards would only be stronger in combat than the female bodyguards that followed him before. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jingrui's crowd was dumbfounded. What's this? What's this? I'm sorry, what did you just say? I don't think I heard you too well. Subai pulled out his ears and his gaze fell on Zhao Jingrui's face. After 0.1 seconds of thinking, Zhao Jingrui decisively collected his arrogance just now. He compensated with a smile on his face and turned into a good boy. Ha ha. Within what? Big brother. I was just joking with you. See how you still take it seriously. My name is Zhao Jingrui. From now on, big brother can just call me Xiao Zhao. If there's anything you need me for, just order me. I'll definitely do it for big brother. Seeing this guy's cleverness and conceding in time, Subai secretly said in his heart that a child can be taught. Alright, get lost. Subai waved his hand. Since the other party was a smart person, he didn't bother to waste more words. Good Lu. I'm leaving. Wish big brother and sister-in-law 100 years of good luck and long life. With that, he quickly got into his Ferrari without looking back, and fled the scene with a kick of the gas. He also smashed the roses he was holding into the trash can as he passed it, leaving only a dozen or so minions looking at each other in place. Subai called Director Wang of the school management office and said that there was a group of people causing trouble here. Suspected school violence. Tell him to come and check it out quickly. The scholar has opened his mouth. Where would the other party dare not take it seriously? Immediately promised to come and investigate. Without the protective umbrella of Zhao Jingrui, these dozen or so minions were afraid of being out of luck. But that wasn't even something Subai should consider. Putting down his cell phone, he left the place alone, taking Lin Xinla's small hand and the two went to the cafeteria together. You, the scholar, do things so domineeringly. Aren't you afraid that someone will talk about you behind your back? Lin Zanara said in a joking tone. In fact, she could have solved today's matter herself. I'm just afraid that if that happens then rumors about her and Zhao Jingrui will definitely appear in the school. She was afraid that Subai would be upset if she heard it. That's why he called Subai to settle the matter. Although the method was simple and crude, I have to say that the results satisfied her quite a bit. Talking about me? That's okay. Subai waved his hand indifferently. I'm not afraid of a crooked body with a straight shadow hand. Put. Lin Xinla was amused by his words and burst out laughing. Soon the two walked into the cafeteria. It's still early and the cafeteria isn't crowded. The two bought a bowl of porridge and some breakfast each, found a table, and sat down facing each other. Halfway through the meal, Lin Xinla coldly opened her mouth to ask again. You got another girlfriend lately? Subai nearly choked. Really did not expect this niece to ask this. Ahem. You. Which one are you talking about? It's that skinny girl in your class. Her name is in Xiaonan, right? What? Is she not the only one? Lin Xinla didn't mean to be angry in her words, but on the contrary, she found Subai's appearance a bit funny. No. More special. The family in poor. Father and passed away early. Oddly pitiful. You know, I have a kind heart. Can't see people as girls so poor. Subai said shamelessly. So did you and her make it that far? Lin Zanara asked again. Not yet. That ninny is too shy. Subai honestly said that he and Xiaonan indeed hadn't had sex and done things together yet. It was mainly because Xiaonan was too conservative, and he wouldn't force her. Lin Xinla was a little jealous in her heart, but she didn't say anything. It's the kind of thing where the first step back is followed by countless others. Subai was incredibly glad at the moment that she had let her and Xia Yanshi familiarize themselves with each other early on. Otherwise it's not really easy to cope with such a situation. As careful as you are, there's always some wind blowing out. There's no training today. Why don't you go to the mall with me in the morning? Lin Xinla smiled. Subai naturally agreed with pleasure. No problem. We'll leave after eating later. Chapter 192 Golden University's First Beauty Su Yen. After taking little Lara for a morning stroll around the Wankel Mall, the two of them went back to school only after lunch. In the afternoon, Subai went to the party site to participate in the rehearsal, but just to be there. His show is self-playing and he doesn't have to do anything backstage during the show. After familiarizing himself with the flow of the show, he went back. It left a sense of anticipation for the evening's performance. As he left, he met Prof. Lee at the door. Going back so soon? Don't be perfunctory. We're counting on you to get a place in our class. Li Jingshu said so Subai is agreeable. Not that he is arrogant. It's because the other drama program in the class is really a bit cold. It's called something like Iron Skinheads Beat Godzilla 3 times and the lines and plot are super awkward. Professor Lee, you don't believe me. Why don't we raise the stakes a bit more? If I take first place, how about wearing a wraparound skirt and black silk when you buy me coffee? Subai raised his eyebrows and said with a bad smile on his face. Li Jingshu gave him a nice blank stare. Talk to me when you do get first place. Originally, Subai was just talking, but he didn't expect that Professor Lee would really agree. Immediately, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He had secretly observed it long ago in the past few days. Prof. Lee had a good figure. If I could really wear black silk and a wraparound skirt, I'd probably be able to sink my eyeballs into it myself. Yet while the two were chatting, not far away, the two beautiful women in long, old-fashioned dresses walked past. Subai just glanced at it inadvertently, and his eyes instantly straightened. Name, Su Yen. Age, 20 years old. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Current rating is 98. Do you wish to be bound as a dog licker? Cornflower. Su White remembered the name from the first day of school. When seen in that list of Golden University schoolgirls that Yang Shinka showed him, this was the top of the list, with a system rating 2 points higher than Lin Xinla and Chen Siki. But he remembered that Yang Shinka had told him that this niece seemed to be a bent. I don't know if I can break it straight for her or it's too much of a waste. Right now there's only one spot left for Subai's dog licker. It was still vacant after Rin Xiaonan was included in the harem. Originally, Subai was still hesitating, which of the Yang's twin sisters should be the best for this spot. There you go. One more option. Just as Subai lowered his head in contemplation, the system's voice appeared in his head once again. Detected the host triggering a system mission. In the coming week, a man dressed as a woman will lure Su Yen to come to him of her own accord, and counterattack at a critical moment. Reward, the system's effective duration is extended for 30 days. 5 more dog-licking object binding slots. Hearing the reward given by the system, Subai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is the first time the system has offered this kind of reward. In the past, it was basically material rewards or physical enhancements or something like that. To be able to trigger such a system task, this case face was definitely not an ordinary person. System, bind, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Su Yen as the numbered dog-licking object. Watching Subai lose his soul at the sight of a beautiful woman, Li Jingmei on the side was somewhat in tears, reaching out his hand and waving it in front of his eyes. Subai then came back to his senses. Your eyes are glazed over. Li Jingshu laughed and scolded. Marauder White, however, who had no idea what cheek was, lowered his voice again and it came up to Li Jingshu's ear. Professor Li, isn't that a senior sister? How come she's also here for the freshman's cultural evening? She's hired outside help. And if you want to hit on that school teacher, then it's better to give up while you're ahead. There's something wrong with her sexuality. Li Jingshu also lowered her voice as she spoke. Did you see that girl next to her? The two of them are in that kind of relationship. That's why I was able to invite this schoolteacher here. The always serious Li Jingshu also revealed a rare gossipy side today. After Subai heard this, he looked as if he had come to a realization, and then feigned a loss. What a pity. Such a pretty schoolmate. Originally I wanted to get to know her. These words naturally drew another breathless look from Li Jingshu. You'd better save your breath. You've got so many girlfriends and you're still not satisfied. Iron locks and boats. You're not afraid of fire. After the two chatted for a few moments, Subai left. Before walking out the front door, he glanced back at Su Yen, who was rehearsing on stage, brainstorming images of myself in a woman's costume, pinching my throat to seduce someone. Subai could not avoid a vicious chill in his heart, but at the thought of that reward, his teeth, once again, clenched. She's the #1 girl at Golden University. What's there to fear? Well, we'll think long and hard after today's business is done. The time turned to evening. The freshmen's literary gala went as planned. All the freshmen, teachers and instructors, are gathered in the hall at this moment. The host was already on stage and started organizing the atmosphere. Behind the scenes, all of tonight's performers have arrived. Subai was chatting with Zhang Yuzue Lemon while tuning his guitar, when suddenly, a silhouette flashed by in the distance, catching Subai's attention. It so happened that Su Yen also looked over at that moment, and while their gazes intertwined, she didn't have half an expression on her face, obviously not interested in men. Within a short time, everything was ready and the cultural evening officially began. Chapter 193 Absolutely beautiful duo ancient style dance. I have to say, the literary party inside the university is more than one level higher compared to the high school, especially a school like King University. Art students, physical education students, music students, dance students, and all kinds of cultural majors are all on the same campus. And there are some shows where it's just a downward spiral when the professionals get on stage that the culture students are helpless. The first program of the evening was a music student sitting in front of a piano and singing to himself. The tracks are classic, old favorites that are uniquely suited to these youngsters. Everyone is familiar with childhood. Simple and down-to-earth lyrics, paired with the soft, sweet voice of the girl who sings them. Hardly less than the original song. Everyone in the audience was mesmerized by the song brings you into a relaxed and sentimental atmosphere. At the end of the song, the arena applauded, followed by another program for music students. It's a much more classic song compared to childhood. It's Michael Jackson's Beat It, and the performers mimic Michael Jackson's wardrobe and performance moves. Even the voice is imitated very much, and the English bite pronunciation is quite standard. For a few moments, the audience on stage actually thought that it was Benji standing up there, watching the first two perform, about to go on next. Culture student ready for a big banana song lets out a shrill pop. Subai's program was a bit further back, so he sat calmly on the sidelines and watched the performances above him, without batting an eye, especially when a couple of long-legged dance students are dancing hot on stage. As another program ended, two silhouettes dressed in old-fashioned performance costumes walked onto the stage. One was a freshman one for young Haru by the dance student, a girl of points, and the one beside her. It is the outside help invited. The cultural evening of the biggest highlights of the big, junior sister Su Yen. Those who have heard of the No. 1 schoolgirl at King's University and know that she's going to perform tonight, out were instantly cheered, and those who saw the face for the first time, each one of them was stunned, and they asked the people around them about the identity of the beautiful woman on the stage. You can't blame them for that. After all, as far as based on Subai's system score, beauties with 80 points or more are the very few, and those with 90 points or more are the very best of the best. A 98-point goddess like Su Yen, most people struggle to see it once in their lives. The two girls stood at attention on the stage, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. As the music started, the wonderful bodies began to dance under the ancient-style tulle veil skirts. Both of them are very good dancers, and with that air of naturalness, it quickly got into the swing of things. A romantic atmosphere from ancient times instantly filled the entire hall. It mesmerizes everyone. Su Yen is not a dance major. On the contrary, she is a science major. But she was as good a dancer as any dance student in the academy. This was something that Subai had heard about a long time ago. I saw it with my own eyes today, and the rumors were true. Nay, while dancing, this ninny's eyes were devoid of any semblance of emotion. It was as if the unearthly fairy had fallen to earth. Only when their eyes intertwined did a faint smile appear. Of course, these micro-expressions are invisible to the people off the field. It wasn't long before the song ended. A dance that is clearly more than 5 minutes long, but which to most people seems like only a split second. Didn't see enough at all. As the two women bowed and gave their thanks, there was thunderous applause. If you take first place this time, you'll have to treat me. When he got off the field, Su Yen came to Zhang Yuqing's ear and whispered in a teasing voice. Zhang Yuqing also hid a smile. Didn't say anything, just nodded. She's not actually bent, but more open to it. Only treating Su Yen, her schoolmate, as her good bosom friend. When you're single, it's not uncommon to find a good BFF to fulfill each other a bit, right? That's what she convinced herself of anyway. Despite their whispered conversations, their bodies have been fortified and Subai, whose ear hearing was far beyond normal people, still heard everything, especially after the two women talked about the details of the part. Subai, that is, the more you listen to the more shocked. Mouths were wide open. How can you be so fancy? Looks like I'm still out of the loop. It was at this time that a man in a flamboyant performance costume the slightly chubby man with an estimated half a bottle of hairspray in his hair walked past Subai with a microphone stand. As he passed in front of Subai, he glanced down at him and let out a cold snort of disdain from his mouth. Then it's off to the stage without looking back. This sudden scene caused Subai to freeze a little. Why does this dude look like he's got a grudge against him? I don't think I know him. Do I? When did you offend him? Just as Subai was puzzled, Zhang Yuli Lemon walked over, holding her guitar, sat down next to him. The ninny still wasn't going to show her face, wearing a black mask, as if she could see Subai's doubts. She spoke first. This guy's name is Jun Chu. He's a freshman in the music department. He prepared an original song of his own for this cultural performance, which he thought was unique. But he learned that the song you're going to sing is also an original song. He also said that he's going to run you over this time and show everyone the difference between music students and culture students. Zhang Yuli Lemon wanted to laugh a little herself as she said this. After all, she had blown through both songs. Jujun's song is so ordinary that it's almost a class act. After Subai heard this, his heart then became clear. Turns out it's a pretender. Chapter 194. This time the number one can only be me. Next up is the original song, Genetic Mimetic Enzymes, sung by Junju. Let's give him the mic. As the host's words fell, Junju came on stage carrying his guitar. At the moment, confidence was written all over his face. Hello everyone, I'm the freshman music department's top student, Junju. The song I have for you today is my first original song. A work that took 2.5 full years of youth and a lifetime of study. It's a bit arrogant to say that, but I'm absolutely confident that the number one this time can only be me. Hearing Zhu Jun's words, the crowd under the field couldn't help but become curious. Okay, let's not talk too much. Music. With a wave of Zhu Jun's hand, the pre-recorded accompaniment sound rang out. Zhu Jun's fingers bounced on the guitar strings. Oh, genetic mimicry enzyme. Oh babe. Genetic mimicry enzymes. Genetically mimetic heart test planting when state enzyme. Catchy and brainwashing melodies. Magical noises and dance moves. Instantly creating a violent shock to the sights, sounds, and spirits of everyone on the scene. The hall was no less silent at the moment than it had been when Su Yen had just danced. Only, this time it was really breathless. It's just one sentence. Back and forth. He even sang it more and more on his own. At first listen it felt as if it was a bit sandy. But after listening carefully for a while, everyone realized they were wrong. It's pure sand sculpture. When the song was over, Zhu Jun bowed deeply, then stepped down from the stage with his head held high. And there was sparse applause from the arena. And he just assumed it was everyone who was so impressed by his musical talent that it hasn't slowed down yet. Most people just dismissed it as a minor hiccup. And the literary society didn't suffer for it. It continues in good order. Over here, Zhu Jun got off the field and was immediately surrounded by a group of minions. In fact, his status as the top music student is not false, except that there is a great deal of water. It was mainly because his dad worked up there and tampered with the art exams that he got such a high score. In reality, Zhu Jun didn't have any musical talent, and could barely manage to sing without getting out of tune. But because of his father, everyone around him was trying to curry favor with him. No one at all said he was an average singer, but instead many people complimented him on how well he sang. This also creates the illusion that Zhu Jun thinks that all he has to do is howl twice on the field. It's heavenly music to someone's ears. This time the song that took myself 2.5 full years of hard work to write. It's sure to make all of your jaws drop. As expected, the group of minions gathered around and then gave a rainbow fart. June, that was such a tense performance on stage just now. That's right, a top student is a top student. And there's just a gap between them and ordinary people. There's simply not a single person with your musical talent in Jinda. June has made it to the point where the singer and the man are one. And just now he's obviously just completely immersed in the music. This is a realm that no one else can learn in a lifetime. The rainbow farts of the little brothers one after another. Zhu Jun's heart at this time cannot mention how good it is. A little more confidence in his ability to beat another original singer. His eyes subconsciously looked in the direction where Subai was. But he saw that the other side was not paying attention to his side at all. At this moment, Subai was chatting with Jiang Yusu Lemon. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for a while ago. There's still quite a lot to talk about. Talking about happy places and letting out a series of laughs every now and then, without any semblance of nervousness. This scene was in Zhu Jun's eyes, but it made his oily face red with anger. He's never been good with women on his own, but he thinks he's noble. Ordinary girls, even the slightly better looking ones he couldn't see. But the higher level girls couldn't see him. This leads to the fact that Jejun came out of his mother's womb single to this day. Now seeing Subai and a big beautiful woman chatting so intimately, his heart was instantly unbalanced. Why is there such a big difference between the same top students? Is he less talented than him? Is he not as handsome as he is? Is he not as rich as him? In Zhu Jun's opinion, he was far ahead of this guy in all of these aspects. Are girls blind nowadays? Thinking about this, the jealousy and unwillingness in his heart had already reached its peak. And he immediately stopped caring about anything and took large steps towards Subai's side, passed a small counter and grabbed a drink from it in passing. Now that this program on stage is over, it's their turn to go on. At this point it should be embarrassing if the clothes you wear for the show get wet, right? An evil thought arose in Zhu Jun's mind, and his steps towards those two grew faster and faster. The corners of his mouth also rose slightly. Just then, however, his foot suddenly tripped over something, and Zhu Jun lost his center of gravity and he fell straight down and spilled the drink he was holding all over his body. The expensive white suit he had saved his allowance for 3 months to buy was suddenly stained with a large stain. Asterisk. Which ungrateful! How dare you trip me! Zhu Jun was furious beyond measure and climbed up to settle the score. But he met a pair of cool eyes. Over there, Subai, who had been observing the place, was also a bit surprised, because the one who tripped Zhu Jun was no one else. It's none other than the #1 school flower of Golden University, Su Yan. Chapter 195. The Lone Ranger crosses over and boils all over. I'm sorry classmate. You just walked too fast too. I didn't see you. Su Yan looked at Zhu Jun with an expressionless face and said, if it were an ordinary person, Zhu Jun would have had to take care of it, but if it was the woman in front of him, he had no choice but to swallow his words. Before he enrolled in school, his dad had warned him not to mess with this man. There's a rumor that the family behind this girl named Su Yan has roots on the Yinjing side of the family. Some ministry personnel even said that she was one of the illegitimate daughters of that man from the Yinjing Lin clan. That's not something Zhu Jun or his dad can even mess with. It's okay schoolmate. I was careless just now. Is your foot okay? Zhu Jun's attitude immediately took a 180 degrees turn. It's okay, you can off. Rackface remained expressionless. In the face of such humiliation, Zhu Jun clenched his teeth. Okay. When he spoke, he fled without looking back. Su Yan threw a meaningful smile at Zhang Yuzue Lemon over there. Then it too left the sight of the two men. Su Bai and Zhang Yuzue Lemon looked dumbfounded. Below, please welcome Mr. Su Bai and his special guest Zhang Yuzue Lemon to present his original song, Lone Brave Man. As the host's words fell, the hall instantly erupted with a mountainous roar of cheering hands. The momentum even overpowers Kyrian, who just got in the ring. Others in the audience brought out small flags and lighted signs that the girls were about to take the roof off the house with their screams. Seeing this scene, Li Jingshu, who was sitting in the front row of the judging panel, couldn't help but have a bitter smile on her face. One still underestimated the popularity of that Su Bai guy. Originally, I was afraid that he would act perfunctorily, but now it seems that my little worry was completely superfluous. With that stance, he could probably take first place if he went up there and shook a florist for a while. In the midst of loud cheering, Su Bai and Zhang Yuzue Lemon went on stage. Su Bai didn't cover his face, while Zhang Yuzue Lemon covered half of it, only revealing a pair of eyes. The temperament yet still very attractive. Zhang Yuzue Lemon has also sung on stage at several large-scale events in past years, but always covered her full face. Nonetheless, she was quite popular on campus. There's not much to say about it, and anyway, it's not really a song written by Su Bai himself. Once the two were seated, Su Bai took the lead and strummed the guitar strings. There was an instant silence, and the audience took out their cell phones to shoot. More people directly opened a live broadcast in Lin Entertainment. In a flash, thousands of cameras were trained on the two men on stage. It's brave. As Su Bai's voice rang out, the scene was instantly enveloped by a majestic and tragic atmosphere. Every single member of the audience held their breath, their eyes unblinking as they watched the man on the stage. Although there was only the monotonous melody of the guitar, his figure seemed to be infinitely elongated. Love the way you walk down dark alleys alone. Love the way you don't get down on your knees. Love the way you've confronted despair. Won't have a cry. As the beginning verse was sung, Su Bai's voice steepened to a high pitch. Behind each lyric, it was as if the shouts of thousands of Iron Blood warriors could be heard. Su Bai's entire aura was also climbing into the chorus. Zhang Yuzue Lemon's harmonies join in. That signature smoky voice immediately adds layers to the song. Go, worthy, this raggedy cloak. War, battle, with the humblest of dreams. As impassioned voice after impassioned voice reached the ears of everyone present, everyone's mind has suffered an extremely strong shock impact. At that moment, as if forgetting everything around, the heart only left endless excitement, fighting spirit. Li Jingshu's heart at the moment had been shocked to the point of no return behind the field. As Su Yan looked at the figure on the stage, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide as well. Not only at the scene, but at the moment, in many of the live streaming rooms of Lin Entertainment, tens of thousands of netizens are also watching the live stream. And that number is growing at a terrifying rate. ***. Brother Bully has a new song. Isn't that Lemon's sister? They're together again? What do you mean they're together again? They're both students at Jinling University now. It's an alumnus, get it? Okay, target Jinling University. Leaving now. This time I've called 8 of my girlfriends to make sure we tie up Daniel back home. To the whimper and roar of that dark night. Who says it's the ones who stand in the light that are heroes? As the last lyrics were sung and the melody at the end of the song echoed through the halls, the blazing fire in people's hearts has not been quelled, as if touching everyone's DNA. The vigor of this song and the spirit it contains deeply infected every listener, and more than a few instructors, remembering former comrades in arms, those years when the brothers were together. I can't help but weep. It's not just talk, that music can go straight to the heart. The song ends and a dead silence falls over the scene. Suddenly, a figure jumped onto the stage and raised his hand to point angrily at Su Bai. No way. It's simply impossible for a culture student to write such a good song. He must have plagiarized it. Chapter 196 Lifting up a stone and stoning your own feet. Ju Jun naturally knew the identity of Subai's so-called Daniel brother, but he didn't think Subai would be richer than his old man. Even if they did, they would never have as much power as Pops. In short, in his mind, there was no way for Subai to compare with himself. What's so great about a pseudo-rich guy who plans up the internet? However, the truth was that Subai was much more popular than him. Inside the school, from the principal down to the sweeper's aunts, they're all courteous to him, and open up privileges for him. Not only that, but the students are holding him up like a star. There were countless other girls who pursued him explicitly and implicitly. Ju Jun has long been red-eyed. He had wanted to take advantage of this cultural performance to deal a good blow to Subai. Just now, he himself took the initiative to walk up and taunt him, and boasted to all the audience on stage that he was going to take first place. And now, people's songs are obviously way better than his. Where the should he put this face? It's times like these that he should jump in and muddy the waters. There's such a thing as plagiarism, and whether it's there or not, if someone says it, it is then bound to attract a lot of attention, stirring things up, and then getting some waterboys to fan the flames of the internet. At that point, even if it's not there, it will become there. It's a trick he's used for a long time. There was a very talented music student in high school. He wrote his own song and performed it at a party, so he accused him of plagiarism in public, and afterwards, he even looked for beats to cyberstorm him. Then the guy took a straight break from school. I'm going to report that he didn't even write the song himself. As Ju Jun grabbed the microphone from the host and shouted out these words, a dead silence fell over the scene. Subai had no expression on the surface, but his heart was a bit weak, because he really didn't write the song himself. Instead, it was lifted from a later era. Does that mean the song has been written now? This song is actually my latest composition. I just haven't gotten around to releasing it yet. It was just secretly copied and used by this guy. He's a hypocritical liar. Ju Jun shouted out again, saying this without blushing. Hearing this, Subai was instantly relieved. Turns out it's up here to pretend again. When the audience below heard Ju Jun's words, they were a bit undecided for a while, but someone soon reacted, only to see Subai also smiling lightly as he removed the microphone on the shelf in front of him and put it to his mouth. This student, you're saying I copied this song from you? Subai asked with a faint smile. That's right. It's a copy, Ju Jun swore. Okay, so let me ask, since you wrote such a great song, and why did you bring that piece of crap you just performed on stage? In a sentence that recalls both the plagiarism that Ju Jun was talking about, called out his own song that he wrote about what an enzyme is crap again. Many of the spectators in the arena nodded their heads in agreement. They're all witnesses to how bad and awkward that what's it enzyme was just now. It's not even comparable to the one Subai is singing now. Ju Jun's side was a bit speechless for a moment when he heard Subai's question. He can't really seem to argue with anything. Don't you worry about that. If I write my own songs, do I have to take them out and sing them? Who are you, a song thief, to ask me that? Since you can't refute it, avoid it. Stay on the moral high ground. Tough slam on Subai's behavior. Fine, I'm not qualified. Subai smiled faintly again. His calmness was a stark contrast to Ju Jun's rushed head and white face. But you said you originated the song, so you should always prove it, right? Here's the deal. I'll give you a chance to clarify yourself. Now play the melody of the song you just played on the guitar on stage. What do you think? Hearing Subai's words, Ju Jun was once again dumbfounded. How can he play? Just now it was just to discredit Subai, and at the same time add some light to his own face. So just saying it on the spur of the moment. I thought it would be history repeating itself, but I didn't expect Subai to stay calm in the face of danger. Unusually calm and pointing out his brokenness and dumping him with a conundrum? Ju Jun Tun had a feeling of lifting a stone and smashing his own foot at this moment, but the mouth is still hard. Can you please not be unreasonable? The proceedings of the evening are organized. What's wrong with me cutting in? As he said this, his tone was noticeably less arrogant than it had been at the beginning. With things having come to this point, how could the crowd not know what this man had in mind? At that moment, a sharp gaze was like a flying knife thrust at Ju Jun. That's when the host came up. This student, we can adjust the rear program schedule. You can totally prove what you're saying. We have all the time in the world, the host said in a tone of voice. At this time, the judges' table, several directors of the annual management committee also stood up. The eyes stared unkindly at Ju Jun. They all know the background of this guy's identity, and they can turn a blind eye to it in private. But now, he actually dared to slander others for plagiarism in public and was dismantled on the spot. The most crucial thing was that the target of the slander was still Subai. Now they couldn't even ignore it if they wanted to. With countless eyes watching, Ju Jun's complexion cannot help but be a little flustered. He vaguely realized that he seems to play off this time. Chapter 197 Master Snake comes to Jinling. Huge gift. Zhu Jun was finally invited to tea by the two directors of the annual management committee. Subai naturally could not let him off that easily. He can pretend he didn't see it if it doesn't come back to haunt him, but it's about to ride over his head. It would be a shame not to return the favor. Subai immediately asked the people from Blue Whale Security to investigate the dirty deeds that Zhu Jun and his old man had done over the years. Back to the direct real name report posted on the internet, to see whether his old man is powerful or himself and Lin Entertainment powerful. But that was all an afterthought. And Subai wasn't going to waste his time with this kind of trash. It went straight to his men. A party that ended quickly. Subai and Jian Yuzue Lemon's program took first place without a doubt. Kornyan's ancient dance came in second. Subek managed to get a date with Prof. Li at a cafe. Li Yen, on the other hand, was sorely missing out on a good thing and glared at Subai for a long time. With this, the military training of the university will be officially over. It's been a tough time for all of us, and many of us have gone a shade darker, but everyone cherished the time and left to say goodbye to the instructors one by one. It was already 9 in the evening when Subai left the hall, but instead of going back to his dormitory, he got into his big Mercedes G and left the school alone, only because he was going to pick up someone. After he came back from his last vacation on the island, he'd made a deal with Master Snake. Let her take care of the Sioux City side of the industry and follow her to Jinling to develop. Snake Master's side immediately agreed. Anyway, she wasn't a native of Sioux City, so she was making money wherever she was, and with the help of Subai. Are you worried about not getting rich? Besides, her fundamental purpose of pleasing Subai was to enjoy the good resources Subai gave her. Make things better for yourself and your family. The big Mercedes-Benz G soon arrived at the high-speed train station. Subai picked up Master Snake and put him in the car, and her entourage and bodyguards had the good sense to take their own cabs and leave. To a hotel? After getting into the car, Master Snake fastened his seatbelt and asked with a slight sideways glance at Subai. No. You'll see when we get there. Subai let out a faint smile and deliberately sold out. Snake Master naturally heard out that this as he prepared a surprise for himself. Heart suddenly some happy. So he nodded and asked no more questions. The Mercedes-Benz Big G drove away from the high-speed railway station and drove to the center of Jinling. Looking out the car window at the streets of Jinling, Master Snake felt more and more that he had made the right decision. The foot traffic here, and the market environment, is more than a little better compared to Sioux City. The restaurant she originally had would have at least doubled her income if she had opened here. Not long after, the car entered the underground parking lot of a neighborhood. Master Snake had guessed what was going on, and was happy in his heart, but he still didn't say anything about it. She wanted to save the sense of anticipation for last, until Subai led her up the stairs, opened the door and, she was finally struck by the scene before her, a spacious house with bouquets of flowers on tables, coffee tables, counters, and along the walls. It creates a strong sense of visual impact. This is what Subai spent tens of thousands of dollars to have someone specially prepare, because what he was giving Master Snake today was a bit big, and the ceremony had to be pulled full circle to make it work. This house will be our little home from now on, and your name will be on the real estate license. Subai gently held Master Snake's hands and softly said, such a big suite would be worth tens of millions of dollars in Jinling, right? You're willing to give it to me? Master Snake had been very moved in his heart. I thought I'd never get married in my life. Didn't realize that by the time she was in her 40s, she'd be with an 18-year-old brat who managed to hold her in place. Not only that, but I have something more valuable to give you, Sue White said, pulling another large box of red books from a drawer under the living room counter. Looking at the box, even though Master Snake, who had seen a great deal of, at the moment the breathing couldn't help but be a little short. Do you remember the street you just passed on your way here? I bought all the stores on that street, and those will be yours from now on. In fact, Subai had been thinking of finding an opportunity to give a gift of a huge amount of money. It's just a shame that I've been so busy with my company in the past that it's only now that I've finally gotten around to realizing it. He was working on this every night during the military training period a while back. World Trade Center Street, Jinling. There were a total of more than 300 stores on both sides of the street, all of which he managed to buy, spending a total of $3 billion. On second thought, the ones you're bound to are basically students, and the rest of those that Liang Yu was planning to give her Fantasia, Cool Cat Music to Qingyao, and Wenkel Mall to Fenglin. If we give them these 300 stores, they won't want them and they won't be able to manage them if they do. Thinking about it, the only best option was to give it to Master Snake. She could eat it, and with the ability to manage it, it couldn't be better. However, Subai did not yet know that the passage he had just, in Master Snake's mind. However, it was like a thunderclap. How much is a street of stores worth? She was a little bit lost in the math. A few billion less. She always thought she and Subai were merely lovers. Even the heart also vaguely have a feeling of using Subai. But she did not expect Subai will see her as such a heavy, even willing to send her billions of dollars. As far as she knew, Subai's other women didn't have this treatment. For a moment, a heavy feeling of emotion and guilt surged through her heart. Decades of calm and wave-free eyes, but at the moment the tears cannot stop pouring out. I am just an old woman. Why are you so nice to me?